The country that has always been full of cultural appropriation suddenly entered the S3 season, not only arresting all the stationed American personnel but also dispatching fighter jets to launch a full-scale attack on the Dragon Country. This was all due to a disaster that struck, with monsters invading, and the high-ranking officials of the country being controlled by the strange beasts before them. At this moment, you, standing in the crowd, suddenly snapped back to reality and opened your eyes wide. You found yourself in a zoo, realizing that you had been reborn and had returned to your freshman year. When your class organized a trip to the zoo, just in time, you encountered the cultural ambassador from the country, who brought a panda and claimed it to be the ancestor of pandas with the oldest bloodline. However, you, having been reborn, knew that this was not a panda at all. It was clearly the first batch of strange beasts invading. The Thunder Iron Beast numbered 001. It is also one of the highly intelligent beings among the strange beasts, capable of controlling humans through brainwaves. In the previous life, it was this Thunder Iron Beast that controlled the high-ranking officials of the country, leading to chaos in their nation and ultimately triggering the S3 season. Not long after the S3 season began, taking advantage of the chaos on Blue Star, these strange beasts started a full-scale invasion, and Blue Star thus entered the era of disaster. Although nearly half of Blue Star has fallen, humanity found a way to awaken genes from these alien beasts and created warriors with extraordinary powers. But it was all too late. Therefore, the urgent task now is to prevent the occurrence of the S3 season, expose the Thunder Iron Beast, and also to research the extraordinary sequence in advance, allowing humanity to have the ability to resist the alien beasts. At this moment, you discover that the treasure you obtained in your previous life, the Qiankuan Gourd, has also been reborn with you. In your past life, it was this treasure that led you to the position of the war god. It is the key to your extraordinary power. As long as you use it to collect the flesh and blood of the alien beasts, you can extract the extraordinary gene potion. Drinking these potions will awaken your extraordinary sequence abilities. Then, you suddenly look at the Thunder Iron Beast in the iron cage. The blood in its eyes can extract extraordinary genes related to lightning, which is the most domineering ability among thousands of extraordinary sequences, and can even be promoted to the divine sequence 001's heavenly punishment. Thinking of this, your gaze becomes fiery. You must resolve this here. First, take advantage of its weakness and strike first, never allowing it to contact the high-level officials of the stick country. Second, you can escalate this matter, causing international impact and attracting the attention of the state, so that you can reach the high-level officials and return to your previous position to save the Dragon Country. At this time, the scene at the zoo has become increasingly chaotic. Due to the inappropriate remarks of the cultural ambassador of the stick country, the crowd on site, including those in the live broadcast room, expressed their dissatisfaction and angrily scolded. The stick country says the panda is theirs, which has trended on social media. It is important to note that today is the May 4th Youth Day, and most of the attendees are students. When emotions run high, the situation is completely out of control. Just when the situation was most chaotic, you seized the opportunity and acted decisively. Under the astonished gazes of your classmates, you climbed over the security line, snatched the riot fork from the security personnel, and charged directly at the Thunder Iron Beast. In an instant, everyone in the arena widened their eyes. At the same time, your actions were captured by the live broadcast cameras. You gripped the riot fork tightly, thrusting it out like a spear, your waist and horse in unison. The spear shot out like a dragon, accurately piercing the Thunder Iron Beast's eye. As blue blood splattered out, you quickly took out the Qiankuan Gourd to catch it. Such a sudden scene left everyone stunned, all of them wide-eyed and speechless, accompanied by a sharp scream from the cultural ambassador of the stick country. More than a dozen security personnel rushed over, shouting, "Quick, take him down." You looked at the Thunder Iron Beast, knowing that this strike would not kill it, and that there would likely be more trouble ahead. So without saying a word, you directly shook the Qiankuan Gourd and suddenly poured it into your mouth. The formula must be missing many ingredients, but there was no other choice now. You could only gamble. As the liquid from the gourd entered your mouth, you immediately felt a surge of power emerge, a flash of lightning flickering in your eyes, and at the same time, a string of information popped up in your mind. Awaken Thunder Sequence. Ordinary Sequence 399 Thunderbreaker. At this moment, a feeling of swelling pain spread throughout your body. Even your bones were aching. This was the side effect of an incomplete formula. Clearly, the sequence ability you gained now was not perfect, but fortunately, with the Qiankuan Gourd, you could continue to enhance your sequence ability. Even so, you are now the first extraordinary being of Blue Star. Though your strength is a bit weaker, it is still sufficient. You gritted your teeth and clenched your fist. A flash of lightning surged through your muscles. At the same time, the Thunder Iron Beast let out a tremendous roar. A single roar that seemed to shatter the eardrums of the crowd, causing everyone to scream in pain while covering their ears. The more than 10 security personnel rushing to capture you also had to stop in their tracks, clutching their heads tightly. with cries of agony ringing out one after another. With a loud bang, the Thunder Iron Beast tore open the iron cage and slowly stood up. The massive creature, over 2 meters tall, looked down at the crowd, easily ripping apart the iron cage that even an elephant couldn't break. This scene shocked everyone present. The head of the Animal Museum shouted angrily at the cultural ambassador from the South Korea. "What's going on? Didn't you say this creature was non-aggressive?" At this moment, the cultural ambassador was also terrified, pointing at you and shouting, "It's him! He provoked this panda." The head of the museum was furious. "What panda? Are you still calling this a panda? Come quickly, sedate this monster." As the shout from the person in charge fell, dozens of fully armed personnel quickly rushed into the venue, evacuating the crowd and preparing tranquilizer guns. Everyone was stunned to see so many fully armed personnel arrive, with some wondering how the security measures at the zoo were so comprehensive, even having a special operations team. At this moment, even the person in charge looked bewildered, as he was not in a position to command these people. Seeing this scene, the situation became even more chaotic, with all the crowd terrifiedly rushing towards the exit. Fortunately, with the guidance of these special operations personnel, a stampede did not occur. Clearly, these people were well prepared. You look at the captain and think this is a special forces unit. It seems the country had already made arrangements. Soon after, the crowd was quickly evacuated in a disorganized manner. 2 action personnel came over and said, "Kid, go stand over there." But you stood still, slowly shaking your head and saying, "You can't handle this beast." Just as the 2 were about to say something else, they heard movement from the other side. The middle-aged captain ordered, "Number 1, fire the tranquilizer gun." The tranquilizer shot out with a bang, hitting the Thunder Iron Beast accurately. However, the dosage was 5 times stronger than that for a fully grown elephant, yet it had no effect at all. The special operations personnel quickly reported, "Captain, the anesthetic has failed." In the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted, because the monster was charging at him. Someone shouted, "Number 1, get out of the way." However, the speed of the Thunder Iron Beast exceeded everyone's expectations, and the number 1 operative was directly slapped away, crashing heavily to the ground. Unconscious, the Thunder Iron Beast let out another roar, changed direction, and charged at you. You inflicted the most damage on it, and in its eyes, you must die. The captain saw the scene and decisively issued the order, "Protect that kid." Live ammunition, fire. Dozens of people fired simultaneously, and countless bullets poured onto the Thunder Iron Beast. A terrifying scene unfolded. Although the bullets hit the Thunder Iron Beast and stopped its advance, they did not cause much damage. Its tough skin could actually withstand rifle bullets. The Thunder Iron Beast went berserk and charged at the 2 nearest operatives. The captain's expression changed, and he shouted, "Be careful." The Thunder Iron Beast swiped with its claw, and the 2 operatives had no chance to evade, being flung away like sandbags, ultimately crashing heavily against the wall. The captain immediately ordered, "Retreat, quickly close the venue." However, at that moment, you slowly walked out. The action personnel shouted anxiously, "Kid, hurry back." The crowd that was evacuating outside the venue turned back in shock, thinking, "Is this kid crazy? Bullets can't take down that monster, and he dares to get close." Many people blamed you, believing that you had angered the monster, which led to its sudden rampage. But they didn't know that this strange beast would be the fuse that ignited the S3 season of the Blue Star. Meanwhile, the live broadcast equipment was still working, and the footage was being streamed online. Countless people flooded into the live room and witnessed this astonishing scene. Action personnel were retreating, and a seemingly frail young man stood in front of the monster. Everyone suspected whether this was a sci-fi movie being filmed. Then, an even more shocking scene unfolded. The monster did not attack the young man. Instead, it charged towards the 2 action personnel who had been knocked down. Seeing this, the captain who was providing rescue assistance changed his expression drastically, and the gun's chamber spewed fire wildly. The sound of the monster's footsteps was like a death knell, constantly approaching. Just when everyone thought these action personnel were about to meet an unfortunate end, you swiftly attacked, your feet seemingly moving with thunder, leaping into the air at the moment the monster lunged at the armed personnel, clenching your fist and striking down fiercely. Lightning flickered on your fist, like divine thunder falling, and this punch heavily struck the monster's head. The monster was struck hard, its massive body crashing to the ground, creating a huge deep pit. Upon closer inspection, there were flashes of lightning above its head, and its fur even had scorch marks. The Thunder Iron Beast was howling in pain, its body convulsing. Qin Ming backhandedly drew out the captain's saber pinned to his calf and sharply plunged it into the Thunder Iron Beast's uninjured eye. A thunder aura sprang out from Qin Ming's hand and rushed down the saber into the Thunder Iron Beast's head. The Thunder Iron Beast fiercely stared, its limbs stiffened, and it fell to the ground dead. Such a scene happened in a flash of lightning. At this moment, whether it was the crowd at the scene, the armed men, or the viewers of the live broadcast, all of them were dumbfounded and shocked in their hearts. What was that? A sci-fi movie? Is this Qin Ming? He's turned into Superman? Outside the arena, Qin Ming's classmates were wide-eyed, their mouths able to stuff an egg. However, more people were discussing the consequences of this matter. Feeling that Qin Ming was going to be finished, the panda was brought to us by the cultural ambassador of the Kingdom of Bangkok. He not only angered the national treasure of the stick country, he killed it. This will definitely affect international relations, even to a great extent. In any case, Qin Ming could not get away with his crime. As expected, the next moment, the armed man's gun barrel was aimed at Qin Ming. Kid, put the knife down. The moment Qin Ming lowered his knife, all the armed men swarmed over him. Chapter 3, The Chief's Order. Interrogation Room. Name, Qin Ming. Age, 19. Identity, freshman at Gangnam University. The armed squad leader looked at Qin Ming's profile and frowned. Very clean bottom with no issues. Why did you hurt the monster? The captain continued to ask. Qin Ming looked at the badge on the captain's shoulder. Special Operations Squad, right? Call your officer in. A bearded middle-aged man outside the door scratched his head awkwardly and looked back at a short-haired woman who looked a little like himself. How did he know I? Get in. The short-haired woman's expression was cold as she pushed the bearded middle-aged man inside. Minister. Seeing this, the armed captain and the team members beside him hurriedly stood up respectfully. The middle-aged waved his hand. Get out. Let me do it. Seeing these two, Qin Ming smiled. I didn't realize it was them who were in charge of the special operations team. The armed captain had just left when the short-haired woman rushed up and slammed her palm on the table. Bang! She looked at Qin Ming angrily. Why did you kill that monster? Qin Ming smiled bashfully. Lu Cherry, you're still so impulsive. Ha! At these words, the short-haired woman froze. How did you know that How could you not know? Lu Cherry, 26 years old, Southern Military Region of China, team leader of the Special Operations Department, single in her mother's womb, longing for a sensational love. Lu Chang, your own brother, 33 years old, Southern Military Region of China, Minister of Special Operations, depressed after being dumped at the age of 18, almost took off and became a monk, then called into the army due to his extraordinary battle prowess. And in the army, he met a girl named Xiao Hong, and as a result, Stop. Lu Chang was so shocked that the cigarette on his mouth fell to the ground, and he hurriedly stopped Qin Ming's words. Say more, and the old bottom will be lifted. No, old man, did you meet girls back there? Lu Sakura's eyes widened. Hey, talk business. No, didn't you say you have a boyfriend? Lu Chang blew his beard. Bang! Both slammed their palms on the table at the same time and shouted in unison. Say, why do you know all this? Qin Ming looked at them seriously and said word for word, because you were, at one time, all my men. Are you kidding me? You're a big fart. Dream on. Lu Sakura gave him a blank look. To say something shocking, I'm a reborn person. Qin Ming didn't have the intention of hiding anything and directly told the truth about being a reborn person, and it also gives a rough idea of what happened in the last life. As soon as the words fell, a man in his 50s or 60s barged in. He was clad in battle robes and his eyes were burning as he stared at Qin Ming. Seeing this, Lu Chang's siblings were just about to salute, when they were about to be stopped by the man. You say you're born again, so do you know who I am? Qin Ming looked at the man with some surprise. I didn't expect you to be here as well. Surely this time, the cultural ambassador of the stick country was deliberately lured by you guys. Head of the Southern Military Region of China, Admiral Long Xiaohua, Chief of the Special Operations Department, nicknamed the #1 person in the Chinese military. Long Xiaohua frowned. Although Qin Ming was right, he wouldn't trust this kid so simply. But what he didn't expect was that Qin Ming also said a bunch of private things about General Long Xiaohua. General Long had a blush on his face, and the more he heard, the more alarmed he became. That's more than his wife knows. That's enough. I'll trust you for now. I'll report you to the chief. No, I want you to trust me completely. Qin Ming's words became serious. We don't have much time. Not much. As he said that, a ray of lightning traveled across his body and quickly coalesced into his hand. Bang! Qin Ming broke the handcuffs on his hands free. Under the shocked gazes of a few people, he raised his fist, and a thread of thunder swam. This is the transcendent power. Sequence 399, Electricity Repeller, which is the most important power for decapitating the Fae. Boom! In the next moment, Qin Ming blasted his fist onto the tabletop, and the entire table instantly exploded into pieces. It's simply not a power that humans can possess. Seeing this, General Long's trio was completely shocked. Transcendentals, surprisingly, are real. Qin Ming looked at the three of them and calmed down a little. Let me guess why you're here. Monster invasion. All countries should have received it, right? a message from beyond the domain. The first stage of the trial, the invasion of foreign beasts, begins now. Is that the right phrase? But all the nations don't believe it. But you have to take it seriously because it's a signal from an alien planet. So you started looking for those so-called monsters, and you didn't find them. And that's exactly when the cultural ambassador of the stick country came to your door. And then you planned this event to see if that head was a monster to authenticate this alien signal. At that, all three of them widened their eyes. All hit. Especially the matter of alien signals. Not many people even in the top echelons of China knew about it. Now they had to be convinced about Qin Ming being a reborn. Then, Qin Ming said something even more shocking. Do you know why you can't find a single monster in China? Because they hide. Hide to raise their strength. From the first order to the second order. And if they reach the third order, they can't be killed even by a nuclear bomb. Hearing this, Long Xiaoguo even became short of breath. He looked up at the camera above him with a stony face. There, it was being broadcast live, and everything Qin Ming said was being watched. And looking at the other side of the live broadcast was the headquarters of Shangjing, China. In the conference room, there were bigwigs from the Ministry of Scientific Research, bigwigs from the military, experts from various fields, as well as the head of Huaxia. At this moment, with Qin Ming's shocking words, the entire conference room fell silent. It's awfully quiet. Finally, the chief seated in the very center spoke slowly. Within a week, let him find out the monster hiding in the country. If he can do that, he will decide the fate of China. 5 minutes later, Qin Ming took the lead and walked out of the interrogation room. Seeing Qin Ming walk out, the armed forces outside instantly reacted. How did you get out? Where are the general and the minister? In the next moment, everyone's faces changed drastically. Take him. Stop. Lu Cheng and Lu Cherry walked out and followed behind Qin Ming. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Lu Cherry draped a battle robe over Qin Ming. Swish. Lu Cheng tore off the shoulder patch on his arm and stuck it on Qin Ming's arm. Listen up. From now on, Qin Ming is the leader of the Special Operations Department's Unit 2. When these words came out, all the warriors' eyes widened in shock. Just now they were prisoners. Now they're their superiors? This, Team Leader Qin, the live broadcast of you killing the monster just now made a big fuss and caused a big panic. How are we going to deal with it? There's also the cultural ambassador of the stick country, who says we killed their national treasure and keeps yelling for us to give an explanation. Lu Cherry suddenly opened her mouth with a somewhat playful expression. She wanted to know how Qin Ming was going to handle this. This is bound to cause international problems if it is not done properly. The position of head of the Special Operations Group is not such a good one. Qin Ming saw through her small mind at a glance and waved his hand. Don't bother with the stick country for now. The first order of business is to establish the Monster Academy. Lu Sakura froze. What's Monster Academy? Qin Ming flooded with smiles. To deal with monsters, naturally I still need to rely on monster. Without monster, then I'll build my own. This is the Monster Academy. Assuming, of course, that one goes and pulls out the monster. Lu Sakura's eyes widened. You know where the monsters are? Qin Ming smiled blandly. Prepare a good knife for me. Then, prepare the car. Chapter 4, Sequence 16. Oblivion Thunder Flash. While Lu Cherry went to prepare, Qin Ming did not stay idle. He led Lu Cheng to the room where the Thunder Iron Beast's corpse was stored. Lu Cheng had been following behind Qin Ming with a few agitated feelings. That Team Leader Qin, how did you get your extraordinary ability? Is it true that you've returned reborn? There were only the two of them in the room, and Lu Cheng completely exposed his nature, shouting with excitement, his eyes glowing. In fact, he had already believed Qin Ming's previous words, because the matter of falling in love was something he had never even told anyone about. More importantly, the transcendent ability, he really coveted it. It was definitely an ability he could only dream of. Qin Ming turned his head and looked at Lu Cheng with a smile. He knew Lu Cheng very well, a 30-year-old guy with a hot-blooded middle-aged heart. To summarize, the comic didn't miss a beat. Unfortunately, in his last life, Lu Cheng died because he was protecting himself. Qin Ming could never forget the scene where Lu Cheng was holding that 8th-rank alien beast in his death grip, telling him to run fast. In this life, I'll keep you alive and find you a wife. As his words fell, Lu Cheng immediately turned red. That matter of wife. Actually there is no hurry. Don't worry. I know what's in your heart. Find a suitable opportunity and I'll get you a powerful sequence ability. Qin Ming patted Lu Cheng's shoulder. Lu Cheng's eyes instantly lit up. Good. Come on. Let's show you some real superhuman abilities. Qin Ming walked over to the Thunder Iron Beast's corpse, and under Lu Cheng's astonished gaze, he used his dagger to cut off a strand of the Thunder Iron Beast's hair, and then knocked off the longest fong. Then, with a wave of Qin Ming's hand, the Qin Koan gourd appeared in his hand out of thin air, placing the materials inside and shaking it a few times. Lu Cheng stared wide-eyed. What was with this magic-like maneuver? What is this gourd? Qin Ming explained. These are sheltering objects. which generally come with certain powerful foreign beasts, and can be obtained after killing them, and these, sheltering objects, will possess a variety of strange abilities. The Jiankuan gourd was what Qin Ming had obtained from a mutated green vine in his previous life, and later discovered that the Jiankuan gourd could possess the ability to create transcendent sequences. When the trials started in the last life, humans were able to use heat weapons to deal with the alien beasts, but by the third stage of the trial, hot weapons could no longer do much damage to the alien beasts, and humanity was in a crisis of extinction. In those days, humans were desperate and tried to find weaknesses in the Fae to deal with them. It was then slowly discovered that the blood, flesh, organs, etc. of the Fae could create superhuman abilities. Through different combinations of exotic materials, different magic potion formulas are obtained and various magic potions are developed. Then the transcendental sequence is arranged by the strength of the transcendental ability. In the last life until the destruction of the blue planet, humanity had already possessed thousands of transcendent sequences, but nonetheless, it's still just the tip of the iceberg. After listening to Qin Ming's words, Lu Chang was greatly shocked. All of this had refreshed his knowledge. Then if you know the magic potion formula, won't you be able to create an army of transcendence, and will still be afraid of the Fae? Qin Ming gave him a blank look. You have no idea how much humans have paid for the magic pill formula. And also, taking magic pills, the failure rate is extremely high. The formula is wrong. The magic potion created is poison. Drink it and it will directly explode and die. What's even more terrifying is that the magic potion will take humans and assimilate them. Assimilation, understand, is turning you into a monster. Hiss. Lu Chang sucked in a breath of cool air. This was too terrifying. And with our current human physique, it's simply impossible for us to take magic pills. Qin Ming continued. In order for the body to withstand the power of the magic potion, it must improve its physical quality. And the simplest and most effective way to do so is to consume the blood and flesh of foreign beasts. The energy contained in the flesh and blood of these exotic beasts can subconsciously change our bodies to the point where they can withstand the ability of the magic potion. At this point, Lu Chang was already sweating. Then when the research of magic potions first began, wouldn't many human monsters be born? Qin Ming looked at him with a deep gaze. That's right, that was at the beginning of the fourth stage of the trials, when the human monsters were even more terrifying than the alien beasts, and that led to the emergence of many evil organizations. Gulp. Lu Chang's throat rolled, feeling that the world was going to be completely messed up. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth rose slightly. Normally this would be the case, but he possessed the Jiankuan gourd, so that was different. The sequence magic pill, configured by the Jiankuan gourd, eliminated the negative effects of the magic pill, and even if the awakening failed, it would not explode and die, much less assimilate into a monster. Even more powerful, the Jiankuan gourd could also promote sequences and even raise the sequence level. Watch this. Transcendent alien abilities are categorized into the 1st to 9th order, and the sequence levels are also differentiated. A thunder aura flashed in Qin Ming's hand. This is an ordinary sequence 399's thunder repeller, with a very average ability. With that, he swallowed the magic pill from the Jiankuan gourd in one gulp. Boom! With a muffled sound, a powerful lightning power erupted from Qin Ming's body. The powerful aura scared Lu Chang backward. This. Qin Ming shook his hand and played with the lightning in his palm. This is normal sequence 16, obliterating thunder flash. What are you, upgraded? Lu Chang shouted in shock. Qin Ming shook his head. My realm is still at the 1st rank. I've only raised the rank of the sequence. Qin Ming called this ability, ascending sequence. And in addition to ascending sequence, there was also gene sequence. Sequence levels are categorized into normal sequence, forbidden sequence, king sequence, god sequence. The most powerful aspect of the Jiankuan gourd is that it can be upgraded to sequence level. Ordinary sequence and divine sequence. That's a world of difference. This was the terror of the Jiankuan gourd. However, the materials needed to advance in the order were extremely harsh, and in his last life, he was unable to advance to divine order, even to the point of death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost to that 10th ranked foreign beast. Well, it's enough that you probably know a few things. A lot will happen in the future in this world, and the tip of the transcendental powers will gradually be lifted. Let's go. It's time to get down to business. Qin Ming turned to leave and gave a final exhortation. That's right. Find 10 powerful soldiers to eat this thunder iron beast, and all of you will be powerful transcendents in the future. Watching Qin Ming's back as he left, Lu Chang's heart beat wildly. It was so shocking. It was the power he craved. Lu Chang clenched his fists and secretly vowed, I will use these fists to protect the land of China. What's the point of dawdling? Qin Ming's urging voice came. Come on, let's go. Take you to fight the Fae and dispense you a magic potion. Lu Chang's eyes instantly lit up. Big brother, wait for me. It didn't take long for 5 military armored vehicles to arrive at a deserted mine on the outskirts of Jiangnan City. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of armed fighters with loaded guns rushed down in the car with an imposing air. The fighters of the Department of Special Operations are all the elites selected in the military. The king of soldiers among the kings of soldiers. They stood in 2 lines next to one of the armored vehicles, looking serious. Then, Qin Ming stepped down in the car and stood in the line. All the special warriors couldn't help but drop their curious gazes on this newly promoted leader. For some reason, they had felt a great deal of pressure on one student. It was as if a small soldier had run into an old general who had been in the battlefield for a long time and was covered in blood. This caused them all to seriously look straight at Qin Ming. Boss, are you sure there are monsters here? Minister Lu Cheng's voice came from behind him. Hearing this, all the special warriors instantly widened their eyes. No, what did you call him? Minister? Boss? He's just the team leader. He works for you? Inverted Big Dipper? The crowd was confused. Qin Ming didn't care about these details as he looked at the entrance to the mine ahead that had been sealed. Inside is a thunder iron beast, hiding here to eat or to upgrade. It's much more powerful than the one in the stick country. In his last life, this thunder iron beast only showed up at the end of the first stage of the trial 3 months later. When that would appear, the thunder iron beast had already been promoted to the 2nd rank, and its strength was terrifying. Many people died in Jiangnan City because of this thunder iron beast, and it was later recorded as the disaster beast of Jiangnan City. That's why Qin Ming remembered it very clearly, and therefore had to slaughter it at the first opportunity. All hands on deck. Prepare for battle and rack all weapons. Lu Cheng shouted loudly. The fighters immediately set about their preparations. Qin Ming looked at them. Rifles, light machine guns, heavy sniper rifles, and even RPGs were out. What? Am I well prepared? With all this firepower, not to mention a single thunder iron beast, 100 of them aren't even afraid. Lu Cherry smiled smugly. Qin Ming lightly laughed and shook his head. Good, then let's make a big show out of it. Live broadcast ready. Connect to Shangjing. Let them feel the terror of the beasts. Meanwhile, far away in the central conference room of Shangjing, dozens of senior Chinese officials waited with solemn expressions. Chapter 5, Qin Ming's strength, shocking the Chinese higher-ups. Team leader, the scene has been cleared. The mine information has been pulled up, and because of insufficient documentation, this mine was called off halfway through mining. There is no one here. The old man who guarded the mine has been killed. The armed captain ran over to report the situation. Qin Ming looked ahead to a container that was supposed to be the residence of the old guard. It was a widowed old man who died and no one even noticed. Damn it! Lu Cheng roared. Get ready. I'm going to tear it alive. At this time, Lu Cherry cast a puzzled look at Qin Ming. But don't you want to make sure first? If there are no foreign beasts down here? Of course she knew about Qin Ming's mission, and this time it was to be done to the top. If you get it wrong, you have a serious problem. I can already feel that aura. Qin Ming waved his hand. What about the things I asked you to prepare? Lu Sakura took out a meter-long box. Here it is. Qin Ming opened the box, which contained a tang sword, picked up the Tommy knife and weighed it. Madaka! The blade chimed the moment it was drawn. All the warriors looked over in shock. Nice. Saying that, Qin Ming walked forward with the knife. All units ready. Live ready to connect. The atmosphere became heavy as all the warriors set up their weapons, ready to attack. Meanwhile, far away in Shangjing, in the center conference room, a projection screen slowly unfolded, and on it was the live feed from the mine. The live broadcast has begun. Did that kid find the hidden beast so quickly? If it's true, he might really be a reborn. Just watch. Admiral Ryu Hyogoku speaks highly of this kid. The conference room was already filled with big names from all fields. From the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Science and Research, Biological Research, Aeronautical Research, Weapons Research, almost all the bigwigs from all fields came. And in the C-seat of the conference room, there also sits the head of Wasia. They knew very well how much this trial of civilization would affect the world. If Qin Ming's identity could be realized, then he would be the future of China. At this point, the live feed began to rotate, sweeping over all the fighters. Seeing that formation, all the top brass frowned. Such a big deal? And where is the monster? As the questioning sounds rang out, the camera returned to Qin Ming once again. That is a back. Young man holding a tang sword. Gusty wind blew his hair. Raked with a fresh clothes and angry horse young man crazy feeling. After a moment of silence, all of the higher-ups watched Qin Ming walk towards the mine cave and immediately shouted in shock. No, he went down there by himself? What? He just carries a knife? Not even a gun? Lu Cheng, stop him, don't let him seek death. Especially the old men from the major scientific research institutes. They hadn't seen much fighting and killing, and when they saw that Qin Ming had gone single-handedly to look for monsters, they immediately became worried. But in the blink of an eye, Qin Ming entered the mine. the live broadcast screen became silent, and even Lu Cherry's nervous breathing could be heard. On this side of the conference room, all the top brass had a serious face and stopped speaking out. Roar! Suddenly, an angry hissing sound of a foreign beast came out from the mine, and the entire live camera began to tremble. The executives in the conference room were given a jolt of fear. The hissing sound of that foreign beast was more terrifying than all the fierce beasts they had ever seen. Boom boom boom. The earth began to tremble, and Lu Cheng's furious shout came from the camera. All hands, aim for the mine and cover fire. Yes, the scene was fleshy and agitated. Such a scene made the bigwigs in the conference room look nervous, and all of them, not calmly, stood up. The vibrations are getting louder. The monster is coming out. Boom! Under everyone's nervous attention, Qin Ming was the first to rush out in the mine. Roar! Then, a thunder iron beast with hair as silver and bright as steel followed after, its sharp claws about to grab Qin Ming's back. Snipers, fire! Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out, and a thick bullet flew by Qin Ming's head, hitting the thunder iron beast directly in the eye. Ow! With an agonizing hiss, the thunder iron beast slammed heavily into the ground. Qin Ming, on the other hand, fell into the distance. Fire coverage, hit! In an instant, countless cannonballs bombarded the thunder iron beast, filling the air with smoke and roaring. In the conference room, all the top brass of Huaxia watched with bated breath, their hearts tense, when a round of artillery fire poured down. The thunder iron beast was covered in smoke and lost. Is it dead? With such terrifying firepower, this has to be blasted into slag, right? Murmurs rang out in the arena, and just as they breathed a sigh of relief, the smoke began to blow away. What? It's fine. The group of executives stood up straight violently, only to see that thunder iron beast slowly stand up. Its eyes were fierce, and the cannonball only left shallow wounds on its body. It's become more vicious because of the injuries. The warriors on the scene all looked grave as well. Guns ready, aim again. Lu Chang shouted angrily, his forehead already dripping with cold sweat. If such a creature appeared in the city, it would be devastating. Roar! The thunder iron beast let out a roar and suddenly stormed off, charging towards the sniper lying on the armored vehicle. It has a high IQ and immediately remembers that this is the first person to hurt it. Boom boom boom. The ground trembled as the heavy footsteps hit the ground. Get out of the way! Qin Ming shouted out loud. This thunder iron beast was a few points more powerful than he had imagined. Without hesitation, under everyone's shocked gazes, Qin Ming charged towards the thunder iron beast with his tang blade. The scene left the bigwigs on the other end of the broadcast dumbfounded. Such a terrifying beast. If he's going to resist it with his flesh, isn't this a death wish? Asterisk 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 off. However, Qin Ming let out a furious cry, his body having lightning flashes as he quickly sprinted. With a thud, his feet slammed into the ground, and his body jumped high into the air with a flying kick. Bang! With a silent sound, under everyone's shocked gazes, the huge thunder iron beast was blown away with a kick. Boom! The thunder iron beast smashed heavily into another armored car, its heavy body directly denting the armored car. The sniper who had escaped was already sweating. So powerful. Madaka! However, just at that moment, a sword sound rang out. One could only see the battle sword held by Qin Ming entwined with thunder, and the aura released from his body caused his clothes to fly in a domineering manner. In the next moment, Qin Ming once again charged towards the thunder iron beast. Thunderous sword chi, instantly blooming. Buzz! The blade flashed and slashed down on his head. The thunder iron beast let out an angry hiss and swung out its huge palm, slamming it out. With a bang, Qin Ming was sent flying, and the thunder iron beast had an additional deep wound on its palm. With blood pouring out, Qin Ming landed on the ground with a surprised expression. This thunder iron beast was not right. Why was it so strong? If he hadn't upgraded the sequence before he came, he really wouldn't have been a match for it. Hardly. It has formed a beast core? Qin Ming's eyes immediately lit up. Fire! With Lu Chang's order, a second round of firepower covered the area and crazily bombarded the thunder iron beast. Roar! The thunder iron beast wailed and wailed, and at its level, it couldn't completely ignore hot weapons. Drag it! I'll put a big one on! Thunder surged in Qin Ming's hands, and all of his powerful strength was poured onto the tang blade. On the other side, the thunder iron beast went completely crazy and charged towards the warriors, scaring them into retreating immediately. Boom! With one punch, an armored car was actually smashed and completely deformed. Seeing this scene, the fighters were in a cold sweat. Fortunately they dodged. Otherwise this punch could have killed them. Stop him and stall Qin Ming for a little time. Lu Cheng held the light machine gun in his hand, and the bullets swept wildly. Bang! 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 The thunder iron beast was once again knocked back, its expression storming with rage. Is the boy still not well? Where is he? In the conference room of Shangjing, a group of executives were tense. However, it was discovered that Qin Ming's figure had actually disappeared. In the air, a big shot from the military department shouted violently. In an instant, all eyes fell in unison on Qin Ming in the air. At this moment, Qin Ming was holding his battle sword in both hands, and thunder was entwined around his body. As mighty as the thunder god had descended, obliterating thunder flash, Qin Ming slashed down, and thunder instantly exploded. Boom! The light of the blade flashed across the screen, and the thunder was dense. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the thunder iron beast was directly split in half, perishing on the spot. Seeing this scene, the entire conference room, a dead silence. Everyone looked dumbfounded, with only one thought in their minds. This kid, is he still human? There was a long silence, and the first officer took a deep breath. Immediately, have Qin Ming come see me. Chapter 6, Meeting with the Chief. Boom! At the scene, as the bodies of the alien beasts fell to the ground, all the warriors then breathed a sigh of relief, as if they were relieved. Lu Chang, Lu Cherry and the two of them cautiously surrounded over. Qin Ming, are you alright? Qin Ming put away his sword and waved his hand. It's fine, clean up the battlefield. Qin Ming, the headmaster has given orders for you to travel to the upper capital immediately. Lu Cherry slowly opened her mouth, and her gaze toward Qin Ming had become different. Qin Ming nodded, having expected this. So far, the senior management of Huaxia had begun to determine the authenticity of the trial of civilization. If this is not taken seriously, then the country will be doomed when the Fae begin to move. A special plane will pick you up in an hour. There's no rush. There's still this thunder iron beast to deal with. With that said, Qin Ming and the Lu Chang siblings walked towards the corpse of the thunder iron beast. At this time, Lu Chang raised a question. Boss, I suddenly remembered a question. Sequence magic pills should be repeatable, right? In other words, wouldn't this thunder iron beast be able to make many sequence 16, mendacious thunderflash? He remembered very clearly that Qin Ming had told him about the Yufangs, plus, fur, plus, eyeball blood, equals sequence 16 oblivion thunderflash, magic potion, of the thunder iron beast. Qin Ming looked at him and said seriously, you're thinking about fart eating. Do you think every thunder iron beast has magic medicine materials? Lu Chang froze. What are the magic medicine materials again? Watch. Qin Ming circled around the thunder iron beast's corpse, and finally found a handful of hair at the location on its back. See how this hair is different from the others? Lu Chang and Lu Cherry came over and looked seriously for a long time, both shaking their heads. What's the difference? Qin Ming's fingers flooded with lightning as he pointed a finger at the thunder iron beast's body, the lightning instantly spreading, and the handful of hair that he had just pointed out actually flooded with a silvery light. The whole set of hairs, just a handful. The two of them, Lu Chang, immediately widened their eyes. See? Qin Ming took out his tang knife and cut off this handful of hair. This is the magic pill material. Not all hairs are. It depends on luck if you can stumble upon it. Of course, ordinary people can't see it, and it can't be detected by any scientific equipment in the world. In that case, wouldn't an ordinary person not be able to find it at all? Lu Sakura exclaimed. That's right. The instrument that can detect magical medicine materials hasn't been manufactured yet, and it was only slowly developed in the last life at the beginning of the third stage of the civilization trial. Of course, now that I'm here, our Monster Academy will soon be built. While speaking, Qin Ming had already finished sizing up the entire thunder iron beast corpse. As expected, no more magic potion materials were found. Not much luck. Qin Ming sighed. Let's just see if there are any beast cores in this head. Then, under the astonished gazes of the Lu Chang siblings, Qin Ming split open the thunder iron beast's head. A tiny crystal glittering with lightning was lying there. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. There really is. What is this? Lu Chang asked suspiciously. Beast crystals, a necessity for promotion from ordinary sequence to forbidden sequence, and a treasure for transcendentalists to enhance their strength. This thing is 1 in a million. A first-order Fey beast can breed a beast crystal, so it's completely unhindered to advance all the way to the 6th order. A 6th-ranked foreign beast, destroying a city, is estimated to take only half a day. Hearing Qin Ming's words, the two of them, Lu Chang, stared wide-eyed, their hearts shaken. At this moment, they were finally clear about the value of this beast crystal. Qin Ming treasured the beast crystal away. This is also the key treasure for building the Tower of Heaven. At those words, the Lu Chang siblings froze again. And what is the Tower of Heaven? Great killer. Could it be that you think I can kill the nation's foreign beasts by myself? Qin Ming smiled mysteriously. Let's go. We'll find out soon enough after we meet the head honcho. Half an hour later, Qin Ming and Lu Chang arrived at the Jiangnan City military region. A military transport plane has been waiting here for a long time. Chief? Lu Chang looked at Long Xiaogui who was waiting in front of him in surprise. Chief you. Long Xiaogui nodded. I'll personally send Qin Ming over. Lu Chang's heart was bing. This was the #1 person in the Chinese military. Actually personally escorting Qin Ming, One could imagine how much importance the above attached to Qin Ming. Let's talk about it when we get on the airplane. Qin Ming boarded the airplane. Along the way, Long Xiaoguo asked a lot of questions. Upon hearing Qin Ming's answer, his expression grew more and more grave. By the time Qin Ming arrived in Shangjing, it was already evening. However, when Long Xiaoguo brought him to the National Center courtyard, he found that there were already a lot of high-ranking people waiting here. Boom! Pushing open the door to the conference room, dozens of eyes looked at it in unison. That great sense of oppression greeted him, and in response, Qin Ming only flooded with smiles. Guys, it's great to see you again. The moment these words came out, the executives, who were originally stony, couldn't help but have strange expressions. The implication of the words was that Qin Ming was returning from a rebirth. If that was true, then they must have been familiar with Qin Ming in their previous life. However, Qin Ming really wasn't formal. Instead, he was relaxed as if he was going home. If this were an ordinary student, seeing so many high-ranking people in today's China, wouldn't they all be too nervous to speak? Then, Qin Ming's expression became serious. I'm sorry that in my last life, I failed you all by failing to protect Huaxia. It was a statement that he hadn't had the chance to say in his last life, and now he was making up for it, and forgetting to turn the page. The crowd was silent at these words. According to his Qin Ming story, in his last life he had died fighting for China at the hands of a foreign beast. Heroes who defend their country need not apologize. Suddenly, the chief seated in front of him slowly stood up. It was a kindly old man who looked at Qin Ming with a soft gaze. Junior, even though your experience is somewhat absurd, I, the old man, believe in you, because what's happening in front of us is bizarre enough. Next, tell me what you're going to do, and the source of this disaster. What is it? Under the head honcho's expectant gaze, Qin Ming nodded his head. He stood in the middle of the room and spoke slowly. Let's start with the source. The country has received an extraterrestrial signal, which is received by every developed country, as I'm sure you've already confirmed. But a lot of countries don't believe it, including you, and the Eagle Jam countries even think it's a trick by some country to influence the world order, right? Upon hearing this, the group of executives all looked at Qin Ming in surprise. That's information that's still true, especially Eagle Jam, who still thinks it's a HWA tactic, which pisses them off. Qin Ming looked at the crowd with a firm gaze. But I can tell you in all seriousness, this trial of civilization, it's real. As for the source, whether it's a higher civilization from an alien planet that's at work, I'm not sure. Every time the trial starts and ends, they will contact the Blue Star countries, but they have not seen each other's true face. In our last life, we in Huaxia supported the 10th stage of the trial for 5 whole years, but we failed to find the truth. Everyone frowned at these words. Qin Ming spoke of a key word, higher civilization. Those are things that Blue Star's current technology can't touch. If that's true, a higher civilization dealing with Blue Star is properly a descending blow. At this time, the chief spoke out, waving his hand. The black hand behind the scenes is not the key at the moment. If they really want to destroy the Blue Star, they can just send out a 10th-ranked foreign beast directly. And why bother with the trial? Since the mastermind behind the scenes didn't lay down a deadly hand, we'll have a chance to dig out the truth. This statement certainly stabilizes the situation. Upon hearing the words of the head honcho, the group of executives nodded their heads in recognition. That's right, as long as there's a chance, there's still hope for us. As you can all see so far, the Thunder Iron Beast that I decapitated today, that guy is just the weakest one at the moment. There are still stronger ones hidden in the world right now. Qin Ming spoke again, his expression growing more and more serious. What's even more terrifying is that some of the foreign beasts can change their appearance and hide among humans and even at the top of the country. In the last life it was the stick country that was the fuse that set off the S3 season and threw the blue planet into chaos before the country started dealing with the Fae. What? It can still disguise itself as a human? In an instant, all the higher-ups were nonplussed. That's a move that can't be defended. Humph. Young man, you're exaggerating a bit. Fae can still camouflage. Do you really think you're watching a sci-fi movie? Suddenly, a middle-aged man in military robes opened his mouth to question. At those words, Qin Ming cast his gaze over and smiled. I thought you wouldn't jump out at me. Looks like you don't have a very high IQ. Ha! With that, Qin Ming spoke to the crowd. I know that everyone is still questioning in their hearts, but it doesn't matter. It just so happens that there is a camouflaged Fae beast here. So let's pull it out and show it to everyone. What? As soon as these words came out, the entire conference room exploded. Chapter 7, No. 002. Thousand-faced monkey. All gazes turned in unison to the general in military robes. What Qin Ming said just now. It's him, right? Wow. In an instant, the executives beside the general immediately dispersed. You, General Feng, it can't be? The Biological Research Institute's Nong Lao stared at General Feng with wide eyes and a shocked expression. Feng Kai shouted angrily, Kid, Don't demonize the public. Qin Ming looked at Feng Kai and introduced the crowd. The thousand-faced monkey is an anthropomorphic alien beast. Their greatest characteristic is that they can disguise themselves as humans. Everyone, from the looks of it, this is without a single crack. And nowadays, we, Blue Star, don't really have instruments that can detect the thousand-faced monkey. Qin Ming's words were serious, not at all like he was joking. Everyone in the conference room couldn't help but cast strange glances at Feng Kai. Everyone, the real General Feng Kai, has been killed. Qin Ming sighed. In the last life, it was because of this thousand-faced monkey that our country suffered heavy losses, and several seniors present died at his hands. What? With Qin Ming's words, the crowd became even more frightened. They could already imagine how much mischief a general who was a thousand-faced monkey would bring to the country, and the fact that they meet up so often makes the chances of murder even greater. Someone come. This kid is talking nonsense. Take him down for me. Feng Kai shouted angrily. However, no guards came in, because the one who guarded the gate was the first person in the military department. Long Xiaogua. Qin Ming, go ahead and do it. Long Xiaogua said in a cold voice. Qin Ming nodded. Just now, I said that the thousand-faced monkey cannot be detected with instruments, but there is one thing that can. With that, he took out a crystal stone the size of a quail egg. This is the beast core, dug out of the thunder iron beast's brain. A beast core that possesses a special kind of electric wave. The key to better being able to recognize the thousand faces monkey. This is exactly the kind of information that is important in the first stage of the civilization trial. After saying that, Feng Kai's face had changed. Damned human, you even mastered the weakness of my clan? You must die. Suddenly, Feng Dade let out a piercing hiss before lunging at Qin Ming. Qin Ming had prepared for this and clenched his fist, thunder entwining as he blasted out. Bang! Feng Kai was directly knocked back to his original form, which was a monkey-like creature, but with a much more hideous complexion than the average monkey. This scene startled all the great powers in the arena. The monkey's appearance is truly ugly. Seeing that he couldn't defeat Qin Ming, the thousand-faced monkey planned to capture the hostage and escape, and it's aimed at the head of the crowd. However, it had just moved when a strange wave of electricity traveled into its head. Ah! The thousand-faced monkey screamed, covering his head and hitting the ground hard. Qin Ming, the sword! Long Xiaogua threw Qin Ming's battle knife over. Qin Ming took it as soon as he could. Madaka! The hand rose up and killed the thousand-faced monkey with a single slash. Seeing the thousand-faced monkey die, the great powers from all walks of life in the field were relieved. At this moment, their gazes toward Qin Ming completely changed. If I said I was skeptical a moment ago, I'm completely trusting now. The visual impact of watching Feng Kai turn into a monster was still shocking to them. Qin Ming, this corpse of the thousand-faced monkey, can we take it back for research? Elder Nong, the dean of the Biological Research Institute, asked excitedly. Qin Ming nodded. This is naturally possible. I still have a lot of things I need Elder Nong's help with. Oh, Qin Ming, you still have a plan? The headmaster opened his mouth and asked. Qin Ming nodded. The chief looked deeply at Qin Ming before beckoning. Come with me, Hyogoku. You come too. Thus, Qin Ming and Long Xiaogua followed the headmaster to another room. The door to the room was locked and it was just the three of them. Qin Ming, I would like to know the details of your last life's experiences, as well as your next plans, the chief asked in a calm voice. Qin Ming knew what he was talking about, and told him about the great events that had happened in his last life. Finally, there is the most crucial one at the moment. From the moment the signal was received, the civilization trial of the blue planet has begun, and it is currently the first pre-stage, where the alien beasts will hide amongst the humans to try and find the key to a breakthrough. In a week's time, the beasts will gradually reveal their claws and teeth and launch an invasion of mankind, and the duration of the first stage of the trial is 1 month. After 1 month, the alien beast army will all riot and launch a general attack. Therefore, there is not much time left for us. Only a week? The chief's face sank. The first batch of hidden beasts, how many were there? 2,000 heads, spread all over the country. Qin Ming said. So many? Long Xiaogua was shocked. How are we going to deal with this? Saying that, both of their gazes simultaneously looked toward Qin Ming. Qin Ming spoke seriously. Currently I have 2 plans. 1. Create a monster academy to create transcendence to deal with the pre-existing Fey crisis first. 2. The national infrastructure is activated to create 36 Tongtian towers, to be distributed across the provinces for use against the total attack of the Fey beasts in a month's time. Half an hour later, the head honcho, Long Xiaogua, and Qin Ming walked out in the room. The giants from all walks of life who had been anxiously waiting for a long time had paid attention over. The head spoke with a grave expression. Starting today, the Monster Academy will be created, and the dean will be appointed by Qin Ming. The entire country is on level 1 war readiness, granting Monster Academy level 1 privileges, and all departments are prioritized to follow Qin Ming's dispatch. Huaxia, it's going to start entering the stage of life and death. Guys, this is a tough fight. Everyone's expression became grave when these words came out. Then, their gazes turned to Qin Ming. Qin Ming took a step and stood out. Everyone, the Monster Academy is currently in need of manpower. Elder Nong, I need you to bring your people to drop everything they're working on and carry out one of the phase biological research projects. Elder Nong immediately stepped forward. No problem for me. Elder Craftsman, turn around and I'll give you the drawings to create 36 heavenly pagodas in the country. Qin Ming looked at a middle-aged man who was the general head of the Chinese Ministry of Industry. The old craftsman froze. What is the Tower of Heaven? A building more than 600 meters high and ensuring that the 36 towers are electrified at high voltage to each other. What? Everyone was shocked. The old smith's eyes widened even more. Do you know how huge this project is? Qin Ming spoke seriously. That's the key to finding out the alien beasts and annihilating them, and if we succeed, we can reduce the casualties of hundreds of thousands of people. The craftsman old man's body trembled, and he immediately felt a great deal of pressure. How long can you give me? The old smith took a deep breath. Qin Ming stared into the eyes of the old craftsman. 25 days at most. The old smith felt his person go numb. In that case, I'm afraid we need to use the power of the whole country. Qin Ming waved his hand. Just go ahead and do it. Don't think about any repercussions. The old smith nodded vigorously. Okay, then I'll make a big deal out of it. Qin Ming continued to speak. Heads of all military regions, Navy, Army, and Air Force, transfer 2,000 soldier kings to my Monster Academy, with the best physical quality. No problem, including Long Xiaohua. The heads of the 5 military regions in the southeast, west, north, and west responded in unison. Foreign Ministry, Qin Ming droned. In. The sharp-eyed Foreign Minister Kai Ting responded loudly. Qin Ming looked at him. Within a week, complete the evacuation operation. Chapter 8, World Shock. Chinese evacuation? It was a meeting that went on until midnight. Qin Ming drew out the drawings of the Tower of Heavenly Passage that he had built in his last life and handed them over to the craftsman's old man to complete. After the meeting, all departments did not have time to rest, and immediately followed Qin Ming's requirements. The Monster Academy headquarters was set up in Jiangnan City, which was Qin Ming's request. There's a reason for this, as Gangnam City is a coastal city, close to the sea, and among the beasts, the sea's beasts were the most massive and terrifying. He had to secure the coast, otherwise that would be the breakthrough for the Fei army to ascend inland. That night, Qin Ming didn't rest either. He brought Lu Chang, Elder Nong, and Elder Nong students to deal with the alien beast numbered 002, the thousand-faced monkey. After killing it in the meeting room, there was no time to collect the magic pill material. Nong Lao moved quickly, and it didn't take long for him to call out the most capable henchman in the Biological Research Institute. When the 7 or 8 researchers saw the thousand-faced monkey, they were all startled. Even though Elder Nong had already prepared them mentally, it was still shocking when they saw it with their own eyes. Looking at the crowd, Qin Ming began to seize the time to teach. Starting today, you are my Monster Academy people. Turn around and sign the confidentiality agreement. Violators will be killed. Qin Ming warned gravely, and one could imagine how important what came next was. The crowd of researchers nodded heavily, their expressions turning serious. Qin Ming pointed at the thousand-faced monkey on the stage. I need you to analyze the brainwaves of this foreign beast. This will be our key to finding out what other Xenos are hiding in the country. The brain structure of the thousand-faced monkey is peculiar, and it possesses strong mental abilities. We need to use that brainwave fluctuation to simulate the creation of its mental power frequency, and by putting this technology into the Tower of Heaven, we will be able to detect other alien beasts. Understand? After hearing this, all the researchers, including Nong Lao, brightened up. It's just too challenging. On top of that, we have to study the biological structure of the thousand-faced monkey, the blood, the genes, and so on. All the information has to be extracted. Qin Ming continued. This is something he has practiced based on his experience in his last life. It's just that in the last life, when Huaxia started to build the Tower of Heaven, it had already gone to the 3rd stage of the trial and wasted too much time, which led to extremely heavy losses in the early stages. But today, everything is ahead of schedule. Qin Ming wants to prevent a repeat of the tragedy as much as possible. After the explanation, Qin Ming took down the magic pill material of the thousand-faced monkey. This thousand-faced monkey, there were a total of 2 magic pill materials. Thousand-faced monkey eyeball, thousand-faced monkey handbone. When Qin Ming saw this handbone, his eyes immediately lit up. This is just enough to configure a magic potion sequence. Thousand-faced monkey handbone, plus thunder iron beast hair, plus fine steel, equals iron hand, magic potion. Sequence 288. Don't look at the fact that Iron Hands is only ranked 288th in the sequence. It's a sequence with great potential. Ordinary sequence 288, Iron Hands, after being promoted to Forbidden Sequence, is Forbidden Sequence 58th. Steel Carapace 1. This, Steel Bodyman, can be powerful. Both power and defense are pulled full circle. Of course, if an ordinary person wanted to advance in the order, it would be as hard as heaven. But Qin Ming had the Qian Koan Gourd, and this was much simpler. Qin Ming looked at Lu Chang, and Lu Chang's body trembled as he already guessed what was coming next. Sequence 288, Iron Hands. This transcendence is a bit special and has no physical requirements, so you can try it, but there's a billion points of pain. Can you live with that? Lu Chang nodded vigorously. I can resist. Qin Ming nodded. Very well. With that, he took out his Qiankuan gourd and placed the thousand-faced monkey handbone and thunder iron beast hair inside. Then, he pulled out his battle sword. Lightning flashed in his hand, and with force, he broke the steel-built battle sword, putting one of the steel sections into the Qiankuan gourd. Shaking. This scene stunned Elder Nong and a group of researchers. It's a steel combat knife. Qin Ming took a measuring cup and poured out the magic potion from the Qiankuan gourd. 30 milliliters, just right. No more, no less. Less is ineffective. More is variable. If it mutates, it's going in a weird direction. Looking at the greenish magic potion in front of him, Lu Chang's throat rolled, and his heart was a little apprehensive, but he didn't hesitate, and drank it all down as soon as he could. Gulp! As the magic potion entered his belly, a terrifying power seemed to surge upwards in an overwhelming manner. The limbs and bones felt like they had been hammered by 1,000 hammers, and the pain was excruciating. Ah! Even a clanker like Lu Chang could not stand the pain. Qin Ming shoved the hilt of the knife into Lu Chang's mouth. Bite down and hold on. Woo! Lu Chang bit down on the hilt of the blade and let out a whimpering sound. His eyes had turned red, his veins were bulging, and his bones were rattling. In a short while, Lu Chang was already lying on the ground rolling around, covered in cold sweat. It's... Elder Nong and the others had been stunned and stood on the sidelines at a loss for words. Qin Ming looked at them with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Everyone, just get used to it. At Monster Academy, this kind of thing is just the beginning. The following day, as requested by Qin Ming, Kai Ting of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs held a conference. Reporters from all walks of life flocked to the site, and there was also a live broadcast. First of all, the live broadcast of Qin Ming's decapitation of the alien beasts in the animal pavilion yesterday had already spread, causing great concern in the community. One is concerned about the power of the monster, and the other is that the cultural ambassadors of the stick country have been making a fuss, denouncing the fact that Wasia has so far failed to give them an explanation on the matter. In response, Kai Ting gave an explanation, making the news of the trial of civilization, monster invasion, directly public. It also explains that the so-called panda brought by the Kingdom of the Stick is the monster numbered 001, the Thunder Iron Beast. Therefore, Huaxia does not need to answer to the stick country. There is only one meaning in the words. Bringing monsters to our country and being decapitated and still needing to be accounted for? I, the state of China, do not demand that you, the Kingdom of the Stick, give an account even if it is not. The world was instantly sensationalized by this news. Alien signals, cultural trials, monster invasions. Which of these is not a world-beating event? The major countries that received the alien signals were also confused. They deliberately hid the information, but they didn't expect the state of Huaxia to publish it in such a watery manner. What's this supposed to do? Create a panic? The more they did, the more curious they became as to what Huaxia was up to. At the conference, journalists from various countries were shocked by Kai Ting's words and sensationalized. Minister Kai, what do you mean by that? Is the world going to end? Minister Kai, is the monster really that scary? Is there any other news about the alien signal? All sorts of problems ensue. Kai Ting looked grave and spoke seriously. This cultural trial is a huge test for Blue Star. It is also hoped that the countries will pay attention and fight for our human race's fire. Of course, my country is ready for this, and I ask the people of the country not to panic. Everything has a country. Finally, I now announce that with immediate effect, China is conducting a global evacuation operation. All nationals who are out of the country must return within a week, and if they encounter difficulties, they may contact their local embassies. Boom! A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the whole launch site was stirred up. At the same time, countries reacted quickly, and a document reached their centers. The whole world blew up because of this move by Huaxia. Chapter 9. The world is buying up grain like crazy. China's gone crazy. After the launch, the news went crazy in the country. The attention was already hot and the heat rose hotly with the news of the launch. In less than a minute, the news has reached the first of the major online platforms' hot search. Kai Ting returned to the backstage and looked at Qin Ming with a grave expression, asking a bit worriedly, Is this really okay? The nation is sure to panic when the news breaks. Qin Ming shook his head. There's still a week to go before the Fey beasts show their faces, and there will be even more panic then. It's much better to give them a shot in the arm now. Qin Ming didn't make it too obvious, but Kai Ting understood that once the Fey beasts started attacking, casualties would be unavoidable. Trying to get through this disaster unharmed is no longer possible. Let the evacuation begin. We don't have much time, Qin Ming said. In the face of questioning from various countries, how should we respond? Kai Ting asked again. A sudden evacuation would certainly cause international panic and things would certainly hit a snag. Qin Ming waved his hand. Just follow the actual response. Whether other countries believe it or not, we've already put the news out. By the way, there's one more big thing. Now, contact the countries and import food like crazy. Once monsters appear in the world on a large scale, the price of food in various countries will surely rise like crazy, and after the war begins, food is security. Contact the major trading companies, wherever their freighters are, whatever they're transporting. Stop them immediately now and fill them with grain and return them home. The state pays for the lost economy. At those words, Kai Ting's eyes snapped wide. Are you crazy? That would be a huge loss. No, we will make a huge profit. Qin Ming shook his head. After the beginning of the end, no resource can be more important than food. Kai Ting pondered for a moment. If once the war started, indeed food was of utmost importance, now they're sweeping in at low prices, and after the war happens, the price of food will skyrocket like crazy, and there's only one chance like that, and it's only for this mere week. After Kai Ting figured it out, he spoke in a hurry. I'll go make arrangements now and have all parts unconditionally cooperate. But the next moment, he froze. No, we've only just released the news of the monster invasion, and those countries, they'll export large amounts of food to us? Upon hearing this, the corner of Qin Ming's mouth lifted slightly. How many countries do you think will believe our words? Don't worry, they'll sell it and take the opportunity to rip us off, but it doesn't matter. Just give it to them. Got it. Kai Ting instantly became excited. This wave, this is something big. Soon, the top brass of various countries urgently summoned their congresses due to the move of Huaxia, Eagle Sauce Nation. A middle-aged man in military robes angrily slapped the table. What is this Huaxia country up to? Actually publicizing alien information? Is this going to cause an international panic? As soon as these words came out, a group of senior officers in the field turned their gazes over. General John, at the moment we can't be sure if this message is of extraterrestrial origin. How is the search on the military side going? Have any domestic xenomorphs been found? A bio-expert spoke up and asked if they could get their hands on the alien beasts. They might be able to test them to confirm if this alien information was true. General John snorted coldly. What foreign beasts? I think that's all China's doing. If there are really foreign beasts, why can't we find them? Today, Kai Ting said that those alien beasts will still be hiding in the metropolis. Should we intensify our search? A senior suggested. General John glared over. What? You mean I'm not doing my job right? The military department has already searched everywhere, and none of them have found any traces of the Fae. This can't be false. Not only us, but all the other countries couldn't find out. But that video from Huaxia is indeed a bit shocking. That monster can't even be killed by bullets. Someone still spoke up worriedly. The video can be faked, and surely the purpose of the Huaxia is to confuse us. General John waved his hand. If we really do what he says, won't we be played like clowns? Yes, I also think that Huaxia is up to something and need not be bothered with it. Otherwise it is bound to cause panic. Evacuate the foreigners and whatnot. Let them do so. By then there has been no appearance of the foreign beasts. The rumors will not break down, and the credibility of the official Huaxia will drop drastically, which will be to our advantage. The meeting was filled with people speaking up, while the Eagle Sauce Chief Trip, who was sitting at the first place, smiled. General John, just do what you said. Strengthen the management of the military area, and the rest just let them mess around. They can't make any waves. Even if there are any foreign beasts, could these foreign beasts still be able to stop a nuclear bomb? Ha ha ha, the chief has a point. Under thermal weapons, carbon-based organisms are cannon fodder. The crowd chimed in, and it was clear that no one believed Huaxia's discouragement. Not to mention the intensified search for monsters, which they press for. And just then, a staff member entered the conference room, handing the head honcho an important document. Tripp frowned as he read it. What's wrong? The executives looked at the first seat. Tripp spoke slowly. There's a new move in China. They're importing food like crazy. All the ships of all the trading companies in China have stopped their original transactions, thus loading grain back home. This statement once again set off a furor. Is this China crazy? What do they want? Massive food imports. That monster invasion can't be real, can it? No, even if there really is a monster, it wouldn't make such a big deal, right? China's food reserves can be consumed for a long time even when the war starts. Is this disaster even more horrible than imagined? There was a lot of talk in the arena, and they were all a bit flustered. The actions of Huaxia are so unbelievable. At this point, General John suddenly laughed. Gentlemen, since Huaxia is going to buy it, let's make a fortune while we're at it. Jack up the price of grain and make a killing. In this day and age, Eagle Jam doesn't even worry about not having enough food. This move by Huaxia is really unfounded. Then, the gazes of all the top brass fell on the head honcho, and when it mattered, it was still the head honcho's decisions that mattered. Trip frowned. The grain is for sale, and we can make a big profit while we're at it. But this move by Huaxia has to be guarded against as well. Look into it carefully and find out what Huaxia is trying to pull. At the same time, countries around the world received news of China's grain purchases. They all also questioned the existence of Wakovia's council. What monster invasion? They really haven't even found any monsters in the country. So, countries are looking to see how Eagle Jam reacts. As it turned out, it was clear that Eagle Sauce did not believe HWA's exhortations. And as for exporting food, Eagle Sauce did not stand in the way. Instead, they raised food prices and made a killing. In response, countries have followed suit and are also raising the price of food. So there was a global wave of terror. On one side, China is importing food like crazy. On one side, the citizens of China are anxious to return home. The majority of our citizens have unconditional faith in the words of the motherland. When I got the news of the evacuation, I packed my bag without saying a word. In the whole world, it was as if only Huaxia was on edge. As a result, the move also drew ridicule from countless foreign netizens. Officials from various countries are watching the fun and seem to be looking at the jokes of Huaxia. And just as the world was questioning it, a sensation was once again created within China. An infrastructural operation that has rocked the nation has kicked off. The Tower of Heaven program. It's on. Chapter 10, The Tower of Heaven Project. The terror of Huaxia's infrastructure. There are 5 days until the Fae begin their attack on the world. Once again, Huaxia released a news that shocked the nation. A huge infrastructure project will be held across the country. In 36 locations across the country, create a base that is more than 600 meters high and covers tens of thousands of acres. This infrastructure project, known as the Tower of Heaven program, now that the Tower of Heaven program is about to begin, the state will enlist the nation's construction workers to build the tower. Time constraints. Please refer to the Monster Academy official website for details. Everyone, monsters such as the invasion is about to begin. When the country is in trouble, it is the responsibility of everyone. We will welcome a powerful enemy that we have never seen before. Please also participate in it enthusiastically. Remember, emergency call up. Emergency call up. The bulletin spread like wildfire as if it had wings. Television stations, major social media platforms, and short video platforms are constantly popping up to make sure the nation is aware of it. In an instant, the entire country of Huaxia was in an uproar. Countless netizens engaged in heated discussions. Oh my god, is our mom serious this time? What does this Tower of Heaven do? Monster invasion. The Tower of Heaven is presumably dealing with monsters. First the evacuation, then the big infrastructure. This monster invasion seems to be real news. I've given the news to my dad. He's a construction worker and has already reported. Asterisk brothers. You move fast. The country is in trouble. I'm going to sign up too. In addition to the frenzied buzz online, in reality, there is also a hot enrollment frenzy. Work stopped at construction sites across the country and all construction workers flocked to their local registration offices to sign up. This was the first time the country had issued an emergency draft, and the nation realized that the situation was more dire than it had imagined. Therefore, there is no time to lose. The number of applicants was also shown on the Monster Academy's official website. This official that was suddenly born and appeared instantly gained a vast amount of attention. Countless netizens flocked to the Monster Academy's official website, all checking the current progress of the draft. 10,000, 30,000, 100,000. Only a few hours had passed, and the number of applicants was already as high as 100,000 people, and the enrollment is still growing like crazy. By the time the evening came, the number of enrollments had come to nearly 500,000 people, and many of the workers have even been put to work. Across the country, in 36 regions, the location of the project was soon discovered by netizens. At night, the construction site is brightly lit, and a large number of workers are working. All sorts of bulldozers, excavators, and meatheads were busy. On top of that, on the main street of Maru, an army of iron horsemen opened up the road, and a steady stream of truckloads of construction steel was transported to the Tongtian Tower camp. Roads were closed, traffic was controlled and vehicles were restricted in a very large formation. Such a scene, played out in 36 regions of the country, shocked the nation. At this moment, the nation began to realize that the battle It was feared, was as huge as ever. Soon, the country's hottest shaky video app was full of related videos. On the video, it's a continuous stream of military vehicles. It's one big truck after another. And the darkly lit Tontine Towers camp. Although the Vatanto Tower camp has only just begun, one can already get a glimpse of its size. This wasn't a small base. It would be an understatement to say it was a small town. The internet set off a frenzy of discussion and certainly quite a bit of panic. But the masses have a lot of trust in the state and believe that the state will protect everyone. In fact, what people didn't know was that this Tongtian Tower plan, which appeared to be a tower designed as an offensive means to combat the alien beasts, was in fact also a refuge. 36 Tongtian Towers, equivalent to 36 giant shelters. Of course, the first stage of the trial of civilization won't be able to use shelters yet, but it's hard to guarantee that going forward. For the sake of China's civilization, for the sake of China's fire, Qin must be completely prepared. In the face of apocalyptic catastrophe, all means are necessary. For days until the Fei attacked the world, the number of people enrolled in the Tongtian Tower program had reached as many as 1 million. Almost every construction worker in the country dropped what they were doing and rushed to the nearest Tontine Tower camp. The roads, the highways, are full of transportation trucks. In order to protect the efficiency of the trucks, for non-emergency matters, the nationals will not drive if they can get out of the way, and prioritize the construction of the Tower of Heaven in all cases. For 2 whole days, China was in a state of sensation, and naturally, such a move has attracted a great deal of attention abroad. Eagle Sauce, Woolly Bear Country, Sunset Empire, Gallic Country, Cherry Blossom Country, White Elephant Country, Stick Country, Hans Cat Country. All the countries were shocked by Huaxia's move. Eagle Sauce, is this wasp country pumped up and up to something? Woolly Bear Nation, something's not right. Something's not right. Conduct a nationwide search to see if there's any xenomorphs hiding in the country. Sunset Empire, Catch-22. The country of China is a joke. The move by the Chinese nation set off a wave of ridicule from foreign netizens. Everyone was puzzled and confused by Huaxia's move. Sakura Nation netizen, the monster invasion said by the Chinese nation. Can't it be true? The action is a bit scary? Eagle Land. Unusual behavior from a group of people proves that something will happen. Unusual behavior from one person. That's called being a cutie. Stick Country netizen, haha, what monster theory? That monster we sent to China has been confirmed by the state, but it is just an aged panda. China has made so much trouble in order not to recognize the Stick Country as the birthplace of the panda. It's really laughable. Sunset Empire. So, it started as a farce in the land of Stick. Hans Cat Nation. Our country was taken by surprise and searched for signs of the monster all night long and found nothing. How stupid. Jiangnan City, China. Monster Academy headquarters. Dean. It's causing a big stir at home and abroad right now. Lu Cherry spoke slowly. Qin looked at his cell phone and swiped the speeches of foreign netizens, and couldn't help but slowly shake his head. Don't pay any attention to it, just do ours. There's still 4 days left. They'll realize how stupid they are. But many countries are actually secretly searching for monsters, so why haven't any of them been found? Lu Sakura was puzzled. For the first stage of the civilization trial, there are only 3 alien species. Number 001, the Thunder Iron Beast, likes to lurk in mines. In addition to being able to make holes, it can also control humans and is extremely difficult to detect. Number 002, the Thousand-Faced Monkey, will disguise themselves as humans, and no one in this world but your brother and I can see their disguises. What do you think? How can people from other countries find out? Qin said softly. At those words, Lu Cherry sucked in a breath of cool air. Wouldn't that be the end of it? Let's just say that history is repeating itself, and humanity is going to take a huge hit. You only mentioned 2 types of foreign beasts. What about a third? Lu Sakura caught the point. Bang! Just then, Lu Chang rushed into the room anxiously. Dean, Fei number 003 has been found. Qin jerked his head up. It's coming. Chapter 11, no. 003, Weasel. After days of searching for the Fei, I finally found it. Qin and Lu Chang drove all the way to a small town with dozens of soldiers from Monster Academy. This is a small, remote place in Jiangnan City. Therefore, in order to find this Fei beast with the number 003, Lu Chang had spent a lot of effort. Dean, as per your request, we checked all the grain silos in Jiangnan City, and this is the only place that has a problem. In the car, Lu Chang analyzed Qin. This is a national grain storage warehouse in the southern province, and when the person in charge received orders to inspect it, he found that a large portion of grain was missing from one of the warehouses. When these words came out, Lu Cherry beside her stared wide-eyed. How much? Lu Chang looked at the information in his hand. To be exact, it's 38.6 tons. You're not going to tell me that this was eaten by that Fei beast, are you? Lu Sakura's mouth opened wide in shock. No, it's a bunch, right? How could a xenomorph eat 38 tons of rice? Unless it was a monster of Ultraman size. Qin Ming shook his head. It's only 38 tons. It seems like that foreign beast is still of the first rank. Just in time. This rat came in handy. Hopefully it'll explode more magic medicine materials soon. Qin Ming led the convoy to the Windmill Town's grain storage station. The station manager rushed out to greet him. Leader, you're finally here. The station manager was a middle-aged man, and his face was a bit flustered at the moment. What's wrong? Something happened? Lu Chang instantly frowned. No, the last time we checked, we seem to have startled that monster, and now there's movement in the granary. The station manager spoke in a panic. Qin Ming waved his hand. It's fine, you take the staff and leave this place to us. With that, the soldier began to evacuate the station's employees. Instead, they made their way to the granary where the monster was. Those were 3 huge food storage tanks that were more than 10 meters tall and 10 meters in diameter. This kind of food storage tanks are automatic. Loading and unloading are very convenient. If there are alien beasts hidden inside, it really cannot be found. No, how did the Fae get in there? Looking at the tall food storage tank, Lu Sakura was puzzled. Number 003, Weasel, freely scalable in size, normally able to shrink to the size of an ordinary rat, and when enlarged it can be 7 or 8 meters tall. Qin Ming looked at the food storage tanks in front of him. If we don't find them in time, these 3 food storage tanks will run out in less than a week. Skunks, their favorite thing is to steal food. Meat, cereal, anything that can be eaten can't be hidden from them. Do you know how scary it is when weasels are afflicted? In the last world, there were not a few countries that starved and perished alive because their food was eaten up by weasels. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang and Lu Cherry looked over with surprised faces. So that's why you're importing food like crazy? Qin Ming nodded. That's right, because weasel will bring a horrible famine to the world, and I don't want that to happen in the country. Both Lu Chang and Lu Cherry's faces changed. China is a large country with a large population, and in the event of a famine, the consequences would be severe. Then how are we going to catch that weasel out? Lu Chang looked at Qin Ming. Simple, violent, just split the food storage tanks. Everyone get ready, we can't let this rat get away. With that said, Qin Ming gripped his new battle sword as his figure leaped high into the air. Madaka! The battle sword glowed with a flash of lightning and chopped at the huge grain storage tank. Clunk! With a metallic clang, the food storage tank was broken open. However, not a single grain fell out of it. The station master, who was far away, blanched. How can this be? This is the granary should be full. Eaten up. A thunderous aura flashed across Qin Ming's eyes. Little mouse, I see you. A knife cuts out. With a loud bang, the entire food storage tank exploded. Kiki, accompanied by an ear-piercing sound. A palm-sized rat-like creature jumped out and directly pounced on Qin Ming. Qin Ming saw his chance and backhanded a knife. Clang! A sound of metal intertwining rang out, and the skunk was heavily cleaved to the ground. The slash was strong, but it didn't hurt the weasel. The only thing that could be seen was the silvery hairs on its back standing up at the roots, with a fried look on its face. The hair, which was like fine steel, had amazing defense. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Good fellow, this weasel isn't far from the second stage. Lu Chang, him. Lu Chang's figure stormed out. His hands hardened, and his fists instantly blasted out like iron fists striking. Iron fist. Boom! It was a punch that boomed with a sonic boom. Heavy punches smash into Weasel's face door. The weasel felt bad and quickly enlarged in size. Still, the punch landed hard on the weasel's nose, blowing him right off. Sequence 288, Iron Hands. It's no joke. That attack is absolutely top-notch. Kiki, the weasel hissed in pain, and just as it landed on the ground, it ran into Qin Ming. Thunder! Qin Ming held the thunder battle blade in his hand and slashed down. The weasel's head, which had split right off, rolled to the ground. No, 003, Weasel, decapitated. Qin Ming looked at the ferret's corpse, and a wave of emotion rose in his heart. When the ferret first appeared in the last life, thousands of armed fighters were utilized. All kinds of artillery shells greeted it, and in the end an entire company was sacrificed before it was eliminated. But now, just 2 cuts. Maybe in this life, I can change history. Qin Ming sighed and threw the battle sword to Lu Cherry. This foreign beast is to be brought back for Elder known to study and research. Dean, there are magic pill materials. Lu Chang shouted in surprise. He took out his dagger and followed Qin Ming's example, collecting the special materials from the weasel's body. Weasel's incisors, weasel's nails, weasel's blood. 3 in all. Seeing this, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. All together. What luck, Dean. This is a magic potion? Lu Cherry asked in surprise, a glint in her eyes. Qin Ming gave her a blank look. Sequence 19, Soul-Devouring Mouse. Do you want it? Ha! Lu Sakura exclaimed. What kind of ability is that? Very powerful, but it will turn into a monster. Qin Ming spoke seriously. Lu Sakura's eyes widened and she immediately covered her mouth and shook her head. Dean. Sequence 19. That's not much lower than your current sequence ranking. Lu Chang was surprised. Qin Ming shook his head. This is not the limit of this sequence's ability. Soul-devouring mouse, promoted to King Sequence. That's the starting point. Lu Chang had a curious look on his face. Dean, are you planning to? Qin Ming remembered a brother from his last life, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. This sequence ability, it's none other than him, but will it really turn into a monster? Lu Chang was more or less resistant to the word monster. Qin Ming looked at Lu Chang and asked seriously, do you know why I wanted to create the Monster Academy? Because I'm going to build an army of monsters. One mythological sequence. One monster sequence. Only then would he be able to uncover the truth about this trial of civilization. Chapter 12, Sequence 019. Soul-devouring rats. There are 4 days until the Fae begin their attack on the world. The Tower of Heaven program is still in full swing. The entire country of China seems to be very busy, with all focus on the program. Huaxia is worthy of being an infrastructure powerhouse. In just 2 days, the outer wall of the Tongtian Tower was built with a framework and the first show. Of course, you can't tell much just by looking at the exterior. This makes foreign officials even more curious, especially Eagle Sauce. The first seat of the teep are skeptical that Huaxia is not secretly engaged in some armed base, but the move didn't have to be so big. Today, almost the entire world is watching every move of Huaxia, but despite being questioned by the world, none of the top brass in China have any intention of stopping their actions, because they had seen the horrors of the monster with their own eyes. In addition to the Tower of Heaven program, preparations for the evacuation program are accelerating. Citizens have been returning one after another for the past 2 days, and for the most part, try to return them all within the next 2 days. The time was shortened by Qin Ming, because number 003, Weasel, appeared. This foreign beast will most likely be exposed early because of its gluttony. That's why Qin Ming and the others had to hurry up and try to get the citizens abroad to return. Otherwise, if it is discovered that weasels will steal food in large quantities, then the food they imported may not go so well. Only in the country, that's the safest. On that day, Qin Ming felt afraid that the matter of importing grain would not go so smoothly, so he called the first person in the military department. Long Xiaogua. Qin Ming, General Long. Something troubles you. Long Xiaogwei. Ah. Dean Qin. Ah. Feel free to say anything. Qin Ming, arrange for a carrier formation to be ready in the South China Sea and wait for my order. Long Xiaoguo was silent for a moment. Need to utilize an aircraft carrier? Qin Ming truthfully complied. I think there will be obstacles to importing food, so you should arrange it first, and hopefully it won't be used. Good. Long Xiaoguo knew the seriousness of the matter and did not ask any more questions, immediately going to make arrangements. On the other hand, Qin Ming and Lu Chang drove to an old neighborhood in the city. Dean, your family lives here? Lu Chang curiously surveyed the surrounding housing area. The houses are very dilapidated. All 7-story old houses without elevators, with a history of 40 or 50 years. Lu Chang had investigated Qin Ming's identity and knew that he lived over here. Not only that, Qin Ming was also an orphan, living alone since he came out of the orphanage. The people who are related to him are almost non-existent. The only person who counts as a relationship is the orphanage director, who also died a year ago. Dean, who are you here to see? Qin Ming just sat in the passenger seat. Just wait, it'll be here soon. As luck would have it, 5 minutes later, a blonde rat scurried out. He went around to the side of the car, and under Lu Chang's shocked gaze, he used a large lock and locked the tires. It's just so blatant and in broad daylight. Lu Chang's eyes widened, and he froze as he looked at the golden hair behind the side view mirror. What's this little brat going to do? The corner of Qin Ming's mouth rose slightly. This is the culture of this place. Bang, bang, bang. Then there was a knock on the car door. According to Qin Ming's instructions, this trip should not attract too much attention, so Lu Chang drove one of his men's ordinary small bridge cars. Lu Chang glanced at Qin Ming. You did expect this to happen, didn't you? Who would dare lock his tires if he came in a military vehicle? But other than that, you can't just lock your tires on even a normal small car. I'd like to see what this kid is up to. When Lu Chang lowered the window, the blonde-haired youth shouted viciously, parking charge, $200. Lu Chang's eyes widened violently. What a guy. He didn't even get out of the car and he's asking for a parking fee? $200? Why don't you go grab it? The golden-haired youth was obviously frightened by Lu Chang's eyes. The majesty of a colonel is not something a punk can carry. Golden Hair took a few steps back and yelled, Dong! In the shadows, a teenager with a thin figure but an exceptionally sharp gaze slowly stepped out. The teenager was dressed in rags, like a kid from the slums, but when Lu Chang saw him, he could not help but frown. This kid's got the eyes of a soldier. the teenager was only 16 or 17 years old, but he was a bit more composed than his peers, as if he had gone through a lot of social trials and tribulations. Before he even got close to the vehicle, he spoke slowly, "In the car, pay up, I don't want to embarrass you." Lu Chang was really amused and just wanted to get out of the car to teach this kid a lesson, but in the next moment, the teenager saw Qin Ming in the passenger side and his eyes froze. "Ming, unlock the door and let them go." The teenager glanced at Golden Hair. Golden Hair froze. This was a fat sheep, how could he let it go? The teenager grabbed the key out of Golden's hand as soon as he could and was about to unlock the tire lock, but just at this time, several 20 to 30-year-old punks immediately rushed out. A glass bottle smashed over. The teenager's eyes looked back and naturally saw the glass bottle smashing over, but he didn't duck. Bang! The glass bottle blew up and shattered all over the floor, and a stream of blood ran down the teenager's forehead. "Let anyone go. I don't have to eat? You're raising so many people in the club?" The punk pointed at the teenager and cursed angrily, stretching up his foot and kicking it violently. Both Lu Chang and Lu Cherry were startled and reacted violently. "Brat!" Lu Chang immediately rushed out of the car and flew a kick at the violent punk. Where could the leader of the gangsters react? A kick was sent flying more than 10 meters away. This was still Lu Chang showing mercy. Otherwise, with his current strength, this kick would have taken the punk's little life. Lu Sakura pulled open the car door and grabbed a punk by the neck, holding him down on the ground. In less than 2 rounds, the 3 gang leaders were all put down on the ground, and the other gangsters turned and ran when they saw the situation was not right. "Damn it, who are you people?" The gangster boss cursed angrily. However, when Lu Sakura took out the handcuffs, they shut their mouths with a look of horror. "The inspector's office? Brother, we're wrong. We're just collecting parking fees. We're not doing anything." A few punks were on the ground and kept begging for mercy. And just then, a man walked slowly. The gangster boss looked up with a stunned look on his face. "Qin Ming? You. Obviously, they knew Qin Ming. Not only do they know each other, but they bully him a lot." The punks immediately panicked, realizing that this was the help Qin Ming had called out to retaliate against them. However, Qin Ming didn't even look at them as his gaze fell on the teenager surnamed Dong. "Is everything okay?" Dong Yen was also handcuffed, blood still sliding down his forehead, but not caring in the slightest. He revealed a mouthful of large white teeth. "Ming, I haven't seen you in days. Where have you been?" Qin Ming looked at him deeply. "Doing great things, going or not. If Brother Ming asks, I'll definitely do it. What I make you do will be even more dirty than what you are doing now." Qin Ming continued to ask. Dong Yen grinned. "My life was originally yours. Okay, get in the car." "Okay." Dong Yen turned his wrist and the handcuffs opened easily. "Missy, here." He handed the handcuffs to Luzura. At this moment, Lu Cherry and Lu Chang looked at the handcuffs and froze. How did he do it? "I'll leave the punks to Lu Chang. This old neighborhood is being run ragged by these punks, and it's long overdue for them to take care of it." Afterward, Qin Ming drove his car to a remote place. He handed Dong Yen the prepared sequence 019 magic pill. Seeing a large cup full, Lu Chang's pupils shrank. "Dean, this much, would it be too much?" He could remember that an overdose of the magic potion would result in a mutation. Moreover, this teenager hadn't eaten the blood and flesh of a foreign beast, so it was impossible for him to withstand the power of the magic potion. All that awaited him was to explode, or turn into a monster. However, before Lu Chang could stop it, Dong Yen had already smothered a large cup of magic potion in one gulp. "It's a bit hard to drink." Dong Yen frowned with a calm face. "It's a bit painful. Bear with it," Qin Ming said softly. As soon as the words fell, Dong Yan's pupils suddenly turned scarlet, and the muscles on his body were expanding crazily. Then, under the shocked gazes of Lu Chang's siblings, hair grew on Dong Yan's body. He is, as a whole, turning into a monster. Chapter 13, Changes in the Peacock Kingdom. The vehicle shuddered violently and screams continued to ring out. Dong Yan sat in the back seat with his seatbelt strapped securely in place. Lu Chang sat beside him, ready to go. If something strange and unusual happened to Dong Yan, he would immediately strike. Snap! Suddenly, the muscles on Dong Yan's body swelled violently, collapsing the safety belt. "Sakura, get out of the car first!" Lu Chang shouted loudly. He and Qin Ming were both transcendents, while Sakura was just an ordinary human. So if there was a sudden change, it would likely cause harm. Lucasura ran out of the car and slammed the door shut again. At this point, Dong Yan was on the verge of losing control, and the monster's appearance was becoming more and more obvious. Not only do you grow hair on your hands and feet, but even your neck and face start to grow hair. Even the face shifts toward the rat. "Dean, is it really alright?" Lu Chang asked anxiously. Qin Ming was calm. "Don't worry, an overdose of magic potion from a dry gourd will indeed mutate a person into a monster, but it won't get out of hand." Sure enough, after a few minutes, Dong Yen had mutated successfully. At this point, he was a rat-like monster. Brother Ming, this. Dong Yen looked at his hands and feet and also froze in disbelief. You know the big events that happened in the country recently, right? Qin Ming asked. Dong Yen nodded. Aha, that's what I messed up. Dong Yen snapped his ratty eyes. Brother Ming you. Qin Ming waved his hand. You'll understand later. There's not much time to explain to you now. What you need to know is that the role you're playing as is a hero. Dong Yen was a bit shocked, but he had unreserved trust in Qin Ming. Qin Ming gave him a little bit of information about Sequence 019, Soul-Devouring Mouse's ability. Your current ability is that you can communicate with your own kind and can manipulate rats, right? Qin Ming asked. Dong Yen seemed to be digesting some knowledge and nodded in confirmation. Exactly. Very well. Your mission is rather dirty and not to be seen in the light. Hard work to you. Qin Ming spoke seriously. Dong Yen grinned. Brother Ming, you wouldn't have been so polite before. Brother, I trust you in this matter. And only you are competent. Qin Ming said sincerely. Don't worry, when you advance to the second rank, you'll be free to change back to your human form. What I need you to do is to use your Sequence 019 powers to manipulate the nation's rats and find all the weasels hiding in the country. As soon as these words came out, Lu Chang, who was on the side, stared violently. It's a task that's not usually difficult or important. Dong Yen nodded. Don't worry, Brother Ming, I'm happy to fight alongside you. Qin Ming handed him a satellite phone. Any situation, contact me first. Yes. Luzura, open the door. Lu Sakura opened the passenger door, and more than 10 meters ahead, there was exactly a sewer. Lu Cheng froze, and a flash of awe flashed in his eyes. Hard work, little brother. Dong Yen finally looked deeply at Qin Ming. Boss, I'm leaving. As the words fell, its figure instantly shrunk to the size of a normal rat and plunged headfirst into the sewer. Seeing this scene, the two of them, Lu Cheng Lu Cherry, were so shocked that they looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a while. At the same time, the two of them became even more admiring of Qin Ming. Dean, it really isn't normal. Dean, this teenager, is he up to the task? Finding the skunks in the country. Big job, Lu Chang asked doubtfully. In response, Qin Ming smiled blandly. In his last life, he held this position, and no one is more suitable than him. Dong Yen, a child who grew up in the sewers, is as at home in this environment as he is at home. Qin Ming didn't make it too obvious, but Lu Chang's siblings can hear. This Dong Yan's childhood life. Afraid of very rough weasels aren't the same as thundersteins or thousand-faced monkeys. Once the exchange starts, the skunks will hide in the sewers and even the Tonto won't be able to spot them, so it'll have to do. As for Dong Yan's loyalty, you can rest assured that he won't betray me. Qin Ming slowly spoke, dispelling the doubts in the hearts of the Lu Chang siblings. What are you writing? Lu Cherry looked at Qin Ming, only to see him take out a small book. Qin Ming wrote a line in the small book. Monster Sequence, number 001, Soul Eater, Common Sequence 019, Dong Yen. Lu Sakura slowly frowned. Was this a record of his army of monsters? Suddenly, she noticed the words on another page in the little book. After seeing the words on it, Lu Sakura's eyes snapped wide open. Divine Sequence, number 001, Iron Hands, Common Sequence 288, Land City, Serial Promotion Path. Universal Order 288 Iron Hands, Forbidden Order 058 Steel Body Man, King's Order 018 King of Armored Gods Order 008, I love my country every moment. Suddenly, Lu Cheng's phone rang. Hey, General. What? Lu Cheng's face suddenly changed drastically when he heard the sound in his hand. Dean, a monster cannibalism incident occurred in the Peacock Country. More than a dozen people were bitten to death and the monster is nowhere to be found. At those words, Qin Ming's face changed. Did the Fey beasts make their move? No. It's the weasel. It must have been discovered while it was feeding and then it killed it. Now that the incident has spread, the Peacock Kingdom is in an uproar, all thinking it's a sign of a monster invasion. Eagle Sauce and other countries have launched full-scale investigations. Should we make a move? Lu Cheng asked. Qin Ming frowned. Speed up the evacuation. Have the freighters already loaded with grain return immediately and withdraw to the country. The plan to acquire food has been implemented, and it must not go wrong at this point. Whatever it takes to get the freighter back home safely. This batch of global food imports, totaling more than 3,000 freighters, is an extremely large amount of food. If one country has a problem, then the other countries will definitely withdraw urgently and not allow the Chinese freighter to return. And that will be a problem. Then, Qin Ming took Lu Cheng's cell phone. General Long, immediately arrange for the carrier to be deployed and arrange for a helicopter to come and pick me up. Let's go. To the airport. Lu Cheng took over the driver's seat and stepped on the gas. Dean, what are we doing on the carrier? Lu Sakura asked in disbelief. Qin Ming said in a deep voice, escort our freighter. This grain, absolutely nothing can go wrong. Chapter 14, Richie Rich Shocker. You brought me to the aircraft carrier to play? The vehicle sped to the entrance of a building. Dean, the helicopter is waiting on the rooftop. There is no need to go to the airport. Lu Chang looked back. Aha! The three of them hurried out of the car and took the elevator up to the rooftop. And just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Qin Ming, why are you here? Then, a little fat man rushed up and put a hand on Qin Ming's shoulder. Lu Chang's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. The dean's status was special. Absolutely no accidents could happen. He was subconsciously about to strike. Qin Ming was quick to stop Lu Chang. My roommate, young master. The moment Lu Chang was about to make a move, the four strong men in suits hurriedly protected little fatty behind them. Obviously, as professional bodyguards, they could see Lu Chang's intention to make a move. Lu Chang and Lu Cherry were a little surprised. This little fat guy has some head. The corner of Lu Chang's mouth rose slightly, but if the other party wanted to make a move, he did not mind teaching the other party how to behave. Hey, what are you doing? This is my classmate. Little fatty burrowed out in the middle of the bodyguards, suspiciously sizing up Qin Ming, and the man and woman beside him. I haven't been able to reach you since the Animal House thing. Is everything okay? Did the stick countryside give you a hard time? Asterisk. The state's not going to turn you in, is it? Fatty spoke softly. If there's a difficulty, speak now and I'll see if my old man can help. Little Fatty's voice was not loud, but Lu Chang was able to hear it clearly. What's with this kid? At those words, Qin Ming smiled. Not to mention, with Fatty's old man status, he might actually be able to intervene. Fatty's original name was Hua Zhongxing, and his old man, Hua Zhenhua, was the richest man in China. He appreciated the gesture. Hua Zhongxing was not only Qin Ming's roommate, but in his previous life, they were also brothers in arms. Because of the circumstances of his family background, Hua Xiaofang lived well in his last life and was given a top-ranked, forbidden sequence. Afterwards, he formed a squad with Qin Ming and continued to fight for his country. It was only before that 10th Order foreign beast descended that little Fatty was seriously injured, and after that, Qin Ming died at the hands of the 10th Order foreign beast, and it was not clear what happened to little Fatty in the end. Probably could have guessed that it wouldn't have worked out well, though, a 10th ranked foreign beast, unstoppable. Qin Ming thought about it. Now that he had returned from rebirth, he might be able to take little Fatty to see the world first. Then he spoke. I'm fine, but I'm doing something big right now. Do you want to come along for the ride? At these words, Fatty was instantly interested. Fun? It should be quite fun. Qin Ming smiled. Both Lu Chang's faces darkened. Play? This is a matter of national survival. However, nowadays, with Qin Ming's status, he didn't dare to say much. What are you waiting for? Go! Little Fatty hitched onto Qin Ming's shoulder. Very excited, the four entered the elevator together and headed for the rooftop. The four bodyguards looked at the closed elevator door and their faces turned ugly. What are you looking at? Hurry up and inform the chairman. Up on the rooftop, Hua Xiaofang was dumbfounded when he looked at the helicopter gunship in front of him. This, old Qin, playing that big? It's not like he doesn't have a helicopter, but this is a helicopter gunship. At the side, there were several armed men with loaded guns. Hua Zhongxing, what are you fooling around with? Get your ass over here. An angry voice rang out, only to see an imposing middle-aged man glaring at Fatty. This person was none other than Hua Zhenhua, Fatty's old man and the owner of this building. He received notification from the military that a helicopter gunship would be picking up someone on the rooftop of his building and told him to clear the rooftop of everything immediately. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, he came in person at the first opportunity to guide the work. But what he didn't expect was to see his own son come up and fool around as well. And who's the young man next to him? You're going to go along with this nonsense? Bang! Just then, several armed men in the front of the helicopter jerked their bodies upright and drank. Dean, Minister, please instruct. Seeing this, Hua Zhenhua's face instantly changed, his gaze looking towards the several people beside his son. The people the military picked up, that's who they are? Take another look at where these four are standing. This handsome youth was clearly standing at the first place, and the two imposing men and women were half a step behind, clearly led by the youth. Hua Zhenhua's heart trembled. What was the origin of this youth? And what is his relationship to his son? Sparing the richest man in the country, he showed a slight hint of nonchalance. Pops, At this point, Hua Xiaofang couldn't speak well. He had said he was going to have fun, but the battle really scared him. Lu Chang glanced at Fatty. So it was his son? No wonder. The richest man in China. Lu Chang naturally recognized him. But on the contrary, Hua Zhenhua wouldn't recognize Lu Chang. Lu Chang walked forward and extended his hand to introduce himself. Southern Military Region, Head of Special Department, Lu Chang. Hua Xinghua shook hands with surprise on his face. At this time, Lu Cherry put up Lu Cheng's documents beside him. Seeing the rank on top of the document, Hua Xinghua's face suddenly changed. Colonel? Is this even the colonel? Hua Xinghua was truly shocked. If the one in front of me is a colonel, then what is this young man? More powerful than a colonel, wouldn't it be? General? This young man is a general? What a joke. Mr. Hua, my family's leader said it's okay to take your son to see the world, right? Lu Cheng opened his mouth. Leader? Hua Xinghua's face twitched as he looked towards his son, and he couldn't help but be surprised in his heart. Bastard, you've got more connections than him? Hua Xiaofang also saw that something was wrong with his old man, and at this point the playfulness was gone. He felt like he was going to make a big mess. It's fine, do you still not trust me? Qin Ming patted Hua Xiaofang's shoulder. Let's go. We're in a hurry. Don't worry uncle. I'll protect Zhongxing's safety. Qin Ming greeted Hua Xinghua and led Fatty up to the helicopter. A drop of cold sweat slipped from Hua Xinghua's forehead. He actually felt the feeling of being flattered in a junior. A great man. Call him uncle. Ahem. Zhongxing ah. Go play. Hua Xinghua couldn't help but straighten his chest in an adult manner. After Qin Ming boarded the plane, several armed soldiers slightly saluted Hua Xinghua before boarding the plane in droves. Buzzing, the helicopter slowly rose into the air, swirling with gusty winds. Hua Xinghua looked at the distant helicopter and felt that his cognition had been refreshed. He thought about the recent events in the country and suddenly froze. This young man just now, did you see him on the news? Looks like something really big is going on in the world. It's not necessarily a bad thing for a son to get hitched to such a character. The helicopter lifted off and flew all the way to the south, and it didn't take long for it to fly off the land and all the way to the ocean. On the helicopter, Hua Xiaofang is getting more and more surprised, and his mood is getting tense. He covered his noise-canceling headphones and shouted loudly to Qin Ming. Old Qin, where are we going? Qin Ming looked down at the ocean and pointed out the window. Here it is. Hua Xiaofang jolted his head to look down. At sea, a dozen destroyers were parked in an array, and in the center of the formation was an aircraft carrier. Hua Xiaofang instantly widened his eyes and cried out in shock. You're taking me on an aircraft carrier for fun? Chapter 15, clad in admiral's robe. Turbulence begins. When the helicopter landed on the carrier's deck, Hua Xiaofang felt numb. Everything is so unreal. He was nervously led down from the helicopter, staring blankly at one of the new fighters parked on the deck, feeling as if he were dreaming. Even if he was the son of the richest man, all of this was hard for him to access. Bang! In unison, the warriors slammed their feet into a salute and shouted in unison. Sir! Hua Xiaofang's entire body popped up with a jolt. He spoke with a somewhat trembling voice. Old Qin, what is this situation? Qin Ming patted his shoulder. Don't worry, just follow me. Hearing this, Hua Xiaofang relaxed a little, but the next moment, a mighty man in battle robes came through the column. That aura scared Hua Xiaofang so much that he didn't dare to breathe, and when he saw the epaulets on the man's battle robe, his face changed even more. On the epaulets, 3 golden 5-pointed stars shine. With stars, Hua's little fat legs were shaking. As a Chinese, he knew very well what the shoulder badge represented. Admiral. Hua Xiaofang a burst of scalp numbness. The Admiral are out. What is this going to do? The visitor was none other than the first person in the military department. Long Xiaogui. Without waiting for Long Xiaogui to speak, Qin Ming said, set sail, full speed ahead. Yes. Long Xiaogui nodded. He raised his hand. Pass the word to set sail. Yes. The men immediately responded. Before long, the carrier was underway. Now, not only Hua Xiaofang, but also the soldiers on top of the carrier couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. They all had a big question mark in their minds. This young man, what's his origin? How dare he command a dragon general? In the land of Huaxia, who can shout down this first person of the military department except the first seat? Hua Xiaofang felt his legs were a bit soft at this point, and had long been sweating. At that moment, the dragon general spoke. By the way, it's easy for you to move around here. Got a dress for you. Then 2 soldiers came out of the column, each holding a box. The dragon general took out one of the shorter boxes, which was a military robe. The dragon general personally draped himself over Qin Ming, and his entire aura instantly came up. Coupled with the fact that Qin Ming had been killing for his entire life, the aura of Shao killing was enough to make his enemies tremble. Hua Xiaofang, who was on the side, fiercely stared at this scene in disbelief, especially the shoulder insignia on the military robes, which were 3 golden 5 stars. Admiral. It's an admiral's badge. It's crazy. The world is crazy. Old Qin, are you saving China? Why are you being treated like this? Give Hua Xiaofang 100 heads and he wouldn't be able to figure out why. At this moment, he felt the first huge blow in his life. In front of Qin Ming, the identity of the son of the richest man was crushed to death. No wonder Qin Ming was so crazy. If he could become an admiral at 19, he would be even crazier. At that moment, the dragon general pulled out a tanged sword in another slender box. This is a tang horizontal blade made from a meteorite from the heavens. It's quite a bit better than the one you're holding. Qin Ming took the tang sword and violently drew it. Clank! A sword sound rang out, and in Qin Ming's hands, there was a faint sound of thunder, which was terrifying. The tang knife blade is black and sharp, a good sword, comparable to a normal shelter. Qin Ming exclaimed in admiration. Come on, let's talk inside. In the next moment, Huo Xiaofang felt a sharp gaze staring at him. His body shuddered as he snapped to meet the dragon general's eyes. That powerful sense of oppression almost made Huo Xiaofang's legs go weak. Qin Ming put a hand on Huo Xiaofang's shoulder. His name is Huo Zhongxing, Huo Jingguo's son. The future is a key player. When these words came out, Huo Xiaofang's eyes lit up. The heart exclaims, good brother. The dragon general nodded. Come on, let's talk to you about the international situation. Huo Xiaofang hurriedly followed behind Qin Ming and weakly spoke. Brother, where are we going? Go to sea. Ha, won't something happen to this? Although Huo Xiaofang doesn't know much about the military, an aircraft carrier fleet traveling is bound to attract international attention. The situation is even worse if you leave your own country's waters. Qin Ming looked at him seriously. More exciting is yet to come. 3 days until the monsters attack the world. China's Tower of Heaven program is still in urgent progress, and the whole country is stirring up more than just a few things. At the same time, international unrest began. After yesterday's monster-eating incident in the Peacock Country, the Peacock Country conducted an intensive search in the area of the incident. Finally, the monster was found in a sewer. A lot of soldiers died in that battle, and in the end it was the use of powerful heat weapons that wore them down. Of course, in order to appease the people, the Peacock Kingdom pressed the matter and did not spread it. Still, the nations got the message and began to believe in the monster invasion. Then there was an intense search and seizure operation for the monster in every country. Especially places like the sewers were lifted. It didn't take long for another country to spot the monster. This time it's Sakura Nation. It took hundreds of soldiers and thousands of civilians to be sacrificed before the monster was blown away by the artillery. It was such a big deal that not only was it not suppressed, but the video made it online. In less than half an hour's time, the world's netizens had seen the video, and the whole world was instantly sensationalized. Officials from various countries met urgently. They finally realized that disaster was coming. Watch's exhortation is true. The monster in the video that Sakura Nation passed out was none other than number 003, Weasel. At this time, the Eagle Jam Hub building, Chief Trip and a group of executives were watching a video of Sakura Nation soldiers dealing with Weasel. In the video, hundreds of soldiers surrounded the Weasel in a corner, the endless artillery frantically outputting. Yet the damage caused by blasting on the alien beast was minimal, and each counterattack by the Fae took a few soldiers with it. The great battle went on for a full 2 hours before the skunks were finally gradually worn down. After watching the video, Chief Trip and a group of executives were all shocked. So Wasia wasn't being alarmist. This is all actually true. What kind of monster is this? That defense is too powerful. This is still one head. If there were multiple monsters cooperating, I'm afraid the entire city would be turned upside down. The meeting was restless, and a group of executives were nonplussed. At this time, Chief Trip slapped the table and said in a deep voice, "Stop it all. General John, how is the search for Eagle Sauce going? Any sign of the Fae?" General John shook his head. There was no discovery. I think the monster incident was just a chance occurrence, and with so many countries in the blue planet at the moment, there are only 3 of them showing up. I don't think there's a need to be so panicked. Sakura Nation is struggling so much against the monsters, but it's just bad weapons. If my troops were to step in, an armed squad would be enough. Please rest assured, everyone, that the military is absolutely sure to protect everyone. Receiving General John's assurances, the executives breathed a sigh of relief. Chief Trip frowned, always feeling a little uneasy inside. By the way, what's going on in China? Chapter 16, Eagle Sauce is furious. He's been duped. Huaxia's global evacuation operation is almost complete. The leader in charge of the relevant events spoke. What? When these words came out, the whole room was stunned. Almost done? How can that be? It's only been a few days? Is this the leadership of HWA? The crowd was shocked, reflecting on the fact that if it had been an emergency evacuation by Eagle Jam, it would have been far less than that. Let's not talk about the official enforcement power. The people may not necessarily cooperate with it. The conference room was silent for a moment, feeling deep fear for the power of Huaxia. On top of that, the freighters that are buying grain in China are also returning urgently, and this time we made a big profit in Eagle Sauce. The person in charge was agitated by the words. Finally, it's good news to hear. A host of executives broke into smiles. It's worth mentioning that it's true that Huaxia is buying grain at a high price this time. They didn't have enough freighters, and I made a point of arranging freighters for them, and doubled the price for that. What do you say? That big wronged bastard from China even agreed excitedly. The man in charge continued to laugh. The more this was said, the more disturbed Trip felt. It can't be. China is also a big food country. Why do we have to import so much food? It's not right. It's not right. The unease in Trip's mind grew stronger. Suddenly he looked gravely at General John. General John, immediately increase the search force and make sure there are no Fae in the country. There are still 2 days until the Fae attack the world. By this time, the carrier Qin Ming was on had already reached the depths of the Pacific Ocean. Dean, because of the global manhunt, more and more countries have discovered the number 003, Weasel, alien beast, and now the whole world is getting restless. Lu Chang urgently rushed onto the deck and reported to Qin Ming. Qin Ming nodded and murmured in a low voice. It's true that just like in the last life, the gluttonous Weasel was discovered in advance. What about our grain freighter? Is it back? All of them are on their way back, but the journey is very far, and if they join up with us, I'm afraid it will take a few more days, Lu Chang said. Qin Ming thought for a moment. Continue onward to meet the Eagle Sauce freighter. At those words, Lu Chang's heart was shocked. If we advance any further, we will be discovered. And why? Of all the freighters from so many countries, did the light pick up Eagle Sauce and come back? Because only Eagle Sauce would dare to take a shot at us. Suddenly, General Long Xiaoguo walked over. I have ordered the warships to full speed. Hua Xiaofang, who was following behind Qin Ming, was numb. What did he hear? This carrier, it's going to a dry run? At this time, emergency reports were received in the world centers. Stick Country, report. Our country has discovered a rat-like alien beast, and soldiers are urgently heading to contain it. Empire of Sunset, report. Several alien beasts have been found in the granary of my country's Fallen Kingdom district, and all the food inside the granary is gone. Gallia, report. The Texas granary has been invaded by the Fae. Elephant State, reporting a loss of grain in southern granary number 1. In an instant, the alien beasts found in each country were almost all in the location of the granary. All sorts of news is flying around. Eagle Jam Central Office. All the leaders gathered together. Trip looked at the information reports from the countries in his hands, and his face turned ugly. Now, they were finally able to confirm that Wasia's advice was right. Chief Trip looked at the information on the profile. Grain silos. Again, how come it's always the grain silos that are the problem? Suddenly, he remembered Huaxia's move to buy grain in large quantities, and his face turned ugly. General John, focus on searching the granary. The beast may have something to do with the grain. As soon as Trip's words fell, a messenger soldier rushed into the conference room in a hurry and shouted, It's bad. It's bad. Several large grain silos in our country have found traces of the beasts. There is currently widespread destruction of grain silos in the south. According to the report, these beasts are extremely large eaters, and a lot of the food in the granary has been eaten by them. What? The moment these words came out, Trip and a group of senior officers' faces changed drastically. The purpose of these monsters? The granary? Damn. No wonder we can't find them. So they are all hiding in the granary so cunning. General John bellowed angrily. Let's go. I'll lead the men and personally decapitate the Fey beast. General John clapped his hands together and his face that was ugly. No. You stop right there. Chief Trip snapped to attention. Crafty Wasia. They anticipated this situation. If the xenomorphs are coming for our food, then the food reserves of every country in the world will be hit hard. If the whole world has a food shortage problem, food prices will definitely soar, and then there will be a food crisis. Boom! A word to the wise. All the executives in the conference room have theorized. Damn it, is this a trick of Wasia? They predicted a food crisis, so they stocked up in advance? Damn! They took a lot of food in Eagle Jam. Trip's face grew more and more ugly as the uneasiness in his heart completely exploded. General John, I'm ordering you to intercept the Chinese freighter immediately. They must not be allowed to return. The grain that was sold must be taken back. General John nodded vigorously. And what if the freighter refuses? Refuse? Trip grunted. Get the nearest carrier out and just seize it. Yes, that's the way to do it. Damn it, trying to reap favors in my Eagle Sauce is absolutely impossible. Everyone exploded. It's not just Eagle Jam. The world reacted. What goes wrong is all grain silos. When you think about it, this move by Huaxia to buy grain at a high price is really brilliant. However, while shocked, no country dared to speak to ask China to send back food. After all, the deal was over, and now in this situation, none of them would be foolish enough to offend Huaxia, and they don't export much food to China, so it doesn't affect the country much. Except, of course, for Hawk Jam. Of all the countries, the one that sold the most was Eagle Sauce. Trip just didn't have the stomach for it and had to get it back. While General John was in action, Trip contacted other major powers, especially on the coast. Call by call. Cherry Blossom Nation. Stick Nation, Kangaroo Nation, Elephant Nation, Gallic Nation, Sunset Empire. All the countries that are friends with Eagle Jam have received calls from Trip. Pooter, you guys immediately intercept the grain freighter exporting to China. This guy is playing a dirty trick. We absolutely can't let them succeed. When the news came out, the top brass of the countries were dumbfounded. Is it that big of a deal? However, they had forgotten one thing. Huaxia had advised the countries of the world a few days earlier, but none of them believed that monsters would invade. Now it's a good thing, and it's backwards. Of course, other countries are not stupid. A little bit of food doesn't affect them much, but globally added up, it's a bit of a scary amount. Apparently, Eagle Sauce guessed that food prices were going to skyrocket, and now it's eye candy. The countries contacted by TEEP all gave verbal assent, but none of them made a move. Empire of Sunset, cutie, only to mess with China. Of course, just because they don't do anything doesn't mean they don't go watch the fun. Then, the world's attention all shifted to Eagle Jam and Huaxia, and even the monster incident was put aside. At this point, they hadn't realized the horror of this invasion of foreign beasts. Soon, a news that shocked the top brass of various countries came out. Hawk Jam really did it. The two carrier fleets pursued the Chinese freighter in different directions. Chapter 17, Cargo Ship Returns Home, Fighter Aircraft Escort, Dragon General. Word has gotten out that Hawk Jam has struck. Two carrier fleets are rapidly intercepting our freighters at the naval base. In the carrier's cockpit, a fighter reported to the Dragon General. The Dragon General looked at Qin Ming. Just as you expected, Eagle Sauce made his move. Qin Ming nodded. That's the way Eagle Jam has always been. How far are we from the freighter? About half a day to rendezvous. The captain responded. These freighters? Many of them are Eagle Sauces, right? Qin Ming asked. Are they all ready? It's all been arranged. Ready to go, the Dragon General said. Qin Ming looked at the time and blandly said, do it. Meanwhile, on the waters ahead, nearly 100 freighters were moving at full speed across the sea. These freighters were loaded with grain, the same freighters that were urgently returning to China from the port of Eagle Jam. 25 of these were Eagle Sauce freighters, hired for transportation by the Chinese side at great expense. At this moment, these 25 freighters all had 20 to 30 Chinese who had prepared in advance, and they were quietly feeling their way to the pilot house. Do it! With a command, the Chinese on the freighter were the first to rush into the cockpit and take control of the dumbfounded Captain Eagle Sauce. This scene appeared on all the Eagle Sauce freighters. 25 freighter captains were detained and ordered to continue onward toward China. Fuck! Are you Chinese people crazy enough to make a move on us? One of the freighter captains shouted angrily. At this point they were not sure what was happening. Just then, however, the comms on the 25 Eagle Sauce freighters went off at the same time. This is the Eagle Jam Navy. You are now ordered to return to the ship on an emergency basis. On an emergency basis, no supplies can be sent to Wahaba. Say again, emergency return, emergency return. Hearing this sound, the captains of the freighters were all dumbfounded. They then reacted to the fact that it was a game between Eagle Jam and Huaxia. Unfortunately, the Chinese side had long been prepared for the captain to be detained, and it was impossible to return to the ship. Almost at the same time, all the other Chinese national freighters received notifications from the Chinese Navy to speed up again. Quick, full speed ahead. The freighter's captain gave the order in fire. Captain, what happened? The crewman at the helm asked suspiciously. The captain sank down. I'm not sure, but it's urgent, and I'm afraid it has something to do with what we're transporting. This message, do you know where it came from? Where? The crewman wondered. Our mom's carrier. What? The crew member's face changed drastically. You mean, the country's carrier is coming to get us? After learning of the seriousness of the matter, all the freighters did not dare to slow down, and with full horsepower, they moved forward at fire speed. A soldier on the Eagle Jam carrier reported urgently. Admiral John, we've sent a return message to the freighter, but there's no reply. General John bit into his cigar and slammed the table. What? Damn. I'm afraid something's happened here. What a Huaxia. It seems to have prepared for this. General, it's going to take some time for us to catch up with the freighter. What do we do now? The soldier asked. General John's face sank. Get 2 helicopter gunships, 2 fighter jets off the ground and go straight to intercept. Yes. It wasn't long before 2 fighter jets and helicopter gunships flew up on the deck of the carrier and quickly headed after the freighter. Bang, bang. The fighters exploded high in the sky, blasting out sonic booms and going extremely fast. In the fighter, pilot number 1 snickered. Let's intercept a freighter? Isn't that petty? Pilot number 2 laughed. The main intercept mission is in the helicopter. We're just going through the motions. We can't open fire. Pilot number 1 laughed out loud. That's right. Then let's go and shock those Chinese who don't know what they're doing. It wasn't long after Eagle Jam made its move that a message reached the official ears of every major country. Empire of Sunset, what? The fighters are leaving? Sakura Nation, Eagle Jam is trying to shock China. Stick country, good job. China is too arrogant. We should give them some color. Gulwas, this news has come to us on purpose. And Eagle Jam is trying to hammer us too. Elephant Land, anyway, this is hilarious. At this moment, all the countries that are friends with Eagle Jam are watching this encounter at sea. The level of concern is even greater than a domestic monster invasion. The Eagle Jam fighters were fast, and in less than 2 hours they caught up with the freighter brigade. Both pilots were a little surprised when they looked at the display above the radar. The hundreds of freighters at sea. Pilot number 1, that many? No wonder the top is fuming. Pilot number 2, the country will lose a lot of money if food rises due to the monsters incident, so they definitely won't be allowed to leave. The helicopters aren't here yet. Why don't we shock and awe them first? The corner of pilot number 1's mouth rose slightly. What do you want? Pilot number 2 looked expectant. Have a low flight? Ha ha ha, come on. The next moment, 2 fighters swooped down at high altitude, charging at the freighter brigade. Boom! The fighters flew so low that the sound of the thrusters shook the crew of the freighter with a wave of panic. Even the ocean made waves. All the freighter crews were startled and rushed out to see what was going on. What happened? It sounds like a fighter jet. What? A fighter jet? Is that Hawk Jam's fighter jet? Just then, a voice came over the comm channel in the cab. This is the Eagle Jam Navy, and you are now ordered to return immediately or we will take the necessary measures. This is the Eagle Jam Navy, and you are now ordered to return immediately or we will take the necessary measures. Sound after sound lit up and all the freighters were in disarray. What to do? Hawk Jam is sending fighters to intercept us. Damn Eagle Jam. Our deal is done. What's the point of intercepting us now? Damn. Do you really think that I, Huaxia, am easy to bully? All the crew members of the ship were furious, and at the same time, uneasiness rose in the hearts of the people. This Eagle sauce, it's getting real. Captain, look behind you, there are helicopter gunships coming in. What? It's over. We're afraid we'll be intercepted. The ship was a riot, while the pilots and the 2 Hawk Jam fighters were laughing their asses off. Cool, that's how I like it. Ha ha ha, that was fun. Want to do it again? I don't want it to end so soon. The 2 discussed doing it again, and just as the 2 were about to turn around, an alarm suddenly went off on the radar. Alert, enemy planes ahead. Alert, enemy planes ahead. The 2 of them hurriedly looked at the radar, only to see that on the radar screen, there were more than a dozen extra points of light. What is it? So much? The 2 pilots immediately realized what was going on and jerked their heads forward. Only a dozen or so black dots were rapidly approaching in front of them. Apparently, those are all fighter jets. That's right, a dozen fighters, crashing right into them. Fuck! The 2 pilots instantly sweated and became tense. At the same time, words of dominance came from their headphones. This is the Chinese Navy, escorting a freighter back to China. Please step aside. Chapter 18, Battle at Sea. What? A Chinese fighter? The 2 Eagle Jam pilots blanched. What's going on? How did the Chinese fighter jets show up here? No good. They were prepared. Look out. They're coming at us. Fuck. Look out. Boom. More than a dozen Chinese fighters sandwiched them between them, brushing past on either side of them. The powerful air currents caused the 2 Hawk Jam fighters to shudder violently and pushed them together. Move away. It's going to collide. Pushed by the air currents, the 2 fighters slammed together, but fortunately they reacted quickly and immediately stabilized their fuselage. The 2 pilots broke out in a cold sweat as they watched the close proximity. OMG. I almost didn't get to meet my mom. Scared me to death. Are the warplanes of China crazy? Damn it. I want revenge. The 2 pilots cursed angrily. However, just at that moment, the Chinese fighters turned around and 8 fighters surrounded them. At the sight, the 2 Eagle Jam pilots immediately closed their mouths and sweated. The other 4 Chinese fighters were headed for the freighter brigade. By now, 2 of Eagle Jam's helicopters were hovering in front of the freighter and screaming arrogantly. This is the Eagle Jam Navy, and you are now required to return immediately. Otherwise, boom! Before the words were out of his mouth, 2 fighter jets whizzed overhead. A high-altitude sonic boom exploded, shaking the helicopter. What's going on? The officer who shouted was instantly confused. They're fighters? How are they still sonic booming them? No, sir, this is not our fighter. This is a Chinese fighter. Another soldier shouted in panic. What? The officer's face paled and he jerked his head up. Sure enough, it was 4 fighters. Then, the overbearing voice came over the comm channel. Voices rang out over the helicopters and freighters. The Chinese Navy has been ordered to escort the freighters safely home. Anyone not involved please leave now. The Chinese Navy has been ordered to escort the freighters safely home. Anyone not involved please leave now. With the sound of the domineering voice, the Chinese crew of the hundreds of freighters were thrilled. They looked at the sky in droves, and that mighty to the core fighter jet was clearly China's Air Force. It's our fighters. It's Huaxia's fighters. the state is coming to get us. It's the state that's coming to get us. Woohoo! Long live Huaxia! All the crew of the freighter shouted with excitement. The fighters on the two Eagle Sauce helicopters, on the other hand, had hard faces. It's as hard as eating a fly. Damn it, where are our Hawk Jam fighters? Call them back. The officer looked furious. Long. Sir, look ahead. The fighter piloting the helicopter shouted in a hurry. The officer looked in the direction he was pointing. High ahead. 10 fighters slowed down and flew in, and 2 of their Eagle Jam fighters were caught in the middle, as if they were being held hostage for a moment. The officer's pupils suddenly shrunk and his body trembled. This, he could no longer speak. Chief, sir, and, the officer looked out to see ahead as 4 destroyers slowly appeared, riding the waves. Seeing this scene, how could he still not be clear about the situation? With this look, it's obvious that China's aircraft carrier is nearby. He immediately contacted his own carrier. General John, this is Helicopter 1. We've been threatened by the enemy and the mission has failed. At the same time, pretty much the same words followed. General John, this is Fighter 1. We're being held hostage by the enemy. The mission has failed. At that moment, General John, sitting in the carrier's command room, rose to his feet. What's the situation? General, it's Chinese fighters and destroyers. They're coming. We suspect that Huaxia's carrier is nearby. Pilot 1 spoke anxiously, panicking a bunch at this point. One slight mistake and he'd have to be martyred. What? Aircraft carriers from China? Are they crazy? General John was not fazed. Damn it. This Huaxia is prepared. General, what do we do now? What to do? Hardcore. I don't believe it. Pretend you're retreating. Our fleet will be here soon. Bang. General John slammed the table. We can't just leave it at that. Go, full speed ahead. Catch up with the freighter. On the Huaxia warship, Lu Chang looked at the retreating Eagle Sauce fighters and helicopters and slowly spoke. Dean, they're pulling out. Qin Ming nodded as he stood on the deck, his eyes looking ahead. Let the freighter go back first. We'll wait here for Eagle Jam's warship. Lu Chang froze for a moment. Are you sure they will catch up? Will do. As luck would have it, it wasn't long before 5 Eagle Jam warships appeared up ahead. What came was a destroyer. An aircraft carrier was unlikely to show up, and as a sea base, the location of an aircraft carrier should never be exposed. Again, General John was standing on the deck of the destroyer, having come in person with his team. Obviously, this wave is here to negotiate. Both sides stopped at sea and kept some distance. At this moment, the confrontation was not only between the warships, but also the senior management of both Huaxia and Eagle Jam. Footage from the scene was synchronized to the Huaxia and Eagle Jam hub conference rooms. The executives behind both countries were looking at the screen with serious faces. General John picked up his communicator and roared. This is General John. Then the communicator rang with a response. China, Long Xiaogua. At these words, General John's eyes snapped open. Is he? Long Xiaogua, the #1 man in the Chinese military. Who doesn't recognize him? Not only General John, but even the Eagle Jam executives behind him couldn't help but frown when they heard that the visitor was Long Xiaogua. The #1 person in the Chinese military ministry had come personally, showing the seriousness of the matter. General John paused and continued to shout. General Long, what do you mean by this? Upon hearing this, the Dragon General laughed. What do we mean? The grain deal has been completed, yet you sent troops to intercept it. That's your problem. General John was dumbfounded, and that was, well, true. Obviously, they are not taking advantage of the situation. Where is your conscience when you know that food will become important as the monsters descend? Yet you are buying it up in a big way? General John seemed to have found a vent. Yes, that's why we advised you in advance. But you didn't believe us and sold grain at high prices, and now you're backtracking? The Dragon General smiled disdainfully. I advise you to pay more attention to the monster descent before it's too late. Your reserve granaries, are they all checked? At these words, the faces of General John and the Eagle Sauce executives behind him immediately turned ugly. Fine. This won't be settled just like that. Don't you guys regret it? Seeing that he couldn't win the argument, General John could only put down harsh words. Retreat. This time Hawk Jam was at a big disadvantage, but there was nothing they could do about the situation. The fighters on board rejoiced as they watched the Eagle Jam warship retreat. Woohoo! Simply too handsome. Huo Xiaofang even shouted in excitement. Ha. It hurts. Dean, this move of yours is really too divine. Lu Chang could not help but laugh out loud. However, right at this moment, Qin Ming frowned as he looked at the sea in front of him, vaguely uneasy. Nope, something's up. At the same time, warships on both sides of the Chinese and Eagle Sauce sounded their alarms. Panicked voices blared over the radio. Attention! Unidentified creature approaching from the bottom of the sea. Say again. There's an unidentified creature approaching from the bottom of the ocean, and it's crashing through. Chapter 19, Ghost Shark Alien Beast Attacks Warship. What's going on? What happened? On deck, General John's face sank. General, get into the cabin. There are unknown creatures approaching from the bottom of the sea. The two officers reacted quickly and immediately escorted General John back to the cabin. Just then, at the sound of a sharp alarm, a behemoth broke the sea and lunged at a destroyer. Bang! It looked like a giant shark, with a size of 30 to 40 meters long, and the moment it leaped out of the sea, the soldiers on the ship felt covered in fear. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the giant shark monster took a bite out of the destroyer. Boom! With one bite, the destroyer looked like a wafer and crumbled right down the middle in two halves. Knock! After biting the destroyer to pieces, the giant shark smashed it heavily into the sea, like a deep water bomb exploding and creating huge waves. The steel battleship, on the other hand, had broken into two halves and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. Ah! Help! 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 Dozens of Eagle Jam soldiers floundered on the surface, scrambling for the shattered deck. This scene was seen by the soldiers of the two countries, and all of them were dumbfounded at once. Not only them, but also the senior Chinese and Eagle Sauce executives behind both sides were dead silent. Everyone stared at this scene with wide eyes in disbelief. What was that? Oh my god, is there a shark that huge? On the side of the Eagle Jam executives, each one was pale and terrified. Quickly, General John, get the men up and retreat. Chief Pooter shouted out in a hurry. An anxious voice pulled General John back to his senses. He immediately shouted, "Quick, help!" The Eagle Jam fleet was immediately confused and rushed into action. "Attention all units, prepare artillery to meet the Fae." On the other side, Qin Ming shouted loudly. The Dragon General reacted very quickly. "That's not a giant shark, that's clearly a Fae." Qin Ming immediately rushed to the bow of the ship with a grave expression. How could there be a Ghost Shark clan in the first stage of the trial? The Ghost Shark clan, amongst the First Order Fae, was definitely a king-like existence. In his last life, the Ghost Shark clan only appeared in the second stage of the trial. Have they existed for a long time? They just haven't been discovered? Just as Qin Ming was thinking, the Eagle Jam fleet ahead had opened fire. Boom boom boom. The guns on the destroyer blasted out frantically, tongues of fire erupting and raining down on the sea. "Fight! Blow it to pieces for me!" General John shouted. The fleet's attack, however, instantly enraged the Ghost Shark. Suddenly, a piercing sound came from the bottom of the sea. The ship's alarm sounded sharply. "Attention! Attention! The monster's under our ship. It's going to crash through." An Eagle Jam soldier stared at the radar on his instrument, his pupils trembling. "The monster! It's rising fast! Attention all destroyer 2! Prepare for impact! Prepare for impact!" The soldier's voice grew more urgent. Boom! In the next moment, the Ghost Shark once again rushed out at the bottom of the sea and crashed heavily into the bottom of the ship. With a violent impact, the entire destroyer number 2 was lifted off the ground. The massive warship was surprisingly jacked up and then tilted to slam into the sea. The boat capsized. Hundreds of soldiers landed on the surface and struggled. Boom! Then the Ghost Shark burst out at the bottom of the sea. It opened its mouth and swallowed the soldiers at the surface into it. That huge body leaped high out of the sea. Terrifying. Now the 3 remaining warships of the Eagle Jam were dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? Quick! Search for the monster. Fire torpedoes. Torpedo it! General John was shocked and gave orders. At this moment, he finally deeply realized the terror of the foreign beasts. He had not been able to understand the movements of Huaxia these days. Now, finally, he understood. This kind of foreign beast is definitely a huge disaster for human beings, let alone a destroyer. Even if an aircraft carrier was here, it was feared that it wouldn't be able to carry the attack of the alien beasts. Admiral, torpedoes locked on the monster. Ready to fire. Torpedo launch. Boom boom. Below the warship, 2 torpedoes shot out and blasted at the Ghost Shark. Boom boom. With 2 loud explosions, the torpedo successfully hit its target. However, it didn't do much damage to the Ghost Shark. The Ghost Shark's defense could be even more terrifying than the Thunder Iron Beast on land. "General, the torpedo hit the target, but it's still moving." The radio blared with soldiers' voices. "What?" General John looked horrified. 2 torpedoes and you're not dead? What the hell kind of creature is that? "Admiral, good news. The monster has escaped. It's headed for the Chinese fleet." "Ha?" General John's eyes snapped open. "Ha ha ha, great. Come on, let them deal with it. Let's pull back. Let's pull back." Hearing that the Fae had run away, the Eagle Jam executives who were watching the live footage breathed a sigh of relief. Chief Trip immediately picked up his communicator. "General John, do not retreat. That monster must die. Bring the body back. This foreign beast possesses great research value." "What?" Hearing that the head honcho actually asked him to kill the monster, General John's face turned ugly. "Don't worry, I've called for backup for you. They'll be here soon." Be careful, Trip shouted excitedly. Remember, the monster's corpse should never be obtained by Huaxia. General John clenched his fists and shouted angrily, aim your fire and avenge the dead soldiers. On the other side, the ghost shark began to charge towards the Chinese fleet after being injured. Dragon General, the beasts are coming this way. Looking at the bright spots that kept flashing in the radar, the soldier hurriedly opened his mouth to warn, Qin Ming, the monster is coming. The Dragon General nervously looked toward Qin Ming. Qin Ming's gaze was serious as he rested one hand on the hilt of his sword. Lu Chang, prepare to strike. Yes, Lu Chang was also starting to get a little nervous. At this time, a huge shark fin was sticking out of the sea and was rapidly rushing towards the warship where Qin Ming was. The shark's fin, standing tall and erect, exuded a sharp, cold aura, as if it were a huge chopping knife. If this crashed through, I'm afraid it could directly split the warship in half. Seeing this scene, the faces of the group of top executives who were in the central office of Huaxia at that moment sank. This monster was definitely the most powerful one they had ever seen. Can he deal with Dean Qin Ming? I don't know who said it, but the whole conference room fell silent, and the atmosphere became more and more gloomy. Fire! Suddenly, the Dragon General on the warship fiercely ordered. Boom boom boom! The 4 warships attacked at the same time, countless firepower bombarding that shark's fin. Smoke rose from the sea, and the black inflammation was so thick that it obscured the shark's fins. But in the very next moment, the ghost shark rushed out, its razor-sharp fins slamming into the warship. They're going down, not far away. General John watched the scene with binoculars and actually had a hint of joy on his face. However, just as the shark fin was about to crash into the warship, in the telescopic lens, a youthful figure suddenly jumped up on the deck. Clank! A saber sound tore through the sky, and the thunderous long saber whistled down. Knock! The youth was seen slashing at the shark's fin. This slash was like a thunderous explosion. The sea was flooded with a slash and waves filled the sky. The tall shark fin, as if it had been blasted by a huge force, went straight to the bottom of the sea. General John's eyes snapped open in shock. OMG! What am I seeing? Chapter 20, A Stunning Slash. Stunning Hawk Sauce, Eagle Sauce Central Office. The group of senior officers all rubbed their eyes as they watched the footage relayed from the warship. Originally, they were all watching with interest, seeing that the monster was about to crash into the Chinese warship. But why is it suddenly gone? There was a distance between the 2 fleets and they didn't even see what was happening. No, what did I see? How did that monster suddenly dive to the bottom of the sea? Yeah, it was just about to hit. Why did it run away? The conference room was buzzing with both shock and confusion. That's when Chief Trip spoke up. General John, did you get a good look? What happened? Yeah, is it possible that the warship from that Chinese country made some kind of weapon? A group of Eagle Jam executives opened their mouths and asked. And at that moment, John's hands were shaking. Sir Trip, that's not a weapon. That's a person. What? What man? What nonsense are you talking about? General John's mouth opened and closed, but he didn't know what to say. Boom! Right at this moment, the massive foreign beast once again rushed out at the bottom of the sea. The tens of meters long body completely rushed out of the sea and smashed down hard towards the Chinese warship. With the previous experience of the Eagle Sauce warship, if this behemoth smashed down, the warships of Huaxia would definitely have to blow up directly. However, at this very moment, Qin Ming on the deck tightly gripped his tang blade, and terrifying thunder power traveled through the blade. Bang! His feet slammed into the ground and his entire body leapt high into the air. Thunder flashed and the long blade tore, obliterating Thunder Flash. With a horizontal slash, the powerful sharpness opened up the ghost shark. The powerful force directly blasted the ghost shark away. Ow! The ghost shark let out a hiss of pain as its huge body slammed heavily into the sea. The entire warship rocked as huge waves rolled over it. Qin Ming seized the opportunity and rappelled down at a high altitude, his thunder long blade ruthlessly plunging into the ghost shark's body. The power of thunder frantically scurried into the ghost shark's body, constantly destroying its interior. Under the ghost shark's gusty wail, it gradually lost its movement. Number 004, Ghost Shark, dead. On the warship, Hua Xiaofang was so shocked that he held his head and cried out, Old Qin, are you Superman? My god! Not only Hua Xiaofang, all the soldiers on the warship were dumbstruck for a moment, as if they had seen something horrible. The first attack maybe they didn't see what was happening, but this time, they could see it for real. This mysterious admiral even killed such a terrifying beast with a single slash. The visual impact of that scene just now was just too strong. That teenager is like a god. Bang! Qin Ming's figure leaped and returned to the deck with a murderous aura. Lu Chang, take someone down to immobilize the ghost shark's body and drag it back to the country. The smell of blood is too heavy, and if there are any of its kind nearby, they will definitely be attracted by the smell of blood. At those words, Lu Chang reacted violently. Come on, You hear me? Do it with me. The fighters moved quickly and got to work right away. On the other side, General John was frozen in place, his body trembling. That scene just now, he had seen it completely clearly. Everyone, did you guys see that? That monster. Well, it seems to be dead. Meanwhile, far away in the Eagle Jam Center conference room, all the Eagle Jam executives stared at the screen in death. Quick, zoom in. Yeah, this is it. As the screen continued to zoom in, they finally got a blurry view of the Chinese warships. The video goes back 2 minutes. That huge giant shark leaped high out of the sea and was about to smash into the Chinese warship. A blurry figure suddenly jumped up as he drew his long sword and invoked the thunder. The image shows thunder flashing across the sky. That slash was so stunning. The godlike figure, a knife cut the monster, and opened his belly. After reading it, the entire conference room exploded with shocked voices rising and falling. My God, what is this thing? The man decapitated the monster with a single slash? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Is the monster that even a warship was bitten to pieces? Is it something that can be killed? Heavens, it's terrifying that there's such a character in Huaxia. Could this be Chinese Kung Fu? At this moment, all of the Eagle Sauce executives were dumbstruck, feeling that their perceptions had been refreshed. It was a scene they had only seen in science fiction movies. Even Trip had a cold sweat on his forehead. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. What's even more terrifying is that with this encounter today, they become completely convinced of the reality of the monster's descent. So, all the preparations in China are in the face of this disaster. And today, they still have such a terrifying presence. Doesn't this mean that they, Eagle Sauce, have fallen completely behind Huaxia? This is a situation that they can never accept. The large conference room was dead silent at the thought. It was only after a long time that Trip spoke slowly. Gentlemen, this Wachovia must have some information, and we Eagle Sauce are just temporarily behind. Trust Eagle Sauce. We can do better than HWA with this crisis. On my command. Next, keep a dead eye on the movements of Huaxia and meet the Fei disaster. Boom! Suddenly, that silent screen suddenly resounded with a loud explosion, frightening everyone's necks and subconsciously crouching down. General, the monsters are here again. Alarm! Alarm! Another monster approaching. All hands on deck. Destroyer 3 under attack. Ah! A cacophony of voices. The hissing of screams rang out in succession on the broadcast screen. A crowd of executives dropped their attention to the screen. At that moment, a second monster appeared and attacked their fleet again. Destroyer number 3 was torn apart and all the fighters on board were buried at the bottom of the sea. Damn! Why are there still monsters? General John, counterattack! A crowd of executives cried out. General John was holding onto one of the warship's turrets and could barely stand. The monster's attack kicked up huge waves, rocking the warship and sending waves flying. Counterattack! Can't counterattack at all. General John shouted. He was panicking by now. This kind of monster can't be solved by artillery fire. And how do you fight monsters potentially at the bottom of the ocean? Like killers who have lost their shadow? Boom! At this point, the monster attacked again. And destroyer number 5 was hit in the hull by a giant shark. And the entire warship rolled over on its side. Ah! Help! General! Help! One by one, the fighters on the ship let out a succession of cries for help. And one by one they crashed into the sea. Admiral John, what to do? There's one of our ships left. If this continues, even we will be buried at the bottom of the sea. The soldiers on the ship looked to General John. At this point John was also panicking. What can he do? He's desperate too. But the next moment, he reacted violently. Yes, call for help from a Chinese warship. Quickly, contact the Chinese warships for me and beg them for help. Chapter 21 Eagle Sauce, requesting rescue from China. Dragon General, Hawk Jam is sending a distress signal. On the Chinese military ship, a soldier handed the Dragon General a communicator. Hello, this is General John. We're under attack by monsters. Please provide support. Please provide support. Over the comm. It was John's anxious voice. Upon hearing this, the Dragon General looked at Qin Ming and handed over a telescope. Hearing John's voice, both Lu Cheng and Lu Cherry couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yo, you were so bossy just now, and now you're asking for help? Qin Ming took the binoculars and looked at the Eagle Sauce warship in front of him. At this point 5 Eagle Sauce warships, only one was left. This time, Eagle Sauce was afraid of heavy losses, and there were quite a few soldiers buried at the bottom of the sea alone. Hello, this is General John. We're under attack by monsters. Requesting support from the Chinese Navy. Requesting boom. John's nervous voice came over the comm again, but before he could finish, a loud boom sounded. Ghost Shark attacked again. Under Qin Ming's binoculars, he could see the Eagle Sauce's warship flipping to the right, almost swinging into a 45-degree angle. Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! John's frightened voice came over the comm again. The soldiers on the ship panicked at this point. Quick, fire the torpedoes and get rid of it. Boom boom boom. The torpedo exploded on the bottom of the ocean, rocking the warship for a moment. At this moment, the executives far away from Eagle Jam were all on edge. General John is their 5-star general. He can't just die like that. General John, ask for help from Wasia. A bunch of executives couldn't sit still and shouted. General John had a death grip on one of the turrets, his eyes looking in the direction of the Chinese warships. At this moment, he was desperate. On the Chinese side, there was no response. They are going to see death. On the Huaxia warship, the Dragon General did not give orders, but waited for Qin Ming to make a decision. It was up to Qin Ming to decide whether to save or not. At this time, Qin Ming waved his hand. Lean over. The warship immediately moved forward, accelerating towards the Eagle Jam warship. On the other side, John was ready to call his family to say goodbye, but just then, a voice like a god's rang out from the communicator. General John, hang on. We're coming for you. General John jerked his head into the distance, only to see the warship with its scarlet flag flying coming at a rapid pace. OMG, my great country of China. Thank you. John was overjoyed and felt like he had grabbed a lifeline. It's coming, brothers, help is coming from China. Hold on. The soldiers on the ship were on the verge of tears as John roared loudly. Thank God. Oh no. Thank China. In order to survive, the soldiers on the ship worked even harder, blasting torpedo after torpedo, blasting that ghost shark back again and again. Finally, the ghost shark was enraged. Roar! A hiss like the roar of a beast resounded in the deep sea. The ghost shark came charging angrily not far away, the waves rolling in and out. The shark fin that was taller than a warship, like the scythe of death, was closing in. Seeing this, all the Eagle Jam soldiers were horrified. Come on, fire, fire. General John was horrified and gave orders, but this time, the angry ghost sharks carried all the firepower, bound to stir them up. Boom! The huge shark fin was like a chopper that snapped the warship off. The warship split in two, lost its balance and sank into the sea. All the soldiers, including John, fell into the water, struggling in desperation. They tried to climb onto the wreckage of the warship, which had not completely sunk into the sea. But just as they climbed up, the ghost shark alien beast had already turned around. The eyes that seemed to have a mocking look in them surfaced and stared them dead in the face. It's over. That's what's on everyone's mind. And the soldier who was in charge of filming the footage held on to his helmet for dear life to make the footage clearer. If you're going to die, you have to leave a video. This is proof of their martyrdom. Ah, the monsters are coming. The soldiers on the wreckage of the warship were horrified. Get out of here, John shouted angrily. The man was desperate. Boom. Then, under the terrified gazes of all the soldiers, the ghost shark suddenly broke the waves and came out, its abyss-like mouth covering the sky. With this bite, they would definitely be buried in the belly. The ghost sharks gradually approached under the fearful hisses of the soldiers. Boom! And just as they were about to land on the ghost shark's large mouth, a thunderous sound rang out. Then, only a figure holding a tang sword was seen flying, obliterating Thunder Flash. Buzz! Thunder flashed as the long knife was sheathed with a thunderous explosion, and the violet light blade awnings curved out into a round moon, ruthlessly slashing at the ghost shark's body. Knock! Accompanied by a dull sound, the huge body of the ghost shark was ruthlessly knocked away. The tens of meters long body, as if it had been blasted by a missile, the whole thing moved out horizontally. The scene was a sight to behold for a moment for the fallen Eagle Jam soldiers. Rumble! The ghost shark's body slammed heavily on the surface of the sea, setting off monstrous waves. Huge waves came in and swamped the wreckage of the warship, and the stunned soldiers were swept out to sea once again. By the time they climbed out again, the fight was over. On the surface of the sea, only the corpse of a huge ghost shark alien beast remained. Alongside, a Chinese warship. Several lifeboats slowly came in and scooped up the Eagle Jam soldiers. At this point, all the Eagle Jam soldiers were still in shock. General John was the first to be fished out, and he looked around in horror, muttering under his breath, what did I just see? Even though he had already seen Qin Ming decapitate the monster through the binoculars, it was so shocking when it was truly displayed in front of him. General, there is Superman in China. I saw it. It was Superman who saved us. General, I saw it too. That Superman slashed the monster. The rescued Eagle Jam soldiers cried out. In response, the people on the Chinese warship couldn't help but snicker. Lu Sakura hemmed and hawed. Seeing them look like they've never seen the world makes me want to laugh. Lu Chang looked at Qin Ming with a longing face. Boss, when can I be as strong as you? He would never be able to kill a ghost shark with a single slash. On the side, Hua Xiaofang even pulled Qin Ming to call out to his righteous father. Righteous father, teach me. That slash was so cool. Righteous father. At this moment, far away in the Eagle Jam Center conference room, the images from earlier were being replayed, over and over again. The figure was so fast and blurry that he couldn't see Qin Ming's appearance even if he slowed down. But for sure, it was definitely human. There was dead silence in the conference room, everyone too shocked to speak. It didn't take long after this was over for a message to spread through the top levels of the countries. Kangaroo Nation, Dagwa Dagwa. Guess how the naval confrontation between Huaxia and Eagle Jam turned out? The nations popped their heads up when they learned that the battle was over. Empire of the Sunset, come on, don't sell out. Gallic Nation, I guess Eagle Sauce wins big. Cherry Blossom Country, Huaxia can't afford to eat this time. The Frontline Express report comes quickly. Because of the Kangaroo State's proximity to the incident, their eyes have actually been hidden in the nearby waters, and Kangaroo Nation is their position reporter. When the news broke, Kangaroo Nation immediately came out to report the situation. Kangaroo Nation, you're all wrong. All 5 destroyers of the Eagle Sauce sank to the bottom of the sea, and Admiral John, who was leading the group, escaped with the remnants of his troops in a lifeboat. And the point is, that lifeboat was still given by the Chinese Navy. In this battle, Huaxia wins big. When these words came out, the top echelons of the countries instantly exploded. What? Chapter 22, World Turbulence, Panic Spreads. What? When the top brass of various countries heard this news, they were all dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Stick Country, how is this possible? Did they really fight? Empire of Sunset, no way. A joke, right? How could there be a fight? Gaul, absolutely impossible. It's heavenly. Elephant Land, even if we fight, there's no way Eagle Jam will lose. Sakura Kuni, you're not looking at this wrong, are you? Didn't Hawk Jam send out 2 carrier formations? Kangaroo Nation, our troops saw with their own eyes that China won, and hundreds of grain freighters were successfully evacuated. Here's the kicker. All 5 of Eagle Jam's destroyers, destroyed. What's going on? You tell me. The countries are in a hurry. The situation is not at all what they thought it would be. The Kangaroo State executives did not hold back and told the whole story. These countries are all allies of the Eagle Sauce, because they have not been oppressed by the Eagle Sauce. So over the years, on the contrary, there are signs of unity. It's like now, the big moves of Eagle Jam will be pulled out and discussed. Kangaroo Nation, just as the 2 sides were facing each other, the monster appeared and tore right through Eagle Jam's defenses. Eagle Sauce's warship had no defense at all, while the Chinese side used some unknown means to kill the monster back, and save General John. The top brass of each country were shocked to learn what happened. Here's the point. Monster. Those words pulled them back to the monster crisis, and now that monster incidents were occurring in various countries, they began to realize the magnitude of the problem. What shocked them even more was that Huaxia really seemed to have a way to deal with monsters. So, they all focused their attention on Huaxia to see if they could find some key factors. And naturally, the news that the 2 countries, Huaxia and Eagle Jam, were facing each other could not be hidden from other countries. With a little bit of spreading, it's not a secret, at least at the top level of each country. Of course, such news does not spread widely in the mouths of the people. After all, Hawk Sauce still needs a face. The Chinese side wasn't in much of a mood to engage in all this public opinion. Their focus had been on the monster invasion. This time Wachovia reaped the rewards. Global acquisition of food program, successfully completed. More than 500 freighters have returned from all over the world. How much was the exact amount? Qin Ming didn't bother to calculate, but this batch of grain was enough to make China consume it for a while. Even if you resell it, you can make a big profit. Of course, selling is out of the question. When the monster invasion began, the world was plunged into a period of war, and food was the most important material. And there was another great harvest from this trip, and that was the 2 ghost sharks. These 2 ghost sharks were huge and had plenty of flesh and blood. This, if the soldiers were to partake of it, would definitely give a large number of soldiers a great boost in their physical fitness. There are still 2 days until the Fae attack the world. With monster events appearing in the world, it's as if Pandora's box has been opened, and exotic beasts are constantly being discovered. Countries are in chaos in many places, and the beasts that were found were almost always number 003, weasel. The characteristic of the weasel was then discovered to be gluttony. As a result, countries were inspecting granaries everywhere and riots began. In just one day, no less than hundreds of weasels have been found around the world. Despite their preparations, countries were still caught off guard. These foreign beasts are just too terrifying. Ordinary bullets couldn't do much damage to the beasts at all. Even the largest caliber heavy sniper rifle can only scrape. The individual soldiers could only slowly wear them down. The resulting casualties are significant. Even a powerful country would have to sacrifice 200 to 300 soldiers to deal with such a weasel. And some of the weaker countries, that's even worse. An unlucky one, they'd need thousands of soldiers to grind down a skunk. These battles are literally filled with lives. And it was lucky to have succeeded in killing the ferret. How many soldiers were sacrificed is still another story. Even more frightening was the fact that some of the skunks that had eaten massive amounts of food were close to second order in rank. With skunks like this, they can't be stopped by ordinary soldiers if they want to escape. Hundreds of soldiers sacrificed their lives in order to eliminate it, only to let it escape in the end. Can it not be infuriating? And there are quite a few things like that. One of the hottest examples of this is in the elephant country. That skunk ate the entire fruit warehouse. Hundreds of workers died, and when the army went to round up the troops, they were instead eaten by 500 men. Finally the skunk shrank in size and ran off down the sewer. The world panicked at this news. It's not scary to have a strong enemy. It's scary to not be able to kill it and let it run away. Only 2 days have passed since the monster appeared, and the world is starting to get restless. Those voices mocking Wasia also came to an abrupt end. Meanwhile, those foreigners were wondering how China, the first country to release the news of the monster invasion, was going to face these monsters. However, when they all turned their attention to Wasia, they realized that Wasia did not seem to have been attacked by the weasels. What's going on here? In fact, it's not as if the Fey weasel hasn't been found in Huaxia. It's just that compared to other countries, there are significantly fewer ferret xenomorphs found in Huaxia. 2 days, but a dozen heads. And because of the level of attention paid by Huaxia, coupled with the fact that they had the video of Qin Ming's battle with the alien beasts, they had summarized some of their experience in dealing with the alien beasts. As a result, the damage caused by HWA against these skunks is almost negligible. Plus, there were no civilian casualties, so not a lot of news came out. But what puzzled the Chinese executives was that the weasels they had found were just too few. It made them all start to worry. Abnormal means there's a problem. Over here, Qin Ming had just returned to Monster Academy by helicopter. Qin Ming was back early, and the carrier formation was still escorting the ship at sea. In order to prevent further ghost shark attacks, Qin Ming had left Lu Chang behind, and just as he returned, Nong Lao and the captain of the armed squad came anxiously to meet him. Dean, something's wrong, Nong Lao spoke anxiously, not even giving a greeting to the dragon general beside Qin Ming. What's wrong? Qin Ming's heart sank. In front of our compound, a lot of weasel bodies were found. Show me. Several people immediately ran to the entrance of the compound, and near a sewer opening, there were indeed several skunk carcasses lying around. Here we go again. This is the 5th batch. The armed captain's face was shocked. The previous ones have moved back to the academy for research, and the ones in front of us, they appeared not long ago. At those words, the dragon general's face sank. He looked at Qin Ming and said, a lot of weasels have been found in various countries in the past 2 days, but not many have been found in our country. With so many skunk carcasses appearing at the moment, could something have gone terribly wrong? Leaving a body on the doorstep seems like a warning sign in any case. In response, Qin Ming thought about it and laughed. I should know what's going on. Chapter 23, Supermagnetic Detectors. Ha, Dean, you know what's going on? Elder Nong looked surprised. The last 2 days have worried him. Couldn't you have done this? Long Xiaogua, who was on the side, looked over in surprise. Qin Ming nodded. Seeing this, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Dean, you're not even here in person. What's wrong with you? Armed Captain Wumu froze. He hadn't gone looking for the weasel these days, and among the dozen or so alien beasts that Huaxia had decimated, there was his handiwork. So he knows how powerful these skunks are, and he was only able to do so now with his body quality being greatly improved by eating the blood and flesh of foreign beasts for 5 meals a day. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to hunt and kill foreign beasts on such a large scale as this, unless, of course, it's a master like Dean, and there's more than one person, or there's no way they could have hunted that many skunks. After all, searching also takes time, and small numbers are simply impractical. Thinking of this, not only Wu Mu, but the dragon general also snapped out of it. There's someone else behind you? Qin Ming shook his head. There is indeed someone, but only one. Impossible. How can a person achieve this level? The dragon general was shocked, but looking at Qin Ming's appearance, he wasn't joking. Without explaining too much, Qin Ming spoke. There's no need to worry. Just know that it's a friendly army. The person who did it. Who else but Dong Yen? Looking at the situation, Dong Yen was even better than he had imagined. This guy, he was born to do this, and he hadn't contacted himself until now, so it didn't seem to be too much of a problem. But relying on Dong Yen alone is not enough. Then, he looked at Wumu and reached out to grab the other party's shoulder. A wave of energy swam. Wumu's entire body trembled as if he had been seen through. Soon after, Qin Ming put away his hand, and a glint of refinement flashed in his eyes. Transcendental physique is at 90%. As long as it reaches 100%, then Wumu will be able to receive the power of the magic pill and become a new transcendent. It seems that these few days of Fey blood and flesh weren't in vain. How many of them have a similar physique to yours? Wumu immediately responded. About 30 men. All of them elite members of our special operations department. Because there wasn't enough Fey blood and flesh. None of the 3,000 elites transferred from the various military districts had ever touched Fey blood and flesh. Xin Ming nodded. Pretty much as expected. You're turning them all into transcendents? The Dragon General asked excitedly. That's right. There's still 2 days left to pull out at least one team that can deal with the Fey. But that's not enough? I can remember you saying that there were 2,000 foreign beasts in the first stage. A mere 30 people. Isn't this a moth to a flame? The Dragon General frowned. Xin Ming waved his hand. These 2,000 foreign beasts won't appear all at once. Most of them will show up a month later. Which is when the first stage of the trial is going to end in a big explosion. We just need to get through the early stages. And I have my own way of dealing with the big explosion at the end. The Dragon General breathed a slight sigh of relief. So to speak, there was still a bit of a buffer. After all, this was only the first stage of the trial. And if it was too difficult, humanity would be directly finished. Let's go. Carry these ferret corpses in. All 30 of you. Eat as hard as you can for me. You must raise your transcendent physique to 100% today. Xin Ming led the crowd to move the corpse of the foreign beast into the research room. 35 ferret carcasses have been placed here. Xin Ming had instructed that the corpses of foreign beasts that had not passed the magic medicine material test should never be eaten, so as not to miss out on the magic medicine material. And just as Xin Ming arrived, excited voices came from the next section. It worked! We did it! Dean! Call the Dean! Without them having to shout, Xin Ming had already run over this side of the department. A collection of experts in aeronautical research, biological research, military-industrial research, and so on. When Xin Ming arrived and saw a detector that looked like a camera, his face was overjoyed. Supermagnetic detector. I'm surprised it was built so quickly. The supermagnetic detector's an important tool for detecting magic potion materials. Although becoming a transcendent would allow one to see the special materials on the Fae, there were some extremely hidden parts that could be missed. So this supermagnetic detector is important. It's not really hard to understand how it works. It's because the magical pill material on the Fae will have a strange energy fluctuation. This kind of fluctuation could not be seen with the naked eye, but under a transcendental magnetic field, it could be easily detected by utilizing the brainwaves of No. 002,000 Faces Monkey, incorporated into the magnetic field technology. A transcendental magnetic field can be created. As long as one sweeps over the beast with the transcendent magnetic field, one can detect whether or not the beast possesses magical pill materials. Dean, try it. A young man wearing glasses handed the instrument to Xin Ming. Xin Ming glanced at the youth. Yuan Gong, Elder Gnome's favorite disciple. Xin Ming could remember that in his last life, Yuan Gong was the bearer of the Monster Research Institute, and this guy was a talent. He took the transcendent detector. The feel and look of it was almost the same as in his last life. It was all built to his specifications. He took the transcendental detector and slowly swept it over the ferret Fae carcass on the research table. It's like a video, sweeping from head to toe. Tick-tock. The next moment, the skunk's paw on the screen lit up red. The ultramagnetic detector detected a change in the magnetic field, which meant that the skunk's paw was the magic medicine material. Sure enough, it worked. Xin Ming's eyes lit up. The results detected by this ultramagnetic detector were the same as what he had seen. This ferret corpse, there was only one magical medicine material, which was the paw of this ferret. How is it, Dean? Are there any omissions? Yuan Gong asked excitedly. Xin Ming shook his head. Go test it again. Then, the group rushed to the biological research room, which was filled with the corpses of alien beasts. Xin Ming took the transcendent detector and tested it one by one, and all the results were not missed. It worked. Xin Ming looked at the crowd with a burning gaze. Yeah, great. Ha ha ha, we're fantastic. A group of researchers were so excited. Each of them, with dark circles under their eyes and haggard looks, became refreshed. Since Xin Ming had issued the order, they hadn't slept for days just to build this thing. At first sight, they are naturally excited. Wu Mu, pick all the magical pill materials from all the foreign beasts and turn around and send them to my office. Xin Ming immediately opened his mouth. Yes, Wu Mu instantly became excited. With magic pill materials, the next step is to build magic pills, and they will become the first batch of transcendence in China. Xin Ming naturally knew Wu Mu's thoughts, but unfortunately, the magic pill that could be formulated from this area of more than 30 weasels was only 5 copies. It's not nearly enough to get to the portion of 30 people. If only there were more Fae. Xin Ming secretly sighed, but unfortunately, this short period of time was simply not enough for him to act. However, right at this moment, Xin Ming received a message on his cell phone. It's Dong Yen. Xin Ming's eyes lit up. The message was only a short sentence. Brother Ming, I need your help. Chapter 24, Stabbing the Rat's Nest, Monster Academy's First Battle. Some sewer in Gangnam City. A giant mouse slowly puts his cell phone away and looks at his paws. Muttered. These hands are so bad at typing. Then, the giant rat looked at the corpse of the weasel, Fei, on the ground, and the corners of its mouth rose slightly. It's getting interesting. Ming, I love this job. Then the giant rat suddenly let out a soft yelp. Kiki. The next moment, dozens of small mice crawled out in the sewers and looked at the giant rat in awe as if they were worshipping a king. These little mice make noises now and then, as if reporting back. Normal people, of course, can't understand what these little mice mean, but Dong Yen was different. These rats were under his command and his eyes. After listening to the little mouse's report, Dong Yen slowly frowned. Have so many skunks fallen into traps? That's a bit of a problem. I don't know if Brother Ming can clean it up. Then Dong Yen walked to the intersection of the sewers, and the fishy odor was especially pungent. If ordinary people were here, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to endure it for long before they had to vomit. For Dong Yen, however, it was like coming home. The giant rat in the guise of Dong Yen first looked in all directions of the sewers, and his nose shrugged, smelling the special scent of weasel. In the next moment, the giant rat suddenly let out an ear-piercing screech. Kiki. A special sound wave traveled in all directions of the sewer, spreading outward. Terrifyingly, this sound wave almost spread throughout the sewers of Jiangnan City. Meanwhile, those weasels that had been attracted down early raised their heads violently after hearing the sound wave. That gaze, it was extremely excited. They looked around, searching for the source of the sound. Then they ran wildly through the sewers in a frenzy. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of frantic footsteps and splashing water continued. The entire sewer of the metropolis seemed to tremble. All the weasels crashed through the narrow passageway, scrambling in the direction of Sonic. It was like a bloodthirsty beast that had smelled blood and was extremely mad. In an instant, the little mouse beside Dong Yen seemed to sense something and trembled, fleeing around in terror. Dong Yen had no intention of moving. He just stood still and waited for the weasel army to rush in. He watched the various sewers until he saw a weasel appear and then he turned away. Bang, bang, bang. At a glance, there were at least 7 or 8 skunks in the direction to the left. In the right direction, there were also 5 or 6 heads, and more, still on the way. Seeing this, Dong Yen's mouth twitched. Well, it feels like a big mess. I wonder if the boss can handle it. Saying that, he scattered his legs and ran in the exact direction of Monster Academy. Ring, ring, ring. The urgent siren alerted the entire Monster Academy. All the fighters and researchers ran out and headed for the plaza to concentrate. Monster Academy, which was originally a converted military barracks, was a huge place. Just as everyone was assembling in panic, Qin Ming's voice rang out over the radio. All researchers return to the building immediately and do not come out without orders. Armed personnel quickly come to the playground and gather. Close the compound, lock the alloy gates, and all go to level 1 readiness. All weapons and equipment that can be used, pull them out immediately. Quick, we don't have much time. The entire Monster Academy was agitated as the announcements continued to ring out. But while tense, everyone moved in such an orderly fashion. Non Lao and a group of other researchers immediately ran back into the building and closed the alloy door before rushing back to the research room and putting away all the important resources. Quickly, the documents are put in the safe, while all the research information is uploaded to the central building in Shangjing. Speed. Non Lao quickly gave the order. I don't know what's going on, but as researchers, it's not their lives that matter. It's the results of their research day and night. Even if they die, none of this important information will be lost. After everything was done, all the researchers then came to the window and watched the playground below. The building faced the playground, so they could see it very clearly from the upper floors. When they saw the scene downstairs, all of them could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. What are they doing? Could it be that a foreign beast has invaded Monster Academy? By now 3,000 soldiers had assembled on the playground. These warriors were all elites selected in the major military regions, all of them at the level of King of Soldiers. Under Qin Ming's order, these 3,000 soldiers were in a fan-shaped square formation aimed at the corner of the playground. It was a corner of the entire barracks, and in front of it was a 10-centimeter thick alloy wall that was 10 meters high. There were also 2 watchtowers 100 meters apart on the left and right sides of the wall. At this point on the watchtower, there were 5 soldiers each. They were mounting heavy machine guns, holding howitzers and submachine guns, and staring downward. And the target of these soldiers was none other than Qin Ming under the city wall. No, technically speaking, it was a sewer entrance under Qin Ming's feet. Qin Ming pulled out his long knife and pried open the sewer manhole cover. General Long Xiaogui was right beside him and asked with a grave expression, "Your people, can you determine how many foreign beasts there are?" Qin Ming shook his head. "It's impossible to say. I'm afraid there are hundreds of them." Hearing this figure, Long Xiaogui couldn't help but take a deep breath. Can't control it? It's good to attract them. It's better than them falling into the city, right? Qin Ming said seriously. That's true. Long Xiaogui nodded. Foreign those alien beasts, isn't it because they entered the downtown area to destroy it, which caused unpredictable consequences, and the fact that they were able to lure the foreign beasts to the barracks and prepare everything for battle was already a great advantage. It was just that he was worried about whether they could exterminate all of them with so many foreign beasts. If he lost control, the entire Monster Academy was afraid that it would fall. Buzzing. At that moment, a helicopter gunship came into the air. The crowd looked up to see a figure sliding down the rope. This person was none other than Lu Cheng, who had rushed back. In such a great battle, Qin Ming definitely had to find more helpers. It was time for Lu Cheng, who had become a transcendent, to experience a baptism of blood. When Lu Cheng landed and saw the battle, he couldn't help but get nervous, even though he already knew what was going to happen on the way back. The scene in front of him was still beyond his expectations. Lu Cheng did not say much and took the long knife handed by his men and walked towards Qin Ming. At this moment, Qin Ming bent down and poked his head into the sewer. Vaguely, he could already hear the sound of footsteps. Qin Ming jumped up violently and droned. All prepare to meet the battle. Buzz off. At a command, 3 helicopter gunships slowly took off, taking an encircling stance towards the sewer entrance. The deep cold muzzle seemed to be building up energy, ready to fire at a moment's notice. All the warriors became tense as well, gripping their guns and taking aim. Everyone, stand by. Qin Ming and Lu Cheng's few people also retreated into the encirclement, their expressions grave. Knock. Knock. At the moment, the footsteps in the sewers were becoming more urgent and dense. The warriors' heart rates rose with them, their fingers on the triggers. With a loud bang, a figure was the first to rush out, and it was clearly a rat-like monster. After Dong Yan rushed out, he fiercely shouted, "Boss, they're coming!" Chapter 25, Fighting the Weasel Army. A giant rat with a big head burst out, jerking everyone's heartstrings taut. If Qin Ming hadn't warned him earlier, he was afraid that the warriors would have opened fire. "Get over here!" Qin Ming shouted. The soul-devouring mouse, incarnated by Dong Yan, was extremely fast and quickly rushed towards Qin Ming's side. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the sewer, a reddish-gray weasel violently rushed out, but it rushed out in a strange pattern, as if it had been squeezed out hard. In the next second, 5 or 6 ferret alien beasts rushed out. The moment they appeared, their eyes fell in front of them, densely packed with humans, and they froze. Where do they not understand that this is a trick? But they don't even have a chance to escape. There are soldiers in front of them, a steel wall behind them, and even helicopters circling overhead. At this time, the entrance to the sewer was still continuously pouring out the same kind of people, and trying to escape back in the sewer was simply impossible. With more and more ferret alien beasts rushing out in front of them, the warriors tensed, their eyes dead ahead while their ears waited for the dean's order to attack. However, the weasel alien beasts were growing in number, and Qin Ming was indifferent to them all. The beasts were also ready to fight, showing their teeth at them, looking like they were about to charge at any moment. In less than a minute, the alien beasts in the sewers had already rushed out, more than 50 of them. Qin Ming's expression stared as he waved his hand violently. Fight! In an instant, the half-squatting and standing fighters in the front row immediately pulled the triggers, and the bullets poured out wildly. Bang! 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 Thousands of rifles opened fire at the same time, and the sound of gunfire converged on the sky. Almost at the same time, the 4 heavy machine guns on the watchtower spewed out frantic fire, and shell casings clanked to the ground. Most terrifying of all were the 3 helicopter gunships in mid-air. The heavy machine guns mounted on the helicopters spun wildly, and the sound of stray bullets splattering was unrelenting. Chug, chug, chug. The sound of bullets kept the warriors' adrenaline pumping. Ow! Endless bullets wildly bombarded the ferret's body. Despite the hardened fur of these ferrets, they were still shot into a sieve under this firepower. In particular, the dozen or so ferrets that were in the way were blasted to a bloody pulp and fell to the ground with a loud thud. The weasel army hissed mournfully. At this moment, their eyes were scarlet red, and they couldn't care too much about it anymore, charging towards the humans in front of them like mad. In an instant, more than 20 ferret alien beasts rushed in different directions. Their speed was extremely fast and they rushed a distance of 50 meters at once, and the distance between the fighters and the sewers was only 100 meters, which made it a 50-meter dash. This position is beyond the range of attack of the helicopters and watchtowers. It wasn't that they couldn't fight, but the skunks and the fighters were so close that stray bullets could easily accidentally injure one of their own. Without the heavy firepower of the helicopters to suppress them, the skunks that rushed out were clearly having a much easier time of it, even dodging bullets from the humans in front of them. Qin Ming's face turned ugly as he shouted, "Fire suppression. We can't let them rush over." Once these ferret alien beasts rushed over, the formation would surely be disorganized. Once the defenses are breached, the consequences are unimaginable. Dean, should we make a move? Lu Chang, who was beside him, asked. Qin Ming gripped his long sword tightly, ready to rush out and fight at any time, but if they rushed out like that, it meant that a ceasefire was needed, or they would also be shot indiscriminately. Now with their strength of the first rank, it was impossible for them to dodge such ferocious fire. At this time, another 10 of the 20 or so skunks that had rushed over had fallen, and the remaining 10 or so had rushed to a distance of less than 20 meters. Change ammo, Qin Ming shouted, and Long Xiaogui immediately raised the signal flag. In an instant, the fighters in the front row ceasefire and retreat, while the fighters in the back row immediately fill in, and in the instant of the ceasefire, 3 figures immediately rushed out. Qin Ming took the lead, his long blade thunderously flashing as he directly rushed towards a ferret that was less than 10 meters away. The long blade swept across, and thunder flashed. Pust! The weasel got his head chopped right off. Qin Ming's feet landed on the ground and he shot violently, leaping high into the air, straight towards the 2 ferret alien beasts. 2 consecutive beheadings and thunder. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the 2 skunks were put to death on the spot. In less than 20 seconds, 3 foreign beasts were decimated. It was a magnificent maneuver that took the warriors by surprise. The scene felt as shocking as watching an anime. Iron Fist. On the other hand, Lu Chang swung his fist at a charging ferret with his bare hands. At the moment of punching, its wheat-like skin was covered with a steel-like color, like an iron fist striking, directly blasting out a sonic boom. Knock! The ferret was like a heavy blow, and was directly blown away. Roar! Then, another ferret pounced ferociously, wanting to eat Lu Chang in one bite. Lu Chang grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the weasel with a pair of iron hands in a death grip. His feet braced against the ground, and he was pushed back several meters by the impact. Ah! Lu Chang slammed the ferret's head into the ground with both hands. Knock! Smoke flooded the air. The iron fist fell again. Boom boom boom. Heavy punches were thrown and that head of weasels was instantly smashed. At this moment, both Qin Ming and Lu Chang displayed the terror of a transcendent, shocking everyone at the scene. But what was even more terrifying was the black-covered soul-devouring rat. He grew sharp claws and ripped right at the charging skunk. The skunk's hard skin was opened up and he died on the spot. The soul-devouring rats were like assassins, roaming the field with extreme speed, their sharp claws harvesting frantically. The weasel had trouble even penetrating his body with bullets, and under his sharp claws, he was as fragile as tofu, crumbling with a pinch. Roar! Soon, only the last of the charging skunks remained, and as it set its eyes on Lu Chang, its scarlet gaze flashed with a cunning light as it lunged over with its mouth wide open. That speed, so fast that Lu Chang didn't even react. Colonel, look out! The warriors shouted in a rush. Qin Ming's face changed, and he was about to strike in support, but the next moment a dark shadow flashed across the room and tackled the sneaking skunk to the ground. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the soul-devouring mouse opened its mouth wide, bit down on the foreign beast's neck, and pulled with force. Rip! Blood splattered. The alien beast's neck was hardened and bitten off. Even the battle-hardened warriors were subdued by the bloody scene. It was at this moment that they realized, this monster of Dean seems to be much more terrifying than the Fae. Withdraw! Qin Ming shouted, and Lu Chang retreated to the encirclement in a hurry. With a flash of his body, Dong Yan also returned to Qin Ming's side. By now the second batch of skunks had already rushed out, and they broke through the suppression of fire from the helicopters and watchtowers, charging toward the fighters in front of them. Shoot! The Dragon General changed signal flags again, and the fighters filling in immediately pulled their triggers as the firepower continued to be output. Under a round of strafing, there were less than 30 skunks left in front of them. At this moment, the weasel alien that had rushed out of the sewer was gone, but the weasel that came out behind him was smart enough to see that something was wrong, and immediately burrowed back in, and the ferret fae that had rushed out began to retreat towards the sewers, dragging their battered and bruised bodies with them. More than a dozen fell during the retreat. In the end, almost 20 skunk aliens escaped back into the sewers. Seeing this, Qin Ming immediately raised his sword and chased after him. Dong Yan, Lu Chang, not a single head can be let go. Chapter 26, Building a Transcendent Warrior. Sequence 89, Healing Life. Qin Ming's speed was extremely fast, and he jumped into the sewer in one go. Dong Yan and Lu Chang followed closely behind. Lu Sakura, holding her rifle, also wanted to rush after her, but she was stopped by Long Xiaogua. What are you doing? Give chase. Lu Sakura was agitated. Are you a transcendent? Long Xiaogua shouted. Lu Sakura was immediately honest. Long Xiaogua waved his hand and shouted at the warriors. Narrow the encirclement in case the beasts attack again, and clean up the rest of the battlefield. Ensure that the alien beast is dead. Drag the body back to the research room and take down the magic medicine materials. Yes, the warriors responded immediately. On the building, all the researchers were dumbfounded for a while as they watched the great battle come to an end. It was the first time they had seen the scene of a Fey beast battle, and the scene was simply too shocking. Such powerful firepower actually couldn't eliminate these foreign beasts. It was truly terrifying. And what shocked them even more was that the Dean and Minister Lu Chang's fighting strength. That was simply not something an ordinary person could do. Nong Lon's eyes brightened slightly, and he really wanted to draw a tube of blood from Qin Ming to test what had happened to his body. On the other hand, Qin Ming's trio had been chasing after them in the sewers. Qin Ming rushed the fastest, and his long knife chopped at the two skunks that ran the slowest. Under the power of thunder, the ferret's tough skin didn't hinder it in the slightest, and its head was chopped off by Qin Ming in 2 hits. But it didn't take long for them to catch up to a fork in the road. No good. They're running apart, Lu Chang shouted. With more than 24 skunks, things could get serious if they split up and run into the city. There will surely be a lot of casualties at that time. Dong Yan, Qin Ming shouted. The soul-devouring mouse immediately climbed above the sewer and crossed over Qin Ming and Lu Chang. He landed in front of him and stopped in his tracks. In the next moment, the soul-devouring mouse let out a scream. Ki. A sound wave spread out invisibly. After hearing those voices, the skunks that were running away visibly froze, stopped in their tracks, and then turned their heads to look. Sequence 19, Soul-Eating Mouse, one of the abilities. Mental shock. This belonged to one of the skills of the soul-devouring rats, and it had a remarkable effect on these lowly foreign beasts. As expected, the skunks were instantly confused and their minds went blank as to what they were going to do. At the same time, Qin Ming and Lu Chang caught up. A fierce fight was waged against the ferret Fei. A burst of swords in the darkened sewers was a sight to behold. Lu Chang had just smashed a ferret, and he shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha, this feels so good." However, when he turned his head, Qin Ming had already decimated 7 or 8 ferrets. Lu Chang's throat rolled. Pervert. But it was Dong Yan who was even more terrifying. The soul-devouring rat that he had incarnated was incredibly fast, instantly blocking the ferret in front of him, reaping like a ghost. Dong Yan's fighting style was simple, pounce and tear. In a short while, Dong Yan had already killed all the remaining 10 or so skunks. It's all a 1-2 punch. Not to mention Lu Chang, even Qin Ming was a bit surprised. Under the watchful eyes of the two, Dong Yan patched up the last weasel, his sharp teeth tearing at the weasel's neck. When Dong Yan raised his head, his mouth was covered in blood. At first glance, it felt like he was the most ferocious of the beasts. Looking at the bodies on the ground again, they basically died from having their necks bitten off. Obviously, just now, Dong Yan still had reservations in front of the humans. Brother, Lu Chang did not know what to say. Dong Yan's throat rolled and he swallowed the blood of the foreign beast in his mouth as if it was a great tonic. Lu Chang was so staggered that he almost didn't spit it out. This Dong Yan, too fierce. If he didn't know his bottom line, Lu Chang wouldn't have believed in any way that this monster was actually a child who had just reached adulthood. Lu Chang softly asked in Qin Ming's ear, "If it goes on like this, nothing will happen, right?" He could see that Dong Yan was somewhat out of control. After all, he was a monster now. As his words fell, Dong Yan gave him a cold look and didn't say anything. Lu Chang's expression was stunned, and he actually felt a sense of oppression. Qin Ming patted Lu Chang's shoulder. "Don't worry." Dong Yan walked over and looked at Qin Ming. "Boss." Qin Ming nodded. "Good job, adapted faster than I thought." Dong Yan grinned, revealing a harmless look. It was just the bloodied teeth that made Lu Chang shudder. Dong Yan spoke softly, "I like this life." If normal people heard this, they would definitely think Dong Yan was crazy. However, Qin Ming was calm. "Weasel Fei of the southern province. Is that all?" "Yes." Dong Yan nodded. Qin Ming handed the knife in his hand to Dong Yan. "Next target, southeast province." "Fine, you keep the knife." Dong Yan looked deeply at Qin Ming. "Let's go, boss." After saying that, Dong Yan ran towards the depths of the sewer. Looking at his departing back, Lu Chang smacked his lips. "This monster, how did you recognize him? The action is clean, the demeanor is cold, and there is no bull asterisk. This is a proper killer." Qin Ming smiled bashfully. Could his partner in his last life be an ordinary person? It was a perfect finish to the battle. More than 100 ferret alien beasts, all wiped out, and Chinese soldiers, 0 battle losses. If this is known by those guys in foreign countries, I'm afraid their jaws will drop to the ground in shock. It was important to realize that they had to pay a heavy price for every weasel they decapitated, while it was a breeze on the Chinese side. Of course, the biggest credit for this battle goes to Dong Yan. The warriors didn't have it so easy without him luring the ferret Fei into the trap. If these skunks ran into the city, it would be difficult for the soldiers to deal with them in that complicated environment. After all, it would be hard to have that kind of firepower in an urban area. The prerequisite in decapitating the beasts is that the people must not be harmed. So this battle is, well, amazing. That night, the soldiers moved all the skunk carcasses back to the research lab. Then all the magic pill materials on them were picked off. This time, the rewards were huge. the Monster Academy got quite a few magic medicine materials, and these materials were enough for Qin Ming to configure 20 sequence magic pills. Late night, Qin Ming, Dragon General, and Lu Chang arrived at a gymnasium in the academy. In front of them were 20 elite soldiers led by Wu Mu. These 20 people, all of whom have reached 100% of their body's transcendental qualities, can receive magical potions. In front of them, exactly 20 blue magic potions were placed. Qin Ming looked at the crowd and slowly spoke. This is a magic potion ranked 89 in the sequence. Name, Healing Life. Magic potion recipe, Ghost Shark Dorsal Fin, plus, Ghost Shark Blood, plus, Weasel Paw, plus, Weasel Flesh and Blood, equals sequence 89, Healing Life. This is a powerful sequence capability. And the only drawback is that this sequence is not currently found to have room for advancement. That means they can only ever be normal sequences. But this was already enough. It was hard to obtain 2 ghost sharks, and these 20 soldiers were definitely the first batch of experts from the Monster Academy. In fact, regarding sequence 89's ability, Qin Ming didn't know either. It was something he had configured from memory, and in his last life he didn't have anyone beside him who possessed a sequence 89. Qin Ming had no intention of hiding it. Anyone who hesitates can refuse. The next moment, however, 20 warriors responded in unison. Report Dean, we are willing to take all the consequences. Good. Qin Ming revealed a satisfied smile. The current China needs you. Without hesitation, the warriors picked up the magic potion in front of them and drank it in one go. Chapter 27, Emergency Recall. The magic potion configured by the Shenkuan Gourd was undoubtedly without a problem. These 20 people, all of them succeeded in awakening their transcendent abilities. Common sequence 89, Healing Life. Watching them succeed easily, Lu Chang was stunned. No, do you all feel like feeling pain or something? At least give a reaction. When he first awakened his transcendence, he was dead and alive, as if he had taken a trip before the king of Hades. But these men of his, they didn't feel anything? Lu Chang, who still wanted to watch the good show, was suddenly unbalanced in his heart. Wu Mu, Qin Ming shouted softly. 2. Wu Mu took a step forward. How does it feel? Wu Mu hesitated slightly. It's amazing. I can't tell you. It just feels like my whole body is filled with power. What kind of abilities are acquired? Qin Ming continued to ask. Strength, defense all have been greatly increased, but the actual ability, it seems, has not. It was true that Wu Mu didn't feel much of a change, but he had seen Qin Ming and Lu Chang fight. One of them mastered the power of thunder and lightning, and the other was able to metalize his arms, and his combat power was pulled straight to full strength. But they, apart from being much stronger physically, didn't seem to have changed significantly. Not only Wu Mu, but the other warriors also nodded in agreement. The Dragon General looked at Qin Ming in puzzlement. Qin Ming thoughtfully explained. Many transcendents don't know how to use their abilities or go about controlling them when they first acquire them. You guys go to Elder Farmer, get a full checkup, and figure it out for yourselves. Yes, the warriors responded in unison. Come, try your power. Qin Ming stretched out his palm. Wu Mu was instantly interested and stepped forward. Dean, I'll make an offering. Wu Mu clenched his fists, united his horse, and fiercely blasted out a punch. Snap! The punch was caught solidly by Qin Ming. Qin Ming did not take half a step back, but a smile appeared on his face. Wu Mu looked frustrated. He actually couldn't even shake the Dean halfway. Is it that weak? Nice. However, Qin Ming unexpectedly appreciated it. Power is good. Go back and practice. From today onwards, your squad will be called Hunt for Foreigners, hunting foreign devils in the world and guarding the lights of all families. Hearing this, Wu Mu and the others instantly straightened their chests. Yes, Dean. Only after the demon hunting squad left did Long Xiaoguo open his mouth and ask, how strong are they? Qin Ming laughed. Today's kind of first-order weasel alien beasts. Picking off 5 of them at a time isn't a problem. That's still a preliminary judgment. It might be even stronger if we uncover their abilities. At those words, the Dragon General's eyes lit up. Good. After all, that's the 89th ranked sequence. It's even much higher than Lu Chang. But relatively speaking, Lu will have a higher cap hit. So there are pros and cons, I guess. When are you going to get me a magic potion too? The Dragon General laughed. Called the #1 man in the military. He certainly didn't want to fall behind to his own men. You know he set a lot of records in the military. Qin Ming nodded. Fine. I will find you a suitable sequence magic pill. Receiving Qin Ming's promise, Long Xiaoguo was very happy. By the way, after tonight, there's only 1 day left before the monster attack you mentioned. What should we do next? Nowadays, all the countries in the world are searching around for Fae, and there's a lot of chaos. And even though there haven't been any incidents of Fae injuring people in Huaxia yet, we still have to be prepared for it. Qin Ming straightened up. How is the progress of the Tower of Heaven? The progress is probably only 10%, and transporting the materials took a lot of time. But the progress will speed up a lot next. The dragon general looked grave. The Tower of Heaven is important. Command it. There are at most 25 days left. There won't be a massive outbreak of foreign beasts in the early stages, so we should be able to hold them at bay. But the first stage of the trial in a month's time will see our first challenge. Qin Ming thought about it and suddenly looked at the dragon general. Fey beasts are smart. I'm worried that they'll go and destroy the Tower of Heaven. I need to deploy a military garrison, and there must be enough firepower. At the same time, all the major towns must arrange for soldiers to be stationed. Even if the foreign beasts suddenly appear, we can be the first to hold them back. Hearing Qin Ming's words, both Dragon General and Lu Cheng frowned. It's no problem to garrison the Tower of Heaven, but if all the townships have to arrange soldiers, we're afraid we don't have enough. You have to be clear that there are places where the troops are not to be messed with. Then let's draft twice. For the sake of the people's safety, we have no choice, Qin Ming said with a firm face. Late at night, at a certain roadside stand, a few strong young men were drinking a little wine and chattering about the international happenings of the Fae. Brothers, the Fae incident is intensifying. It doesn't feel right. No, our mom has made a big move this time, and you all saw the Battle of that Tower of Heaven program. I think something big is happening. I don't know if we still have a chance to go back. Ha ha ha, if I may, I would. The man picked up his cell phone, and the words that came out of his mouth froze. A text message was received on his cell phone. Emergency recall. Almost at the same time, several others received text messages. A few people stood up in an energetic manner. Drunkenness gone, their faces filled with excitement. Several people looked at each other and shouted in unison. Go! A small, cozy home in a neighborhood. A man hurriedly packs his bag, and beside him is his wife, who has a look of dismay on her face. After a long hesitation, his wife spoke. Is it really that urgent? But as soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them. His wife turned to him, red-eyed, and picked up the sleeping baby from the bed. Good baby, let's stay up and say goodbye to daddy. The man turned and grabbed the baby and his wife in a hug. Don't worry, wait for me to come back. Finally, the man looked at the swaddled child with tenderness. Be a good baby. Daddy's gone to protect his family and his country, so you have to listen to your mommy. 5 minutes later, his wife stood on the ledge of a tall building gazing down, holding his child in her arms, watching the figure with the simple bag disappear into the darkness of the night, crying into tears. Mom, come on, no need to pack anymore. You won't need these. Bring more and don't starve on the way. A hunched figure in a small house somewhere is stuffing a child's backpack with large cookies. The man choked back a sob at the sight. Mom, my child will be back soon. Take care of yourself. Hey, Mom knows how to take care of herself. It's you who must be safe. The old man had a kind face and tears in his eyes. The man put his backpack on and took a deep breath. Got it, Mom. When he finished, he rushed anxiously out the door. Boy, wait, take the red envelope with you to keep you safe. Such a scene was staged all over China. How many hot-blooded men traveled through the night to the rendezvous? All of them veterans of the state. Throughout the years, they have kept one vow in mind. If there is a war, the call will be returned. Chapter 28, Monster Raid on Eagle Jam Barracks. This night is destined for the history books. 2 million reservists were urgently recalled. In the silence of the night, the lights of thousands of homes are lit up with a little glow just to send off the men and their families. This night, soldiers continued to return from the major military camps. With simple packs on their backs, they ran toward the barracks gates in a single bound. At the gates of the major barracks, warriors lined up and officers stood, shouting in unison to the returning soldiers. Welcome home. The officers saluted each returning soldier. The motherland needs you. The warriors instantly reddened and rushed toward the barracks. They, all of them, have been a part of this place. All returning fighters are well aware of this. The country is about to face a great challenge. Huaxia urgently recalled the reservists, and the country did not deliberately conceal it. The next day, the news spread across the country and caused a huge stir. And when foreign countries learned of this news, it was a direct explosion. Various foreigners have been talking about it online. My goodness, Huaxia urgently recalled the reservists. Is this in preparation for the civilization trial? Definitely. There are monster incidents in every country in the world. Every monster killed. The army needs to pay a great price. China must be afraid of not having enough manpower. What? Isn't this conscription a way to send the warriors to their deaths? No one should go, right? Wrong. The emergency recall quota for China is said to be 2 million, but today more than 3 million veterans have returned. What? Aren't all Chinese soldiers afraid of death? What a horrible national cohesion, which is hard to match with Eagle Jam. The online voices are intensifying. But these messages are not empty. Almost all of the videos swiped on the major short video websites in China are images of discharged soldiers returning to their barracks. On the street, everywhere you look, is a man with an inch head. As soon as they were seen carrying their bags, there was no doubt that they were on their way back to the group. At this moment, the whole of China was stirred up. A hot search rushes up the hot list. Hashtag Washington late night emergency recall of millions of veterans. Hashtag shocked. The country was urgently recalled overnight and millions of soldiers returned to their barracks at night. Hashtag what's going on? The state urgently recalled the reserves and millions of soldiers rushed to march that night? Hashtag latest news. National Emergency Reserve recall. 2 million text messages. Over 3 million returning soldiers. Hashtag monster trials are about to begin? The country recalled its reservists overnight. Is a big battle on the horizon? Hashtag. The top 5 on the Hot 100 are all about emergency recalls. The whole country is getting restless. And with the international monster incident, our mom is guessing there's something big going on. And just as the nation was getting restless, a military vehicle appeared on the street for the world to see. In just half a day, you can see that on the city, on the townships, loaded soldiers are everywhere. With these soldiers on patrol, the nation felt a sudden rush of peace. It didn't take long for the hot search for soldiers everywhere in China to hit the charts again. Various videos spread around the world. Countless foreign netizens were envious to see their soldier brothers holding down the streets. OMG. Is this the power of action in China? Emergency recall at night. Soldiers start patrolling the streets in the morning. So envious. I don't know why, but I feel so safe. Seeing them in a peaceful scene and then looking at the crazy food that is all over the streets of my country, I literally burst into tears. This move by Huaxia has undoubtedly created huge waves in the world, especially when the news reached the ears of the top brass of the countries. The countries were not calm. Chief Eagle jammed Trip, shaking with anger as he gripped the report in his hand. Bang! He slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily, "This damned Huaxia, recalling 2 million reservists? I want to condemn such behavior. He is a great threat to international security. His Excellency the Chief, to be precise, it's over 3 million, and that number is still rising." The Secretary General on the side reminded. The corner of Trip's mouth twitched. Is it necessary to make such a big show when dealing with a few alien beasts in the district? It's showboating, outright humiliation. With that said, his eyes fell on General John. The always arrogant General John didn't dare to make a sound this time. He had suffered a big loss at the hands of Huaxia only 2 days ago, and his face was still on fire when he returned to eagle sauce and ashes. The executives at the scene were looking at him strangely. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, General John finally tensed up. Don't look at me like that, all of you. Next time you deal with Huaxia, you're on. Ahem. General John is joking. Yes. You're a 5-star admiral of eagle sauce. The position is yours. A bunch of the higher-ups were kissing ass, which made General John look better. Trip gazed over and asked, "Admiral John, now that the story of Huaxia's defeat of eagle sauce at sea has spread to almost every country in the world, it has diminished our prestige. How do you think we can respond?" General John's face stared. "I don't think today is the time to be thinking about what to do to preserve face. The first order of business is what to do about the monster trial." This statement was agreed to by many people, but others felt that it was a bit trivial. We've also had over a dozen monster incidents in eagle sauce so far, but they've all been perfectly resolved. So much for the so-called monster trials, a senior said. Indeed, many of the higher-ups nodded in recognition. General John looked over with cold eyes. You all saw what happened on the sea. That horrible monster is almost invincible on the sea. If we don't pay attention to it, then there is only one way to die. General John was shaking with anger. He had experienced it firsthand and knew best the horror of that monster. If it wasn't for that mysterious man from Huaxia who came to his rescue, he would have died long ago. Hearing General John's angry roar, the crowd fell silent. That monster is truly terrifying. But if it's just a small amount, it's not really a problem for their huge eagle sauce. Watching the crowd remain silent, General John continued, if this monster trial was really as simple as you all say, would Huaxia have made such a big move? You first look at the actions of Huaxia, and their Superman-like presence, both of which indicate that this is far from as simple as we think. Thinking of the thunderous figure in the video that day, a group of eagle sauce executives were stony-faced. Obviously, Huaxia has more information. After being reprimanded by General John, the crowd finally paid attention and focused on the monster incident. Trip thought for a moment. Didn't we decapitate more than a dozen alien beasts? How's the research going over at the Research Institute? Did you find anything? The Secretary General on the side responded. The results are not yet available, but it is certain that the Fae do not belong to the creatures of the blue planet. When these words came out, all the hearts in the room sank. Not a creature of the blue planet. Trip tapped his fingers on the desktop and spoke slowly. Step up your efforts and make sure you find something on those Fae corpses. Yes, the Secretary General nodded. And just then, General John suddenly received an urgent message. At the same time, an officer stormed into the conference room. His Excellency the Chief, something big has happened. Monsters have attacked our barracks. They destroyed the research room and took all the monster corpses. Bang! Trip and John snapped to their feet with a shocked look on their faces. What? Chapter 29, Identity Exposed. Qin Ming targeted. Say that again? General John grabbed the reporting officer by the hand. The lieutenant spoke tremblingly. This is true. The surveillance cameras in the barracks caught it. Damn it, so many soldiers in the barracks didn't manage to stop the alien beast? General John was furious. Of course he knew the importance of these alien beast corpses. This was the direction of their research for the future of the monster trial. In order to ensure the safety of the experiment, he also arranged the research room and the barracks, just in case of any mishap. But I didn't realize that accidents still happen. General, this alien beast raid caused our soldiers to suffer 1,580 casualties. The lieutenant's voice was trembling a bit. He could already imagine the wrath of these big shots that would follow. What? As expected, as soon as the voice fell, His Excellency Trip and a group of senior officers all sat down. The research lab was at the Hellos barracks, where a full 3,000 soldiers were scheduled. 1,580 casualties. That's more than half the casualties. What the hell is going on? Feeling a devouring gaze, the lieutenant's throat rolled. The alien beasts are raiding the sewers. Our soldiers can't react at all. And there are so many foreign beasts that by the time the soldiers react, the foreign beasts are already spread out all over the barracks, launching sneak attacks on the soldiers. It's as if they were deployed. They moved crisply and immediately found where the research room was after breaking through the soldiers' blockade. The researchers in the science lab, with the exception of Dr. Harden, all of them were hardly spared, and all 17 of our ferret Fae corpses were taken by them. Hiss. Hearing such a report, all the top brass sucked in a breath of cold air. This action, where is it possible for an ordinary monster to do this? This is something that if you didn't know, you'd think some country's special forces had done. Apparently, these foreign beasts were a lot smarter than they thought. Trip sulked and sat down on his butt. I think we've all underestimated these monsters. The corpses of their kind must have big secrets. That's why they come to fight over the corpses of their kind. The Eagle Jam executives on the floor were deep in thought. They finally realized the gravity of the situation. General John slowly regained his composure and looked at the reporting lieutenant. How many came? How many casualties? And how many corpses were left behind in this alien beast attack? At the word, all eyes fell on the lieutenant. The lieutenant, who had long been sweating, hesitated and spoke stiffly. The number of foreign beasts is unknown at this time. Predictions are in the hundreds. The soldiers did kill several, but the bodies were all taken by their kind. Not a head left? General John was once again furious, with eyes that could spit fire. What's the point of doing scientific research when there's no body? General John, calm down. Trip waved his hand, signaling John not to get angry. Although his face wasn't looking too good at the moment, he had to stabilize the situation at this point. It's not like we didn't get anything this time. At least we know the importance of the Fae beast corpses. The fact that the foreign beasts risked their lives to snatch the corpses of their own kind is proof that there is a great secret on this. As long as we can crack it, I believe the Fae crisis will be able to pass. True to his title, Trip immediately calmed the crowd with these words. That's right, we can keep killing when the Fae corpses are gone. And if we don't have it, other countries do. I can send someone to the Maple Leaf country to ask for the corpse of the Fae beast. I believe they won't dare to refuse. Secretary of Defense Arthur spoke slowly. The crowd lit up. Yeah, well, they don't. Their minions do. Okay, let's do it. The crowd was in a slightly better mood. Arthur looked at the crowd and continued. Gentlemen, do you remember the mysterious man from China? Do you guys think that his mysterious power could have come from these beasts? When these words came out, everyone's expression was stunned, especially General John, who gave General Arthur a death glare. Did you find out something? Arthur of the Ministry of Defense nodded. Gentlemen, after our investigation, a mysterious organization has been established in China, known as the Monster Academy. All of the current moves in China come out of the hands of this Monster Academy, and the person in charge of this Monster Academy, I suspect, is that mysterious man. The identity of this mysterious man, I'm basically certain that it's this man. With that, he turned on the conference room's cast screen. On the screen, it was clearly Qin Ming's image. That was the video of Qin Ming decapitating the Thunder Iron Beast at the Animal Pavilion. Upon seeing Qin Ming's figure, General John's eyes widened violently. That's him. These days, this figure had been in his mind, and he simply couldn't forget it. General Arthur pointed to the footage. At first we all thought it was self-directed by China, but now, the video has disappeared from the internet. Hua Xia is protecting the identity of this youth. There's a big possibility that this youth is the chief director of the Monster Academy. Based on this analysis by General Arthur, all the Eagle Jam executives nodded their heads in recognition. Moreover, from the video, it could be seen that this youth possessed the ability of thunder and lightning, which was identical to that mysterious figure at sea. General John's eyes lit up. Your Excellency means to bring this man to Eagle Jam? If they could take down this person, then they, the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, would definitely be able to gain a huge advantage in this trial of civilization. General Arthur shook his head. No, not to mention if we can catch him or not. If we do, he may not tell us something. So what do you mean? The crowd looked puzzled. The corners of General Arthur's mouth turned up slightly. Spies. At those words, everyone's eyes lit up and they secretly gave a thumbs up. It is not too easy to plant a spy on a hairless youth. What Qin Ming didn't know was that he, who had been hiding behind the scenes, was still being targeted by his enemies. One day until monsters attack the world. According to the civilization trials of the previous life, the first stage of the trial, there were only 3 types of foreign beasts. No. 001, Thunder Iron Beast. No. 002, Thousand-Faced Monkey. No. 003, Weasel. Of course, nowadays there is an additional alien beast species discovered. Number 004, Ghost Shark. It's just that the ghost shark race is at sea, and it's not causing much of an impact on humans at the moment. Moreover, Qin Ming didn't have a better way to deal with the ghost sharks lurking at the bottom of the sea. As for the 2 ghost sharks at sea that had been killed by Qin Ming, they had already been transported back to the harbor. Qin Ming ordered his men to split it at the first opportunity and refrigerate its meat. It's the key to building their transcendent warriors. These 2 such huge ghost sharks should be enough for 500 soldiers to upgrade their transcendent physique. And these 500 soldiers will be the future main force of China. And now the Monster Academies, hunting the alien squad. After a physical examination, the Healing Life, the 89th in the sequence, has finally unearthed its powerful abilities. After learning of this ability, Qin Ming was thrilled and had tremendous confidence in his next actions. Finally, under the intense preparations of the senior management of Huaxia, the first stage of the civilization trial finally began officially. That night, all major developed countries received a mysterious message. The message is simple. Blue Star countries, the first phase of the civilization trial has officially begun. The trial will last for 30 days. The result of the trial will be given a rating, and the civilization with a high rating will be rewarded. Please respect the trials where there will be a great price to pay. Chapter 30, the trial of civilization officially begins. When the major countries received this mysterious message, they were all nonplussed. The countries held an emergency meeting overnight. At this point they no longer think this is some joke that some country has pulled off, because after being reminded by China, the vast majority of the world's countries have checked their domestic granaries. This is good. Number 003, Weasel, is completely exposed. In the past few days alone, all countries have been busy exterminating the weasel alien beasts, and they have also all learned through various experimental means that the weasel alien beasts are indeed not a product of the blue planet. And where these beasts came from, no one knows. But what is certain is that this trial of civilization is absolutely real. So when they received this second extraterrestrial message, the entire world was sensationalized. What do you mean it's official? Could it be that the monster incident they experienced the other day was just a test run? But despite this, countries are screwed. And what happens when the real trials begin? Can't it be that this is a disaster for the world? Is the end coming? Panic. At this moment, the top brass of each country began to panic. They finally realized how wise Huaxia's various unusual moves had been the other day. Obviously, Huaxia is realizing the seriousness of the matter, and they are still foolishly mocking Huaxia. This scene slaps the world in the face. Eagle Jam Chief Trip immediately ordered to make sure to figure out what Huaxia was doing, especially the Tower of Heaven program that is going on. Look at what that's for. The Chinese side is also in an emergency meeting. In the central conference room of Shangjing, the top brass of Huaxia gathered together, their eyes falling solely on the screen. On the other side of the screen, it was Qin Ming in Long Xiaohua. When he learned of the second message from outside the domain, Qin Ming was not surprised. Yes, everything is unfolding according to the plot of the previous life. Qin Ming, what should we do next? The chief said with a grave look on his face. Proceed according to the plan. Deploy soldiers everywhere. Start a siege on the beasts that show up, and contact the Monster Academy as soon as there is news of the beasts. Also, when you kill a fey beast, make sure to guard the corpse, so you can't let the fey beast snatch it back. Qin Ming's voice spread throughout the conference room. One last thing, the air raid sirens are sounding throughout the country, and from now on, all the people are not allowed to leave their homes. At first light, the whole world will be thrown into chaos. After the meeting, Qin Ming and Long Xiaogua arrived at a heavily defended base. After passing through the layers of security, the two came to a central control room. In the central control room, there were hundreds of people busy, and in front of them was a screen. The big screen that came into view had a huge countdown. 5 hours 16 minutes and 20 seconds, counting down to 5 hours. The countdown ends at exactly 6 a.m. In daylight. This time is the beginning of the first stage of the monster trial. The huge screen was divided into 36 shots, which just happened to correspond to the 36 Tong Tian towers. The Tower of Heaven, which was being urgently rushed, could be seen on the surveillance screen. It could be seen that inside and outside the Tower of Heaven, there were many soldiers with loaded guns. Their only task was to ensure that the foreign beasts did not destroy the construction of the Tower of Heaven, and to protect the workers who were working on it. In addition to the huge screen in front of them, hundreds of staff members have a variety of equipment and screens in front of them. Their job was to make sure that the soldiers transmitted the battle footage to the central control room at the first opportunity after discovering the alien beasts. That way Qin Ming could be the first to discover the problem and make specific arrangements. After all, with the power he had at hand, it was impossible to distribute it all. And with the first-order alien beasts, with his current deployment, the soldiers were able to kill them through firepower. Qin Ming's target was a foreign beast that had already advanced to the second stage, and with that kind of existence, it would be a bit of a stretch for the soldiers to round up. Therefore, he had to be the first to learn of all the traces of the foreign beasts in the country. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Air raid sirens are blaring all over China. The notice is also then disseminated to the people of the country through television stations, the internet, and text messaging. Everyone, it is imperative that you stay in your homes and do not go outside. It was a night that blew up the country, and there was a lot of online chatter. All those who were outside, too, hurried toward their homes, never lingering outdoors. A message reaches the ears of the people in different forms. To all the people of the country, the trial of civilization will begin at 6 a.m. when the beasts will attack the human race. For the safety of the people, please be sure to stay home. Please lock your doors and windows. Turn down the volume on your TV. Put your cell phone on silent. And make no noise so as not to attract the attention of the beasts. If you find any sign of the Fae, contact the Monster Academy at. Please rest assured that the state will protect the people's safety with the utmost strength. Once the official announcement kept spreading, the people became even more panicked. The sense of crisis is getting stronger. It was a night when people couldn't sleep and panic gradually spread. Fortunately, a number of bold people pulled back the curtains and saw the soldiers standing in the street. The great figure under the nightlight was a source of great reassurance. Soon the video of soldiers stationed on the streets, once again, hit the hot seat. It made the panic dissipate quite a bit. This is the moment when everyone waits for the dawn. Naturally, Huaxia's movements could not be hidden from the rest of the blue planet. Many countries have copied it and made the people hide in their homes. For example, hawk sauce, the first thing Trip ordered. Yet when the G.I. drove down the street, it was bustling with activity. True to form, there are far fewer people who heed the warnings of the state in the land of the free. Keep in mind that there is a time difference between HWA and Eagle Jam. Wahoo at night is exactly Eagle Jam by day. Everyone is busy or enjoying their afternoon tea. Who wants to be disturbed for no reason? Apparently, they haven't realized the magnitude of the problem, or perhaps their national cohesion, which was already so festering. Upon learning of this, the Trip went numb. It's not just Eagle Jam, it's a lot of countries. There is absolutely no second one that can do what Huaxia does. At this moment, the top management of each country realized how powerful China was. In the area of national cohesion, they lost out completely. In order to ensure the safety of the people of the country, Eagle sauced the streets of the capital, arranged a lot of military vehicles. The GI gripped his weapon tightly and stood at attention. It seems that the masses are more at ease and still enjoying themselves under the protection of the big guns. 6 o'clock in WAH is exactly 6 o'clock in the evening in Eagle Jam. Soon the time came. Although many of the crowd didn't believe it, they were still a little nervous and sought cover. However, the sky was extraordinarily beautiful at dusk, and there was not the slightest sign of the monster's presence. After another 10 minutes, it was still peaceful. The crowd popped up. What the hell? I told you that Huaxia is a coward. There is nothing. I've been given a false alarm. Is Huaxia the only one who is worried about the world? Damn. Such a kingdom spreads rumors. He must be condemned. The noise on the street resumed once again as the crowd yelled and kept spitting at HWA. Even the GI station there were relieved that it was a farce. Just as they were relieved, however, a man with red glowing eyes and sluggish actions walked up to the military vehicle. The man pulled out a pistol in his pocket and aimed it at the back of a GI's head. Bang! With a gunshot, the monster trial officially debuted. Chapter 31, Disaster Strikes. Nations riot. A woman witnessed the scene and let out a scream of horror. Bang bang bang! After knocking down one of the GIs, the man continued to aim at the other soldiers. The soldiers had just relaxed and didn't even realize that someone would be shooting at them. 3 consecutive shots rang out, and the 3 soldiers outside the armored car fell in response. One of the GIs even came down hard on the head of the armored car. At this moment, the soldiers in the car immediately reacted. Fuck! With a roar, the soldiers in the car immediately shot the assailant through the firing hole. Chug, chug, chug. The scene was chaotic with the sound of rapid gunfire. Screams rose and fell, and crowds in the streets fled in panic. After killing the thugs, the soldiers in the armored car rushed out to maintain order. Don't even panic. It's already fine. The thugs have been killed. Don't panic. Don't run. The GI mounted the roof of the car and shouted over a loudspeaker. However, just as these soldiers rushed out to sustain order, several figures came face to face from the crowd. These people, both men and women, were unremarkable. As the GIs looked on in shock, they pulled out their pistols. G.I. Joe's pupils suddenly shrunk. Watch out! Bang! 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 Gunshots were fired. The GIs were all killed when caught off guard. After taking care of the threat, the red-eyed men, once again, targeted the panicked masses. Bang! Bang! Gunshots continued to ring out as these red-eyed men, in the guise of demons, frantically reaped the rewards of life. And this scene appeared in various places in Eagle Jam. It's not just Eagle Jam, but many countries that don't ban firearms have had similar incidents. The Fae they were defending against didn't show up at all. It is their citizens who cause mass casualties and chaos, and instead of being contained in time, the riots are spreading. The GIs who had been preparing to defend against the Fae were focused on stopping the riots. The problem, then, is that these red-eyed people, from the outside, are simply indistinguishable from dissimilarity. When GI support arrives and those rioting are hiding, guns in their pockets, who knows who the rioters are, when the soldiers aren't looking. However, the red-eyed man pulls out his gun again and kills the supporting GI. What's even more horrible is that these red-eyed people get the soldiers' weaponry, and that can be a completely different nature. When they are sweeping the streets with rifles and armored cars, who can stop them? Of course, in the free country of Eagle Jam, there are still a lot of people who own guns, so who can serve who? When the riots started, naturally there was resistance, and the gunfight began. The armed forces of the civilians and the red-eyed men fought together. The soldiers who then rushed to support them afterward were dumbfounded to see this scene. They simply couldn't tell who was friend or foe. At a glance, the supporting soldiers recognized the resisting civilians as rioters and immediately went on the offensive. Then the fun is over. By the time the soldiers reacted, the entire Eagle Jam had become chaotic. It was a moment of regret for the people on the streets, regretting why they didn't stay at home for good. It didn't take long for the news to reach the Eagle Jam Center room. Tripp and the group of executives were all dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? Tripp slammed his palm on the table, clearly beyond angry. What kind of person takes advantage of a monster invasion to start a riot? All the top brass were dead silent and their faces were ugly. His Excellency the Chief, I'm afraid this is not the work of the masses. There are currently riots of this sort in every country in the world. At this point, General Arthur, the Secretary of Defense, spoke with a frown. You mean, this is the Fae messing around? Tripp looked over with a sullen face. Arthur nodded. That's right, we suspect that the rioting masses may have been controlled or compelled by the Fae. What? Everyone's face changed when these words came out. Those foreign beasts, they even have this kind of ability? How can this be a fight? Impossible. I don't believe the Fae are capable of this. General John was the first to retort. Bang! Just then, a soldier suddenly rushed into the conference room, and then under the horrified gazes of a group of executives, the soldier picked up a pistol and aimed it at Tripp, who was in the first position. His Excellency, the Chief, be careful. The scene was chaotic, and one by one, they crouched down to find cover. Tripp also panicked and flopped right down on the ground, and with a witty lunge, he dodged the soldier's bullet. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire stung extraordinarily in the conference room. Take him! The soldiers reacted immediately, rushing over to pin the assassinating GI to the ground and seizing his pistol. Yet the big soldier who had done the stabbing kept struggling like a wild animal, and a low hiss came from his mouth. What was even more noticeable was that his eyes were scarlet. Tripp and a host of other top brass were stunned and gathered around under the protection of the soldiers. General Arthur, the Minister of Defense, pointed to the soldiers on the ground, his face grave. Look, these are the rioters, and during an attack, the eyes glow red. What I just didn't realize is that these people who are being manipulated by the Fae have infiltrated here. At that, the crowd was convinced of General Arthur's words. All of them were horrified. Chief Tripp asked a critical question. What about the Fae? Where are the Fae lurking? Yeah, the problem is how to solve it. We have to find out the foreign beast and kill it. the other executives said one after another. Arthur shook his head, his eyes looking to the east. Maybe Huaxia has a solution. Right, Huaxia, what's the situation over there? The crowd's eyes lit up, their eyes filled with gloating and anticipation. The situation on their side is so miserable. I guess the situation in Huaxia is even worse. Once the riots festered, with such a dense population in China, a lot of people would surely have to die. General Arthur looked at the crowd inside. Alas, the situation in China is the opposite of ours, and they haven't caused much of a problem. What? Everyone exploded. How is this possible? That's right, with this kind of riot, how did Huaxia suppress it? Everyone doesn't believe that Huaxia can solve it perfectly. Arthur shook his head. That's just the way it is. Red-eyed people did appear in China as well, but when they ran up the street with kitchen knives, they were subdued in 2 strokes. Trip burst into a rage. Are you kidding me? Why do the rioters in our country have guns and the rioters in China have knives? That's not fair. However, when his words fell, the man froze. Not only him, but all of the executives at the scene froze. Yes, the country that is reputed to be the safest bans guns. The most powerful weapons a rioter can get their hands on are kitchen knives, baseball bats, hose. With such a weapon, wouldn't it be a proper delivery against a heavily armed soldier? As far as I know, the soldiers on the Chinese side didn't fire a single shot and the riot was suppressed. General Arthur's words left a crowd of top brass speechless for a long time. Trip spoke with a grim face, unconvinced. Even if that's the case, they won't be able to catch the fey beast behind the scenes. Again, it's just treating the symptom but not the root cause. At that, the crowd nodded in agreement. That's right, the problem still hasn't been solved. General Arthur shook his head. No, they've caught the fey hiding behind their backs. As the words fell, everyone looked over in deathly shock. What? How did they do it? Chapter 32, Nationwide Shock. And that's a win? At a time when the world is in chaos, only China is safe and sound. On the street, there are indeed rioters coming out. But as soon as these people appeared, they were arrested by the fighters guarding the streets. All of this was just as Qin Ming had expected. In the Monster Academy's central monitoring room, the huge screen was divided into hundreds of small images, all of which were transmitted back from the soldiers' combat helmets. As they watched one of the rioters being arrested, everyone looked at Qin Ming with admiration in their eyes. Dean, you're so divine. You really guessed right. Even Long Xiaogui was agitated. What is happening in the countries of the world? Of course, he has been informed of the situation. In such a comparison, the actions of China are nothing short of miraculous. Qin Ming smiled faintly. This was nothing. These rioters are just being manipulated by the Thunderbolt Beast, number 001 with a special ability. No matter how berserk they were just ordinary people with broken kitchen knives. How could they be a match for the heavily armed soldiers? But it's not like those countries in Eagle Jam. That land of the free is full of guns. Once the fight starts, it's going to be a mess for sure. In the center room, all the staff were excited. This monster trial, it's nothing. Qin Ming waved his hand. Don't be careless, all of you. The real battle is only beginning now. Inform the next. Take the rioter as the center and search a 100-meter radius. The Thunder Iron Beast must be nearby. Although the Thunder Iron Beast could manipulate humans, the distance was very limited. If it was a first-order Thunder Iron Beast, 100 meters, that was its limit. As for the second-ranked Thunder Iron Beast, the range of control could be raised to 300 meters. As far as the current stage was concerned, they were basically all first-order Fey. A second-rank foreign beast was already considered a boss existence. Once discovered, Qin Ming would have to take action himself. Hearing Qin Ming's order, all the staff immediately released the news out. Almost at the same time, fighters deployed across the country went into action. Due to early preparation, the streets across China is no pedestrians. The search is very fast. Dean, there's a discovery. A staff member's voice caught everyone's attention. The screen's image was enlarged. It was on a certain street in Mordor when a small team found the Thunder Iron Beast hiding in an alley. The squad immediately called for support, and before long, hundreds of soldiers surrounded the Thunder Iron Beast. This one was nothing more than a first-stage Thunder Iron Beast, and as it watched itself enter the encirclement, it was confused, not even trying to understand how it had been discovered. Obviously, these Thunder Iron Beasts had extremely high intelligence, and as soon as they saw that they had been discovered, they chose to escape at the first opportunity. However, under the intensive firepower, the Thunder Iron Beast had nowhere to run and was directly shot into a sieve. The eyes of that Thunder and Iron Beast received special care. It was shot in both eyes before it even started to fight back. With blindness, the Thunder Iron Beast could only be slowly worn down. As it lay dying, it couldn't understand why these humans knew that its eyes were a weakness. Once the eyes are injured, they lose the ability to control humans. Those humans they manipulate will also return to normal. At this moment, everyone in the Monster Academy's central control room and the Shangjing Central Conference Room were excited. The first beast that appeared was easily taken care of, which was a good start. Ha ha ha, contact the Monster Academy for me. I want to speak to Dean Sheen. This battle is simply too beautiful. The head honcho was thrilled and praised Qin Ming in front of many of the higher-ups. Ha ha ha, Dean Sheen is farsighted. He guessed everything. Why? There seems to be a reward at the end of the trial, right? I wonder what it will be. And old General Zhu was even laughing. He was especially excited to see countries like Eagle Jam suffer. Next, the sightings of the Thunder Iron Beast kept appearing. With the soldiers searching for them, the Thunder Iron Beast had nothing to hide and was constantly being rounded up. In just a few hours, the country had decimated more than 50 Thunder Iron Beasts. 50 Thunder Iron Beasts spread across the country wasn't really that many. Of course, this is just the beginning. At this time, the sky was already bright, and many of the masses were nervously nestling in their homes, not daring to make a sound for fear of attracting the beasts. But fortunately, there were no cases where the beasts were so rampant that they rushed into the people's homes. Of course, those who are in such a situation have already become captives of the Thunderbolt, and have become one of the rioters. And whenever a rioter shows up, he or she is quickly rescued by soldiers. The people who are hiding in their homes are not closed to news. They don't know what's happening in the country though, but the network was open, and they were all shocked to see the misery on the extranet. At this point, it feels facetious to describe the foreign country as chaotic. Gunfights, deaths, bodies, everywhere via video. It's not just one country, it's most of them, but what puzzles them is that the country seems quiet. No video of any chaos has been circulated on any of the major social media platforms. As the day dawned, many of the people began to bravely show their heads out of the windows to see what was going on outside. The moment the curtains opened, the slow sunlight shone in, and not far away, soldiers stood in the street. This moment is so reassuring. Monsters invade Blue Star. Countries riot and chaos reigns. In China, on the other hand, the sun rises in the east as usual. The bears are playing on TV, and it's business as usual. The buzz is constant on all the major social media platforms. Geez, did we make it through? I saw the video on the extranet. It's horrible. Ah, how come nothing happens in our country? Yeah, don't we have monsters in our country? Don't be stupid. I heard gunshots last night and the hissing of monsters. It's our country protecting us. It's the time of the dramatic online debate. An announcement was made by the Monster Academy official website. Dear people of Huaxia, since the start of the trial so far, more than 100 alien beasts have been killed across the country, and the situation is currently favorable. Please continue to stay at home. Don't worry, don't panic, trust the country. We will win this battle. The news spread instantly across the country and the nation's masses were in an uproar. What? You've already killed more than 100 foreign beasts? God! What have we been through these past few hours? Why don't I know anything? I'm going to cry my eyes out. Mom's doing something big behind our backs. Ooh-hoo, there is no such thing as a good old age, but it's just someone who carries the weight and walks forward, and has no regrets about entering Huaxia in this life. I have no regrets about joining China. I have no regrets about joining China. The pop-ups kept brushing up. Everyone can think of how much effort and how much has been sacrificed behind this short paragraph of the state's announcement. It was a moment that moved the nation. The whole world is in turmoil. Just China, only them, safe and sound. In addition to being moved, people also hope that they can do something for the country, even if it's just to give a little bit of strength. It didn't take long for Monster Academy to make another announcement. The announcement was a piece of information about the Fae, known as Monster Law. When the nation saw this Monster Law, everyone's eyes lit up. Something to do. Chapter 33, Monster Law. The Monster Laws are about exactly what it takes to get the nation moving. The Thunder Iron Beasts that appeared today, in the first stage of the trial, were not numerous, so they would not be easily exposed to humans. They are not stupid. Once exposed, what awaits them is only death. Therefore, it was not an easy task to search out all the hidden Thunder Iron Beasts in the country. They could potentially hide in civilian homes, controlling the people, and then lurk and slowly eat the people as they develop. The Chinese soldiers, on the other hand, were not able to go door to door to search, which would be too time-consuming. Not to mention that manpower was also a problem. The best way, therefore, is for the masses to monitor and rank each other. With the promotion of Monster Academy, Monster Law content continues to appear on all major online platforms. Monster Law, Monster Description, No. 001, Thunder Iron Beast, Picture, similar to a panda. Thunder Iron Beast abilities, great strength, strong skin, great defense, can control humans through their eyes. Weakness of the Reitetsu Beast, eyes. Whenever the eyes are damaged, the ability to control them disappears. Rule number 1, watch out for people around you whose eyes turn red. That's a characteristic of being controlled. If you find any, just tie them up and call the police. They won't be much stronger than you. Law 2. Contact all your family and friends around you. Being able to reply proves safety. Controlled humans don't play with their cell phones, and if you find anything unusual, immediately call the police. Rule 3. If you find a beast, run immediately. If you are unable to run, look it in the eye without fear and become its captive. And don't worry, the state will save you. Rule number 4. Opposite the fae. It is your right to scream, cause a commotion, or be able to scare off the fae. Law 5. Emphasis added. The distance at which the Thunderbird controls humans is generally no more than 100 meters. If you find people being controlled, please immediately take them to a crowded place to avoid being attacked by the Thunderbird. Take action. Protecting Huaxia is everyone's responsibility. As the announcements continued to go out, the nation was getting excited. Of course, they still follow the state and cannot go out as they please, but just lining up the people around you is enough to keep you busy. First of all, the home. There is no abnormality. Just look at the eyes. The next step is to contact friends and family who are not around. So lined up, it really did reveal quite a few anomalies. At this moment, in the Monster Academy's central control room, the phones were ringing non-stop, all saying that they had found an anomaly. A university dormitory. A youth was tied up by 3 other people in the dormitory, strangled with 4 belts, and hung upside down from the side of a bed. The youth kept struggling, his eyes red, his mouth cursing all the time. I'm red-eyed. I had it days ago, and I still have the hospital's diagnosis that I wasn't controlled by the Fae. However, the other 3 were not going to believe it and directly dialed the Monster Academy's police hotline. Hey, I arrested a guy in my dormitory who was being manipulated by a Fae. Please send someone immediately to search for the Fae. On the other side of the phone, Lucicora couldn't help but twitch her face as she listened to the hissing of the victim, cursing so hard, where it would be controlled by the Fae. Humans who were controlled by the Fae, besides their red eyes, had a very obvious characteristic, which was that their emotions did not change much. Apart from receiving orders from the beasts, they are more like walking corpses, and can't always speak well. But the voice on the phone, apparently, was normal. Lucicora said into the phone, "Is it possible that your roommate is really red-eyed?" The victim almost cried when he heard it, nodding his head vigorously in agreement. "Impossible. This animal is getting more and more berserk. It looks like it wants to eat people." The 3 housemates immediately retorted. The victim's eyes snapped open. "Murderous." Lucicora tried to maintain a professional demeanor. "Humans controlled by Fae don't eat people, and by the tone of his voice, I can guarantee that he's normal. Let him go. He's innocent." "Ha!" Now all 3 froze. "But why are his eyes getting redder and redder? Luzura, what did you do with him?" "Just hang upside down." The corner of Lucicora's mouth twitched. "You hung him upside down. His head is engorged with blood. Can his eyes not be red? If you don't untie him, he's going to get ed by you guys." "Ha!" The 3 were shocked and immediately pounced on the victim. "Ah, brother, we're sorry. Woo woo." The victim was in tears, his body trembling with anger, and he wanted to kill the 3 animals. After hanging up the phone, Lu Cherry looked at Qin Ming on the side. This kind of oops had been received many times. Qin Ming smiled helplessly. "I can't help it. I'd rather kill the wrong person than let them go. It's hard to avoid, and some people are so unsure that they have to call for advice. By the way, have you found the second stage Thunder Iron Beast?" Qin Ming asked. Lu Cherry shook her head. "Not yet. With us making such a big move, those Thunder Iron Beasts are afraid that they have already been startled and don't dare to venture out at will again." Qin Ming nodded his head. This was indeed the style of the Fey Beasts. The intelligence of those fellows could be very high. Maybe they're already camouflaged and hiding among the masses, and with the captive effect, they don't even have to show themselves. Especially when the alien beast controls certain corporate executives, it hides directly in the corporate building and is left to act by the corporate executives, who can't even be detected. As for seeing if your eyes are red, wouldn't you just wear sunglasses? In the previous life, there were not a few of these hidden Thunder Iron Beasts. By the time they were discovered, they had already reached the 3rd and 4th ranks, and their strength was terrifying. Jiangnan University, Girls' Dormitory. At this point, the schoolgirls were no longer as fearful as they had been at the beginning of the trial, and they were even in the mood to swipe small videos. The state's actions are very reassuring to them. In that case, just stay in the dormitory. You don't have to go to class anyway. Most of those who stayed in the dormitory were foreign students, and after the city was closed, they had no place to go except to stay in the dormitory. Going home is not realistic. Of course, there are exceptions. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of dormitory 303. For a moment, it scared the crowd in the dormitory. Xia Mo rolled over and got out of bed, grabbed the broomstick with a hand. His movements were flowing, and at a glance, he knew that he had practiced. "Don't be nervous, It's probably my dad who sent someone to pick me up. A girl hemmed and hawed. Her dad was a local business owner, so naturally he had some power. So I'm sure he sent a bodyguard to take her home. As expected, the words of the head teacher rang out from the door. Yang Xiaoyao, your dad sent someone to pick you up and take you home. Look. Yang Xiaoyao looked at Xiaomo's several people proudly. I'll go first. Don't worry. The country will protect us. Go for it. Soon. Yang Xiaoyao followed the director of instruction. Ugh. It's so nice to have a rich dad. The housemate sighed. Xiaomo didn't say anything and immediately closed the dormitory door, gently reminding the two housemates. Don't let your guard down. The Fei crisis isn't over yet. On the other hand, Yang Xiaoyao was taken away from the dormitory by the head teacher, but not towards the school entrance. Yang Xiaoyao asked suspiciously, Director, where are my father's people? Oh, they're in the principal's office, and it just so happens that the principal wants to talk to them about what's going on out there. The head teacher said slowly, his voice a little cold. Yang Xiaoyao, who was immersed in joy, apparently did not notice the difference and followed her all the way to the principal's office. It was less than 300 meters from the dormitory to the office in the academic building, and it was a quick trip. Go on. Your father's men are waiting for you inside. The head instructor pushed the sunglasses over his eyes. Thank you, Director. Yang Xiaoyao pushed the door into the office. Bang! Before she could react, the door was closed. Yang Xiaoyao was puzzled. There was no one else in the office? Have they gone out already? And behind the desk, a figure in a suit was crouching on the floor, seemingly chewing on something. At this time, Yang Xiaoyao seemed to still smell a smell of blood. Yang Xiaoyao instantly panicked and spoke tentatively. School, principal? As the words fell, the suited figure slowly turned around, revealing a fluffy, strange face in black and white, and the corners of its mouth, filled with blood. Yang Xiaoyao's pupils suddenly shrunk, and her entire body fell to the ground. Help! Help! There's a monster! Chapter 34, All countries copy the answers, and the demise of Fandango. The first day of the start of the trial passed quickly. With the cooperation of the whole country, the Thunder Iron Beast has nothing to hide and is gradually being searched out. Of course, the damage is still done. Of the lost masses, by the time the soldiers went to search for them, some had already been brutally killed by the beasts. For the Thunder Iron Beasts, humans were their favorite food, and besides the masses, many of the soldiers who had traveled to kill the alien beasts had also died in battle. Casualties are hard to avoid, but compared to foreign countries, the situation in Huaxia has been far, far better. On this day, Huaxia achieved a great success, decapitating 230 Thunder Iron Beasts. When Huaxia published the results of the battle, the whole world was sensationalized. Netizen from the Eagle Jam country, how is it possible? We can't even find the shadow of the Fae. Why did Huaxia manage to decimate more than 200 Fae? Bear Country netizen, this is a miracle. How did Huaxia do it? Sakura Nation netizens, impossible. Huaxia is definitely misrepresenting and demonizing the public. Stick Country netizen, agree with the upstairs point of view. Although our Stick Country did not break out in a gunfight, but also paid a great price to kill 5 head of foreign beasts. Huaxia to kill 200 head of foreign beasts simply when people are little cute. Netizens from all countries were in a heated discussion, and they all felt that Huaxia was bragging about itself. However, when netizens from various countries saw the official announcement issued by their own countries, their faces flamed and were struck with raw pain. The official announcements from each country were exactly the same as China's monster law. Not a word of what's in there has been changed. Obviously, the officials of various countries are recognizing the war achievements of Huaxia and are going to imitate the actions of Huaxia. All of a sudden, those little black people who sprayed Huaxia were dumbfounded. Seeing Huaxia's monster law, the people of various countries were shocked. Huaxia is selfless to give out the strategy to deal with monsters. In the meantime, the officials of various countries have acted according to the contents of the monster laws, and have indeed achieved great results. Although the riot wasn't suppressed all at once, it did identify quite a few alien beasts that were hiding in the shadows. The riots were greatly curtailed. As a result, netizens from various countries have given Huaxia lofty praise. They also deeply realized that Huaxia was truly worthy of being a blue star power. And this kind of temperament was really not something that other countries could have. At this moment, they began to envy the people of Huaxia. When China's global evacuation caused global ridicule, the world now understands China's foresight and love for its own citizens. Now that the countries of the world are in chaos while China is at peace, the evacuees should be grateful to have such a motherland. What a privilege to be born in China. After having the war record of Huaxia, countries began to frantically copy the answers. But again, there are countries that don't even have the opportunity to copy the answers. The day after the trials began, a message shocked the world. The kingdom of Vandan perished. It was the first country to fall in Blue Star. The panic among the people of the nations increased a few degrees with this news. It was as if the aura of death was hanging over the heads of the crowd, ready to rain down butcher knives at any moment. It's only the first day. With countries falling so quickly, will they be next? The smaller countries, in particular, were horrified. How the Fandango fell was because of the small size of the country. Once the beasts invaded the military department and manipulated those soldiers, then the whole country was a purgatory next. As one of the smallest countries in the world, Fandango has few military personnel in service to begin with, and the alien beasts had their sights set on their barracks from the start, and after taking control of the military area, the slaughter began. All in less than a day, all of the top brass of Fandango were killed, and the people were killed and injured. Nowadays, the entire country of Fandang is a paradise for foreign beasts. After learning the news, Qin Ming let out a sigh. It can't be helped. Following the course of the last life, Fandango is just the beginning. As the trials continue, more and more countries will come to an end. The trial of civilization is like a sifting through the civilization of a nation. Weak countries, naturally, are sifted out. It's just that this is a bit of a cruel tactic. At this time, Long Xiaoguo and Lu Chang approached Qin Ming. Long Xiaoguo slowly spoke. The thunder iron beasts found today are obviously much less than yesterday. Qin Ming nodded. In the first stage of the trial, a total of just 2,000 foreign beasts appeared in our country, and most of them appeared on the last day of the Great Eruption, so the decrease is normal. Long Xiaoguo frowned. I still have a doubt. Aren't there 3 types of foreign beasts we found on land? But why was it that the ones killed yesterday were all number 001 thunder iron beasts? Yeah, I can't figure it out either. Lu Cheng chimed in. Qin Ming's gaze was deep. The foreign beasts appear in batches. For the first 10 days, it was number 001 thunder iron beast. The next 10 days was number 002,000 faced monkey. And the next 10 days was number 003 weasel. Exactly 1 month. After all, it's the first stage of the trial. There will be a buffer. At those words, both Long Xiaoguo were stunned. A hint of worry appeared on Qin Ming's face. What I'm most worried about is the 1,000-faced monkeys. Their camouflage ability is so strong that ordinary people can't tell them apart at all. Long Xiaoguo and Lu Cheng's faces sank. They had personally seen the 1,000-faced monkey disguised as a high-ranking member of Huaxia, and if it hadn't been recognized by Qin Ming, Huaxia was afraid that it would be in big trouble. Do you guys think that the other country's top echelons will have been infiltrated by the 1,000-faced monkeys? Lu Cheng asked tentatively. No need to guess. There must be, Qin Ming said with certainty. Wouldn't the world be in chaos then? Lu Cheng was horrified. Qin Ming nodded. Chaos is inevitable, but it's also within control. The number of 1,000-faced monkeys isn't too large. It's impossible to kill all the country's top brass. A huge country is not a place for the whims of one of the top brass. Not even the head of a country. Long Xiaoguo nodded. He understood what Qin Ming meant. Checks and balances. Then what should we do? Lu Cheng was slightly relieved. We still have the Tower of Heaven. Those foreign beasts won't be able to make waves. Qin Ming spoke confidently. Tong Tian Tower. Long Xiaoguo and Lu Cheng glanced at each other. Those 36 big guys. They were still not sure what purpose they served. However, Qin Ming was extremely attached to this Tower of Heaven. Qin Ming didn't explain too much. He would know when the Heavenly Tower was completed. As long as we take the first stage of the trial, we'll be richly rewarded. And Huaxia will walk in front of the world. Trial rewards. Long Xiaoguo and Lu Cheng were both trembling with anticipation for that mysterious reward. At this time, Qin Ming turned around and looked at Lu Cherry and Hua Zhongxing, who were busy. How is it? Have you found any sightings of the second-order Thunder Iron Beast today? Hua Zhongxing had just hung up the phone and slammed a mouthful of water down his throat. He had originally wanted Qin Ming to get him a superpower to play with, but he had been assigned to answer the hotline, and he was so busy that his head was spinning. Nope. All the Thunder Iron Beasts that have been spotted have been shot down by the soldiers. Haven't come across the second order you're talking about yet. Hua Xiaofang shook his head, but the next moment, he seemed to remember something. But Qin Ming, in our class group, there's a strange thing that Xia Mo sent out. HM? Qin Ming frowned when he heard this name. Summers. This was an important person he was going to take in next. Something couldn't have happened, could it? Hua Xiaofang spoke the news from the group. Xia Mo said that her roommate, Yang Xiaoyao, was picked up by someone sent by his dad, or the director of instruction personally came to collect the person. But now more than 10 hours have passed, and she still hasn't contacted Yang Xiaoyao. Chapter 35, Crisis at Jiangnan University. After hearing Hua Xiaofang's words, Qin Ming and the others couldn't help but frown. If Yang Xiaoyao is out of touch, it's very likely that something has happened. Qin Ming opened his cell phone. He had been busy since he came back from rebirth, and this cell phone had been used only a handful of times. He glanced over and did see his classmates discussing it in the class group. On top of that, there were many unread messages, all greetings from his classmates. Among them his roommate, Hua Xiaobang. After all, he was with his classmates when the accident at the animal house happened. Many of his classmates now think he's squatting inside. At another glance, among the unread messages, Summer Mo's was the most numerous. It's been almost every day since the accident. And the last message, last night, Xia Mo, Xin Ming, are you okay? If the person is okay, report peace. Xia Mo, Xin Ming, monsters are really invading the world. And you're not wrong, they won't make things difficult for you, right? Xia Mo, Xin Ming. The Monster Academy's announcement said to call the police if I can't contact anyone around me. Should I try? Looking at the information, Xin Ming froze. The reason he didn't turn on his social media apps was because he didn't think anyone would care about him. However, right now, Xin Ming felt that his brain was somewhat lacking in oxygen. Faced with such a caring greeting from a girl, a normal man would have thoughts, right? Could it be that Xia Mo was interested in himself? But in their last life they were together almost every day, fighting side by side, born to die. And Xia Mo didn't seem to show anything, No. Xin Ming kept recalling the memories in his mind. Things didn't seem to be the way he thought they would be. Maybe it wasn't that Natsumi didn't show up, but that he thought of Natsumi's feelings as comradeship. That's right, old Xin. 3 days ago Xia Mo was looking for me, asking me to ask for connections to inquire about you. Hua Xiaofang's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had discovered the secret of something. Xin Ming was stunned for a moment, and then, I ignored her. I was too busy flying. Hua Xiaofang shrugged. The corner of Xin Ming's mouth twitched. Why didn't you tell me? Seeing Xin Ming's somewhat angry appearance, Hua Xiaofang said somewhat aggressively, you're busy too. It was actually right not to reply. After all, Xin Ming's current identity really couldn't be exposed at will. Lu Cheng and Lu Cherry's siblings both cast a different look with meaningful expressions. At this time, the Dragon General spoke coldly. Whether it's for public or private reasons, a young lover can't be left alone. When these words came out, everyone looked at Long Xiaogui in shock. This is something that the always serious Long Xiaogui could say? Cough. Xin Ming did choke on those words. He quickly looked at Lu Cherry. Contact the soldiers in charge of Jiangnan University and see if there were any students in or out yesterday? Yes. Lu Cherry acted immediately. Because of the large number of students staying in the school, soldiers were sent to protect it. However, the reply received made everyone's heart sink. The entrance to the university has been guarded by soldiers and no one has entered or left. Lu Cherry also contacted Yang Xiaoyao's father, and the other party instantly panicked, making it clear that the people he had sent there had not yet moved. Obviously, the probability was that something had happened to Yang Xiaoyao. If that was the case, it was very likely that Jiangnan University had mixed in the Thunder Iron Beast, and that Thunder Iron Beast was afraid that it had already advanced to the second stage if it had eaten a lot of students. A second-order Fey Beast would surely summon quite a few of its first-order counterparts. Today's Jiangnan University is afraid of a crisis. Looks like I'm going to have to make the trip myself. Long Xiaogui frowned at Xin Ming. Bring more people. Xin Ming nodded and immediately shouted, Lu Cheng, notify the Huntress Squad and set off with me to Jiangnan University. Upon hearing that the Huntress Squad was going to make a move, all the staff in the center room looked over with anticipation in their eyes. That mysterious alien hunting squad is finally going to show its face. Soon, 3 armored vehicles pulled out at the base. In the car, Xin Ming hesitated and took out his cell phone to reply to Xiaomo. Yang Xiaoyao has probably had an accident. Don't run around in the dormitory. Pay attention to the director. Wait for me. In the dormitory, Xiaomo's cell phone vibrated, and as she looked at Xin Ming's reply, her beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of excitement. It's okay, Xin Ming, he's okay. But the next moment, her eyes darkened. Something really happened to Yo-Yo? No, judging by Xin Ming's meaning, he knows something? Where the hell is he now? And what does wait for me mean? Just as Xiaomo was preparing to reply to Xin Ming with doubts, the dormitory door rang again. Bang, bang, bang. A sharp knock on the door startled all 3 in the dormitory. Did you bring the food? The housemate, Zhang Yuzi, jumped out of bed with a roll and was about to open the door. Xiaomo's face changed. Xiao Yu, slow down. Seeing Xiaomo's cautious look, Zhang Yuzi instantly reacted. This is a special time. The other housemate hurriedly pulled Zhang Yuzi back, her breathing becoming rapid. Summer Mo skillfully picked up the broomstick. At this point, however, all that was left of the broomstick was the wooden stick, and the broom had been removed, and on one end of the stick, a small knife was used to sharpen it into a sharp spear. At first glance, at this moment, Xiaomo looked like he was holding a lance. Combined with her decade-plus martial arts background, her gun-holding stance clearly gave the 2 housemates a sense of security. Who? Xiaomo spoke coldly. It's me, Director of Instruction. A familiar voice rang out from the door. Director of Instruction. Xiaomo's entire body instantly tensed up. His mood tensed to the extreme. Yesterday it was the director of teaching who took Yang Xiaoyao away. If something happened to Yang Xiaoyao, this director of teaching must have a problem. She subconsciously rang Qin Ming's reminder. Beware of the head instructor. Oh, chief, what's the matter? Xia Mo held back his fear and opened his mouth to ask. The two Zhang Yuzi on the side had shrunk to the ground. The three of them had discussed the matter of Yao Yao's loss long ago, so they naturally knew that there was something very wrong with this director of instruction. At that moment, a dark shadow stepped out from beyond the curtains. In the gap in the curtains, the head instructor showed half a face. The scene barely made the three people in the room jump out of their skin. Zhang Yuzi covered her own mouth with one hand and her roommate's mouth with the other, forcing herself not to let out a scream. Summers took a few steps back in some fear. It was true that she was somewhat capable, but she couldn't help but feel scared when facing the head of the teaching staff who could be a fae. What scared her even more was that the head teacher was wearing sunglasses. It was only at this moment that she reacted to the fact that when the director of instruction took Yao Yao away yesterday, she seemed to be wearing sunglasses as well. You should know that their director of instruction was a woman in her 40s, usually a svelte woman. Where would she wear sunglasses? Then there was only one possibility. The head teacher had been controlled by the fae, and the sunglasses, they were covering her red eyes. The head instructor looked at Summer Mo and revealed a smile. It was just that smile that looked extremely weird. You guys come out here for a minute. I need your help to bring food to the students in the dormitory building. At those words, the two Zhang Yuzi covered their mouths and desperately shook their heads in rejection. Summers gripped the wooden stick tightly, trying to keep himself calm. I'm sorry, director of instruction. We're three coming to that one and it's not a good day. Oh, that's fine. The head instructor didn't dwell on it, turned around and left. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, dodged it. Just then, however, the door to the nearby dormitory 304 opened, seemingly because they had heard the conversation between them and the director of instruction. Then an enthusiastic voice rang out. Director of instruction, let me help. The head instructor gave a wry smile. Yes, classmate, you are so enthusiastic. Follow me. Hearing this, Xiaomo's pretty face changed greatly. No good. Chapter 36, Rescue Jiangnan University. Class, don't go. Summers shouted. In an instant, the female students standing in the corridor and the head teacher both froze. Class, monster law. Summers reminded his classmates at the window in the hallway. The eager student looked to the head instructor, his attention falling on his eyes, but the sunglasses blocked his view. The female student's heart thumped, and she felt bad, turning around and rushing towards her dormitory, slamming the door behind her as soon as she could. When the female classmate left, the head teacher turned his head with an angry face. Through the window, he locked eyes with Natsumi. The head instructor put on a creepy smile and spoke icily. You know too much. After saying that, the director of instruction turned around and left. In the dormitory, Zhang Yuzi and her roommate hugged each other, their expressions frozen for a moment. She found out? She got scared and left? The housemates were instantly relieved. Yet Natsumi tensed his body and shook his head. Get ready to fight. She's gone to get help. Ha! The two Zhang Yuzi exclaimed in shock. Battle? Battle? They're two weak women. What are they going to fight with? Downstairs in the girls' dormitory, the head instructor walked down the stairs. She removed the sunglasses from her face, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes. The next moment she walked toward the door of the building and locked the iron door behind her. Click! The iron lock snapped shut with an extraordinarily loud sound, closing the only exit from the girls' dormitory. The head instructor slowly turned his head to look into the gloom, his mouth slightly open. Eat! Then, 5 figures in assault suits slowly walked out. These figures, with their tiger backs and bare waists, knew at a glance that they were not human. When it turned around, it was a fluffy, strange face in black and white. The 5 thunder iron beasts disguised as humans were the first to charge towards dormitory 303. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, the 3 Xia Mo were anxiously making phone calls. The footsteps in the hallway were extra loud. They're coming up. The 3 of them were instantly in a hurry, with panicked faces. Hurry! Hurry! Meanwhile, in the Monster Academy's central control room, the staff received a call from Summer Mo. Jiangnan University Girls Dormitory 303. Help! Bang! Ah! Only one sentence came over the phone, followed by a scream. The staff member's face paled and he rose to his feet. Dragon General, Jiangnan University Girls Dormitory 303. When these words came out, Hua Zhongxing's eyes snapped wide open. It's Summer Mo's dormitory. Is that the girl you were talking about? The Dragon General immediately responded. No good. The dean has just departed not long ago, and it is estimated that it will take more than 10 minutes before he arrives. Lu Cherry shouted in a hurry. The Dragon General's face sank. Contact the team in charge of Jiangnan University immediately. Dragon General, wouldn't that be spooking the snakes? Lu Sakura asked. They had originally wanted Qin Ming and the Hunt for Differences squad to sneak into the school to annihilate the Thunder Iron Beast. Once the soldiers were allowed to enter the campus, it would inevitably cause a riot of foreign beasts, and then the students would surely panic. And once they rushed out of the dormitory, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Dragon General sank his face. The Fey beasts are already on the move. It's too late. That's thousands of students. General Long, contact was made. The person in charge of Jiangnan University is Lieutenant Hifeng. Hey, it's Hifeng. The Dragon General immediately droned. This is Long Xiaogua. Lieutenant Hifeng, something has happened in the school's girls' dormitory. Immediately lead a squad to eliminate it. The foreign beasts inside may have reached the second stage, or even more than one. Pay attention to safety. On the other end of the communicator, Hifeng's heart trembled. Copy that. The enemy is very powerful. Proceed with caution. Dean Qin has already rushed to support with a hunting team. You must hold on. Copy that. At the school security office, Hifeng cursed. Damn it, how dare you mess up in my territory. At the same time, his face became grave. The Dragon General personally contacted. Dean Qin also took the hunting team out. This school is afraid that there is a big guy inside. This battle is a matter of life and death. Assemble. At the word of command, the 30-man squad immediately assembled. After Hifeng hurriedly gave the warriors a rundown of the situation in the school, he led the men to rush in. They hadn't been rushing into the campus for long. However, when they heard screams coming from the dormitory building, the soldiers' faces changed. Hifeng blamed himself and hated himself for not realizing it earlier. Hurry up. Something's happened in the dormitory building. The fighters ran frantically, clutching their rifles. Meanwhile, the principal's office. A suit-wearing Thunder Iron Beast watched the surveillance video on his computer. The corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Found it? Go on. Finish off those human soldiers. Saying that, the 5-headed Thunder Iron Beast anthropomorphized and stood up with a teasing face. Just as the fighters were about to head through the school building to the girls' dormitory, a dark shadow swooped down on the second floor. Captain, watch out. The warrior following behind Hifeng's back changed his face and quickly rushed forward to push Hifeng away. Bang! And he himself was heavily slammed to the ground by the Thunder Iron Beast. Hifeng turned around violently. The warrior's body had been folded back together. Blood was flowing from his mouth. He had already been sacrificed. And on top of him was the Thunder Iron Beast with a bloodthirsty face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. All the fighters were furious, raising their rifles and firing wildly. Bang! 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 The bullets hit the Thundersteel Beast and the slugs fell to the ground in droves. Roar! In the next moment, the Thunder Iron Beast raged and violently charged at the soldier. Ah, Captain! Damn it! Pull back! There's more over here! Retreat! Quick! Retreat! Gunshots and screams were heard in the school building. In the Monster Academy's central control room, all the staff members were staring at the screen in death, their faces full of grief and anger. On the screen, there was a real-time synchronized image of the camera on Hifeng's combat helmet, which had fallen to the ground at that moment, and the image was still. The only thing on the scene was the hissing of the foreign beasts and the mournful cries of the warriors. At this moment, the large center room was dead silent. Long Xiaogua's clenched fists crunched. 10 minutes later, bang! The 3 armored vehicles directly crashed through the gate of Jiangnan University and rampaged in. Team 1, follow me straight to the girls' dormitory. Lu Chang, lead the second team to the school building to save our warriors. Qin Ming ordered from the car. The next moment, the sound of tires sharply rubbing the ground rang out, and the 2 armored vehicles broke away from the school road and rushed straight onto the playground, heading for the school building. Qin Ming, on the other hand, led the 5 of them down the school road towards the girls' dormitory. The armored car hadn't been driving into the school road for long when they saw a large group of students ahead of them rushing out in terror. Behind them, there were 2 Thunder Iron Beasts chasing after them. Ah! Help! Run! The students cried out in fear, and when they saw the military vehicles rushing ahead of them, their faces suddenly showed a look of joy at seeing hope. The army! It's the army coming! The country is coming! We are saved! The students were so excited that they raised their hands and waved. The students in the back naturally heard it, but they could no longer escape. The 3 girls ran at the back of the crowd, the Fae already about to pounce. Ah! Help! 3 girls let out piercing screams, as they watched the hideous foreign beast pounce over. The 3 of them were in despair. Bang! Just then, however, a figure jumped out above the armored car. Then, under the shocked gazes of the students, the figure flashed like thunder, directly crossing over the crowd and rushing toward the back. Qin Ming tightened his grip on the star meteor blade, and a streak of thunder light traveled itself to the tip of the blade. Battle technique, obliterating lightning flash. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion. Qin Ming instantly blocked in front of the 3 girls, slashing horizontally with a thunderous flash leap. Put! The heads of the 2 Thunder Iron Beasts flew straight out. Wow! In the next moment, a popping sound rang out in the field. Chapter 37, The Tragedy of the Girls' Dormitory. Good. So awesome. The field were all girls who had escaped from the girls' dormitory, and at the moment those pairs of beautiful eyes, Bryn, eyes full of admiration. This cut, this body, this pose, it's a dream come true. Everyone froze in place, unconsciously clapping their hands. Qin Ming turned around, revealing a handsome face. For a moment, the student's eyes snapped open. No one thought that the soldier looked so young. About the same age as them already, right? Get up. It's okay. Qin Ming picked up the girl who had fallen to the ground. The three women were dumbfounded, looking at Qin Ming's face with unblinking eyes. One of them was even more shocked as she cried out in a trembling voice. Qin Ming? You know me? Qin Ming rummaged through his memory for the girl's appearance and finally settled on the class. This is the girl in his class. As the girl opened her mouth, several of her classmates in the field recognized Qin Ming. Ah, you're Qin Ming? Why are you dressed like that? Qin Ming was wearing a special operations uniform and was a completely different person in terms of temperament, and it was normal that they didn't recognize him at first. Qin Ming nodded at everyone and didn't explain too much. You leave first, go out the school gates and someone will protect you. Oh, okay. The girl in her class responded dully, obviously still not over the shock. At that moment, the Kanoi Ichiban team from the car stepped down. Send one person to protect them from leaving the school. The others follow me. Qin Ming shouted and continued to rush towards the girls' dormitory. As soon as Qin Ming left, the students exploded, running and asking questions around Qin Ming's classmates. Schoolgirl, is that really from our school? So handsome. How come I didn't notice such a handsome elementary school brother before? Oh my god, that slash he just made just now is practically chopping into my heart. Hearing these girls' voices, Qin Ming's face twitched. I have to say, these girls, their hearts are really big. What a time to discuss this. This location was not far from the girls' dormitory, and there were constantly students rushing out along the way. There are boys in the back. It seemed that the agitation that had occurred in the girls' dormitory had spread to the boys' dormitory. Quickly, all run towards the school gate. There are soldiers outside to meet them. Wu Mu shouted, evacuating the students. On the way, Qin Ming also learned a piece of information. The riot started in Building 2 of the girls' dormitory, where there were quite a few Fae. After learning this news, Qin Ming's mood sank. He glanced at his cell phone. Summer Mo hadn't replied to him until now. It can't be that building in Summers, can it? A trace of uneasiness flashed through Qin Ming's heart as he once again quickened his pace. It didn't take long for Qin Ming to lead his squad to Building 2 of the girls' dormitory. Upon seeing the scene in front of them, whether it was Qin Ming or Wu Mu and several other members of the exotic hunting squad, their faces changed violently. At this time, on the second floor of the dormitory, girls were throwing their bedding downstairs and then jumping down one by one. That's the second floor. Counting the fence, the height is 4 or 5 meters high, so jumping down like this will definitely be injured. But clearly, this has been the smart move, because on the other side of the corridor were 2 thunder iron beasts, and on the first floor, where the doors had been securely locked, a large group of students huddled at the iron gate screaming in fear. No wonder the students are jumping off the building. The doors are locked. Ah, help, don't come over, jump down, the monster is coming. With a loud scream, the students upstairs jumped down. Asterisk. Qin Ming bellowed. Wu Mu, go open the door. Then, with quick steps, he rushed forward, his form leaping high into the air, grabbing the second floor fence as he flipped and jumped onto the porch. Roar! A thunder iron beast grabbed a girl and was about to take a bite out of her. Buzz! The blade flashed. Qin Ming stabbed out and stuck the star meteor blade onto the thunder iron beast's large mouth. Then, a flash of ruthlessness flashed across Qin Ming's face, and with a twist of his wrist, the long blade rotated. The razor-sharp blade tore through the thunder steel beast's jaws. Ow! The thunder iron beast let out a mournful hiss. Thunder surged from Qin Ming's body as he kicked over. Bang! The thunder iron beast was like a heavy blow, and its entire body flew out. Die! Qin Ming quickly stepped forward and stabbed a knife into the heart of the thunder iron beast. Boom! Thunder exploded, and the heart of the thunder iron beast thumped to pieces. The heavy body fell heavily to the ground. Roar! Human, you seek death! The other thunder iron beast spat out human words and charged towards Qin Ming. A thunderbolt flashed in Qin Ming's eyes, and the star meteor blade's arc of electricity flashed and leaped as it instantly chopped out. Pust! The thunder iron beast's head flew straight out. At this time, Wu Mu also brought the Huntress squad to clear the building's thunder iron beasts and rushed up to join them. Dean, the gates are clear. Qin Ming went back to take a look, and those students were already terrified. Evacuate the students. Yes. Qin Ming continued to rush upstairs. Xiaomo's dormitory was on the 3rd floor. On the floor, Qin Ming decapitated another thunder iron beast. At this moment, His face was becoming more and more grave. The number of foreign beasts in this Jiangnan University had exceeded his imagination. The most important thing is that this development process is not the same as the last one. In his last life at this time, he was also in school, but there wasn't any incident with the beast. Why is that? Had his rebirth changed something? Just like this thought, Qin Ming had already rushed to the entrance of the 303 dormitory. Natsumi. Yet 303 not a single person was there, and there were bodies and large traces of blood on the ground. Qin Ming's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly went up to turn the student's body over. Not a 303. Dean, there are no Fae on the third floor. I'm evacuating the students. A team member's voice came over the headset. Also, students say some were forced onto the roof of the building. Qin Ming charged all the way up, killing 2 more foreign beasts to settle the students in distress. However, he rushed all the way up to the roof of the building without finding Xiaomo's figure. Qin Ming's heart thumped. Something wouldn't have happened already, would it? Qin Ming? Suddenly a girl cried out in surprise. Qin Ming turned to look and saw a face with some impression. Summer's housemate. It's really you, the girl exclaimed. How did you? Where's Xiaomo? Qin Ming asked in a hurry. She and Hazuko jumped off the second floor, and I was too scared to jump. Laughed. Qin Ming's tense heart loosened a little. No, they were hurt when they jumped, and there's a monster going after them, so go save them. What? Qin Ming's face changed. Which way did they go? The girl immediately pointed to the right, in the exact opposite direction of the school gates. Dining hall? Qin Ming immediately reacted. You're leaving after the soldiers. With a word of advice, Qin Ming directly jumped down to the tall building under the shocked gazes of his female classmates. The female student was dumbfounded for a moment. It's the 7th floor. Bang! Qin Ming landed heavily on the ground, cracking the floor tiles. Just as he was about to move, Lu Cheng's urgent voice came from his headset. Dean, a second-rank Thunder Iron Beast has been discovered. That ING guy. Strong. Chapter 38, The First Battle of the Alien Hunting Squad. A second-rank Thunder Iron Beast? Qin Ming's mood sank. Where are you? The communicator once again sounded Lu Cheng's gasp. Who? In the direction of the dining hall. We killed all the way here. Some soldiers have already sacrificed their lives, but we don't see Lieutenant He Feng's body. He should still be alive. We followed the blood trail all the way here. Come on, there's a lot more students over here. Dining hall. Qin Ming snapped his head back to look. Wu Mu, take the people and head to the dining hall immediately after evacuating the students. Wu Mu was carrying a classmate with an injured leg and responded in a hurry. Roger, quick, run for the school gates. They didn't know if there were any more alien beasts nearby, so someone had to protect the students to evacuate safely. After arranging this side, Qin Ming immediately rushed towards the dining hall. Meanwhile, outside the dining hall, Lu Cheng and the people from the Hunt for Differences squad were confronting a ferocious second-stage Thunder Iron Beast. The Thunder Steel Beast stood, his suit already cracked and his face ghastly. This Thunder Iron Beast, the one disguised as the headmaster. Beside them, there were also 5 first-rank Thunder Iron Beasts. The suit Thunder Iron Beast looked at the human in front of him and actually revealed an evil smile. You humans actually found a way to awaken so quickly? I really underestimated you guys. At those words, Lu Cheng's face sank. This Thunder Iron Beast's IQ, it's a bit high yet. The suited Thundersteel Beast couldn't help but smile at the human's surprised look. You don't think that only humans are higher beings, do you? Nope, you don't count as higher beings. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. A crowd of Thunder Iron Beasts laughed, seemingly at the disdain of their prey. At this moment, it was as if they were the masters of this world. Do it! Lu Cheng had no intention of talking nonsense, holding his long sword and charging straight up. Go! The hunting alien squad had gripped their long knives tightly, and their auras changed at the same time. Roar! 5 first-order Thunder Iron Beasts instantly charged over. The Kanoi member at the front of the line raised his sword to block. A strange force erupted, and his long sword was pulled across the room. The Thunder Iron Beast's sharp claws pulled out a spark with the long sword, and under the powerful force, that head of Thunder Iron Beast was directly thrown to the side. Then, the 2 Kanoi members immediately rushed forward and silently swung their swords to cut. The Thunder Iron Beast was instantly hacked to death. The suited Thundersteel Beast stared blankly. Impossible. Why do you humans have so many awakened people? It had initially thought that only Lu Cheng was an awakened, but it did not realize that a squad was all of them. This Blue Star, aren't they all weak creatures? Why are there so many awakened? That's not at all the right information for them to know. Ya. Ow dash. In the next moment, the other 4 heads of the same race slammed heavily into the ground and were similarly knocked back. They climbed up in a sorry state, a look of fear on their faces. These humans, they're not like other humans. The second stage Thunder Iron Beast's complexion became hideous as it suddenly let out a hiss. Roar! The screams spread throughout the school. Then, Under the shocked gazes of Liu Chang and the others, a head of thunder iron beasts rushed in all directions, with a rough estimate of 40 to 50 of them. A moment later, they were surrounded by thunder iron beasts. All the faces of Liu Chang and the Huntress squad sank at once. Yet that's not the most troubling. At the call of the thunder iron beast, at this moment, hundreds of students and teachers were rushing in with wooden sticks, tables, chairs, and other weapons in their hands. These people were red-eyed and completely out of their minds. These can be a pain in the ass, Liu Chang muttered. Facing the alien beasts, the big deal was to fight to the death. But if these controlled teachers and students joined the battlefield, it would make them cower, realizing that they're just being manipulated. They can't do any harm to the strike. At the same time, their visual images were transmitted to the Monster Academy hub. Long Xiaogua and all the staff members couldn't help but have their hearts sink when they saw the scene. The trickery of these foreign beasts was just too vicious. It's a total take on the military's soft underbelly. The dragon general clenched his fists and spoke coldly. Liu Chang, the time has come to show off the exotic hunting squad. Remember, do not harm the people. The voice rang through the headphones of everyone in the Huntress squad. Liu Chang gripped his long sword tightly and bellowed. Roger, alien hunting squad. Start fighting. Kill. The 15 Kanoi members shouted angrily in unison and rushed towards the thunder iron beast with their tang swords in their hands. The Great War, it's on. Roar. In terms of numbers, the thunder iron beasts were 3 or 4 times the size of the Huntress squad. The moment the battle began, the 4 thunder iron beasts charged towards one of the Kanoi members. The team member's face changed slightly, and he directly used the battle method of exchanging injuries for injuries. He gave up dodging and gripped his long blade to stab at the nearest thunder iron beast. Pust. The long blade penetrated the thunder iron beast's throat, killing it with a single blow, but he was also knocked away by another thunder iron beast, its sharp claws clawing hard on its chest. 3 bloody wounds appeared at once. However, a shocking scene occurred. The team member immediately stood up. The wound on his chest was healing rapidly. Seeing this scene, everyone in the center control room was shocked. It was the Dragon General who was in disbelief. Yes, other than Qin Ming and Liu Chang, no one knew the true strength of the hunt for the differences squad. Sequence 89, Healing Life. In addition to greatly increased strength and defense, it also has a powerful self-healing ability. That's why they dare to trade injuries for injuries. This is the way of fighting for the hunting team. Such a scene was played out on all the Kanoi members. They all adopted a humongous fighting style, and in just the first round, the foreign beasts were decimated by 6 heads and wounded by 9. But all the same, the players suffered heavily. But with their special abilities, this kind of damage wasn't enough to be fatal. Well done. Kill for me. Liu Chang roared as he blasted away the foreign beasts around him with a long sword in one hand and an iron fist in the other. Kill. The hunting squad was like a death squad, and the way that they fought was frightening. Although the wound can heal, it will still bleed and the body will still feel pain until it heals. In a short while, all the warriors were already covered in blood, but they were still fighting, even more and more ferociously. Roar. That second-ranked thunder iron beast finally couldn't sit still, and it wanted to personally strike and tear these humans apart. Accompanied by a roar, that powerful aura of the second rank instantly swept across the field. Look out! Seeing the second-order thunder iron beast charging towards one of the team members, Liu Chang immediately rushed forward and struck with his iron fist. Bang! The iron fist and the thunder iron beast's claws heaved against each other. Liu Chang's face suddenly changed, as if he had been hit by a large truck, and his entire body flew out. The blow landed him right next to those red-eyed teachers and students. The next moment, the sticks, tables and chairs all came crashing down. Captain! All the members of the team turned pale and tried to rush over to rescue them. However, that second-ranked thunder iron beast was even faster, and it grabbed the shirt of one of the hunting heterodyne team members and threw it over a dozen meters high as if it were garbage. Then the crew plummeted high in the air, and that thunder iron beast had already opened its huge claws, ready to deliver a fatal blow. If this was hit, it was feared that it would be torn apart directly, and any self-healing ability would be useless. No good. Asterisk. The faces of all the warriors suddenly changed drastically. At the critical moment, a thunderbolt flashed. Qin Ming's voice was like a thunderous explosion. Get thee outta here. Chapter 39, Xiaomo's Awakening. The first, chosen one. Knock. The Bigfoot entwined with thunder kicked heavily at the thunder iron beast, and the powerful force directly blasted it away. Boom! The massive body of the thunder iron beast blasted against the wall of the dining hall, and the entire wall collapsed. The warrior, who was plummeting through the air, landed firmly on the ground, avoiding a fatal blow. Dean! Seeing Qin Ming appear and save his companions, all the warriors were instantly overjoyed. Roar! The 2 thunder iron beasts pounced on him, wanting to tear Qin Ming apart. A thunderous aura flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as the star meteor blade picked up and flashed with thunderous light. Rip! one of the Thunder Iron Beasts was directly disemboweled. Then, the claws of another Thunder Iron Beast came straight at Qin Ming. Qin Ming leaned back slightly, dodging the claws of the Thunder Iron Beast, and then swung his fist. Lightning surged and a Thunder Fist whistled. Knock! The punch landed solidly on the Thunder Iron Beast's head. That heavy body slammed into the ground with a bang, and the ground exploded into a deep pit. The Thunder Iron Beast was wide-eyed, a fist-sized charred blackness left on its face, and lay breathless on the ground, a violent death by punch. Seeing this, all the members of the exotic hunting squad sucked in a breath of cool air. Good. So scary. Qin Ming's gaze swept through the field. At this point, there were only about 30 alien beasts left, which wasn't much of a problem for the alien hunting squad. I'll leave this place to you guys. I'll deal with that second-ranked foreign beast. Roar! The suit-clad Reitetsa beast rose up in the collapsed rubble and hissed angrily. I'm calling you a grandpa. Qin Ming rushed over lengthwise, the star meteor blade's thunderous aura flashing as it slashed down fiercely. The Thunder Iron Beast hastily crossed its arms over its chest, its fur stealing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dang! The blade heavily blasted onto the Thunder Iron Beast's arm, making an ear-piercing metallic clash. Under the powerful force, the Thunder Iron Beast was once again blasted away, its body rushing into the dining hall and sending rows of tables and chairs flying. In the dining hall, a scream was caused. Qin Ming turned his head to look over, only to realize that there were still a dozen students in the dining hall. These students were surrounded by a first-rank Thunder Iron Beast in a corner, and in front of them were three figures. Two of them were Chinese soldiers, and one of them was none other than Xiaomo, who was holding a homemade lance. The two soldiers were already covered in blood by now, holding two daggers trembling as they blocked in front of the foreign beasts, looking like they were about to fall at any moment. Xiaomo was in better condition, but there was also blood coming out of his arm, obviously injured. What was worth Qin Ming's attention was that there was still blood dripping from the tip of Xiaomo's homemade lance. Looking at that Thunder Iron Beast again, one of its eyes had been poked out. Qin Ming probably guessed what had already happened, and in his heart, he couldn't help but lament that even if this Xiaomo hadn't awakened a transcendent, his battle prowess was still barren. In the next moment, Feng and Xiaomo both looked toward Qin Ming with a look of surprise. Dean! Qin Ming! Qin Ming was just about to respond, yet the two Thunder Iron Beasts in front of them had already attacked. Look out! Qin Ming bellowed and quickly rushed to the rescue. Fight it! Since the dean had arrived, Feng was relieved to know that these students were saved. He was no longer cowering, and with a tight grip on his dagger, he lunged at the Thunder Iron Beast. No! Xiaomo's face changed drastically. She knew that Feng was stalling for them, but how could he stop the Fae? Seeing the human in front of him charging, that Thunder Iron Beast was also enraged and swung its claws to slap fiercely. This claw slapped heavily on Feng's chest, which was sunken under the huge force. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Lieutenant Feng, and at the same time, he also plunged the dagger in his hand into the Thunder Iron Beast's other uninjured eye. Pust! Roar! The Thunder Iron Beast let out a mournful hiss. Blind in both eyes, it went completely berserk, charging at the students in front of it without any discipline. Another soldier tried to block and was slammed away just as hard. No good. The two fighters were sent flying, leaving only Xiaomo to stand in front of the students. A flash of shock flashed across Xiaomo's face, but at this point she had no way to retreat. Damn it! Even though Qin Ming had increased his speed to the extreme, he was still too late. However, right at the moment of life and death crisis, Xiaomo's eyes flashed with a cold aura. Suddenly, a coldness swept out with it at the center. Ka-ching! A frost suddenly coalesced in Xiaomo's hand that was holding the lance. The frost continued to extend, freezing the lance instantly. In the blink of an eye, the wooden lance turned into a cold ice lance. Xiaomo only felt a powerful force erupt in his body, and his entire aura changed. She raised her lance and thrust it out. Pust! The cold ice lance pierced through the Thunder Iron Beast's body. The Thunder Iron Beast struggled frantically, but its body was pinned in place. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. The frost on the ice lance began to spread, and the freezing intent spread towards the Thunder Iron Beast's body. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the Thunder Iron Beast was completely frozen into an ice sculpture. Xiaomo's gaze flashed with a coldness. His lance turned, and the ice sculpture exploded. That Thunder Iron Beast shattered into ice slag. Qin Ming rushed to Xiaomo's side, surprised by the scene before him. Xiaomo actually awakened on his own in a moment of crisis? There are two ways to awaken. One is to take a magic potion, and the other is to unlock the genes on your own. This kind of self-awakening belongs to the ranks of geniuses, the kind that God rewards with food, and is called the Chosen One. Compared to the former, the sequential abilities awakened by the Chosen One were all unique, more powerful, and had unlimited potential. By unique, I mean that there is no corresponding magic potion for this sequence of abilities. And the ability that Xiao had awakened was the Ice Phoenix, that was ranked 003 in the King rank sequence. This is exactly the same as the last awakening. This awakening, however, came much earlier. Qin Ming's heart was shocked and he secretly sighed that the heavens were unfair. This is the King sequence, Ordinary sequence, Forbidden sequence, King sequence, and Divine sequence, one level stronger than the other. The average person who can awaken the Ordinary sequence is already 1 in a million, not to mention the more powerful King sequence. But at this time, Xiao didn't understand what was happening to itself. She came back to her senses and stared blankly at the cold ice lance in her hand, equally shocked. It's fine. I'll explain it to you later, Qin Ming said softly. Xiao slowly looked at Qin Ming, a smile surfacing on his face. I thought something had happened to you. Then, she noticed the special warfare uniform on Qin Ming's body, and a flash of surprise appeared on her face. What's this? Explain later. Qin Ming turned around to look at his dazed classmates behind him for a while. You guys take care of these 2 soldiers for me, we'll take care of the rest. Oh, good. Zhang Yuzi was the first to react and immediately rushed towards Lieutenant Hefeng who was protecting him. Lieutenant Hefeng and the soldier were seriously injured, but they still had breath and should be able to hold out for a while. Then, Qin Ming's gaze landed on the second stage Thunder Iron Beast not far away and asked softly, to fight together? A strange light flashed in Xiaomo's eyes. Aha! Chapter 40, Eagle Sauce, Condemnation of Huaxia and Compensation for Damages. Human, if you kill my clan, the Thunder Iron Beast clan will not let you go. The suited Thundersteel Beast stood up and hissed with a furious look on his face. Seeing that this foreign beast could actually talk, Xiao was shocked. The world, it seems, is not the same as it used to be. As intruders, death is your only end. Go! Qin Ming shouted violently as his entire body charged forward. Rip! On its body, thunderbolts swam, and lightning ons pulsed on the star meteor blade. Xiao looked at Qin Ming's changes in amazement, his eyes colorful. In the next moment, her hand gripped the wooden stick lance tightly. Click, click, click. Covered in frost, the wooden stick once again condensed into a long spear. The 2 of them rushed towards that second-rank Thunder Iron Beast with a left and a right, striking at the same time. Roar! The Thunder Iron Beast hissed and raised its millstone-sized palm with lightning flashes. Watch out for its claws. Qin Ming warned loudly and rushed in front of Xiao, slashing out with a knife. Knock! The claws of the Thunder Iron Beast collided with the star meteor blade, and thunder instantly exploded. A shock erupted between the 2, sweeping outward. Under the impact of the aura, all the surrounding dining tables were lifted off the ground. This Thunder Iron Beast was worthy of having reached the second stage. Its power was terrifying, and also has mastered the lightning ability, doubling his attack power. The moment Qin Ming blocked the Thunder Iron Beast, Xiao flashed out on the side. After awakening her psychic ability, her physical quality got qualitatively changed. Whether it was speed or strength, it was not comparable to that of an ordinary person. Xiao dodged to the side, gripping the ice-cold lance with both hands, and fiercely pumped it against the Thunder Iron Beast's belly. Knock! The ice slag exploded. The Thunder Iron Beast was hit like a heavy blow, and its entire body was sent flying. The Thunder Iron Beast stabilized its stance, and when it looked down, there was a clear stick mark on its abdomen, with crumbled ice slag on it. What's even more terrifying is that the ice slag, it's your own fur. It revealed a look of shock. High order sequence? Xiao ignored it and continued to charge forward, his gun coming out like a dragon. Coming from a martial arts family, her fighting skills were not much behind even Qin Ming. Xiaomo's speed was very fast, and the tip of the gun pushed straight into the Thunder Iron Beast's throat. The Thunder Iron Beast's face changed and immediately turned its head sideways. Click! The shot pierced the Thunder Iron Beast's shoulder, and the moment it pierced it, its shoulder was immediately frozen, and then a piece of ice slag exploded under the bombardment of power. Roar! The Thunder Iron Beast hissed in pain. On its shoulder, there was already an additional gaping hole, and there was still ice ballast on the wound, and the coldness continuously invaded its body. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Xiaomo's king sequence was truly not normally strong. The Thunder Iron Beast's thick defense could not be defended in front of her. At this moment, the Thunder Iron Beast was like a piece of shattered ice that would shatter with a poke. The Thunder Iron Beast finally panicked. It knew deep down that it was no match for these two and turned around to run. However, Qin Ming had seen through it and immediately blocked its retreat. Battle technique cast. Obliterating thunder flash. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, a blade light flashed out, and a stern aura swept across the field. The entire body of the Thunder Iron Beast froze. Then the corpse separated and fell heavily to the ground. Second order Thundersteel Beast. Killed. Xiaomo's beautiful eyes widened. This knife, so powerful. If he were to face this blade, he would probably have to end up like this Thunder Iron Beast. Qin Ming, this slash of yours seems to be a bit different. Qin Ming took a deep breath as his spiritual energy was half emptied. This is a battle technique. Each different transcendent abnormal ability has its own special means of attack. Just consider it a grand move for now, Qin Ming explained. Summers nodded thoughtfully. Qin Ming looked towards the Thunder Iron Beast's corpse on the ground, not expecting that the first second-ranked foreign beast would be solved so easily. This was thanks to CIMO. Otherwise, with his realm of the first rank, it would have taken some effort to decapitate this Thunder Iron Beast. This fellow, he should be able to condense a beast crystal, right? Qin Ming reversed his grip on the star meteor blade and stabbed into the Thunder Iron Beast's head. As expected, the tip of the blade was blocked as if it had hit something hard. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. He hurriedly split open the Thunder Iron Beast's head and found a beast crystal inside. This was the second Thunder Iron Beast crystal. The previous one had to be reserved for the Tower of Heaven, and this one was just enough to use on its own. This was the key to his promotion to Forbidden Sequence. Now that the world hadn't yet seen a large number of aliens, he had to take advantage of the opportunity to improve his abilities and stay far ahead of others. Watching Qin Ming's movements, although Xia Mo was curious, he didn't inquire too much. She knew that the world in the future was afraid that many things beyond cognition would appear. Dean. At this time, Lu Cheng ran in with 2 members of the Huntress squad. Seeing the corpse of the second-rank Thunder Iron Beast on the ground, they all let out a sigh of relief. Qin Ming looked out along the hole in the wall. The battle outside had already ended, and quite a few people from the Huntress squad were sitting on the ground panting heavily, obviously exhausted. Any battle damage? Qin Ming asked worriedly. This hunting squad was his main force now, and he would be heartbroken if he lost any of them. No, Lu Cheng spoke with some pride. 3 are seriously injured. The rest are lightly injured. They have special abilities. They can't die. Good. Qin Ming let out a sigh of relief. After the big battle, support arrived in droves. All of the Thunder Iron Beasts lurking in the school had been decimated, and those teachers and students who had been controlled had awakened. But the director of instruction that Xia Mo was talking about was afraid that he had been eaten by a foreign beast. Cleaning up the scene only revealed her blood-stained clothes. In this battle, the Hunting Differences squad displayed a powerful battle force, killing a total of 57 Thunder Iron Beasts. Together with the second-stage Thunder Iron Beasts that Qin Ming had killed, there were a total of 58 of them. None of the Xeno-hunting team had sacrificed anything, but their bodies were quite worn out and they needed time to recuperate. And of the 30 soldiers who came in at the beginning, all but LT, Hefeng and 3 were sacrificed. The students who were killed, 170 of them. This was the worst incident in China since the civilization trial began. In the next few days, Huaxia was surprisingly quiet, and the number of Thunder Iron Beasts that appeared gradually decreased, and on the 5th day, there was even none. Perhaps the Thunder Iron Beasts that had appeared had been killed off. In 5 days, the number of Thunder Iron Beasts that Huaxia had killed reached 355, and the bodies were all transported to Monster Academy. Under the detection of the ultramagnetic detector, all of the magical pill materials on these Thunder Iron Beasts were collected. Even the Beast Crystal had obtained 3 of them, which caused Qin Ming to be thrilled. With these magic pill materials, Qin Ming could prepare to build a second batch of Exalted. On the other hand, the riots in the world were eased because of the copying of Huaxia's answers. But despite this, 2 small countries fell to the fray. But overall, countries have minimized their losses because of the selflessness of China. What I didn't expect, however, was for Hawkmaster to snap out of it. He united the countries of the world and launched a condemnation of Huaxia. Eagle Sauce, the state of China possesses the means to deal with foreign beasts but does not inform the world in time. Eagle Sauce initiates a condemnation of this and demands that China give compensation to the victimized countries. When this news came out, the people of China exploded, angrily calling Eagle Sauce shameless. As a result, relations among the nations of the world have begun to be delicate. The armies of various countries are even gathering at the borders, and the smell of gunpowder is getting stronger. Chapter 41, China's Counterattack. Detention of the Minister of Defense of Eagle Sauce. With the push and pull of some countries, many countries in the world have pointed their fingers at China. From the very beginning, it was China that announced the monster invasion event to the world, and then made some big moves. And when the monsters started to invade the countries, all the countries suffered heavy losses. The only one who was safe and sound is Huaxia. As a result, many countries believed that it was the Huaxia state that was responsible, and they issued condemnations, using this to arouse the world's public opinion. Of course, some of these countries knew what the civilization invasion was all about. After all, they had all received extraterrestrial signals. Joining in the condemnation of HWA is nothing more than trying to get a piece of the pie. These shameless guys want to claim compensation. The neighboring countries of China, on the other hand, have assembled large armies to garrison their borders and put pressure on China. In response, our nationals were immediately enraged. You guys are really shameless. If you don't know how to be thankful, even if you don't know how to be thankful, you still want to accuse us. It's disgusting. Assholes should not publicize the monster laws. Such people don't deserve to live. I'm not afraid of a scumbag like you. Come if you can. A stone has been thrown into the air, and the internet has set off a spray of sparring. These countries, which had only been quiet for 2 days before they began to cause trouble, made the senior management of Huaxia furious. On the other hand, the culprits were gloating, as if they were happy to see China suffer. General Arthur, that's quite a trick you've got there. Yes, originally, because of this matter, China's reputation rose, but I didn't expect you to strike a blow right on the head, directly crushing China's reputation. High, really high. In the Eagle Jam Hub conference room, a group of top brass gave General Arthur a thumbs up. Feeling the compliments of the crowd, General Arthur was flattered. Ha everyone, you have to know that this civilization trial is a competition between countries with rewards behind it. Those rewards are bound to be about our future growth and status in Eagle Jam. So, whether it's in terms of battle record or reputation, we in Eagle Jam can't afford to lag behind Huaxia. This statement caused the crowd to nod in recognition. Yes, the trial of civilization is a competition between nations. This is a crisis, but at the same time it is a battle for the nation's fortunes. They had seen the nature of this trial long ago. Chief Tripp smiled and applauded. General Arthur's move to battle public opinion has had good results. Credit where credit is due. Then, he looked at the many top brass. This civilization trial is actually nothing more than that. It's just luck that Huaxia is ahead. If they hadn't banned guns, the consequences would definitely be worse than ours. Now that Eagle Sauce has gradually grasped the way to kill the alien beasts, we'll definitely be able to defeat Huaxia next and get the first place in the trial. Right, that's right, the executives agreed. In addition, continue to have neighboring countries put pressure on Huaxia. Contact Sakura Nation and tell them to start the spy program. Approach that kid called Qin Ming and take him down if you're sure. Tripp ordered one after another. Meanwhile, the Chinese side held a press conference. Respond to the condemnation of the countries united by Eagle Sauce. For a time, it attracted the attention of the people of the world, and the Eagle Sauce Center conference room, which was in the middle of a meeting, also urgently switched to a press conference in Huaxia. Long Xiaogua stood on the stage, and below him were reporters from various countries, with dozens of cameras standing by. The Dragon General opened his mouth with a majestic and domineering face. 1. If the Eagle Sauce country wants to make trouble, I, the Huaxia country, will go along with it. 2. The trial of civilization is not over yet. According to the information our country has learned, the next monster to appear is number 002, Thousand-Faced Monkey. This creature will disguise itself as a human. They will be someone close to you or a high-ranking person in a certain country. In particular, certain people who are inciting the country to gather troops to disrupt international security issues this time around. Please be aware that they may be thousand-faced monkeys in disguise. These monsters have one goal in mind. First let the countries fight each other and then take advantage of the fire. As he said this, the dragon would turn to the camera and spread a smile. The heads of state in front of the camera. Please also be aware that the thousand-faced monkey, Fey Beast may already be lurking around you. Boom! When these words came out, whether it was the reporters at the scene or all the people watching the live broadcast, they were instantly nonplussed. The reporters on the scene spoke in horror. General Long, are you telling the truth? Has your country discovered the thousand-faced monkey? What do these monsters look like? Is there a solution? General, please still stay. General, the scene blew right up, but the Dragon General didn't say much to them at all, and just left a faint message to these foreign reporters. It is a great blessing for you to stay in China. Please cherish it. All the reporters froze at this statement. That's right, there is no safer country in this world today than China. As the press conference ended, countries were dumbfounded, especially those countries that had united to denounce Huaxia were horrified. This Huaxia obviously knows some information, but he won't say ah. And how can one have the nerve to contact the other side for monster cheats when one has just offended Huaxia and made relations so frosty? It's over. This is the reaction of the countries at the top. And even more panicked are the countries that have amassed troops. They removed the general in command of the army at the first opportunity. Who knows if they're monsters in disguise? Then, these countries rushed to Eagle Jam, because it was Eagle Jam's idea. At this point in the Eagle Jam central office, all the top brass pulled back in horror. A dozen gun-toting soldiers aimed at the Secretary of Defense. General Arthur, if what Huaxia said was true, then it was highly likely that this General Arthur had been disguised by the monster. No, he may not be General Arthur anymore, but the monster. He is the one who made the world condemn China and even encouraged foreign countries to move troops to apply pressure. If General Arthur is not a monster, his plan is naturally good, but if he really is a monster in disguise, then this move is certainly the trigger that will cause a world war. This is a fuse that explodes at the slightest point. The world will then be thrown into a panic, just in time to fall into the monster's trickery. No, His Excellency the First Lord. Everyone, that's not true. General Arthur looked furious. How can I be a monster? Don't believe Wasia's slanderous rumors. He's luring the world into chaos. Stop. If you move again, you'll be shot. All the soldiers shouted angrily in unison. The deep cold barrel of the gun was aimed at General Arthur. Trip also had a hard look on his face. Who knew this would happen? A monster sitting next to you is scary to think about. Your Excellency Trip, I think it's better to kill than to let go. General John, who was on the sidelines, whispered. This statement aroused the recognition of the senior officers. That's right, it's naturally good if we can certify HWA, but there's no proof of any of this now, so we might as well detain General Arthur first, just in case. Hearing this, General Arthur's eyes widened. What? You're going to imprison me? I'm really not a monster in disguise. Yet no one paid any attention to him at all. Han, Trip, this is a big deal. That's right, lock it up first, we'll see if it's a monster later. At the urging of the crowd, Trip blackened his face and had General Arthur seized. General Arthur was in tears and cried out for wrongdoing. At the same time, Hawkjam urgently contacted the Allied nations and demanded that all countries withdraw their troops and refrain from waging war at will. This time, Eaglejam has certainly lifted a stone. And just as this farce continues to generate buzz, the monster invasion comes to its 11th day. The thousand-faced monkey, alien beasts that lurked around the world acted quietly. Chapter 42, Thousand-Faced Monkey Infiltrates Sakura Nation. After Qin Ming's move to the global launch, the unsuspecting eagle sauce was knocked right back. Nowadays, countries all over the world dare not comment on Huaxia freely, because they all knew very well that Huaxia had more information about the monster. If you want to copy the answers, then you'll have to stand still. And those countries that were foolish enough to do so have reined it in. With this move, Qin Ming had not only suppressed countries such as Eaglejam, but had also suppressed the war that might have otherwise occurred. Anyone who dares to make a move will surely attract attention. General Arthur, Secretary of Defense for Eaglejam, is an example. Cherry Blossom Country, Prime Minister's Office. Commander Yamada saluted the chief before him respectfully. His Excellency the First Officer, Eaglejam has sent a message requesting that we initiate a spy program in China. Chief Kawashima slowly stood up. Commander Yamada, do you think that the thousand-faced monkey that Ryu Hyogoku spoke of will be around us? At these words, Commander Yamada's face changed. Ryu Hyogoku might be the one spreading the rumor that the so-called thousand-faced monkey has not been found in the world so far, and the fact that this monster can disguise itself as a human. I think it's unlikely. Yes? Kawashima nodded slightly. Give me the list of spies and I'll make the arrangements. Yes. Commander Yamada immediately stepped forward with the document and handed it to Kawashima with both hands attached. However, Kawashima just looked at him and didn't take the paper. Commander Yamada looked up quizzically. Your Excellency the First Officer, you don't suspect me of being a monster, do you? Kawashima shook his head. No. Yamada breathed a sigh of relief. But just at this moment, a bizarre voice came from its ears. Of course you're not. Unfortunately, I am. Commander Yamada snapped his head up and saw a strange monkey-like face. His eyes widened and he was about to cry out, yet a chokehold was placed on his neck. I have use for your position as commander. The thousand-faced monkey opened its mouth wide and ate Yamada in one bite. Commander Yamada didn't even have a chance to struggle. He was eaten so silently. After eating Yamada, the thousand-faced monkey once again changes back into the form of the head of the Sakura Kingdom. Kawashima. He sat on his butt in his chair, his face grim. Damned Huaxia, spoiling my good deed. How did they find out about my people? I heard that it's an organization called Monster Academy, and according to the information provided by Eagle Sauce, there are awakened people in China. Suddenly, a thousand-faced monkey came out of the darkness, but before it could take 2 steps, its appearance slowly changed into that of Commander Yamada. How would the people of the Sakura country feel if they saw this scene? The first and second in command of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom have been replaced by the thousand-faced monkey. Commander Yamada pointed to the document in Kawashima's hand. This spy program, it's to get close to that awakened one, a human named Qin Ming. Kawashima opened the file in his hand, which contained detailed information on Qin Ming, and spy details. When he saw the relationship between the spy and Qin Ming, he instantly revealed a smile. This Cherry Blossom country may be small, but it acts sinisterly. Not bad. Just go ahead and tell the spies that they don't need to be kept alive. Just kill them when they get the chance. Yes. Commander Yamada nodded. By the way, is the thing that sparked the war between the human nations still going to continue? Kawashima shook his head. Don't move for the time being. After being messed up by that kid, all the countries are a bit of a catch-22. And once we act, it's easy to expose our clan. So what do we do next? Yamada continued to ask. There's no rush. Keep lurking. First take this Sakura country, then slowly infiltrate outwards. Sooner or later this blue star will be our thousand-faced monkey clans. Let the Thunder Iron Beast clan and the Weasel clan have a firefight with them. Kawashima, transformed by the thousand-faced monkey, picked up the coffee on the table and took a light sip, his behavior getting closer and closer to human. There were still 15 days until the end of the first stage of the civilization trial. This time period should be when the thousand-faced monkey Fey Beast was in action. But what made Qin Ming puzzled was, this cunning thousand-faced monkey hadn't moved at all. The world was also surprisingly quiet, except for some countries that were still searching for the Thunder Iron Beasts to cause riots. Most of the country is beginning to return to relative calm. The Chinese have even long been unsealed, and the people are still going about their lives as they used to. The density of the soldiers' patrols, however, has not been reduced by the slightest bit. The quieter the thousand-faced monkey became, the more uneasy Qin Ming became. In the first stage of the trial, the most difficult one was this thousand-faced monkey, but there are only two ways to find the thousand-faced monkey. The first method was to utilize the Thunder Iron Beast crystal, which could distinguish the brainwaves of the thousand-faced monkey, thus revealing the disguise. And Qin Ming had a total of 5 Thunder Iron Beast crystals in his hand, 4 first order and 1 second order, leaving the second order one for himself. The remaining 4 were taken out by the fighters to patrol the streets. But for the vast China, using 4 Thunder Iron Beast crystals to find the thousand-faced monkey was no different from panning for sand in a sea. The second way was the awakened one's senses. With the awakened one's strong mental power, it was possible to distinguish the disguised thousand faces monkey. However, the only awakened he currently had on hand were the 20 members of the hunt for the alien squad, which was far from enough. You can't even cover the land of China by running your legs off. It looked like the only way to create a second batch of awakened people was to go ahead. Old Qin, are you going to configure the magic potion? Learning that Qin Ming was going to configure magic pills again, Hua Xiaofang was very excited and kept pestering him to enter the lab. What's a magic potion? To the side, Xia Mo was puzzled. After returning from school, Qin Ming had always brought Xia Mo with him. This was a powerful figure of King Sequence 003, so Qin Ming would have to keep him by his side. Hua Xiaofang looked at Xia Mo with an envious face. He had already learned what it meant to be a chosen one from Qin Ming's mouth. Freaks who can awaken serial abilities without taking magic potions, and it's still a king's order, which can make Hua Xiaofang envious. After explaining the magic potion to Xia Mo was also shocked, not realizing that he was actually so lucky. When you enter the lab, there are a lot of glassware of different sizes sitting on the shelves. What was contained inside were the materials, plucked from the Thunder Iron Beast and the Weasel. Fatty, it's not that I don't want to get you magic pills, but these materials are too poor. Qin Ming spoke. Do materials still have a difference in quality? Hua Xiaofang had a puzzled look on his face. Xia Mo, when you see these materials, what color are they? Qin Ming pointed at the vessels in front of him. White and dull. Summer Mo answered truthfully. That's right, it's white. It's the lowest level of material that can be configured into a magic potion, and it's also of the common sequence, and most of them don't have a promotion path. The upper limit is doomed when the sequence ability is too poor. Qin Ming explained. Magic potion materials are also graded. Ordinary grade, white and dull. Magical potions configured from such materials are usually of the ordinary sequence. Rare grade, purple, will emit a faint purple light. The probability of magic potion configured out of this kind of material, 89. 9% universal order, 10% forbidden order, 1% king order, king rank, red, emitting a faint red aura, configured with a probability of magic potion, 79% universal order, 20% forbidden order, 99% king order, 1% divine order, divine grade, golden in color, emits a brilliant golden light, probability of configuring a magic potion, unknown. In the previous life, there were few and far between divine grade materials that appeared. What is probability without experimentation? This is too low. Hua Xiaofang was dumbfounded. This probability was horribly low. And that rare material, the king level material, it's hard to get once you hear about it. This made him even more envious of Xia Mo. Then what kind of ability can you configure with these materials? Xia Mo asked suspiciously. The corner of Qin Ming's mouth lifted slightly, and he already had a plan in his heart. In the next moment, the Qiankuan gourd appeared in his hand. Chapter 43, Promotion 2, Forbidden Sequence 007. The Thunderer, with the magical medicine materials in front of me. Most of them are Thunder Iron Beast fur and Weasel nails. Qin Ming flipped through the magic potion recipes in his memory and thought of the best sequence ability at the moment. Ordinary sequence rank 66. Thunder Mage. Qin Ming remembered that the first awakened that appeared in the world in his last life was the Thunder Mage, from Eagle Sauce. Later on, Eagle Sauce created a group of Thunder Mages, so much so that several of its later civilization trials gained good results, solidifying the country's position as the #1 in the world. This group of fighters, more than anything else, became the roots of Eagle Jam. Of course, this was a magic potion that Eagle Jam had paid a great price to formulate successfully, and even though various countries had paid a great price to buy this magic potion formula, they were all rejected by Eagle Jam. You can imagine how important the magic potion formula is. Not to mention anything else, if Qin Ming were to tell the world about the magic potion formula he knew, the world would absolutely go crazy over it. Of course Qin Ming wouldn't do that. This civilization trial seemed to be about fending off the invasion of foreign beasts, but in essence it was a competition between countries. Although he didn't know what would become of the trial capital in the end, Qin Ming could be certain that the country that won would definitely go to the next level. It's the battle of the nations, so some information can leak out, and some information is better to just know for yourself. Unless Huaxia has become so powerful that it has nothing to fear, and now Huaxia is just slightly ahead of foreign countries, there is still a long way to go to stand on heights that are out of reach of the world. Next, Qin Ming began to formulate the magic potion, while Huo Xiaofang and Xia Mo played the role of placing one test tube after another. The fur of a thundersteel beast, plus the fingernails of a ferret, 5 milliliters of pure water, and 3 milliliters of thundersteel blood, Qin Ming said as he put the materials into the Qian Koan gourd. Shake. Xia Mo looked at the Qian Koan gourd in Qin Ming's hand with a surprised expression. She could feel the fluctuation of energy on it. Under the melting of the Qian Koan gourd, the magic potion of sequence 66 was quickly prepared. Qin Ming poured it out, enough to fill a 20 milliliter test tube. Huo Xiaofang hurriedly stuffed the test tube with a seal and was pleasantly surprised. If this thing is sold, how much is it worth? This guy deserves to be the son of the richest man. He's full of money. But honestly, if this magic potion was traded out, in terms of the early stages, it was feared that people would buy it for any amount of money. This is, of course, without regard to the success rate. The magic potion formulated by the Qian Koan gourd had a 99% success rate. Unless there was a true mismatch, it would all work. However, if it was formulated normally, the success rate of formulating the magic potion was only 10%, and the success rate of humans being able to awaken their powers after taking it was only 30%. If you go by probability, to successfully get a human to take a magic potion to complete the awakening, 100 magical potion materials can only give birth to 3 awakened ones. What a low probability that is. Don't think that the magic medicine material is easy to obtain. Huaxia killed so many Thunder Iron Beasts and got only 36 copies of fur, an average of 10 Thunder Iron Beasts to produce a material. This was still Huaxia. Many countries totaled up and didn't even decapitate 10 Thunder Iron Beasts. After Qin Ming's explanation, Xia Mo and Huo Xiaofang were secretly staggered, and only then did they realize how precious this magic potion was. Xia Mo also realized why Qin Ming was able to become the dean of the Monster Academy, because it's not too much to say that such a person is the savior of China. And she was even more curious as to why Qin Ming knew so much. What had happened to him? Although Xia Mo was puzzled, he didn't ask. Everyone has their own secrets. An hour later, Qin Ming had consumed all of the magic pill ingredients. You end up with a total of sequence 66 magic potions and 36 sticks. If there were no accidents, there would be 36 Thunder Mages under his command. Alright, you guys go out and help me keep watch. It's my turn to advance to the sequence rank, Qin Ming slowly said. Xia Mo and Huo Xiaofang nodded and walked out of the research room together and guarded the door. In the room, Qin Ming took out the second-ranked Thunder Iron Beast Crystal. The Beast Crystal emitted a faint purple light. This was not an ordinary grade material. It was a rare grade Beast Crystal. Utilizing rare grade Beast Crystals to advance in the sequence has a certain probability of giving you an additional battle skill. The alien realm is divided into 1 to 9 orders, with the normal sequence of initial battle techniques, only 1 for the first order realm, and 1 more available for the second order realm, and so on. However, in the case of Forbidden Sequence, there were 2 initial battle skills, and every time you broke through a realm, you would gain 2 new battle skills. As for King Sequence, there are 3 initial battle skills, and each time you break through a rank, you can obtain 3 new battle skills. As for Divine Sequence, there are 4 initial battle skills, and each time you break through a rank, you can obtain 4 new battle skills. When you do this math, the difference between the different levels of the sequence is very obvious. In Qin Ming's own case, as he was currently at the 16th position of the ordinary sequence and at the first rank of the realm, he would only have 1 battle technique, Mendacious Thunder Flash. However, if he were to advance to the Forbidden Sequence, he would be able to have 2 battle techniques even at the first rank realm. On top of that, there's a lower probability of getting more battle skills. If you use a higher quality material during the promotion sequence, you will have a certain chance of obtaining an additional battle skill. And the battle techniques obtained through this method were called high-risk battle techniques, and their abilities would be much more powerful than normal battle techniques. Of course, the probability of this was extremely low, and Qin Ming didn't think that any luck would fall on his head. Qin Ming stuffed the rare, great beast crystal into the Qian Koan gourd, then poured 5 milliliters of pure water into it and shook it. In a short while, a thick stream of magic medicine coalesced at the bottom of the Qian Koan gourd. Qin Ming took a deep breath and swallowed the magic pill in the Qian Koan gourd. In an instant, a powerful energy swam through his body. Thunder and lightning flashed, and a powerful aura slowly blossomed. Boom! With a roar, the electrical appliances in the research room seemed like they couldn't withstand such a high voltage lightning, and they actually collapsed all of a sudden. Bang! 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 All the lights, the glass, the electronic screens, all of them blew up on the ground. A strong smell of burning rose from the field. Qin Ming's eyes snapped open as a thunderbolt flashed by. Gene sequence succeeded. Forbidden sequence, 007, Trick Thunderer. At the same time, a message flashed through Qin Ming's mind. Trickster, a trickster who specializes in playing with thunder. Battle Technique 1, Thunder Destruction Chop, powerful thunder converges on the weapon, erupting into a powerful chopping blow. Battle Technique 2, Sneaky Flash, thunder wraps around the body, speed boosted to the extreme. Dreamy footwork, high-risk battle skill, trick cards, a wrathfully condemned trickster gets a trick card, which has a randomized ability that can be applied to itself or an enemy. Seeing the end, Qin Ming's heart trembled. Really stepped on? High-risk battle techniques. Chapter 44, Thunder Primrose Squad. Hand-rubbed spiral pills? Training ground. Holding the wooden tang sword, Qin Ming put down the entire hunting alien squad by himself. Snap! Finally, the wooden blade landed on Liu Chang's neck, and lightning leapt. Liu Chang's throat rolled and a hint of horror appeared on his face. He thought the hunting squad he led was already tough. However, in front of Qin Ming, it was still unbeatable. This was even with Qin Ming not using an attacking battle technique, just using the sneaky flash stance. He had beaten them into submission. The play ended with thunderous applause in the arena. Awesome! The 36 soldier kings looked dumbfounded. That's when they realized that these fights were out of the realm of the normal. Even if they were soldier kings, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to block even a single move in the face of Qin Ming and the Huntress squad. Long Xiaoguo walked forward. Qin Ming, these are the soldiers you wanted. The transcendent physique have all reached 100%. Qin Ming looked at these 36 soldiers and spoke solemnly. As you can see, these are the exalted. Next thing you know, you'll be one of them, defending your country. Yes, the crowd responded in unison, their hearts excited. Then, Xia Mo and Hua Xiaofang walked out carrying 2 boxes. Opening the case, 36 sequence 66 magic potions were lying inside. Qin Ming pointed at these magic pills. This is the magic pills we got only after sacrificing quite a few warriors these days. I hope that you will cherish them and continue to guard the lights of all the families for the sake of those dead soldiers. At those words, all the warriors looked solemn. Thunder study, the dragon general shouted. In the crowd, Captain Lei Chun stepped out. Take the magic potion. Yes, Lei studied and distributed the magic pills. Soon, with excited hearts, the soldiers swallowed the magic potion together. Looking at this important juncture, even the dragon general tensed up. These alien squads are the most powerful means for China to deal with alien beasts nowadays. Boom! It was at this moment that Captain Lei Research was the first to have a mutation. On its body, thunderbolts began to entwine, and the thunderbolts were rapidly traveling and converging towards the palm of the hand. Qin Ming's eyes lit up as he pointed at the sandbag not far away. Beat your battle technique out. Lei Chu didn't understand Qin Ming's words at first, but he quickly reacted. Lei studied his hands together and kept rubbing them together. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the thunder light in his palm that was originally only the size of his thumb was actually rapidly condensing. Not long after, the thunder light turned into a thunderball, which was the size of a bull, and Thunder Study's face grew more and more grave, as if he was about to lose control of the power. Throw it out! Qin Ming shouted. Lei Zhu exerted all his strength and threw the thunderball in his hand at the sandbag not far away. Boom! The thunderball bombarded the sandbag, sending out a violent explosion, and that sandbag instantly exploded into pieces. Hiss! Liu Chang and Hua Xiaofang's eyes went wide. Simultaneously, he exclaimed, Spiral Maru? This bombing, not to mention this sandbag, even an armored car can't carry it. Seeing how good the captain was, the other team members couldn't help but show their skills. A wave of lightning fluctuations erupted. Qin Ming's eyelids jumped and he hurriedly stopped the crowd. Stop it! Turn back to the range if you want to practice. Don't blow this place down. It was only when they heard this that the soldiers stopped. Although they were told to stop, The smiles on their faces didn't stop. This powerful force delighted them. This is considered a success? The dragon general suppressed the excitement in his heart. Qin Ming nodded. Successful. From now on they will all be sequence rank 66, Thunder Mages. Let me tell you all. The ability, Thunder Mage, which is a supernatural ability, is extremely strong in attack, but it is a long-range ability, and is poor in melee combat. If you are approached by an alien like the Huntress squad, the person will be finished before your thunderballs are rolled out. The crowd nodded their heads. They were well aware of their strengths and weaknesses as soldier kings. Qin Ming looked at the crowd. From now on, you'll be called Thunder Primrose Squad. Yes, Lei Chun led the squad in a unanimous response. Qin Ming turned to look at the dragon general. If they act alone, they must be assisted by a hunting squad or armed soldiers. The dragon general nodded his head heavily. These were his precious pimples, and he attached more importance to the casualties of the Thunder Snap squad than Qin Ming. A few more days had passed since the monster invasion, and today was already the 20th day and the last day for the thousand-faced monkey, Fae, to come out. However, what made Qin Ming uneasy was that apart from individual countries that had discovered traces of the thousand-faced monkeys, it was as if they had become invisible, with no news at all, especially in China. Not only was there no sign of the thousand-faced monkey, even the Thunder Iron Beast was gone. The red-eyed man didn't appear again, and there was no trace of the Thunder Iron Beast to search for at all. Could it be that the Thunder Iron Beasts have been wiped out? No, Qin Ming didn't think it was that simple. For every Fae clan, there would be a Beast King. Qin Ming remembered very clearly that the Thunder Iron Beast's Beast King was the one who appeared in China in his last life, but it hadn't been discovered until now, so that proved that the other side was hidden. With their intelligence, they were either waiting for the final general attack of the first stage of the trial, or they were holding back a big move to deal a fatal blow to Huaxia. Either way, it's going to have a huge impact on China. It even prevented Huaxia from winning first place in this trial. But now that those foreign beasts were hiding, it was really hard to find them, and Qin Ming didn't have too good a solution. Right now, the only hope rested on those 36 heavenly pagodas. At this time, the country's 36th Tower of Heaven, in the official construction of the full support of the Chinese government, more than 1 million construction workers day and night construction. The completion of the progress has reached 80%. At this speed, it was still 2 days faster than the time Qin Ming had expected. The next step was to electrify the 36 sky towers at high voltage for the final preparation. For the final technical work, all of Monster Academy's top researchers had already headed to the front lines to install their findings on the Tower of Heaven. For this reason, the dragon will personally travel to oversee it. The whole country, up and down the country, dare not relax in the slightest. In the meantime, hundreds of Thunder Iron Beasts were assembled in a certain deep cave in the downtown area of Jiangnan, China. The cave was obviously opened up temporarily by these Thunder Iron Beasts, and was extremely hidden. This would have been impossible to find without a carpet search. Who would have thought that these Thunder Iron Beasts could still carve out a base in the mountain? At this moment, a slightly larger Thunder Iron Beast stood at a high place. In an instant, all the Thunder Iron Beasts immediately stopped their voices and looked ahead with awe. King, the thousand-faced monkey clan contacted us. A Thunder Iron Beast spoke respectfully. They intend to join us in an alliance to exterminate a human. Is it that awakened called Qin Ming? The Thunder Iron Beast King let out a hoarse voice. That's right. The Thunder Iron Beast beside him nodded and spoke out the thousand-faced monkey's plan. A hint of anger appeared on the Thunder Iron Beast King's face. Good. The king promises them. That human kid killed so many of our clansmen. I won't let him go. Contact all the clans and tell them to rush to Jiangnan City. As the Beast King ordered, the Thunder Iron Beasts hidden all over the country ran all night long, scaling mountains and sneaking towards Jiangnan City. A vast plan is slowly unfolding. Chapter 45, The Day the Bears Came Out on TV for a Day. Day 21 of the Monster Invasion. Number 003. The Weasel, Fae made its official debut. Compared to the Thunder Iron Beast and the Thousand-Faced Monkey, the Weasel Fae's actions were much simpler and rougher. Without the slightest bit of testing, without beating around the bush, as soon as the beasts were out, they ran straight for the granaries everywhere. It's not just grain silos, but all kinds of large supermarkets that are patronized by skunks. The world, which hadn't been quiet for a few days, roared to life once again as the ferret beasts began to move. The fighting strength of the weasels was even greater than that of the Thunder Iron Beasts, and the fur on their bodies was like steel needles, forming an extremely strong side of defense for their bodies. This caused great trouble for human soldiers who had hot weapons at their disposal, unless it was possible to surround the weasel and cover it with strong firepower like Qin Ming did that time at the Monster Academy. Otherwise, once the skunks broke through the perimeter, with their maneuverability to grow larger and smaller, it would be a disaster for the soldiers. And it's not that easy to round up a skunk without the assistance of the awakened. Even if an encirclement was formed, it would be easily broken through by the skunks. Thus, the nations of the world were thrown into confusion. Despite the fact that countries have prioritized the protection of grain silos, they continue to suffer from weasel infestation. These skunks are extremely cunning and run away when they are full, and once they are in the sewers, they are completely lost, and they are huge eaters. A single skunk can eat up to several tons. When you're full, you hide and digest again at breakneck speed. When the ferret fae reappeared, they were even much stronger, even healing injuries. This is the terror of the weasel. As long as you eat more, the stronger you become and your self-healing ability can be greatly enhanced. This monster is a disaster. In just 2 days, officials in every country have been caught off guard. Eagle Sauce Center Conference House. His Excellency the Chief, we have 3 states under attack by monsters, and they are attacking the places with the largest food reserves. If this goes on, I am afraid that food consumption in our country will become strained and food prices are bound to rise. No, it's not just going up. It's even going to result in money not being able to buy food. The head of the Material Reserve Board looked alarmed as he reported the situation. Hearing this, Trip's face sank. The chaos has already begun. There are food scares all over the place and there has been a rush to buy food and hoard it. There are even people buying $0 and looting malls and civic food. General John, who stepped aside, added, confusion, famine, riot. The faces of all the top brass in the arena turned ugly. They had already thought about the situation outside. Trip slapped the table angrily. And there's nothing we can do about those monsters? What do soldiers do? General John responded, the soldiers are exterminating the skunks. And while our sacrifices have been great, they have not been without results. Those monsters aren't unkillable. It's just that it will take some time to wipe them all out. Then give me full power to take care of it. And keep sending me troops if you don't have enough. Trip hissed angrily. He gradually calmed down. What's the situation in other countries? It's worse than us, but they're still well stocked with food. General John's mouth twitched. It's just that some time ago, we exported too much food to China, and we haven't replenished it back yet. Everyone's face darkened at the thought of Huaxia. This damn Huaxia. They've been anticipating this outcome for a long time. Assholes. I doubt this monster invasion is their doing. Trip looked to General John. What's the situation in China? General John hesitated. They don't have much impact. What? The moment these words came out, all the higher-ups were once again shocked. The whole world is being invaded by monsters. Why are they okay? I'm not really sure, but it's my understanding that there are far fewer skunks that show up in China than there are in us. And they protected the granary so well that the skunks were killed as soon as they showed up. A document on Huaxia was sent to all the top brass. Everyone was nonplussed. Impossible. How did this happen? Asshole. Chinese officials are still giving out food subsidies to the affected people? This is all in our eagle sauce to cheat past. Ah, damn it. At the same time, the world's major communication platforms are full of the grievances of peoples. Eagle sauce. I hope the Eagle Sauce executives see this video. We're starving. Sakura Nation netizen, help. Not only do we have to defend ourselves against foreign beasts now, we also have to defend ourselves against our compatriots. I just went out to take out the garbage, and I was actually robbed. Gallic Nation, what? You guys still dare to go out? It's full of bandits out there. Stickman, I've been without anything for 2 days. All the food in the market has been looted. I feel like I'm going to be a victim of the officials. Wasp 1, hey, why are all the cookies our mom sent out today in a foreign language? WAHN2, ha, this is what our mom snatched back at Eagle Jam. Foreigners, as a result of the ferret attack, the affected people were compensated by the state, and it was a shock to find out that these were foreign food imports. As Chinese netizens continued to send out relevant videos, they broke their defenses after being seen by foreign netizens who were starving. Damn, how did I send my eagle sauce food to China? That's a lie. Why would we give food away when our country is starving? No, have you all forgotten that before the monster invasion, China had imported food from various countries in a big way, and these subsidies, I guess that's it. Selling cakes. Is this Huaxia's way of foreseeing the future? They can still see the future? Ooh, all I know is that I'm envious of the Chinese right now. Help, why wasn't I born in China? The internet wailed with anger, envy, and resentment. All kinds of emotions spilled out. On the other hand, on the Chinese side, the people of the country are gradually learning about the source of these foods. For food. Our country is pitted against the Eagle Jam aircraft carriers. The post detonated all over the internet. The content of the post is exactly what happened not long ago, when Huaxia sent an aircraft carrier to escort a grain freighter and had a tough encounter with Eagle Jam at sea. The post is written in great detail. Hashtag HawkJam sends out 2 carrier formations. Hashtag HawkJam fighters intercept cargo ships. Hashtag 12 Chinese fighter planes in the air against each other. It's a thrilling situation that is described in its entirety, even with a few degrees of exaggeration. That battle was almost fought. In the end, Huaxia strongly pushed back the enemy and brought hundreds of freighters safely back to the country to have the food on their hands. After reading the post, the Chinese nationals were immediately sensationalized. Countless people were moved to tears and uplifted. Ooh, so that's what our mom did behind our backs. I'm going to cry my eyes out. I heard that those soldiers received shrouds before they left. They went with the determination to die. Ooh, I remember that day. There was a bear on TV all day. Mom, you're hiding something. I'm really going to cry when our mom goes solo and we're at home watching the bear. At this moment, the hearts of the people of Huaxia were tightly united. The world can't imagine how terrifying Huaxia is today. Chapter 46, The Northern Granary Attacked. Monster Academy. Looking at the voices on the network, Long Xiaogua slowly spoke to Qin Ming beside him. Why bring things to light? Is this bad? The people need to see what the country has given. Qin Ming revealed a smile. More importantly, it can greatly enhance our national cohesion. Let the warriors know that we are not alone in this fight. Behind us, there are millions of people. Long Xiaogui nodded, his heart somewhat shocked that Qin Ming had thought even further ahead than he had. In a world under monster invasion, the gap between countries has widened significantly. A cohesive people is obviously much superior. In the case of Eagle Jam, for example, many countries have weaker weapons and technology than him, yet they have achieved quite a bit better results than Eagle Jam in their battles with the Fae. This is the power of national cohesion. Qin Ming smiled. This is still just the surface. Dragon General, do you know what the civilization trial is graded on? At those words, the Dragon General froze for a moment, knowing that Qin Ming was talking about that trial reward. One is the number of alien beasts killed. The second is the number of casualties among our masses and soldiers. The third is the index of national cohesion and happiness. These three things are the criteria for scoring. The higher the score, the richer the rewards we can get. After hearing Qin Ming's words, the Dragon General was greatly shocked. Now I understand this series of operations of yours. At the same time, anticipation rose in his heart. What would be the reward after the completion of that civilization trial? However, Qin Ming was not as excited as expected, but instead frowned. The calmer it gets now, the more worried I am about the final total attack by the Fae. This situation, it's so wrong. The Dragon General nodded, and his expression became grave. Indeed bizarre. In these few days of searching, we haven't found a single Thunder Iron Beast or Thousand-Faced Monkey. It's like they've completely disappeared. Qin Ming's mood sank. How long before the Tower of Heavenly Passage can be completed? Can we make it before the Fae's general attack? The Dragon General spoke confidently. No problem. In 5 days at most, the 36 Heavenly Pagodas will be available. Monster Invasion Day 25. The nations of the world are in a chaotic war. There were significantly more ferret Fae appearing all over them than in Huaxia, and after sneak attacks and escapes over and over again, those skunks had gotten rapid growth and were stronger than ever. They head straight for the granary, and wherever food is piled up is their target. As a result, the world's food supply, all of a sudden, seemed to collapse, and famine began to spread. Officials from all countries were fighting hard to kill the beasts, and places with food needed to be guarded to the death, and they didn't dare to transport it out easily. This has led to food shortages in many places, and the people are suffering. When the eyes of the world were focused on Huaxia, everyone was sensationalized. Why are there so few weasel exotics in China? Why haven't the granaries across China been attacked much? And this is a phenomenon that not only the countries of the world can't understand, but even the people of China can't understand. Yeah, there's no sign of chaos in China. Where the hell did those ferret beasts go? And what they don't know is this. Under the bright neon lights, in the prosperous city where they live, the dirty and stinking sewers, there is a monster is for the Chinese people to resist all. Sewerage of the Magic City, Southeast Province. The glow of neon lights reflected into the sewers, at times illuminating the darkness. The soul-devouring mouse in Dong Yan's guise quickly traveled through the sewers. In front of it, 2 ferret alien beasts were fleeing in terror. The soul-devouring rat suddenly let out a scream, and the 2 weasel alien beasts fell headfirst to the ground as if they had been struck by a heavy blow to the head. By the time they reacted, the chase behind them had already arrived. The sharp claws pierced the neck of one of the skunks in one fell swoop. The weasel alien beast struggled a few times and lost its breath. The other skunk saw this and ran forward in fear. Dong Yan leapt forward, his body pouncing heavily on the skunk. The ferret hissed angrily and clawed at Dong Yan. Rip! Blood is flowing. However, Dong Yan was not the least bit afraid, opening his big mouth and biting straight onto the weasel's neck, pulling hard. The weasel's body tensed, his pupils filled with fear. After a few struggles, the skunk fell heavily to the ground. Bah! Dong Yan tiredly lay down in the fishy sewer and spat out the blood of the alien beast in his mouth. The 137th head. I don't think there are any skunks in the southeastern province. Dong Yan looked up at the sky and saw stars and neon flashes through the sewer manhole cover. It's a lively world out there. It seems, Dong Yan murmured. took out his cell phone, sent a location to Qin Ming, and left a message, 2 heads. Then he slowly stood up and headed for the center. The next city. Not long after Dong Yan left, an armed squad entered the sewers and collected the 2 alien beast corpses. Dawn, day 26 of the monster invasion. Dong Yan came to the next city, the same sewer, in front of which was a dense mass of rats. The mice chattered as if reporting back. Dong Yan frowned. Didn't find any weasel alien beasts? How can that be? He's never been to this city before. Dong Yan's heart trembled, feeling that something wasn't quite right. Without hesitation, he continued on to the next city. He ran for a day straight, not daring to stop for a second. However, after rolling through several cities, I was surprised to find no ferret fey. The feeling of unease grew stronger. It's not right. It's so wrong. No weasel could hide any better than his rat tracking. The fact that it was not found proves that there really are no ferret fey here. Then there's only one possibility, that those skunks are on a mass exodus, and it should be an organized migration. Or maybe they're gathered in one place, ready to launch a surprise attack somewhere. Dong Yan continued to the next city with a skeptical heart. After another day of running, and passing through 7 or 8 cities, again no ferret fey were found. These days, he had traveled to almost all of the southern cities of China. Then there's only one possibility. The ferret fey headed north. The northern provinces, on the other hand, are almost all major grain provinces in China, with several important grain reserve bases among them. Not good. Dong Yan knew the seriousness of the situation and immediately contacted Qin Ming. What? Hearing Dong Yan's report, Qin Ming's face immediately sank. I know. I'll send the Huntress Squad and Thunder Primus Squad to hold down the fort. After hanging up the phone, Qin Ming spoke to the Dragon General about the current situation. And you're going to send support to the north? The Dragon General was deep in thought. We've already had half of the awakened go to the north. And if we transfer any more, the south will be completely empty. The reason why there hadn't been a large-scale granary attack in China was because Qin Ming had already dispatched the Hunting Isolation and Thunder Primrose before the ferret operation. With the awakened plus the armed forces, as long as the Fae weren't attacking on a large scale, they could basically hold their ground. But if the ferret beasts had all gone to the north as Dong Yan had said, those few large grain silos would, I'm afraid, be in danger. That's it. There's still me, Lu Chang, and Xia Mo in the south, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Qin Ming made up his mind. The Dragon General nodded and agreed to Qin Ming's actions. And on the same day that the Alien Hunting Squad and the Thunder Primrose Squad departed, the 3 major grain silos in northern China were raided by ferret alien beasts. Almost at the same time, the army of Thunder Iron Beasts hidden in a certain mountain in Jiangnan City also moved quietly. Chapter 47, Sound East, Sound West, The Fae's Trickery. 2 days down to the general assault of the first stage of the trial, Dean. The 3 northern granaries were attacked by skunks at the same time, and our warriors are putting up a fierce fight, Lu Cheng anxiously reported to Qin Ming. Qin Ming hurriedly arrived at the central control room, his eyes falling on the huge screen in front of him. At this moment, the Alien Hunting Squad and the Thunder Primrose Squad were split into 3 squads, guarding each of the 3 major grain silos. On the screen, it was a picture of them fighting a skunk. These skunks were cunning and had no intention of getting tough with our fighters. Every time you sneak up on them, you run away, and then you burst out again. What are these guys up to? Qin Ming was puzzled. This didn't look like an offense at all. Do you see the end? Long Xiaogua asked as he stood beside him. Qin Ming shook his head. It's very wrong. Allow me to think about their true purpose. Long Xiaogui nodded. I just received news that Wumu has discovered the thousand-faced monkey's trail. That thousand-faced monkey disguised himself as one of the heads of the granary, and was rounded up and killed when he recognized it. HM? Qin Ming reacted furiously. This is the second thousand-faced monkey to appear in China. Qin Ming immediately felt that something was wrong and had a bad premonition in his heart. The thousand-faced monkey clan wouldn't have joined forces with the weasel clan, would they? This thousand-faced monkey clan has more brains than a weasel. No wonder they left the south and traveled north to launch their offensive. This was probably the thousand-faced monkey's idea. In the next moment, Qin Ming's heart thumped. No, if that thousand-faced monkey is an executive, then wouldn't the information about our southern void be exposed? At those words, the Dragon General and Lu Cheng snapped their eyes wide open. What do you mean? Sound bite? The weasels lured their awakened to the north, and then the south was left empty. Next, the thousand-faced monkey clan would likely launch an offensive in the south. No, it wasn't just the thousand-faced monkey clan, but also the Thunder Iron Beast clan. If you analyze the situation carefully, this is quite possible. In this way, the skunk's bizarre actions can be explained. Their goal wasn't really to breach the granary, but to stall the Kanoi and Thunder Primus squads that were over there in support. This is trouble. Qin Ming's mood sank. Lu Cheng, notify all places. Enter a state of first-class war readiness. All the people in the south, All are not allowed to go out. Yes. Lu Chang immediately took action. Is the Tower of Heaven completed? Qin Ming looked toward Lu Cherry. Lu Cherry hurriedly responded. The 4 Thunder Iron Beast crystals have already been installed on the Tower of Heaven, and are undergoing final debugging. It will take about 5 hours. 5 hours? Qin Ming frowned. This progress was indeed completed before the total monster attack, but he had underestimated the Fae. These foreign beasts, I'm afraid, will make a big wave before the general attack. Dingshan Township, Gangnam City. At this moment, the Thunder Iron Beast King quietly descended down the mountain with hundreds of heads of his clan and hid in the vicinity of Ding Mountain Town. In front of where they were hidden, there was an ancient city wall, and on the wall were the very Chinese soldiers who were guarding it. The soldiers, numbering in the hundreds, were divided into 3 small groups and heavily guarded. Because Qin Ming had given the order that those foreign beasts were most likely hiding in the deep mountains, they had to wake up with a 12% spirit wherever they leaned against the mountains. Just then, a group of inspectors in police uniforms approached at the location of the city gates, instantly attracting the attention of the soldiers. In charge here is Lieutenant Huang Tao. With his years of military life, he sensed at once that something was not right with this patrol. Greetings, comrades. We have just returned from a patrol on Ding Mountain. Please open the door. One of the inspectors at the head of the group gave a saluting sign to Lieutenant Huang Tao on the city. Huang Tao's expression sank. On guard. In an instant, the soldiers on the walls raised their guns and took aim. The lead inspector's face changed. Sir, what are you doing? Patrol? Such tasks are the duty of our army. Who gave you the order? Huang Tao shouted angrily. For the search of the beasts, the dean had long had clear instructions that only armed and ready soldiers could carry out such tasks. As far as inspecting those weapons is concerned, it's a death sentence to go as many as possible. There's absolutely no way the top will let them search for the Fae. As he spoke, Lieutenant Huang Tao opened the camera on his helmet at the first opportunity. The camera feed is connecting to the Monster Academy's central control room, underneath the city. Hearing Huang Tao's words, the head inspector's face sank. Still careless. Of course they knew that there were many types of soldiers in Huaxia. It was only to prevent them from being recognized that they disguised themselves as inspectors. I didn't realize these soldiers were so cautious. Roar! In the next moment, the inspector at the bottom of the city suddenly let out a weird roar, and he jumped onto the wall at once, crawling towards the city like a monkey. Huang Tao's face changed. It's a foreign beast. Shoot! Bang! 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 The moment the thousand-faced monkey moved, the soldiers on the city walls immediately pulled their triggers. Rifle bullets poured wildly. The thousand-faced monkey that had jumped onto the wall was shot several times and was immediately knocked down. Bullets shot into its torso, oozing green blood. Obviously, in comparison to the Thunder Iron Beast and the Weasel, the thousand-faced monkey's defense was much weaker. But it's also unrealistic to kill it with just a few shots. As a round of bullets poured out, the thousand-faced monkeys below revealed their original forms. Wounded, they become even angrier. In the next moment, the 8,000-faced monkeys stormed up at the same time, their bodies leaping up high, actually jumping directly onto the city wall. 6 of the thousand-faced monkeys were knocked down, but 2 of them managed to break out and instantly pounced on 2 soldiers. The hideous maw bit down on the soldier's neck, killing him with a single blow. Ah, damn it! Lieutenant Huang Tao burst into a rage, gripping his rifle and frantically strafing. However, the thousand-faced monkey was extremely fast, so close that it rushed into the crowd of soldiers at once. Then, those 2,000-faced monkeys changed their shape and actually turned into the appearance of soldiers. The soldiers looked at each other in disbelief, and the attack immediately stopped. They couldn't tell which one was the thousand-faced monkey and didn't dare to shoot at all. Lieutenant Huang Tao froze all of a sudden, too, and felt bad. He immediately pulled out his communicator. This is Lieutenant Huang Tao. The gates of Dingshan Town have been attacked by a thousand-faced monkey. Dope battle video successfully opened. With the sound coming from the headset, Huang Tao was relieved. If he died and couldn't get the news out, then he would be an ancient sinner. At this moment, the scene screen had already been connected to the Monster Academy's central control room, and the urgent situation immediately caught the attention of Qin Ming and the others. Lu Cherry shouted, "Dean, there's a situation." Qin Ming and Dragon General immediately turned their heads to look at the screen, but then they saw a shocking scene, only to see a soldier in front of him, suddenly picking up the gun in his hand and aiming it at Huang Tao. Bang! Gunshots rang out and Lieutenant Huang Tao fell in response. "Captain!" The soldiers roared. Then chaos ensued. The 2,000-faced monkeys disguised as soldiers picked up their rifles and fired wildly, and the soldiers were knocked down in droves. At this moment, Qin Ming and all the staff members watching the live footage were all horrified. Qin Ming shouted angrily with red eyes, "Quickly, open the other soldiers' combat helmets." Soon, the screen reconnected. Damn it, fight them. Luckily, the soldiers were all wearing body armor, and except for a few unlucky ones, many of them were still alive. They have picked up their guns and fought back, but at that moment, the thousand-faced monkeys at the bottom of the city had also rushed up. Human body versus beast body. They didn't have half a chance of winning. A fierce look flashed across Lieutenant Huang Tao's face. Everyone listened to the order. They cannot be allowed to enter the city even if they die. Pop. The grenade safety popped. Holding a grenade in each hand, Lieutenant Huang Tao lunged at a thousand-faced monkey. Dean. Dragon General. Huang Tao will go first. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Lieutenant Huang Tao pounced on the thousand faces monkey. The grenade pressed dead center under the thousand faces beast. Boom boom. With 2 explosions, everyone's hearts fluttered. Chapter 48, Sadness. The city gates are broken. Captain. All the soldiers hissed in grief at the sight. LT. Huang Tao and the thousand-faced monkey died together. This was also the first thousand-faced monkey they had killed. But now was not the time to be sad. More thousand-faced monkeys had already killed over. The gunshot could damage them. But with such close proximity, the thousand-faced monkey could rush into the crowd at once. Once they were disguised as soldiers, with such a chaotic scene, they couldn't tell who was who. Even more troubling was that there were also thousand-faced monkeys rushing towards the city. Damn it, we can't let them into the city. A soldier leapt at a thousand-faced monkey that was trying to rush into the city. The man and beast rolled to the ground, and the soldier immediately opened the grenade safety. See you in the afterlife. Brothers. Boom. With a bang, the thousand-faced monkey was blown up alive. The soldier's appearance was even more miserable. Their body defense was not comparable to that of a thousand-faced monkey after all. Under the power of the grenades, the endings were all gruesome scenes of blood and flesh splattering. Such a scene greatly shook the other soldiers, and everyone's eyes instantly turned red. Damn it, fight them! Instead of being killed one by the thousand-faced monkey, it was better to die together one-on-one. This will also allow more people to live. Pop. A young soldier pulls a grenade in each hand and 2 safeties pop. Brothers, take care of my parents for me. At the end of his sentence, the soldier ran forward with great strides. A thousand-faced monkey on the opposite side revealed a horrified expression as its sharp claws struck, instantly stabbing through the soldier's chest. Ah! The soldier hissed in pain, but his hands held the thousand-faced monkey in a death grip. FAI! The warriors roared with grief and anger. Damn you! Go to hell! Soldier FAI hugged the thousand-faced monkey and knocked his head heavily into the alien beast's face, putting it down in one fell swoop. Grenade crushed into the ground. Boom boom! With 2 booms, the thousand-faced monkey and soldier Shelby were directly blown away. Asshole. One soldier, red-eyed, pulled the grenade from his hand as he did so, but the next moment, the grenade was snatched away by a young comrade beside him. Kung, your sister-in-law and niece are still waiting for you at home. The young soldier grabbed the grenade and collected it, immediately rushing towards a thousand-faced monkey. Flying down, the grenade exploded. The young soldier spat blood out of his mouth and slowly closed his eyes. Xiao Dong, you asshole! Chang's eyes burst into tears. Boom boom boom. The sound of grenades going off came one after the other. In just a few minutes, the thousand-faced monkeys on the city wall were all annihilated, but the team of hundreds of soldiers was left with only 30 or so. The field was filled with the remains of comrades. The smell of smoke and blood mingled together in an atmosphere of unparalleled sadness. Everyone in the odd school's central control room at this moment had red eyes. Lu Cherry and Xia Mo even covered their mouths and cried in pain. Hua Zhongxing, who was on the side, watched dumbfounded, his heart shaken beyond measure. The man who came out of the mansion had never seen such a scene. The moment the soldiers died with the alien beasts, his body trembled. On the scene, none were moved. Even Qin Ming and Long Shagua were clenching their teeth and crowns at this moment, their fists pinched in death. They're all heroes. Qin Ming let out a heavy sigh. Even though he had already seen too many similar images in his previous life, he was still touched inwardly when he looked at it again today. People, after all, are hot-blooded. Boom boom boom. Just then, however, there was a sudden roar on the screen's image. Everyone looked startled. What happened? And upon hearing this voice, Qin Ming's face instantly sank. No good. It's the sound of a herd of foreign beasts. As expected, the surviving soldiers looked out of the city, only to see a large group of thunder iron beasts charging ferociously over at the foot of the mountain in the distance. At this glance, I'm afraid there are no less than 100 heads. Prepare for battle. Unconcerned with their grief, the soldiers once again approached the walls to prepare for battle. Dean, requesting backup. Dean, requesting backup. The shouts kept coming. Qin Ming's eyes grew cold as he looked at the group of beasts. Hold on. All the soldiers in the city have arrived to support us. Roger that. Brothers, fight with these. The sound of warriors hissing came from the screen. Soon after, gunshots rang out. Lu Cheng, Xia Mo, depart. Qin Ming did not look any further. First, the thousand-faced monkey sneak attacked. Then the Thunder Iron Beast attacked forcefully, which was clearly a trick of the Fey Beast. With so many Thunder Iron Beasts, the city gates can't be defended. Once the beast stormed into the city, it would be a huge disaster. After Qin Ming left, the dragon would sit in the command center. Quickly, get all the soldiers in the city to head to the gates for support. At this time, Lu Cherry suddenly shouted, "Dragon General, it's not good. The city's masses are being evacuated. And there are 2 other elementary and middle schools not far from the city gates where parents are picking up their children and taking them home." What? The Dragon General's face changed drastically. He immediately remembered that just 2 hours ago, Qin Ming had ordered all the people in the southern city to go home in case of a surprise attack by a foreign beast. Yet in just 2 hours, the crowd has not been completely evacuated. Lu Cherry hurriedly switched the Heaven's Eye screen to the screen. Just about a kilometer or 2 inside the gates, there happened to be 2 elementary and secondary schools where inspectors and firefighters are urgently evacuating students. Meanwhile, the gates were broken through. Hundreds of Thunder Iron Beasts crashed through the city gates directly against the warriors' artillery fire. A portion of the Thunder Iron Beasts rushed up to the city walls to fight with the soldiers, while a portion of them rushed straight towards the city. Lu Cherry's face changed drastically. "Dragon General, it's too late. The Fae have rushed in." The Dragon General's face sank, and he immediately shouted, "Notify all the soldiers in Dingshan town who are rushing to support. Don't go to the city gates. Set up defenses a kilometer away from these 2 schools, and make sure to stall for the students." Yes, Lu Cherry and a group of staff members immediately initiated contact. On the other side, Qin Ming was also informed of the situation. He, Xia Mo, and Lu Cheng set off with the few remaining soldiers of the Monster Academy. 5 helicopter gunships and more than a dozen armored vehicles were deployed in unison. Meanwhile, an air raid siren sounded in Dingshan Township, and the siren continued to sound. Radio broadcasts rang out in villages, schools, and other places. "Attention everyone! A beast has launched a surprise attack on Ding Mountain and has broken through the city gate defense line. Everyone quickly go indoors to take shelter and close the doors and windows. Attention all!" The evacuation of the school became more tense as the announcement was made, but not even half of the students were evacuated at this point. Even with the help of inspectors and firefighters, too few students can be sent away. Evacuation. You have to drive far away. It simply doesn't work in such an emergency situation. And just then, an armed company arrived in a hurry. The company commander, Sun Tingliang, jumped down on the military vehicle and shouted at the students and teachers who were evacuating, "It's too late. Get into the school and hide." While shouting, the sound of the battlefield ahead came from the headset of company commander Sun Tingliang. "Company commander, our defenses have been breached and the swarm of Fae are heading for the school." At those words, Sun Tingliang's face suddenly changed drastically. "Quickly, all withdraw to the school." Chapter 49, Global Broadcast, the world-shaking Chinese army. "Come on, go back, go back." Inspectors and fire soldiers rushed to call the students back to school. "Get in the building and lock the doors and windows." Nearly 2,000 students remain in 2 nearby schools. On top of that, there were many civilians in the village not far away, and this line of defense should never be breached. "Company commander, the defenses are set. The Fae are coming through," a soldier shouted. Company commander Sun Tingliang rushed up to the armored car. Go up to the defense line." At this point in the defense, it was actually only about 200 meters from the school. The defense line a kilometer away had been breached long ago, and dozens of warriors were torn apart by the Thunder Iron Beast. Today, in the entire town, they are the only company left. Hundreds of fighters stood dead center on the defense line, weapons all mounted. Several armored vehicles crossed the road and soldiers stood at attention. Boom boom boom. At the same time, the figures of the Thunder Iron Beasts had appeared in front of them, and they looked hideous and frantic. At the head of the group was the Thunder Iron Beast King. Roar! The Beast King roared and ordered all the Thunder Iron Beasts to attack. The hissing of the foreign beast was exceptionally frightening, and the earth shook under its sound waves. Sun Tingliang's face sank as he roared, "Fire! We can't let the beasts break through the defense line." Boom boom boom. The next moment there was a flurry of artillery fire. The warriors fought the Fae. Under the terrifying firepower, the pace of the alien beasts was stopped. At the moment, people hiding on buildings on both sides of the street have picked up their cell phones and posted the scene on the internet. There was even a live stream turned on. Just as the crowd turned on the live stream, the Monster Academy hub control room had received the message. Lu Sakura looked at the Dragon General. "Dragon General, a crowd has opened the live broadcast. Should we cut it off?" The Dragon General looked at the battle on the screen and pondered for a moment. "No need. Let the nation see the terror of the Fae. This disaster is just the beginning. They always have to face it." With the tacit approval of the officials, the crowd's live stream instantly detonated on the internet. Countless nationals have flocked to the live broadcast. When they saw the images of the warriors blocking the alien beasts, they were startled. Where is this place? Why are there so many foreign beasts? It's a small town in Jiangnan City. So many alien beasts. Are there actually so many alien beasts within our Chinese territory? Oh my god. I just swiped a gruesome image. I thought it was fake, but I didn't realize there was a real fight. What? There's a school back there. I see students. Huh? Really? Damn it. This is a problem. All the netizens watching the livestream were talking and their moods became tense. Soon, the situation in China reached abroad. Officials from various countries were the first to get the news. Eagle Jam Nation. What? A small town in China has been attacked by hundreds of alien beasts? Sakura Nation, quick, pull up the live feed. Sunless Empire, how terrifying. Why did so many alien beasts appear at once? Stick Country, ha, retribution. Retribution is coming. At this moment, the official executives of various countries, as well as foreign netizens flocked into the live broadcasting room, and those who originally wanted to watch the show were all shocked by the situation at the scene. These soldiers are going to be finished. There's no way they'll be able to hold back so many alien beasts. Yeah, even if they have good firepower, there are just too many Fae. Selling cakes? This is the first time I've seen so many foreign beasts. What the hell has Huaxia done? I'm guessing this is the revenge of the Fae. Huaxia must have enraged them by killing so many Fae. So they gathered their forces to retaliate against a place. I have to say, these soldiers deserve respect. If the soldiers in our country encountered this situation, they would have run away long ago. The world is talking, lamenting, gloating, mocking. As for those little hackers, Chinese netizens directly disliked them. Of course, the hearts of the crowd were still focused on the battlefield. Damn it, hold on to me. The Dean will be here soon. We can't let any of the beasts go. Company Commander Sun Tingliang gripped a heavy machine gun and swept wildly at the front. All that firepower, though, really wasn't quite enough for the thick skin of the Thundersteel beast. The Thunder Iron Beast King stood right behind him, and instead of launching an attack, he had a playful look on his face. King, the Weasel clan has already come in at the sewers, and they will rush out at the school behind them and attack the students. A Thunder Iron Beast spoke respectfully. The Beast King revealed an evil smile. Then we won't rush to break through the defense line. Let's see if these human soldiers are going to block us or go back to save the students. That Qin Ming, he should be coming soon, right? The Thunder Iron Beast beside him responded. According to the Weasel clan's information, Qin Ming isn't in the north, so he'll definitely rush here for support. The Beast King had a cunning look on his face. Our target is Qin Ming. As soon as he appears, we'll immediately start a siege. I'll tear him apart with my own hands to avenge my clan. With that said, its ears twitched and it heard a sound from underground. Weasel Nation. Here it comes. Dang. Meanwhile, below the battlefield, in the sewers leading to the school, dozens of ferret aliens ran quickly. The rats soon crossed the line of soldiers and headed straight for the school. And just as they were about to reach the school, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a gray soul-eating rat, and it just stood alone on the wastewater, in front of the water pipe. Dong Yin grinned as he looked at the dozens of ferret alien beasts in front of him, his expression unprecedentedly grave. Boss, I'm going to start fighting. He spoke into his cell phone. Qin Ming's voice came from the cell phone. Dong Yin, please. Dong Yin showed his teeth and smiled. My life, it's yours. Bang! As his words fell, the soul-devouring rat incarnated by Dong Yin lunged violently at the rats. 5 minutes later, the Thunder Iron Beast King looked at the school not far away with a puzzled expression. Why hasn't it moved? According to the plan, the Weasel Swarm has already entered the school to start the fight. Looking at the clansmen who were being shelled, the Thunder Iron Beast King's face sank. Bunch of losers, we're on our own. Roar! Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the Thunder Iron Beast King let out an angry hiss. All of a sudden, all the Thunder Iron Beasts looked like they had gone berserk, lunging at the defense line with ferocious postures. It was the left flank of the defense that bore the brunt of this. The Beastmaster slammed into the armored car with fury against the cannon fire. Boom! The armored car was lifted right off the ground. Several soldiers were toppled to the ground. In the next moment, the foreign beast immediately pounced on it. Looking at the alien beast's ripped open maw, the soldier could not avoid it. A soldier had a look of viciousness on his face as he ripped the bomb ready on his body away. No! Company Commander Sun Tingliang roared in grief and anger. Boom! The moment the beast rushed over, the bomb exploded, and under the violent impact, the beast was directly blown away, an arm flying high into the air. The soldier, on the other hand, turned into a bloody mist. Steel Company, never back down. The soldiers on the left flank of the defense line didn't hesitate, ripping the bombs from their bodies and hugging the charging alien beasts fiercely. Steel Company, never back down. The explosion boomed under the angry shouts of the soldiers. Boom boom boom. The scene was incredibly sad as the cannon fire drowned the soldiers and the beasts together. The scene made it clearly into the live feed. At this moment, the officials of all countries in the world, hundreds of millions of people, were all shocked and dumbfounded. Deadly silence. There was only one question on their minds. Is this the Chinese soldier? Chapter 50, Drumming at the Ancestral Hall. The genealogy of the clan opens on a single page. Yes, this is the Chinese soldier. After the foreign beasts broke through the defense line, they decisively chose to sacrifice themselves and die with the foreign beasts. That moment, when the explosion went off, was the blossoming of the soldiers' lives. The mist of blood rendered the earth and stained the eyes of the Chinese people red. All the people of the country who watched the live broadcast were touched by it. The scene set off even more frantic hissing. Kill! Avenge your brothers! Company Commander Sun Tingliang stood on the roof of the armored vehicle, stepping out with one foot, holding the heavy machine gun, and firing wildly at the alien beasts in front of him. Boom boom boom, cannon fire and smoke. After the left flank defense was breached, the Thunder Iron Beast began to attack the right flank. Without the left flank to hold them back, the pressure on the right flank increased dramatically. Company Commander Sun Tingliang shouted, "Go on, replenish the left flank, stop them for me." Then, 10 soldiers opened fire to suppress it while rushing towards the left flank. Boom boom boom. When they reached it, however, the right flank had been taken. With the sound of the explosion, it meant that the soldiers on the right flank had used their last resort to die with the Fey. Make it up! Make it up! The company commander continued to shout angrily. He knew very well that to fight like this was to stall for time with the lives of the warriors, but there was nothing he could do. So much for using energy. It was all that could be done to delay Dean's support for them for a little while. At this time the line, which had been rushed to the left shortly after, was also fallen for the second time. Company commander, we can't hold out much longer. The soldier pulled the bomb from his chest the moment the Thunder Iron Beast lunged at him. Boom boom. The cannons roared and the beasts flew out sideways. However, the beast with defense immediately curled up its body, its thick fur blocking the fatal blow. Go on, keep going. Sun Tingliang's eyes reddened, but at this time, the soldiers beside him had only 20 or so left. Further up, the defense of the main road collapsed completely. I'll do it. Just then, a group of inspectors and firefighters rushed out. They picked up the rifles of the dead fighters and built a line of defense on the left flank. All of a sudden, the ferocious attack of more than a dozen people once again blocked the foreign beast. But despite this, it is still insignificant. The Fae slowly advanced, knocking down the defenses on the left and right flanks one at a time. Even the later patrols and firefighters began to sacrifice people. The Chinese soldiers are losing ground. At this moment, countless people watched the live broadcast inside. It's over. They can't stop it. A touching scene. Unfortunately, human power is still too small. It makes me cry to see the spirit of the Chinese people, which we in the West do not possess. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly the loud drums sounded quite abruptly. Despite the gunfire, the drums still penetrated the sky and pounded on everyone's heart. What's going on? Where did the drums come from? The camera on the live feed is moving around, trying to figure out where the drumming is coming from. Soon the camera lands on an old building next to the school. The building has only 2 floors and is full of history. On the front door of the building hangs a large plaque. There were 4 big words written on it. Huang Clan Ancestral Hall. This clan has been around for hundreds of years. The Huangs, the largest family name in Dingshan Township. And at that moment, an old man was standing on the second floor of the shrine, banging hard on the big drum that had been sleeping for a long time. On the side, there was another old man with a head full of white hair who lit 3 sticks of incense and put them on his head to worship the heavens. This time, when the live camera was focused on the 2 old men, everyone in the broadcast room froze. Foreign netizens, in particular, were puzzled. What's with the 2 old men banging on the drum at such a critical moment? Isn't it messy enough? Wouldn't beating the drums loudly attract the attention of the beasts even more? What's the situation? Is this a Chinese worship ceremony? Ha ha, this Huaxia people must not be able to defeat the foreign beasts and are ready to pray for the gods to descend to the world. It's really a country of feudal superstitions. A good atmosphere is messed up by these 2 old men. Isn't it good to hide at home? The behavior of the 2 old men immediately caused foreign netizens to talk. At this point, however, some Chinese netizens immediately retorted. What do you know? The drums are playing, the incense is burning. These 2 grandfathers are gathering the family members. Oh my god. The sound of the ancestral hall drums, usually only when the family celebrates and sacrifices, or when there is an attack from a foreign enemy, the sound of the drums will be used to gather the family members. This Wang family is going to fight for their lives. This statement immediately caused a shock to all netizens at home and abroad. What do you mean? Are these villagers going to join the battlefield? Then, under the shocked gazes of countless people, Accompanied by the sound of drums, a young and strong man from the village rushed out in all directions with kitchen knives, hoes, and long spears and sticks. They, all of them, were from the nearby village, the Huang clan. Originally, they were all hiding in their homes like the common people. However, now that the drums of the ancestral hall were sounding, they knew what was going on. In just a few moments of effort, hundreds of young men and women had gathered under the clan's ancestral hall. The sound of the clan's drums continued unceasingly, and the white-haired old man inserted the long incense down, looking down at the crowd below with a godly gaze. Sons of the Huang family, the beast slaughtered our soldiers at the entrance of my Huang clan ancestral hall. If my sons and daughters of the Huang family are willing to leave people behind, they will be ashamed of their ancestors. When the country is in trouble, it's the responsibility of every man. Do my sons and daughters of the Huang clan dare to fight the Fey beasts? The white-haired old man shouted in a neutral voice. War! Kill! At the entrance of the clan's ancestral hall, hundreds of green and strong men shouted angrily. The clan elder clutched the guardrail with both hands and shouted emotionally. In this battle, no matter if you live or die, the tablet will stand in front of you. The genealogy will be opened on a single page, and you will enjoy the first incense, and the old and young will be raised. Go, and strengthen the might of my Chinese sons and daughters. Kill! At the sound of the loud drums, hundreds of sons and daughters rushed out into the streets toward the line of soldiers. Kill! Fight with these soldiers, we're here to help. Hundreds of sons and daughters gripped simple weapons and rushed fearlessly up to the defense. The patriarch took the lead, and as soon as he had copied a rifle from the ground, he shouted at his people. Anyone who's been in the military, pick up the guns on the ground and shoot them all. Hundreds of people rushed up instantly, blocking the entire street. Many of these veterans, picking up the guns on the ground, skillfully fired them. At this scene, even the soldiers in the battle froze. Company Commander Sun Tingliang had blood in his eyes, and he wanted to drink away these villagers, but he couldn't say anything. At this moment, all the masses watching the live broadcast, whether they were Chinese or foreigners, they were all shocked. Countless people of the country reddened their eyes, eager to join the battlefield, and those foreigners are all dumbfounded. They can hardly imagine how there can be a country where people can be so united. Such national cohesion is something they will never achieve. Even more horrified were the officials of various countries, with countless executives feeling both fear and envy. And Trip, the head of Eagle Jam, was staring at the screen with a deadpan, horrified look on his face. This country, Huaxia, is horrible. Chapter 51, Xin Ming's overbearing appearance. Of course, there were many voices of skepticism. What's so shocking? It's just a bunch of rabble. Once they start dying, they start running for their lives. Ha 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 ha. Upstairs is exactly what I'm trying to say. No one is not afraid of death. These people are nothing more than hotheads. That's right. See, how awesome you are now. How lame you'll be later. The skepticism is growing. For these words, the Chinese nation didn't even want to pay attention to them. Just a bunch of mouth breathers. The official hierarchy of the countries also saw the voices, and Trip smiled bitterly. I wish it would be as they say. Such a Huaxia isn't too scary. However, the valor of the Chinese nationals was something they never expected. It didn't take long for the ammunition to be depleted and the fire gradually slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Thunder Iron Beasts unfurled their hideous faces and pounced, overrunning both the left and right flanks. Then, it ran straight for the crowd in the center of the street. Company Commander Sun Tingliang roared. Soldiers top the front, villagers fall back. The next moment, the soldiers were gripping their daggers, or using their rifles, which had run out of bullets, as weapons. And just as they were about to make short work of the beast, Huang's children rushed up. They were armed with kitchen knives and long sticks and iron water pipes, and they shouted with fervor, "Kill!" They braved death and tried to use their flesh and blood to stop the beasts, but how could a mortal body be a match for a foreign beast? The chopper slashed at the Thunder Iron Beast and couldn't even cut through the fur. Roar! The Thunder Iron Beast hissed angrily, and with a violent wave of its large hand, several of the green and strong men were directly flung out. The soldiers shouted at once, "Retreat! All retreat!" They rushed to the forefront and blocked the villagers. The alien beast's sharp claws were like the scythe of death, taking away a soldier's life every time it swung down. Yet no one took a step back, because they knew very well that if even this line of defense collapsed, these alien beasts would rush into the school and cause devastating damage to those students. Seeing this scene, all the people watching the live broadcast were not moved. Even the voices that had just questioned it were silent. They all thought these villagers were untouchable. Yes, it is true that their mortal bodies are unbeatable, but their spirit and faith are indestructible. The official high level of each country even looked dumbfounded for a while. It was hard for them to believe why Chinese people were so determined and fearless even in the face of death. They seemed to see the reason why Huaxia is powerful. With such a people, can China not be strong? Get out of the way. Just then, the sound of an engine roaring came on. Company Commander Sun Tingliang drove the armored vehicle, slammed on the gas, and slammed into the alien beast. The soldiers and villagers dodged out of the way. Bang! The armored car directly knocked a Thunder Iron Beast out of the way, throttling up and charging straight at the last Beast King. The Thunder Iron Beast King looked at the vehicle rushing ahead with a playful expression, looking for death. It swung its fist and blasted out. Knock! The fist landed heavily on the hood of the armored car, and the front of the car sank violently, while the rear of the car was lifted by inertia, and the whole armored car flipped over. And right at that moment, Company Commander Sun Tingliang leapt out of the sunroof of the armored vehicle and pounced directly towards the Thunder Iron Beast King. Almost at the same time, all eyes fell on Sun Tingliang. When they saw the several explosive packages bundled on Sun Tingliang's body, their faces changed drastically. Company Commander, no! Company Commander, stop! The soldiers roared loudly and angrily. Pop! In the next moment, the Thunder Iron Beast King grabbed Sun Tingliang's shoulders and lifted him in midair. Tiny human, you're really not afraid of death. A flash of determination flashed across Sun Tingliang's face. I'll pull you on my back even if I die. With that, he was about to rip the gunpowder fuse from his body. Just then, a roar sounded in the sky. Several helicopters came in fast. The crowd rushed to look up, only to see one of the helicopters open its hatch and three figures plummeting high in the sky. Boom! One of them was like lightning running down, charging directly towards the Beast King. Everyone at the scene was taken aback. What's that? The Thunder Iron Beast King's eyes narrowed slightly as he threw out Sun Tingliang in his hand and swung his fist to lash out at the figure in the air. Boom! Thunder flashed and cut through the sky. Under the globally shocked gazes, a thunderous figure and the Thunder Iron Beast King heavily collided together. Knock! With a loud boom. The moment the two collided, the earth underneath his feet exploded, and rolls of smoke and dust splashed up. The Thunder Iron Beast King dug his feet into the ground, his legs bent by a powerful force. Roar! In the next moment, the Beast King hissed angrily, and his huge body was hit like a heavy blow, and flew out backwards in the smoke and dust, smashing heavily on the ground. Wow! What's that? Oh my god, trapeze? Is that a secret Chinese weapon? Everyone was stunned. The Beast King, who couldn't even be hit by a cannonball, was actually repelled. In an instant, all eyes were focused on that smoke. As the smoke cleared, Qin Ming's figure slowly appeared. Qin Ming was dressed in black, holding the Starfall Tang blade in his hand, his expression resolute and serious with a hint of anger. When he saw Qin Ming, a look of surprise appeared on Company Commander Sun Tingliang's face. Dean! The soldiers responded with excited shouts. It's the Dean! The Dean is here! Everyone was thrilled, leaving the villagers on the sidelines and the live streaming crowd dumbfounded. Who's this? They seem to be shouting for the Dean? Dean! It wouldn't be the Dean of the Monster Academy, would it? What? So young? The live streaming room was in an uproar. Whether it was a Chinese national or a foreign netizen, no one knew the identity of the Monster Academy's director. This mysterious organization, the figure who has the power to mobilize all the organs in China, is actually a young man? The world subconsciously felt incredulous, and when Qin Ming appeared, the official executives of the world's countries stood up and looked at Qin Ming in the screen with serious eyes. Under the investigation of various countries, Qin Ming's identity was not a secret, but other than Eagle Jam, who knew of Qin Ming's abilities? None of the other countries knew much about him. Now that it has appeared, it has immediately attracted the attention of the officials of various countries. It's him! It's him! In the Eagle Jam hub, General John pointed at the screen and shouted with a look of excitement. Trip immediately shouted, "Get ready to record the screen. I want to see what this kid is capable of." At this moment, the eyes of the world were focused on Qin Ming. Don't forget, he's jumping from a great height. This action, where is it possible for a normal person to do this? Bang bang! At the same time, the two figures high in the sky crashed down, blowing the smoke away. On both sides behind Qin Ming were Xiao, who was wearing a white t-shirt and jean shorts, and Lu Chang, who was armed. Lu Chang looked back. Sun Tingliang, organize the people to retreat. Leave this place to us. Sun Tingliang didn't hesitate and immediately shouted to the soldiers. Retreat! Lead the men to retreat. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, Qin Ming slowly walked forward, facing the Thunder Iron Beast King directly. In front of it were dozens of Thunder Iron Beasts. Seeing this scene, the world was shocked, and the live broadcast exploded. Cake seller, what does he want? Chapter 52, Judge Thunder. Qin Ming blocked in front of the soldiers, and a foreign beast roared hideously low, none of them daring to advance. But soon, the Thunder Iron Beast slowly approached and surrounded Qin Ming's trio. In the group of beasts, the Thunder Iron Beast King revealed an evil smile as he stared dead at Qin Ming. Qin Ming looked up at the sky as the soldiers on the helicopter were slowly landing. He picked up his walkie-talkie and ordered, "Leave this place to me. All soldiers enter the sewers to support Dongyan. Copy that. The response came through the headset. At the same time, right below Qin Ming's feet in the sewer location, Dongyan's incarnation of the soul-devouring mouse was covered in blood, panting heavily, and one of its arms had already drooped down, and under its teachings, the carcasses of the ferret fae had piled up over 30 heads. Qin Ming murmured in a low voice, "Little Rock, hold on." With that, he jerked his head up. Drawl, Madaka. As his words fell, Lu Chang drew his long sword. Click. Summers joined the two sections of the gun together. Go! In the next moment, under the shocked gazes of the world, Qin Ming instantly erupted, his figure catapulting like a cannonball. Roar! The Thunder Iron Beast let out an angry hiss and lunged over. Battle technique, Thunder Destruction Chop. Boom! A thunder flashed in the Tang blade, thunder arcs jumping as the blade swept across. Thunder shook the sky, and the light of the sword flashed. Rip! The two Thunder Iron Beasts that pounced over were directly decapitated. Bang bang! The live broadcast exploded as the two headless corpses fell to the ground. Those official executives from various countries who were watching the live broadcast all stared in disbelief. What? How is this possible? Why was he able to break through the Fey Beast's defense with a single slash? My god! What's with the thunder? This is the first time that psychic powers have appeared in front of the world, and they are destined to create a furor. Qin Ming had expected this, but he didn't choose to hide it. The awakened, sooner or later, will be exposed. After killing the two Thunder Iron Beasts with a single slash, Qin Ming continued to charge forward, his speed as fast as lightning. Battle technique, Sneaky Flash. Boom! Thunder wrapped around Qin Ming's body, and his entire aura became tyrannical and terrifying. There were constantly Thunder Iron Beasts pouncing all around, but they were all dodged by Qin Ming. Only his feet were seen flashing, so fast that they left residual shadows on the scene. The long blade kept slashing out, and two more Thunder Iron Beasts were cut down. Everyone was stunned. The foreign beasts that couldn't be killed by bullets were like chopping vegetables in front of this youth. It was unbelievable. The Thunder Iron Beast King also revealed a look of horror. It had underestimated Qin Ming's strength, and this combat power was simply not something that could be possessed by the First Order realm. Did he advance to the second rank? The next moment, it let out a low roar. A second-stage Thunder Iron Beast beside him immediately let out a furious roar and ran wildly towards Qin Ming. Roar! Sharp claws tore, and several cold auras flashed. Thunder Iron Beast's berserk skill, Tearing Claw. With that claw, the tank would have been scrapped. Qin Ming didn't flash or dodge as he continued to charge towards the Beast King. Just as the sharp claws of the second-ranked Thunder Iron Beast slapped down, a lance with a cold aura instantly caved in behind it. Buzz! The void shuddered, and a chilling aura spread rapidly. On the tip of the gun, a touch of cold ice gradually spread, emitting a cold white mist. Knock! This spear stabbed out and pierced into the palm of the second-stage Thunder Iron Beast. But before the blood could flow, the ice froze the wound. With a shake of the lance, the Thunder Iron Beast's frozen palm thumped and exploded. Ice slag flying. The second-ranked Thunder Iron Beast was blown away, smashing into the ground and wailing continuously. One of its arms had exploded into ice slag. Seeing this, the Thunder Iron Beast King revealed a horrified expression. King sequence. No good. Get together and kill the woman. The Beast King roared loudly. Dozens of Thunder Iron Beasts lashed out hideously. Xia Mo gripped the cold ice lance and stabbed at a Thunder Iron Beast. Pust! That first-rank Thunder Iron Beast couldn't react at all and was directly pierced through its chest. Xia Mo bullied his way up and kicked out heavily with his long leg. Bang! Under the powerful force, the Thunder Iron Beast directly flew out. At the same time, the cold ice on its chest continued to spread continuously. The moment it slammed into the other Thunder Iron Beast, Xia Mo stretched out his hand and gave a firm grip into the void. Battle technique Ice Blast. Boom! The frozen Thunder Iron Beast exploded. Another Thunder Iron Beast was also lifted off the ground by the powerful explosion, and the ice slag even scratched its body. Roar! At this time, the three Thunder Iron Beasts pounced on Xia Mo at the same time. She was beyond avoidance. Xia Mo's gaze condensed, a coldness flashed across his face, and he violently stood his lance on the ground. Battle technique, Frozen Heaven and Earth. Click, click, click. A strand of supreme coldness spread rapidly underneath the lance. Boom! Frost erupted and the temperature around them plummeted. The pupils of those three Thunder Iron Beasts that pounced over suddenly shrunk as the cold ice spread over their bodies, and they were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. They lost power and hit the ground hard. Under the hot sun, the three large ice sculptures are particularly dazzling. In the live room, there was dead silence. Those watching the live stream were behind the screen at this point, their jaws on the floor. The official high-ranking officials of various countries even stood up straight and stared at the scene with deadly accuracy. The battle continued, and behind Xia Mo, there was another valiant figure. Lu Chang was surrounded by 7 or 8 Thunder Iron Beasts at this moment, and the tang blade in his hand had been cut off long ago. He clenched his fists, and his iron fists kept striking, punch after punch, sending 7 or 8 foreign beasts flying across the room. Under the cover of Xia Mo and Lu Chang, Qin Ming had already rushed to the Thunder Iron Beast King. Thunder hissed as the long blade slashed across the room. The Beast King was also enraged as his sharp claws extended and clawed down fiercely at Qin Ming. Dang! An ear-splitting crash sounded. Qin Ming was knocked back by the huge force, but the thunder had already bombarded the Beast King, electrifying it and causing it to tremble. The Thunder Iron Beast King had already reached the second stage realm, his aura tyrannical. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide, and a ball of thunder slowly coalesced. Pust! As the thunderball blasted out, Qin Ming's guile flash was unleashed, his body transforming into thunder as he instantly dodged the thunderball's blast. Boom! The thunderball exploded on the ground, and the concrete floor directly blew out a huge deep crater. Qin Ming seized the opportunity and bullied his way up. Thunder flickered in the long blade as the energy built up. Battle technique Thunder Destruction Slash. A knife slashed fiercely at the Thunder Iron Beast King, and the tough fur was torn open, dripping with blood. On the wounds, there were also lightning arcs pulsing, constantly destroying the Beast King's body. Roar! The Beast King hissed in pain. Swinging his giant claws was about to slap at Qin Ming. Qin Ming's feet flashed again. A sliding shovel dodged the giant claws, and his figure came behind the Beast King. Tang dagger ripped and pulled hard at the Beast King's hamstring. Knife light flashed as Qin Ming struck quickly, the blade slashing from his heel up his calf and thigh. Roar! The Beast King let out a mournful hiss, and his figure fell heavily to the ground. Qin Ming's figure leapt high into the air, and with a flick of his fingers, a card deck glowing with lightning appeared in front of him. High-risk warfare techniques, trick cards. The next moment, the trick sign jumped and 5 large words popped up. Judge Thunder. A wave of divine thunder rushed into the Starfall longsword, and Qin Ming was like a thunder god descending, his body surging with thunder. Then, under the shocked gazes of countless people around the globe, a sword slashed out. Be judged. Thundersteel Beast. Chapter 53, Beheading the Beast King. Exposure of abnormal ability. Boom! With a shocking explosion, thunder tore through the sky, slamming into the Thunder Iron Beast King with the might of annihilation. Judgment Thunder. The Thunder Iron Beast King's pupils suddenly shrunk as a look of fear appeared on his face. It wanted to escape, but there was no more chance. Thunder ran through its body, and terrifying voltage raged through its body. The smell of burning slowly rose, and the Thunder Iron Beast King was electrocuted into charcoal all over his body as he fell heavily to the ground. The King of Beasts, ambushed. Roar! Seeing this, all the other Thunder Iron Beasts let out angry hisses. At the same time, their gazes towards Qin Ming were tinged with awe. Once the Beast King died, they all started to panic. At this point they have developed a sense of withdrawal. Qin Ming held the star meteor blade in his hand as he gazed indifferently at the crowd of foreign beasts. He shouted angrily, "Kill! Don't spare a single head!" Thunder flashed on Qin Ming's body as he rushed towards the foreign beast with a ferocious stance. At this moment, Qin Ming was like the god of thunder descending, holding a thunder war sword in his hand and judging sin. Each slash was bound to harvest a foreign beast. Beside him, Xia Mo swung his ice lance with one hand in a powerful and unrivaled manner, freezing a beast into an ice sculpture. Lu Chang is even more domineering, bare hands and empty fists to fight the beasts. Fist to the flesh of the picture is very visual impact. At this moment, the whole world was watching the live broadcast, watching the 3 of them physically fight the alien beasts, and their hearts were shaken. It had all been refreshing to their perceptions. The monster that was difficult to harm with bullets and artillery fire was now like a fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. The world is talking. Oh my god, are these still humans? Why can he master lightning? Is that girl an ice girl? Even the beasts are frozen. What? Is this what they call superpowers in the movies? I finally understand why Huaxia is so powerful. So they have mastered this ability. The world was horrified, especially the official top management of each country, and their faces were already gloomy to the extreme after the shock. Obviously, the capabilities that Huaxia had mastered had refreshed their cognition. If this continues, China will definitely go to the top of the world, which is something none of them want to see. Quickly, investigate how these people had this strange ability. The same order came from the head of state of each country. They've all seen it. This power is the key to fighting the monster invasion. Thermal weapons are just too limited for xenomorphs. The live broadcast continued, and after the Thunder Iron Beast King was killed, the other 2 second-ranked foreign beasts were also killed next. Under Qin Ming's trio's joint efforts, all of the beasts in the arena were put to death. Win! We win! An excited cry suddenly rang out from the scene. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the soldiers and villagers all shouted in excitement. Win! We win! We have defeated the Fae! We are the victors! The fighters all had big smiles and laughed and cried again. Yes, they won! they avenged their fallen comrades. At this moment, the whole of China boiled over. It was a desperate battle that they ended up winning. Just as everyone was cheering, Qin Ming rushed towards the school with Xiao, opened the sewer manhole cover, and jumped down. The moment they landed in the sewer, several fighters immediately turned around and pointed their guns at them. When they saw that it was Qin Ming, the warriors immediately lowered their guns and shouted with red eyes, "Dean!" Qin Ming nodded with difficulty and looked ahead again. A dozen dead warriors lay on the ground, as well as a large group of ferret corpses. Dong Yen, on the other hand, was lying on top of the ferret's corpse. He was covered in blood, and he couldn't find a single clean spot all over his body. At this moment, Dong Yen had already changed back to his human form, and it was obvious that he had already broken through the second stage realm. He held off dozens of skunks almost single-handedly. Xiaomo's heart couldn't help but tremble when he saw such a shocking image. Qin Ming also reddened his eyes as his gaze fell on Dong Yen. Seemingly sensing Qin Ming's arrival, Dong Yen lifted his head with difficulty and propped up an arm to keep himself straight. Staggering slightly for a few moments, Dong Yen barely managed to stand still, drooping one hand as he looked at Qin Ming and revealed a faint smile. "Boss, mission accomplished." Qin Ming looked at Dong Yen and nodded heavily. "Hard work. The applause from above belongs to you." On the battlefield, in the world, countless people applauded and cheered heartily for this fierce battle, but they didn't know that just below their feet in the dark sewers, there was also a much more intense battle. Others have built a line of defense with their lives. He gives quietly in the shadows where no one can even see. This was where Qin Ming felt ashamed of Dong Yen. Dong Yen shook his head. "Boss, I don't care about that." Qin Ming gathered his emotions and slowly spoke. "Let's go. I'll take you back to heal your wounds. In the next battle, it's our turn for revenge." After the battle, it took the world by storm. The live broadcast footage was even relayed by various countries and made it to the top of the hot search on various platforms. A military base in Eagle Jam, Chief Trip and General John, along with a group of top brass, arrived at a heavily guarded research lab on the base. "Your Excellency the head, this is a crystal we found in the brain of a thunder iron beast." A scientific doctor with white hair and a white lab coat held a crystal and showed it to the crowd. The old man wore thick glasses and looked at the crystals in his hand with a wild color. The longing in those eyes was eerie, yet the old man didn't care about the gazes of the crowd. Trip frowned and glanced at General John. General John coughed lightly and said softly, "Sir Trip, this is Eagle Jam's most distinguished scientist, Dr. Grotesque. Don't mind his dissimulation. It's an external visualization of the scientist's obsession with knowledge." Trip nodded, not caring too much. Characters with ability are more or less eccentric in personality and temperament. He could understand that. "Hello Dr. Grotesque." Han. Trip extended his hand. Dr. Weirdo lifted his glasses and glanced at Trip. "His Excellency the Chief, shaking hands with a scientist is a big no-no." Saying that, he raised the beast crystal in his hand. "This crystal possesses extremely powerful transcendental energy. That Chinese kid, it's very likely that he utilized this crystal to give birth to his psychic ability." At these words, Trip and a group of executives brightened up. "Is that true?" Dr. Grotesque hemmed and hawed. "You'll have to try it to find out if it's real. In addition to this crystal, we also obtained a lot of special active cells in the blood, flesh of the Fae. These substances, too, have the potential to cause mutations in humans. How about experimenting?" Dr. Grotesque asked in a good-natured manner. Trip frowned. "Human experimentation?" Dr. Weirdo smiled evilly. "No, that's our hawk sauce future super soldier. That, no doubt, hit home for Trip. Shifter, hawk sauce has to be there too." Weighing the options, Trip decided to agree to Dr. Grotesque's plan. Dr. Grotesque hemmed and hawed. "The chief is wise." Then, he ignored Trip and turned his head to continue pounding on an alien beast corpse. If Qin Ming were here, he would have strangled this Dr. Grotesque at the first opportunity, because this guy will create incomparably terrifying monsters that will bring unimaginable disasters to mankind. Chapter 54, Tower of Heaven, Completion. Counterattack begins. After Trip left with a group of executives, Dr. Grotesque slowly looked back, his eyes revealing an evil gaze. Bang! The door to the research room closed, leaving only Dr. Grotesque and a dozen or so researchers behind. Dr. Grotesque, wearing white gloves, holds up the Thundersteel Beast crystal. He narrowed his eyes and scrutinized them, his face full of madness. "You guys, any of you want to be a moment in history?" As soon as these words fell, more than a dozen researchers stood out at the same time without even thinking about it. "Teacher, I do." Dr. Grotesque slowly raised his head and looked at the enthusiastic students with a ghostly grin of satisfaction. "Eddie, it's just you." Dr. Weirdo points to a slightly stocky man. At that, the other students took a step back with a look of envy and regret. That chosen Eddie was so excited that he hurriedly shouted, "Thank you, teacher." Eddie was only in his early 30s, and was usually in good shape and healthy with his workout routine. "Go on, Dr. Grotesque smiled. Without hesitation, Eddie removed the ID from around his neck and turned his head toward a steel cage behind him. This steel cage was specially made for the Eagle Jam military to build, and the shells can't even break it. Eddie walked in without hesitation, even closing the door behind himself. Then, Dr. Grotesque handed over the beast crystal in his hand. After Eddie received it, a flash of madness flashed in his eyes as he stuffed the beast crystal into his mouth. Gollum! As Eddie swallowed the beast crystal, Dr. Grotesque and the other researchers began to tense up. In the next moment, Eddie only felt a rolling energy swimming inside his body that seemed to devour him. Eddie collapsed to the ground in agony, looking pained. My body is going to explode. Water, give me water. Eddie rolled on the ground, his hands clawing at his chest, tearing at it until he scratched at the skin and still wouldn't stop. Give him water. Dr. Grotesque spoke up. Then another researcher pulled out a tablet to manipulate it. Wow! Above the cage, the sprinkler system turned on and a stream of water sprayed over Eddie. Eddie's eyes turned scarlet, and surprisingly, he jumped up all at once and fell backwards onto the ceiling like a spider, opening his mouth wide to swallow at the sprinkler. At the sight, Dr. Grotesque's eyes lit up. There it is, that's the power. But the next moment, Eddie hit the ground hard, his body red and ready to explode. Not good. The body temperature has spiked to 65 degrees and is still rising. A researcher shouted. Dr. Grotesque looked aside at the data and grimaced. Inject the serum. A student on the sidelines operates in a hurry. Then a mechanical arm reached down at the ceiling and a sharp needle plunged into Eddie's torso. Unidentified medicinal fluid was injected into it. This so-called serum was in fact a mixture of the blood of foreign beasts. As for what kind of fey blood Dr. Grotesque has fused, no one knows. After the potion hit Eddie's body, Eddie suddenly convulsed and his muscles swelled all over his body. Within moments, the muscles on Eddie's body had swelled to the point of tearing through his shirt, and his body was horribly bursting with veins and sinews. Their paws began to grow hair and their nails lengthen. Under a shocked gaze, Eddie turned into a monster with a rat's face, the limbs of a thousand-faced monkey, and the body of a thunder-iron beast, a combination of 3 types of foreign beasts. Roar! Suddenly, Eddie half-kneeled to the ground and let out a beastly hiss. Touch! He slammed his fist into the ground and the hard floor cracked. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes lit up. Dr. Weirdo even gave a wild-eyed look. What a perfect piece of work! Bang! Suddenly the monster rushed toward the cage, grabbing the hard bars with a grimace and hissing. Faced with such a monster, Dr. Grotesque was not only not afraid, but was instead pleasantly surprised. Eddie, can you hear the teacher? Eddie, as Dr. Grotesque called out, the monster's scarlet eyes slowly returned to normal. The monster made a hoarse sound. Teacher, ha ha ha. At that, Dr. Grotesque let out a crazy laugh. The center room of the Monster Academy of the state of China. With the end of the battle in Dingshan Town, Monster Academy received good news. Dean, the Tower of Heaven is complete. Lu Cherry shouted excitedly. Qin Ming looked at the Tower of Heaven in the screen, and a smile surfaced on his face. It's finally done. On the screen, it was none other than the Tower of Heaven, located in Jiangnan City. A giant tower of steel over 600 meters high can be seen standing on the earth, with the Tower of Heaven as the center. It covered an area of tens of thousands of acres, and there were quite a few buildings around it, just like the size of a small town. And at the very outside, there was a steel wall hundreds of meters high. Above the city walls, all kinds of high-tech weapons stand, ground-to-ground missiles, anti-aircraft guns, rocket launchers, howitzers, heavy machine guns. Of course, this was just the surface. Deep underground, there was also an underground base hidden. Although it was said to be a Tower of Heaven, this was actually a large shelter. Admitting millions of people is not a problem at all. These 36 heavenly pagodas had used up almost all of the resources of Huaxia. During this month, all of China's industries, all of its manufacturing industries, and its construction industries stopped, just to fully supply these 36 heavenly towers. In addition to this, China has also acquired large quantities of steel from neighboring countries. In wartime, the neighboring countries are simply not willing to sell steel and other strategic materials. And later on, China is still food to exchange. The grain that Qin Ming had purchased in a big way in various countries at the beginning had played a key role. Of course, this could not be done without the support of the people of China. Such a vast infrastructure would not have been possible without the construction workers of the country working around the clock. And the only ones that are currently functioning properly are the steel walls and the main tower of the Tower of Heaven. Many buildings above ground and underground bases continue to be improved. It will be a long time before it is fully completed. But it's enough. the current Tower of Heaven had already met Qin Ming's requirements. Next, it's time for Hua Xiao's revenge. At the same time as the Tower of Heavenly Passage was completed, Qin Ming immediately gave instructions to the Alien Hunting Squad and the Thunder Primrose Squad to head to the major Tower of Heavenly Passage respectively. They, in turn, will be the mainstay of this revenge operation. In addition to these two alien ability squads, the soldiers of the Monster Academy whose transcendent physique had reached 100% also acted with urgency. On top of that, the major military regions had also mobilized their soldiers and deployed them towards the Tower of Heaven. At this moment, the whole of China acted. The people, on the other hand, all hid in their homes. The whole country was sealed off, and a storm of suffocation slowly enveloped the country. 24 hours down the road from the Fae launching their general attack, the nations of the world once again received extraterrestrial news. The message was simple, just a short paragraph. The first phase of the trial, counting down to 24 hours. At the end of the countdown, the alien beasts will launch a general attack on all major civilizations. When the news was received, the world's officials were in an uproar. In response to this news, Qin Ming then revealed a deeply chilling smile. A general attack? I'll directly lift your lair. Chapter 55, Operation Tongtian Tower. Revenge Plan. Monster Attack Countdown 23 hours 58 minutes and 13 seconds. Monster Attack Countdown 23 hours 58 minutes and 12 seconds. A string of countdowns appeared on all information networks, TV, cell phones, SMS, short video sites. All the devices that could pick up the foreign information flashed overhead as if they had been hacked, with a countdown in bright red letters, like the death knell of death. It is approaching step by step. At this moment, the whole world was sensationalized. What's going on? Why is there a countdown on my phone? It's over. Did the Fae invade our cell phones? Oh God, please save mankind. What to do? I'm not in love. I don't have a girlfriend. I don't want to die. Anyone up for a rousing romance in the last 23 hours? The internet is buzzing. People of all nations are worried, and panic is spreading fast. Officials of all countries, not to mention ordinary people, are panicking, while others are not sure of the source of this information. They are well aware of it. This information, undoubtedly, came from those extraterrestrial civilizations. It also shows that the higher civilizations outside the domain have the ability to invade Blue Star at any time. But instead of doing that, they used the trial of civilization to test Blue Star. This time, the whole world was agitated, and the official websites of various countries were reduced by netizens. But there is nothing the officials can do. Everything that can be done has already been done. What's going on? Why is there a general attack? The foreign beasts that appeared a while ago had already messed them up, and now there was a general attack? How can this be resisted? Eagle Jam Sr., quick, go see what HWA has in store. Gaul, copy the answers. Quickly find Wachovia to copy the answers. Empire of Sunset, is there movement in China? Keep an eye on it. At a time when the world is in turmoil, the officials of all countries have tacitly set their sights on Huaxia, and at this time in China, a press conference has been held. The launch was nationally televised to ensure that the nation could follow it. In this environment, disturbed nationals flocked to the live stream, and to their shock, the protagonist of this launch was surprisingly Qin Ming. Since his identity had already been exposed, there was no need for Qin Ming to hide it. The launch became even more sensational when the identity of the Monster Academy Dean appeared. Not only the Chinese nationals, but almost all the countries in the world broadcasted it. Officials from every major country are watching. They all knew very well that this Monster Academy Dean was an alien, and he is, today, the centerpiece of China. All of Huaxia's recent moves have come from this youth. Qin Ming looked at the camera and slowly spoke. Fellow nationals, my name is Qin Ming, the Dean of the Monster Academy. Let me start by saying the first thing. The countdown you see on your cell phones, it's real. When the countdown is over, the monsters will launch an attack on the entire world. Boom! When these words came out, everyone exploded and panicked even more. But please don't worry. Huaxia already has a response. Trust the country. We have the ability to protect everyone. Qin Ming continued. By the time it was all said and done, the national agitation had subsided. Pop-ups kept popping up on the live feed. Dean, we believe in our country. We believe in you. Yes, we'll never cause trouble for the country and support all actions of the Monster Academy. Less than half a day had passed since the great battle in Dingshan town, and Qin Ming's valiant battle was still deeply embedded in the hearts of the nation. At the moment, Qin Ming was the backbone of China, and every word he said was a great inspiration to the nation. Perhaps Qin Ming's own was not quite aware of how much he was revered in the hearts of the nation. Qin Ming paused for a moment and spoke solemnly. Secondly, on behalf of China alone, I would like to pay tribute to the fallen soldiers. With that, he stood up straight and gave a solemn military salute. After the salute, Qin Ming's gaze sharpened. Next, I announce, Huaxia, will launch an all-out counterattack against the nation's alien beasts, kill the foreign beasts and avenge the fallen warriors. The world was silent at these words. Not only the Chinese nationals who were warming up, but also the netizens from various countries who were looking forward to it, were all confused at the moment. Aren't we going to announce how we're going to deal with the monster's general attack? What's with the sudden counterattack? In the Eagle Jam Hub conference room, Han Trip looked stunned and pulled out his ears. Did I hear you wrong? What did he say? Stick country netizens, Wasia is crazy, right? What's he going to counterattack with? Sakura Nation netizen, we don't even know where the Fae are hiding. What the hell is he counterattacking? The Sunless Empire. This bull is getting bigger and bigger. I'd like to see what Huaxia does. Obviously, the peoples of the various countries did not believe Qin Ming's words. The terror of the foreign beasts was something they had all seen before, and had always been gripped by fear. In the face of these unbeatable foreign beasts, it was good enough to be able to save one's life, and to actually think of counterattacking was simply delusional. The voices of skepticism grew, but at that very moment, the live feed suddenly shifted. The camera is divided into 36 frames, each corresponding to 36 Tontine towers. Of course, the footage was taken from the periphery of the Tower of Heaven, and the layout inside was classified. But when the world saw the hundreds of meters of steel walls, and the 600-plus high Tong Tian Tower, they were all shocked. Everyone, including the top brass of each country, was on their feet at once. Everyone looked at the magnificent building in awe. Oh my god, is this the Chinese Tower of Heaven program? Have they finished it already? Selling cakes? It's only been a month. It's unbelievable that Huaxia can create such a vast building. If this were an Eagle Jam, it wouldn't have been possible to accomplish it without 8 or 10 years. Huaxia really makes people tremble. This is the terror of Huaxia's infrastructure. It's so great. When the Tower of Heaven came out, it instantly bowled over the people of the world. However, an even more shocking scene occurred. Qin Ming issued an order to the 36 heavenly towers in front of the entire world. All troops listened to the order. Revenge plan. Start. As soon as the words fell, the 36 heavenly pagodas erupted with brilliant light. Terrifying currents flowed through the tower. Boom! With a ringing sound, the 36 heavenly pagodas connected together like a huge net, covering the entire Chinese land. At this moment, the nation rushed out of their balconies in shock and looked up at the azure net of energy in the sky. My god, how did this happen? Is this a shield? So this is the power of the Tower of Heaven. Our efforts over this period of time were worth it. The nation was shocked and embraced each other in excitement. Knock! A loud noise came from the sky. There are 4 important directions in the southeast, northwest and north of China, among which are 4 special towers to the sky. At the top of these 4 heavenly pagodas, each was loaded with a thunder iron beast crystal. A huge electric current ran through these 4 beast crystals, a unique energy distributing the nation's 36 heavenly towers through the current. The moment the huge energy net was formed, all the alien beasts hidden within the Chinese territory immediately revealed a look of panic and restlessness, especially the thousand-faced monkey, foreign beasts. They felt that their disguises had been completely seen through. At the same time, the Monster Academy's center screen, on the map of China, exposed one light point after another, and these points of light are the hidden beasts. Long Xiaoguo looked at the screen, clenched his fists, and bellowed, "All troops, on your mark, move." Chapter 56, A Revenge That Shakes the World. This action, in order to boost morale, Monster Academy directly opened a live stream to show it to the world. As soon as the operation began, the soldiers deployed in the nation's 36 Tongtian towers immediately went into action. Leading the group were none other than the members of the 2 alien ability squads. Jiangnan City Tongtian Tower. More than a dozen technicians were watching the live feed in the office. On the screen, Xia Mo was leading a troop of soldiers in an emergency operation. All the technicians in the office froze when they saw the direction they had come from. If you're not fighting back, why are you heading to their tech department? However, at this time, a look of panic flashed in the eyes of one of the young men wearing glasses. I went to the bathroom. The man hurried toward the door. Drop! But just as he was about to reach the door, the mechanical door opened from the outside with a dripping sound. The moment the door opened, more than a dozen gun barrels were aimed at the men. The scene stunned all the technicians in the room, and the young man reacted quickly, immediately stepping aside. Summers walked over and looked at the tablet in his hand, on which a point of light was blinking. She looked up at the young man and indifferently said, "Thousand-faced monkey, no need to pretend." In the next moment, the ice-cold lance pushed straight towards the man. What? Little light is a thousand-faced monkey? The co-workers' faces changed drastically as they backed away. Facing Xiaomo's lance, the young man's face suddenly became hideous. He didn't understand how he had been exposed. He was obviously well disguised. The man dodged to avoid the lance. But how could he be Xiaomo's opponent? The shot dodged the vitals, but it still stabbed him in the shoulder. Roar! the young man let out a roar, and his body had begun to transform into the appearance of a foreign beast. He was still trying to struggle, but the frost on his wounds was spreading fast. Frozen world. Xia Mo's complexion stared, and his lance erupted with a deep chilling coldness. With a click, the thousand-faced monkey was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. Take that! Then the soldiers immediately tied him up and took him away. Looking around the room at the stunned technicians, Summer nodded to them. Gentlemen, excuse me. After saying that, Xia Mo turned around and left, and the whole scene was being broadcast live. Seeing this image, at this moment, whether it was the people of China or the people of the world, they were all dumbfounded. It turns out that the thousand-faced monkeys that the dragon general spoke of earlier are real, and they will disguise themselves as humans and hide in all corners of the world to calmly get along with you. And this thousand-faced monkey was even more terrifying, and was even an insider of the Tower of Heaven. It's right under my nose. How dare these cunning beasts? While being shocked, everyone subconsciously associated themselves with their own side. Whether they were also hiding a thousand-faced monkey? This time, the whole world exploded. The live broadcast is still going on, and almost the whole of China is in action. The energy of the Tower of Heaven comes from those 4 Thunder Iron Beast crystals, and with the exception of the weasel numbered 003, the Thunder Iron Beasts and thousand-faced monkeys will be captured by the Tower of Heaven's whereabouts, especially the thousand-faced monkeys. The Thunder Iron Beast crystals do a good job of detecting and destroying their brainwaves. On the other hand, Lu Chang left the Tower of Heaven with a troop of soldiers. He took the navigation of his tablet and headed straight to a gas station. Gas stations are among the few stores that are still open today. After all, military vehicles come and go, and this is an essential supply. When the employee guarding the gas station saw a group of soldiers rushing towards him, he had a bad feeling and turned to run. Lu Chang immediately rushed forward and struck with his iron fist, smashing heavily on the man's back. The man hit the wall hard and was knocked back. Then the soldiers immediately opened fire. The thousand-faced monkey's defense was weak, and under a round of artillery fire, it lost its breath. Take it away. Lu Chang grabbed the corpse of the thousand-faced monkey and threw it onto the military vehicle. The scene was live-streamed in its entirety by the soldiers on the sidelines, and it was so exhilarating for the nation to watch. Revenge. That's right, it's revenge. Such dramas are being played out all over the country. Some of the thousand-faced monkeys have disguised themselves as ordinary humans and are hiding in their homes, but it still couldn't escape the detection of the Tower of Heaven. In a neighborhood in the north, Wumu rushed into the housing area with a troop of soldiers and killed a thousand-faced monkey on the spot in the house. At one of the universities, Lei Qi arrived in a hurry with his soldiers. The navigation on the tablet was showing a thousand-faced monkey in the boys' dormitory. They had just arrived at the door of the boys' dormitory when the sound of a booming fight came from upstairs. Lei Chu and a group of soldiers looked up in shock to find a large group of naked, hot-blooded youths surrounding a thousand-faced monkey alien beast in the corridor. Asterisk. Him. Damn. Going to the bathroom without paper. I've been noticing that something's wrong with you for a long time. Asterisk. Him. As the roar rang out, tables and chairs flew all over the corridor above, ruthlessly smashing into the thousand-faced monkeys that surrounded the center. That thousand-faced monkey could not cry and was beaten without any power to fight back. Below, Lei Cho looked dumbfounded. Are all of our students this fierce? A soldier reminded. Captain, this is the gymnasium. Lei Zhu almost didn't laugh out loud. Good fellow, actually dare to mix into the gymnasium. Isn't this looking for death? Finally, that thousand-faced monkey couldn't take it anymore and rolled over and jumped down in the third-floor hallway. Just in time. Lei Chun looked delighted, rubbing the thunderball in his hand and violently flinging it towards the thousand-faced monkey. Asterisk. Spiral pill? The boys upstairs watched in awe, all hissing in exhilaration. Boom! With an explosion, the thousand-faced monkey was struck by the ball of thunder, and his body was electrified to the point of hardening, killing him with a single blow. Asterisk. Handsome. Awesome. So handsome, my brother. Several dormitory buildings perked up, hissed all day, and there was a homecoming. Lei Che and the fighters were all laughed at by the whole thing. After taking the corpse of the thousand-faced monkey away, Lei Chu shouted to the students, "Thanks, guys, got a job to do, gotta go." Yes. Boom boom boom. Thousands of people cheered and nearly all turned over. The scene, again, was being broadcast live. It was a moment of envy for people all over the world. What a loving scene. This is youth. Gosh, I want to go to Huaxia. It's the paradise for human beings there. Die. It's hopeless. After the evacuation of Chinese nationals is completed, no one will be allowed to enter the country. That General Long Xiaogui is right. Huaxia is the safest place in Blue Star. With the start of the revenge operation, the entire day was filled with Chinese soldiers hunting down the alien beasts. At this moment, those foreign beasts had already reacted. and they knew that their hiding was meaningless. It was clear that there were just over 10 hours left before the general attack, but now they couldn't wait any longer. If we don't run, we'll all be dead. At this moment, the beasts all knew very well that there was no way to stay in the country of Huaxia. Not only are there instruments here to detect their movements, but there are also many awakened ones. They are already defeated, and can only flee like lost dogs. They only have one thought today: escape. Escape from China. Those near the border run to other countries. As long as you escape from China, then there is still a way to live. If you can't, let the deep mountains run. At least they are not easy to explore. Thus, a mind-boggling scene emerged in Huaxia. All the other countries were suffering from the evils of the Fey, while in China the Fey were fleeing in a frenzy. The Chinese soldiers, one by one, chased after them as if they were playing chicken blood. The scene numbed the world. The Chinese nationals, on the other hand, were invigorated and demoralized. This plan of revenge is too fast for the human heart. The nation has taken to major online platforms to express their feelings. One sentence exploded on all major online platforms: anyone who commits an offense against China will be executed. Chapter 57, Pouring Out My Family's Wealth for Chinese Citizenship. The beasts of the Chinese land were chased by the fighters under the vengeful actions of the Huaxia, and were in a sorry state. The thousand-faced monkey's only camouflage ability was rendered null and void, completely exposed to the detection of the Tower of Heaven, and the only Thunder Iron beast that could somewhat resist was being frantically hunted by the awakened. After several great battles, even the Thunder Iron Beast King had died. These ordinary Thunder Iron beasts were even more unable to make waves, and their numbers were already small, but now they were even worse. The foreign beasts that were originally prepared to appear in the general attack phase were now being pulled out one by one. The countdown shown on the major information platforms is undoubtedly a joke for Huaxia. The Fey are almost killed off. What's the point of a general attack? However, some people are happy and some people are sad. Except for China. The countries of the world are still in deep water, now less than 10 hours away from the total monster attack. The atmosphere of the world is becoming more and more depressing. Some netizens have shouted out to Huaxia. Eagle Sauce netizen: Dear Huaxia, I admit that I spoke a little louder before. I'm sorry, and I'd like to ask you to give some help to Eagle Sauce. Stick Country netizen: I think Huaxia should send alienists to support Stick Country. And by the way, bring along construction workers to build the Tower of Heaven for us. That's what makes us a friendly neighboring country. Sakura Country netizen: upstairs. Such a brazen request is really going to spurt me with laughter. We don't ask for much. We hope that Huaxia can provide the technology of Tongtian Tower to recognize the camouflage of foreign beasts. Gallic Country netizen: can China open up visas? I'm willing to give all my possessions just for a nationality. Countless voices rang out, some asking for help from Huaxia, some wanting to join Huaxia's nationality, and they might have forgotten how they taunted Huaxia when they built the Tower of Heaven. This battle was not only China's counterattack against the Fey, but also against the skeptical voices from abroad. Seeing the remarks of these foreign netizens, the Chinese nationals were immensely proud. I have no regrets about joining Huaxia in this life. Patriotic slogans broke the internet, showing outsiders the united heart of the Chinese people. And Huaxia's counterattacking action is undoubtedly an alarm bell ringing above their heads. The countdown continues and the world is starting to panic. Especially the official high level of each country is not calm at this time. They didn't detect the means of the thousand-faced monkey. Who wouldn't be afraid if the thousand-faced monkey was hiding around? In the Eagle Jam central office, all the top brass were on pins and needles, looking at me and looking at anyone who looked like a Fey in disguise. Trip spoke in a deep voice. Do you all have a solution? Yet no one in the arena dared to make a sound. Anyone who dares to be the first to pop up at this particular time is likely to be the object of suspicion. Keep in mind that General Arthur, the Secretary of Defense, is still in the slammer. Thousand-faced monkeys disguised as executives for the sake of discourse. Isn't that what it's all about? Now the words are right in front of us. Who dares to take them? Once you say bad advice, you're afraid you'll be treated like a thousand-faced monkey. Seeing that everyone was silent, Trip became even more enraged. Assholes, are you guys just going to watch Eagle Sauce fall behind HWA? The countdown is still spinning, and if we don't have a response, we're dead. The crowd was eager to speak, all again not knowing what they could say. This is the first battle of the national campaign, and they, the Eagle Jam, have already lost. Lost completely and utterly. Of course, not all countries have not thought of ways to do this. China's neighboring country, the Bear Country, known as the Fighting Nation, has a counterpart. The Bear Country's central conference room was similarly filled with a group of the country's top brass. Sitting in the C-seat was none other than the head of the Bear Country, the Iron Blood Emperor. Behind the Iron Blood Emperor, there stood a row of soldiers, all loaded. None of these soldiers had guns, and stood solemnly with their bare hands. The Iron Blood Emperor stood up and gazed at the group of executives in front of him. It's important to stabilize the country, and we lead the way. and we should never have a problem. With that, he drew a dagger and slashed it hard on his hand. Red blood was flowing. Seeing this, the faces of all the top brass changed, all of them not understanding what the head honcho meant by this. Clang! The Iron Blood Emperor threw the dagger in his hand in front of the next high-level table. I've contacted Huaxia, and Monster Academy director Qin Ming taught me a simple method. Self-mutilation. If it's a thousand-faced monkey, the blood is blue. When these words came out, all the top brass brightened up. This was a good idea. Yes. The next senior didn't hesitate and took the dagger and cut it on his palm. Blood flowed out and it was normal. But when it was the turn of one of the higher-ups of the military ministry, the man became furious. I've fought for my country for dozens of years. Do I need to prove myself in such a way? As soon as the words fell, the Iron Blood Emperor immediately picked up his pistol. The man's face paled at the sight, and he turned and rushed for the door. Bang! Iron Blood Emperor scores with a shot to the head that connects directly with the man's head. The man stumbled, and instead of collapsing, he turned to reveal a ghastly monkey face. The Iron-Blooded Emperor fired several shots, and the soldiers behind him followed suit. The men were shot up in a mess of gunfire and fell heavily to the ground, quickly transforming back into their original forms. It's the Fae, the thousand-faced monkey. The faces of a group of senior officers sank. This one who was disguised was a great general of the bear country, the real original owner. On the other hand, was afraid that he had already been eaten by this foreign beast. Humph! Damn it! A high-ranking officer angrily rebuked. All right, let's all take it easy. Since the Fae were caught out, this is fine. Right, let's get down to business next. Several high-ranking people spoke up one after another. However, the next moment, the Iron Blood Emperor looked at them with a sullen face. Pick up the knife and carry on. The moment these words came out, those few who had spoken changed their complexion. As expected, the guys in the next test were all thousand-faced monkeys in disguise. In these 2 short hours, the great emperor had uncovered all of the foreign beasts disguised as the country's top brass with an iron-blooded approach. On top of that, each country's officials are using their own methods to uncover the thousand-faced monkeys hiding in high places. No matter whether it is true or not, if there is any hint of it, all of them will be taken into custody pending trial. Embracing the principle that it is better to kill the wrong person than to let them go, a large group of senior officers were taken into custody. There were only a few hours left before the total attack of the alien beasts, and if even their own high level was invaded by the thousand-faced monkeys, then there was no need to fight this battle. It's a clumsy approach, but I have to say, it works. After the spies had been taken into custody, the officials of all the countries began to make great efforts to mobilize their national forces in preparation for the Great War. When Qin Ming learned of the news, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. All of this was expected of him. The direction of the world today has deviated from the last one. By this time in my last life, the S3 war had already kicked off, but because he exposed the thousand-faced monkeys, he left them all without a way to act. In his estimation, the thousand-faced monkeys that were now hiding in the top echelons of various countries were either taken into custody or were afraid to venture out. The fuse for a world war, completely cut off. Of course, by doing so, Qin Ming had undoubtedly pulled all of the hatred of the foreign beasts onto himself. At this moment in the Sakura Nation's central office, the faces of the 2 men in the first seat, Kawashima and Commander Yamada, were unsightly. King, many of our people have been captured. Commander Yamada spoke in a deep voice. The Chinese side is even massacring our people. Kawashima, disguised by a thousand-faced monkey, had a grim look on his face. Qin Ming, this human absolutely cannot be kept. Have our spies strike immediately and assassinate Qin Ming. Chapter 58, Border Interception. Seeking golden tickets. Monster attack countdown 59 minutes and 12 seconds. The countdown is like a death knell, hooking the world's heartstrings with every beat. The nations were anxiously preparing, with every soldier they could muster pulled into the streets, ready to fight the beasts to the death. On the side of the Huaxia country, the warriors were still hunting down the foreign beasts, gradually clearing the bright spots detected by the Tower of Heaven one by one. Dean, a large group of alien beasts are fleeing to the Monkey Kingdom, Hua Zhongxing shouted as he looked at the instrument in his hand. About how many? Qin Ming frowned. No less than 200 heads, Hua Zhongxing shouted. Immediately contact the soldiers stationed at the border and set up a defense line to intercept all the foreign beasts. Notify Lu Chang, Xia Mo, and any altered beings who can make it within an hour to gather immediately. Qin Ming quickly ordered. Roger. Hua Zhongxing acted immediately. Soon, Qin Ming, Xia Mo, Dong Yen, and Lu Chang boarded the helicopter gunship and flew towards the border of the Monkey Kingdom. On the airplane, Qin Ming looked at the tablet in his hand, on which was a map of the entire China. A single bright spot could be seen flickering and moving rapidly toward the border. Normally bright points of light indicate that the Fae are at rest, while flashing points of light mean that they are moving. Qin Ming zoomed in on the bright spot and counted it. It was almost close to 300, and there were still a constant number of fallen alien beasts converging in the vicinity. Apparently they had agreed to break through the border's defenses together. I'm curious, how do these foreign beasts communicate and why can their goals be so consistent? Xia Mo asked suspiciously. Both the Thunder Iron Beast and the Thousand-Faced Monkey possess very strong brainwaves. Communication over hundreds of kilometers is not a problem, and as long as they spread out to each other, they can almost achieve synchronized communication. Qin Ming explained. These guys, they're really terrifying. If there are no adepts, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to deal with them, Lu Chang said with a sigh. His gaze could not help but glance at pleased Qin Ming. He admired Qin Ming from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for Qin Ming, perhaps now China was suffering from a horrible disaster just like other countries, where it was possible to still be chasing after the fey beasts like they were now. We are taking advantage of the difference in information. After the first stage of the trial is over, we'll have to vigorously build up the exalted, or else we'll still be no match for the fey. Qin Ming looked serious. He had a suspicion in his mind that the era of the alter ego might be coming forward. In his previous life, it was not until the third stage of the trial that he started to have psychics, but because of his own rebirth, he had allowed his psychic abilities to come to light earlier. It was highly likely, then, that the mastermind behind the conduct of the trial would release the alien sequence. To achieve this is very simple. As long as the reward at the end of the first stage of the trial, put 1 or 2, sequence recipe, then all countries can deduce how the alien ability was born. Of course, without the exact recipe, the failure rate is extremely high, but that won't stop the crazies from conducting all sorts of experiments. Once the magic pill was dispensed indiscriminately, then what one would end up with would be some monsters that were even more terrifying than the Fae. That was why Qin Ming had to create a group of powerful exalts before then, so that he could protect Huaxia. After listening to Qin Ming's analysis, several people on the plane fell silent. By the way, I still have one more doubt. How did I advance to the second stage realm? Xia Mo asked. From Qin Ming's mouth, he had learned that the alien realm was categorized into the 1st to 9th order. Every time you raised a rank, you would obtain a new battle skill and your strength would be greatly jumped. But so far, she hadn't felt any promotion. Qin Ming looked at Dong Yen. Little Yen, how did you advance to the 2nd rank? Tell me. Dong Yen pondered for a moment. I don't really understand. It's just that you keep killing foreign beasts, and then your mastery of your own abilities will get stronger and stronger, and you'll finally break through. The 4 of them, in terms of the number of foreign beasts killed, Dong Yen was definitely the most. After hearing this, Xia Mo and Lu Chun still looked puzzled, obviously not understanding. The crowd looked at Qin Ming again, hoping to get an answer. Qin Ming explained, the source of power for supernatural abilities is called spiritual power. The stronger the spiritual power, the stronger the mastery of supernatural abilities. Constantly killing with foreign beasts is equivalent to repeatedly going to refine spiritual power. And when spiritual power reaches a certain bottleneck, it will break through. It's a metaphysical energy that can be either substantial or void. There are some characters that can break through the shackles without even having to fight. The crowd opened their mouths slightly, their hearts greatly shocked. Xiaomo's eyes lit up. I see. It's like some kind of martial arts secret. Some people need to practice it over and over again to learn it, but some people just need to comprehend it thoroughly and master it. Qin Ming nodded. That's what it means. So while there is an ordering of sequence abilities, it doesn't represent a level of strength. Even a ranked ability, as long as it is comprehended thoroughly, it is possible to defeat a ranked front-ranked ability, or even to beat a king's order with a Pu sequence. Several people nodded. Then who ranked these alien ability sequences? Lu Chang grasped a suspicion. Qin Ming looked upwards, the black hand behind the push for the trial of civilization. As soon as there is an alien power on the blue planet, the person behind it will be announced at the end of the trial's summary. If nothing else, the sequence of their powers, all of them, will be exposed. Dean, we're here. At that moment, the pilot called out that the helicopter was landing. Qin Ming glanced at the platform. Those foreign beasts had already converged and were rapidly arriving, estimated to be half an hour away. After a few people got out of the helicopter, a middle-aged man in military uniform with soldiers quickly greeted them. Bang! A neat stepping sound rang out. Salute, Dean. I'm Su Xiao, who is in charge of the border. The middle-aged man saluted with a serious face. Qin Ming smiled and extended his hand to shake Su Xiao's. He knew Su Xiao, having fought with him against foreign beasts together in his last life. The current Su Xiao is a major general, and later on, he will get his powers, become a powerful awakened person, and be promoted to lieutenant general after making great achievements in defending the border. Unfortunately, Su Xiao was sacrificed early and died at the hands of a human. Su Xiao was slightly taken aback by Qin Ming's enthusiasm. but quickly reacted. "Dean, we have deployed and assembled here. The 23rd Regiment of the 8th Division of the 10th Army." Xin Ming nodded. One regiment was enough. He scanned around. There were a dozen tanks alone. True to form, the border is a big place. The weapons are ho-hum, and you're not afraid to hokey-pokey any way you want. This is enough for those to eat a pot. You don't know how suffocating we are fighting in the city. Lu Chang spat. Fighting inside the city center, many large weapons could not be used, or they could easily injure the masses by mistake. The military has to be concerned about a lot of things, but it's a different story now that we've come to the border, and we can fight hard. Then, a constant stream of helicopters arrived one after another, all of which were the Alien Hunting Squad and Thunder Primus Squad that were on missions all over the place. Time passed by, and the awakened who had gathered over had all reached 15. Boom boom boom. At this time, a rumbling sound came from the hills ahead, the sound of a foreign beast galloping. Xin Ming was instantly energized. Get ready, here they come. Chapter 59, Elite Thunder Iron Beast. King grade material. Boss, I smell a skunk. Dong Yen, who was on the side, spoke up. Xin Ming looked at the tablet in his hand in surprise, and the bright spots displayed on it had reached nearly 500. These are still the Thunderstake and the Thousand-Faced Monkey, and the weasel is undetectable because its brainwaves are too weak. If there are still weasels in here, then this number is afraid to be even more than they thought. Looking at the time of the monster general attack again, the countdown had come to the last 10 minutes. Xin Ming instantly laughed. It seems that all of Huaxiao's foreign beasts have run away, and they chose to launch a general attack here? Run away if you can't beat me? What a beautiful thought. In the next moment, Xin Ming shouted, "Thunder mages, store up your power for me. They're coming." Boom boom boom. The earth shook, and the hills in front of them were suddenly agitated. Roar! Then, under the nervous gazes of thousands of warriors, 7 or 8 second-rank Thunder Iron Beasts took the lead and rushed out of the hill. Following closely behind were Ferret Fei, with thousand-faced monkeys interspersed among them. Along with the hissing of the Thunder Iron Beast, hundreds of foreign beasts all rushed out. At first glance, there were more than expected, and it was feared that there were 700 or 800 heads. Sure enough, those skunks followed. Xin Ming waved his hand. Thunder Mage, fight! 10 members of the Thunder Primus squad rubbed the thunderballs in their hands and threw them violently. Under the shocked gazes of the warriors, the thunderball blasted into the group of alien beasts, exploding with a terrifying energy shock. A patch of foreign beasts was lifted off the ground. Then, Xin Ming shouted, "Tanks, blast me!" At a command, more than a dozen tanks lined up in a row instantly opened fire. Knock knock. Terrifying waves of sound shook the sky. A round of artillery fire went down, and the hill in front of us was moved directly to the ground. The army of alien beasts was blown sideways and drowned in smoke. Xin Ming looked at the tablet in his hand, and the light spots on it went out by the dozens at once. At this moment, after suffering an attack, the group of foreign beasts ran towards the two sides. Xin Ming picked up the wireless communicator and continued to shout. One team of tanks, bearing 30 meters to the left. 3 teams of tanks, bearing 30 meters to the right. Hit me. Helicopters, indiscriminate fire. Drones, cellular coverage. An order went down and the tanks took the lead. Knock, knock. The continuous bombardment rolled up so much smoke and dust that there was no sign of the alien beasts at all. You can only see the constant death of the Fae from the flatbed. Then the helicopters overhead, already at the ready, blasted missiles and machine-gunned them. Boom boom boom. Smoke filled the air. Under the powerful artillery fire, hundreds of alien beasts had been wiped out by a third, and the rest had been dispersed and were fleeing in all directions. Buzzing. A buzzing sound came from overhead as densely packed drones used infrared detection to catch the Fae in the smoke. In the next second, the drone crashed headlong, the shells it carried exploding. Knock! A Thunder Iron Beast was directly blown away. The skin on its body split open. Roar! The Fae hissed mournfully. Damned humans, we've been ambushed. Run! Run separately. Spread out, all of you. Head for the border. The hissing of the foreign beasts continued to resound as they began to disperse, as they broke out of the smoke. However, hordes and hordes of soldiers poured out and cut them off. Fight! Machine guns gulped fire, howitzers whizzed out, and bullets rained down. All the foreign beasts' faces changed drastically. The relentless artillery fire struck into their bodies, and despite the strong defense of the alien beasts, they were just dead under such intense artillery fire. A foreign beast fell with a wail. Some of the cunning beasts hid behind their kind and advanced all the way, trying to charge into the array of soldiers. Roar! A weasel ran quickly and swooped down on the fighters. Madaka! With a slash and a flash of lightning, the ferret was heavily cut down. Qin Ming stomped the foreign beast under his feet, and the star meteor blade plunged into its head. The weasel struggled twice and then stopped moving. All the foreign beasts that rushed out. Kill them all for me. Bang! Xiaomo and Dongyan flew out. The ice lance stabbed out, and a 1,000-faced monkey died on the spot. Xiaomo's gun technique was like a dragon, and the opposite number of foreign beasts were not afraid at all. Dongyan was even more terrifying. His arms turned into beast claws, harvesting the lives of the foreign beasts like demons. Roar! Suddenly, several thunder iron beasts let out angry roars and actually rushed towards Qin Ming at the same time. Dean, look out! Soldiers have fire support. However, their bullets couldn't do any damage to these thunder iron beasts at all. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. This is a second-stage alien beast. Bullets won't be able to injure them. You guys back off. Qin Ming rushed forward with quick steps, the star meteor blade flashing with thunder in his hand. 5 second-rank thunder iron beasts pounced over ferociously. Bang! In the next moment, Dongyan transformed into a soul-devouring mouse, like a cheetah, and crashed the 2 second-ranked thunder iron beasts in one go. Roar! Dongyan let out an angry hiss and tangled with the 2 thunder iron beasts. Ice blast! Almost at the same time, Xiaomo threw out his cold ice lance and plunged it into a second-stage thunder iron beast. With a bang, the thunder iron beast was fiercely blown away. All of a sudden, 5 second-rank thunder iron beasts were left, leaving 2. The star meteor blade in Qin Ming's hand finished accumulating power and slashed out violently. Knock! The light of the thunder blade flashed in the sky, stunning all the soldiers at the scene. The 2 second-ranked thunder iron beasts were cleaved away on the spot. Qin Ming's feet flashed with thunder as he quickly rushed forward. Battle technique, thunder destruction slash. Boom! With a thunderous sound, one of the thunder iron beasts was directly chopped off its head. Roar! Another thunder iron beast quickly crashed in. Qin Ming raised his sword to block. The tremendous force shook it back. Qin Ming looked at the second-stage thunder iron beast in front of him with a surprised expression. So much power? In the next moment, he noticed the claws of the thunder iron beast, glowing with a faint red light. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. It's actually a king-level material? No wonder the force is so strong. Those that possessed rare materials, or perhaps king-grade materials, on their bodies were considered elite bosses amongst the Fey beasts, and were quite a bit more powerful than ordinary Fey beasts. King-grade materials. This is a big profit. Qin Ming spread a smile as lightning flashed in his hand. High-risk battle technique, trick card. Boom! A thunderbolt flashed across Qin Ming's hand, and a card deck appeared in his hand. The card screen flickers and his randomly refreshing abilities. Thunder gun. As the card stopped flashing, a pistol covered in thunder appeared in Qin Ming's hand. Qin Ming was surprised. This high-risk battle skill. It really is extraordinary. In the next moment, Qin Ming aimed at the elite thunder iron beast in front of him. Roar! Sensing the intense crisis, the thunder iron beast hissed and crashed over angrily. Tick-tock! The trick thunder gun rang with a mechanical sound, and terrifying thunder was building up. Qin Ming pulled the trigger. Knock! A fist-sized lightning bullet blasted out. Wherever it passed, the air rippled. Underneath its ground, the terrifying energy pulled up long gullies. In an instant, all the warriors' gazes were drawn over to this shot. Shocked, the elite thunder iron beast's pupils suddenly shrunk as it watched the bullet zoom in front of its eyes. Boom! In the next moment, the bullet landed on the elite thunder iron beast, and the powerful force directly turned it into nothingness. In the end, all that was left was a reddish glowing claw that fell to the ground. It was that king-grade material. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. With this king-level material, he might be able to awaken a second supernatural ability. Chapter 60, The Beast's General Attack begins. Is Huaxia already over? King-grade, thunder iron beast claw. Qin Ming picked it up, his mouth grinning to the back of his head. What luck in this life. Then, he swept his gaze across the field. The battle was over. All the foreign beasts were exterminated in their entirety. Dean, the mission is complete. Lu Chang ran over with an excited face. Qin Ming nodded. Well done. He then handed the beast claw in his hand to Lu Chang. Keep this for me and bring it back to Monster Academy. Good. Lu Chang nodded his head in agreement. By this time, a victor's cheer had risen in the arena, and the fighters shouted with excitement. In this battle, the Chinese soldiers suffered 0 battle losses and killed more than 800 foreign beasts. If the world knew about it, I'm afraid it would be another sensation. Such a record is the only one of its kind in the world. Qin Ming stood up on one of the tanks and shouted to the warriors. Heroes, you've all worked hard. We won this battle. I'll report it to the center later and give you all rewards for your achievements. Boom boom boom. The warriors cheered with excitement, one after the other. The next step is to clean up the battlefield. Lu Chang was picking the magic pill materials from the monsters with his transcendent squad. The ultramagnetic detector was already in mass production, and they all had it on hand. So the detection of magic potion materials was fast, and there was no looking away. After collecting the magic medicine materials, these alien beast corpses had to be transported as well. Whether it's for research or to enhance a warrior's physique, it has to be used. Of course, Qin Ming didn't actually want the warriors to eat these disgusting alien beasts' meat, especially the thousand-faced monkey, a humanoid beast, always felt a bit uncomfortable. Qin Ming is firmly forbidden, even if there is not enough fey meat to consume. Although the fighters they selected were extremely mentally strong, it could affect the psyche in the long run. It even makes them psychologically twisted and produce some paranoid thoughts. This is not a speculative situation. It happened in the last life. So Qin Ming had to put an end to this situation. If only they could obtain the gene chip, then the soldiers wouldn't need to eat alien beast meat when they upgraded their transcendent physique. Unfortunately, that thing has to be the third stage of the trial to show up. While cleaning up the battlefield, Qin Ming was also idle and began to pay attention to the situation in the world. The total attack of the Fae has begun. The nations of the world are in disarray. In the first stage of the trial, each country put in a total of 2,000 foreign beasts, and in the early stage, except for China, which had a large number of killed foreign beasts, none of the other countries had killed many foreign beasts. This led to an extremely high number of foreign beasts during the general attack. 1 or 2,000 foreign beasts would be absolutely devastating to certain small countries. There was no doubt that a number of countries would be wiped out in the first stage of the trial. Their civilization will sink into the dust of history. This is the cruelty of the trials of civilization. Those who can't get through, then only perish. This was the case in the last life, until finally, even Huaxia was overthrown. Thinking of this, Qin Ming couldn't help but clench his fists. Those behind the scenes who treat life as grass, he must find out. As expected, not long afterward, a string of text was displayed on Qin Ming's tablet. The Mogul nation has fallen to the Fae. Civilization is over, and the trial is over. Tulu country was fallen by the beasts. Civilization was destroyed, and the trial is over. Bright red words floating out meant the complete fall of a country and the death of countless people. This information is one of the means by which the mastermind has invaded human technology. It's sad that the technology that mankind is so proud of has now become a tool for them to spread their message. The world was instantly sensationalized by this news. The monster general offensive has only been going on for half an hour and 2 countries have been wiped out. The world panicked. There was nothing even Qin Ming could do about this. The ones that were overthrown were all small countries, with a very small land area, not even as small as a town in China. One can imagine how to stop 2,000 Fey beasts when they appear in a small town at the same time. Even if Qin Ming had brought a transcendent squad with him, he would have been torn to pieces by the alien beasts. At the beginning of the trial of civilization, they were destined to be cannon fodder. Yes, it's that unfair, but then the world has never been fair, especially in the world under the trial of civilization. Strength is the only truth. Perhaps in the eyes of the man behind the curtain, Blue Star was as small as an ant. The so-called trial of civilization is just another slightly larger bug they throw in the ant pile and make them kill each other. It's a game. And what else? Who knows? Another half hour passed, during which news of countries being overthrown kept popping up. Qin Ming was already numb to this. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded, but he had experienced too much in his last life. Qin Ming looked at the platform in his hand. The Fey beasts detected by the Yi Tower of Heaven were already getting fewer and fewer. As the last dot of light disappeared, a gold-bolded font was displayed on electronic instruments all over the world. Congratulations to Huaxia for passing the first stage of the civilization trial. The country's 2,000 foreign beasts, all destroyed. Congratulations to Huaxia for passing the first stage of the civilization trial. The country's 2,000 foreign beasts, all destroyed. Congratulations to Huaxia for passing the first stage of the civilization trial. The country's 2,000 foreign beasts, all destroyed. The message popped up 3 times in a row. At this moment, the world was in an uproar. People thought they were looking at it wrong. The whole world is experiencing attacks by alien beasts, and even countries are constantly being overthrown. But right in the middle of the message about the destruction of civilization, a special message actually popped up. The state of China, through the trial of civilization, congratulations? These words, how strange they are. Their trial has just begun, and Huaxia is already over? In an instant, the whole world exploded. Sells cake. The country of Huaxia has cleared customs? Oh my god, am I seeing this right? How is this possible? Can you come out and say something? How did you do it? Can you save us? I just got evacuation news. Hawk Jam is going to bomb the neighborhood with warplanes. Please tell us how to get through. Cheating? It must be cheating. How can Huaxia be better than Eagle Sauce? The internet is full of wailing, envy, and of course, skepticism and sarcasm from foreign people. No matter what, there are positives and negatives to sound. Qin Ming directly ignored them, but broke into a smile when he saw the speech of the Chinese nationals. Wow, it's over. the Monster Academy made an announcement. The first stage of the trial is over. We, Huaxia, have won. Ha 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 ha. The country is unblocked, so we can all go out and get some fresh air and hug each other. Thank you to the country, to Monster Academy, and to Dean Qin Ming. This life is worthy of entering China. This life is worthy of entering China. Victory is won, and the next step is scoring, and handing out rewards. At the thought of the reward, Qin Ming couldn't help but look forward to it. Chapter 61, Scoring Settlement SSS, Great Reward. As Huaxia passed the first stage of the civilization trial, the whole country was thrown into a frenzy. This is a phenomenon that contrasts sharply with that of foreign countries. This is the envy of foreign people. At the same time, countries have been asking for help from China. Hopefully, HWA will inform the solution to the Fei. There was nothing Qin Ming could do about this. Finally, he released a message on the largest online platform. In his official capacity as Monster Academy, the total monster attack will only last for 3 days, after which the beasts will hide and create even more chaos. If a country is incapable of dealing with it, it may choose to run away. But a word of caution, do not keep a tiger. If you have the ability to do so, please kill more foreign beasts so that the rewards will be more generous. In 3 short sentences, the overwhelmed officials of various countries immediately made up their minds. Hit. The only way to live well is to fight. Qin Ming's hints were clear. Even if they escaped, the monsters wouldn't disappear. They would hide again. The top brass of the countries are numb at the thought. Who wants to live in fear? So the next 3 days were 3 days of darkness for Blue Star. Some areas that have gotten out of control can only be bombed with missiles. This is killing the enemy by killing 1,000 and damaging 800. No one wants to do that, but it's the last way back. The whole world is in a frenzy. Monster Academy. Long Xiaoguo spoke faintly. I thought that you, who had experienced the end of the world, would become cold-blooded. You still can't bear it, right? What he was referring to was Qin Ming's behavior in prompting the countries. In response, Qin Ming smiled bashfully. Other countries, at best, are our competitors, not our enemies. They aren't qualified to be our enemies yet. Ha ha ha. When Long Xiaoguo heard this, he laughed. We, Huaxia, have become so powerful as this? The enemies of mankind are the alien beasts, those invading monsters. The lips are dying and the teeth are cold. The Blue Star can't have just one Huaxia, can it? Only when there is competition does Huaxia have a driving force. Qin Ming said seriously. Hearing Qin Ming's words, Long Xiaoguo revealed a look of surprise. I finally understand why you can be the commander of the 3 armies. Qin Ming slowly shook his head. If he was really strong enough, China wouldn't have perished in the last life. He looked at the dragon general seriously. The first stage is just the beginning. In the future, it's even more brutal. Get ready. The dragon general nodded. What's the next phase of the fight? Qin Ming took out a piece of paper. The second stage is an offensive and defensive battle. There are 3 addresses on it. 10 kilometers in a radius. Evacuate all the people, and surround it with heavy troops. That's the location of the second stage of the phase descent. There is not much time left for us. The second phase will start in a week's time. Upon hearing this, Long Xiaoguo's expression sank. I'll go make arrangements now. Wait. Qin Ming thought for a moment and took the paper again to re-add an address. This is one of the bear country's Fei landings, not far from our border. So tell them not to invite the Fei into our country. Long Xiaoguo took the address and smiled. It's hard to imagine how Xiongguo would appreciate you. Qin Ming waved his hand. This favor, they'll have plenty of chances to pay it back in the future. Long Xiaoguo gave a harumph and hurriedly left. Qin Ming took a deep breath. Let's hope that these locations won't change, or else we'll be in trouble. 3 days passed quickly. The first stage of the civilization trial was over, and the alien beasts all hid as if they had been ordered to do so. The battle is over, and the people of the world remain uplifted, no matter how grueling the fighting may have been. This hurdle, finally, is over. Next, the much-anticipated scoring settlement. On this day, all of Blue Star's electronic equipment was invaded. Everyone looks at their cell phones, or watches TV. A line of text pops up on the screen. Congratulations to all civilizations. You have passed the first stage of the civilization trial. The scoring settlements are as follows. First place, Huaxia, 2,000 beasts annihilated, perfect annihilation. Domestic facilities destroyed, very few. National cohesion, very strong. Overall rating SSS. Second place, Bear Country. Number of alien beasts destroyed 1090, passable. Domestic facilities destroyed, slight. National cohesion, strong. Overall grade A. Third place, Eagle Jam. Number of alien beasts annihilated 1,639, excellent. Domestic facilities destroyed, severe. National cohesion, weak. Overall grade B. Fourth place, Empire of the Sunset. Number of alien beasts destroyed 892, passable. Domestic facilities destroyed, severe. National cohesion, medium, overall grade C. 5th place, Sakura Nation. Number of alien beasts annihilated 139, failing. Domestic facilities destroyed, very few. National cohesion, strong, overall grade C. As the ratings came out, the world was in an uproar. As the world had expected, China was indeed in first place, with a rating that actually reached the highest SSS, and the scoring numbers for each country are astonishing. What's going on? Eagle Jam. Annihilated so many alien beasts. How come I'm ranked below Bear Country? Upstairs, don't look at your national cohesion. The city has been blown up twice. It'd be nice to be third. Ha 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 ha. We're in second place in Bear Country. Ola. What's going on with the Sakura Kingdom? They've only killed this many beasts, and the 10th place Elephant Kingdom has more than him. It's not fair that Sakura Nation is actually a C. Are they in bed with the Fae? The world is buzzing with all kinds of discontent. But the next reward shocked everyone. Reward settlement. First place in China, 50 randomly awakened Transcendent Sequence members, 2 taboo level items, 1 King Sequence magic potion formula, 5 gene chips, and 1 cloak of blood production drawing. 1 drawing of the blood cloak. Second place, Xiongui, 20 randomly awakened transcendental sequences, 2 normal shelters, 1 forbidden magic potion formula, 2 gene chips. Third place, Eagle Sauce, 10 randomly awakened transcendental sequences, a normal item, a forbidden magic potion formula, and a gene chip. Fourth place, Sunset Empire, 8 randomly awakened extraordinary sequences, an ordinary item, a universal magic potion formula, and a gene chip. Fifth place, Sakurakuni, 6 random awakenings of the transcendent sequence, 1 normal item, 1 universal magic potion formula, 1 gene chip. 10th place Elephant Kingdom, 1 person randomly awakened to the transcendent sequence, 1 copy of the universal sequence magic potion formula. The rewards come to a screeching halt when you reach 10th place. When the rewards popped up, transcendent sequence, shelter, magic potion formula, gene chip, all the ones that the humans didn't recognize were given notes one by one. At this moment, the transcendental sequence, the alien, was completely exposed in the world. Everyone went crazy. The extraordinary abilities they had dreamed of, they finally had the chance to have, and the one who was most excited was still Qin Ming. His pupils trembled as he looked at the reward on the screen. Taboo level shelters. There are actually 2 of them. There are also drawings for the creation of the Cloak of Blood. No one knew better than him what these shelters were capable of. Huaxia, when to rise ah. Chapter 62, the Transcendent Era begins. After the rewards were settled, just as Qin Ming had expected, their alien ability sequences were all exposed. The transcendental sequences appearing in the first phase of the trial are as follows. King Sequence 003 Ice Phoenix, Prohibited Sequence 007 Guile Thunderer, PR16 Oblivion Thunderflash, PR19 Soul Eater Rat, PR66 Thundermage, PR89 Healing Life, PR288 Iron Hands, PR399 Thunder Repeller. These serial abilities are all awakened people in China, and now all of them have been exploded by the Black Hand. The Black Hand refers to the mysterious force or individual controlling this civilization trial, and is the default code name of the official Blue Star. As for why the Black Hand, to expose the emergence of the sequence ability, not they target China, but to let the world have a clear perception of the extraordinary sequence. All of this was anticipated by Qin Ming. The progress of this life was advanced by his own rebirth. In his previous life, it was only when he reached the 3rd stage of the trials that he was born as an empath. But because Qin Ming had built empaths ahead of time, it caused the civilization trials to lose their balance. If the trial of civilization is treated as a game, then the emergence of Chinese psychics is a bug. Of course, the Black Hand can't just erase the bug. So to keep things balanced, let other civilizations have aliens as well. Thus, the transcendental sequence is so exposed, and the exposure appears to be extremely detailed. The hierarchical arrangement of universal order, forbidden order, king's order, and divine order is explained one by one. The realm of the alien is divided from the 1st order to the 9th order. The division of strength of the Fae, 1st to 10th order. There is also the host, which is an object or being with extraordinary powers. Of course, the introduction stops there, and information such as magic potion, Jin order, and so on are not announced. But this doesn't need to be announced anymore. The countries that ranked in the top 10 of the trial were given a magic potion recipe. A little cutie. All could understand what was going on. It could be said that the transcendent sequence was no longer a secret in Blue Star. Next, the world will surely be flooded with transcendence, and from then on, the chapter of transcendence will be lifted by a corner. Of course, this is also the course of the world, and the torrent of history is unstoppable. But Qin Ming had to do something to police some of the world's nations. Although they possessed the magic pill recipe, the magic pill materials were limited. so the magic pills that could be configured were also limited. If you are unlucky, a few fey beasts may not have a single piece of magical pill material. I'm afraid of those crazy guys who use ordinary materials as magic potion materials. Then the magic potion that is formulated will definitely fail. The consequences are either blowing up your body and dying, or mutating into a monster and going to the opposite side of the human race. This is how the evil organization was born in the last life. That was the dark side of the human race, and its threat level was even more powerful than that of the Fae. Therefore, Qin Ming had to make it clear to the world and try to avoid this situation. Then, after all the information had been announced, the Black Hand sent out a final message. That's about the second stage of the trial of civilization. In an instant, the restless blue star fell silent, and everyone gazed at the electronic screen in front of them. Each civilization. The second phase of the civilization trial will begin in 1 week. The specific rules will be announced when the trial begins, so please get ready. Just one short sentence caused the entire blue star to stir up once again. The joy of victory had not long begun before the crisis loomed again. Panic is gradually spreading, and after the world's officials got hold of the information about the aberrants, they were full of confidence and gradually accepted this civilization trial. However, the only countries that truly possessed the magic pill recipe were the top 10 ranked countries in the first stage, and all the other countries could only look on with bated breath. The next step is trade between countries. The countries that didn't obtain the magic pill formula would definitely request a trade with the top 10 countries for the magic pill formula. China, in particular, has received incoming requests from almost all of the country's heads of state. Some heads of state even had to come to China in person to negotiate. This can be a whole lot of trouble for the top brass in Huaxia. The final decision-making power still came to Qin Ming. After all of China's psychics were created by Qin Ming, and the magic pill formula was only mastered by Qin Ming. When the dilemma came to Qin Ming's head, Qin Ming was also in trouble. Want to help other countries? In the end, Qin Ming decided to hold a global national meeting early tomorrow morning. He will publish a free copy of the transcendental recipe. When this news came out, the officials of all countries shook, and each one of them was excited. When the trial ends 6 hours later, the rewards are settled. The sky was accompanied by a loud bang as a stream of light descended from the sky, falling into each of the blue star countries. At the tip of the Tower of Heavenly Passage, Qin Ming looked at the stream of light in the sky and slowly opened his mouth. The awakened are going to be born. Prepare for the launch and make sure to bring these people back to the Monster Academy. Lu Chang nodded. It's ready. At the same time, 50 streams of light crashed into the Huaxia land, crashing into each of the 50 Huaxia people. These were men and women, under 40 years of age. The moment the stream of light crashed into their bodies, they knew that they had become the lucky ones. Jiangnan University, Zhang Yuzi, who was loitering on the school road, his body trembled, and his face revealed a stunned look. A powerful spiritual force surged through its brain, followed by a surge of information. I became a shifter? Little feather. You. The housemaid at the side covered her small mouth, horrified. The students near the school road also noticed this scene, and one after another cast envious looks. Class, you've been chosen. Wow, what luck. May I ask how you feel now? What kind of powers did you get? Can you tell me about them? A large group of students immediately swarmed over. It scared the hell out of Ihoko, but soon the school's leaders arrived in a hurry. Students, please disperse. The principal yelled anxiously. It didn't take long for Zhang Yuzi to be taken away. In less than 5 minutes, the leader of the hunting squad, Wu Mu, arrived at the school with his soldiers and then brought Zhang Yuzi back to the Monster Academy. The same scene took place all over China. China, which had received an SSS rating in the first stage of the trial of civilization, had received a total of 50 awakened ones. In less than an hour's time, all 50 of these people were officially picked up and sent to the Monster Academy in the first place. And the same phenomenon is happening in the top 10 countries. One by one, the awakened were treated like babies, and all of them were pulled into the official camp. Of course, not every country can pull these awakened people into the fold. As in Eagle Jam, with 10 spots, only 7 made it to the official, and 3 more ran. As for why they run, there are many reasons, perhaps fear. Regardless, as the nations began to see the emergence of the altered, the era of Blue Star Transcendence kicked off. Chapter 63, Collecting the Awakened. Reward arrives. Monster Academy. Wow, old Qin, God is not fair. Hua Zhongxing hugged Qin Ming and cried like hell. The long-awaited powers didn't fall into his lap. Old Qin comforted. The awakened that were rewarded for the first time are all ordinary sequences. Not very strong. Young Master Hua, mustn't at least start with a forbidden order? At those words, Hua Xiaofang froze. Really? Can I still lie to you? Qin Ming patted Hua Zhongxing's shoulder. Alright, it'll be your turn soon. Hua Xiaofang wiped his tears, which made his heart feel better. Could it be that you've already prepared my magic potion? No. Qin Ming shook his head. Ha! Hua Xiaofat's voice raised a few degrees, his face full of disappointment. Qin Ming gave him a blank look. How could a powerful sequence ability be obtained so easily? What's appearing now is basically a mass sequence. What is a mass sequence is a sequence that is owned by multiple people. King sequences like Xia Mo's are basically unique. Even if one could have a king sequence magic pill recipe, it would be as difficult as hell to raise all the ingredients. To be able to build one was heavenly luck, and it was basically impossible for the same materials to appear a second time. This is the gap between sequences. The magic potion recipes that the Black Hand rewards to each country are basically popular sequences that can be widely built, and the materials are not unique. Awakened people built this way would be relatively weak. Under Qin Ming's comfort, Hua Xiaofeng felt a little better. Just then, Lu Chang returned. Dean, the first batch of awakened are brought back. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Go take a look. At this point in the parlor, there were 9 people, including Zhang Yuzi, all from the southern province. Because of the proximity to the Monster Academy, they were the first to be sent over. Qin Ming, Xia Mo, Long Xiaogua and Lu Chang entered the parlor. Almost at the same time, Xia Mo and Zhang Yuzi's eyes locked. Mo, Feather, the two hugged excitedly. Great, you are also an awakened. We can fight together in the future. Summer Mo flooded with smiles. Yeah, we're all in the same category. Zhang Yuzi was excited. Qin Ming and Zhang Yuzi also knew each other. They were both in the same class. Qin Ming nodded and said hello to Zhang Yuzi of sorts. He was lost in thought for a moment, his mind reeling with memories. In his last life, he remembered that Zhang Yuzi was the first awakened in their school, and was picked up by the officials at that time. I have heard about her since then and have been serving my country. But by the time he and Xia Mo awakened and entered the officialdom, Zhang Yuzi had already disappeared. At that time, he and Xia Mo even went to find Zhang Yuzi, but the situation they got was shocking. Ihoko's file is sealed. Although Qin Ming and Xia Mo were shocked, there was nothing they could do about it. Their permissions simply couldn't access the sealed files. After that, they became stronger and took on heavier and heavier responsibilities. And although they had power, they also forgot about Zhang Yuzi. Qin Ming withdrew his thoughts and frowned, chanting in his mind. What happened to Zhang Yuzi in the first place? Why was the file sealed? If they were sacrificed, they shouldn't have sealed the file? After becoming the commander of the 3 armies in the first place, I should have checked it out. There's no way to go back now. Dean, this is the information of these awakened ones. Lu Chang handed over the information. Before that, he had done his research. Qin Ming opened it and read it. On it was written everyone's family background, as well as their awakened psychic abilities. When an awakens receives a transcendent ability, the mind will know the information about the powers they gained, including sequence rankings and whatnot. Hazuko Jiang, 19 years old, awakened to the 25th position of the Forbidden Order. Gunsmith, has the ability to enchant firearms weapons. Long Yangyi, 23 years old, awakened to the 89th position of the Universal Order. Healing life, with powerful self-healing ability. Bu Yongkong, 33 years old, awakened to 89th position of the Universal Order. Healing life, with powerful self-healing ability. Looking down, in addition to Zhang Yuzi, the other 8 people are actually the sequence 89 of the healing life. Such a coincidence? Qin Ming muttered. That's good. If there's no problem with the background, it's directly merged into the alien hunting squad. Wu Mu, these few backtoons are a bit more detailed. I'll leave it to you if there's no problem. Qin Ming spoke to Wu Mu who was at the side. Roger, Wu Mu responded. As for Zhang Yuzi, it's still a forbidden order, so let's stay around and see what happens first. At this time, Qin Ming's gaze fell on Zhang Yuzi's profile. In the education column, there is a special experience. Study abroad in Sakura country for 2 years? Qin Ming immediately frowned. Qin Ming, the warplanes from Shangjing have arrived. The Dragon General's voice interrupted Qin Ming's thoughts. At those words, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Let's go. Go pick up the plane. Wu Mu, I'll leave this place to you. Yes, Dean. Seeing that Qin Ming was about to leave, Xia Mo hurriedly shouted. Qin Ming, where are you going? Qin Ming just wanted to reply, but when he saw Xia Mo pulling Zhang Yuzi, the words to his mouth turned. Something came up. Take care of Feather. I'll be right back. After saying that, Qin Ming and the Dragon General and the others left. As soon as he left the house, the Dragon General spoke up and asked, You're defending yourself against that girl? Is it because of studying in the Sakura country? Qin Ming didn't know how to answer. That reason alone wasn't worth his defense. But remembering that Ihoko's file was sealed in her last life, the two add up to something to think about. It's better to be cautious during special times. At those words, the Dragon General was stunned, then nodded. Soon, several people arrived at the airstrip. The pilots immediately came out in their cabins as soon as the 3J-95S came to a stop, and in the hands of 3 of the pilots, each held a case. The pilot immediately stood up straight and saluted when he saw General Long and Qin Ming running. "Dragon General, Dean Qin." The Dragon General saluted in response. "Hard work." Qin Ming casually waved his hand. "All right, business is important." The 3 pilots immediately cupped their hands to hold the box in their hands. "Dean Qin, everything is here." Well. Qin Ming said 3 times in a row that he was in a very excited mood. These 3 boxes were the very rewards that had been urgently sent back from Shangjing. Inside, there were 2 forbidden level, sheltered objects, a King Sequence magic pill recipe, a blood-burning cloak creation drawing, and 5 gene chips. This was the reward for their Huaxia's SSS score in the first stage of the trial. The Black Hand will send the reward to the center of each country, so it has to come from the capital. For this reason, the military also sent 3 of its latest fighter jets to personally transport it, which shows its importance. This is something that concerns the fate of the Chinese nation. Even Qin Ming had to be cautious, especially those 2 forbidden level, sheltering objects. If utilized properly, they were definitely a great killing weapon for Huaxia. Of course, there are 1,000 different shelters, and it remains to be seen what these 2 shelters are. Soon, the crowd converged on the research room. The box was sitting right in front of me, never opened. At this moment, even Qin Ming's mood was tense. Time to open the blind box. Qin Ming no longer hesitated and opened the first chest. Chapter 64, Sheltered Objects. No traffic ahead. Paper kite. Click. The box was opened. It was a warning sign with 4 big letters on it. No traffic ahead. Dragon General, Lu Chang, and Hua Xiaofeng came forward. What's this? However, when Qin Ming saw the warning sign, his eyes lit up. Boundary-type shelters. Qin Ming took out the warning sign and scrutinized it carefully. Stick it in the ground and infuse it with spiritual energy to agitate it. Upon activation, a marvelous boundary will be formed in the area where it is located, and awakened and Fey in the area will be drawn into it, but will be able to isolate ordinary people from it, and no awakened or Fey can break the boundary without the permission of the caster. Unless, of course, the boundary is blasted open with absolute force. At those words, the crowd lit up. Wow, this is so useful, Hua Xiaofeng exclaimed. Wait, you mean isolating normal people from the Fey? What does that mean? Lu Chang was a bit confused. Watch this. Qin Ming picked up the warning sign with both hands, and in the next moment, violently plunged it into the ground. Thunder flashed in his hand and he smeared it hard on the warning sign. Buzz! In an instant, the 4 big words, "Forbidden Ahead," lit up with a blood-colored glow, and a bolt of energy shot up into the sky. The sky trembled with a thud. A blood-colored square boundary completely covered the Monster Academy. What happened? Lu Chang looked around with a stunned face. He was still in the same place, not moving, still in the research room. Looking through the window, the building outside hasn't changed either. But at this moment, the Dragon General and Hua Zhongxing who were originally beside him had disappeared. He looked at Qin Ming with a shocked expression. We went to another parallel world too? Qin Ming shook his head as he jerked up the "No Traffic Ahead" sign on the ground. The next moment, they were back in place. Dragon General and Hua Xiaofeng reappeared. Where did you guys go just now? Hua Xiaofeng asked in horror. We have not left this room. Lu Chang was full of seriousness. Qin Ming explained. This is the terror of the boundary shelter. We're actually all here, even everything here, but ordinary people are isolated out. A boundary like this will allow us to fight Fey and altered beasts in the city well enough so as not to harm ordinary citizens. Of course, the battle produces losses that are unavoidable. A few people were shocked to hear that. When they fought with the alien beasts, their greatest fear was that the civilians would be affected, and with this treasure, they would be able to let go of the battle. This shelter, it's truly terrifying. Even the Dragon General couldn't help but nod his head repeatedly. He looked at Qin Ming. Shelter, can be duplicated? One isn't quite enough. The corner of Qin Ming's mouth twitched. Do you really think it's a cabbage? Every shelter is hard one and cannot be duplicated. As soon as these words came out, the Qian Koan gourd on his body suddenly trembled, as if it was refuting Qin Ming's point. Qin Ming was slightly stunned as he took out the Qian Koan gourd with his backhand and looked at it with a stunned expression. You can replicate it now? The Qian Koan gourd trembled again before it fell silent. What is the meaning of this? The Dragon General asked suspiciously. Qin Ming was shocked. It means it can, but it can't do anything about it at the moment. Really? A few people in the field opened their mouths in exhilaration. The Dragon General opened his mouth. I was just asking. Qin Ming was similarly shocked. He knew that the Qiankuan gourd was extraordinary, but he didn't realize that it was capable of so much. Just because it couldn't be done now didn't mean it couldn't be done in the future, which meant that the Qiankuan gourd had room for improvement. This baby of yours, which level of sheltered object does it belong to? Lu Cheng could not help but ask. This did put Qin Ming in a dilemma. He really wasn't sure what level the Qian Koan gourd was. It shouldn't just be taboo level. Could it be king level? Or even god level? Qin Ming shook his head and thought no more about it. He would slowly develop it later. Okay. Forbidden ahead, shelters understood clearly. Next, under the excitement of the crowd, Qin Ming shifted his sight to the second box. With the introduction of the first shelter, the crowd was even more excited about the second. Click. The chest opened and the second shelter was revealed. It was palm-sized, paper kite, and the paper kite looked like an eagle. And of course it could be any bird. After all, it's just origami folded out of a bird-shaped species on the outside. What is it? Not only did Lu Cheng and the others not understand it, even Qin Ming could not understand it. After experiencing so much in his last life, he hadn't seen this kind of sheltered object either. I'll try. Qin Ming attempted to pour spiritual energy into the paper kite. However, this shelter didn't react at all. No reaction? How strange. Was Xiaofang blinked, not seeing it. Qin Ming didn't read it either. Maybe I don't have enough spiritual power. Some powerful shelters require great power to drive, and my realm is still a bit short. In the end, Qin Ming could only explain it this way. Collecting the second shelter and then the third and final chest for this reward, Qin Ming opened it. Inside lay 5 gene wafers and 2 pieces of paper. These 2 pieces of paper, Qin Ming picked up and looked at them. One was precisely the King Sequence magic pill formula, and after just a glance, Qin Ming put it away. Magic potion materials were so rare that it was basically impossible to gather them at the moment. Moreover, the last thing Qin Ming lacked was magic pill formulas. He had plenty of them in his head. The second paper was what Qin Ming was expecting. Drawing for the manufacture of the blood-burning cloak. The drawings are very clear on the top. The cape's abilities, the materials needed, etc. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. The material needed for this cloak was easy to obtain. It was the Thunder Iron Beast fur, but to mass produce it, you'd have to acquire it from around the world, or it certainly wouldn't be enough either. And the Thunder Iron Beasts in China today have all been killed off. It was only the efficacy of this blood-burning cloak that Qin Ming was somewhat hesitant to build it out. The ability of the blood-burning cloak was certainly strong, but it was also costly. Forget it, get it out. Finally, Qin Ming landed his gaze on the last item, Gene Chip. Its function Black Hand has already been described. By incorporating it into water and then ordinary people going for a dip, they would have to enhance their transcendental physique. A single gene chip would allow roughly 100 people to raise their transcendent physique to 100%. However, this is only the most basic usage. There's another feature that Black Hand doesn't introduce. This kind of genetic medicinal liquid blended by the gene chip could also allow an injured alien to quickly repair his body, but it was an extremely rare resource. Hearing Qin Ming say that, Lu Cheng's eyes lit up. If that's the case, this baby is too precious. It's a bit of a waste to use it to improve your physique. Long Xiaoguai nodded in approval. Qin Ming waved his hand. Actually, it's okay, taking some out to build awakened ones is still enough, said he, his words trailing off. Besides, don't other countries still have them? The Dragon General frowned. You want a deal? They won't give it to you so easily. Qin Ming smiled. Don't worry, they'll immediately hand it over after tomorrow's World Conference. Chapter 65, World Conference, Exposing Fey Disguise? The following day, all 50 awakened people born in Blue Star were sent to the Monster Academy. These people are well aware of what is happening to them. After all, psychic powers are no secret in the world. After some investigation, the backgrounds of these people were clean, and they were very willing to join the Monster Academy and do their part to protect the country. Qin Ming checked their information. It was found that 37 of them had abilities that were all Pu Sequence 89, Healing Life. There are also 11 people with the ability of Thunder Mage at 66th place in the Pu Sequence. It looks like the Black Hand did this on purpose. He didn't want Huaxia to have too many differently abled aliens. Qin Ming didn't care about this. He could build his own anyway. There are 2 other special people. One is Jiang Yuzi, and the other is the oldest of them all, an uncle called Songyan. Songyan's identity is that of a pastry chef, and the awakened transcendent sequence is somewhat related to his profession. And to Qin Ming's surprise, Uncle's transcendent sequence was Forbidden Sequence 011, Pastry Chef. Relatively speaking, this sequence of abilities is average in combat, but is an extremely powerful secondary ability. The pasta created by the pastry chef is used by an alien, and has the ability to restore physical strength. The pastry chef also has 2 initial battle skills, a spiritual bun, which can create buns that restore spiritual energy, which is equivalent to returning blue. There is also a pastry artisan, which is an ability to improve the speed of production, sellability, and taste. Without a doubt, This special ability of Song An's would become the greatest support supply for Monster Academy. This made Qin Ming very happy. All of these newly added members, Qin Ming had handed them over to the two captains, Wu Mu and Lei Chu. There was still a week to go before the second stage of the civilization trial, and there was still time for some good training. At 11 a.m. It's the World Meeting of States. This is a meeting to which the world's top brass attach immense importance. They projected over early and waited in the field. On July 7, 2096, for the first time since the monster invasion began, the nations of the world met globally. The Dragon General brought Qin Ming to a conference room. At this meeting, it was the two of them who represented China. In this day and age, virtual projection technology is so sophisticated that going into a meeting is no different than meeting with a real person. By the time Qin Ming and the Dragon General entered the projection meeting, the world's heads of state were already waiting. The Chinese delegates, the most recent party. Yet at this moment, no one dared to disagree. Even the condescending eagle sauce wouldn't dare to touch the mold of Huaxia at this critical moment. At the conference sat more than 100 representatives of countries. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Qin Ming. The crowd secretly wondered in their hearts. This Qin Ming, too young. In the middle of the field, Kawashima, the head of Sakura Nation, and Yamada, the commander, are present. These two guys disguised by the thousand-faced monkeys had even blended into the meeting of the human hierarchy. If the world knew about this, I'm afraid it would be another sensation. Qin Ming naturally noticed them as well. Unfortunately, this time it was a virtual projection, and he was unable to recognize whether there was a thousand faces monkey in the field. Cough. Qin Ming coughed lightly. Everyone, let me introduce myself first. The Dean of the Chinese Monster Academy. Well, it's also the sponsor of this conference. As the words fell, the top echelons of the countries in the arena nodded their heads. They were all familiar with Qin Ming's identity, and hadn't investigated it much in private. Qin Ming swept a glance at the crowd and spoke indifferently. I know that there are thousand-faced monkeys disguised here, but it doesn't matter. It can't affect anything. What? When these words came out, the top levels of the countries exploded. Dean Qin, are you telling the truth? Dean Qin, please also inform me that its differences will be punished. We can't let the foreign beasts mix in this meeting. Right, Dean Qin. These are all high-ranking officials from different countries. If there is a beast in disguise, it will have a great impact. The top brass of each country spoke up, all in a hurry. Even Long Xiaogui, who was on the side, was stunned by Qin Ming. Eagle Sauce Chief Trip even spoke sternly. I, Eagle Sauce, am willing to step in and sanction any that have a fey in disguise. Qin Ming was flushed with a faint smile as his gaze swept over everyone one by one. Commander Yamada of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom shuddered. A feeling of being seen through. Kawashima, the head honcho on the sidelines, whispered as he pressed down on his thighs. Don't fall for it, he's scamming us. That cunning human. At that, Commander Yamada gradually stabilized. At this time, Qin Ming's gaze suddenly fell on Yamada. In an instant, all eyes were cast over. Yamada panicked for a moment. The corner of Qin Ming's mouth rose slightly. What are you nervous about, Your Excellency? Yamada was speechless for a moment. Although the spiritual intelligence of fey beasts was high, they were far less rich than humans when it came to emotions. With such a test, Qin Ming could see the problem. This Yamada, there must be something wrong. However, just as Trip was about to lash out, Qin Ming's words changed. Oh, just kidding. Qin Ming waved his hand. Alright, let's get back to business. The words stifled Trip's speech. The top brass of the countries in the arena furrowed their brows. With such a test, one could already tell that this person Qin Ming was not simple. Being able to sit in this position, they are all human beings, so naturally they can see a little something. Although Qin Ming would change the topic, there were still people who secretly glanced at these two people from the Sakura country, secretly wary in their hearts. Kawashima's heart sank as a wave of anger surged through him. Qin Ming was teasing them, but he couldn't refute it. They weren't human after all, and the more he said, the easier it would be to expose them. Qin Ming was also tisking in his heart, not expecting these two to actually endure. Well then, let's move on to the purpose of this meeting. Also, the magic potion recipe that I'm providing to you all for free. When these words came out, everyone was immediately energized. Especially those countries that didn't get the magic pill formula were excited. They had all seen the greatness of the Chinese psychics, so naturally, they were greedy. Qin Ming didn't have any intention of hiding anything and directly said, by taking the blood and flesh of a foreign beast, one can enhance their transcendent physique. Boom! In an instant, everyone was agitated. Consuming the blood and flesh of a foreign beast? Is it really okay? Qin Ming waved his hand. And a free tip. Those whose physique hasn't reached 100% transcendent physique have a 100% failure rate in taking magic potions. Also, those countries that obtain the magic pill formula, Do you know how the magic pill materials were collected? Not all magical ingredients can be configured into a magic potion. If the wrong material is used, not only will that person not awaken their powers, but they will even assimilate into a monster. And it will be a catastrophe then. Qin Ming told the seriousness one by one. The faces of the top brass of the countries changed drastically, and they became even more restless. Dean Qin, please also guide me. That's right, Dean Qin. The world is one family. Please show us the way. Representatives of states have spoken. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth rose slightly as he took out two instruments. His true purpose? Come on. This one is an instrument to test whether the human body has reached 100% transcendental physique. This one is an instrument for detecting magic medicine materials. Guys, are you interested? Chapter 66, It's not easy being a great power. When Qin Ming displayed the two instruments, all the country representatives stared in disbelief. Dean Qin, what is this? What can this thing that looks like a camera test? The crowd spoke up. Qin Ming waved his hand and the entire room immediately calmed down. Let's introduce this first. The Transcendental Body Meter. Through this, it is possible to detect whether or not a soldier has reached transcendental physique. Its importance is needless to say. Once the transcendent physique is not up to standard, taking the magic potion is bound to fail, and you will also lose a copy of the magic potion. Wow! When the words fell, the whole room was in an uproar. Even though they were all big shots from various countries, they were shocked by the words at this moment. It's absolutely dry. If Qin Ming didn't say anything, how would they know? Dean Qin, this isn't supposed to be a freebie, is it? Eagle Jam Chief Trip narrowed his eyes. Qin Ming smiled without saying anything. It's really a freebie or a giveaway. Then, he took out another instrument. The ultramagnetic detector. This is the ultramagnetic detector that my Monster Academy researched, and it has the ability to detect magic potion materials. Those countries that got the magic pill recipe should all know what magic pill materials are, right? Qin Ming looked onto the representatives of Eagle Sauce, Bear Country, and Sunset Empire with a smile on his face. Magic potion materials are actually certain materials from foreign beasts, fur, claws and teeth, etc. But I can say with certainty that not all pelts are potion material, and not every fae will produce potion material. Everyone in the arena frowned when these words came out. So this instrument, it can detect real magic potion materials? Trip questioned. That's right, maybe you don't believe me. That's okay, I'll show you. Qin Ming stood up and tested the corpse of a foreign beast that was prepared beside him. As expected, only a small handful of fur was emitting light from the large corpse. See, this is the magic medicine material. The other hairs, they are poison, if you use the wrong material. Speaking here, Qin Ming paused for a moment and swept over everyone with a serious face. If you use the wrong materials and magic potion to build it, you're not an awakened. You're a monster. These monsters, they are even more terrifying than the fey beasts. Qin Ming's voice was incomparably sharp, driving straight into everyone's hearts. These words really shook up the representatives of all the countries. Some representatives of small countries were even so nervous that their hands were shaking. If that's the case, the risk factor is just too high. If you don't get it right, you've even built a monster out of yourself, which is like lifting a rock and stoning your own feet. Qin Ming looked at the crowd and spoke indifferently. All of you are smart people and are well aware of the seriousness of this. The crowd nodded with stony faces. Dean Qin, I wonder how you're going to sell these two instruments. The representative of the Sunset Empire spoke with a longing face. Qin Ming's intentions were already clear, and if they still didn't understand them, they were stupid. Qin Ming smiled. Ultramagnetic detector. You need to exchange it for a gene chip. By the way, buy one get one free. The transcendental body gauge can be given away for free. What? You want our gene chips? The Sunset Empire representative exclaimed. Impossible. There's only one gene chip in my Eagle Sauce. There's no way I'm giving it to you. Eagle Sauce Chief Trip immediately refused. The other countries also frowned. The only ones who possessed gene chips were the top 5 countries, and many of them didn't have them. Qin Ming smiled. The biggest effect of the gene chip is to enhance the human body's transcendent physique, and it's limited. That's not the only condition. Consuming the blood and flesh of exotic beasts can also enhance the transcendent physique. I will not say more, but you will comprehend for yourselves. Upon hearing this, Trip and the other representatives of the countries that possessed the gene chip were silent. Qin Ming had a point. It was also too extravagant for the gene chip to be used to enhance the transcendent physique. Instead of that, I would have traded for those two instruments. And when you switch back, you might be able to replicate it and mass produce it. Dean Qin, my peacock country doesn't have a gene chip. Can I pay another price? The peacock country's representative asked. Qin Ming nodded. Yes, you can take Thunder Iron Beast's fur in exchange. And if that's not enough, iron ore, grain, and so on will do. But the prerequisite is that those 4 countries, first, trade, Gene wafers, for it. When these words came out, all the country's representatives immediately brightened up, but their faces sank again. It would be great to be able to trade for other supplies, but the advance is that Hawkmaster and the others have to agree to make conditions first. Qin Ming, we disagree, Trip immediately spoke. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Qin Ming. Without waiting for the crowd to retort, Qin Ming left a sentence before exiting the meeting. You guys think about it, don't bother. The Chinese side withdrew from the meeting, leaving the representatives of the various countries wide-eyed. All of a sudden, the representatives of various countries had their eyes on the representatives of the Bear Country, Eagle Jam, the Sunset Empire, and the Sakura Country. The representative of the state of Xiong was the first to express his willingness. Whether you all agree or not, China is definitely the biggest contributor this time, not only in terms of information, but also in terms of the technology of these instruments. You are all well aware of the gravity of this, so I, Bear Country, am the first to be in favor. When the words fell, all the pressure fell on Eagle Jam, the Sunset Empire, and Sakura Nation. The representatives of the three countries didn't look too good, especially the Sakura Kingdom. These two representatives, disguised by thousand-faced monkeys, were furious. They are naturally reluctant to introduce equipment to deal with the Fae, but right now, they've been held up to the fire. This wasn't even the point. What scared them even more was that this Qin Ming knew far too much. Such a character should never be kept. After the meeting ended, Long Shogwa's expression changed when he looked at Qin Ming. It's the first time I've seen such a dark side of you. The dragon will be speaking with a smile. He was admiring from the bottom of his heart that Qin Ming could actually exchange the Gene Chip and Thunder Iron Beast's fur with such a method. Do I bellyache? Qin Ming shook his head. I gave more value than all of them combined. As a competitor, I don't even have to remind them that much. I don't have to offer them that much help, but I don't want them to be too much of a vegetable, or else the world will be left with only Hua Xia, which is also a big trouble. Speaking of this, Qin Ming heaved a sigh. Alas, Dragon General, I finally understand. So it's really hard to be a great power. When these words came out, even for a solemn nature like the Dragon General, his face couldn't help but twitch. Chapter 67, Assassinating Qin Ming. Golden tickets requested. It had to be said that Qin Ming's move was really effective. Under the pressure of the global countries, the Eagle Jam, the Sunset Empire, and the Sakura Nation, all agreed to the terms of the deal with Huaxia. In response, their hearts were filled with resentment towards Qin Ming. Of course Qin Ming didn't care. Regardless of the outcome of this world conference, they will be rivals next. Even if countries do not want to compete with each other, the Black Hand will make all kinds of rules to force countries to compete. The so-called trial of civilization is a compulsion-raising tactic. Let's just see who ends up on their feet. Qin Ming saw through it all. After the deal was struck, Qin Ming's plan could proceed smoothly. First is the blood-burning cloak. This equipment is already being built. With the production drawings in place, it would be fine to leave it to the tech elites of the Monster Academy. And his goal was the second stage of the civilization trial. Compared to the first stage, the strength of the alien beasts that appeared in the second stage would be raised quite a bit, and in terms of the number of aliens in Huaxia right now, it was still a bit worse. The current Kiwi hunting squad, plus the newest inductees, totaled 57 people, and the Thunder Primus squad, counting the 12 newcomers, was only 48 in total. It adds up to barely over 100, but that's not nearly enough. For the next 3 days, Qin Ming had been harboring in the Monster Academy, constantly building magic pills. All the magic pill materials of the Fey beasts killed in the first stage were collected and sent to the Monster Academy. In these 3 days, Qin Ming hadn't stopped for a moment except to eat and sleep, utilizing the Qinkuan gourd. The magic pill was formulated over and over again, but there weren't many magic potion materials that could be utilized. After all, the foreign beasts that appeared were only 3 in number. And number 004's, Ghost Shark, was in the ocean, and they couldn't go hunting at the moment. In the end, the magical potions that were built were 3 copies of Sequence 089, Healing Life, and 72 copies of Sequence 066, Thunder Mage. Thus, the Kanoi squad numbered 60, while the Thunder Primus squad numbered 120. Qin Ming divided them into 60 squads, 3 to a squad, with 1 person with the Healing Life ability, paired with 2 people with the Thunder Mage. All 3 of these squads will be trained in tacit understanding, cooperation, and so on, making sure to pull out all the stops in combat. When the third stage of the trial begins, these people will be the backbone of Huaxia, and will be dispatched to all parts of the country to defend the lights of all homes. It's worth noting that Lu Cheng's sequence was also promoted. Lu Cheng was sequence 288, Iron Hands, which was still relatively weak. But this sequence is complete and requires a lot of material. Among them, the thousand-faced monkey hand bone was one of the rarest magic medicine materials, and it just so happened that among the materials collected back, there was a rare grade, thousand-faced monkey hand bone. Thus, a new sequence was born. Fu Sequence 288, Iron Hands, Forbidden Sequence 058, Steel Carcassers, and after the Qiankuan gourd formulated so many magic pills, it seemed to have changed. In Qin Ming's mind, a message flashed by. The Qiankuan gourd's proficiency has increased, promoting it to the second rank, allowing it to formulate the contractor's second serial magic pill. Feeling this message, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Here we go. Second, sequential ability. This was the terror of the Qiankuan gourd, which allowed the contractor to possess multiple sequence abilities. Normal sequences that are incompatible. Sequences could be promoted, just like Lu Chang, from ordinary sequences to forbidden sequences, and later on, even to king sequences and god sequences. An individual, however, could only have one sequence, and if they were forced to take a second magic potion, the consequence would be to explode and die. However, as the owner of the Qiankuan gourd, Qin Ming was able to create a second sequence, or even a third. In his last life, he was the three sequences, known to the world as the war god of China, and in this life, the second sequence comes even faster. It was just that right now Qin Ming couldn't fulfill the conditions. First of all, the second sequence of abilities certainly couldn't be bad, and he was short of magic potion materials on hand. The King's Thundersteel Beast Claw is one, but it's far from enough. Secondly, Qin Ming's realm was not yet able to withstand the second sequence ability, upgrade to at least the second order realm. However, Qin Ming already had a plan in mind. In the second stage of the trial of civilization, there was a special foreign beast. That's his chance to get the second sequence. There were still 4 days to go before the second stage of the trial. In the past few days, calm has returned to the land of China. There were no longer any foreign beasts in Huaxia, and the people could live normally as usual. Of course, it was only peaceful for a short time. The last few days have been spent digesting the powers of the Black Hand for the nations of the world. After 3 consecutive days of being busy, Qin Ming could also finally relax. However, just then, Summer Mo sent a text message. Qin Ming, coming out for dinner? Xiao Yu and I are outside. Qin Ming was stunned and replied, send me a location. I'll be there now. Soon after, Qin Ming received the location. By the time he received the localization, Qin Ming had already started the vehicle and drove towards the city. The location of Monster Academy is also some distance from the city. On the outskirts, about a half-hour drive away, there is also a hilly section of it. 10 minutes later, Qin Ming drove into the mountain road. The mountain road is just 2 lanes, but it's fairly clear and there aren't many cars. At night, dim headlights illuminate the avenue as vehicles travel at 90 yards. Just then, however, a piercing gaze shot in ahead through the windshield. A white aura appeared before Qin Ming's eyes. Boom! Then a heavy truck came against the flow of traffic, its blinding lights zooming sharply in front of its eyes. Qin Ming squinted his eyes and could vaguely see this truck crashing head-on. Qin Ming's face changed, and the moment the truck hit him, he jerked the steering wheel and drove the vehicle onto the side road. Buzz! The heavy truck rushed past, the huge airflow causing Qin Ming's minivan to tremble. The vehicle dodged narrowly and narrowly. However, just as Qin Ming breathed a sigh of relief, another heavy truck without driving lights crashed head-on. Boom! Down the highway, the 2 cars collided with a loud bang. Qin Ming only felt his body being rushed by a huge force, and his brain was buzzing. The little sedan changed shape in a flash. The front end of the engines all compressed together. After the impact, the heavy truck had no intention of stopping and kept pushing Qin Ming's sedan backwards. The sedan got stuck underneath the heavy truck, its mangled body rubbing against the ground, sparks with lightning all the way. Finally, the truck braked sharply, and the sedan was lifted off and rolled in an unknown number of circles before it buckled to the ground. The engine caught fire. The flames burned violently. The fuel tank cracked and gasoline was about to flow in the direction of the flames. Meanwhile, on both sides of the road, 4 cars stopped and ran out a dozen black-clad men with guns. The man in black cautiously approached the covered bridge car. When they came to 5 or 6 meters, 2 of the men in black took out 4 or 5 grenades, pulled off the safety and threw them at the car. Grunt! Qin Ming, who was pressed under the car, had a buzzing brain and vaguely saw a grenade rolling toward him. The next moment, the grenade exploded. Boom! The whole car exploded in flames. Chapter 68, Spy Exposed. Under the darkness of the night, the fire glowed, illuminating the dimly lit road. It also illuminated the face of the man in black. They all wore masks and could not be seen. The vehicle was burning violently, but they didn't seem to be stopping, continuing to try to move forward, bending down to try to find Qin Ming's figure. This operation, it's all or nothing. Then just as the dark shadowed figure slowly approached, above their heads, above a street lamp, stood a figure. Hey, You guys looking for me? A sudden voice came overhead, and everyone's bodies trembled as they jerked their heads up to look. The blinding streetlights blurred the vision, and the man in black couldn't see the figure on the streetlight at all. But whoever sees them commit murder must die. Shoot! A man in black immediately raised the gun in his hand. Bang! Bullets discharged and the sound of gunfire startled the silent night. Boom! The next moment, only a thunderous flash was seen as the figure split the bullet in half with a single slash, falling sharply on the streetlight. The black-clothed man who had fired the gun's face changed drastically, and before he could make a move to react, the long knife fell. Swish! The arm of the man in black, along with the pistol, was chopped off and dropped to the ground. Ah! The man in black hissed miserably, his face filled with horror. With a snap, Qin Ming grabbed him by the neck with one hand, and a strange force lifted him up. This time, all the black-clothed men got a good look at the man's appearance. Qin Ming, how is that possible? Isn't he in the car? How did he escape? All the men in black panicked. This is unbelievable. You, why are you fine? The black-robed man in Qin Ming's hands spoke in a trembling voice. Qin Ming let out a cold laugh. You know nothing of transcendent power. With that, the fingers snapped. Click! The black man's head was twisted right off. Bang! The man in black's eyes widened as he fell heavily to the ground, no longer breathing. The other men in black were horrified. Shoot! Shoot! Bang! 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 The bullets kept shooting. However, this was not the slightest threat to Qin Ming. Battle technique, sneaky flash. A streak of thunder flashed out from under Qin Ming's feet, so fast that he could not be seen, especially under the night. Qin Ming's figure was like a ghost. In a few dashes, he put down two men. A knife slashed down the pistol, and a hand knife slashed down on the opponent's arm and leg joints, accompanied by the crisp sound of bones. Both of them had their arms and legs broken by Qin Ming and fell to the ground wailing. A few other people freaked out. Where there was resistance, he turned around and ran wildly towards his car, trying to drive away. But how could they possibly escape Qin Ming's grasp? This group of black-clothed men are nothing more than ordinary people. In less than 3 minutes, everyone was taken down by Qin Ming. Not even a few minutes later, a black shadow rushed in the distance, as fast as a fierce beast. As it rushed in, the massive beast transformed back into its human form. The visitor was none other than Dongyan. It was only about 10 kilometers away from the Monster Academy. With soul-devouring mouse's perverted perception, he definitely heard the vehicle explosions and gunshots. Seeing that Qin Ming was fine, Dongyan was relieved. This date is a bust. Qin Ming picked up his cell phone and looked at the text message sent by Xiao. His eyes slightly condensed and stayed on the word Xiaoyu. An hour later, Monster College Dean's office asked it out. They are all spies from the Sakura Kingdom. A wave of anger surged through the Dragon General. Qin Ming nodded. Unsurprisingly, you guessed? The Dragon General raised an eyebrow. If I'm not mistaken, Kawashima and Yamada of the Sakura country are both thousand-faced monkeys in disguise. At the World Conference, Qin Ming had seen that something was wrong with them. Damn it, they actually hit you with their ideas. The Dragon General was furious. If the news of Qin Ming's attack were to reach Shangjing, that group of executives would probably turn over. The current Qin Ming was the backbone of Huaxia, and if something happened to him, the day would collapse. No, how did they know your whereabouts? The Dragon General sat bolt upright, his eyes sharp and frightening. The only people who could expose Qin Ming's whereabouts were the people from the Monster Academy. For example, the guards. Don't speculate. There's nothing wrong with the family. That's the problem. Saying that, Qin Ming handed over the chat logs from his cell phone. A passage instantly caught the Dragon General's attention. Xiao, Qin Ming, coming out for dinner? Xiao Yu and I are outside. Jiang Yuzi? The Dragon General's face sank, recalling Jiang Yuzi's educational information in her background check. She had studied in the Sakura country for 2 years. He naturally wouldn't suspect Xiao. Qin Ming had told him that Xiao had also been one of the top pillars of Huaxia in his last life. Summers is definitely okay with it. Then it's only Ihoko. Qin Ming nodded. It should be her. The Dragon General looked at Qin Ming and made a neck-wiping motion. Qin Ming shook his head. There's no rush. She still has use. She probably doesn't know that the Sakura country's top brass has been replaced by the thousand-faced monkey. So maybe we can use her to deal with the alien beasts over there. That night, Xiao and Jiang Yuzi returned. However, they didn't know what had happened and only thought that Qin Ming had something to do, so they didn't go to the appointment. Jiang Yuzi behaved normally, without any half-assed loopholes. Everything continues to function normally. For the next 3 days, the world fought back. Especially those countries that were rewarded with the magic pill recipe have been building exalts one after another. Led by the exalted, they began to purge the alien beasts that had been left out of the first stage of the trial, and the war never stopped. Time passed little by little, and there was only one last day left before the second stage of the civilization trial. The whole world was in a state of trepidation because the exact time of the start of the trials was known. Waiting is most unsettling. Qin Ming's previous arrangements were all done. The 3 locations where the beasts descended, all the people migrated to safety, and they have already dispatched heavy troops to surround the area. Even the alien energy squad has all been dispatched. This moment is just waiting for the trial to begin. And the day before the start of the second stage of the trial of civilization, the blood-burning cloak was built. After weighing the situation again and again, Qin Ming decided to distribute the blood-burning cloak to ensure that every exalt had it. Of course, Qin Ming repeatedly urged that the blood-burning cloak could not be used in non-essential situations, as the price paid was immense. After arranging everything, Qin Ming led Lu Cheng to one of the Fey Beast descent points. Xia Mo and Jiang Yuzi, on the other hand, led the team at the other 2 alien beast descent points. The third Fey descent point was in charge of Dongyan. Don't look at Dongyan as a single person, but he was in the second order realm and his strength was not bad. After arriving at the descent point, Qin Ming inspected the place and was startled by the amount of troops that had been arranged here. This is estimated to be as many as 20,000 soldiers. The variety of weapons is even more intimidating. Qin Ming sucked in a breath of cool air. This second wave of foreign beasts was considered to be bad luck. Chapter 69, the second stage of the trial of civilization begins. The eve of the second stage of the trial of civilization's descent. The official hub of Bear Country. The first Iron Blood Emperor himself guarded the border. It was a small town near the north of China, separated from China by a river. And at this time, the Chinese border was brightly lit, and many soldiers could be seen guarding the border, seemingly defending against something. At the same time, the Bear Country official even sent 30,000 soldiers, hundreds of tanks, dozens of helicopter gunships, all kinds of powerful weapons are all pulled, will be surrounded by the town 10 miles around. This battle has alarmed the entire Bear Country. No one knows what they're up to. The Iron Blood Emperor personally guarded the front line, his eyes looking deeply at the earth ahead, his expression a bit grave and agitated. Chief, the Chinese side has also laid down a defense line at the border, presumably to prevent the descending alien beasts from breaking through the defense line and running out, a bearded general said. It looks like there's no problem with the Chinese tip-off. The Iron Blood Emperor was a bit excited. At such a critical moment, Huaxia won't cheat us. If this is really an alien beast descent point, then we will be at the forefront of the world in the second stage of the trial, following Huaxia's lead. This time, our Bear Country has a chance to win second place in the trial. The bearded general nodded. I've gotten word that Huaxia is also laying down defenses in the country, and it's in 3 locations. They can't really be sure of the descending point of the alien beasts, can they? If that's the case, it's horrible. The Iron Blood Emperor's gaze was deep. That Monster Academy dean is not simple. No matter what, this thigh of Huaxia, we must tie it firmly. Also, if this descent point is right, we'll be in great debt to Huaxia. The big moves of Huaxia and the Bear Country naturally could not be hidden from the world's major powers. Eagle Jam, in particular, was the first to learn of the big fight between the 2 countries. Trip looked puzzled. What is this Huaxia and Bear Country up to? They wouldn't be aware of the descent point of the second stage of the trial Fey, would they? General John spoke coldly. The words stunned the top brass in the room. If that's the case, it's a bit of a departure. Yeah, who can beat them at this? But how did they predict it? I've heard that the ancient culture of China has a kind of ability to measure heavenly chances. Could it be that those people have made a move? The field is full of opinions. The last sentence, in particular, silenced everyone. That the East possesses mystical powers has long been rumored in the world. And even though they don't believe in it, existence makes sense. Trip grunted. What mysterious power? I guess it's the director of that Monster Academy that's up to no good. That kid knows too much. He definitely has a hold of the trial of civilization strategy. There's nothing to be afraid of. Find a chance. I'll go to Huaxia and catch him back. Suddenly, an icy voice spoke. In an instant, the crowd looked over. It was a hawk-nosed man. This person was the lucky awakened person at the end of the first stage of the civilization trial. Eagle Sauce had rewarded a total of 10 awakened. A total of 7 were willing to work for the crown. And this hawk-nosed man was one of them, and also the most powerful one. A forbidden sequence alien. Akil, are you sure about dealing with Qin Ming? General John frowned. The corners of Achilles' mouth turned up slightly in disdain. It's just a little guy in the district. In terms of sequence ranking, he's only a forbidden sequence 007, while I'm a forbidden sequence 005. Akil was confident. He was a mercenary himself, and with his awakened psychic abilities, he was very confident in taking down Qin Ming. Trip hesitated for a moment. You take care of this civilization trial first, and I will make arrangements to deal with Qin Ming. Sakura Nation Hub. Chief Kawashima's face was incredibly gloomy. Their assassination of Qin Ming had failed. King, It seems that the human is not that easy to deal with, Commander Yamada said as he cringed. Kawashima sank his face. No matter what, he has to die, or it will be hard for us to develop in Blue Star. That kid, he knows too much. Commander Yamada hesitated. King, is it possible for us to join forces with the races in the second stage of the trial to deal with Qin Ming? Kawashima nodded. I've already contacted them about this, and I know all the races that descended from the second stage of the trial. Then Qin Ming will surely die. Commander Yamada frowned. King, I have received news that the Chinese side has placed strong defenses in 3 places in the country. Did they predict where the Fae will descend? No way. Kawashima shook his head violently. The descents are all random. Even the kings of those 3 races don't know where they'll appear. So how would Huaxia know? With that, he suddenly laughed. Huaxia is lifting a stone to hit its own feet this time, mobilizing so many troops to one place. Once the prediction is wrong and it's too late to go back to the defense, it will definitely be a huge disaster. Just wait, we'll just watch the show. Naturally, China's move could not be hidden from the rest of the world. The same murmur continues to ring out in the world. Even from the officials going to the civilians, no one wanted to believe that Huaxia could accurately predict the descent point of the Fae. Some netizens even mocked Huaxia on online platforms. There is talk of HWA being feudal and superstitious. There is talk of HWA's stupidity. Any kind of sound. Anyway, it's just one that you don't want to believe and you don't want to believe. They, who cannot see Huaxia strong, even though Huaxia has helped them many times. People always have selfishness. A white-eyed wolf is a white-eyed wolf after all, and a dog can't change its ways. A little bit of time passed. In the midst of the world's seriousness, the black hand suddenly appeared. With a rumbling sound, the sky resounded with an earth-shattering boom, as if a thunderbolt had blasted into the Blue Star's earth. In a matter of moments, all of Blue Star's electronic equipment was hacked by the Black Hand. A scarlet countdown appeared on all electronic screens, drawing the world's attention. Then a paragraph popped up. The second phase of the trial of civilization. The countdown to the start is 10 minutes. In this trial, the bloody clash of civilizations, 3 races of beasts will randomly appear in each country's territory to engage in a war of attack and defense. 24 hours before the start of the trial, the beast side will be the defending side and all civilizations will be the attacking side. After 24 hours, the attack and defense will be reversed, and the duration of the trial will be 10 days. Reward rules. At the end of the trial, rewards will be given according to the civilized performance of each party as a rating. Special Reward 1, if the beasts are completely destroyed, the trial will end early and the civilized party will receive an additional reward. Special Reward 2, on the beast side, a beast king will randomly appear, and the first civilization to kill the beast king will receive an additional reward. Special Reward 2, a beast king will appear randomly on the beast side. Hint, the beast king is very powerful, but the chances of potion materials and shelters appearing on its body are greatly increased. The countdown ends at the end of the message prompt. The Black Hand didn't give the world time to react, accompanied by a boom. The entire blue planet shuddered as the Fae descended. Chapter 70, Fae Beasts Descend. Wolves of the Wasteland. Knock knock. In the sky, a pillar of light blasted into the Blue Star lands. Unlike the first stage of the trial, the movement of the appearance of the foreign beasts this time was vast. There's no sneaking around. It's just so cocky. Jiangnan City, China. In the know. One camp where Qin Ming was, a pillar of light crashed down, and a terrifying energy instantly swept through the area, sweeping all the surrounding buildings flat and sending up clouds of smoke and dust. Almost at the same time, 2 other pillars of light, which just happened to fall in the other 2 defense line camps. The warriors, who had been ready for this for a long time, were thrilled. Prediction hit. Dean Qin Ming's layout is accurate. The next moment, the voices of the commanders of Camp 2 and Camp 3 rang out from Qin Ming's communicator. Dean Qin, the light pillar landed precisely on position 2. Dean Qin, the light pillar landed precisely on position 3. Hearing this, the corners of Qin Ming's mouth rose slightly. It's true, the script of history hasn't changed much. Great! Long Xiaogui was so energized that he immediately shouted, "Attention all units, prepare to meet the foreign beasts." All 3 positions were filled with fierce cheers, and even more excited was Bear Country. One of the 3 pillars of light that landed in Bear Country landed right in the middle of their pre-positioned encirclement. The Iron Blood Emperor's face was filled with excitement. Great! Dean Qin Ming really did anticipate things like a god. The pillars of light fell on the Blue Star's Earth at almost the same time. There are 3 separate pillars of light for each civilization. The moment the pillar of light fell, countless peoples were directly exterminated by the powerful energy. A pillar of light doesn't pick a place where no one is coming down. Instead, they land in populated areas. The chosen place is simply uncontestable. They didn't even have time to say goodbye to their families. This scene was destined for disaster. Unavoidable disaster. In this regard, Qin Ming had already expected it. but there was nothing he could do about it. Being reborn in his first life, all he could remember was the locations within his own country. And that location in Bear Country is just close to the Chinese border. The foreign beasts that descended there in his previous life had broken through the Bear Country's defenses and caused a huge disaster on the borders of China, which was what made Qin Ming's memory stick out. Pity, too, flickered. Qin Ming didn't focus on too many foreign matters. The most important thing at the moment was to deal with the foreign beast in front of him. If I remember correctly, Position 1, the alien beast that landed was number 005, Wasteland Wolf. At this time, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and the scene ahead appeared before the crowd. When the image appeared, all the warriors' faces changed in shock. Ahead of them, there was originally a small town with many buildings and a peaceful atmosphere. Now, however, all the buildings were gone, and at a glance, barren. Even the environment on the ground has changed, and the original lush earth has been desertified. In front of me, where was the town? It was clearly a desert. Oh my god, why did it turn out like this? How do they do it? The two of them, Lu Chang and Lu Cherry, stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with concentration, altering the natural environment. Such tactics are simply terrifying. The dragon general also looked heavy. He deeply realized that the ability of the Black Hand is simply not the Blue Star's knowledge can be explained. If the Black Hand is a higher civilization, it must be several dimensions higher than Blue Star. Such an opponent can bring out desperate fear. The world is a much more complicated place than we thought, and it's just getting started. Qin Ming comforted. He knew that these sights must have possessed a great impact on them, but this was only the second stage of the trial of civilization, and these means were really nothing. Prepare to fight. Qin Ming picked up his communicator and shouted to the warriors. Roger that. The units have been talking back. A few moments later, dozens of helicopter gunships flew into the air, aiming their chilling god's fire cannons at the pillar of light in front of them. Buzzing. With a fearsome buzz, the drone hive is out in force. Attention all units. Once the light pillar disappears, the Fae will appear. As soon as you spot the Fae, open fire. Qin Ming's voice rang out in the soldiers' headphones. The 20,000 soldiers looked grave, gazing nervously ahead. In the next moment, the light pillar slowly disappeared. A vast army appeared in the center of the battlefield. It was a head of humanoid creatures with skin as chapped as a cracked concrete floor. The monster's elongated limbs, as well as the long tail behind it, were highly wolf-like. At first glance, it looks like a werewolf in a movie. However, its grotesque appearance is a bit scarier than the image of a werewolf in a movie. These beasts are number 005, Wasteland Wolves. Roar! As the Wasteland Wolves appeared, they subconsciously raised their voices to the sky, displaying their arrogant stance, especially a red wilderness wolf at the head, like a monarch descending and his gaze taking the world by storm. Just as the army of the wolf plains hissed, they then realized that their heads were filled with human helicopters. All the wilderness wolves were dumbfounded at once. They looked around in a hurry and realized that the distance was full of humans. They're falling into the human circle. King, something's not right. Beside the red-skinned wasteland wolf, a henchman spoke in horror. At this moment, the Wolf King was also dumbfounded. What was this situation? Dang! In the next moment, a loud explosion rang out. In the middle of the army, a wasteland wolf seemed to have stepped on something and the ground exploded. With this explosion, more than 10 barren wolves were blown away. Mines. This was a mine that Qin Ming had ordered to be planted in advance. The wasteland wolf army was instantly confused. Before they could react, countless flames shot out. Fight! Kill! The hissing of the human army shot up into the sky. Endless cannonballs crashed into the army of foreign beasts. Boom boom boom! The terrifying firepower covered them, and the army of wasteland wolves was blown up in a flurry of explosions. Under the bombardment of artillery shells, despite their incredible defense, they were still blown up with broken arms and legs, and bloodied. Most of the wolves in the wasteland were first-order xenomorphs, and they were still not enough to face the humans' hot weapons. What's more, the Chinese military had prepared for it. Almost every weapon that could be pulled out was used, except for nukes, the bombardment from the sky, all kinds of tanks on the ground, all kinds of artillery shells. It's a big mountain that can be swept away for you, not to mention these foreign beasts. Boom boom boom! In the center of the battlefield, smoke filled the sky with fire. The wasteland wolf's army of 1,000 men was disrupted, and a large swath of them fell in an instant. The Wolf King's face changed drastically, and he was furious. Charge out! Charge out with all your might! You can't be surrounded by an army of humans. With the Wolf King's order, all the wasteland wolves madly rushed in all directions. Especially those second-order barren wolves were dodging the artillery fire and quickly rushing towards the encircling human soldiers. However, they still underestimated Huaxia's deployment. Even though it was a second-order wasteland wolf, it was still blasted into a sieve. They were all in one piece, and they didn't even utilize any of their power. In less than 10 minutes, the entire army of wasteland wolves fell. The only thing left in the smoke was the Wolf King covered in blood. By now, the artillery fire had stopped. Qin Ming and Lu Chang, as well as more than a dozen other kins, slowly walked towards the Wolf King. The Wolf King's face was grim, and his anger was tinged with fear. And at this moment, Qin Ming's eyes were glowing with essence as he looked at the Wolf King as if he was looking at a treasure. This Wolf King is what the rules call a Beast King. The Wolf King froze for a moment as he looked at Qin Ming's greedy gaze. It's obviously the intruder. Why does it feel like it's become the prey? Chapter 71, Huaxia's early ending of the trial. Shocking the world. Boom boom boom. The tanks are advancing. The infantry is gradually intimidating. The vast battlefield is being gradually reduced. The Wasteland Wolf Beast King was surrounded in the center. All of his clansmen had died, and there were corpses all over the place. The Wasteland Wolf Beast King's body was trembling, feeling fear for the first time. Didn't they say the trial of civilization was an invasion of the strong? How come now it seems more like sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth? In front, Qin Ming and Lu Chang gripped their tang swords tightly and approached slowly. The Wasteland Wolf was instantly flustered, its condescending attitude gone. Instead it was all polite. Humans, let's talk. There's no need to have to fight and kill. At those words, Lu Chang was dumbfounded. This is an imposter wolf, isn't it? Why do I feel more like a husky? To persuade it to surrender? Qin Ming spoke blandly. Do you like sleeping with a bomb in your arms? Lu Chang choked and closed his mouth. Do it! Qin Ming shouted. Bang! 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 The Thunder Mage, behind him, immediately threw out the thunderballs that had accumulated in his hands. A powerful aura blasted in, and the Wasteland Wolf's pupils suddenly shrunk, immediately dodging to avoid it. Thunderballs exploded on the ground, more powerful than cannonballs. The Wasteland Wolf's eyes looked around, trying to figure out an escape route. However, no matter in the sky or on the ground, it had been surrounded by the human army, and even if it grew wings, it could not run away. Damn thousand-faced monkeys, didn't they say humans are good to deal with? The Wasteland Wolf Beast King cursed angrily and found a direction where there were no shifters to charge out. And just as it was about to run out of the alien encirclement, Qin Ming's figure flashed and blocked in front of it, slashing out with a knife. The Wasteland Wolf's pupils suddenly shrunk, and a bone blade suddenly grew out of his arm, which he hastily blocked in front of his body. The Star Meteor blade carried thunderbolts and landed heavily on the bone blade, and the powerful force shook the Wasteland Wolf back. The Wasteland Wolf Beast King revealed a cruel color. A mere first-ranked aberrationist, daring to fight with this king, you don't know how to die either. In the next moment, the Wasteland Wolf's body erupted with a powerful aura. Both of its arms sprouted long bone blades, and the tail behind it became harsh, like a machete. Wasteland Wolf plunged his hands into the ground and lifted with all his might. Boom! Wild sand swept through the air as a 3-story tall tornado crashed into Qin Ming. Qin Ming's face changed slightly. This Beast King really wasn't simple and actually possessed battle techniques. Thunder extinguishing slash. The Starfall blade fell heavily, and thunder raged. The sand and dust tornado was instantly blasted apart. The Wasteland Wolf Beast King rushed out in the sand and dust, his bone blade slashing at Qin Ming's face. Thunder surfaced under Qin Ming's feet as his speed instantly increased, dodging the Beast King's bone blade. At the same time, the Star Meteor blade swept across and slashed through the body of the Wasteland Wolf Beast King. A white mark emerged. After the two crossed over, Qin Ming's face sank as he looked at the white marks on his chest. This slash, surprisingly, did not break through the skin of the Wasteland Wolf Beast King. This guy's defense, it's really not that thick. Dean, look out! As the crowd cried out, several thunderballs came blasting in again. Qin Ming had dodged it, but the Wasteland Wolf had also easily dodged it. In front of the second-rank Wasteland Wolf Beast King, the Thunder Mage was no longer enough. With its speed, it's hard to hit. Together, at this time, Lu Chang rushed up. Along with them, there were also 5 members of the exotic hunting squad. They gripped the Monster Academy's special tanged swords and charged at the Wasteland King. Lu Chang took the lead and swung his fist toward the Wasteland Wolf. The Wasteland Wolf was not the least bit afraid, and similarly threw a punch. Knock! The two collided together with a loud bang, and a powerful force instantly erupted. Lu Chang felt like he had been hit by a large truck, and his entire body flew backwards. The 5 Huntress squad members surrounded the Wasteland Wolf and took turns to attack. However, they still underestimated the terror of the Wasteland Wolves, not to mention the fact that the one in front of them was a real Beast King. Although the Kanoi squad was outnumbered 5-1, they were pressured by the Wasteland Wolves and were even injured as soon as they touched each other. Fortunately, however, the Kanoi squad were healing life power users, and the injuries they sustained healed quickly. Dean, does this Wasteland Wolf have any weaknesses? It's too strong. After the clash, Lu Chang realized how terrifying the beast in front of him was. Qin Ming shook his head. The wasteland wolves are hexagonal warriors with no weaknesses. They can only be hardened. Can we continue to bombard with hot weapons? Lu Cheng continued to ask. It can't be helped. It's already at the second rank and has extremely strong defenses. Artillery fire won't have much effect on it. Once it fires, it might even slip away in the confusion. And that would be a problem. Qin Ming said in a deep voice. Right now, there's only one way to wear it down. With that, a surge of spiritual energy came out. High-risk battle technique, trick card. With a buzzing sound, a card appeared in Qin Ming's hand. The deck spins and his randomizing skills. Thunder Inquisitor, double your combat power. Double your thunder mastery. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. It was actually a skill that had appeared before. Thunder Inquisitor. Just right for what's going on right now. Boom. In the next moment, Qin Ming's aura soared as thunder wrapped around his body, and a streak of thunder awnings leapt. At this time, his combat power was already comparable to that of a second-ranked alien. Go! Qin Ming tightened his grip on the star meteor blade and charged towards the wasteland wolf beast king. Lu Cheng followed closely behind, his steel body charging across the room, and touched hard with the wasteland wolf. It was a battle that was fought fiercely. At first the wilderness wolves were able to resist, but slowly, as the injuries on its body became more and more severe, it became a bit overwhelmed. Under Qin Ming's repeated chopping attacks, the wasteland wolf was covered in blood. However, similarly, there were different injuries on the members of the Huntress squad and Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng struck true fire and finally exploded into a powerful battle technique. Steel body shockwave. Lu Cheng's fist blasted onto the wasteland wolf beast king's chest, and a penetrating force ran through it, causing great damage to its body. Qin Ming seized the opportunity. Thunder Judgment. With thunder, shatter the darkness. Thunder wrapped around the Tang blade, cutting through the void and violently plunging into the beast king's heart. The wasteland wolf beast king's eyes widened, his pupils trembling. It looked down in disbelief at the long knife on its chest, its face filled with horror. Boom! Thunder raged, madly destroying its body. In the end, the wasteland wolf beast king collapsed heavily without breath. Second order beast king, dead. It was a bit of a tough fight, but fortunately it turned out well. Right after Qin Ming had decapitated the beast king, the headphones transmitted reports from position 2 and position 3. Dean, this is position 2. The alien beasts have been completely annihilated. Dean, this is position 3. The alien beasts have been completely annihilated. Qin Ming's eyes lit up with success. He looked at the time, which was only 45 minutes past the start of the trial. The offense hasn't run out of time. And at that moment, the whole world was tense as they fought against the alien beasts, and a loud noise traveled across the sky, drawing the world's attention. The next moment, a loud heavenly voice sounded. Congratulations to the Huaxia civilization for successfully passing the second stage of the civilization trial, wiping out the 3 major alien beast races and winning first place in this trial. Congratulations to the Huaxia civilization for the total annihilation of the alien beasts. The trial ends early, and an additional reward is awarded. Congratulations to the Chinese civilization for their first kill of the Beast King and receiving an additional reward. Congratulations to the Chinese civilization for killing the Beast King for the first time. As the voice rang out, the whole world exploded. Chapter 72, Anatomy of the Beast King, Second Alien Sequence. What? Huaxia has passed the trial? Cake seller, how did they do it? Our country is in disarray. There's still 10 minutes to go before the beasts counterattack. I feel like we're doomed. The world is in a state of panic and at the same time shocked by the achievements of China. Geez, Huaxia was able to pass the trial in such a short time. They couldn't have really predicted the descent point of the Fae, could they? There's no need to guess. The Huaxia Monster Academy has already uploaded the battle video. Those 3 alien beasts' descending points just happened to fall in the encirclement circle they set up. It's simply heaven-defying. The world roared with this statement by the netizen. It wasn't that long ago that they were scoffing at the idea that HWA couldn't have predicted it accurately. But the slap in the face came so quickly. The world can't imagine how Huaxia did it. In the Eagle Jam Center conference room, Trip and a group of Eagle Jam executives who received the news were all dumbfounded. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Trip was like a fried rooster. Furious. They lost again in Eagle Jam Nation. And lose completely. Originally, they already had the power to compete with Huaxia for the #1 spot when they had gotten the alien. But the reality was such a slap in the face. The Eagle Sauce was still anxious in the face of the descent of the beasts, yet the Chinese side had already passed the trial. This huge gap was too much for Trip to accept. Trip looked angrily at the many executives with red eyes and shouted a reprimand. I don't care what you have to do to solidify Eagle Sauce's supremacy. On the other side, similarly furious, there was also the thousand-faced monkey of the Sakura Kingdom, Sakura Nation's central office, the first Kawashima, Commander Yamada. had a gloomy face after getting Qin Ming's total annihilation of the alien beasts. The secretary who came to report the information from the front. His body was trembling and he dared not speak with his head lowered. She felt the anger of these two great men. Although she didn't understand why these two were so furious, she dared even less to say more. But she, as Kawashima's secretary, did feel something strange these days. It was as if the chief minister had changed, and many of his habits had changed. Coupled with the matter of the thousand-faced monkey, she was more or less scared and even planned to leave her job. "You come here." At that moment, Kawashima suddenly spoke. The secretary's body trembled and she forced herself to hold back the panic in her heart as she slowly approached the past. And just as she walked up to Kawashima, Kawashima suddenly reached out and grabbed her by the neck. Under the secretary's fearful gaze, a hand snapped her neck. Then, Kawashima transforms back into a thousand-faced monkey and eats the secretary. Then, three figures walked out. One of the figures was none other than the wasteland wolf. On the other two sides, there was a two-headed canine alien beast, and a standing humanoid cat demon. If Qin Ming were here, he would definitely be able to recognize them. No, 005, wasteland wolves. No, 006, two-headed dogs. And no, 007, creepy civet cats. These three foreign beasts, surprisingly, appeared in the Sakura Nation's central office. After the thousand-faced monkey had finished feeding, another thousand-faced monkey stepped out of the shadows, and it transformed into the dead secretary's form. "King." The secretary handed a handkerchief to the thousand-faced monkey. At this moment, the thousand-faced monkey once again transformed back into Kawashima, took the handkerchief and slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It sat back down blandly in its place, as if this was all just its means of venting. Then, Kawashima looked at the wasteland wolves in front of him and slowly opened his mouth. "Your king has died in China." The red wilderness wolf clenched its fists, a scowl all over its face. The wasteland wolf pack landed in every country in the world, and because of the rules of the trial, each country chose a beast king, such as the one in front of him, but only they knew that the true beast king of the wasteland wolf clan was in Huaxia. The one who died in battle on that end was the real king. The wasteland wolf in front of him was furious as it stared at Kawashima. "Send us to China. We want to avenge the king." Kawashima shook his head. "If you go over there now, it's no different from looking for death. And our current infiltration of the Sakura country is not yet complete. Some action too big would reveal our identity. Since we're here, we might as well occupy this country by force." The humanoid cat demon spat out human words. "Yeah, with our strength, it's a breeze." The two-headed dog also spoke up. It didn't want to keep hiding in the dark. Kawashima shook his head. "It's too hasty. If we reveal our identities, the surrounding civilizations will surely join forces against us. Furthermore, I got a message that these humans have a thermal weapon called nuke, and once it's activated, this Sakura country will be blasted straight to pieces. So, it's not something to be taken lightly yet, and there's a lot more we can do with one country in our hands." At those words, the three foreign beasts in front of them frowned with displeasure. "There's no need for such a face. People in this country, eat as you please." Kawashima spoke blandly. "Go back. I'll find a way to deal with Huaxia. You guys play by the rules, and when it's your turn to attack, feel free to destroy. By the way, here's a picture of those alien powers from Sakura country. They'll be on the battlefield. Kill them for me." With that, the secretary handed the information in her hand to Arakan Wolf. The corners of the wasteland wolf's mouth rose slightly. "We'll take care of it." Those pathetic alienists from the Sakura country thought they were the chosen ones, but they turned out to be the most miserable cannon fodder. Kawashima certainly won't let them live. Because these aliens, they can see through their disguises. Qin Ming could probably guess how much of a stir China would bring to the countries of the world by completing the trial ahead of schedule this time. Despite knowing that it would cause a lot of trouble, such as the assassination that night, he didn't care. Truth, only above the blade. As long as Huaxia is strong enough, the curmudgeons will not dare to act rashly. The foreign beasts that descended from the second stage of the trial were exactly the same as the last one. Still the same three groups. This made Qin Ming breathe a sigh of relief that the world's plot hadn't changed too much because of his rebirth. Completing the trial early this time will give Huaxia more time to recuperate. After the battle was over, Qin Ming had the soldiers of the three battlefields quickly clean up and collect all the magic pill materials. As for Qin Ming himself, he also entered a busy time. The body of the Wasteland Wolf Beast King was brought back to the Monster Academy at the first opportunity. Under Qin Ming's personal hands, all of the magic pill materials on his body were collected. What surprised Qin Ming was that this Wasteland Wolf Beast King actually brought along an ordinary grade shelter. It was a double-bladed axe, heavy, and its exact capabilities remained to be analyzed. It was found later on the battlefield, presumably lost by the Wasteland Wolf Beast King during the shelling. This made Qin Ming feel a surge of luck. If the Wasteland Wolf Beast King were to fight with this shelter, They were afraid that there would have to be deaths and injuries. This sheltered object, it was cheap for Liu Chang. It was clearly a suitable weapon for him. After getting the weapon, Liu Chang was so excited and loved it. After that, it was Qin Ming's session. He found a beast crystal in the Wasteland Wolf Beast King's head. On top of that, there was also a king-grade magic pill material and a forbidden-grade magic pill material. And these two magic medicine materials were both what he wanted. Liu Chang, stand guard outside the door. I'm going to do something big. Qin Ming's eyes glittered with a refined aura of excitement. He's going to start awakening the second sequence of his powers. Chapter 73, King Sequence 005, Magician. Liu Chang knew that Qin Ming was going to do something big, and was very cautious as he guarded the entrance to the research room. Of course, inside the Monster Academy, it's basically safe, but with so much at stake, Liu Chang didn't dare to relax. In the research room, Qin Ming locked the door as he first took out the beast crystal of the Wasteland Wolf Beast King. This was a king-grade beast crystal, which contained an extremely large amount of energy. Qin Ming was still at the First Order realm, and if he wanted to break through, he could only use this king-grade beast crystal. Qin Ming held the beast crystal in his hands as a surge of spiritual energy slowly absorbed the energy of the beast crystal. After more than 10 minutes, the beast crystal ran out of energy and turned into pieces, while Qin Ming's body trembled as even more powerful spiritual energy surged out from his body. Breaking through, Second Order realm. After reaching the second stage, a message flashed in Qin Ming's mind. He gained two new battle techniques. Forbidden Sequence 007, Trickster Thunderer. Every time you break through the realm, you gain two new battle techniques. Qin Ming didn't take the first moment to take a closer look. His attention was on the magical pill materials in front of him. King-grade magic pill material, Wasteland Wolf Demon Heart. Forbidden-grade magic potion material, Wasteland Wolf Finger Bone. It was the first time he had formulated this alien energy sequence. Thunder Iron Beast Beast Claw, King's Grade, plus, Wasteland Wolf Demon Heart, King's Grade, plus, Wasteland Wolf Finger Bone, Taboo Grade, plus Pure Water 50 milliliters plus playing cards, 1 deck. It was a very strange pairing that Qin Ming had never even heard of before, but this magic potion recipe was definitely accurate, as it was exactly the reward received from the first stage of the Trial of Civilization. The only copy of the King Sequence formula that was rewarded to Huaxia was it. It was precisely because he had never seen it before that Qin Ming was even more curious, so he decided to formulate it. After stuffing all the materials into the Chen Koan gourd, it was shaken a few times. Soon, the materials inside melted, and Qin Ming could clearly hear the sound of liquid flowing inside. Qin Ming poured out the prepared magic potion, which was a bright red liquid that was still somewhat sticky. This is something that a normal person would be scared to see, but to Qin Ming, it was no different from fruit juice. Qin Ming poured it into his mouth in one gulp. Gulp! The magic potion rolled across his throat, a slow surge of energy. In the next moment, Qin Ming felt that his body had become much lighter. Almost at the same time, a message flooded into his mind. King Sequence 005, The Magician. Battle Skill 1, Poker Soldier. You can summon one playing card to fight for yourself at a time. Different playing cards with different abilities. You can summon more playing cards as your realm improves. Battle Technique 2, Ace, extracts large and small aces and possesses them to increase its combat ability. Battle Technique 3, King Bomb, the big and small kings come out together to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. The King's Sequence of Abilities. The initial battle skills are 3, but right now, Qin Ming belonged to the Second Order realm, which meant that these two sequences of realms did not share the same realm. Simply put, Forbidden Sequence 007, Trickster Thunderer, is a Second Order realm. Wang Sequence 005, Magician, is a First Order realm. If he wanted to advance his Magician ability to the second rank, Qin Ming would still need to spend some time pondering over this ability, or rather, using the Magician ability to slay the Fae. Qin Ming had expected this situation to be the same as in his last life. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth rose slightly as he felt the abilities on his body. 2 sequences, 2 different aliens, and it feels so good. This can be a good transition to the awkward situation of the alien's lack of pre-existing means. The Guile Thunderer alone was an ability. Even if it was promoted to the second rank, there were only 5 battle techniques. The means were indeed a bit less, but it's different now. Magician is the King's Sequence. Qin Ming was so excited that he couldn't wait to go find a foreign beast to experiment with now. But alas, it was now impossible to find a single Fae in China. Qin Ming then went on to check out the 2 new battle techniques that had been released by the Guile Thunderer. Sneaky Thunder Formation. Set up a sneaky formation full of thunder and lightning on the ground, and if an enemy steps on it, it will trigger an electric shock effect. Thunder Shadow. In battle, 2 Thunder Shadow bilocations can be created, which have a small amount of combat power and are suitable for paralyzing enemies. Seeing these 2 battle techniques, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. These two battle skills, which were purely auxiliary skills, didn't have a powerful means of attack, but they could certainly surprise the enemy with a surprise in battle. Nice! Qin Ming nodded with satisfaction. With his current strength, he was considered to have the power to defend himself on the blue planet. If Lu Cheng heard this, he would definitely have to despise it. That's what counts as self-preservation. Who else is a match for him at Blue Star? By the time Qin Ming was done with all of this, the countries of the world had changed drastically. The offensive and defensive relationship between the Fae and humans changed. The Fae turned from the defensive side to the offensive side and launched a frantic attack on the civilizations. This battle is destined to be full of blood. The time for the human side to attack is 24 hours, a time that, in fact, gives the humans time to mobilize their forces. Unlike Huaxia, which predicted the descent point of the Fae and had laid out its plans a few days in advance. The other country, however, was caught off guard, and no one knew where the Fae descended. They only waited for the beasts to appear before hastily mobilizing their troops to carry out the attack, which involved just wasting a lot of time. Of course, there are many ruthless countries in the world. For example, the Eagle Jam, the Sunset Empire, the Gallic States. They didn't hesitate at all, and the moment the beasts descended, they directly activated their missile bombardment. Positioning determined. Missiles launched. Indiscriminate strikes on alien descent points. Under the missiles, the first-order alien beasts were all annihilated. But for the second-order alien beasts, it was hard to say. The one-time impact of a missile may not be as powerful as a frantic dump of bullets, unless the missile blows up by smashing directly into the Fae's head. So, after the missile offensive was over, it was still necessary to get the soldiers and aliens in. But 24 hours is a short time, and once that time has passed, the Fae won't wait to defend where they are. And so, what followed was a chaotic attack. Fae infiltrate the city and harvest human lives in a frenzy. In the world, the panic is constant. After learning the news, Qin Ming had no joy or sorrow. The second trial was not long, just 10 days, but it is certain that another country will disappear from this world. 10 days later, those foreign beasts that have not been eliminated will once again go into hiding in the darkness and launching attacks on humans from time to time. When the Fae are more powerful, they will explode completely. This plot is going exactly the same as the last one. Now in the second phase of the trial, human heat weapons can still be useful. When the third stage of the trial began and the third-order alien beasts appeared, the hot weapons would completely lose their effect. The next world will be a transcendent chapter. The second stage of the civilization trial was faster than expected. While Qin Ming was busy building sequence magic pills at the Monster Academy, the 10 days of the Fae Beasts attack was slowly drawing to a close. Boom! With a heavenly sound, the second stage of the civilization trial ended. Respected civilizations, the second phase of the civilization trial is over, and the scores will be settled soon. Chapter 74, Stage 2 Settlement, Transcendence for All. A text popped up on all the electronic screens on the blue planet as the skyscraper sounded. That's the trial of civilization settling in. And on the battlefields of the nations, the fighting hasn't stopped. The beasts with a strong desire to attack were still destroying and killing humans like crazy. It was only when all the human soldiers in front of them were killed that the Fae slowed to a halt and dived into the metropolis. In the world, there is wailing and countless people have been displaced. Thermal weapons might not be too much of a blow to the Fae, but for ordinary humans, it would be a devastating disaster. Especially the cities that have been bombarded by missiles have become riddled with holes, and the former prosperity has turned into ruins. It's over. Finally. God, save us. I don't want to live these days anymore. Countless people knelt on the ruins and wailed in grief. Of course, there were cheers of victory. Cities destroyed by heat weapons are a very small part of a country. For most people, this is a huge win. It was even more comfortable than the first stage of the trial. Eagle Jam, for example, is being cheered by countless people at the moment. In the Eagle Jam hub, all the top brass were as excited as if they had won a battle. This time, their powerful weapons took the credit. The heat weapons alone killed most of the Xenos. Compared to the first stage of the trial, Hawk Jam has improved so much. At this moment, all the people of the world were looking forward to the settlement of the trial. This is true despite the fact that some of the countries that have played poorly have done so. It was because they knew very well that only the rewards they got from the trial would allow them to resolve the status quo. Soon, information popped up on the electronic screen. Lux failed this trial and civilization was destroyed. The country of Aner fails this trial and civilization is destroyed. Palau failed this trial and civilization was destroyed. 17 consecutive countries appearing on the screen means they will be out of the history books. Seeing this, the world can't help but feel a little foxed out. People are realizing how close death is to them. Soon, the sadness was swept away because below was the scoring ranking. First place, Huaxia, 3,000 alien beasts destroyed. Domestic facilities destroyed, very few. national cohesion, very strong, overall rating SSS. Second place, Eagle Jam, 2, 819 alien beasts destroyed, domestic facilities destroyed, severe, national cohesion, strong, overall rating S. Third place, Empire of Sunset, 2, 722 alien beasts destroyed, domestic facilities destroyed, severe, national cohesion, strong, overall rating S. Fourth place, Bear Country, destroyed 2, 311 alien beasts, domestic facilities destroyed, very few, national cohesion, very strong, overall grade A. Fifth place, Gaul, 2, 523 alien beasts destroyed, domestic facilities destroyed, severe, national cohesion, medium, overall rating A. When the ratings came out, the world roared. Huaxia is a deserving no. 1. But the rankings below are a bit surprising. Even Qin Ming didn't expect the second place to be Eagle Sauce, while Bear Country actually ranked fourth. But soon, he realized why. Of the top 5, only the Bear Country didn't use large-scale thermal weapons, so they were behind in terms of the number of alien beasts annihilated. As for the Eagle Jam, the Sunset Empire, and the Gallic Kingdom, they all directly used missiles to bombard, and the first-order alien beasts were basically wiped out, so the number of annihilations was naturally high. But the national cohesion ratings are a bit off the charts later on. Hawkmaster and the others actually have a strong rating. It doesn't make sense that they'd still have such a good rating after so many deaths. But think about it, the people who died, all of them in the disaster area, they are dead. How can they still produce emotions? As for those nationals who were well, this trial did not affect their regions, and they naturally recognized the country's measures, and their cohesion was then strong. When he thought of this, Qin Ming's face twitched. It's kind of a card bug. Over at Eagle Jam, the nation rejoices. Bear Country is a bit of a tough nut to crack by comparison. The Iron Blood Emperor let out a heavy sigh. This time, Bear Country lost by not being ruthless enough. Of course, the Iron Blood Emperor had no regrets. He would never bomb a residential neighborhood. This trial, it's a test of humanity. The next part of the program is the more anticipated rewarding part of the program. The electronic screen continues to pop up with information. The first place, Huaxia, randomly rewards 100 awakened people, 10 copies of Universal Order Magic Potion formulas, and 1,000 pieces of Magic Potion materials. Second place Eagle Sauce, randomly rewarded with 60 awakened people, 6 copies of Pooh Sequence Magic Potion recipes, and 600 pieces of Magic Potion materials. Third place, Sunset Empire, randomly rewarded with 50 awakened, 5 copies of Pooh Sequence Magic Potion recipes, and 500 pieces of Magic Potion materials. Fourth place, Bear Country, randomly rewarded with 40 awakened, 4 copies of Pooh Sequence Magic Potion recipes, and 400 pieces of Magic Potion materials. Fifth place Gaul, randomly rewarded with 30 awakened people, 3 copies of the Universal Order Magic Potion formula, and 300 pieces of Magic Potion materials. Whoa, so many awakened. Oh my god, won't it be all about the awakened from now on? Sell the cake, what a rich reward. If all people have alien powers, what alien beasts are they afraid of? The world was in an uproar, and countless people cheered wildly. The Black Hand is a reward that will undoubtedly propel the world into a transcendent chapter. The awakened was still just one thing. What mattered was the Magic Potion formula and Magic Potion materials. It's the equivalent of giving mankind a shotgun with the ability to hunt. And this time, it was still a global reward. Even the Ice Country, which was ranked last, had gotten a recipe and quite a few magic medicine materials. Upon careful counting, there were as many as 200 magic pill formulas that were rewarded this time. This meant that more than 200 sequence abilities would appear on Blue Star at once, and the entire world would enter the transcendent era. Qin Ming's face immediately darkened. With such a mess, the advantage of Huaxia will drop a lot. He understands the meaning of Black Hand, which is to intensify the fight between countries. When so many resources fall on Blue Star, strife is bound to begin. At that time, it would not be as simple as fighting against the beasts, and the struggle between humans would gradually begin. Qin Ming had predicted that the evil organization would break out early. When the officials are unable to control the people, civil unrest will begin, and that is the real horror. Qin Ming's face turned completely ugly. Here comes the butterfly effect. Because of his rebirth, he allows transcendence to come early and fast-forward the pace of the plot. Once the folk begin to dispense magic potions indiscriminately, the social order will simply collapse. Though officially suppressed, the lure of power will cause many to take the plunge and try to find their own transcendence. This scene, isn't it the dark age of the last life? It all came so suddenly. Qin Ming murmured with a heavy face. It's going to change. Chapter 75, New Department, Alien Hunters. After the reward is over, the Black Hand continues to make announcements. At the end of the second stage of the trial of civilization, rewards will be given out randomly. When this news came out, the officials of various countries were all of a sudden dumbfounded. No, wasn't the last reward sent directly to the officials? How is this one randomly distributed? Doesn't this mean that all these rewards will go to the people? At this moment, the officials of all countries felt that something big was wrong. The rewards fall into the hands of the people, and it's not so easy to get them out. Human nature, it can't stand the test. Qin Ming's face had completely sunk at this time. The world was about to be in chaos. The people of the world, on the other hand, were sensationalized, believing that it was rewarded by God, who had given them the power to protect themselves. The message of the Black Hand is not yet finished. As the electronic screen popped up again with a new message, everyone immediately fell silent. In the third stage of the civilization trial, the Transcendent chapter, alien beasts will randomly appear in the territories of the major civilizations of the Blue Planet. This time, in addition to ordinary beasts, there will be forbidden beasts, king beasts, beasts of doom. These beasts will have a great ability to produce their own domain, referred to as copy. 3 different kinds of different beasts represent 3 levels of difficulty respectively. These beasts will have great powers and create their own domains, referred to as duplicates, and the 3 different beasts represent 3 difficulty levels of duplicates respectively. The third stage of the civilization trial requires that the domain beasts be identified and the copies be cleared, and the civilization that clears the first 10 copies is the top of the list for this trial. Hint, non-exceptionals can also enter the replica, and those with outstanding performance can obtain the sequential magic pill and contact the Transcendent. As the latest information popped up, the world was all wide-eyed and dumbfounded. It's a new rule and it's universal, especially the last tip. It's meant to involve the people of the world. Contact Transcendence. Who in this world today would not want to have this powerful ability? All of a sudden, the people of the world became excited, and the uncertainty of the past disappeared, turning to fervent expectations. Monster Academy. Qin Ming looked at the new rules that popped up on his phone and couldn't help but slowly shake his head. Is humanity, too, part of the trial? The Dragon General on the side saw Qin Ming's appearance and heaved a sigh. The Black Hand has placed a bomb between us humans. Qin Ming nodded. Immediately hold a conference to inform the people of the country of the consequences of taking magic pills, so that they don't try to formulate them at will. Also, all the awakened must accept the official supervision, scattered all over the magic medicine formula. Magic medicine material, as much as possible to recover. But when he said this, Qin Ming paused. I'm just afraid it's not that easy. Long Xiaogui nodded gruffly. Yeah, July 26, 2096, 9 o'clock in the morning. The sky resounded with a loud roar, and countless streams of light thus descended from the sky and crashed into the blue star's earth. It was a moment that countless people were nervously anticipating. They knew very well that this was the reward for the second stage of the trial arriving. Every stream of light in the sky represents a human awakening to their powers. Everyone wants to be the lucky one. The streams of light were fast, rushing around the world in waves of light that no human could capture. The second batch of awakened people, born. Then, there were countless more streams of light. This time, there were more streams of light than just now, and they were of different colors. This was the second reward, magic potion formula, and magic potion materials. The different colors represented different levels of magic potion materials. Qin Ming looked at the streams of light in the sky, which were extremely large in number. That's a lot. This time, a full 1,000 magical medicine materials were rewarded to Huaxia. This was more than the magic medicine materials that Huaxia had obtained from these 2 trials. I just don't know how much of it will make it back to the state. The conference was held last night, and I believe that all the nationals have seen the Monster Academy statement and are aware of the importance of the magic pill formula and magic pill materials. For most of the nationals, they will turn them in, just in case some well-intentioned person will intentionally put them away. Soon the streams of light all faded and fell to earth, and almost at the same time, the Monster Academy received calls from people who said they had picked up magic pill materials and recipe and were willing to hand them over to the state. The phone rang non-stop, and some of them were the awakened ones this time, saying that they had awakened their powers and wanted to serve the country. For these people, the Monster Academy immediately mobilized its people and traveled across the country to pick them up. A day later, Lu Cheng came to report on the situation. Dean, of the 100 awakened in our country this time, 95 are under control, of which 80 have expressed their willingness to join the crown, and 15 have refused, and there are 5 that are still unaccounted for. Qin Ming frowned. No whereabouts? The Dragon General on the side asked. Can the Tower of Heaven find them? Qin Ming shook his head. The energy source of the Tower of Heaven comes from the Thunder Iron Beast Crystal. This Beast Crystal can only detect the Thunder Iron Beast and the Thousand-Faced Monkey. It cannot detect ordinary transcendence. If you want to use the Tower of Heaven to find someone, you have to need other beast crystals. For now, it was impossible to do so because that foreign beast only appeared at the 7th stage of the trial. Continue searching. We can't let unknown transcendence sneak into the folklore, Qin Ming said. Copy that. Lu Cheng continued to report. Dean, there are also magic pill formulas and magic pill materials. Lu Cheng's face did not look too good. 9 copies of the formula were recovered, and the magic medicine materials, only 712. This data greatly exceeded Lu Cheng's expectations. He thought that at least 90% could be recovered, but he did not expect only 70%. Qin Ming nodded slightly. It's pretty much what I expected. The recipes just need to be memorized. The originals given to the state are just a cosmetic gesture. There's no way to stop the circulation of these 10 recipes and magic medicine materials. It's even more normal. These things, whether they flow into the black market or are smuggled and sold abroad, are huge amounts of money. Lu Cheng was stunned. He did not think as deeply as Qin Ming, but when Qin Ming said that, he did understand. The hearts of men are wicked. Qin Ming looked at Lu Cheng. Also, this matter of recycling magic medicine materials, you must find someone you trust to do it. As the words fell, the Dragon General's eyes snapped wide open. You mean someone might have gotten their hands dirty? Qin Ming shook his head. It's not possible. It's inevitable. How many hands would the magic potion materials pass through in between from the people's homes back to the Monster Academy? And who guaranteed that they wouldn't be able to stop being greedy? It couldn't be easier to get your hands dirty. And after moving, you can blame the problem on those few missing awakened people. It's just flawless. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng knew the seriousness of the matter and his face sank. I'll set it up right away. Lu Cheng left in a hurry, leaving only the Dragon General beside him. The Dragon General looked at Qin Ming. What do you want to do? Qin Ming took a deep breath. My focus is going to be on the 3rd civilization trial, so I'll just leave these trivial matters to the people of the Monster Academy. I'm going to set up a new department where the awakened from the Monster Academy will be divided into squad form and sink into each province, each city, and have them deal with local transcendent events. The new department, let's call it Alien Hunters. Chapter 76, Fey Smuggling, Sakura Country Assassination. So from that day on, a procession of cloaked men appeared all over China. They roamed the earth, hidden under the dark curtain, guarding the lights of the Chinese families. The Alien Hunters organization was born, with Commander-in-Chief Qin Ming. After the 2nd phase of the trial, there are a few days of rest and recuperation. All the electronic screens were still lit up with a series of scarlet countdowns. Still the time for the 3rd stage of the trial to begin. There are 6 days left until the countdown ends. Taking advantage of this time, Qin Ming continued to formulate the magic pill of the alien beasts killed this time. Huaxia had gotten a total of more than 200 pieces of magical medicine materials, plus the 700 or so pieces recovered from the reward. The total magical medicine materials were in the thousands. There are very few magical potions that can actually be paired with it, though, and 2 more sequential abilities end up being formulated. Pu Sequence 198, Hercules, Pu Sequence 200, Iron Man. Of these, 58 were built by Hercules, and 62 were built by Iron Man. These are abilities that come later in the sequence, but are also powerful forces given the current situation. What's more, with both sequence abilities, there are different promotion routes. For example, Hercules can be promoted to Forbidden Order, Popeye, King Order, Captain. There is also a path to advance to the Forbidden Order, Barbarian Body, and the King Order, Barbarian King. Different paths get different powers for promotion. Of course, these would have to rely on them to find their own resources to upgrade at a later stage. In the Alien Hunters organization, Qin Ming had set up a series of rules and regulations for uniforms, with distinct rewards and punishments. Those who are meritorious may use their merit in exchange for transcendental resources. Anyway, all the treasures that Huaxia had gotten were in the reward vault, and those who could afford it could exchange them for themselves. For these, Qin Ming had the experience of his previous life and built them easily. While other countries were still slightly aware of transcendence, Huaxia already had a detailed deployment that was precise and rigorous. Commander Qin, this was sent over from Shangjing. Those 2 extra rewards. In the Monster Academy office, Lu Cheng handed Qin Ming 2 boxes. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. This was an additional reward for the 2nd stage of the trial, one being the reward for ending the trial early, and the other being the reward for being the first to kill the Beast King. Qin Ming was also curious as to what the reward would be. Opening one of the chests, it was an ordinary level, shelter item, a dice named Parallel Dice. As for what specific ability, Qin Ming didn't recognize it and would have to experiment with it. The second one, also an ordinary grade, shelter, a wooden crow named Calamity Bird. Qin Ming looked at the Calamity Bird, unexpectedly, feeling lucky as well. I can't believe I got this. What is this? Xia Mo on the side looked at the crow in front of him with a puzzled face. How this looked like a toy. Qin Ming explained. Calamity bird. The appearance of a foreign beast within a certain range of it will initiate an alarm. This is good stuff. Lu Chang stared wide-eyed. It's a pity that there's only one. It would be great if it could be deployed nationwide. Qin Ming laughed. Overall, this shelter is still good. At this time, Lu Chang glanced at Xia Mo, wanting to speak. Qin Ming spoke. Go ahead. She already knows. At those words, Xia Mo understood Qin Ming's meaning and a coldness flashed across his face. Lu Chang nodded and handed Qin Ming his cell phone. Above is the information we intercepted from Mihoko's contact with Sakura Nation. Qin Ming took the cell phone, and Xia Mo also hurriedly came over. On the cell phone, it was a tip from Mihoko to Sakura Nation, which contained a lot of secrets, such as Qin Ming's ability to create sequential magic pills, the deployment of the Monster Academy, the establishment of the Alien Hunters organization, and so on. All the information that Zhang Yuzi knew was sent out without reservation. Bastard. She actually did such a thing. Xia Mo clenched her fists. Her beautiful eyes were icy cold, and the coldness in her body seemed to leak out. Calm down. Qin Ming reached out and touched the back of Xia Mo's head. Only then did Xia Mo withdraw his breath. Lu Chang looked at her with a horrified face and muttered, "It's really worthy of being a King Sequence 003. This aura is so strong." Qin Ming returned the cell phone to Lu Chang, a smile spreading across his face. She still underestimates Huaxia too much. I can't believe I'm using my cell phone to disseminate information. What is this day and age when the internet is under the control of the state and can be intercepted with a little effort? It was estimated that Zhang Yuzi didn't know that he had been exposed yet. Want to make a move? Lu Chang asked. Qin Ming shook his head. There's no rush. She's still useful. Isn't Kawashima trying to get at me? Well, it's good to surprise them then. The next day, Qin Ming, Xia Mo, Lu Chang, and Dong Yan secretly left Jiangnan City and headed for Shenzhen, Sakura Nation's central office. The chief, Kawashima, disguised by a thousand-faced monkey, and the commander, Yamada, were both sitting on a couch, enjoying Sakura Nation's specialty sake. King, the wasteland wolves and tricky civet cats have already moved out, and without any surprises, they have already landed in Shenzhen, Yamada said. Kawashima took a sip of sake, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. They're nothing more than bait. The real backstabbers are the Sakura Kingdom's aberrations. Yamada nodded, a smile on his face. Ha ha ha, then Qin Ming is dead this time. He's probably still enjoying his vacation right now, isn't he? If Zhang Yuzi hadn't been exposed, the Chinese officials wouldn't have thought that there would be a foreign beast smuggled into Chinese territory. After all, in the entire blue planet, only Huaxia didn't have Fei. Wait for the good news. Kawashima laughed softly. The king of the wasteland wolves is dead, and they won't rest easy. Meanwhile, off the coast of Shenzhen, a blackened head surfaced at the bottom of the sea. They pressed on and snuck into the Shannon Pier in the night. It was none other than a wasteland wolf and tricky beaver cat. Both of these beasts, which were humanoid, were hard to distinguish at once, as long as they wore a wide trench coat and a mask. The leader of the wasteland wolves looked at the brightly lit night scene in the distance. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. It's really prosperous. Unfortunately, it will soon be a wilderness wolf's paradise. At that moment, a large truck approached slowly and a man opened the back door of the truck. The man raised his eyes to reveal a sharp glint. Get in the car. More than a dozen wilderness wolves and trick civet cats boarded the truck. The man closed the door and returned to the driver's seat. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he said into his headset, "Got it." The next moment, a voice came from the headset. "No obstacles ahead. Head straight for Jiangnan City." Rumble. The big truck's engine roared as it slowly moved forward. Above the big truck, on an elevated crane, three figures in black cloaks were staring at the big truck. Qin Ming stood in the center, holding the shelter, Calamity Bird, in his hand, and the Calamity Bird's beak was like a compass, pointing at the large truck below. Trembling slightly, the corners of Qin Ming's mouth rose slightly. How interesting. In addition to alien beasts, there are also Xenos. Lu Chang craned his neck, his face filled with excitement. Can I finally fight with an alien? Do it. Qin Ming slowly spoke. Roger. Dong Yan's voice rang from the headset. In the next moment, Dong Yan slowly stepped out in the darkness and blocked the front of the big truck. He pulled out a warning sign and slammed it into the ground. Sorry, no traffic ahead. Dong Yan wiped one hand on the warning sign. A burst of energy erupted, and the big words, "No traffic ahead," on the warning sign instantly lit up. With a loud thud, a pillar of light shot straight up into the sky. In the big truck, the driver's pupils suddenly shrunk, and he hurriedly shouted into his headset. No good. There's an ambush. Chapter 77, 167 Shenzhen Squad. Brother Honam. Boundaries, open. Dong Yan softly chanted, and the "Forbidden Ahead" warning sign erupted with red light, a square boundary light film enveloping the entire pier. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The man in the big truck frowned, pressed the gas pedal to the floor, and ruthlessly rammed into Dong Yen. Boom! However, the moment the big truck hit the boundary barrier, it was like hitting a wall, and the entire front end was deformed. How is that possible? The man's face changed and he immediately said into his headset, "I've been stopped." A message soon came from the headset. "It should be Shangjiang's Inhuman Hunters. Let's release the inhuman beasts directly, and take out the inhuman hunters here first." Bang! No sooner had the words left his mouth than the door to the truck compartment was kicked open. The leader of the wasteland wolves stepped down in the car, a playful look on his face. "Little ones, I smell the awakened." The leader of the trickster cats jumped out of the car with an excited look on his face. "Surprisingly, then how about we have a full meal first?" "Ha ha ha, that's exactly what I'm saying." Rumble. All at once, all the alien beasts in the compartment rushed out. The man in the driver's side stepped out of the car. He looked up at the knot in the sky and spoke slowly. "A shelter? I can't believe there's a windfall." Dong Yen stood not far in front of it and cocked his head. "Someone from the Sakura country?" The corners of Wadaji's mouth rose slightly. "Call out your teammates, or you'll die a horrible death." As the words fell, a foreign beast appeared on the roof and sides of the car, surrounding Dong Yen. Pop! The sound of a lighter rang out. 5 gangster-looking men stepped out in the shadows. A handsome man with long hair in the center lit a cigarette with an arrogant demeanor. On his left side was an inchman carrying a tanged sword. The man's face was thin and the corners of his mouth were slightly downturned. On the right was an arrogant, burly man in a shirt with a big back comb and a machete in his hand. The two on the far side, one was a fat man wearing nearsighted glasses with some timidity, and the other was a young man wearing a tank top that showed off his burly muscles. At first glance, these 5 are living, breathing gangsters. "Have one?" The long-haired man in the lead handed Dong Yen a cigarette. Dong Yen frowned and refused. "Oh yeah, forgot to introduce myself. Shangjiang, Inhuman Hunter, Squad 167, Captain Haonan." The corners of the long-haired man's mouth rose slightly. On the elevated crane, Summer Mo watched the scene and asked suspiciously, "Sure this is Alien Hunter, and not a punk?" "It's true that they used to be gangsters, but now they have integrated Alien Hunters." Lu Cheng explained. "Captain, Honam, the skinny one on the left, codename, Pheasant, Shirt Guy, codename, Master Sky, Young Man with Glasses, codename, Big Dumb Brother, Vest Youth, codename, Gunpowder. The 5 of them, they are the Inhuman Hunters stationed in Shangjiang, Squad 167. Hearing this, the corner of Qin Ming's mouth rose slightly. In his memory, this 167th squad, which later became a special squad of the Alien Hunters, was not a simple commodity. By the way, it's worth mentioning that all 5 of them are second reward awakened, and the awakening sequences are all different. Lu Cheng said, "Wasn't it built by Qin Ming?" Xia Mo was astonished and had to sigh at how lucky this Squad 167 was. Qin Ming waved his hand. "Lu Cheng, you and Xia Mo go search for the other results. They should be in the docks." "Roger that." Lu Cheng nodded and led Xia Mo away, while Qin Ming looked down below. He wanted to see what this Squad 167 was capable of. "Kid, you're arrogant, aren't you?" Wadaji was displeased with Honan's attitude. The situation at hand was clearly one where he had the advantage, and the other party's look of victory was something that really owed him a beating. "Get him for me." Wadaji waved his hand violently, and the foreign beasts behind him instantly pounced out. "This class is so rude." With a mouthful of Cantonese, Pheasant drew his tanged sword, and a wisp of strong wind blossomed on the blade. Battle skill frontless slash. Buzz. With a slash, strong winds rose in all directions, and the wind blades cut like sharp blades. The 2 wasteland wolves that rushed over were directly lifted off the ground, with several wounds torn out of their bodies by the astral wind and blood dripping down. "Pheasant, what period you are the most powerful?" Master Tian laughed, gripping his machete and charging directly at Wadaji. "What the hell? Grabbing meat?" The pheasant cried out in dissatisfaction and charged forward unwillingly. Battle technique, bladeless chop. Battle technique, cracking the ground. Pheasant and Master Sky struck at the same time, both knives falling at the same time. In an instant, strong winds swept through the air, and the invisible blade pushed straight at Wadaji. Almost at the same time, Master Tian's chopper fell to the ground. Boom! The earth tore apart and a shockwave rushed through the ground. In the face of the 2 men's attacks as strong as they were, Wadaji's face changed and he jumped back in a hurry. Boom! The earth shockwave split the front of the big truck in half with a dominating aura. The moment the truck blew up, more than a dozen alien beasts were dispersed. On the crane, Qin Ming watched the scene and nodded slightly. Poo Sequence 45, Wind Hunters. Poo Sequence 46, Earth-Tearing Tiger. Very nice ability. Qin Ming was very optimistic about this squad. If it didn't die prematurely, It would definitely be one of the pillars of Huaxia in the future. Qin Ming watched them fight without the intention of making a move. Instead, he watched with great interest. By this time, the Great War was in full swing. Gunpowder and Big Dumbass both struck out as well. Blast! Gunpowder pulled out a handful of chips from his pants pocket and threw them at a direwolf. The direwolf slapped it away with a disdainful look on his face. But just as it tapped the chip exploded, and the powerful explosion directly blew the wasteland wolf away. The big dumb brother followed close behind, swinging his baseball bat and slamming it down. Bang bang! The wasteland wolf's head was directly smashed in thin air. Seeing this, Dong Yen raised his eyes slightly, an appreciative look in his eyes. So, my brothers are good in battle, right? Honan spoke a still clear Mandarin. Dong Yen stretched out his hand and pointed at the wasteland wolf leader in front of him. It's your turn. Honan took a deep drag on his cigarette and a flame emerged from his hands. Bear! In the next moment, flames rose and 2 tang swords appeared in its hands. He raised his head slightly, his gaze looking high into the sky, a flash of sharpness on his face. Hey man, heads watching us, can we do a better job on our debut? On the crane, Qin Ming smiled slightly. Notice me? Hearing the boss's words, Pheasant and the others, who were fighting, first froze, and then smiled one after another. Ha ha ha, then again, it's a great feeling to fight with a proper license. A strong wind wrapped around Pheasant's body and slashed the tricky civet cat to death. Go! Haonan spat out his cigarette in one gulp, and both knives came out in unison, curling into flaming blades. Pust! The wasteland wolf leader stomped backwards, revealing a long wound on his chest. The cigarette fell to the ground and flints popped up. At the same time, Haonan's feet quickly rushed out, and a blazing aura swept across the field. Battle technique, Inferno Dragon. The dual swords swept across the sky, a blazing flaming shadow cutting through the night sky, brilliant and dazzling. Boom! The wasteland wolf leader was directly blown away. A mouthful of blood clicked out of his mouth, and his face was filled with shock. Human! You! How are you so strong? Chapter 78, Qin Ming Strikes. Sequence 134, Acrobatics. With one blade pointed diagonally at the ground and the other slung over his shoulder, Haonan looked indifferently at the wasteland wolves in front of him. Coming to my territory to cause trouble. You're kind of tired of living. Bang! Haonan fiercely stepped on the ground, and his entire body rushed out. Stop him! The leader of the wasteland wolves roared angrily. Not far away, the wasteland wolf Fey beasts frantically pounced over. Haonan's hands rose and fell, his twin blades igniting with blazing flames, knocking back the wasteland wolf Fey beasts as if they were hacking and slashing. The wasteland wolf leader was furious to the extreme as it quickly rushed over, its giant tail flinging out as it headed straight for Haonan. Haonan raised an eyebrow and blocked with both swords across his side. Bang! The powerful force directly shook Haonan back. Second order? Haonan frowned. The wasteland wolf chief was coldly sarcastic. Human, you're very good, but you're still too weak. In the next moment, the wasteland wolf chief's aura erupted, and the second stage realm displayed its strong strength. One man and one beast fought. On the other side, Pheasant also took on a second-ranked trickster civet cat. The trickster cat has a girlish look, evil and fierce. It waved its claws and kept grabbing at the pheasant. Pheasant gripped the tang sword tightly, and used it to block the attack with his feet. Nearly half of the foreign beasts in the field had died at this point, but the remaining ones were all at the second stage realm and were very strong. 167 The Aroma Squad began to play a scorching game. Dong Yen has been watching without making a move. The drama is almost over. It's time to make a move. He first looked up at Qin Ming on the crane, then suddenly struck out. The moment it struck, Wadaji also moved. The two ran quickly and were about to collide. Wadaji put his hand behind his back and secretly tightened his grip on a dagger, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Dong Yen. And at the moment when the two were about to collide together, Dong Yen turned his body around and leaped up high, straddling Wadaishi. Its figure fell sharply high in the sky, heading straight for a second-ranked wasteland wolf. That wasteland wolf is sneaking around behind the car, trying to sneak up on Big Dumbass. Bang! The wasteland wolf seized the opportunity and lunged at the big dumb brother. The big dumb brother hadn't reacted yet, which scared the others. Big dummy, back there, Honan warned loudly, and just as the wasteland wolf was about to pounce on big silly brother, Dong Yen dropped sharply in midair and grabbed the wasteland wolf's neck with his big hand. Boom! Dong Yen directly pressed the wasteland wolf Fey beast down on the ground, and the powerful force smashed a deep pit out of the concrete floor. A coldness flashed in Dong Yen's eyes. The palm of the hand that was choking the wasteland wolf's neck suddenly grew sharp nails, piercing through its tough skin and plunging into its neck in one go. Ow dash! The wasteland wolf Fey beast instantly widened its eyes and struggled violently for a few moments before it lost its breath. One hit kills. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That fierce? This scene left several people from the Fragrant River squad dumbfounded. This was a second-ranked foreign beast, and it was actually killed so easily. Is this the master of the alien hunters headquarters? Even Hao Nan showed a surprised look. Obviously, Dong Yan's strength was beyond their knowledge. Meow. In the next moment, a tricky civet cat let out a scream and pounced on Dong Yan with great speed. Dong Yan snapped his head up to look, his icy gaze suddenly narrowing. Battle technique, soul shock. A powerful spiritual force crashed into the trickster cat's head. Meow dash. The tricky civet cat let out a mournful hiss as its form sagged helplessly. Dong Yan quickly rushed forward, grabbed its head with one hand and its arm with the other, and pulled hard, revealing the white neck of the tricky beaver cat. Then, Dong Yan took a bite and blood splattered. Me top. Pheasant's eyes instantly widened and he sucked in a breath of cold air. Wow! Neither Master Tian nor Gunpowder could withstand the horrific visual impact, and their necks subconsciously tilted back. What a pretty boy. Wolfy enough. The big dumb brother's throat rolled, vicariously, and he felt like his mouth was full of the blood of the trickster civet cat. In their perception, no sane person could do such a thing. Indeed, Dong Yan is not a normal person. It was also his fighting style, which he had tightened up quite a bit after coming out of the sewers. Not far away, Wadaji was sweating profusely by now, and hurriedly contacted his companion into his headset. Hey, have you found the exit yet? I've encountered a vicious man on my side. Soon, an urgent voice came from the headset. We've met our match too. Someone's after us. At those words, Uedaji's face sank. It looks like the opponents came prepared. Can't linger. These guys are not to be messed with. Run. Wadaji turned and ran. How could Dong Yan let him go? Immediately chasing after him. I'll leave these foreign beasts to you to deal with. Giving an explanation to the fragrant river squad, Dong Yan's figure shot out violently. Hey, this side is full of second-order alien beasts. It's a bit hard to get into, Pheasant shouted in a hurry. It was indeed a bit of a struggle for them to deal with a group of second-order alien beasts. Seeing Wadaishi running away, Dong Yan couldn't possibly not chase after him. Bang! And just then, a figure slowly appeared in the darkness and blocked in front of Uedaji. The man held a tanged sword and wore a black uniform, his cloak blowing behind him, revealing the outline of his stern face under the pale moonlight. Seeing the visitor, Dong Yan stopped and a faint smile spread on his face, and the 5 members of the Xiangjiang squad all looked over with surprised faces. Qin Ming? Wadaji froze in place, his expression somewhat ugly. It's him? The 5 members of the Fragrant River squad landed their gazes on Qin Ming, clearly recognizing him. Is he the alien hunter, department commander? Late bloomer. Master Tian smacked his lips, surprised at Qin Ming's age. Qin Ming walked slowly to 30 meters away from Wadaji and stopped. Behind your back, leaving you alive. Qin Ming looked at Wadaji and spoke blandly. A wave of anger suddenly appeared on Uedaji's face. What a big mouth. We are all awakened. Do you think you can really beat me? Qin Ming shook his head, truly not seeing the coffin. In the next moment, Wadaji moved, his figure quickly rushing towards Qin Ming. He reached behind his back and rubbed his hands together, several daggers appearing. Flying knife. Swish swish swish. Under the night, the flying daggers glowed with a deep, cold silver light, pushing straight towards Qin Ming. Thunderbolts lit up under Qin Ming's feet and his head bobbed slightly, dodging all the flying daggers. Uedaji's face changed. How was this possible? Why did his opponent dodge it so easily? In the next moment, Wadaji's complexion became gloomy. Humph, you think you can dodge it like that? Die! With a wave of Wadaji's hand, the flying dagger that flew out suddenly reversed its direction and shot towards the back of Qin Ming's head. Qin Ming didn't even turn his head back as an arc of electricity flashed through the star meteor blade in his hand. Lightning flashes and leaps. The starfall blade swung back. Dang! All the flying daggers were blocked and fell helplessly to the ground. Qin Ming looked playfully at the shocked Wadaji. Sequence 134. Acrobatics. Am I right? Wadaji's pupils suddenly shrunk. His heart shocked. You, how did you know? Chapter 79, Sakura Nation's Alien Squad appears. Sequence ability. For every awakened, is the biggest secret, because once exposed, one's own means would be easily known, and this would undoubtedly expose oneself to danger. But he never told anyone about his sequencing abilities, even his own teammates, who only had a passing knowledge of them. But how did Qin Ming know? Just because you used a flying dagger? Wadaji's heart was shaken beyond belief, feeling as if he was naked in front of Qin Ming, without any secrets. Is this the strength of the Dean of the Monster Academy? In this world today, it was estimated that there were only a handful of people who didn't recognize Qin Ming. Its rumors in the world are comparable to those of the gods. Wadaji's face turned ugly as he began to regret taking on this assassination mission. He was attacked from the moment he landed and fell into Qin Ming's trap. How can this be fun? Wachovia was obviously prepared for this. He even suspected that there were spies within Sakura's country. However, no one knows about this operation except those at the top, so why is there still a change of heart? Wadaji couldn't figure it out. He didn't want to know anymore. he would be most fortunate to escape now. Captain, I've spotted the target. Wadaji spoke into his headset. At this point, if you don't shake someone, you're waiting to die. With a team of his own, plus the fact that there were 7 or 8 other second-rank alien beasts here, he should be able to win the fight. Wadaji was thinking so. Soon, a response came through the headset. Target? Who? Qin Ming. The corners of Wadaji's mouth twitched. What? Qin Ming is here? Isn't he in Jiangnan City? Report the location. We'll be right there. Captain, should we take care of these two tails behind us first? No need. Just go straight to surround Qin Ming and settle it together. The headset rang with several voices. Wadaji was tempted to retort, but his mouth opened and he didn't say anything. If Qin Ming was strong, he guessed that his teammates would simply run away. Where would they come to his rescue? Now that his teammates were all together, he might even be able to fight. After all, the captain and those few teammates, they were quite strong. Thus, Wadaji whispered, "Come on, I'll try to hold Qin Ming back." Great job. An excited voice came over the headset. Qin Ming, are you sure you're not undercover? Forget it, let's take you down first. In the next moment, Qin Ming moved. Wadaji took a few steps back in panic. No, wait, my teammates are on their way. Wait. Qin Ming didn't respond as a lightning bolt flashed across his body and burst forth with a whoosh. That speed, it took Wadaji by surprise. Wadaji's face changed drastically, and he hastily crossed his arms over his chest. Knock! Qin Ming lands a big straight kick to the arm of Wadaji. A terrifying force struck, and Wadashi's entire body flew out, rolling on the ground several times before coming to a stop. He had only just stabilized his stance when Qin Ming had already rushed to his side again and continued with a kick. That kick lands directly in Wadaji's ribs. Click! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Wadaji rolled in the air, while he forced himself to endure the pain and flung out a flying sword. Battle technique, shadow-splitting blade. Swish swish swish. The flying daggers splashed in the air, splitting into more than a dozen at once, enveloping Qin Ming. Qin Ming chopped horizontally with the Starfall sword. Thunder extinguishing chop. Rip. Thunder flashed, glowing brilliantly under the night sky. A blade fell, and all the flying knives were cleaved away. Wadaji braced himself on the ground with one hand and immediately rolled over to stand still, a look of anger on his face. Do you think that's all I'm capable of? In the next moment, Wadaji held his dagger in both hands and quickly rushed towards Qin Ming. Both knives came out in unison, aiming straight for Qin Ming's throat. Qin Ming erected his starfall blade and blocked the dagger. Wadaji flipped his wrist and the dagger made a beautiful arc, stabbing at Qin Ming's eyes. Qin Ming's head tilted to the side, and his knee rose up to kick Kamitaji in the chest. Wadaji lands an elbow strike that drops Qin Ming's knee, and his body sweeps the leg in the air. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. It seems that the ability, acrobatics, has granted you fighting skills. Qin Ming unloaded a high kick from Wadaji with a palm strike, and almost at the same time, his right fist blasted out. Thunder entwined and a fist blasted out. Knock! The punch landed hard on Wadaji's chest. Wow! Wadaji violently spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body slammed to the ground in a state of disarray. No matter how strong the acrobatics were, they were still just acrobatics, and in the face of Qin Ming, an expert who had fought many battles, this bit of doorway simply couldn't be put on a pedestal. Moreover, Wadaji was only in the first rank realm and was not too skilled in the control of his powers, so he could not utilize the essence of acrobatics at all. Wadaji was still trying to struggle when the sharp tang sword was already on his neck. He's dead in the water. Qin Ming faced him like a monkey. Dong Yan quickly stepped forward and pentagrammed Wadaji. Although Wadaji was tied up, there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. Isn't it a joke to tie him up with a acrobatic ability with this tie rope? Qin Ming shook his head. You won't be able to tie him up like this. The chains can even be untied for you. Then, under Wadaji's stunned gaze, click, click, Qin Ming directly dislocated Wadaji's hands. Wadaji let out a hiss of pain and cold sweat. Tough. This guy is so tough. After all this was done, Wadaji's partners finally arrived. 4 men and 1 woman. When they saw Wadaji on the ground, their faces sank. Wadaji, on the other hand, shouted as if he had grabbed a lifeline. Captain, save me, save me. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man named Jiro Watanabe. When it saw this scene, the corners of its mouth twitched crazily. Didn't you say that you were stalling Qin Ming? This was taken down? Wadaji's face was embarrassed. Dragging his ass, Qin Ming beat him like a child. Bang bang. 2 people came after Jiro Watanabe. It was none other than Xia Mo and Lu Chang. A few of the Watanabe Jiro's men looked back, their expressions a little hard to read. This is not a good situation. There were quite a few people on the other side, but luckily, they still had Fei on their side. Jiro Watanabe gazed forward and saw that the Wasteland Wolf Alpha and the Trickster Civet Cat Alpha were both still there, along with several second-ranked Fei beasts. If this lineup can't take down Qin Ming, I'd rather find a piece of tofu and crash my head into it. Jiro Watanabe looked at Qin Ming, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. Qin Ming, you're quite confident, setting a trap for us and bringing this amount of people. Do you think you're going to win? Qin Ming smiled. I'm curious, who gave you the courage to talk like that? By the way, have you met the head of your Sakura country? I guess I've never seen it, or you wouldn't have come here. At these words, several of Watanabe Jiro froze. It's true that they've never seen the first seat. What do you mean by that? Jiro Watanabe asked. Frowning, Qin Ming pointed at the foreign beasts behind him. Those monsters are willing to follow the orders of the Sakura country officials. Don't you think it's strange? Don't you ever wonder about your superiors? At those words, everyone's heart sank. Qin Ming's words were already very obvious. Qin Ming smiled coldly. The top echelons of your country have all been replaced by the thousand-faced monkey, and you're still here foolishly selling yourselves out. Watanabe Jiro, Wadaji, and the others' faces changed. No way. Qin Ming looked at the crowd sarcastically. So guess how I know where you guys are? Chapter 80, The Awakened Crossing. Requesting golden tickets. Watanabe Jiro and the others' pupils suddenly shrunk. Indeed, their whereabouts would be known to no one but the highest echelons of the Sakura Kingdom. But they were ambushed just as they landed. Isn't this an undercover agent or something? Someone must have revealed the news in advance. Is it really the Sakura Nation's top brass? But what are their motives? You guys are silly. Kawashima is a thousand-faced monkey. What do they want with the Ultrans? Naturally, they're sending you guys to die. As long as you all die, no one will be able to see through his disguise. Qin Ming laughed. When these words came out, Watanabe Jiro and the others' faces changed drastically. Impossible. You're demonizing. Jiro Watanabe chortled. Qin Ming slowly shook his head. Don't worry, other than you guys, all the awakened in Sakura country will slowly be made to die by the Fey beasts, and the entire country will become a paradise for the Fey beasts. Captain, don't listen to him. If it's true as he said, Huaxiao would have already sat down. How could they tolerate a bomb placed by their bedside? Akiko Fuchu, who was at the side, spoke coldly. Qin Ming looked at Akiko Fuchu with disdain. A small island in the district. Why would I be afraid of China? If the cherry blossom country is truly fallen, the world powers will sink it with nuclear weapons. At those words, the faces of all the people in the Sakura Nation squad sank. They knew very well that Qin Ming's words were not false. The Sakura country isn't small, but it's definitely not big either. And being on the sea and not surrounded by bordering countries, there's absolutely no worries about using nuclear weapons. The crowd was speechless from Qin Ming's dislike, but they began to gradually believe his words. There was a real possibility that the top brass of Sakura Nation had already been replaced by the Fae. If that's the case, it's only a matter of time before Sakura country is destroyed. No, this message, he must send back. Jiro Watanabe looked at Qin Ming. You're telling me this because you want us to go back and deal with the thousand-faced monkey? Qin Ming shook his head. You're overthinking it. If you dare to set foot in the territory of China, you'll only end up dead. Jiro Watanabe's face sank. Do you think you're a match for us? Qin Ming raised the star meteor blade and pointed it at Jiro Watanabe. I'll give you a chance to report, or you won't have time. Jiro Watanabe clenched his fists, feeling naked in front of Qin Ming, completely seen through by him. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up his cell phone. A group chat was opened, filled with awakened people from the Sakura country. Jiro Watanabe typed in a sentence. We went on a mission to China and were ambushed. You guys watch out for the top brass. I suspect the top brass has been replaced by the thousand-faced monkeys. We may not be able to come back. Long live the Empire. After making sure the message went out, Jiro Watanabe crushed his cell phone into smithereens. He could imagine how much of an uproar this message would cause in the Sakura country, but there was no way around it. It was the only thing he could do. There was no way he could watch the Sakura kingdom fall into the hands of the Fae. Snap! Applause rang out as Qin Ming smiled blandly. Got it right? Now send you all on your way. Bastard! Don't be too cocky. Jiro Watanabe fiercely struck out his katana and quickly rushed towards Qin Ming. Almost at the same time, Dong Yen blocked in front of Qin Ming, his palms animalizing into a pair of shaggy claws. Sharp claws ripped and slapped directly at Jiro Watanabe. Jiro Watanabe's pupils shrank, shocked at Dong Yan's mutation. The samurai sword slashed down and clashed with the sharp claws. Clank! Sparks rose in all directions as two powerful forces collided, and both of them flew out with a shock. Apparently, this Jiro Watanabe was also a second-order awakened. Those who could break through the second stage at this time were either gifted or had absorbed the energy of the beast crystal. That's enough to show what Jiro Watanabe can do. And just as Dong Yen and his duo were battling each other, the others also moved. Akiko Fuchu took out a pistol and aimed it at Qin Ming. Bang! Gunshots exploded, and the bullets were extremely fast with their supernatural powers. Thunder flashed across Qin Ming's body as the bullet grazed his shoulders. Boom! The bullet blasted a huge deep crater in the concrete floor. One shot misses and Akiko Fuchu fires off several more. Explosive inflammatory bomb. Boom boom boom. The bullets discharged, pulling up long flaming tails, not comparable to ordinary firearms in terms of both speed and attack power. Qin Ming didn't have the slightest doubt that this shot could directly penetrate the tank. Just as Qin Ming was about to strike, a figure blocked in front of him. Dang! The bullets landed on Lu Chang and fell to the ground one by one. The battle suit on Lu Chang was pierced through several holes, revealing the steel skin inside. How is this possible? Akiko Fuchu looked at this scene with a shocked expression. Her bullets were actually deflected by flesh? Lu Chang patted the fire debris on his body and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Your gun, average. After saying that, Lu Chang threw a punch at Akiko Fujong. Shockwave. Knock. Lu Chang blasted out a sonic boom with his fist, and a shockwave swept through the air, instantly crashing into Akiko Fujong. Get out of the way. A youth immediately rushed over and forcefully carried the punch. Boom. The shockwave landed on the youth, and the powerful force shook the youth backward in stirrups, which was a bit of a mess, but did not cause any damage. Clearly an awakened who favored the defensive type. Over to you. Thunder flashed beneath Qin Ming's feet as the Yi-Guile flash stance was unleashed, quickly charging towards Jiro Watanabe. Captain, look out! Another man rushed out and swung an iron bar to ruthlessly smash Qin Ming. Qin Ming raised his sword and swept it across the room, shocking the man back with a slash. Then, the starfall blade went up and pulled upwards on the man's abdomen. Rip! The man's entire body was torn open in a long gash, and blood was pouring out. But the next moment, the wound quickly recovered. Qin Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Sequence 89. Healing life? With regards to this ability, Qin Ming was more than familiar with it. Wasn't this the very same hunt for the weird squad that he had created? I'd like to see where the limits of this sequence's ability can go. Qin Ming bullied his way up and continued to press the man. Gong Ye's face changed slightly. He didn't dare to relax, and directly burst out a powerful aura. He actually reached the second stage as well. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed like this was an elite squad. Qin Ming guessed correctly that Jiro Watanabe's team was the strongest alien ability squad in Sakura country at the moment. Originally, with the addition of so many foreign beasts, there was a good chance of assassinating Qin Ming, but I didn't expect it to develop like this. Knock! Suddenly, a large truck was lifted up and ruthlessly smashed into Qin Ming. Qin Ming looked down and saw that it was a big man like a sumo wrestler. This scene startled Qin Ming's partners on his side. How much did that truck weigh? And it was lifted? Madaka! A ray of icy cold flashed through, and the spear came out like a dragon as it stabbed out violently. Click! The big truck that smashed over was instantly frozen, and then the big truck was directly cut off as the gun blade passed by. Boom boom boom! A huge ice ballast slammed into the ground, and a chill swept over the area. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at the person who had struck. One could only see Xia Emo holding a cold ice lance, valiantly blocking in front of Qin Ming, giving off a great sense of oppression. Xia Emo looked at the enemy, revealing a delicate yet icy side face. Hey, there's a price to pay for randomly striking out at our captain. Chapter 81, The Magician, King's Bomb. At this moment, everyone in the Cherry Blossom Country's alien ability squad could see that Xia Emo was not simple. It was an oppressive feeling of superiority. Obviously, it wasn't a shifter on their level. A quick battle. Qin Ming glanced at the Xiangjiang squad on the other side. They had already fallen into a disadvantage. If they continued to fight, they were afraid that they would be in danger. Seeing Qin Ming's concern, Dong Yan immediately understood. I'll go help them. Tun Yan rushed off to support the Hyungkong squad. Then over here, it becomes 3 against 5. Gong Yi, the two of us will deal with Qin Ming. Akiko Fuchu and Choi Ho, deal with the woman. Sumo brother, that soldier is all yours. Captain Jiro Watanabe immediately gave the order. Go! In an instant, 5 people rushed out at the same time. Bang! 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 Akiko Fuchu was the first to strike, and bullets burning with fire rained down on Natsumi. Xiaomo's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness as he swept his gun across the room. Battle technique, Frozen World. The flaming bullets were immediately attacked by the cold air, freezing into ice balls and falling to the ground powerlessly without even exploding. Akiko Fuchu blushed and continued to pull the trigger. Bang! 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 Xiaoma quickly dodged the bullet's attack, bullying his way to the top. The gun came out like a dragon and stabbed at the pistol. There was a thud and the pistol was picked off. And just as the lance was about to stab Akiko Fuchu further, Mayano swung up and stopped Natsumo. Muscle hardening. The muscles of Mayano's arms suddenly swelled up and slashed hard at Natsumo. Xia Emo crossed his lance across his body. With a bang, Gongye suddenly exerted his strength, and a terrifying strange force came from his arm, knocking Xia Emo back with a single blow. But all the same, a small piece of its katana was frozen. Ice blast. Xia Emo stretched out his hand and shook it through the air. Boom! The katana in Mayano's hand instantly exploded, and the powerful force threw him out. Good. So strong. Mayano hurriedly got up on the ground, a gaping hole already chipped in his katana. Together, Akiko Fuchu continued to aim at Natsumi. On the other side, Rokujo also fought the sumo man. The situation, however, was a bit awkward, and Liu Chang was actually suppressed. Shockwave. Liu Chang threw out a punch, and the powerful shockwave blasted onto the sumo man's body, but it did not move at all. Then, the sumo man rushed in at a fast pace, and Liu Chang immediately prepared himself, his steel arm striking out heavily. However, the sumo man grabbed his arm at once and then did a vicious over-the-shoulder drop, and Liu Chang's entire body flew out like a sandbag. So, Liu Chang hurriedly stood up and stabilized his body, feeling a bit incredulous. Again, Liu Chang rushed forward once again, and this time, the sumo man also threw a direct and heavy punch. Boom! A powerful aura burst out between the two collisions. Both of them took a few steps backwards. You are also a forbidden order? Liu Chang's eyes widened as he finally realized why his opponent was so strong. It was the same first rank, but the sumo man was also a forbidden sequence, so the two of them were no match for each other. As for sumo versus steel body man, in a way, in terms of physical combat, sumo clearly had the advantage. No, the two collide again, and Liu Chang gets caught by the waistband of his pants, a backbreaker, and another pinfall. Of course, with Liu Chang's physique, this attack couldn't do much damage to him. It just didn't look good. Qin Ming took a slight glance to make sure that there were no accidents with the two of them before he also began to fight in earnest. In front of him, Jiro Watanabe and Kid Kino **** looked at him with wary faces. The two looked at each other and stormed at the same time. The two powerful auras also revealed their strength. Second order. Forbidden sequence alien. Battle technique Fire Lotus Blade. Bear. In an instant, the long sword in Watanabe Jiro's hand ignited with blazing flames and slashed. Under the night, the flaming blade cut through the sky and came straight at Qin Ming. Qin Ming was not the least bit afraid as thunder surged from his body and the star meteor blade swept out horizontally. Thunder extinguishing chop. Boom! Thunder and flame collided together, splashing brilliant sparks in the dark night. Jiro Watanabe was shaken back by the powerful force, a horrified look on his face. In the next moment, Qin Ming activated his sneaky flash stance and quickly charged towards Jiro Watanabe. As he watched Qin Ming rapidly zoom in front of his eyes, Watanabe Jiro's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly swung his sword to block the attack. Qin Ming's figure flashed as his battle technique was unleashed. Thunder Shadow. Jiro Watanabe's eyes blinked and he actually saw three Qin Ming. He slashed at one of the doppelgangers, and the doppelganger swayed for a moment, clearly a shadow. No good. Jiro Watanabe's face changed drastically. By the time he reacted, Qin Ming's main body had already swung his sword down. Despite Watanabe Jiro's best efforts to dodge, the blade still landed on his chest. Pust. The long wound splattered blood. Ah! Jiro Watanabe fell to the ground in pain. Qin Ming was about to bully his way up and cut him down. And just then, Kino **** Akid rushed in, its fist wrapped in metal, blasting out heavily. Qin Ming's figure flashed through, and the star meteor blade was pulled upwards on the ground, forcing it straight towards Kino **** Maple's chest. Clang! But in the next moment, a piece of thick iron skin blocked Qin Ming's blade. Qin Ming was slightly stunned, not knowing where this iron skin had appeared from. Die for me! Suddenly, Kino **** Akid let out a violent cry and reached out to grab at the container not far away. The container unexpectedly flew up and quickly crashed into Qin Ming. A gold control master? Qin Ming murmured, guessing Kino **** Akid's sequence ability. Forbidden sequence 31, Gold Controller, has the power to manipulate metal. It's really not easy to deal with. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth rose slightly, but immediately afterward, a different aura surged out from its body. Magic cards. Qin Ming's other ability was displayed as he waved his hand and dozens of playing cards instantly flew out. Sharp, cold auras rose in the air from the playing cards, cutting the flying containers into pieces. Boom boom boom. Countless pieces fell to the ground with a roar. What is this? At this moment, whether it was Kino **** Akid, Watanabe Jiro, or Mayano and the others who were fighting in the other battle, they all looked over with shocked faces. A second sequence ability? Impossible. How could you possibly have a second psychic ability? Everyone was in a state of shock. Qin Ming smiled faintly. The moment of the hunt had arrived. With a wave of Qin Ming's hand, the playing cards quickly cut towards Kino **** Akid, spinning at high speed. The sound of the playing cards was as intimidating as the scythe of death. Look out! Jiro Watanabe rushes forward covering his wounds with a swinging chop. Battle technique, Fire Blade technique. The flaming blade collided with the playing card, blocking its attack. but Qin Ming also dashed and arrived at that moment. Battle technique, trick formation. Under Watanabe Jiro's feet, an arc of electricity suddenly lit up in a bizarre formation, and the moment Watanabe Jiro stepped on it, the sensation of being electrocuted went straight to his head. Clunk! The knife in Watanabe Jiro's hand fell to the ground under the horrific electric shock, and he stiffened, having trouble moving his steps. Captain! Kino ******** Feng's face changed drastically, and he rushed over to block Qin Ming with great strides. 2 cards appeared in Qin Ming's hand and flew out violently. Battle technique, King Bomb. 2 large and small kings whistled out, each holding a bomb and pouncing on Kino ******* Kakid. Kino ****** Kakid's face suddenly changed drastically, and he hurriedly controlled the metal to wrap around himself. In the next moment, the great and small king roared to life, and a shocking explosion shook the earth. Knock! Kino ****** Kakid's entire body was blown into charcoal. At the same time, Qin Ming flashed past Jiro Watanabe. Madaka! The star meteor sword was put away, and Watanabe Jiro's head with a shocked gaze slowly fell. Chapter 82, Jack of Spades, Destiny Killer. Grumble grumble. Jiro Watanabe's head rolled to the ground, its eyes still glazed over with horror. How he didn't expect to die like that. Before he came, he had sworn to assure the other awakened that he would take Qin Ming's head, but now, the one whose head hit the ground was him. Captain! In an instant, the Sakura Nation's alien energy squad all cast shocked gazes with disbelieving faces. I'm going to kill you. The sumo man hissed angrily and rushed towards Qin Ming with heavy steps. Qin Ming coldly swept his eyes over and his palm rose, randomly clamping a playing card. That's a Jack of Spades. Go on. With a flick of Qin Ming's hand, Jack of Spades flew out. Battletech Poker's soldier. In the next moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the spade jack in high-speed rotation. The dark figure wore a black tuxedo, and he rested the bowler hat on his head with a cold smile. On the other hand, a flash of coldness flashed. Under the night, the cold aura was sharp and eye-catching, emanating an aura of death. The black shadow crossed paths with the sumo man. Swish! There was a flash of cold light. The dark figure landed gracefully, his leather shoes making a clicking sound, and the blood dripping from the short blade in his hand, bright red and colorful. The sumo man, on the other hand, froze in his stance, as if he had been immobilized. The tuxedo man slowly turned around and held up his hat, revealing his handsome face, and those dainty phoenix eyes seemed to be flashing with a strange light. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the corners of the tuxedoed man's mouth rose slightly as he smiled evilly. Introduce yourself, Jack of Spades, the divine killer. After saying that, its hand flung out, and the blood on the short sword was flung to the ground, emitting wisps of coldness, and at that very moment, the sumo man suddenly raised his head and a bloody arrow flew out at his throat. The scene was visually striking on a moonlit night. Bang! The sumo man fell heavily to the ground without a sound. Mayano and Akiko Fuchu were wide-eyed and horrified. With a wave of Qin Ming's hand, the tuxedoed man's figure flickered, and the playing cards flew back and clipped onto his hand. The card was turned around and it happened to be a Jack of Spades. What is this? Mayano's pupils were trembling. Why would a playing card turn into a person? He had trouble understanding. It was at this moment that he realized that his knowledge of sequence abilities was so shallow. Hey, are you done reading? In the next moment, Xiaomo's voice rang out, and the long spear came whistling. Akiko Fuchu was the first to react, raising her pistol as bullets continued to surge. Dang! The lance flung out and the bullets were all shot down. Get out of the way! Mayano hurriedly blocked in front of Akiko Fuchu, his arm instantly expanding and holding his katana tightly as he slashed down heavily, the blade appearing at first glance. Xiaomo's eyes flashed as frost erupted on his body. Battle technique Ice Phoenix. In the next moment, an icebird spread its wings and rushed out with extreme coldness. Gongya's pupils suddenly shrunk, and the moment the Ice Phoenix crashed into him, his hands and feet began to stiffen, and cold ice spread across the ground, instantly freezing his feet. The frost spread quickly, spreading from his lower limbs to his chest and finally until it covered the top of his head under Mayano's horrified gaze. Mayano turned into an ice sculpture. Behind her Akiko Fuchu tried to come to the rescue, but the moment she touched Mayano, the frost spread to her, freezing all the way from her arms. No! With a mournful hiss, Akiko Fuchu completely turned into an ice sculpture. As of this moment, the Sakura Nation Alien Energy Squad, all of them were wiped out. Watching this scene, the body of Wadaji, who was lying on the ground, was trembling, and his face was filled with fear. Dead. All dead. The people they came for, they're all dead. Uedaji was greatly shocked by the scene in front of him. He had originally thought that his squad was definitely the best among the world's aliens, but reality slapped him hard. Facing Qin Ming's team, they didn't have much resistance at all. These Chinese people, they are horrible. Qin Ming ignored the Wadaji on the ground, and instead led the way towards the Xiangjiang squad that was fighting the alien beasts. With Dong Yan's help, the Xiangjiang team had already killed almost all of the Fey beasts, and in the end, only the strongest Wasteland Wolf Alpha and tricky Civet Cat Alpha were left. Seeing this, the Wasteland Wolf Chief's expression was ugly. It had seen the images of the Sakura Nation squad dying in battle. A real bunch of losers. Qin Ming looked at the Wasteland Wolf Chief. Have you come to avenge your king? The Wasteland Wolf didn't respond, but the fierce look in his eyes said it all. Qin Ming shook his head. Unfortunately, you've played it wrong. If you dare to set foot in Huaxia, you're destined to die. Humans, you deserve to die. The Wasteland Wolf Chief was enraged by Qin Ming's words and lividly rushed over. But in the next moment, Dong Yan suddenly stepped in front of it, his sharp claws directly choking the other party's neck and lifting him high up in the air. The Wasteland Wolf leader's face changed as it looked at Dong Yan incredulously, not understanding why this human had so much strength. Dong Yan looked indifferent, and his sharp claws pierced through his throat at once. Pust! The Wasteland Wolf's body stiffened and died under the shock. On the other side, the leader of the tricky Civet Cats was still trying to run, only to be pierced through by Xiaomo's gun and nailed to the floor. At this point, all of these alien beasts that had sneaked in were also put to death. Big brother, this class is really strong. Pheasant secretly communicated with Honam in Cantonese. In the next moment, Qin Ming turned to look over. A few people from the Fragrant River squad stiffened violently. Although Qin Ming was younger than them, they always felt an extremely strong sense of oppression when facing him. It's like a punk bumping into a general fighting in the sand, fearful and admiring. In his previous life, Qin Ming was the god of war of China, killing countless foreign beasts, and that aura was naturally not something that an ordinary person could possess. Good job, take a credit. Qin Ming praised a few people. The faces of the people were ecstatic. Many thanks, Commander. The next day, the Sakura Country Hub. King, the assassination of Qin Ming has failed, and Watanabe Jiro squad has lost contact. Bang! Kawashima slammed his palm on the table, his face full of rage. What? Why is that? Commander Yamada asked tentatively. It's unclear. Do you think it could be a Hoko? You suspect she's a Discordian? Kawashima frowned. Yamada shook his head. It's hard to say, but what's certain is that we've all underestimated Qin Ming. According to the time they lost contact, they shouldn't have left Xiangjiang yet, which means they were ambushed as soon as they landed. Our plan, long ago, was exposed. Either Qin Ming really is that divine, or there's something wrong with Zhang Yuzi. Kawashima's face was ugly. This human, he must die. He knows too much, or we will not be able to sleep or eat. Yamada hesitated for a moment and said, King, before Jiro Watanabe lost contact, he seemed to have revealed something to the Sakura Nation's aliens, and now they have some opinions and want to see us. What? Kawashima stood up at once. See them? With this meeting, won't their identity as the thousand-faced monkey be exposed? Kawashima clenched his fists and grimaced. Damn it, this must be Qin Ming's doing. King, what should we do now? Yamada asked. Kawashima grimaced. Fine Hawk Jam. Chapter 83, Dr. Grotesque, my students? Aren't they all here? Looking for eagle sauce? Yamada looked puzzled. What was the point of looking for eagle sauce? Kawashima sneered. It was eagle sauce that asked us to take action against Qin Ming. They can't just watch and not do anything, can they? Let them send their experts to come and strike at the third stage of the trial to sabotage Huaxia's operations, and in the process suppress our uneasy aliens here. Commander Yamada's eyes lit up. Two birds with one stone. We can also say that we sent out the alien with them into China, and it doesn't matter if these guys are dead or alive. Ha ha ha. Yes, Kawashima nodded. The Sakura Nation alien is indeed a nuisance. We still need to improve our strength as soon as possible. Once we advance to the third rank, they won't be able to see our disguise unless their realm is stronger than ours. Commander Yamada revealed an evil look. Don't worry, King. I'm ready. No one cares if some people die in this kingdom. Tubular. It didn't take long for the Sakura Nation side to get in touch with Eagle Jam. When Kawashima expressed himself to Trip, Trip frowned, asking him to make a move against Huaxia. He actually had a lot of concerns in his mind and didn't agree to it at first. Han, Trip, I think Sakura Nation's plan is a good one. At the meeting, General John gave his opinion. According to the performance of the first two civilization trials, the Chinese side had a huge advantage, and if we don't intervene, the probability is that China will also be number one in the third trial. Every time we take first place, we're getting further and further apart. That's right, General John is right. The meeting was attended by a group of senior executives who agreed. Hearing this, Trip was also a bit impressed. Then he looked aside to the Secretary of Defense, General Arthur. What do you think? At this time General Arthur was not looking too well. He had only been released a short time before. Previously, it was because of Qin Ming's words that caused him to be imprisoned as a thousand-faced monkey. It was only after Hawk Jam began to show up as an awakening, and indeed he wasn't the thousand-faced monkey in disguise, that it was released with a grievance. General Arthur hated Qin Ming with a passion, especially now that it's happening. He's definitely in favor of it. I agree with this matter, but we can't send our awaken from the Eagle Sauce country to do it, or else after China finds out, they will definitely trip us up. I have to admit that we already need to be careful with today's huaxia. It was a demoralizing statement, but no one refuted it, because it is clear to all that this is the case. Today's huaxia was not comparable to Eagle Sauce in terms of the number of awakened people or the information it possessed. Once you piss off huaxia, you're probably going to be stuck with Eagle Jam on a lot of things in the future. For example, devices such as the ultra-frequency detector, which is a great contribution to the world. Who knows if there will be other treasures hidden in huaxia? If we don't share them with Eagle Sauce, wouldn't we be lifting a rock and stoning our own feet? Trip frowned. But if we don't send out our own shifters, how are we going to deal with huaxia? At these words, all eyes fell on General Arthur. The corners of General Arthur's mouth turned up slightly as he scanned the crowd. I've heard that you've been conducting some unseemly experiments at the Beiyang base. At those words, the crowd's faces changed. True to form, the Secretary of Defense has only just come out and knows their most secret things. Trip didn't hold back. You mean Dr. Grotesque? Arthur smiled faintly. I can tell that Dr. Grotesque has screwed a lot of people, but all the same, it's been quite fruitful. Isn't this the time to test his results? Thinking about those monsters, many of the executives at the meeting hesitated. They've all seen the monsters inside, so they know how scary those things can be. Their fear is that the monsters are out of control. Those monsters, they don't listen to anyone but Dr. Grotesque's orders. Once they are released, they are afraid that something will happen before they are sent to China. General Arthur swept his gaze over the faces of the crowd and smiled coldly. What? Scared now? When you tried this experiment, you were everyone in favor of it. The faces of the top brass were ugly. They had taken a dangerous path in the first place because they were desperate to find transcendent power. But it's different now. They have awakened people in Eagle Sauce as well. And there's also the magic potion formula. As long as there were enough magic potion materials, they could keep building awakened people and didn't need those monsters at all. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, General Arthur burst out laughing. I'm telling you, it's over. This path can only go all the way to the black. And you want to destroy those monsters? Once Dr. Grotesque finds out, the first one to die will definitely be one of you. Don't think those of you awakened can hold them off. After his imprisonment, General Arthur appeared to be a little crazy. Hearing this, everyone in the meeting was afraid. Trip's expression sank. Arthur, I'll leave this to you. At that, the corners of Arthur's mouth turned up slightly. Don't worry, the top of the third trial list will definitely be Eagle Sauce's Beiyang military base. Arthur took the elevator all the way down to the experimental base over 200 meters underground. Here, it's Eagle Jam's most secret military base. Bar none. Protected by 2 awakened soldiers, General Arthur made his way through the layers to Dr. Grotesque's lab. Rumble. The mechanical door opens and the brightly lit laboratory comes into view. An old man with disheveled white hair turns slowly, still holding a green reagent in both hands. Dr. Grotesque. Hello. General Arthur spoke respectfully. Dr. Grotesque's pale face broke into a chilling smile. There you go again, General Arthur. Well, how did what I told you last time go? General Arthur laughed. Ha ha. Fortunately, with that, he pulled out a stamped document. At the top of the document, there were 3 big words written. Pass. Dr. Grotesque came up to the table, propped up his old glasses, and looked carefully at the paper. Only 10 heads? Old man's masterpiece, which is going to rock the world when it comes out, is a bit small in number. Dr. Grotesque looked at General Arthur with displeasure. General Arthur's throat rolled and he said, Is 10 heads not enough? How many did you get? That's just it. 10 heads will do. Come with me. Dr. Grotesque topped his slightly bent back and led General Arthur deeper into the lab. General Arthur followed a little apprehensively, somehow inexplicably terrified every time he came here. Not to mention him, even the 2 awakened behind him felt this way. General Arthur sweeps around, trying to break up the icy scene. Dr. Grotesque. Those students of yours, are they on vacation? Why do I feel so much less? As they spoke, several people were already heading towards the claustrophobic area. Suddenly, Dr. Grotesque stopped in his tracks and turned back with a playful smile. My students, aren't they all here? Snap. The next moment, the lights came on and a cage came into view. Seeing the scene in front of them, the pupils of General Arthur and the 2 awakened behind him suddenly shrunk, their faces filled with horror. It's this? Chapter 84, the third trial of civilization begins. Bang! A monster suddenly made a steel clanging sound as it pounced on the cage. Roar! Then came an angry hiss. The sound waves hit the air. and with them, a gust of fishy taste in the mouth. General Arthur was so stunned that he stumbled, and if it wasn't for the two awakened behind him holding him up, he was afraid that he would have sat on his butt on the ground, looking at the monster in the prison. Even the awakened frowned, feeling a massive sense of oppression. What's even scarier is that there's more than one monster here. At a glance, I'm afraid there are no less than dozens of cages, some on the ground, some stacked in the air, like a beehive. All of this? General Arthur's throat rolled. Eddie, don't scare the general. Dr. Freaky said to the monster. The creature then slowly retracted. General Arthur's gaze fell on the monster, a rat-faced, thousand-faced monkey's limbs, and a thunder iron beast's body, a combination of three exotic beasts. Arthur no longer knew how to describe the creature's appearance. Dr. Grotesque looked to Arthur. General, this is my chief student and mutant creature number 1, what I call inhuman number 1. With that, he smiled. Eddie, say hello to the general. Roar! The monster hissed loudly, its long fangs razor-sharp. Is he Eddie? General Arthur's expression was less than natural. Dr. Eddie, he knew, but this look at the moment was strange and frightening to him. He never thought that this heartless and grotesque doctor would let his students experiment on him. What frightens Arthur even more is that the number of monsters under Dr. Grotesque's control has exceeded his expectations. No, to be precise, it was beyond the expectations of all the top brass at Eagle Jam. So many monsters, more than even the awakened in Eagle Jam's grasp. Once it got out of hand, Hawk Sauce was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold them off alone. At this moment, Arthur had become intensely jealous of Dr. Grotesque. In this Eagle Sauce, it's okay to offend anyone, but don't offend Dr. Grotesque. Take your pick. General, most of them will work except for the ones on top. Dr. Grotesque spoke slowly. No. Arthur quickly waved his hand. It's better if you're familiar with them, doctor, so you can choose. I'm fine with it all. Alright then. Dr. Grotesque nodded, his gaze going to General Arthur. I wonder what the target is. General Arthur straightened up. China. Xin Ming. Dr. Weirdo's eyes lit up as he took out a document on the table. On the document was none other than Xin Ming's portrait and information, including his experience, his abilities, and all the things he had done, all of which were recorded in great detail. Looking at Xin Ming's picture, Dr. Grotesque revealed a strange look. That kid's body, it's definitely different. As time passes, the third trial of civilization is imminent. The world, with the exception of China, is at war every day. The alien beasts left behind from the first two civilization trials hadn't been completely cleaned up. Even though some countries had begun to have awakened ones, the number was limited after all, and the fighting power of the Fae was no weaker than that of an awakened one. Therefore, many countries were cautious, hoping that the awakened could annihilate the alien beasts, but also fearing that the awakened would be sacrificed and lose their last card. All in all, it's not going well. On the other hand, on the side of the country of Huaxia, there are also dark currents. I've gotten word that a wild awakened has appeared somewhere, and on the black market, even magic potion formulas and magic potion materials could be sold. Some of these formulas and materials have been lost out of previous rewards, and some have flowed in from abroad. It's just confusing anyway. Xin Ming predicted that in a while, awakened people would appear in large swathes, and the entire population would walk into the transcendent era. This, at the same time in the last life, was the tide of history, the course that history must take, and no one could stop it. And Xin Ming's rebirth even accelerated this process. Xin Ming didn't know whether this was good or bad. The more awakened people there are, the more power there will be to fend off the alien race. But all the same, the world will become more and more chaotic. Even within Huaxia, incidents of alien power users injuring people had already begun to appear. Under absolute power, under the temptation of absolute benefits, laws and regulations will be difficult to restrain human nature. On this day, there was a sudden boom in the sky. There was a loud explosion that instantly drew global attention. Looking at my phone again, the countdown on it had gone to 0. The third trial of civilization. It's on. At this moment, countless people looked up at the sky and murmured in low voices. Then, a heavenly voice sounded and reached everyone's ears. The third trial of civilization begins now, and civilizations will randomly descend upon the Fae. If you find the beast of the realm and pass the copy, you will get unexpected rewards. The first civilization to kill 10 domain beasts will be awarded the top spot in this trial. The third trial of civilization. 30 days in total. Come and welcome the age of transcendence. Want to get transcendent? Want to become a powerful exalt? Go for it. The copy has everything you want. The sound of the heavens continued to ring out, ensuring that everyone on the blue planet could hear it. The Black Hand is no longer pretending. At first, It was just aggressing electronic devices to put out information, but now it is directly in front of the world. Tell people that it's real. No one knows who the Black Hand really is, but what is certain is that it is an existence that mankind has no way to fight against at present. With the sound of Black Hand, the world was in an uproar. There was no doubt that in this era, anyone would wish to possess greater power and become an existence that everyone looked up to, like Superman, Batman, Homeland Man, Spider-Man, Iron Man. In the movies, icons that only exist in parallel universes. The world went crazy at this moment. Although they knew that the chances of becoming awakened were low, the temptation, however, was hard to resist. What makes it absurd is that this trial of civilization seems to have changed its flavor. People are taking it in and expecting it to come. As the third trial of civilization began, the country of Huaxia also began to surge in darkness. Some underground forces began to search for the descending beasts, trying to find the domain beasts and gain the opportunity. In the Monster Academy's central control room, hundreds of staff members were staring at the screen in front of them, using their celestial eyes to look for anomalies. At the same time, the 36 heavenly towers operated urgently in an attempt to check for traces of the foreign beasts. Soon, Lu Cherry noticed the abnormality and immediately shouted, "Dean, we have a situation." At those words, Qin Ming, the Dragon General, and the others immediately looked over. Lu Cherry zoomed in on the screen image and pointed to a thick fog on the screen. A mall in Mordor is covered in fog. In the next moment, Qin Ming's gaze landed on the dense fog, and his pupils suddenly shrunk. Only the fog suddenly contracted, and with it the entire mall disappeared. Chapter 85, The Vanishing Mall. First copy. Disappeared? In an instant, everyone's face changed. How can such a big mall just disappear? It's a domain fey beast alright, Qin Ming said in a deep voice. He just didn't know what level this fey beast was. Domain fey beasts are categorized into forbidden beasts, king beasts, and doom beasts, and the domains they create represent 3 different levels of replicas. The higher the level, the harder the copy, and the copies created by these domain aliens can't be destroyed using hot weapons, like this mall in front of us. It just disappears right in front of the world. Even a nuclear attack can do nothing. The only way to pass the copy was to kill the domain fey. Immediately have the alien hunters of the magic capital mobilized to investigate the situation. Qin Ming ordered. Dean, I just received word that the 013 Magic Capital Squad has entered the copy with all of its members. Lu Cherry responded. Qin Ming nodded his head as he looked at the screen, the mall that had completely disappeared. A trace of doubt flashing through his heart. He had never seen a beast that made buildings disappear. It's not King Beast, is it? Qin Ming felt a little uneasy as he looked at Xia Mo and Lu Chang. We're going to have to go in person. Saying that, Qin Ming spoke to the Dragon General. In addition, deploying the Awakened to support the Magic Capital. With the appearance of the Domain Fey, I'm worried that some of the ordinary Fey will rebel. Long Xiaogui nodded. Don't worry, I will personally keep an eye on it. When Qin Ming's trio arrived at Magic City, it was already 2 hours later, and this was still by helicopter. Originally, Qin Ming's current squad was 4 people, with Dong Yen to be added. However, Qin Ming had dispatched Dong Yen, and since the underground forces had been making a lot of noise lately, Qin Ming had activated Dong Yan's dark line once again. Soon, the trio arrived on the scene. Commander-in-Chief, seeing Qin Ming's arrival, the officer in charge immediately stepped forward to greet him. How is the situation? Qin Ming opened his mouth and asked. The officer immediately said, the nearby neighborhoods have been completely sealed off, and the 013th Alien Hunter Squad has entered them, and there is no accurate information as of yet. Qin Ming furrowed his brows as he gazed towards a large open space in front of him. This was where the mall used to be, but now there's nothing. Any idea how many people were in the mall before it disappeared? The officer shook his head. There were probably a couple dozen people, all mall staff and security, because humanity clearly knew when the civilization trial was coming. The people simply didn't dare to go out at this time, so there were very few people at the mall. Hearing this news, Qin Ming let out a slight sigh of relief. Fewer people was good. Too many people could be troublesome. But, the officer hesitated. A number of civilians rushed in before we came to the alert, and it seems there were awakened ones as well. At those words, Qin Ming's heart sank. He naturally knew what these people were doing by entering the replica, and it was nothing more than to obtain transcendent powers. And for the awakened, the copy was also a huge opportunity to get something of great value if they could kill the Domain Fey. I'm sorry, Commander-in-Chief, we're the ones who are late. The officer bowed his head. Qin Ming waved his hand. Blame no one. They chose their own path. Also, we will enter it later. Perhaps there will be unrecorded awakened people who want to enter. Block them if you can. Let them in if you can't. I will clean them up inside. The officer nodded heavily. Qin Ming waved his hand at both Xia Mo and Lu Chang. Go, let's go in. The three enter the disappearing mall under the watchful eyes of the soldiers. Qin Ming was close to it and could feel an energy. Reaching out his hand to touch it, a water wave-like ripple spread out. In the next moment, the three of them disappeared out of sight. The soldiers were guarding the perimeter with vigilant faces, but accidents happened. Just as Qin Ming had expected, there were awakened people trespassing on the copy. Bang, bang, bang. At another entrance to the mall, gunshots were heard. The officer quickly asked, "What happened, Company Commander?" "We're under attack. It's a shifter." The voices of the warriors came from the headphones. "Company Commander, we can't hold them off. They're going in." The officer spoke quickly. "Is anyone hurt?" The commander said that it's not possible to block and let them in. "No one is hurt, and they don't seem to dare hurt us," the warriors responded. The company commander was relieved. Apparently, those wild awakened people still knew their place. Nowadays, Huaxia hadn't confirmed the order not to allow the existence of wild awakened people, so they didn't dare to act too arrogantly despite possessing supernormal abilities. If they still dared to take action against the Chinese soldiers, it would be a declaration of war against the Chinese officials and against the Inhuman Hunters organization. Young, they don't even have the guts. However, just as the company commander was thinking this, two black shadows suddenly rushed out not far away. "There's a Fei!" The alert soldiers reacted immediately, raising their rifles and firing. Roar! One of the monsters immediately rushed forward and slapped the soldier away. The company commander's face paled. "Stop them!" However, the speed of the other side is extremely fast. After killing a few soldiers, then rushed directly to the copy. The company commander blocked the entrance to the replica and the machine gun fired wildly. Chug 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 dash. These bullets, however, were all dodged by the monster in front of him. The monster was strange looking, with a rat face, the slender limbs of a thousand-faced monkey, and the body of a thunder-iron beast. The company commander was instantly stunned. He had never seen such a beast before. What was even more frightening was that the monster looked at him like he was human and wise. Without waiting for the company commander to react, the monster had already swatted him away and rushed into the copy. Company commander, are you okay?" The soldiers immediately rushed over to check the company commander's injuries. The company commander just took a hard fall. Not a big problem, but at that moment, his face was ugly, and he murmured in a low voice, "Something's not right. Those two beasts aren't right. Contact the Monster Academy headquarters immediately. There's something wrong with those two alien beasts." The two monsters that rushed in were the work of none other than Dr. Grotesque. Inhuman Eddie number 1. Inhuman Fox number 3. When Long Xiaoguo received the news, he contacted Qin Ming at the first opportunity, but Qin Ming was in the copy and had lost contact. No matter what communication device, it was impossible to get in touch with Qin Ming. Long Xiaoguo's face turned ugly. "Qin Ming, you can only rely on yourself now." The third trial of civilization was more complicated than expected. This time, not only were there alien hunters, but there were also wild awakened people, unknown monsters, and even ordinary people entering the copy. Qin Ming knew nothing about what was happening outside. At this time, he had already entered the interior of the copy. Upon entering, Qin Ming saw the disappearing mall, but at this time, the interior of the mall was filled with thick fog. Under the thick fog, their visibility was extremely low, probably only 50 meters. That means they can't see the end of the mall at a glance. If a foreign beast attacked them, this would not be too easy. Lu Cheng frowned. "Dean, it's not easy to find that domain Fei under these circumstances." Qin Ming nodded. "In terms of there being no simple domain Fei beasts, I am now certain that this Fei beast is a king beast, the equivalent of a Fei beast with a king sequence." "What?" Lu Cheng was a bit surprised. It was not fun to go up in intensity right off the bat. "Don't move at all. Look for Squad 013 first." Qin Ming took out his communicator and called out in a low voice. "This is Qin Ming. Squad 013 receiving, please respond." Zip, zip, zip. The sound of electricity came from the headphones. The next moment, a weak female voice sounded. "Commander, I'm Kong Chiotong from Squad 013. Help, help." Chapter 86, Artificial Monsters. Help. Zip, zip, zip. Noisy current sounds came from the headphones, and Kong Chiotong's voice was very weak, as if she had suffered a serious injury. "Where are you now? Give me the location." Qin Ming asked hurriedly. "I'm on the first floor, Hongxing Shu's store, but the captain and the others have disappeared." Kong Chiotong's voice broke. "We'll be right there. Hold on." Qin Ming responded. Lu Cheng, who was on the side, had already taken out the drawing that the company commander had given him, and on it was none other than the shopping mall's guide map. He soon found the location of Hongxing Shu's. "It's right in front," Lu Cheng said. "Go." The three of them didn't dare to separate too far, and moved forward cautiously. "All be careful. Domain Fei beasts usually possess many minions, and they may be hiding in the shadows." Qin Ming admonished. Boom! It was at this point that there was a sudden sound from the front, as if someone had accidentally kicked a trash can. Someone, Summer Mo said softly. Qin Ming frowned as his speed increased by a few points. It didn't take long for the man to come into view. It was surprisingly a teenager, probably 17 or 18 years old. The teenager saw someone coming and turned around and ran. Lu Cheng hurriedly shouted, "Kid, don't run around." But the teenager didn't pay any attention to him, still charging headlong. Damn, that's a civilian. Lu Cheng rushed to catch up. How could the teenager's speed be faster than Lu Cheng's? And it looked like Lu Cheng was about to catch up with the teenager. But right at this moment, a black shadow rushed out of the thick fog. The teenager was pounced upon by the dark figure and dragged deeper into the fog. Bastard! Lu Cheng was furious and immediately went after him. Lu Cheng, come back! Qin Ming shouted angrily, stopping Lu Cheng. I'll go after them. You guys get Squad 013. Thunderbolts flashed under Qin Ming's feet as he rushed in the direction of the black shadow. Although doing so could easily fall prey to the enemy's tricks, Qin Ming had no choice. He couldn't watch a young child die. Qin Ming's speed was very fast, and he caught up with the black shadow in 3 or so swipes as the star meteor blade was drawn and swept across the room. Sensing the danger, the black shadow dropped the teenager and rolled forward, dodging Qin Ming's slash. Qin Ming hurriedly protected the teenager behind him. I'm a Chinese soldier, don't be afraid. Hearing this, the teenager froze slightly and curiously surveyed Qin Ming's side face. The next moment, his eyes lit up. Dean Qin Ming, you recognize me? Qin Ming asked in surprise. I've seen you on TV. The teenager seemed to be very excited, looking at Qin Ming like an idol. Qin Ming was speechless. Then what were you running for just now? The teenager looked back. I thought you were one of those bad guys. Qin Ming frowned. What bad guys? Big brother Qin Ming, be careful. The teenager's pupils suddenly shrunk. The dark figure suddenly pounced. Qin Ming blocked the teenager behind him as the star meteor blade flashed with a thunderous light. Battle technique, Thunder Destruction Chop. Boom! The thunder blade flashed, splitting the monster in half with a single slash. Snap! The monster's body fell to the ground. It was a creature with bat wings and a dog-like body. Qin Ming recognized the foreign beast, the canine bat. This was a relatively common foreign beast that was not the culprit of the small, and was obviously attracted by that king beast. Qin Ming glanced at this canine bat, and as luck would have it, there were no magic pill materials on its body. Qin Ming turned back to the teenager. What's your name and why are you here? I'm a temporary employee here. My name is Fanyu. The teenager responded. Say, what did you just say about bad guys? Fanyu nodded. Before you guys came in, a squad in capes came in and then they found our employees in the mall. In order to protect us, that squad killed a lot of monsters and got a lot of things on them. Just as they were about to retreat with us, the bad guys showed up and attacked that squad and took their loot. Just as the two sides were fighting, the monsters came and a melee ensued, and our employees fled in all directions and ended up running apart. At those words, Qin Ming's face sank. The cape squad that Fanyu was talking about was obviously Squad 013, and the bad guys, odds are wildly awakened. Bastards, these guys actually took advantage of the fire, and this behavior undoubtedly angered Qin Ming. You follow me. Qin Ming let Fanyu follow behind him. He didn't dare to leave Fanyu here by himself, otherwise he would surely die once he encountered a foreign beast. Where are you going, big brother Qin Ming? I can lead the way. I'm familiar with this place. Fanyu hurriedly spoke. I'm going to Hongqing Shoe Store. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Having Fanyu to lead the way would be much more convenient. The two quickly sneak around and run through the mall. Qin Ming wasn't even afraid of being discovered by the foreign beasts at this time, and his anger was so intense that he couldn't wait to kill a few more foreign beasts. Soon, the two men arrived at Hongqing Shoes, yet no one was to be found. Xia Mo. Lu Cheng. Qin Ming called in his headset, yet there was no response. Qin Ming's face turned ugly. Is something wrong? It shouldn't be. With Xiamo's strength, it's impossible for something to happen quietly. It should be a thick fog covering the signal. Qin Ming's eyes cleaned the ground and found traces of blood on the ground. The blood went all the way out there. Qin Ming immediately pulled on Fanyu and followed the blood trail in pursuit. Soon he heard the sounds of a fight. You hide here. I'll come back for you later. Saying that, Qin Ming quickly hurried forward. Ah, help, help! A mournful hiss rang out. Qin Ming looked over and realized that it was a monster tearing into a man. The man, who was clearly awakened, was still resisting, and when Qin Ming saw the monster, his face changed drastically. He recognized at a glance that the monster was not an alien beast, but a human-turned monster. Damn it, how can there be this kind of monster in Huaxia? Who dared to do this? Roar! Just then, the monster suddenly turned around, revealing its hideous face. Qin Ming froze. It was actually a Western face. Is it a monster made in the West? Qin Ming was in a better mood, but not too good. It's not a good thing that the monsters of the West have come to China. And the monster Qin Ming saw in front of him was none other than Dr. Weird's Inhuman number 3. Fox. Save me. Save me. Dean Qin, save me. The man clearly recognized Qin Ming and called out as if he had seen a lifesaver. Qin Ming's face sank as he immediately brought his sword forward. A powerful slash sends the monster flying and the man is saved. A wave of anger erupted as Qin Ming went after the monster, and the man was relieved to be saved. But at that moment, a masked figure came behind the man. The dagger was on its neck. I'm sorry, your identity has been revealed. Chapter 87, Mysterious Organization. The Masked Man. The ghostly voice suddenly sounded, and the man looked back in shock at a familiar face. No, Vice President, I won't reveal it. Don't kill me. The masked man shook his head slowly. You knew your fate the moment your mask fell off. Be careful in your next life. After saying that, under the man's fearful look, a knife wiped out his neck. Oh, the man covered his neck as blood spurted out. Qin Ming, who was chasing the monster, turned around violently, and his face suddenly sank. He locked eyes with the masked man. The masked man's eyes flickered and he turned and walked into the fog. Asterisk. Careless. Qin Ming didn't expect that someone would actually show up to kill someone. He rushed to the man, whose body was twitching and whose mouth opened as if to say something. Yet with his throat slit, he could no longer speak. Qin Ming's face was gloomy, and he no longer had the chance to ask about the forces behind the man. Killing and killing, daring to challenge the alien hunters. It seems that this wild awakened has already reached a certain scale. The man in front of him looked at Qin Ming with a horrified expression, and finally fell heavily to the ground without breath. Qin Ming clenched his fists and wanted to go after the masked man, but a hissing sound came from behind him. Are you Qin Ming? The monster stood behind Qin Ming and let out a hoarse voice. Qin Ming stood up and looked at the monster indifferently. He could be certain that this monster was the Fallen One. The so-called Fallen are those who failed to awaken and turned into inhuman monsters. Without a doubt, the head in front of him was the result of the haphazard preparation of magic pill. However, it was clear that this Fallen One in front of him was not an accidental product. It was a monster that was specially created by humans, and the target of the person behind it was also clear. It was Qin Ming himself. Qin Ming looked at the Fallen One in front of him and slowly spoke. I was wondering how to pry open your mouth and make you reveal the forces behind you. The Fallen smiled coldly, revealing his hideous face. Qin Ming, you really are that arrogant, but unfortunately, you're about to die. Bang! In the next moment, Fox's feet violently stepped on the ground, and his body rapidly pounced towards Qin Ming. Under the powerful explosive force, the tiles on the ground thumped and exploded. Qin Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. It's also reached the second rank. Those who can have this strength are probably made by a certain country. With this thought in his heart, the Starfall sword was already sheathed. Madaka! Thunder flashed, and a sword slashed out. Dang! The steel-like sharp claws clawed at Qin Ming and were blocked by the Starfall blade. Under the powerful force, Qin Ming was pushed backward and finally hit the wall heavily. Boom! The walls were covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Qin Ming's eyes flashed with a thunderbolt, and he instantly exerted his strength as his long sword slashed horizontally. Ray extinguished. A strong slash pulled a long gash across Fox's chest. Fox let out a hiss of agony, his body constantly retreating. Realizing that he was no match for Qin Ming, his eyes flickered for a moment and he actually turned around and rushed into the thick fog. Dean, second floor. Qin Ming wanted to chase after him, but Lu Cheng's anxious voice came from his headset. Qin Ming stopped in his tracks and gave up chasing the Fallen. Fanu, second floor. Big brother Qin Ming. This way. Fanyu ran out in the shadows and led the way for Qin Ming. Dean, we are in a playground on the second floor, requesting for backup. Lu Cheng's voice continued to ring out. I'll be right there. At this moment, Lu Cheng guarded the two injured members of Squad 013. In front of him, Xia Mo, one man and one gun, blocked more than a dozen second-order K9 bats. Xia Mo's realm was only at the first rank, and he looked a bit overwhelmed by facing so many second-rank foreign beasts. Even more troubling was the fact that behind these K9 bats stood three masked men. They just hid, staring at Xia Mo and Lu Cheng like ghosts. It's them, it's these masked men who attacked us, Kong Chiu Tong said weakly. Lu Cheng's face was ugly, and he wanted to step in to help Xia Mo, but once he left, there was no one to protect Squad 013. At that moment, however, a hand suddenly grabbed his pants. Lu Cheng looked down and saw that it was another member of Squad 013, a youth named Pao Mingxian. Bao Mingxuan's injury was even more severe than Kong Chiu Tong's, the kind that would kill him if he didn't get any more medical attention. Pao Mingxian looked at Lu Cheng with a serious face. Don't mind us, go save our captain. He protected the masses on the roof. Go save them. Hearing Pao Mingxuan's words, Lu Cheng's heart was clogged and he chided. What nonsense! The commander is about to arrive. we can get you all out. Boom! As soon as the words fell, the sound of a violent fight came from the head. Several people hurriedly looked up, only to see a thunderous shadow whistling past, and the two canine bats were instantly split in half. Roar! In the next moment, the three-headed canine bat violently lunged at Qin Ming. With a wave of Qin Ming's hand, another breath erupted out as he clutched the two playing cards in one hand and flew out in style. Magic King Bomb! Under everyone's shocked gaze, the big and small kings on the playing cards suddenly grinned a ghostly grin, then suddenly burst out on the playing cards. GGG. The two kings, one black and one red, let out evil laughs, each holding a bomb and pouncing on the beast. Boom! A violent explosion rang out, and the three-headed canine bat was blown to smithereens on the spot. Seeing this scene, whether it was the two of them, Kong Qiutong and Pao Mingxian, or the three masked men in the distance, their faces changed violently. It's so strong? Pao Mingxian's mouth was wide open with a shocked expression, and the three masked men even shuddered. It's Commander Alien Hunter. Asterisk. What's he doing here? Dodge! Without thinking, the three masked men turned their heads and crashed into the fog. Qin Ming saw them, but didn't go after them. He gripped the star meteor blade and reaped the lives of the canine bats with a single slash. Under the sneaky flash stance, these canine bats couldn't even get close to Qin Ming. Coupled with the combat experience of his previous life as a god of war, he had no difficulty in killing these foreign beasts. However, this scene dropped the jaws of the two men of Squad 013. They knew that Qin Ming was strong, but they didn't know that he was strong beyond measure. After helping Xia Mo kill all the canine bats, Qin Ming's gaze fell on Squad 013. The two of them, Pao Mingxian, immediately lowered their heads. I'm sorry, Commander, for letting you down. Qin Ming shook his head and took out two buns. Can you eat them? The two of them, Pao Mingxian, froze, not understanding what it meant to eat buns now. Hurry up, this is for healing injuries. Lu Cheng hurriedly spoke. This is the only auxiliary ability of the alien hunters. Uncle Song An's masterpiece, healing bun. Hearing Lu Cheng's words, Pao Mingxian and Kong Qiutong hurriedly stuffed the buns into their mouths. Soon, a strange energy was healing their injuries. Although he wasn't cured, he had regained 30 to 40% of his fighting strength, which shocked the two. Qin Ming nodded. Being able to fight is fine. We're in short supply of power right now. Chirp! Suddenly, an ear-piercing scream rang out. At the sound, the crowd all covered their ears in distress. Qin Ming turned around violently to look, his face grave. It's the king beast. It's showing up. Chapter 88, Squad 013 Crisis. Blood-burning cloak. Once the king beast is out, it's bound to feed, so we'll have to pick up the pace. Qin Ming led the crowd upwards. Along the way, they encountered quite a few canine bats blocking the way, all of which were cleared by Qin Ming and Xia Mo one by one. Captain, do you read me? This is Ming Xian. Please reply when you get it. On the way, Pao Mingxian kept contacting the captain on his communicator, but there had been no response. When he rushed up to the third floor, there were several bodies lying on the floor, and the floor was covered in blood. Not our employees, Fan Yu said, shaking his head. These are presumably ordinary people who are coming in to look for a chance. Pao Mingxian said. Stupid. Lu Cheng hated the iron and was filled with anger. What copies? This is just a trap for the Black Hand. Xia Mo shook his head, feeling pity for the deaths of these. Human nature is always greedy. Qin Ming spoke indifferently. They need to pay for their behavior. The crowd ignored the body on the ground and continued to run forward, looking for the rest of Squad 013 along the way. And that king beast was probably busy with something and didn't strike at them. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the mall, 013 squad leader Zhao Mingde, team members Jiang Yingwei, and I Quan, the three are leading more than a dozen mall employees to evacuate. When they rushed up to the rooftop, they realized that the sky was full of thick fog, obscuring their vision. Captain Zhao Mingde's face sank as the imagined helicopter rescue did not appear. Captain, we're probably still in the realm of the Fey beasts. Jiang Yingwei spoke up. Captain, there's still no way to make contact with the outside world. And I Quan spoke anxiously. Zhao Mingde ran to the edge of the rooftop and looked down. Still black and couldn't see anything. Obviously, there was no hope of getting out of the building. The mall was only on the 4th floor, and with their awaken's physical qualities, jumping down wasn't a problem. But there were so many other masses here that they simply couldn't be taken away. Zhao Mingde scanned the 4 directions and spoke. You too, protect the masses here. I'll go down to find Xiaotong and Ming Xian. Captain, no. The two hurriedly stopped Zhao Mingde. Xiaotong and Ming Xian don't even know where they are. If you go down now, it's no different than sending them to their deaths. Captain, be sensible, help is on the way. You guys shut up. Zhao Mingde looked at the two men with a scarlet gaze and said seriously, those are our teammates, and it's my duty as captain to protect them. You, on the other hand, are Xeno hunters, soldiers, and it is your duty to protect the masses. Zhao Mingda's voice shook both of them speechless. And why wouldn't they want to save the day? Pop. Zhao Mingda heavily tapped the shoulders of the two men and spoke seriously. Here, it's all yours. After saying that, Zhao Mingda lifted his long sword and prepared to walk down the stairs. Sir, the employees of the mall looked at Zhao Mingda's back, their eyes slightly red. They knew very well what it meant for the captain to go down now. At this moment, the crowd had a bad taste in their mouths. Zhao Mingda looked at the crowd, didn't say anything, and walked forward resolutely. And just as he opened the rooftop iron door, the iron door was instantly knocked away, blasting Zhao Mingda away along with it. Roar! With a hiss, a monster appeared in front of the crowd. The visitor was none other than the fallen one, Eddie. The corners of Eddie's mouth rose evilly as his gaze swept over Zhao Mingda's several people, sensing the transcendent aura on them. Found you, alien hunters. Zhao Mingda immediately stood up and shielded the panicked crowd behind him. Captain, this foreign beast seems a bit different. Zhang Yingwei and An Quan ran to Zhao Mingda's side and spoke in a deep voice. Zhao Mingda gripped his long sword tightly and looked grave. If I'm not wrong, this is the fallen one. The fallen? Zhang Yingwei and the two of them immediately reacted to the fact that before they joined the inhabitant hunters, they had undergone some transcendental common sense training. The fallen, who took the wrong magic potion that caused humans to mutate into monsters, was one of the contents inside. In that light, the creature was really a fallen one. The two men's faces were hard to see, and just then, the other entrance to the rooftop was busted open. What appeared were 5 masked figures. It's them. Seeing these people, Zhang Yingwei and An Quan had angry faces. It was their attack that caused Zhou Tong and Ming Xian to disappear. Damn it, Captain. Let's kill them. Zhang Yingwei spoke angrily. Zhao Mingda stopped him with a hand. The greater good is the greater good. Our mission is to protect the masses. On the other side, the masked man also frowned slightly as he watched the scene before him. They came to look for the king beast. However, after searching the entire mall and not finding the target, they concluded that the king beast was on the rooftop. However, I didn't expect to come across this scene. Vice President, that fey beast is a bit strange. A man with a salty Superman mask spoke. The black-clothed man in the lead frowned. This is a fallen one, not a fey. The fallen? The crowd looked puzzled, obviously not knowing as much as the man in black. Those who failed to awaken and assimilate into monsters are the fallen. The man in black explained. These people are even stronger than fey beasts, and are not easy to deal with. The crowd was in a state of shock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's really such a thing? I thought this was officially a scare, but I didn't realize it was real. It seems to be a foreigner. We're in no hurry. Just watch. The man in black spoke. Then he backed up to the edge of the rooftop with the crowd and showed Eddie his goodwill. We have no intention of interfering, so be my guest. Eddie looked at them disdainfully before landing his gaze on the few people from Zhao Mingda. Is Qin Ming here? Zhao Mingda froze. Commander? This guy's targeting the commander? Zhao Mingda snorted coldly. Intruder, you're trespassing on Chinese territory. You're looking for death. Eddie smiled disdainfully, revealing a hideous face. Alien hunters, are they all so arrogant? Then let's take you guys first. Boom. Eddie got down on all fours, stomped hard, and quickly rushed towards Zhao Mingda. Get out of the way. Zhao Mingda's face changed drastically as he raised his long sword to block Eddie. Eddie slapped his claws, and his powerful force collided with Zhao Mingda. Bang! Zhao Mingda's entire body was sent flying, and a gash was torn open in his chest as blood flowed out. Captain! An Quan's face sank as he rolled his hand in a ball of thunder and violently threw it at Eddie. Boom! Lightning flashed, and a ball of thunder slammed into Eddie with a loud bang. Yet the wisps of arc were all absorbed by Eddie. An Quan froze. How is this possible? What he didn't know was that Eddie's body was the Thunder Iron Beast body, and this weak lightning couldn't work on him at all. Of course, it's also because Eddie is powerful. At this time, Eddie had already reached the second stage realm, stronger than An Quan and the rest of them. Mangan Jin. At this time, Zhang Yingwei's hands suddenly swelled, and a powerful force burst out, chopping furiously at Eddie. Sequence 089. Healing Life, Alien. However, at this strong strike, Eddie only glanced at it with disdain as it directly swung out its claws and sent Zhang Yingwei's long sword flying with a palm strike. The next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, the beast's claws grabbed down and plunged into Zhang Yingwei's shoulders before lifting him up high. Ah! Zhang Yingwei hissed in pain, his figure constantly struggling. I haven't eaten a shifter yet. Monster Eddie looked at the struggling Kong Yunwei and revealed a greedy look, drool running down his hideous mouth. Hiss! This scene stunned the masked man organization, who were watching from afar. This fallen one was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Stop! At this time, 013 Captain Zhao Mingda stood up covered in blood and angrily rebuked. A flash of determination flashed across Zhao Mingda's face as he slashed his palm with a knife. then pressed his blood-covered hand to his chest. In an instant, the blood-burning cloak on its body seemed to be crazily devouring blood, turning from black to bright red. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yingwei and An Iquan's eyes instantly turned red as they cried out in grief. Captain! No! Chapter 89, Blood-Burning Cloak activated. Earthly retrograde. The moment they activated the blood-burning cloak, An Iquan and Jiang Yingwei knew what the captain was going to do. The blood-burning cloak is the symbol of the Chinese inhabitant hunters, and is a sheltering object that comes standard with all inhabitant hunters, and it works only in life and death. Blood-burning cloak burns the power of the user's bloodline and infinite spirit overdraft, allowing the user to increase their combat power in a short period of time, and the only price is death. The Inhuman Hunter Code clearly states that the use of a blood-burning cloak is not allowed until it is a matter of life and death. But at this moment, Captain Zhao Mingde had no choice. He couldn't watch his team die in front of him. Boom! In the next moment, a strong aura erupted. The blood-burning cloak was shimmering with vein-like patterns, and after activating it, it was like a demon with an autonomous consciousness. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the blood-burning cloak wrapped Zhao Mingde's body at once, and the rooted blood-colored lines gradually spread and solidified. In the end, the blood-burning cloak formed an energy armor on Zhao Mingde's body, which was black and red with bright red lines wandering on it. Upon closer inspection, you can see the bright red veins that are blood, boiling blood, from the blood of the alien hunter, Zhao Mingde, the leader of the 013 Mordor squad. This scene shocked everyone present beyond belief, especially the opposite side of the Masked Man organization. Several people all frowned. What is this? The salty Superman Masked Man spoke in a trembling voice. His power is rising. Promoted to the second rank. Grr, how did that work? Several of the other masked men were also stunned. It was truly worthy of being official, and the things they had mastered were not comparable to those of them who were wildly awakened. However, the vice president shook his head indifferently. That one is called the blood-burning cloak. It's a sheltered object, and he's equal to burning his own life and boosting his strength. What? Hearing this, several people were even more shocked. Is he out of his mind? He'd just turn and run if he had it in him. Why would he want to die? When the words were spoken, several people suddenly fell silent. Yes, this is the Chinese soldier, the human retrograde. Let's see. I also want to see what this blood-burning cloak is capable of, the vice president whispered in a cold voice. Captain, Kong Young-wai, who was grabbed by the monster Eddie, kept struggling in pain. Team, Captain, An Iquan's eyes reddened, his mood suppressed to the extreme. Zhao Mingde turned to look at An Iquan. I'll delay some time for you. I believe support will arrive soon. After saying that, Zhao Mingde held his tang sword diagonally and walked forward slowly. Bang! In the next moment, Zhao Mingde shot out violently and slashed across the board at Eddie the Fallen. Battle Technique Silver Arc. Madaka! The blade chirped and quivered, the silver light of the blade shimmering in the darkness of the night as energy burst forth. Fallen Eddie's face changed slightly as he flung Jiang Yingwei aside with one hand, his sharp claws whistling out. Dang! Sparks flew as the long knife stuck under the beast's claws. Zhao Mingde's face sank as a powerful force suddenly erupted from his body. Madaka! The longsword erupted and shook Eddie the Fallen back with a single slash. Zhao Mingde got up and went up. The tang sword in his hand flashed with a silver cold aura and chopped out ferociously. Dang! The long blade was extremely fast, and it fell on the Fallen. The steel body was split with a clanking sound, knocking the Fallen back continuously. Battle Technique Silver Moon Mending Sky. A cold aura flashed in Zhao Mingde's eyes as he drove the spiritual power in his body to the extreme and slashed out. Buzz! The long sword drew a splendid arc in midair, shining like a silver moon. Pust! The long, shiny silver blade pulled a long gash across the Fallen's chest, splattering blood. Ow dash! The Fallen let out a beastly hiss as his massive body blasted heavily against the wall. Hiss! Seeing this scene, those few masked men sucked in a breath of cool air. It's so strong. It's not a fraction of a degree of enhancement. What a shelter. Too bad it's disposable. Che, if I give it to you to use, do you dare to use it? A few whispered, and only the leading vice president's face was grave. It really wasn't a good thing to go against such an organization. Boom! That's when Eddie the Fallen pulls up against the shattered wall. He grimaced and stared angrily at Zhao Mingde. Inhuman Hunter, you've angered me. Buzz! Zhao Mingde was clad in blood-colored armor and pointed his sword at the Fallen One. Come on, Fallen One! Roar! Eddie the Fallen hissed angrily, his body quickly rushing towards Zhao Mingde, his sharp claws whistling down. A flash of viciousness flashed in Zhao Mingde's eyes, and in the face of this claw, he didn't dodge or defend. Captain, the two of them, An Iquan and Jiang Yingwei, changed their faces drastically. Sir! The protected crowd covered their mouths in horror, fear in their eyes. Obviously, Zhao Mingde was going to trade his life for his life. Bang! The Fallen One slapped his claws on Zhao Mingde's chest, his sharp claws pulling hard. Rip! Blood splatters. Zhao Mingde tightened his grip on the tang blade and stabbed it into fallen Eddie's abdomen before he was knocked away. Pust! The long blade penetrated, and the fallen let out a mournful hiss. Eddie the fallen stomped back while Zhao Mingde's entire body flew out and smashed heavily on the ground. But soon, he was back on his feet, blood already seeping from his chest armor. The fallen one touched the wound in his abdomen and became even angrier. Knock knock! Heavy footsteps on the ground. Eddie once again rushed towards Zhao Mingde. Zhao Mingde's body staggered a few steps, gripping the long sword in his hand as he fought to resist. But this time, he failed to block. The fallen's fist landed on its chest and the armor dented. Wow! Zhao Mingde spat out a mouthful of blood and his figure flew up like a bird with broken wings. Roar! The fallen leapt high into the air and grabbed Zhao Mingde in one hand before slamming heavily into the ground. Knock! Concrete floors exploded with spiderweb patterns. Eddie the fallen stomped on Zhao Mingde's chest, deforming the armor. Wow! Blood dripped from Zhao Mingde's mouth, and his breath had become shriveled down. Ah! Captain! Kong Yungai rushed forward angrily, slashing his palm and pressing it violently against his chest. Burn me! I want power! Tent! The black cloak fluttered in the wind and gradually dyed bright red. The bright red cloak covered Jiang Yingwei's torso and seemed to be greedily sucking his blood. Jiang Yingwei's pupils suddenly shrunk, blood was thick, and a flash of severe pain surged to his brain. In the next moment, the cloak slowly coalesced to form the domineering bloodstained armor. Feeling the powerful strength surging out from his body, a flash of joy flashed across Jiang Yingwei's face. He's in a position to help the captain. Get thee out of here! Jiang Yingwei gripped his long sword with both hands in reverse, and in one swift motion, he leapt onto the fallen one's back and plunged down with all his might. Go to hell! Put! The long blade ran the fallen's body through. Chapter 90, Zhao Mingde, Captain of Unit 013, reporting for duty. Roar! The fallen hissed in pain and threw Kong Yingwei on his back with all his might. A leg kick was thrown from the moment it was thrown down. Bang! Jiang Yingwei's entire body flew out as if he had been hit by a heavy blow. Ginger! An Iquan roared in grief and anger, to prepare to activate the blood-burning armor. Stop! But just then, the captain on the ground, Zhao Mingde, stopped him. You have the crowd behind you, and with you dead too. Who will protect them? Zhao Mingde staggered to his feet, blood running down his long sword to the ground. An Iquan's body was trembling, and his eyes had long since turned red. Zhao Mingde felt the life force gradually draining from his body. He knew he was going to die. In the next moment, he looked at the fallen in front of him who was still trying to draw his long sword. The last slash? Zhao Mingde murmured, but the aura on his body gradually climbed. Sequence 142, Silver Arc. I'm sorry for making you meet a useless master. In the end, let me give my life and bloom your last light. Boom! The next moment, Zhao Mingde exploded with a loud bang. In the sky, the dome of the sky that was covered by thick fog seemed to pivot a little, and a faint ray of moonlight shone down in the gap, and the moon enveloped Zhao Mingde. Buzz! Zhao Mingde raised his long sword. The silver light of the blade flashed with a cold aura, a sadness gradually spreading. Bang! Just then, several figures rushed out at the entrance. The visitors were none other than Qin Ming, Xia Mo, Lu Chang, Kong Chiotong, and Bao Mingxian who hurriedly arrived. Qin Ming noticed the blood-red armor on Zhao Mingde at a glance, and his heart pounded. Captain! Kong Chiotong and Bao Mingxian instantly shed tears. No crying. Zhao Mingde straightened his chest, like an elder comforting his juniors. I'm glad you guys are okay. Then, Zhao Mingde gazed at Qin Ming and spoke solemnly. Commander, the leader of Inhuman Hunter Squad 013, Zhao Mingde, has come to report for duty. Bang! In the next moment, Zhao Mingde rushed towards the fallen with a mournful aura. Battle technique, Silver Arc Passing Moon. Zhao Mingde's body transformed into a residual shadow. His speed was mentioned to the extreme, and under the moonlight, the long knife was flooded with wisps of cold aura, drawing a full moon in midair. In an instant, there was dead silence all around. Only the pale moonlight arcs against the earth. Buzz! The arc of light flickered as a cold aura sliced through the fallen's body. Put! A hideously veined arm flew out. The fallen hit the ground hard. Zhao Mingde gripped his long sword, the breath draining from his body all at once as he staggered and collapsed helplessly. Captain! In an instant, Kong Chiotong, Bao Mingxian, and An Iquan, all rushed over and held Zhao Mingde in their arms. Kong Chiotong cried out, Captain! It's all right, we're here, the commander is here. Bang! Suddenly, a figure clad in blood-colored armor fell heavily to his knees beside him. The crowd snapped their eyes over and immediately saw the activated blood-burning cloak on its body. Ginger! You! Bao Mingxian froze for a moment. Kong Chiotong cried even louder. You guys! Why are you guys doing this? Captain! I'm sorry. Jiang Yingwei looked at the dying Zhao Mingde. Zhao Mingde slowly shook his head. Squad 013. I'll be relying on you guys from now on. He grabbed An Iquan. Take care of your siblings. An Iquan choked and nodded. At this time, Qin Ming walked over with a complicated expression and looked down at Zhao Mingde. Sorry we're late. Zhao Mingde revealed a smile. Commander, this is our duty. The masses, we protected them. Qin Ming looked back at the red-eyed crowd behind him and said softly, don't worry, they're fine. Next, leave it to us. Qin Ming's voice was heavy, yet solemn and powerful. See, Commander, he can still. Zhao Mingde pointed at Zhang Yingwei with difficulty. Everyone's gazes fell on Zhang Yingwei, and Qin Ming shook his head with a sigh. Once the blood-burning cloak is activated, it is irreversible. Zhang Yingwei first froze, then grinned. It's fine, Captain. I'll accompany you. Qin Ming walked over and patted Zhang Yingwei's shoulder. Fight. Yes. Zhang Yingwei immediately stood up as he picked up the long sword engraved with the name, Zhao Mingde. Captain, I'll help you decapitate it. Qin Ming stepped forward, followed closely by Xia Mo and Lu Chang. The two of them were saddened in their hearts, and a wave of anger was suppressed in their hearts. At this moment, as they watched Qin Ming approach the fallen one, the few masked men in the corner immediately felt a sense of oppression. Although Qin Ming hadn't landed his gaze on them, that aura, which seemed to have locked onto them, was terrifying. Vice President, we should probably just go. The salty superhero masked man's throat rolled. The black-robed man at the head had a grave expression on his face, his gaze fixed on Qin Ming. He had no intention of leaving. He wanted to see how strong this inhuman hunter-in-chief really was. And just as everyone was watching Qin Ming suddenly moved, his body flashing with thunder, as fast as lightning. Qin Ming, Eddie the Fallen roared, his sharp claws whistling out. A cold aura flashed across Qin Ming's eyes as the star meteor blade pulled out a long lightning arc. Pust, a blade fell, and the fallen one's arms flew out in unison. Roar! The fallen hissed in pain. Qin Ming bullied his way forward, his blade light constantly flashing as he slashed viciously at the fallen one's chest. That tough fur was as good as papier-mâché in front of Qin Ming, and blood continued to splatter. The scene was shocking. Anyone could see Qin Ming's anger. After an unknown number of slashes, the fallen one's chest was a bloody mess. Originally, it only had half a life left under Zhao Mingde and Zhang Yingwei's brazen attacks. Now that he was facing Qin Ming, he no longer had much power to fight back. Finally, Kang Youngwei quickly rushed forward and chopped off the fallen one's head with a single slash. Captain, it's dead. Zhang Yingwei turned around excitedly, yet the captain was already lying in Kong Qiu Tong's arms, out of breath. Captain, Kang Youngwei fell into tears. Qin Ming pressed his palm heavily on Zhang Yingwei's shoulder and looked forward with cold eyes. And the enemy. In the next moment, the gazes of Qin Ming's few people landed on the masked man in front of them. Zhang Yingwei gripped his long sword tightly and turned back with cold eyes, looking at them angrily. It's you people. Vice President. The salty superhero masked man backed up with a horrified look on his face. Are we really not running? The man in black stepped out with a single step, his gaze blandly looking at Qin Ming. We have no intention of going against the alien hunters. Qin Ming smiled coldly. Isn't that funny? You're going to leave us behind? The man in black frowned. What? Do you still want to kill the king beast and steal the reward from us? You know where the king beast is? The black-clothed man's pupils suddenly shrunk. In the next moment, Qin Ming raised his head and looked at the dense fog high in the sky. Aren't you coming out yet? Chapter 91, The King Beast Appears. Requesting golden tickets. Seeing Qin Ming look up into the sky, everyone froze and looked up. You humans are pretty smart. Suddenly, an eerie female voice came from the sky. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a foreign beast that looked like a bat flew out in the thick fog. This is the king beast? Xiaomo's eyes narrowed slightly. She felt a different aura on this bat. Not only her, but the opposite squad of masked men felt it as well. Qin Ming's gaze flashed with a touch of surprise. This king beast, it's covered in treasures. That different aura was the magic potion material and shelter on its body. This guy, he actually brought his own shelter. At this moment, the man in black revealed a greedy look and spoke softly. Should we grab around with them? The four people behind them hesitated. The purpose of their coming here was the king beast, but now in this situation, if they wanted to compete for the treasure, they would have to fight the alien hunters. They weren't afraid of Squad 013, but Qin Ming wasn't something to be dealt with. However, just as they hesitated, Qin Ming's side moved. Do it! With a command, Xia Mo was the first to strike, and the ice-cold lance was used as a spear and violently thrown out. Click, click, click. The ice lance shot out like a bullet, carrying strands of coldness sweeping all the way through, as if even the air had been frozen. Help yourself! The man in black moved, and with a wave of his hand, an invisible force flung out, bouncing the cold lance back. At the same time, Qin Ming also rushed up, and his thunder blade whistled down. Grass! The salty Superman masked man's face changed, and he hastily dodged sideways. With a rumble, all four of them were lifted off by a powerful wave of air. and the long knives landed on the guardrail, the concrete instantly exploding. Hiss! The four masked men's eyes widened in shock. This strength was simply not something they could fight against. Vice President, forgive me for not being able to accompany you. One of them realized something was wrong and turned to run, wanting to jump down on the rooftop. However, Qin Ming would not let him go. The guile flash stance activated, and as he rushed up to the fence to jump down, the star meteor blade stabbed him in the back. Pust! The star meteor blade ran through the man's body. The man's pupils suddenly shrunk with a look of horror. He regretted why he hadn't run sooner. The next moment, the man fell heavily to the ground, gradually losing his breath. The few remaining masked men cast horrified gazes. They didn't expect the inhuman hunter commander to be so strong to this point. Go! The salty Superman masked man shouted as he couldn't hold himself together. Just as a few people were about to run for their lives, the bat-fey beast hovering in the sky revealed a bizarre smile. Humans, running away is not the answer. Suddenly, a scarlet red lit up in the eyes of the king beast, and an invisible force enveloped the masked man. Then, as if they were being manipulated, several people's eyes turned scarlet and their aura became tyrannical. They didn't flee anymore, but instead looked at Qin Ming and the others with an evil expression. This scene caused the man in black to frown. Qin Ming's face sank as he shouted to his partners, "They're being controlled by the king beast. Be careful." Qin Ming gazed upwards, truly worthy of being a king beast. It's really powerful. Kill! The pair of human masked men bellowed and quickly rushed over. Lu Chang was just about to strike when a voice came from behind him. Let me! In the next moment, Jiang Yingwei charged forward with an unrelenting aura. The blood in his body was burning madly. Captain, I'm coming to keep you company. Goodbye everyone. I'm Squad 013 member, Kong Young-wai. The muscles on Jiang Yingwei's arms swelled to the extreme, and his veins were visible. Its hands gripped the tang blade tightly as it exploded into a final strike. Sequence 89, Healing Life, Battle Technique Reckless Strength. Bang! A sword slashed out with a great sound. The opponent reacted instantly, making a powerful defensive stance and rapidly coalescing iron on his body. Iron Man! Dang! With a crisp sound, the long knife landed on the man's head. The mask exploded on the spot, revealing a bearded face. A stream of blood fell slowly over his head, and the man stared, falling heavily to the ground. Sequence 200, Iron Man, died. After the blow, Jiang Yingwei's body staggered, and the powerful aura on his body was rapidly dissipating. The effect of the blood-burning cloak is declining. With a bang, the scarlet armor ran out of energy and blew up on the spot. Ginger! Seeing this, Pao Mingxian quickly rushed forward and held Jiang Yingwei in place. Jiang Yingwei gazed at Qin Ming and said in a trembling voice, "Division, Commander, I did my best." Qin Ming's heart choked. Squad 013 Jiang Yingwei, you have successfully completed your mission. Please, return to the team. Yes. With a shuddering sound, Kong Young-wai slowly collapsed. It was a sad scene under the moonlit night and the cold wind. Qin Ming tightened his grip on the starfall blade, his gaze becoming even more ferocious. Those two, I'll leave you to it. When he said that, his gaze fell on the man in black. The black-clothed man's face sank as he felt the killing intent on Qin Ming's body. At this point he had no desire to fight. Without hesitation, the man in black turned around and rushed towards the edge of the rooftop. Do you think you can still escape? Qin Ming's figure flashed and blocked in front of the man in black. Not only you, but the forces behind you. I will uncover them all. Qin Ming quickly stepped forward, his thunder blade flashing. Battle technique, thunder destruction chop. The black-clothed man's face changed, and he drew a short knife at his back waist to block it. Dang! The two swords collided, and the powerful force directly sent the man in black flying. The man in black stabilized his stance and violently swung out several flying daggers the moment he landed on the ground. Qin Ming's body flickered, dodging the attack of the flying daggers. But in the next moment, the flying dagger suddenly reversed its direction and stabbed at Qin Ming's back. Commander, be careful! Kong Chiu Tong shouted. Qin Ming sensed a cold aura coming from behind him as he raised an eyebrow. Imperial object? Qin Ming turned around and swung his chop, knocking down all the flying swords. At this moment, the man in black seized the opportunity and wanted to rush forward to give Qin Ming a fatal blow, but when he took a step, his feet stepped on a trick formation and electricity surged upwards. The man in black shivered. What is this? After it came over instead, Qin Ming had already swept his foot in. Bang! The entire man in black was kicked off. Are you also of the second rank? Blood dripped from the corners of the black-clothed man's mouth as he struggled to get up. Don't you underestimate me. The man in black suddenly stormed off, and behind him, a dagger flew up. Battle technique, blade, buzz off. All the daggers flew out in unison, cutting off all of Qin Ming's paths of retreat. Qin Ming indifferently watched this scene as he raised his palm and clamped down on a playing card. That's a plum too. Magic poker soldier. Under the black-clothed man's stunned gaze, the playing card suddenly flew out. On the poker card, a voluptuous woman in a wraparound skirt and plum black silk rushed out. The woman held the whip and gave the man in black a playful smile. Plumbind. The Plum Blossom 2 woman threw out the leather whip in her hand and wrapped it around the black-clothed man's body at once. The man's face suddenly changed drastically. What is it? Chapter 92, Slaying the King Beast. First time passing a copy. The man in black was numb. He hadn't even fought seriously yet. How did he get caught? At this moment, he seemed to understand what Qin Ming's disdainful gaze meant. Qin Ming didn't even try to put him in his eyes. The more the man in black thought about it, the angrier he got. But there was nothing more he could do. The whip on his body was tight, so tight that he couldn't struggle. Done. The man in black let out a heavy sigh and had been guarded by Kong Chiu Tong and Pao Ming Xian. On the other side, the salty Superman masked man and his companion were defeated. Under Xia Mo's strong attack, the two were ed down without much resistance. Especially the salty Superman masked man was frozen in his feet, lying on the ground, unable to move, his face ashen. They then realized that the squad of the Commander-in-Chief of the Infernal Hunters was not even on the same level as the Magic City 013 squad. They could take Squad 013, but in front of Qin Ming's squad, they were like clowns bouncing around. When the two were arrested, their eyes looked over to the Vice President's side and realized that the Vice President had long been lying on the ground. The two men's mouths twitched as they cursed angrily in their hearts. Mud, believe in his evil, should have run away a long time ago. They didn't know what they would face next, and it was a death wish. Qin Ming paid no attention to their petty concerns as he raised his head and stared at the king beast that had been hovering in the sky. What a waste! The king beast first gave the masked man a contemptuous look. Then, its gaze landed on Qin Ming and Xia Mo, and as if it knew that the two were not to be messed with, it fluttered its wings and actually wanted to run. Qin Ming's face sank. Still want to run? In the next moment, a warning sign appeared in his hand and slammed down. No traffic ahead. Knock! A scarlet light shot straight up into the sky, enveloping the entire mall. The boundary appeared and blocked the retreat of the king beast. The king beast slammed his head against the boundary wall and turned back with an angry look on his face. Human, you're looking for death. Qin Ming had no intention of talking nonsense with it. Shoot it down for me. Upon hearing this, Xia Mo made an archery stance and the cold ice spread, condensing an ice bow. Xia Mo pulled the bowstring, and a morose cold arrow slowly coalesced. Bang! The arrow shot out and exploded into points of ice. The frost arrow was extremely fast and hit the king beast's wing in one go. The king beast struggled and tried to stabilize itself, yet the frost on its wings was spreading rapidly, almost freezing it. The king beast was unable to struggle and landed with a sullen face, and what greeted her was the attack of Qin Ming's trio of attackers. Chirp! The Bat King beast let out an angry sound as its wings flapped and two hurricanes whistled. Under the hurricane, Lu Chang and Xia Mo were blown away. Qin Ming stabilized his stance and shouted to the crowd behind him, "Leave the rooftop." The crowd was far away and close to the exit and quickly rushed past. Instead, the bound masked trio on the ground were lifted by the gusts of wind and slammed heavily against the fence wall. Qin Ming flung out a playing card against the hurricane. The playing card spun in the air, revealing the face of the card, which was a K of clubs. The next moment, a tall woman jumped out at the playing cards. The woman held a bow and arrow in her hand and fired it at the king bat beast. Whoosh! The arrow whistled out. The king bat beast had to stop the hurricane to avoid the arrows. What the hell is this? And the salty Superman masked man who saw this bizarre scene was instantly stunned. Is it so scary when playing cards turn into people? Vice President, what kind of ability is this? The man in black had a hard look on his face. You ask me, who do I ask? In terms of this world's knowledge of sequence abilities, it was estimated that there was no one who knew more than Qin Ming. They were small potatoes in front of Qin Ming. At this time, Qin Ming once again rushed forward and violently flung out two playing cards. None other than the Joker King. Joker, GGG. The Joker gave a miserable smile and charged towards the Bat King beast, each clutching a bomb. On the bomb, a fuse was burning fast, emanating an aura of danger. The Bat King beast revealed a look of horror as it could feel the terror of this strike. It was backing up in fear and finally hit the fence. Just as it was about to take off, Lu Chang suddenly grabbed the iron pipe railing on the fence. Battle technique Iron Hand. In the next moment, that iron railing actually twisted up and finally turned into an iron hand that grabbed the Bat King beast that wanted to fly up. A strong tug. The King Bat beast slammed into the ground in shock. Meanwhile, the Clown King arrives as expected. King Bomb. Knock. The two bombs exploded, sending the King Bat beast flying, but it wasn't blown downstairs, because the iron hand was still wrapped around it in a death grip. The Bat King beast was severely injured and completely panicked. Chirp! The Bat King let out a mournful sound, and the terrifying sound waves caused everyone to cover their ears. At the same time, a thick black fog spread out on its body, constantly spreading outwards. Soon, the entire rooftop was covered in a thick fog and the view was all but gone. No good. It's hard to see. Lu Chang shouted. Xia Mo, keep an eye on those guys, Qin Ming immediately shouted. In the thick fog, the three vice presidents thought that they could take this opportunity to escape and their faces were overjoyed. But the next moment, a chill came from all around. Asterisk 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 this. What is it? Ah, help, no. The screams came to an abrupt end as cold ice covered the three of them, turning them into three ice sculptures. Xia Mo walked over and muttered, "It seems to be overly forceful. Forget it, just take the fire back and melt it." On the side, Pao Mingxian and Kong Qiutong were dumbstruck. Clunk! A crashing sound came from the thick fog as the Bat King beast broke free from Lu Chang's iron hand. Damn! How could there be such a strong human? It's only the third stage of the trial. Why would this kind of character appear? The King Bat beast growled lowly in displeasure. It almost died, but luckily it was smart enough to release the dense fog at the first opportunity to escape. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. It is better to find a place to hide and develop properly. Wait until we reach the third, no, fourth rank, and then this king will come out to make a killing. With this thought, the King Bat beast was about to spread its wings, but the next moment, a voice came lazily from behind. No, you don't have a chance. The Bat King beast violently turned around and looked in horror at Qin Ming, who had precisely found himself in the dense fog. It shuddered and flapped its wings to fly away. Pop! Yet its feet were caught. Qin Ming yanked it down with one hand. The Bat King beast's face was hideous, and its wings were like blades as it ruthlessly slashed towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming gripped the long knife and thrust it down hard. Pust! The star meteor blade plunged into the wings of the Bat King beast, pinning it to the ground. Then, there was a flash of thunder in Qin Ming's hand. A high-risk battle technique. Trick card. The card rotated, and a pistol glittering with thunder appeared in Qin Ming's hand. Trick thunder gun. Qin Ming pressed his gun against the Bat King beast's head. I hope you can pop me some more loot. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the Bat King beast's head instantly exploded. Then, a heavenly voice sounded all over the world, and a message popped up on all electronic screens. Congratulations to the first civilization top ass the copy. Congratulations to Huaxia civilization. Rewards are being distributed. Chapter 93, A Great Reward. Mysterious Incense Burner. Hearing this heavenly voice, the world was shaken. First copy, and this was passed? Another Wahaba country? The world had blown up again and they were more or less numb. The third civilization trial is up, and the first one is still the country of Huaxia. After the first two trials, all the countries had given birth to awakened ones, clearly bringing them closer to each other. But why were they still unable to catch up with Huaxia? Especially when you hear about the rewards being handed out. Countries are going to break big defenses. In the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, Chief Trip slapped the desktop angrily. Why? Where's that asshole Akil? Didn't he say he was stronger than Qin Ming? How come he hasn't cleared the copy yet? General John, who was on the sidelines, smacked his lips. He's already in the copy in the first place, but there's no sign of him showing up yet. I told you, all that guy does is brag about himself and be cocky. And just then, Akil sent a contact communication. The connection was made and the voice rang through the conference room. Chief, I passed the copy. How about that? First is right. Ha ha ha. Excited and proud words came from across the room. In the conference room, the faces of all the Eagle Jam executives twitched. Trip's face sank even further as he shouted angrily. Before you, Huaxia had already cleared the level, and received a first-time pass reward. What? Akil was shocked. Impossible. How could they be so fast? He felt that his team was already very good and had been pushing across the board in the copies. But why did they still lose? Trip drummed up a mouthful of anger and tried to calm himself. It's only the first copy. There are 9 more to come. You should be concerned about what to do to take the whole trial. You know? Although disgruntled, Akil, as the captain of the Awakened of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, he still had to give a third of his face. 3 parts knocking, 3 parts encouraging. This is the technique of the emperor learned in Chinese history. The loot you gained from this clearance, keep it to improve your combat power. You are the hope of the empire, Trip said softly. Akil suddenly froze and blushed profusely. Thank you, Chief Executive. The smile on Trip's face disappeared after he hung up the communication. He looked to General Arthur and frowned. Dr. Grotesque's masterpiece, has it not entered Chinese territory yet? General Arthur's face didn't look too good either. It's been infiltrated, probably not too coincidentally, and it didn't happen to be where the copies descended. Trip tapped on the desktop. It's not necessarily necessary to enter the copy. It's good to cause some trouble for Huaxia. By the way, how's the contact over at Monkey Country? General Arthur smiled coldly. It's not their turn to refuse. We've already dispatched awakened ones to drive the Monkey Kingdom's alien beasts to the Chinese border. Trip nodded. Good. No matter what, we will win this third trial of civilization. Mall rooftop. After Qin Ming had killed the Bat King beast, The dense fog had gradually dissipated and the disappearing mall slowly appeared. The fighters are going in, searching for survivors, as well as clearing out the Fae. Xiaomo walked over and looked at the corpse of the king beast on the ground. This guy, he's not really easy to deal with. Qin Ming nodded. It was indeed not easy to deal with. If he hadn't run into the two perverts of theirs, it was estimated that the other alien hunter squads of Huaxia would have come as giveaways. This move of dense fog alone made one lose most of his fighting strength. Without vision, with their mental power, they could not perceive the presence of the Bat King beast at all, and then there would only be a way to die. The King Bat beast also had a huge advantage, and that was that it could fly. Flying foreign beasts were extremely difficult to deal with. Even a long-range attack type of aberrationist could only eyeball it when they encountered a flying aberration. It's like a cannon hitting an airplane. Thousands of rounds don't always hit one. Of course, a king sequence powerhouse like Xia Mo was another story. If Qin Ming hadn't guessed wrongly, this Bat King beast replica would have to turn the heads of the world's nations. The trial was fair, and the fact that the Bat King beast subplot could appear in China also meant that it would appear in other countries. Only the order of appearance was skewed. I believe that by now the phone over in Shangjing has been blown up, and officials from various countries will surely come over to ask for the strategy. Qin Ming didn't think too much as his gaze fell on the corpse of the king beast in front of him. At this point, the copy of the reward has been issued in a brutal and powerful way. Fell on the boss. Qin Ming picked it up and looked at it. It was a gene sequence formula. Common sequence 089, healing life. Forbidden sequence 037, fearless 1. Recipe, 10 milliliters of ghost shark blood, 10 milliliters of canine bat blood, 1 tongue orchid grass, 1 immortal flower, 5 milliliters of pure water. Seeing this formula, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. This was a new formula, one that was outside of his cognizance. Among the Chinese alien hunters, 60 of them were sequence 089, healing life, which was definitely a powerful force if they would all be promoted to forbidden sequence. It was just that the magic medicine materials on this formula were a bit harsh, as if tongue orchid grass, immortal flower, such magic medicine materials. He hadn't seen them before now. However, Qin Ming believed that it would definitely appear in the next copies. This was a good reward, and Qin Ming put the formula away. Next was the second reward, which was 5 gene chips. This stuff is good, and is currently the rarest item in the Inhuman Hunters organization. One can enhance a soldier's transcendental physique, and the other can heal an alien's injuries. When alien hunters fought with alien beasts, they would more or less leave behind some injuries, and certain injuries caused by transcendental abilities were not something that could be cured by medicine nowadays. So this would require the genetic chip. Maybe we need another doctor. Thinking so, Qin Ming remembered a healing awakened person with strong abilities in his previous life. When she is free, she must be taken under her wing. Then, Qin Ming looked at the other rewards, which were all some magic pill materials. There were more than 10 pieces of common grade and 3 pieces of rare grade, which was already pretty good, and there were still magic medicine materials yet to be removed from this king bat beast. At this time, Lu Chang walked over with the ultramagnetic detector and swept it over the Bat King beast. Purple teeth, purple nails, and red bone wings correspond to rare class and king class, respectively. Lu Chang's face was delighted. 3 pieces of high-level materials. What luck! There are even better ones. Qin Ming pointed at an object on the back of the Bat King beast. What is this? Lu Chang and Xia Mo both stared wide-eyed. That thing? It's an incense burner. The incense burner is back covered on the back of the king's beast, with 3 bronze feet topping the top and an inscription on the burner. This is an antique? Lu Chang blinked. It's a shelter. Qin Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he saw wisps of black mist emanating from the mouth of the incense burner's inverted lid. It turns out that this thick fog isn't the ability of the Bat King beast. It's this shelter that's messing with it. Ha! Summers was surprised. Is it? Qin Ming felt that this sheltering object was a bit weird and said vigilantly, "Get out of the way, guys. I'll pull it off." Qin Ming reached out and grabbed the incense burner, ripping it off, and the moment the incense burner was taken down, an even more bizarre fog quickly spread. Chapter 94, SCP Foundation. Get out of the way. The moment the dense fog spread, Qin Ming reacted at the first opportunity and pushed the 2 people behind him away, and he himself was covered in thick fog. Qin Ming was completely covered by the dense fog, as if he was in another dimension. Oh, so it's a milquetoast little guy. An eerie female voice rang out from the depths of the fog. Before Qin Ming could react, the dense fog quickly closed in. Boring. As the fog closed in, Qin Ming seemed to see a tall silhouette, but the shadow flickered and was gone. Qin Ming, are you alright? An urgent voice rang in his ears as Xia Mo shook Qin Ming's arm. Qin Ming reacted with the incense burner still in his hand. It's a little spooky. Dean, what's wrong with you? Lu Chang asked suspiciously. Why are you suddenly frozen? Qin Ming looked at the two of them in shock.
Didn't you see the thick fog just now? What thick fog? Didn't the fog clear up a long time ago? Am I the only one who saw it? And who was that woman?
Qin Ming muttered. In his 2 lives, he had never seen such a bizarre scene. There was also this incense burner on his hand, which had not appeared in his last life. Although the sheltering objects were all strange and bizarre, but this incense burner, Qin Ming was truly unable to see through it. Qin Ming, what level is this sheltering object? Xia Mo asked. She also felt that this sheltering object was not simple. Qin Ming shook his head. He really didn't see it, but it doesn't feel like a low level. The shelters were ordinary level, forbidden level, king level, and god level, and their abilities differed from level to level. Counting this incense burner in front of them, they already had 7 sheltered objects on hand.
Qin Ming's own unknown level, Chinkuan Gourd, Lu Cheng's normal level, double blade axe,
as well as the calamity bird, and the parallel dice. The forbidden levels are forbidden ahead, paper kite, but it is certain that this incense burner is definitely not on the same level as these. Qin Ming was in trouble. Incense burner, he had to bring it with him by himself, but he didn't dare to put it just anywhere. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the incense burner transformed into a wisp of dense mist and imprinted itself on Qin Ming's arm. Shelter is very special. It can be sheltered in the body of the awakened person and can be taken out at any time. Back to researching what's going on with that incense burner. Then, Qin Ming turned around. Bao Mingxian, An Quan, and Kong Qiutong have already resettled their departed teammates. Boom boom boom. In the hallway, there was the sound of footsteps of warriors running in a hurry. Soon, the company commander rushed up to the rooftop with a group of soldiers, as well as the alien hunters who had come to support them in other cities. However, when the crowd saw the scene in front of them, they all froze with a heavy heart. Zhao Mingda, Jiang Yingwei, the company commander's voice trembled a little. He knew both men well and was a very good friend. But right now, they are sacrificed. The 2 alien hunter squads that had rushed to support them also looked grim. They saw it, and when they saw the red-stained, blood-burning cloak, they knew what had happened. They're heroes. Qin Ming spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, boom! In an instant, all the soldiers, including the inhuman hunter squad, all stood up straight with serious faces. Qin Ming looked at the 2 martyrs on the ground and solemnly shouted, "Salute!" Swish, 5 fingers together, across the brow, against the temples. All the warriors, salute the most noble salute. The Great War had come to an end, but the mood of the Inhuman Hunters organization was heavy. Zhao Mingda and Jiang Yingwei became the first and second heroes to die after the establishment of the Inhuman Hunters organization, and they were all sacrificed because they activated the blood-burning cloak and fought the Fey Beast in a fierce battle. Even though they were all prepared for everything before joining the alien hunters, it was still hard to hear about the sacrifice of their comrades. Their deeds will eventually be remembered in Chinese history. Monster Academy Headquarters. Interrogation Room. Fu Ziyong, 22 years old, born and raised in Mordor. His father is in the foreign trade business, the second generation of the rich. Lu Cheng looked at the information and spoke coldly. In the interrogation chair was a cynical young man, but at the moment somewhat downtrodden. This youth, one of the 3 masked men who were captured. Fu Ziyang was the one wearing the salty Superman mask, and was the youngest one. Speak, tell us everything you know and give you a chance to make up for your sins. Lu Cheng coldly stared at Fu Ziyang. Fu Ziyang looked alarmed. I want to see a lawyer, and I have the right to remain silent until the lawyer arrives. Lu Cheng almost laughed out loud. Come to this with him? Pop. Lu Cheng flung his cell phone out and released a video. The video shows a middle-aged man in a suit, and the man is tied up in an interrogation room just like him. At this point, he looked furious and roared at the camera. Brat, what the hell did you do? Do you realize what you're messing with? Are you crazy? The video is a tirade of despair. Dad, Fu Ziyang really panicked this time. Even his dad was arrested? It was his last resort. At this moment, he finally realized how ridiculous his identity was in the face of absolute power. Bang! Suddenly, Qin Ming, who hadn't said anything, stared at Fu Ziyang, and a thunderbolt flashed through those icy eyes. What organization are you? Who is the leader? Seeing Qin Ming's eyes, Fu Ziyang completely panicked. No, don't kill me. I'll say anything. That's an organization called the SCP Foundation. They specialize in accepting alterans, and I'm new to it not long ago. And then it wasn't long before I got my assignment, and after that I got involved in this small operation, and I didn't take a shot at the alien hunter. Fu Ziyan hated to tell what he knew. SCP Foundation? Qin Ming frowned. In his previous life, it seemed like there was really this organization, but he was so focused on the Fae that he didn't pay much attention. The one in charge of this is Summer Mo, but Xia Mo wasn't a reborn person. She didn't have any memories of this. Okay, that's the same as not having a clue.
How many people are there in the SCP Foundation? Qin Ming asked. I don't know. Fu Ziong shook his head vigorously. He really didn't know. Perhaps the vice president knows. He thought for a moment, then continued, the vice president, referring to the man in black. But the guy was so tight-lipped he wouldn't say anything. There's another one that doesn't say anything either. Or they wouldn't be focusing on Fu Ziong. This guy, he's the breakthrough, but he's obviously just a newcomer, doesn't know much about the SCP Foundation, and probably won't be able to ask anything. Qin Ming sank his face and looked at Fu Ziong. Perhaps he could only find another breakthrough. Your sequence ability, how did that come about? Fu Ziong didn't hide it. The magic pill that I bought. It cost $20 million. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Can you find out the seller? Fu Ziong nodded excitedly. I can find out if I can take the blame. Chapter 95, The Woman with the Incense Burner.
Qin Ming didn't expect that this SCP Foundation would come out so quickly.
Thinking back to his last life, this organization was considered a cancer in China. Originally, it was thought that this was just an underground force, but as the officials investigated deeper and deeper, they realized that the water behind this was getting deeper and deeper. Born again, the SCP Foundation is still only in its infancy, and it must be uprooted at the first opportunity before it takes hold. Commander,
this guy Fu Ziong said that his magic potion was sold to him by someone named Old Ding. This Old Ding's identity is still under investigation at the moment, and attempts are now being made to get Fuzian to contact him, but the guy was so discreet. His cell phone was off the whole time. Lu Chang said to Qin Ming. Qin Ming nodded. Keep staring. By the way, has the second copy appeared yet? Haven't found it yet. There are already many countries that have passed the first copy. Saying that, Lu Chang handed Qin Ming a piece of information. According to the information exchanged by various countries, only 3 different copies have appeared so far. Here's the information on the other 2 copies. Qin Ming took a slight glance at the 2 copies. There was nothing special about either of them. As long as the battle power was enough to get through, there was nothing worth studying. What he was worried about was some of the more bizarre copies, such as those that required intelligence, or even some rules to pass. That would be the most troublesome. The third trial has a month's worth of time, and this is only the second day, so I'm guessing the second copy to appear isn't that fast. Qin Ming thought about it and his expression slowly sank.
And the fallen, have they been found? No. Lu Chang sank his face. After the copy was cleared, that fallen one disappeared, presumably hiding.
The fallen one they were talking about was the one Qin Ming had first encountered.
Number 3, Fox. At that time,
Qin Ming had let it escape after inflicting a heavy blow,
and had yet to find it. The identity of the dead fallen one, do you have an idea? Qin Ming continued to ask. Lu Chang shook his head. There is nothing on him. It is difficult to determine his identity, only that he is a Western face. Qin Ming frowned.
It seems that foreign countries have also messed up quite a bit.
Internal trouble and external trouble. The enemy is in the dark and I'm in the light. Trouble. The fallen. Could it be those Western countries that came up with this? Lu Chang asked tentatively. Qin Ming nodded. They were targeting me. It's 100% likely that they did it. If it's a civil power, it won't target me. Damn it.
How dare they do something like this? In vain we even provided so much information out.
Lu Chang was furious. Normal. Wood shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it. Go back and have a good sleep and rest. There are still a lot of things to do. Qin Ming patted Lu Chang's shoulder.
By the time Qin Ming returned to his room, it was already dark. After a night of subbing and coming back to continuously interrogate 3 SCP Foundation members, Qin Ming hadn't slept for a day or 2, took off his clothes and was about to shuffle off to sleep.
However, at this time,
Qin Ming saw the incense burner mark on his arm. All the shelters, Qin Ming put down after he returned. The only thing he could only carry with him was this incense burner.
What the hell are you?
Qin Ming summoned the incense burner when it was placed next to the television. There is a wooden statue of Quan Kung enshrined by Qin Ming there. Qin Ming placed the incense burner next to the god of Quan.
After thinking about it,
Qin Ming took out 3 sticks of incense,
lit them, and inserted them onto the small incense burner in front of Guan Gong.
And he was just about to leave when his eyes fell back on the mysterious incense burner.
Put a bet on you too.
Qin Ming then lit 3 more joss sticks and inserted them into the incense burner shelter. The long incense burns chatting white smoke,
blowing away with the wind.
Only after doing this did Qin Ming walk into the shower room,
hot water pouring from his head, washing away his fatigue. And right at that moment, the
incense stove shelter suddenly emitted a thick fog. A figure slowly stepped out of the thick fog.
Hikyupa hikyupa. The sound of high heels rang out. Looking up the heels was a pair of long, slender, white legs. The calves are slim, the thighs are full, but there's not an ounce of fat. Everything is so flawless. Further up, there was a high forked cheongsam.
which was somewhat ancient and out of place in modern times.
The cheongsam wraps and molds the woman's figure into an S shape, with a waist that is both sexy and unobtrusive. It was a stunningly beautiful face, lightly made up, bright red lips, hair coiled up, a long hairpin swinging a delicate bell. At first glance, neither the dress nor the makeup looked like a woman now. If Qin Ming saw it, he would definitely be able to recognize what era it was worn in. That's clearly what you would wear in the 20s and 30s. The woman wasn't afraid of disturbing Qin Ming. She first glanced around at the room's arrangement with a look of novelty, then her eyes fell on the door of the washroom. The sound of running water is coming from there. The woman covered her mouth and laughed softly. Man, interesting. It wasn't long before the sound of water stopped and Qin Ming stepped out inside wearing a bathrobe. He shrugged, catching a strange scent. It's perfume. A very vintage kind of thing. Strange, why does my room smell like perfume? The next moment, his puzzled gaze fell on the incense burner on the counter. The long incense has been burned and there is no difference. Am I overthinking this? Qin Ming shook his head, not seeing why. With a wave of his hand, he imprinted the sheltering incense burner back onto his arm. The next day, Qin Ming woke up muddled in his bed. This sleep actually lasted until the afternoon. Qin Ming looked at the time somewhat incredulously. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. What's going on? Sleeping like that? Qin Ming was puzzled. Just then, the cell phone rang, and it was Lu Cheng. Hey, Commander, there's news from old Ding. Qin Ming's eyes lit up and he immediately sat up. SCP Foundation. He must pull out this tumor. An hour later, the four of them, Qin Ming, Xia Mo, Lu Cheng, and Fu Ziong, drove their vehicles out of the Monster Academy and headed for the southern city. South City, about an hour's drive from Jiangnan City, was a bustling metropolis in the southern province. Upon arriving, it was getting late. The South City is worthy of being a prosperous city, and it shows its charm only after nightfall, with red lights and colorful reflections. After experiencing the first two civilization trial shocks, China has now returned to normal life. And now that there are alien hunters everywhere, the safety of the public is guaranteed. Bar Street is most lively after the nightlife begins. In a bar with a great atmosphere, Qin Ming was dressed in a very trendy way, sitting on a card seat and holding a short-skirted woman. The woman was beautiful to the extreme, with a blush on her face in addition to her coolness, interacting with Qin Ming from time to time, causing a burst of envy from the people passing by. The woman was none other than Xia Mo, and at this time, she was playing Qin Ming's girlfriend. Being hugged by Qin Ming like this, she was indeed a little shy, but in her heart, she was happy, her little apprehensions overpowered by her excitement. Across from the two, was a nervous-looking Fu Ziong. There's no need to be nervous, just play how you usually play. Qin Ming picked up the wine cup and slowly took a sip. Really? Fu Ziong's eyes lit up. I want it too. He pointed at the girl Qin Ming was holding. Qin Ming smiled bashfully. Ready for you. Just then, a fat man dressed in gold walked over surrounded by two pretty girls. Seeing Qin Ming, Hua Zhongxing hemmed and hawed. Old Qin, I'm coming. Chapter 96, Nightclub Trip, Target Old Ding. Hua Zhongxing walked over with a smile on his face, but as he approached the card table, the man froze. It was an unfamiliar face. He looked at Qin Ming. Who are you? In the next moment, Hua Zhongxing's face darkened when he saw Xia Mo, who was wearing heavy makeup beside him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You my boss's girl? Then, Hua Zhongxing pounced over, with a look of fighting you. Qin Ming backhanded him on the sofa. Don't be impulsive. It's me. Hearing this familiar voice, Hua Zhongxing was stunned and growled in a low voice. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you up to, boss? He stared at Qin Ming's face dead on. This was clearly not the Qin Ming he knew. You've disguised yourself? Hua Zhongxing quickly reacted and spoke in a low voice. Qin Ming nodded. Sort of. He did change his makeup, but it was made by Battle Technique. As soon as he woke up this morning, he realized that his magician sequence ability had broken through to the second stage. Wang Sequence 005, Magician. Every time you break through a rank, you will gain 3 battle techniques, and one of these is Magic Transfiguration. You can change your appearance at will. This time he came out on a mission. Of course he had to change his appearance. After all, he had broadcasted many times and the world knew it. There was no secret anymore. Once Old Ding shows up later and sees what he looks like in person, will he not turn his head and run? So besides Xia Mo, Lu Cheng didn't show up. Although Lu Cheng didn't show his face much in front of the world, but his all-righteousness, a glance made people suspicious. Xia Mo was good. After makeup, added a few points of sexy and charming, will be its original identity of college students completely covered. If not familiar with the people, simply cannot be recognized. Hua Zhongxing looked at Qin Ming's face and couldn't help but smack his lips. I say boss, you're really going against the grain with this ability. When are you going to get me one?
He had been craving for psychic powers for a long time.
Qin Ming smiled. Soon. Don't worry.
Hua Zhongxing then felt slightly better.
Then, he looked at Xia Mo. You two are so in love.
At this time, Xia Mo hugged Qin Ming's arm and crossed her long legs to lean toward him. The state was like mixing in a nightclub for many years.
I have to say, Summer's performance was excellent.
Of course, she had no resistance to Qin Ming at all, or else it certainly hadn't been so natural. But being said so by Hua Xiaofang,
Xia Mo's face reddened.
Qin Ming picked up his wineglass and sipped while his other hand rested on Xia Mo's shoulder,
unconsciously tugging his strapless dress upwards. Qin Ming's action caused Xia Mo's face to turn even redder.
Her love for Qin Ming had been hidden in her heart for a long time.
Previously, Qin Ming was unaware of this, but after the civilization trial began, it was as if he had suddenly become enlightened. Is it because you're a different person now? Why do I think you've gotten smarter? Summer Mo asked. Cough. Qin Ming almost didn't choke, thinking in his heart, would you believe me if I told you I was born again? In his last life, Qin Ming had never noticed Xia Mo's feelings, resulting in missing out on a lot. In this life, he must make up for his regrets. Qin Ming hugged Xia Mo even tighter. Xia Mo's cool face was tinted with a bit of petulance. At this scene, Fu Ziang on the opposite side of the room watched with envy. He glanced at the pretty woman sitting beside him. His throat rolled, and he tentatively reached out his hand. Soon, his hand was answered. Slender fingers wrapped around his hand. Fu Ziang's eyes lit up and he was about to make his next move. Ka-ching! But the next moment, the fingers were twisted together. Then an icy voice came from his ear. If you dare to touch me, I'll waste you. A sharp pain came, and Fu Ziang subconsciously wanted to cry out. Immediately afterward, a piece of apple was stuffed into his mouth. If you dare to cry out, I'll waste you just the same. A drop of cold sweat slipped off Fu Ziang's forehead as he covered his fingers and forced himself to endure the pain. He looked incredulously at the fat man across from him and cursed angrily in his heart. Marred, what kind of woman did you bring? At this moment, Fatty Huo almost didn't laugh out loud. This guy really dares to make a move. Isn't this looking for death? The two women he brought with him, are they ordinary people? These two could be the Southside Squad of alien hunters. Do you know what the squad number is? 011 Southside Squad. This is an even more powerful existence than the Magic City Squad 013. The red-haired woman sitting beside Fu Ziang was the captain of Squad 011. In Lanzura. It's a wonder that this Fu Ziang can't be unlucky. Watching Fatty snickering, Fu Ziang was in tears. Mud. Pawned again. In Lanzura and team member Ji Yin nodded to Qin Ming as a greeting. Qin Ming smiled and raised his glass. Sorry for finding you guys out in such a hurry. In Lanzura revealed a sweet smile and similarly raised her cup in response. Young Qin is joking. Okay, get in the picture fast. Ji Yin beside Fatty was also very knowledgeable, and kept clinking glasses with Hua Xiaofat and joking with each other, apparently having fun just like normal guests. After waiting for a while, Qin Ming looked at Fu Ziang. The time has passed. Is the person still not here? Fu Ziang's face didn't look too good. He was asking me for this time off. He looked up and around, and soon he saw people. An inchman with a cigarette in his mouth approached. Qin Ming put down his wineglass and spoke in a low voice. The target has appeared. Old Din. Here. Fu Zian beckoned. The inch-haired man walked over and sat down on his butt, cockily crossing his legs. The man was in his early 30s. His arms were covered in tattoos, and it was obvious at first glance that he was mixed up in the underground. This is the main character of the evening. Lao Ding. What's up Fu Xiao? Got a good introduction? Lao Ding stubbed out his cigarette and swept his gaze over the few people in the card table. In particular, Xia Mo was a sight for sore eyes. But soon, he withdrew his gaze and eyed Hua Xiaofang. Hua Xiaofang frowned and couldn't help but tug at his clothes. Marred. I'm straight. Upon hearing this, Old Ding's face darkened. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying you have a nice watch. Hua Xiaofat then breathed a sigh of relief. Grass. You've got this look in your eyes. It's disgusting. Love to give it away. With that, he removed the limited edition Richard from his hand and tossed it over in disgust. Old Ding was about to go ballistic, but when he caught that Richard watch, the corners of his mouth immediately grinned. Ha ha ha, young master atmosphere. Mud. Which loser is this? Old Ding's heart was cool. He recognizes this limited edition watch. It's worth several $1 million. Young Fu, truly worthy of being your friend. So atmospheric. Old Ding smiled and put on his watch, then looked at Fu Ziang and smiled. That look. Where is the half-arrogance? Fu Ziang was also stunned by Hua Xiaofang's expansive means. This can't be the real deal, can it? Little runes, get down to business. At this time, Hua Zhongxing impatiently waved his hand. Fu Zian's face twitched. Little Fu? Old Ding, I won't beat around the bush. My brother wants 2 bottles of potion. Potion is their jargon. Or, magic potion. Old Ding frowned. Now that's not easy to get. Pop. The next moment,
Hua Zhongxing slapped a hand on Lao Ding's shoulder.
good price. The most the old man has is money.
Chapter 97, Identity Recognized.
Caught in a trap.
Looking at Hua Xiaofang's bold face,
Lao Ding hesitated. It's definitely a big deal. Brother Ding, this is a big boss. Fu Ziong gave old Ding a wink. Thinking for a moment, old Ding raised an index finger. 2 bottles, $100 million. Asterisk 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 asterisk. UING Rob. Fu Ziong almost didn't spit out the wine in his mouth. $100 million. $50 million a bottle of magic potion. Are you crazy?
Hua Xiaofang also frowned,
clearly not satisfied with the price.
Old Ding shrugged.
There's no way.
Now that the top is checking tightly, and resources are also in short supply,
the price is naturally expensive. That's not a lie.
Nowadays it's the magic pill materials circulating on the market, all of which were rewards from the last trial, and some of which were influxed from abroad.
Overall, it's definitely marketable. I can say this, that magic potion thing, it's not a sure success.
Old Ding admonished.
I'd say a few masters. If you have a noble status, it's better not to try it easily.
You don't need to worry about this matter of upgrading the transcendent physique.
We have a way, Fu Ziong said. Then, he looked at Qin Ming. What's up bro? Deal?
Hua Xiaofang also looked over to Qin Ming,
inquiring about his meaning. Old Ding was stunned. So this is the person in charge? He thought that this fat man was the boss. At this time,
Qin Ming's gaze fell on old Ding.
Money isn't a problem, but I want it in high sequence. Mud. Meet someone who knows what they're doing.
It is well established that the higher the sequence,
the more capable you are.
Old Ding's gaze looked deeply at Qin Ming.
If Fu Ziong hadn't brought him here,
he would have to doubt this guy's identity.
It's out of my hands. I'll make a call.
Qin Ming raised his hand.
Be my guest.
Old Ting left, and he stepped out of the doorway of the bar,
looking back cautiously. Those people didn't come out after him,
obviously not afraid of him escaping.
It should be a normal sale.
Then he dialed a phone number.
Soon,
a brilliant light flashed in his eyes.
I understand boss.
Old Ding hung up the phone and walked inside with a sullen face. He returned to his card seat with a grin on his face.
Guys, my boss said to deal in person. By the way, he doesn't want money. He wants gold. No problem. Qin Ming smiled. We had already prepared for this. We just didn't expect you kid to be so dark.
Fu Zion smacked his lips.
Walking out the door of the bar,
a black business car had opened its door. Hua Xiaofang also took a heavy box in his car.
And what was inside? Was gold. No one unrelated should get on the bus.
Old Ding's gaze fell on the 3 girls of Xia Mo.
Qin Ming waved his hand, signaling them to leave. In the end, it was just him, Hua Xiaofang,
and Fu Zion who got into old Ding's black business car. The car drove off quickly. Xiaomo's trio got into Hua Xiaofang's car and put on their headphones for the first time.
Should we follow? Yin Lanzura looked to the co-pilot. Xia Mo.
Summers looked back in the side view mirror and realized that there was another car parked behind him with someone staring in it.
We're being watched, and following us would be spooking us. Next, she pulled out a tablet and opened it up to a tracking location. And the tracker.
It's on the Richards watch that Hua Xiaofang gave to Lao Ding.
Old Lu, keep an eye on them. Roger that. Not far away on the rooftop.
4 men in black cloaks stared at the locator on their hands.
It's time to go. Lu Chang shouted,
and his figure jumped high onto another building. A youth put away his sniper rifle and followed it as it leapt between buildings.
After 20 minutes or so, the black business car arrived in front of a rotten building. In the darkness,
there was only a campfire lighting the open ground. What the hell is this place? Hua Xiaofang got out of the car in a very disgruntled manner.
Qin Ming blocked in front of him. Fatty was an ordinary person.
If he encountered an attack, it would be dangerous.
Dingo, where's your boss? Fu Zion asked suspiciously. However, right at this moment,
old Ding turned around violently and stared playfully at Fu Zion.
Good man, you betrayed the organization. Don't you want to die? When these words came out, Fu Ziong immediately panicked. Qin Ming frowned. Has it been discovered? Wow. Right at this moment,
a large group of masked men rushed out in the darkness and surrounded Qin Ming's trio.
Looking at this scene, how could they not understand that this was a trick? Fu Ziong looked furious. Old Ding, what do you mean by this? Old Ding laughed. Don't think I don't know. You entered the duplicate with the vice president in Magic City. After that everyone disappeared. And why did you still come out? And you brought a ING alien hunter to me? At those words, Fu Ziong's face changed. You're from the Foundation too? No, even if you're from the Foundation, how do you know who I am? Fu Ziong was puzzled.
The members of the Foundation were masked and did not know each other's identities, and the only people who know the identities of all the members are the president and vice president.
Stupid. Do you think there's only one vice president?
Old Ding smiled disdainfully.
Well, you talk too much. Just then,
A man wearing a swirling mask slowly walked out in the darkness. Seeing the visitor, Old Ding immediately lowered his head. Boss. The man waved his hand. Stupid. Step aside. Old Ding sweated and hastily retreated behind the man. The man's gaze landed on Qin Ming's face. Are you an alien hunter from South City? I didn't want to move you guys, but since you've come to my door, don't blame me for not being polite. Qin Ming didn't have the intention to hide it anymore as he spoke blandly. Going against the officials, USCP Foundation are really arrogant. The swirling masked man lifted his eyes. It seems that Fuzian, the fool, has given you all an explanation. Then Vice President Zhao Geng also fell into your hands? Qin Ming nodded. You will also soon fall into my hands. The corner of the swirling masked man's mouth twitched. Damn you for being more arrogant than me. Looks like you're at the vice president level too, right? I'll see how many vice presidents you have for me to arrest. With that, Qin Ming's breath changed and a playing card appeared in his hand. The swirling masked man frowned. Go! In an instant, each masked fellow copied a knife and stick and ferociously rushed towards Qin Ming. Using ordinary people against me? Rusted out of your mind? With a wave of Qin Ming's hand, the playing cards shot out, slicing through like razor blades. Swish swish swish. The playing cards went around behind the thugs and cut them one by one at their heel position. Blood splattered, and the crowd collapsed the moment their heels snapped off. Ah! The screams rang out. Kind of funny. The swirling masked man waved his hand and 6 men and women, also wearing swirling masks, stepped out. These 5 people's auras were clearly different. Surprisingly, they were all awakened. The swirling masked man smiled and, I wonder how long you'll last in their hands. Chapter 98, 1 against 8. Shocking the enemy. Qin Ming glanced across the room, counting Old Ding, and 8 awakened. 8 awakened appearing in one city. That's quite a lot. Even more than the local inhabitant hunters. Of course, this SCP Foundation member won't be in every city. It's estimated that it's only at the level of Vice President or above that so many members can be gathered. Qin Ming craned his neck. He did have to have a good fight. Boss, protect me. Huo Xiaofang nervously tugged at Qin Ming's clothes. Fu Ziyong, he's all yours. Protect him or I'll kill you. Qin Ming shouted. Then with a wave of his hand, a shelter appeared in his hand. No traffic ahead. Bang! The no traffic ahead sign slammed into the ground and a red light instantly shot up into the sky. Boom! Under the crowd's astonished gazes, the red light spread out violently in midair, forming a square boundary that wrapped everything in the vicinity. Shelter? The Vortex Vice President frowned. It's a knot. You boys aren't trying to beat the 8 of us with 2, are you? Qin Ming pressed one hand on the signage, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. Wrong. It's 1 to beat 8 of you. In the next moment, the boundary activated and a wave of energy enveloped several people. By the time Vice President Maelstrom came back to his senses, they had already entered the boundary of the shelter. On Qin Ming's side, he was the only one, and Fu Ziyong, who was an awakened, was not brought in. Outside the boundary, Fu Ziyong froze as he looked at the disappearing few. Of all the awakened in the field, he was the only one left. In the middle of the field, there was still a group of masked men left who looked at each other in disbelief. Fu Ziyong finally understood Qin Ming's meaning. He of himself to protect Huo Xiaofang, but the enemy only left him with a group of ordinary people. Fu Ziyong was more or less unhappy that he was being underestimated. There was nothing he could do but spill his anger on these thugs. Soon, the field pulled out of the battle, while Huo Xiaofang hid in the car with an envious look on his face. On the other side, Lu Chang, who had followed the positioning and chased after him, looked at the disappearing red dot and his face froze. How did the localization disappear? Then a sharp voice came over his headphones. Old Lu, Qin Ming is probably opening the boundary. They've been discovered. Go and provide support. Summers was in the car, and was quickly making his way to the location where the locate had last disappeared. Yun Blue Sakura, who was driving, instantly increased her speed and sped down the road at 150 miles per hour. In the boundary, Qin Ming confronted the 8 people of the Vortex Vice Chairman. Vice President Maelstrom looked around at everything. It wasn't that different from the outside world. It was just that there was an extra faint red barrier around it. This shelter is kind of interesting. Is it going to trap us here? You think the 8 of us need to run away when we deal with you? Ha ha ha. Old Ding was the first to burst out laughing. Are all alien hunters this arrogant? Another Vortex mask man came forward. Its stout body, the mask engraved with a one word. Let's call it Vortex 1. Maelstrom 1 looked at Qin Ming, twisted his wrist, and spoke coldly. Come on. I'll give you a chance to fight one-on-one. Captain. Go. Him. Captain. Don't kill us. We've got a lot of playing to do. The rest of the Vortex squad was up in arms. Qin Ming raised his hand and beckoned. I hope you won't regret it. Bang! Maelstrom 1's body suddenly swelled up, his muscles bursting out of his clothes and revealing his tough gray skin. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow and spoke blandly. Poo Sequence 065.
Rhinoceros. As his words fell, the burly man froze. It seems the official knows quite a lot. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the burly man came running quickly, his thick arms slamming viciously into Qin Ming. Suddenly, Qin Ming moved, all thunderous flashes, and violently kicked out. Boom! The strong man was hit like a heavy blow, his chest was dented by a kick, and his whole body flew out. He rolled on the ground several times before coming to a lumbering halt. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded, looking at this scene in disbelief. What happened? Just one kick. Flying? Is this guy so powerful? Old Ding's throat rolled in disbelief. Next, Qin Ming continued to wave disdainfully. Asshole, I'm on. Immediately afterward, a thin man came out, his mask engraved with a 2. Qin Ming secretly noted in his heart, Vortex 2. He had to memorize the sequence abilities of these guys, or he could easily lose out in a melee, only to see Maelstrom 2's hands build up their strength and surprisingly roll out a thunderball. Qin Ming smiled. This could be too familiar. Poo Sequence 066, Thunder Mage. This thing has a great attack and a great downside, with a ridiculously long forward swing. Whirlpool 2 was still rubbing the thunderball when a playing card popped up in Qin Ming's hand. Swish! The playing cards flew away, slicing at Swirl 2's face like razor blades. Maelstrom 2's face changed drastically, and he immediately stopped and dodged. Asshole, you don't talk about martial arts. I haven't. Shut up. This guy is not an ordinary awakened. Together, Vice President Maelstrom shouted, kill him. The crowd began to realize that something was wrong. This guy in front of them was much more powerful than they had imagined. Bang, bang, bang. The Rhino Man was the first to rush up, and the earth shook. Battle Technique Rhinoceros Charge. Rumble. Wherever the man passed, the ground crumbled inch by inch like a plow. Qin Ming's eyes flashed with a flash of thunder. Guile Formation. In front of the Rhinoceros Man, a thunder and lightning trick formation suddenly appeared. The Rhinoceros Man stomped his foot into the trick formation, and lightning instantly leapt up. Ah! The Rhino Man trembles and suffers a horrible electric shock. Qin Ming began to step forward quickly, his breath changing as he switched to the second sequence ability. Wang Sequence 005, Magician. Battle Technique Ace. Extracts large and small trump cards to possess, increasing one's combat ability. A playing card appeared in Qin Ming's hand, and it was a black clown face. Little King, the Shadow Killer. A surge of energy caused Qin Ming's image to change. It was a black tuxedo with a high magic hat. In Qin Ming's hand, there was also an additional dagger for killers. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Ming's speed increased by as much as several times, even faster than the Guile Flash stance. In the blink of an eye, Qin Ming rushed to the Rhinoceros Man's side, his sharp dagger flashing a cold light. Pust! The dagger slashed across the Rhino Man's throat in a single stroke. Oh! The man covered his neck in death. Blood was gushing out in a frenzy. Captain! At this moment, everyone's face changed. Their captain had his throat closed with a knife. The enemy's strength had far exceeded their expectations. The Vortex Vice President stared at Qin Ming dead on, a flash of shock flashing across his face. Impossible! How can you have two sequence abilities? You! Who the hell are you? Qin Ming slowly took off his hat, turning into his original appearance the moment he covered his face. Seeing that familiar face, the pupils of the several people on the opposite side of the room suddenly shrunk, and their bodies could not help but tremble. You, the Dean of the Monster Academy? Commander-in-Chief of the Inhuman Hunters? Chapter 99, Wang Sequence 002 Deception Expert. You, why are you here? When Qin Ming revealed his true colors, the people on the opposite side all panicked. They could be unafraid of the Inhuman Hunters, and could even fight against the 011 Inhuman Hunting Squad in the South City. But when faced with this Qin Ming, who had personally created the Monster Academy and the Inhuman Hunter organization, they were truly afraid. It can be said that who has the highest prestige in China today? Without a doubt, when Qin Ming is none other than, with his own strength, he brought Huaxia to the top of the list of the 2 civilization trials, and resisted the countries of the Blue Star. This was all due to Qin Ming. The world even rumored that the first awakened person in Blue Star was Qin Ming. His knowledge of the transcendent realm was unrivaled. This may sound outrageous and unbelievable. If the Whirlpool Squad had heard these words before, they might have scoffed. But right now, they were witnessing Qin Ming use 2 sequence abilities. In their cognition, it was impossible for a single person to possess 2 sequence abilities, but now it just appeared so watery in Qin Ming's body. Can this not be a panic? Mud, I really want to strangle you. The swirling vice president looked at old Ding angrily. Who the hell are you messing with that you've messed with this big Buddha for me? The chairman had said long ago that it's fine to mess with anyone, but don't touch Qin Ming. Now that's good. Just bring the man to his door. The corners of old Ding's mouth were shivering as he said in a trembling voice, I don't know. Vice President, what do we do now? Maelstrom 5 opened his mouth and asked. The vice president's face was ugly and he clenched his fists. What can we do? Kill him. Otherwise, we're the ones who die. At those words, a chill flashed through the eyes of the crowd. It'll have to do. Go! In the next moment, all 7 of them struck out at the same time. With a wave of his hand, Maelstrom 5 sprouted wings on his back, and as he flew up, he took out a pistol and aimed it at Qin Ming. Bang bang bang! Several shots were fired, and the bullets cut through the darkness of the night, pushing straight into Qin Ming's face. Qin Ming's head opened slightly sideways, easily dodging the bullet's attack. That's slow. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Vortex 2 rolled the ball of thunder and violently threw it at Qin Ming. Qin Ming's body flashed, and in his little king form, he was extremely fast. He almost grazed the ball of thunder and crossed over, heading straight for the lightning mage. Get out of the way. A gruff voice rang out as Vortex 3 took a lumbering stride, knocking the thunder mage out of the way. Earth wall. Maelstrom 3 slammed his hands on the ground, and a wall of mud rose up, instantly blocking in front of Qin Ming. Click. The dagger swept across the room, cutting deep incisions into the mud wall. Battle technique mud wall impact. Then, Maelstrom 3 pushed hard against the earthen wall, and the entire earthen wall lifted like a wave, crashing heavily towards Qin Ming. A second battle technique. Second order awakened? Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, not expecting that there were still experts. Qin Ming kicked on the earth wall and used his strength to backflip and leap into midair. King Bomb. The great and small king deck appeared in his hand and flew out instantly. Here comes the bomb. The red and black clowns jumped out in the deck holding a bomb and clashed heavily with the wall of dirt. Boom! A skyrocketing explosion rose, a fiery wave of air instantly spreading as the earth wall exploded. The swirling 3 burly man took the brunt of it, and his pupils suddenly shrunk as he watched the air wave that rushed over. In the next moment, waves of air came crashing down on his face, blasting him heavily away. Wow! The strong man spat out a mouthful of blood violently, and his face paled down. Meanwhile, Vortex 4 and Vortex 6, a man and a woman, pinched them. Battle technique hardening. The 2 men swung their baseball bats, their weapons hardening instantly, and a powerful force roared forth. Apparently, both of them were Pu Sequence 200, Iron Man, awakened. A card appeared in Qin Ming's hand once again. Battle technique ace. Great King possession. Strength increase, strike increase, berserk increase. In the next moment, the black tuxedo on Qin Ming's body turned bright red, and his aura changed in an instant. As the 2 hardened baseball bats came at him, Qin Ming poked out his hands in a watery manner and caught the baseball bats with one of his bare hands. Pop! The baseball bat doesn't budge. The faces of both Vortex 4 and Vortex 6 changed greatly at the same time. How is that possible? Your strength is unbearable. Qin Ming pinched his hands with force, and the baseball bat simultaneously morphed and twisted into a twisted shape. The 2 were completely dumbfounded, revealing a look of shock. Good night! The corner of Qin Ming's mouth lifted slightly as he struck out with both fists, a chopping blow landing on the necks of the 2 men. Bang! An irresistible force invaded their entire body, and the 2 men stared violently, their eyes collapsing as they fell heavily to the ground. Completely fainting, 2 more people fell, and at the sight of this scene, Vortex Vice President's face had changed. Qin Ming raised his head and spread his hands rather domineeringly. Still not surrendering? I can kill people if I'm in a bad mood. Asshole! The Vortex Vice President was furious as his figure rushed over to engage Qin Ming. Its body emitted a faint green light, and its hands were very flexible, obviously practicing. After a frantic output, even Qin Ming's body didn't move the slightest bit. The swirling Vice President's face darkened. Battle technique vine entanglement. He violently thrust his hand into the ground, and a thick vine rose up from the ground, quickly coming at Qin Ming. As soon as its skill came out, Qin Ming knew the opponent's sequence ability. Prohibited sequence 029. Vine. That's kind of a nice sequence ability. Unfortunately, it was far from enough in front of Qin Ming. With a wave of Qin Ming's hand, several cards whistled out, their sharp, cold awnings slicing the vines into several pieces. Battle technique fraud. Suddenly, a voice came from not far away, only to see the severed vines turn into several poisonous snakes. Hiss! The viper opened its scarlet mouth and tore towards Qin Ming. This sudden scene caused Qin Ming's face to be startled, and with his dagger clenched in his hand, he swept it forward. Battle skill, thunder destruction slash. Pust. All the vipers were chopped into 2 pieces and fell to the ground, and the moment it fell to the ground, the viper changed back into its vine form. This scene caused Qin Ming to reveal a look of surprise. Wang sequence 002 deception specialist? Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's the big fish. In an instant, Qin Ming's eyes burned as he looked at Old Ding. Old Ding was covered in cold hairs. He didn't want to expose his strength either, but there was no way out at this point. But when he saw Qin Ming's eyes, he knew he was going to be finished. He seems overpowered. Qin Ming was like staring at his prey, and if he remembered correctly, Wine Sequence 002 Deception Specialist ended up being an extremely powerful person in the SCP Foundation. The last life could have caused a lot of trouble for Huaxia. I didn't expect to run into it so soon now. Taking down Old Timer would make the trip worthwhile. In the next moment, Qin Ming threw down the Vortex Vice President and headed straight for Old Ding. Maelstrom two-hand rolled Thunderball and tried to block, but he saw Qin Ming fling out a playing card. Battle Technique, Poker Soldier. The card flashed and it was the two of clubs. A woman in a wrap-around skirt, plum black silk, and high heels slowly appeared. Under the stunned gaze of the Thunder Mage, Plum Blossom 2 threw out his leather whip and instantly bound him. Ah! The Thunder Mage screamed miserably and fell to the ground in 5 pieces. The Plum Blossom 2 woman sat on its waist with her buttocks, her evil gaze bewitching the world. The swirling Vice President and Old Ding were directly stunned. A big change. Can you still play like this? Chapter 100, Mysterious Woman Appears. Seeking golden tickets. Seeing Qin Ming rushing towards him, Old Ding panicked and shouted in a hurry. Help me! Help me now! The swirling 5 woman flapped her wings and her form flew quickly towards Old Ding, trying to take him away. But the next moment, her figure stopped in place. The woman looks down and realizes that the Plum 2 woman is holding a whip and binding her ankles and wrists. Then, Plum 2 yanked hard, and the Whirlpool 5 woman's entire body was yanked through the air. Seek death. Swirl 5 sank back and spread his wings, scraping out a strong wind to pounce on Plum 2. Plum Blossom 2 wasn't weak either. After Qin Ming's Magician reached the 2nd rank, the strength of the summoned Poker Soldier was comparable to that of a 1st rank awakened, and it wasn't too much of a problem to deal with Pooh Sequence 188, Birdman. After Maelstrom 5 was restrained, the only ones in the field who could move around were Old Ding and the Vice President. As for Maelstrom 3's burly man who was playing with the earth, after being hit by Qin Ming's King Blast, he had completely lost his fighting strength. There's no one left to help Old Ding now. Vice President, Old Tim shouted in panic. The Vice President's face sank as he quickly rushed over. The vines are tangled. The thick vines slammed into Qin Ming once again, and this strike was much more powerful than the previous one. Qin Ming chopped out with a dagger. Thunder extinguishing slash. Thunder flashed and sword light erupted. Seeing that the vines were going to be chopped off again, the Vice President hurriedly released a second battle technique, Vine Golden Scale. In the next moment, the thick vines were cloaked in a layer of faint scales, and their defense was greatly increased. The blade landed on the vines and didn't cut them off, only knocking them back heavily. Old Ding hastily struck out. Battle Technique Fraud. Invisible forces fell on the vines. Immediately afterward, the vine turned into a huge python as if it had come to life. The python was hundreds of meters long and could eat 3 Qin Ming in one bite with its wide open mouth. Qin Ming frowned, truly worthy of being a king sequence. His abilities were indeed heaven-defying. The Vice President was also shocked by the scene. Marred. So Old Ding is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Ha ha ha. Qin Ming, let's see how arrogant you still are. The Vice President laughed arrogantly. Qin Ming glanced at him and smiled disdainfully. Stupid. The deception specialist's ability works on other people, and as long as the Vice President is taken down, he has no one to deceive. In the next moment, Qin Ming's figure flashed, his body flashing with thunder as he quickly rushed towards the Vice President. Vice President, be careful. Old Ding sensed Qin Ming's intentions and hurriedly warned loudly. Ha ha ha, come on. The Vice President controlled the python and wrapped himself in a ball, protecting himself under the python's thick scales. I'd like to see how you can beat me. The Vice President laughed arrogantly. A cold aura flashed across Qin Ming's eyes and he smiled coldly. You think all magicians do is play with cards? In the next moment, a wave of Qin Ming's powerful spiritual energy surged out. Magic spacing. Qin Ming stood in place, and with a forceful stroke of his large hand, he directly inserted it into the invisible space. It could be seen that his arm to the palm of his hand was completely gone. Immediately afterward, under the Vice President's shocked gaze, the space in front of him suddenly trembled, and a large hand reached out. Pop! The laughter came to an abrupt end as large hands grabbed him by the neck and lifted him high into the air. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Ding shocked his titanium dog eyes. In his perspective, Qin Ming's large hand passed through the space tens of meters away to grab the Vice President. It was as if those hands were separated. It was a scene he had only seen in magic shows on TV. Spaced out, the magician goes through the glass with his bare hands and takes what is in the glass case, and the Qin Ming in front of him was even more terrifying. Passing through dozens of meters of space with his bare hands and appearing directly in front of the Vice President was simply unimaginable. My God! Old Ding was so shaken that the corners of his mouth trembled. Help! Help me! At that moment, the Vice President, who was held aloft, threw a pleading glance at Old Ding. Old Ding was at a loss. How was he going to save it? There was nothing he could do. In the next moment,
Qin Ming fiercely exerted his force and slammed the vice president fiercely into the ground. That's a height of more than 10 meters, with the head to the ground. Even the most iron head cannot stand. Stop! The vice president shouted in horror. Boom! With a loud roar, the vice president plunged headfirst into the concrete, and the entire person fainted. The python also disappeared the moment the vice president lost consciousness. Qin Ming slowly turned around, his gaze landing on Old Ding. You're next. Old Din fell back shakily. No, I surrender. I surrender. Don't do it. Seeing the miserable state of his companions, where did he still have the desire to fight? Qin Ming gradually approached and spoke blandly. Don't be afraid. I'm quick. I'll be fine after a nap. Old Ding's face changed as he jerked out an ancient pocket watch. Bastard, do you really think I'm easy to bully? You go to bed for me. The pocket watch dangled and swayed from side to side as an invisible energy began to spread. Shelter? Qin Ming was immediately on guard, but soon, he sensed that something was wrong. His mental energy was festering, his consciousness was shaking, and he seemed to be drifting off to sleep. No good. This shelter works as a hypnosis. Qin Ming immediately closed his eyes, all his spiritual energy frantically converging to solidify his mind. Ha ha ha. Seeing Qin Ming in this state, Old Ding burst out laughing. He carried his pocket watch and approached Qin Ming step by step, the invisible energy getting denser and denser. Qin Ming was having a hard time even if he closed his eyes. The mental force that was invading his brain, trying to hypnotize him. At the same time, he sensed that Old Ding was closing in. Qin Ming tried to call on Plum Blossom 2 to come to his aid, but Plum Blossom 2 had dissipated when he received the mental shock. Vortex 2 and Vortex 5 on the ground had a happy look on their faces. Old Ding, kill him. Come on, he can't move. The two men shouted in excitement. Old Ding cautiously approached Qin Ming and continuously prodded the sheltering object pocket watch. Qin Ming fixed his mind. He only had one chance to give Old Ding a fatal blow. Even if it knocked out the shelter, he could break the game. However, right at this moment, the incense burner imprint on Qin Ming's hand moved. A thick black fog suddenly spread out. Old Ding's pupils suddenly shrunk and he stopped in his tracks. Then, a long leg slowly stepped out in the thick fog, her graceful figure swaying one step at a time. Hiccupta, hiccupta. The sound of the heels was extra loud and seemed to tread on people's hearts and buses, shaking with each step. Hearing this voice, Qin Ming's spirit trembled violently as he attempted to open his eyes, but he could only see a thick fog. Behind them, Vortex 2 and Vortex 5 had the same puzzled look on their faces. They could only see the thick fog, not the scene in front of them. The only one who could see clearly was Old Timer. At this moment, a sultry woman in a cheongsam slowly stepped out in the thick fog and approached Old Ding step by step. Old Ding's heart trembled as he stepped back in terror, attempting to use the pocket watch to launch an attack against this stunning woman who had suddenly appeared. However, the woman revealed a playful smile and reached out her jade hand to make a slow move. The pocket watch in Lao Ding's hand lost control and actually flew into the woman's hand. At this moment, Old Ding's body was trembling, as if he was under great pressure. You, who are you? Chapter 101, The Second Fey Beast of the Realm. Southern Goosebumps. The cheongsam woman played with the pocket watch in her hand. It's a nice little thing. I'll take it for a spin. Then, she directly took away the pocket watch, and then turned into a wisp of dense mist that returned to the incense burner imprint on Qin Ming's arm. As the woman disappeared, Old Ding rolled his throat before the shuddering oppression slowly disappeared. Old Ding had a look of fear on his face, and his body couldn't stop trembling. My shelter. Pocket watch, it's a forbidden level shelter. It's his biggest killing weapon. But not only did it not do a single bit of damage to the woman, it was even taken away. What was the last thing she said? Nice little thing. Take it for a spin? Do people talk? Old Ting broke the big defense, and just as he was at a loss for words, the Qin Ming in front of him opened his eyes. Qin Ming was stunned. He probably guessed what had just happened. It was the incense burner woman who came out and then shocked Old Ding into submission. And as to what she had done, one would have to ask Old Ding. Your value. It's getting bigger, Qin Ming murmured, his figure storming towards Old Ding. Old Ding's eyes widened. Don't. However, the next moment, it was as if Old Ding was suddenly shot, and his entire body collapsed. Bang! The sudden scene caused Qin Ming to be at a bit of a loss for words. What happened? Looking again at the Old Ding on the ground. At this point he was already cold and had no breath at all. Dead? Qin Ming frowned. No, it's deception expert's skill. Fraud. Qin Ming immediately closed his eyes and sensed, and through the sheltering object, forbidden ahead, he could sense that Old Ding's figure was no longer present within the boundary, and the body on the ground was nothing more than a means of escape for him. Damn it, let him get away. Qin Ming frowned. Wang Su 002. Really not simple. On the other side, looking at Old Ding's sudden and violent death, both the Thunder Mage and the Bird Woman froze, with horrified looks on their faces. Just now, he was clearly in the upper hand.
So why did the battle suddenly change? What exactly did he do? The bird woman looked at Qin Ming with a look of horror. The two of them obviously didn't understand what was happening. Soon, Qin Ming sensed the situation outside the boundary. With a bang, the boundary shattered like glass and glowed with a bit of red light. Qin Ming and the others reappeared in front of the rotten building. Commander, Qin Ming, Lu Chang and Xia Mo hurried over. Lanzhao Sakura looked at the scene and a look of shock appeared on her face when she saw the several awakened lying on the ground. She looked deeply at Qin Ming and murmured, "Is this something one person did? Where's old Ding?" Fu Ziong scanned around and didn't even see old Ding's figure. And the body, long gone. Qin Ming shook his head. He got away. He's a King Sequence 002, deception expert, ability person. Not easy to deal with. Everyone's face changed when these words came out. Wang Su 002? Commander, we'll immediately conduct a search now. Lanzura walked out with the crowd of Squad 011. Qin Ming waved his hand. No need, since he ran away. Let's proceed to Plan B. Xia Mo, who was beside him, immediately handed over the tablet, which showed old Ding's localization. Qin Ming took out his phone and called Dong Yan, and when the call was connected, he didn't say anything, until Dong Yan's voice came from the other end of the phone. Boss, where is it? Hill City. Come over to South City. I'll send you a locator. Keep an eye on someone for me who's a member of the SCP Foundation. Qin Ming spoke about Lao Ding's situation and finally instructed. I need you to stay by his side and then join the SCP Foundation. No problem. Dong Yan responded calmly. After hanging up the phone, the crowd looked at Qin Ming with surprised faces, especially Fu Ziong, who had truly developed a fear of Qin Ming. This guy is so scary. This is a way to get inside the SCP Foundation. What about me? Fu Zion asked shakily. Now that he's been completely exposed, he's not even qualified to be embedded in the SCP Foundation. He's not going to be Ga, is he? Thinking of this, Fu Ziong completely panicked. Qin Ming patted Fu Ziong's shoulder. You go to the Clear Heart Lodge to sink your teeth into it. Fu Zian froze. What is that place? The place where the awakened are held. I newly opened it, Qin Ming said. Fu Ziong had a deadpan look on his face. How about being a jailer first? Fu Zian's eyes lit up. Qin Ming did want to give Fu Ziong a chance to reform himself. He had only gone astray. Plus at that time it did not take action against Squad 013, and now that he had established himself again, it was considered to be making up for his mistakes. While the trip didn't bring out the SCP Foundation, it wasn't without its rewards. Pulled up at least one stronghold. Qin Ming believed that there would not be many positions like vice president, and by pulling up 2 vice presidents at once, the SCP Foundation was afraid that it would be greatly wounded, and it was estimated that there would not be any rising waves in a short period of time. Just as Qin Ming had guessed, the SCP Foundation was hiding very deeply. Didn't get much information from the mouths of the swirling squads, who were very tight-lipped. Of course, rather than being tight, they don't know anything. No one knows how the SCP Foundation was formed or who the president is. The same is true even for vice presidents. So it doesn't make much sense to scratch like this. And in the end it's up to Dong Yan. And Dong Yan didn't let Qin Ming down, sending a message 2 days later that he had gotten in touch with Lao Ding. With Dong Yan's strength, he will definitely take deeper roots in the SCP Foundation in the future. This was also the reason why Qin Ming had developed a dark line. There were always some people that needed to wander in the darkness. After dealing with the southern city, Qin Ming had planned to leave. I didn't expect the second domain Fei to appear, and it also happened to land in South City. In a cat cafe, Qin Ming and Xia Mo were analyzing the situation with the 011 Alien Hunting Squad. The cat cafe is the home base of the 011th Alien Hunting Squad, and it's usually quiet and office-friendly. In a room, 011 Exotic Hunt Squad leader in Blue Sakura was holding a piece of information. The small fishing village in the South City saw frost in the morning and goosefeather snow in the afternoon. The village felt something was wrong and immediately evacuated, but all the remaining livestock were frozen to death. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming frowned. Goosefeather snow in this summer? What's even more outrageous is that it's the south side, and there's no record in history of a goosefeather snowfall in the south side. Have the villagers evacuated? Lanzura nodded. Evacuated. All the nearby villages have been evacuated, and the military is currently cooperating and has cordoned off the area where the incident occurred. Where are our men? Have they gone in to investigate? Summers asked. Ji Yun and the rest of the team have already traveled to investigate the situation, but the snow is currently so heavy that their vision is blurry, and they intend to enter it only at dawn. Lanzura responded. Qin Ming was in deep thought, his memories spinning frantically. A domain Fei that snows heavily? In the next moment, Qin Ming seemed to remember something, and his expression suddenly changed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It can't be that thing, can it? Chapter 102, Global Copy. Forbidden Beast, Ice Python. Seeing Qin Ming's reaction, the crowd looked over in confusion. Bang! Right at this moment, Lu Cheng hurriedly ran in. Commander, we just received a message from General Long. Look at this. He opened the tablet and clicked on the video to play it. In the video, it was a small town in the Eagle Jam country, and at this time, the entire town was frozen into frost, as if it was a world of ice and snow. As the scene progresses, many civilians frozen into ice sculptures can also be seen, showing looks of horror as if they had seen something horrific on their deathbeds, and such images abound. What's even scarier is that the affected areas are still spreading. This is exactly like what happened to us. Ian Lanzura frowned and spoke. That's right, this is what happened yesterday in Eagle Jam. Originally the affected area was only one village, but Eagle Jam didn't realize it in time, causing the disaster area to spread rapidly until it covered the entire town. And now that the frost snow region is still expanding, thousands of people have already died in it. Lu Chen quickly analyzed. I suspect this is the same as the domain fey that appeared in our small fishing village. Qin Ming nodded. There's no need to doubt it. It's that thing. It's the forbidden beast, ice python. Forbidden beast? The crowd was amazed. Such a large scale. I thought it was a king beast. Xia Mo opened his mouth. The first time they entered a copy, it was the king beast. If it wasn't for the SCP Foundation, it would actually be pretty easy to deal with. However, this icy sky and snow, the extent of the damage was obviously much harder to deal with than the Bat King beast. Qin Ming shook his head. Although it's a forbidden beast, it's not easy to deal with because there's more than one of them. The ice python is a herd beast. The weakest strength is of the second rank, and the beast king can even reach the third rank. What? Xiamo's several people's faces changed drastically. A third-ranked foreign beast? Lu Cheng remembered that Qin Ming had said that a third-stage fey beast already possessed the ability to destroy a city. If I'm not mistaken, that beast king in the Eagle Sauce country has already reached the third stage. Otherwise it wouldn't have spread so quickly. Qin Ming said in a deep voice, we can't wait until dawn to act. He still remembered that the last time the ice python beast appeared, it was in the north of China, and it happened to be winter at that time, and no one had noticed the abnormality. As a result, in just a few days, the whole of Urban fell. The low temperature of 100 degrees below zero froze all the people who could not escape in time into ice sculptures. The ice python colony spread crazily, spreading extremely fast. Fortunately, the awakened began to appear at that time, and Huaxia sacrificed almost all the awakened to contain the disaster. It was also because of the sacrifices of the awakened that the growth of China was delayed, resulting in it always lagging behind major countries such as Eagle Sauce. I didn't expect this ice python to come so quickly in this life. Come on, let's go to the site. Qin Ming was about to lead the crowd out the door. Just then, however, the Dragon General called. Hey, Qin Ming. Qin Ming immediately responded. What's wrong, Dragon General? The Dragon General's urgent voice rang out on the other end of the phone. That goosefeather snow phenomenon. Not only China appeared, all countries have it. It's a copy of the Unified Advent. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. The Black Hand was trying to get the major civilizations to compete. This one copy, if not mistaken, must have accounted for a large portion of the final rating for the third trial of civilization. If you want to take the top spot in the third trial of civilization, this will be the most crucial copy. At this moment, not only China, but all the countries in the world thought of it. Soon the world, which had just been quiet for a short while, was once again stirring, and all eyes were on the strange snowfall. China, on the other hand, is the object of the world's attention. The defense ministries of many countries even contacted Huaxia directly to ask for a solution. Of course, I'll leave those things to the Dragon General. Half an hour later, Qin Ming's group arrived at the small fishing village. This place has been surrounded by the military for a long time. In addition to Squad 011, Wumu and Leiche also came with their respective squads. Wumu and Leicho were stationed at the Monster Academy and did not belong to a particular city squad. Their task was mainly to assist the various city squads. No, like the situation at hand, they came. Seeing Qin Ming and Lu Cheng arrive, the two of them, Wumu and Lei Zhu, immediately stood up straight and saluted. To put it mildly, Lu Cheng was originally still their immediate superior. Commander, Minister. Qin Ming waved his hand. Alright, how is the situation? Wumu didn't look too good. Commander, as you can see, the snow is so heavy that even the light is hard to penetrate. Our men don't dare to enter. Qin Ming looked ahead. Just less than 50 meters away, the ground was a sheet of frost, forming two poles from where they were. Lu Cheng swept his arm that was wearing short sleeves. Not to mention, this damn weather is really cold. We'll have to wear thicker clothes if we're going to get into it, or we'll be popsicles once we're inside. Qin Ming nodded. Bring me some warm clothes. I'll go in and take a look. At those words, both Wumu and Leiche changed their complexion. Commander, it's a bad view. Let's wait for dawn. No, that's an ice python in there. They have 3 troop types: the open team, the battle team, and the king. The ones on the periphery that are allowing the ice to spread are the openers, and we must cut them down to contain their spread. Otherwise, with their speed, several nearby villages will have to be covered after dawn, and the larger the territory of the ice pythons, the harder it will be for us to deal with them, Qin Ming said seriously. Hearing this, the crowd stopped squeaking. No one could understand fey beasts better than Qin Ming. Of course, they were even more unwilling for anything to happen to Qin Ming, because right now Qin Ming was not only the hero of China, but also the spiritual leader of their monster academy and the infernal hunters. It didn't take long for warm clothes to arrive. Qin Ming, Xia Mo, and Lu Chang were heavily armed, each driving a snowmobile. On this mission, it was still the 3 of them. It wasn't that Qin Ming didn't want Wu Mu, Lei Che, or even Squad 011 and the others to enter, but this ghostly environment was indeed not easy to deal with. Ice pythons are much more vicious at night than during the day. Once Wu Mu and the others entered, there would definitely be casualties. Such casualties that can be avoided should certainly be minimized. Qin Ming put on his helmet and opened his mouth to inquire. How are the communications? Summers, roger that. Lu Chang, roger. Depart. Qin Ming twisted the snowmobile, and the vehicle instantly started up, crashing headfirst into the blanket of snow. 3 snowmobiles rushed into the snow, their headlights faint. It was a much harsher environment than expected, with less than 10 meters of sight and heavy snow estimated to be knee-high. Be careful. Let's just circle around the periphery. When we find the ice python, we'll immediately kill it. If we're not defeated, we'll exit immediately. Remember not to go deeper. Qin Ming droned over the communicator. This environment, once you go deeper, it's a sure way to get lost. Once he lost his direction, then he would fall into the siege of the ice python and die. Their target, the ice python's opening team. And just as the trio made their way around along the outer rim, the lights and the sound of snowmobiles drew the snake's attention in particular. Soon, a pair of scarlet eyes slowly appeared in the shadows. Chapter 103, Entering the Snow. Ice Python Attack, Request Golden Ticket. Hiss. The opening team's ice python wasn't very large and knew how to hide under the snow, making it difficult to be detected in this environment. And the ice pythons didn't attack first. They were waiting for more of their fellows to come. Strange, there's no ice python to be found. Lu Chang's voice came from the communicator. He touched the visor on his helmet and swept the snowy mist away, looking carefully in all directions. Damn, can't see a thing in this damn weather. Wait, stop first, Qin Ming shouted. The 3 men stopped their snowmobiles at the same time. Qin Ming frowned and looked back, but his back was empty. Strange, I clearly heard voices. Maybe they're not in this part of the country. Keep traveling to see. Qin Ming restarted the snowmobile and the roar sounded, splashing a large area of white snow. And just as the snowmobile continued to move forward, more than a dozen ice pythons raised their heads under the snow at the same time, revealing their scarlet snake letters. They kept following the snowmobiles, wandering fast and in increasing numbers. Qin Ming and the 3 of them had almost circled half of the village in the periphery, but they still hadn't found any traces of the ice python, and that was when they began to feel that something was wrong. How did they not attract the ice python with all that commotion? That's impossible. However, just at that moment, a voice gradually came from behind. Qin Ming violently turned to look and saw a pair of scarlet eyes. Hiss. In an instant, dozens of ice pythons scurried out in the snow at the same time. Not just the back, the sides, the front, and there were 2 slightly larger ice pythons that even instantly crashed into Xia Mo under the snow. Chances are that all 3 suffered attacks at the same time. Qin Ming's face sank. Be careful, Madaka. Qin Ming violently pulled out his star meteor blade, and thunder flashed on his body. A sword swept across, and thunder bloomed. Thunder extinguishing chop. Boom. The thunderous blade light flashed in the night sky, and the snowflakes seemed to hiss. Bang, bang, bang. The ice pythons charging from behind were all swept down, but they were fast, dug into the snow and disappeared. On Lu Chang's side, he was lifted off by the ice python that lunged at him, and fell down on the snowmobile, burying himself in the snow in a flash. 2 of the ice pythons were still tearing at his arms. Luckily, Lu Chang's ability was Steel Bodyman, and he was covered in iron bumps, so he was not injured. However, things were not so good on Xiaomo's side, as those 2 thigh-thick ice pythons smashed her snowmobile in one go, lifting Xiaomo off the ground. Xiaomo's entire body leaped into midair, and a cold ice bowstring coalesced in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. The bowstring exploded, and 3 frigid arrows whistled out, landing precisely on the heads of those 2 giant ice pythons. However, the ice-cold arrows impacted on the ice python's scale armor, but it exploded with a bang. Xiaomo frowned slightly. What a strong defense. Qin Ming watched Xiaomo fall, and his figure leaped high into the air to hold him back. The 2 landed on the snowmobile, and Qin Ming instructed, Protect the car. If the snowmobiles were all busted up, they'd be in even more danger. With knee-high snow, that's a lot of inches. At this time, Lu Chang also shook off the ice python on his body and rejoined the snowmobile. These things are tough. Lu Chang cursed angrily. It was indeed a bit of a struggle for him to deal with the second-order ice python with his current first-order strength, and he's a close combat type, which is even more of a disadvantage in this environment. Qin Ming stood on the snowmobile, his hand holding a tang sword as he swept in all directions. By now they were surrounded, and the snow on the ground turned up like waves. Swirling, it was an ice python swimming under the snow. Try to protect the vehicle. Qin Ming shouted. Summers, cover me. Saying that, Qin Ming rushed forward and slashed towards the snow on the ground. Boom! The snow exploded, and the blanket of snowflakes mesmerized the eyes, obscuring Qin Ming's vision. Right at this moment, the massive ice python rose up from the ground and opened its mouth to tear towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming, be careful! Xia Mo immediately bent his bow and shot an arrow. Bang! The ice python was knocked a little askew, and almost at the same time, Qin Ming's knife slashed. Rip! The blade sliced through the ice python's scale armor, and blood splashed out. Ow dash! The ice python let out a mournful hiss, and its huge body slammed heavily into the snow. It was only then that the three finally got a good look at the ice python. It was a giant python with a body as white as frost. Its form was similar to that of an ordinary python, but its body had thick scale armor, making it look very fierce. But the outrageous thing is that this guy is as thick as a thigh, and the reach is feared to be more than 40 or 50 meters. Mud, this big? Lu Chang smacked his lips. If this is rolled up by it, won't it just turn into mush? This isn't an opening team. It's just the main force of the Ice Python clan. The battle team, Qin Ming reminded. All be careful, there's another big guy hiding under the snow. I'll get it first. After saying that, Qin Ming's feet fiercely stepped on the snowmobile and his body shot violently towards the giant python. Roar! The giant python suddenly opened its mouth wide, and a wave of cold and icy breath whistled out. Qin Ming's face sank, and he immediately dodged sideways, but his helmet was still covered by that frigid breath, freezing into ice. Qin Ming's vision was completely obscured as he took his helmet off. The thick tail of the ice python came face to face. Bang! The giant tail viciously threw itself onto Qin Ming's body, and the entire person heavily smashed into the snow. The ice python continued to launch its attack, its giant tail falling hard high in the air. Boom! In the next moment, Lu Chang rushed over and resisted the ice python's tail with his shoulder. Qin Ming took advantage of the opportunity to pull himself up, thunder flashing as he sheathed his long sword. Rip! The blade slashed viciously at the ice python's neck. The ice python's head instantly flew up. Roar! Immediately afterward, the other giant ice python that had sensed the death of its companion suddenly rushed out and came tearing at Qin Ming's back. At the critical moment, Xiaomo jumped up high and swung his ice-cold lance, stabbing at the python with a sharp cold aura. Pust! The lance plunged into the python's body, and a wisp of frost spread sharply. Battle technique Ice Blast. Xiaomo's eyes stared and his spiritual energy suddenly surged. Boom! With an explosion, the giant ice python fell back heavily. Qin Ming seized the opportunity. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he reached out and grabbed it, two cards appearing in his hand. Magic King Bomb. The King of Size whistled out and jumped onto the ice python with a burning bomb. Knock! A violent explosion rumbled up. That giant ice python was directly blown into two pieces, and its body heavily smashed on the snow. Two giant ice pythons were killed just like that, but almost at the same time. The small ice pythons of the Hidden Open team also attacked their snowmobiles. The snowmobile's sled panels were shredded under their bites and crashes, and even the handles broke off, making it impossible to drive it at all. Seeing this scene, the faces of Qin Ming's few people sank. Kill them, these guys are the core of the Ice Python clan. Chapter 104, Ice Crisis. World Turbulence. Just as the words fell, Xia Mo charged out with his gun. The lance stabbed out, and an ice python was pierced through its body, struggling continuously. The ice python of the opening team was much smaller in size, with a body that was no more than a thick wrist, and a length of about 7 or 8 meters. Pinned to the ground by Xia Mo, the ice python's tail was still flailing. Xia Mo twisted hard and the ice python shook to death. Then, she continued to charge towards the other ice pythons. Her speed was fast and her movements were ruthless. The lance danced majestically and dominantly in its hands, and with a sweeping shot, the ice python was swept 7 inches and died on the spot. A second-ranked foreign beast was nothing more than that in its hands. Qin Ming and Lu Chang were also fighting, but for some reason, they always felt that Xia Mo had become different. That's right, it's ferocious. What's wrong with her? Lu Chang looked at Qin Ming suspiciously. Qin Ming shook his head. After not having a helmet, his face was already covered in frost and his lips were purple. And what he didn't even notice was that there was blood at the corner of its mouth. It was the one who had just taken a blow from the giant ice python and had been injured a bit. Soon,
Under Xiaomo's killing, the ice python died for fear of tens of them.
Suddenly, a spiritual force burst out from its body, and a powerful aura swept through it. Xiaomo made a breakthrough and successfully promoted to second-order transcendent. Xiaomo chased after the ice python, striking frantically.
Seeing that it was about to go deeper into the snow, Qin Ming hastily stopped it.
Xiaomo, that's enough, don't go in. The ice python opening team,
seeing that the enemy was powerful,
no longer had the will to fight and quickly fled into the depths.
And Qin Ming and the others even broke down their snowmobiles,
so they couldn't chase after them at all. And it was still dark and snowy,
so it was just too dangerous to go deeper.
Qin Ming pulled Xiaomo and asked loudly, "Are you alright?"
After Qin Ming threw away his helmet,
he didn't have a communicator, so he could only shout.
What he didn't hear was that Summer,
under the helmet, was crying silently.
Lu Cheng on the other side was just about to come over, but he heard a choked sob coming from his headphones.
Lu Cheng?
He stopped in his tracks in a hurry.
Xiaomo took off his helmet,
revealing a frozen red face, his white face covered in tear marks.
Qin Ming froze. What's wrong?
He wanted to reach out and help Natsumi wipe her tears, but his gloves were full of ice slush.
Right at this moment,
Xiaomo took off his gloves and reached out his warm hand to touch Qin Ming, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and choking.
"I'm sorry, if I had been stronger, you wouldn't have gotten hurt."
She was blaming herself for the fact that it was because she hadn't covered Qin Ming that he was injured.
Qin Ming's heart trembled.
So it turned out that Xiaomo was because of this.
"I'm fine. Besides, he was a man. How could he let a girl say the words to protect him?" But Xiaomo was like that.
Coming from a martial arts family, she was very protective in her heart, especially for Qin Ming. She couldn't bear for him to be harmed in the slightest.
"Alright, I'm fine."
Qin Ming grabbed Xiaomo's helmet and put it on her.
Xiaomo's small face was stubborn. "I'm now in the second stage realm, and the sequence ability is higher than you. The strength is stronger than you. I don't care, I just want to protect you."
Qin Ming smiled helplessly and reached out to touch Xiaomo's helmet.
Fine. You protect me from now on."
Qin Ming's heart was deeply touched.
Having lived a new life,
he really didn't take his children's personal feelings very seriously, because he's been through so much more.
But he forgot one thing.
He was only 19 years old.
Xiaomo was also 19 years old.
That was the age when youth was just right. He admitted that he had slightly neglected Summer.
"Come on, let's get out of here."
Qin Ming took Xiaomo's hand. A wide grin lifted under Summer's helmet.
Even if Qin Ming couldn't see it, he knew it would be beautiful. She's the recognized iceberg schoolgirl of Jiangnan University. Can she not be beautiful? Not far away.
Lu Cheng stood stiff and sore.
Hell,
it's the love of his heart. Taking advantage of the fact that the ice python's reinforcements hadn't yet arrived, Qin Ming's trio hurriedly plucked the magical pill material from the ice python's body.
As luck would have it, on one of the giant ice pythons,
a rare grade scale was obtained. There are also some other common grade teeth,
snake skin, etc.
Qin Ming collected them all and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. These materials are just enough to create a new sequence.
And if more are collected,
perhaps a new troop type for the Monster Academy.
The snow is still heavy and the sky is blank.
Qin Ming looked into the depths and slowly spoke.
"It's almost time. We should return." Although the snowmobiles were destroyed, fortunately this was still only the outer perimeter and it was still possible to walk out. The three of them walked in pairs for about half an hour, just as Wu Mu and Lei Che came to meet them. Seeing that the three were almost submerged by the snow, the crowd's faces changed greatly and they rushed forward to rescue them. Only after they returned outside the cordon did Wu Mu and the others breathe a sigh of relief. "Commander, our men have just checked,
and the speed of the ice spreading has indeed slowed down," Yunlan Sakura said excitedly.
Qin Ming nodded as he sipped his ginger tea. "We will have killed dozens of ice pythons,
and their pioneering team has been hit hard, so their speed will naturally slow down,"
said he, looking up suspiciously. These people seemed overly nervous. "What happened, Dean? Look." Wu Mu took out his cell phone,
which displayed a scarlet message.
"The entire civilization of the country of Baguio has fallen. The civilization is overthrown, and it is out of the trial. The entire civilization of Ugui State has fallen. Its civilization has been destroyed,
and it has withdrawn from the trial.
2 countries fell in quick succession," Wu Mu explained.
"These 2 kingdoms sent their armies into the secret realm of ice and snow,
and as a result,
not only did they fail to stop the ice and snow from spreading,
they even spread rapidly, and in the end, the entire country was covered in snow, and no one was able to escape. The matter has caused a huge international sensation." When these words came out, Qin Ming's face sank. "They're responding in the wrong way, and sending an army in is a death sentence. Soldiers will only fall into the ice python's food, and the ice python that gets food will multiply quickly,
leading to the end where there is no one at all to stop them."
Wu Mu nodded. "Yes, right now all the countries don't dare to send their troops in at will. They can only let the awakened surround the ice python on the periphery. Others even used missiles. What? Missiles are being used? Lu Cheng on the side was shocked. Both Gallia and the Empire of Sunset used it, and the ice python was growing so fast that it had already taken over a city. So the missiles were activated. How did it turn out? Lu Cheng asked in a hurry. Qin Ming, who was on the side, shook his head. It's useless. Under the ice python's domain, the missile's power will be greatly weakened or even dud. Upon hearing this, Wu Mu snapped his eyes wide open. Asterisk 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 Dean, you're too godlike, aren't you? The one in Gaul, it did dud. It didn't blow up at all. And the one in the Empire of the Sunset, it blew up, but it didn't seem to have any effect, and all the countries were shocked. How is it possible? Lu Chang was astonished. This is transcendence. Once a third-ranked exotic beast comes out, the world's thermal weapons are almost rendered ineffective. Qin Ming's expression became grave. Wu Mu hesitated and spoke slowly. Dean, the major powers have just met and unanimously confirmed the use of nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons? In an instant, everyone raised their eyes. Chapter 105, the Nuke Counterattack Program. Seeking golden tickets. That's right, with all means ineffective in stopping the spread of the ice. The nations unanimously determined to use nukes. Qin Ming slowly shook his head. It's useless. Once the transcendent chapter is uncovered, all the thermal weapons on the blue planet will lose their effectiveness greatly. Should we stop them? Lu Chang asked with a frown. There's no need to, and it can't be stopped. They'll just think that WCI is preventing them from moving forward and competing for a good grade in the third civilization trial. Qin Ming didn't intend to stop Eagle Jam and other countries. It's no use blocking it until you reach the Yellow River. Soon, however, the news that countries were going to use nuclear weapons spread internationally and attracted the attention of the world. So historic that they even turned on the live stream, intending to publicize this nuclear backlash. At this moment, in a metropolis called Sacred City, on the west coast of the Eagle Sauce Country, when it was clearly summer and people were dressed in cool clothes, it had already turned into a cold winter, with heavy snowfalls and freezing temperatures. The people here have been buried in ice and snow, and after probing, the temperature in the holy city came to 60 degrees below zero. These temperatures are simply not something normal humans can survive. Even an awakened with a transcendent physique would have to take it in stride in this environment. The nuclear weapon that was decided to be used after the awakened had gone deeper and determined that it would be difficult to solve. Of course, that's just a one-sided statement from Hawksbane. Qin Ming knew very well that these awakened ones hadn't even gone deep into it, or else they would definitely be able to find a way to deal with the ice python. As long as the ice python openings are contained, they will not be able to expand their field. Hawkmaster is not wanting to take a chance with the awakened, hence this tactic. In this moment, the whole world is watching the live stream, waiting for Eagle Jam to fight back, and that much anticipated nuclear bomb didn't come very late. Out at sea, a nuclear submarine slowly surfaced, and with a clunk, the hair shaft cover opened. Immediately afterward, with a loud roar, the long missiles shot up into the sky. The missiles, loaded with nuclear warheads, found their way after breaking through the clouds and roared toward the holy city. The sky pulled up a long tail of flames and crashed into the holy city under the nervous gazes of countless people. Coming! Countless people let out gasps of surprise. Some watched live on their cell phones, and some could even see nuclear bombs flying through the sky above their heads. Finally, the missile came over the holy city and fell sharply. The nuke detonated just as the missile moved further into the ice-covered airspace. It was a nuclear bomb that had detonated in midair, and the moment it blew up, an incomparably terrifying energy exploded, the aftermath spreading rapidly. The nuke was like a shining sun, violently blinking in the icy sky. At this moment, the global masses even stopped breathing. However, the big outburst expected by the crowd did not happen. The earth shook, and the sight of the explosive energy destroying everything did not appear. The explosion, as it were, seemed to be just an ordinary explosion that didn't set off any waves. In an instant, all those watching the live broadcast were stunned. This is a nuclear bomb? What the hell? Is that what they were expecting? What's going on? All the top brass froze in the Eagle Jam Center conference room. Trip froze, dumbfounded at the scene. He even suspected that the nuke had been sitting there too long and had lost its power. Did this not blow up or what? Calming down a little, Trip looked angrily at General John. General John frowned at the message from the War Department. His Excellency the Chief, the information indicates that the nuke was successfully detonated, but in that particular environment, not much power occurred. Or rather, the power of the nukes is greatly diminished. Is this an effect of that environment? Trip had a grim look on his face. There's no rush. Just look at what's happening in other countries. At this time, General Arthur, the Minister of Defense, spoke slowly. Yes, contact the Empire of Sunset in Gaul and tell them to immediately launch a nuclear counterattack.
So it wasn't long before the nukes from the Empire of Sunset and Gaul lifted off, and they took different approaches to detonation.
Low altitude, ground detonation, respectively, to the world's shock. However, the low-altitude one detonated successfully, but the effect, like eagle sauces, didn't produce much threatening power,
and the ground detonation failed.
After the nuclear bomb crashed into the Earth, it was frozen in a split second, with all of its inner cores frozen, and did not succeed in exploding. At this moment, the world was shocked and one was dumbfounded. No one can believe that nuclear weapons, the pride of mankind, have lost their power. South City of China. The dragon will arrive at the frontline station in the small fishing village. He watched the live feed on the screen and was equally incredulous. Why is that? He looked at Qin Ming in confusion. Qin Ming, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face, as if he had already guessed the outcome. Qin Ming explained, it's not that the nuclear bomb has lost its power, but rather that its power has been greatly suppressed in the realm. Today the entire icy landscape is filled with transcendental energies that would suppress the power of a nuclear bomb. In the face of the transcendent, thermal weapons are worthless. When these words came out, the faces of everyone in the arena sank. This is not good news for humanity. Obviously, this nuclear counterattack program failed. All the countries of the world have become unsettled and have convened emergency meetings. The crisis came suddenly and quickly, catching them off guard. This icy catastrophe can be more serious than the hazards of the previous two trials of civilization. The xenomorphs in the front could still be dealt with by weapons, but now that even nuclear weapons have lost their deterrent effect, how can they fight? What's even more terrifying is that this crisis spread so fast, spreading from a small town to a city in just one day. It's unimaginable. So what happens next? Like Baguio and Uruguay? Officials of all countries began to panic, and under the organization of the Eagle Sauce, the Western countries even held an urgent international conference. At the meeting, countries were pouring out their national situations in the hope of receiving support from the big powers. Eagle Jam took the brunt of the blame and left Trip fretting. However, just when a group of senior officials were unable to think of a response, the representative of the Gallic states suddenly spoke up. The impact seems to be minor on the Chinese side. As far as I know, a day ago, a small town in China also had an ice crisis. But until now, the disaster hasn't spread. This statement immediately caused the representatives of various countries to be shocked. What? Is that true? The countries are so anxious because of the ice disaster event that they have neglected Huaxia. Huaxia is now the answer to the true God. Soon, the situation on the Chinese side was put on the table, and when the representatives of the various countries saw this fact, they were all stunned. China's ice crisis isn't spreading, and there are signs of it shrinking. It's a completely different phenomenon than in their country. All of a sudden, the delegates of all countries exploded. How is this possible? How did HWA do it? Damn it, another step ahead by Huaxia. Chapter 106, Deep into the Ice Territory. Requesting golden tickets. Learning that China had a way to stifle the ice disaster, the eyes of all countries were focused on it. The Chinese side didn't mince words, and directly turned on the live broadcast to inform the world how they did it. At dawn, with Qin Ming as the leader, Xia Mo and Lu Chang, a group of 3, a group of 011 hunt for the exotic squad, a group of Wu Mu and a group of squads headed by Lei Chu, a total of 3 groups of people, under the global live broadcast, fully armed, drove snowmobiles rushed into that icy sky and snowy land. The scene, right under the global broadcast, was visible to all masses in all countries. The world was all dumbfounded as they watched them rush into the snowstorm in such a watery fashion. Peacock Country netizen, no. Charging straight in? Not afraid of death? Eagles Nation netizen, have all the Chinese awakened gone crazy? He guesses none of them can get out again. Bear Country netizens, they are Chinese soldiers. You don't understand the weight of the word soldier. Gallic Nation, I admire their courage, but this is a bit silly behavior. Different voices were raised in various countries, but most of them were contemptuous. They didn't think that the Chinese nation could stop a beast disaster that even a nuclear bomb couldn't deal with just this many people. And the official high level of each country was silent when they saw the move of Huaxia. They valued the awakened, and sacrificing even one would be a huge loss. So none of them were willing to let them fight like this. There is no doubt that the sacrifice of rushing into an icy disaster like this is bound to be great, but they could do nothing about it at this point. They couldn't just stand by and watch the ice disaster spread. Damn it, this is an abominable way of doing things in China. I'd rather they didn't tell us the solution. Isn't it embarrassing to give an action that we can't imitate? General John was incomparably angry, feeling that Qin Ming had bullied people too much. Trip looked equally grim. Does it make sense for you to say that? The next moment, his gaze fell on Akil. Nowadays, Akil is the leader of the Hawk Jam, Transcendent Sector, and has the qualification to participate in high-level meetings. Feeling the look cast by Chief Trip, Achilles' eyes dodged. Not wanting to meet them, He had been to the holy city that had become a frozen land. He could feel the alien atmosphere just in the outskirts. He didn't want to go to that hellish place. Seeing that Akil was actually dodging, Trip's face darkened. Akil, it's the Transcendence Department's duty. Akil can't avoid it. It's all named, only to harden his head. Chief, how many of us in the Transcendence sector as well? If we die like this, who's going to protect all of you in the future? At these words, the faces of the top brass now changed. What Akil said was not unreasonable. Humph, what a bunch of losers. In response, General Arthur, the Secretary of Defense, was unrelenting in his hectoring. As far as I know, there are already wild awakened people who have taken the initiative to enter and explore it. The more dangerous the place, the more good things there are. You guys look like you're afraid of death. It's a disgrace to my great eagle sauce. You, Akil stared at General Arthur with an angry face. When these words came out, the group of executives were also very dissatisfied with this Akil, but they still didn't open their mouths to rebuke him. After all, they still needed Achilles' protection from them. Trip frowned. What does General Arthur have in mind? General Arthur spoke directly. Give the pass. I'll go over to Dr. Grotesque sighed and asked for someone. The monsters? All the top brass frowned at once. To be honest, those monsters, they were still quite scared. It was better not to use them if they could. Even the resources given to Dr. Grotesque, they've reduced a lot. No, I disagree. General John was the first to object. I would think so. However, Akil spoke up. They can be allowed to explore first, and then we in the Transcendence Department will step in. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. None of them could find a reason to refuse. Finally Trip clapped his hands. Alright, act immediately, we can't let Huaxia stay ahead of us. And so, on Dr. Grotesque's side, 10 more fallen were released. Nominally 10, but actually 30. 10 of them went to the holy city, while 20 others infiltrated all over Eagle Sauce. It's something even General Arthur doesn't know about. To no one's surprise, Dr. Grotesque was no longer willing to stay in that tiny lab. He had grander plans. With Huaxia stepping in, all the countries of the world understood that there was no better way to handle this matter and could only send their awakened ones with a hard head. This is both a disaster and a competition. If they all think of saving their own skin and do not want to make sacrifices, they will only lag behind and eventually lose their competitiveness, and they will have to finish just the same. Dragon General. According to the tip-off, all the countries have started to move. Lu Cherry reported. The Dragon General took a deep breath. Sure enough, it's been calculated by Qin Ming again. Pulling one hair affects the whole body. He's right. When competitors act, other countries have to step in. After all, no one wants to lose at the starting line. The Dragon General had begun to admire Qin Ming somewhat. At this time, Qin Ming had already entered the snowstorm, and they were driving snowmobiles with a group of a dozen people. Compared to last night, the view was significantly more open in the morning. Visibility was roughly in the 30-meter range, and the crowd felt much safer. Our target this time is still Ice Python's opening team. As long as we kill all of the opening team, this ice field won't be able to expand. Also, the magic pill materials on the Ice Python are all good things. Remember to pick them off after decapitating them. Don't waste them. Qin Ming's voice rang out in the helmets of the crowd. Roger, Commander. The crowd responded in unison. As usual, search the outer circle first. More than 10 snowmobiles, against the cold wind and blizzard, drove around the periphery, but after circling around, they didn't find a single Ice Python. It was truly unnoticed, and there was no Ice Python following behind him. Could it be that the opening team is all dead? Lu Chang asked into the communicator. His guess was not unreasonable. After all, they had decimated dozens of them last night. Qin Ming frowned. No, the Ice Python opening team is definitely more than just this small. They guessed that we were going to make a move and went into hiding. With that, his gaze fell deeper, his face heavy. They're leading us deeper. If we go deeper, once the snowmobiles are destroyed, it will be even more troublesome to come out. Summer Mo said. Qin Ming nodded. That's right, indeed. Upon hearing the conversation between the few people, Team 011 in Lanchu and Wu Mu and the others revealed a look of surprise. Are those Ice Pythons that smart? So should we call for more backup? Qin Ming fell into deep thought. Although the Ice Python is blocked here by us, it will still reproduce, and the longer it takes, the more unfavorable it will be for us. We can't delay any longer. Let's try something deeper. Saying that, Qin Ming rode on, heading directly towards the depths. Chapter 107, Ice Python appears. Spawning Python King. Everyone could see Qin Ming's urgent mood, and there was some doubt within them. Only Lu Chang knew of Qin Ming's identity as a reborn person, and he understood what Qin Ming was carrying. What could make Qin Ming's mood so heavy was bound to be that things weren't going too well nowadays, or that something big was going to happen next. Lu Chang had guessed correctly.
This was what Qin Ming was worried about.
Compared to the last one,
this one is moving much more quickly and the whole pace has picked up.
In his last life, the Awakened had only slowly appeared in the third trial of civilization,
and the Domain Fei had only appeared in the fourth trial. That means that the entire plot has advanced a whole stage.
And the fourth trial of this life is the fifth trial of the previous one. The fifth trial, on the other hand, had been a dark age in the previous life, with large swaths of territory around the globe falling and countless people sacrificed in it. That period came to be known as the Dark Migration, global disaster. Human beings can only build shelters to survive.
The living space is greatly oppressed.
Originally,
Qin Ming had thought that there was time,
but given the current situation,
he had expected that there wasn't much time left for humanity.
Maybe all the preparation is in this trial.
That was why Qin Ming was so eager. With Huaxiao's current strength to deal with dark migration, there was still a struggle.
Qin Ming gazed at the roiling frost and snow in front of him as he chanted in his heart,
"Make sure to create this sequence, soldier.
Buzz off."
The sound of snowmobiles continued to hum as the group made their way deeper into the ice and snow.
Roughly halfway into the journey,
Qin Ming and the others could already see the once small fishing village.
Just under the heavy snowfall,
all the houses in the small fishing village had been nearly half submerged.
Wu Mu picked up a bamboo pole and plunged it under the snow,
almost submerging it.
It was nearly 2 meters.
The faces of all the people turned ugly.
If they didn't accidentally fall into the snow, it would just give way to drowning. It's a harsher environment than expected.
All be careful and protect your snowmobiles.
Don't give them away, Qin Ming warned over the communicator. At this time, Xia Mo frowned and said, "Why do I feel it's not right? We're already very deep, but we still haven't seen the ice python."
Qin Ming also sensed that the situation was indeed abnormal.
Even if the open team was missing, this position they were in now, it was already combat team's territory. But why hadn't they moved yet? In the next moment, Qin Ming violently remembered something. That ice python king, it's not spawning, is it?
At those words,
the crowd looked over in shock. Spawn? Qin Ming explained. That's right, when the ice python lays its eggs, the entire line shrinks,
and all of its kin have to go back to protect the python king.
What happens when the python king lays eggs? Wu Mu's throat rolled. Qin Ming's face became grave.
When the python king lays her eggs, all the ice pythons will become more ferocious,
with a terrifyingly strong desire for protection, and once they discover the intruder, they will surely not rest until they die. But we must stop them. Once the ice python spawns successfully, their power will increase greatly, and the harder it will be to deal with then. Saying that, Qin Ming continued to drive deeper.
The snowmobile traveled along and finally arrived at the location of the village entrance.
Hiss! The ice python's voice rang out. They finally saw the ice python. Almost at the same time, the ice python also discovered them, and all of a sudden raised its icy eyes. It was a battle team ice python,
as thick as a thigh and standing up over 10 meters tall. The crowd's moods were stagnant.
"Prepare for battle," Qin Ming shouted. As the voice fell,
Xia Mo beside him had already rushed out.
The gun came out like a dragon, and the steel lance was instantly covered in a sheet of frost.
Hiss!
The ice python let out an angry hiss, and its large mouth instantly spat out a stream of frost. "Look out!" Seeing that frost covering Xia Mo, everyone let out a gasp of shock. However, in the next moment,
Xia Mo just rushed out of the frost,
unharmed. Burst! With a poke of the lance in Xia Mo's hand, a ray of cold aura blasted out, instantly piercing through the ice python's neck. That ice python didn't have any struggles. Its huge eye pupils instantly lost their light, and its body fell heavily onto the snowy ground. Bang! So strong!
Squad 011 and Wu Mu and the others were dumbstruck and surprised.
This is too strong, isn't it? Ji Yun's eyes blinked. A second-order ice python, killed in a single blow. Truly terrifying.
The corner of Qin Ming's mouth rose slightly.
Xia Mo was getting stronger and stronger, especially after advancing to the second rank. It was hard to find an opponent under the same realm. Moreover,
Wang Sequence 003, Ice Phoenix, itself was a sequence with extremely strong combat power.
Plus in the hands of Xia Mo,
who had been immersed in martial arts since he was a child,
it was like a tiger with wings, picking magic pills.
Qin Ming opened his mouth.
Lu Cheng immediately stepped forward and explored the ice python. "Finally, I found an ice python scale and an ice python tooth." Qin Ming's eyes lit up. "It's this magic medicine material that I need in large quantities. If this sequence squad was built out, it would help the next civilization trial a great deal."
Hiss dash. It seemed that the sound of the fight just now had attracted the ice pythons in the depths,
and at that moment, 2 more combat team ice pythons crawled out. "Commander Qin." Yin Lanzura hurriedly opened her mouth to remind. Qin Ming looked over. "Just 2, kill them quickly,
then lure the other ice pythons out. They seem to be standing in a good position, like playing a game of luring monsters, where they could be partially lured out one by one so that there was little pressure to kill them."
The guys thought the same thing. However, the next moment, two more huge ice pythons raised their heads in the snow. Bang, bang, bang. There were several sounds in a row, and over a dozen behemoths surrounded them. All battle team ice pythons. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The crowd felt bad at once. This is not a good place. This is clearly a trap. The enemy has spotted them. Qin Ming reacted furiously. So many battle ice pythons were here. So was the Python King also nearby? Why doesn't King Python come out? Nope. It's not that it doesn't want to come out, but it's at a critical time for spawning. Qin Ming's pupils trembled violently as he shouted. The Python King is most likely nearby. You guys deal with the ice python. I'll go find the Python King's lair. With that, he immediately twisted the snowmobile and continued onward into the depths. I'll go with you. Xia Mo immediately spoke. No, you help me protect everyone. Qin Ming hurriedly stopped Xia Mo. However, just as Qin Ming moved, those ice pythons went crazy and stopped him. Bang! A thick tail slammed down overhead. Qin Ming accelerated violently and dodged the ice python's tail, but the next moment, another giant tail swept across. This time, Qin Ming was unable to avoid it, and his figure leapt high on the snowmobile as he slashed down. Rip! The ice python's tail was directly severed by a slash. The other ice pythons continued to charge towards Qin Ming. Seeing this, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. The ice python's reaction was so great. That meant he was heading in the right direction. King Python is just ahead. Stop them for me. Qin Ming shouted. Xia Mo and his partners immediately rushed up and stopped all the ice pythons. Qin Ming broke through, but before he could rush out far, the snow in front of him suddenly exploded, and a behemoth rose up from the ground, opening its mouth and tearing at it. Chapter 108, A Chance Encounter with the Ice Python King. Roar! The hideous maw attempted to tear Qin Ming into pieces. Qin Ming's pupils shrank as he waved out two playing cards with both hands. On the playing card, the red and black kings blinked their wry eyes before jumping headfirst onto the ice python's maw. Dang! A violent explosion rang out, and a fiery light rushed out of the ice python's mouth. The ice python let out a mournful hiss, and its huge body fell heavily to the ground. But again, his snowmobile was blocked in place. In front of it were more than a dozen second-ranked combat ice pythons. That 10-meter-tall figure, standing in the wind and snow, was extremely oppressive. If an ordinary person was here, he or she would have fainted at a glance. Qin Ming's gaze was deep. He could be certain that the Python King was just ahead. Otherwise these ice pythons wouldn't have tried so hard to block him. He glanced back at his buddies. Everyone was caught up in the fight while several had their snowmobiles wrecked and weren't doing too well. Qin Ming turned back to look at the ice python in front of him again. There was no more chance for him to retreat. He had to kill all of these guys. One can only fight for one's life. In the next moment, Qin Ming violently twisted the snowmobile, and the car quickly rushed forward. Hiss! The three-headed ice python launched an attack, opening its mouth and spitting out frigid breath. As they opened their mouths, the ice and snow around them got even bigger, and the snow and frost pummeled their faces, slapping against their helmets constantly. The vision was getting blurrier and blurrier, and despite the warmer gear, it still felt like my body was shaking and my limbs were stiffening. It's a temperature that has dropped to unacceptable levels for humans. Qin Ming was well aware that with so many ice pythons surrounding him, his snowmobile was going to be untenable. As the ice frost pounced, Qin Ming's figure leapt high into the air, and the star meteor blade was sheathed. Boom! The Forbidden Sequence 007, Trick Thunderer, ability completely exploded as a streak of thunder traveled across his body before spreading to the Starfall blade. Qin Ming slashed out with his sword horizontally. Battle skill, Thunder Extinction Slash. Thunder ripped through the frost and the radiance brightened the view instantly. A sword slashed out and landed directly on the body of one of the ice pythons. Rip! The thunder ripped and sliced the ice python's body in two. The ice python fell heavily to the ground. Then, the second ice python came tearing in, and Qin Ming utilized the Yi Gao Flash stance to dodge the ice python's attack. His figure landed steadily on the corpse of the ice python. With the loss of the snowmobile, the only place he could land was the corpse of the ice python. Qin Ming's gaze fell ahead, and there was the roof that was half covered by ice and snow. Ahead of them were the houses of the small fishing village, staggered and forested, just enough to give it a chance to stand and construct a good fighting environment. However, the nearest roof was nearly 50 meters away, so it was impossible for Qin Ming to jump that far, and even more impossible to walk on the ground. Once he left the body of the ice python, he was probably buried directly in the snow. Spell it out. Qin Ming waved his hand, holding a playing card between his two fingers. That's the Little Black King. Battle Technique Ace extracts large and small ace cards and possesses them to increase its combat ability. In the next moment, the Little King's deck bloomed with light and slowly landed on Qin Ming. With the gorgeous tuxedo added to his body, Qin Ming felt much lighter on his feet. Little King form, speed boost, Shadow Slayer.
Qin Ming quickly ran over the corpse of the ice python and stored up his strength for a jump.
Bang! Qin Ming's figure leapt high into the air, creating a beautiful parabola in the air.
The ice python kept attacking,
its tail sweeping across the room,
yet all of them were dodged by Qin Ming,
and even borrowed strength in the air before finally landing firmly on the roof.
He entered the confines of the village and looked around at the staggered rooftops with a smile.
This battlefield, it would allow him to let go and fight. Hiss! An ice python quickly crashed in with a ferocious aura.
Qin Ming tightened his grip on the starfall blade and made a straight stabbing motion.
Magic, spacing out. In the next moment, Qin Ming aimed at the charging ice python and stabbed out violently.
The void in front of him was like a mysterious space,
and as he stabbed out,
half of Qin Ming's arm as well as the star meteor blade in his hand disappeared, as if it had been inserted into that mysterious space.
The ice python, on the other hand, which was 50 meters away, suddenly froze. In front of its body,
a long blade stabbed out abruptly in the void and plunged into its body with precision.
Immediately afterward,
Qin Ming slashed horizontally with great force,
and the ice python's body was broken open, killing it on the spot. Up to this point,
Qin Ming had already killed 3 ice pythons with a terrifyingly high efficiency.
However,
the death of the clan members also caused the other ice pythons to become incomparably angry, and they charged towards Qin Ming like mad. As Qin Ming jumped around on the roof as if he were walking on a flat surface, he was comfortable with the ice python's attacks. Magician, Little King form superimposed with Trickster Thunderer's tricky flash body technique. Qin Ming's speed increased to the extreme.
He kept roaming around, transforming into a killer and harvesting the life of an ice python.
After more than 10 minutes, all 10 or so ice pythons were killed by Qin Ming.
Seeing this scene, Wu Mu and Lan Cherry, who were fighting bitterly at the entrance of the village, were stunned. There were so many of them, and they were being coy, cautious and prudent with these second-order ice pythons, and they could still be injured if they weren't careful. However, in the same way,
Qin Ming was facing more than 10 ice pythons by himself, but he was able to do so with ease,
and even with some ease. This comparison makes it feel incredible, especially the 011 squad crowd. They were able to be chosen to be in 011 squad. They were pretentious, but now, they were more or less frustrated. The gap is too far. It was still the first time they had seen Commander Qin Ming fight, but this fighting ability, this fighting sense, was enough to convince them. You guys fight first, I'll go find out where the Ice Python King is hiding, Qin Ming shouted to the crowd. With that, he jumped on the roof and made his way deeper into the village. During this time, Qin Ming landed on a 3-story house, which was the village chief's home, a landmark building in the small fishing village. Then he pulled out a hand-drawn map. On it was a rough map of the small fishing village's housing distribution, drawn starting from the center of a 3-story self-built house, the iconic building at his feet. The manuscript was rough, similar to that drawn by an elementary school student, and it was exactly what the village chief had drawn in his haste, and what Qin Ming was looking for was a dry well. When the Ice Python King spawns, it must find a relatively moderate place, otherwise the cubs simply can't withstand that low temperature during the spawning period. And the small fishing village is in the south, where there are no cellars in the entire village, and the only place where you can get relatively warm is the only dry well in the village. Qin Ming painstakingly discerned the direction on the map, finally recognizing the east and running quickly. The only 2 places that could be identified for him were the village entrance and the village headman's house, and he could only use these 2 as references to recognize the direction to find the dry well. But in fact, this extremely low visibility caused Qin Ming great trouble. By the time he looked back, the iconic 3-story building was gone. Qin Ming's person was numb, and it was as if he was going to get lost in the wind and snow. He opened the map again and tried to discern the direction. With a bang, an ice python launched an attack on him, and the entire thatched hut beneath his feet exploded into pieces. Qin Ming's figure being flipped down, he crashed into the snow and his body was falling. Qin Ming's heart said something bad. His body was falling. It couldn't be that coincidental that he fell into the dry well, right? Before he could react, his body reached the ground. There was a click, and without knowing what it was pressing against, something seemed to break. Qin Ming jerked his head up, just in time to meet a scarlet eye, the pupil of which was even bigger than his head. Qin Ming's throat rolled. Ice Python King? Chapter 109, Slaying the Python King. Unexpected Harvest. Qin Ming looked down and crushed none other than a head-sized snake egg. Apparently, this was an egg that the Ice Python King had just laid. Qin Ming looked up in shock and realized that he was in the dry well, but this dry well had probably been transformed by King Python, and there was a lot of space around it. Of course, for King Python's massive body, the space was only just right. Roar! The Ice Python King let out an angry hiss, and the fishy odor from his large mouth came out. It's a wonder he's not angry when his freshly laid egg is crushed. With a bang, the Ice Python King opened his mouth and bit down violently. Qin Ming's face changed as his figure leapt high into the air. dodging the Ice Python King's attack. The withered well space was large for Qin Ming, but it was occupied mostly by the Ice Python King, leaving him not really much room to move around. After dodging, Qin Ming gazed upwards, pondering whether or not to go up, but this look revealed that the mouth of the well had been occupied by ice pythons, who had probably been summoned by the Python King, but there wasn't much room in the dry well for them to come down. Got to, it's not going up. Qin Ming looked sharply at the Python King, then saw the snake egg protected underneath it and had a bold idea. In the next moment, Qin Ming waved his hand and several playing cards appeared in his hand, violently flying towards the snake eggs on the ground. King Python roared and moved his body to block the poker. Dang! The poker hit the Python King's body with a crisp impact sound, failing to leave the slightest trace on its body. Third-order foreign beasts. Qin Ming's face stared, affirming the level of the Python King. Before, he could probably guess that King Python had reached the third rank, but he didn't expect that he would face the other party straight on, and alone. Qin Ming thought that with Xiaomo, Lu Cheng and the others by his side, it wasn't a problem to jointly deal with the third rank, but right now, with only himself, he really didn't have the confidence to decapitate a third-ranked beast, and it was still at the forbidden beast level. Roar! Just as Qin Ming was thinking, the Python King once again attacked, hissing and roaring to shake the four directions. Qin Ming's brain suddenly buzzed as he covered his ears in distress. Sonic attack? Bang! The Python King flung his tail and ruthlessly smashed at Qin Ming. Qin Ming hurriedly crossed the star meteor blade in front of him. Knock! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Qin Ming's entire body was blown away and smashed heavily against the wall. Mud! Qin Ming hurriedly pulled himself out on the wall and rolled forward in a forward roll, dodging King Python's combo. Third-ranked foreign beasts, so hard to deal with, it can only be fought. Thunder flashed on Qin Ming's body as he drove his stance to the extreme, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to dodge the Python King's attack. This guy was huge, but extremely fast. Battle technique, Thunder Destruction Chop. Boom! Thunder flashed across the star meteor blade, and the air swirled with a horizontal slash. The slash landed hard on King Python's tail. However, the expected blood splattering scene didn't happen. Such a powerful strike only left shallow white marks on the Python King's body. The Python King threw his tail and sent Qin Ming flying once again. A dull pain shot through Qin Ming's chest. No, we have to find a way. As soon as he lifted his arm, he revealed the shelter mark on it. Dry gourd, incense stove, paper kite, parallel dice, forbidden ahead, a 5-piece shelter, but none of them seemed to be able to fight. However, in the next moment, Qin Ming's gaze fell on the parallel dice. He could only try this. Qin Ming reached out and grabbed it, and an apple-sized white dice appeared in his hand. Buzz! The Python King's attack came again, and Qin Ming hurriedly poured his spiritual energy into the parallel dice. In an instant, the parallel dice erupted with a strange energy, and the space around it seemed to distort. Qin Ming's eyes lit up as he flipped the parallel dice in his hand, and the space around him was immediately inverted. Space was flipped. The wellhead became the side of the center of the earth, and King Python immediately dropped in the direction of the wellhead. Similarly, everything that was originally on the ground was attracted by gravity and fell towards the location of the shaft. The snake eggs descended with the Python King, and it was only then that Qin Ming was able to see the number of snake eggs. Good guy, this Python King is really able to give birth. There are at least hundreds of snake eggs in this snake. This is going to be great if it all hatches. When the Python King quickly fell out of the well, Qin Ming once again reversed the parallel dice. Gravity returned to normal, and King Python and Snake Egg crashed to the ground again. Seeing this, the Python King's gaze was horrified. If it fell like this, all of its cubs would have to explode. King Python hastily curled his tail on the ground and tried to catch the snake egg with his body. Good chance! Qin Ming's eyes lit up. King Python, I still have a use for your snake egg, so leave it to me. Qin Ming shot up violently, and with a flick of his hand, 2 playing cards appeared in his hand. Battle technique King Bomb. The big and small kings came at the poker, each holding a bomb that went jia at Anaconda's head. The King Python's vertical pupil suddenly shrunk. It wanted to dodge, but it couldn't move, or else its cubs would be gone. Immediately after that, the Python King opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of frost. Surprisingly cold ice covered his head. Boom! The bomb exploded. A terrifying explosion exploded, and the Python King suffered a heavy blow, the cold ice on its head thumping and shattering, while its head smashed heavily against the wall. Magic, spacing out. Qin Ming tightened his grip on the star meteor blade, aiming at the Python King's eyes and poking them violently. The arm on the long blade pierced through the void and rushed out in front of the Python King, landing precisely on its eyeballs. Pust! Blood splattered as the Python King let out a mournful hiss, his body struggling. Roar! Roar! At the mouth of the well, the ice pythons were responding to the Python King, and they were letting out angry hisses. Meanwhile,
Xiaomo and the others had already killed all the ice pythons at the entrance of the village, and when they heard the hissing of the ice pythons, their faces suddenly changed.
Not good. It's King Python. Xiaomo hurriedly rolled over and jumped onto a snowmobile. Quick, go support him. Lu Chang,
Wumu and the others were all in a hurry and rushed onto the snowmobile to rush towards the village.
On the other side, Qin Ming was once again thrown into the wall. With a clamor,
Qin Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face didn't look too good as he looked at the Python King who had fallen into a berserk state.
Looking at the mouth of the well again,
by now there was a steady stream of open team ice pythons climbing down.
They are small and come down to support just the right amount. Qin Ming knew deep down that he couldn't delay any longer. The parallel dice flipped again, and space was twisted as the Python King's body crashed around in the not-so-large well.
A thunderous aura flashed in Qin Ming's eyes, and with a lift of his hand, a card spread with thunder once again appeared. High-risk battle technique, trick cards. A wrathfully condemned trick thunderer gains a trick card,
which has a randomized ability that can be applied to itself or an enemy. Please, give a good luck. Qin Ming let out a low cry.
The thunder deck spun quickly and finally stopped framing.
It was a thunder longbow.
Thundering bow, an arrow that condenses one's own thunder power can explode out of one's own 5 times increased battle power,
possessing the power to penetrate through the sky. Seeing the introduction, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Luck was really good. He had actually randomized to an attack type card. In the next moment,
Qin Ming tightened his grip on the thunder bow and violently pulled the arrow.
Boom!
Thunder flashed as a powerful thunder force erupted from Qin Ming's body as he fought to pull the bowstring apart.
Bang! Thunder arrows shot out,
instantly piercing through the sky and shooting towards the Python King with a terrifying might.
Pust! In the next second, the thunder arrow went through King Python's head and nailed him to the wall with a single arrow. The Python King's body twitched a few times before it completely lost its breath. Ding dash! A crystal core rolled down in King Python's blasted head, glinting with a deep chill. Chapter 110, Eagle Sauce collapses. China wins again. Exploded equipment? A third-order beast's core? Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Finally something good had come. Qin Ming stepped forward to catch the beast's core. It was a crystal core that emitted frost, and by feeling it carefully he could still feel the powerful energy contained in the beast's core. Beast core? One of the ways for awakened people to enhance their strength. Absorbing the power of the beast's core increases one's mental strength and makes the sequential abilities stronger, but the pop rate is extremely low, so I got really lucky this time. Roar! At that moment, an angry hiss emanated from above the wellhead. After the death of the Python King, the other ice pythons all became berserk and actually wanted to rush down to deal with Qin Ming. Qin Ming's face changed as his gaze fell on the snake egg beside him. Don't break my snake egg. He's got a lot of use for these snake eggs. Boom! And just as the ice python was about to rush down, a powerful explosion lifted up, and the 2 ice pythons at the mouth of that well were sent flying heavily. Commander, we're here! The voices of Wumu and the others came from outside. Qin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Although the Python King was dead, there were still quite a few ice pythons out there. If no one helped, it would still be hard enough for him alone. Qin Ming's gaze fell on the small ice python that climbed down. Clean up you guys first. With the star meteor blade drawn, Qin Ming launched an attack on the ice python within the well. The tussle resumed. Not long after, the ice python in the well was decimated cleanly. Qin Ming looked at the snake eggs on the ground and his eyes glowed. He was rich. Clear the outside first. Qin Ming looked up and his body jumped, tumbling several times on the wall and landing firmly on the ground. There were still quite a few ice pythons on the battlefield, but after the death of the Python King, the wind and frost had stopped, the vision was clear, and the people were finally able to let go of the battle. Under this contrast, the ice python gradually fell and kept dying. In the end, the ice python was destroyed as much as possible. Qin Ming, how is your situation? The Dragon General's voice duly came over the headset. After the wind and snow receded, communications were restored. Qin Ming shouted into his headset, send someone in to clean up the battlefield. We're victorious. At the news, the warriors outside the ice shouted in excitement. Victory! We are victorious! The Dragon General was very excited and responded in a hurry. Okay, send someone in immediately. Soon the sound of helicopters hovered overhead and a snowmobile sped by. The fight is over. The sensation was not only felt by the soldiers outside, but by all the people around the globe who were watching the live broadcast. Let's not forget that it was live outside the whole time. And when the wind and snow disappeared, crowds from all countries noticed the anomaly and sent out pop-ups. It's not right. How come the wind and snow have stopped in the country of Huaxia? The disappeared village also came out. Did the Chinese nation succeed? What? No way. You've been in there for less than 3 hours, and it really worked? Then, when the snowmobiles and helicopters were deployed, the world finally affirmed that China was truly victorious. They solved the wintry crisis. Eagle Jam Nation was the first to get the news, and in the center conference room, All the top brass couldn't sit still. Trip jerked to his feet. What happened? How did they do that? Where are our men? What's the situation now? Trip's eyes fell on General Arthur, who didn't look too good. Dr. Grotesque's monsters have been entering the holy city for some time now, but there's been no news of them until now. Apparently, this time, HWA won again. Wastes, a bunch of wastes. Trip slammed the table. Furious, the enemy had triumphed, and they were still too stupid to even figure out how to deal with the Fae. What's the point of this comparison? Just bow down. Of course, that's not going to happen. There's no way Eagle Jam is going to lower their high and mighty heads. Cherry Blossom Country. The Chief Kawashima frowned and looked at the ice python beside him. It doesn't make sense. How did you guys lose? As the words fell, the foreign beasts in the field looked over. Thunder iron beasts, weasels, wilderness wolves, two-headed dogs, trick civet cats. All the exotic beasts that have ever appeared on the blue planet are here. Under the manipulation of the thousand-faced monkey, Sakura Nation appeared calm in the face of the Fae. As these descending Fae were all caged by Kawashima, what people didn't realize was that underneath the calm exterior of Sakura Country, the interior had become a paradise for the foreign beasts. The situation in front of him was a reflection of the current situation in Sakura Nation, where the ice python, which every country in the world was dealing with, appeared in the conference room of the Sakura Nation's top management. If the nationals of the Sakura Country knew, I wonder how they would feel. At this moment, the ice python emitted a chilling aura and spat out human words. I'm going to kill that human. It was looking at the live screen in front of it, where Qin Ming and the others were carrying the corpse of the ice python, and that king python with its head pierced through was its wife. When he saw Qin Ming appear holding the snake egg, the ice python completely tensed up, and his terrifying aura seemed to freeze the entire conference room. My baby! The faces of all the Fae representatives changed. Kawashima's face was illusory, revealing the appearance of a thousand faces monkey, and he sent a mental blast at the ice python. Calm down. In an instant, the ice python's aura was suppressed, and its expression was horrified as it looked towards Kawashima. Late third stage? You actually reached this realm? Kawashima smiled slightly without explaining too much, but the words shocked the other Fae representatives. They looked at Kawashima in horror, looking more or less in awe. Kawashima spoke blandly. I understand your feelings, but now is not the time to retaliate. Ice Python looked furious. They have my child. Kawashima shook his head. That Qin Ming is not easy to deal with. The people I sent last time, all died. Don't worry. I'll think of something. Don't worry. All of you can also think about it. That Qin Ming really can't stay. For a moment, the Fae in the conference room were in deep thought. Almost at the same time, the attention of the world was focused on China. Nowadays, all countries have basically set up a department which is specialized in the study of Huaxia. I hope to get first-hand information in Wakovia's hands, but this time, although Huaxia was on live, they had no idea what was going on under the snow and wind, even though it was covered by the snow and wind. How the hell did Huaxia deal with the Fae? As a matter of fact, there wasn't much skill to speak of when dealing with the ice python this time. It was all about strength crushing. The only thing that could be described as a trick was the ice python's opening team, and as long as the opening team was decimated, the ice field would not continue to spread. In fact, this crisis is one that most of the countries of the blue planet can deal with. It's up to them to be ruthless and pay some price. Qin Ming didn't reveal any more information. During this period of time, he was clearly being watched, with the Sakura Nation sending assassins and the West infiltrating the fallen ones. It would be strange that Qin Ming would reveal information to them. After the battle ended, Qin Ming had the soldiers pick off all the magic pill materials from the ice python's body and send them all to the Monster Academy. At the same time, the hundreds of snake eggs were all transported back to the Monster Academy. This time, he was going to build a strong group of sequential exalted. This batch of psychics would be the bottom card of Huaxia in the fourth trial of civilization. Chapter 111, Forbidden Sequence 009, Ice Cannon Master. In these next few days, the countries of the world were still busy dealing with the ice python, and the ice crisis was slightly alleviated. But again, some countries have not only failed to stop the spread of the ice crisis, but have even accelerated them, and the situation has gotten worse because of mismanagement. And most of the countries, just as Qin Ming predicted, had some remarkable results after paying some price and got a lot of loot. In the domain phase, copies, there are not only magic potion materials, magic potion recipes, and sheltered objects, and the mob rate is relatively high. Qin Ming attempted to acquire magic medicine materials globally, especially those obtained from the ice python. However, the countries were unwilling to sell them. They also knew very well that the magic medicine materials would be the foundation of their country. If they couldn't create more awakened people, sooner or later their countries would have to perish. That's why magical medicine materials are the most precious resource in the world today. Of course, there are still some that will make their way to the black market, which is unavoidable. On the 5th day after Qin Ming had cleared the ice python copy, the third copy appeared. In northern China, Qin Ming didn't do it himself and arranged for the alien hunters from the Shangjing side to go and handle it. A copy was both a disaster and an opportunity. Qin Ming couldn't handle it all by himself so that others would have fewer chances. To protect a country, he alone cannot do it. Qin Ming had already turned in all the magic pill formulas, as well as the gene sequence formulas he knew to the state, and all of them were included in the Hall of Alien Hunter Merit. The Alien Hunter Merit Hall is actually an internal secret network of the alien hunters, and all alien hunters can go up there to inquire about some information, as well as exchange some resources with merit. Of course, things like gene sequence recipe need to be exchanged for merits, and after the alien hunters have gathered all the materials needed for the gene sequence formula, they still need to be unified by the Monster Academy to formulate the magic potion. Within China, it is illegal to privately configure magic potions. This was a stipulation set by Qin Ming, and only in this way could the birth of fallen ones be effectively prevented. However, Qin Ming knew that there would still be people who would go off the edge of the sword, and perhaps fallen ones had already been born within the borders of China as well, so the situation is much more serious than one might think. That's what happened in the last life, and humanity fell right into most of it before there was much resistance in the early stages. The movement had to be accelerated. The time left for Qin Ming was running out. Once the dark migration begins, that people won't even have a chance to escape. Monster Academy. Qin Ming and Xia Mo were in the research room, with a copy of the magic medicine materials in front of them. Ice Python Scale Armor, Ice Python's Teeth, Ice Python Snake Egg, Ice Python Skin. Qin Ming took out his Qiankuan gourd and began to formulate the magic pills. What he was going to formulate this time was the Forbidden Sequence 009, Ice Cannon Master, which was an extremely powerful sequence, especially if it's used to hold a city in defense. It's a big killer. And while this Ice Gunner's magic potion was extremely harsh, the Ice Python's materials were fairly easy to obtain, and the hardest thing to obtain was the Ice Python Snake Egg. It's absolutely unattainable. Not all Ice Pythons lay eggs, and when they determine that they can't protect their young, they crush all their eggs before they die to prevent them from being used by humans. King Python had originally thought the same thing, but it had underestimated Qin Ming's power and didn't expect the other party to be able to kill itself in a single strike. And those Ice Python opening teams that rushed down from the wellhead weren't actually trying to deal with Qin Ming. Their main purpose was to destroy the snake eggs. Unfortunately, they all failed, and the hundreds of snake eggs all fell into Qin Ming's hands. Scales, snake skin, egg liquid, egg shell, 5 milliliters of water. Qin Ming murmured and stuffed all the materials into the Qiankuan gourd. Shake. Not long after, the Qiankuan gourd resounded with the sound of liquid shaking. The magic potion was formulated successfully. Qin Ming took it up in a test tube. It was a tube of milky white magic potion that emitted an icy cold aura. Let's go. It's an experimental test first. Qin Ming led Xia Mo to another room. Upon entering, everyone in the room gazed over. That was Dragon General Lu Cheng and 108 warriors. The dragon dropped his gaze on the magic potion in Qin Ming's hand. Did it work? Qin Ming nodded his head and looked at the group of soldiers. Who will try first? Bang! A middle-aged man took the lead and stepped out. Captain of the Special Warfare Squad, Long Feng. The Dragon General opened his mouth and introduced. Special Warfare Unit, the King of Soldiers, Long Feng. Good. Qin Ming could see that Lang Feng's transcendent physique had reached 100%. Lang Feng stepped forward to take the magic potion in Qin Ming's hand and drank it in one gulp without hesitation. Cold. Lang Feng only felt like drinking a mouthful of ice water, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Soon, the magic potion took effect, and a cold chill emanated from Coldwind's body. The crowd lit up. It worked? Long Feng's face showed joy. Commander, I feel transcendent power. Qin Ming nodded. Perform a battle technique. Yes, sir. Coldwind stretched out his hand, and a frosty pistol suddenly coalesced and appeared. Battle Skill 1, Ice Pistol. Saying that, Lang Feng aimed at a target person in the training ground and instantly fired. Bang! The bullet discharged and hit the target man's head with precision. Click! Immediately afterward, a frost spread over the target man. In an instant, the target person was actually frozen into an ice stick. The people in the arena all showed shocked expressions. Instant freezing. Awesome. Qin Ming smiled and nodded. Continue. The Forbidden Sequence initial battle technique comes in 2. With a wave of Coldwind's hand, the frost pistol in his hand turned into a stout hand cannon. The muzzle of the hand cannon would be as big as a man's head, emitting a gust of coldness and harshness. Commander, do you need a demonstration? Coldwind asked tentatively. Qin Ming nodded. Continue. Yes. Coldwind instantly loaded his gun and took aim at the target man in the distance. Knock! With a single blast, a pineapple-sized icy cold cannonball instantly blasted out, blowing the target man to smithereens. Wow! An uproar rang out in the arena. The power was too strong. Even the Dragon General's eyes lit up. This isn't even the upper limit of this sequence's ability. It's just a hand cannon. When your realm goes up, the battle techniques are even more terrifying. What hand cannon? Cannons can be built for you. This Forbidden Order 009 Ice Artillery Division is specifically used to defend the city. With a single blast, the average alien beast would directly turn into a popsicle. Strong as it was. Very good. You guys skill up first, I'll go and formulate the rest. Qin Ming brought Xiaomo to continue returning to the research room. 2 hours later, 100 copies of the Ice Gunner magic potion were prepared. 3 hours later, 101 Sequence 009 Ice Cannon Masters were successfully born. Looking at the force, the Dragon General's eyes glowed. Qin Ming, I think the number is still a bit low. The corner of Qin Ming's mouth twitched. I'd like to order more, but I don't have the materials. That snake egg is the focus. The Dragon General thought for a moment and suddenly smiled wryly. I heard that the Ice Python copy in the Bear Country also has snake eggs in it. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Really? The Dragon General nodded. They have also asked us for assistance. Not far from our borders. Qin Ming was overjoyed. Then what are we waiting for? There's no problem with assistance. We want all the materials. Shouldn't be a problem. Long Jian laughed. In the next moment, Qin Ming looked toward the crowd of foolish newborn awakened ones and grinned. The time has come for you to show yourselves. Chapter 112, Ice Artillery Division's First Battle. Shocking the Bear Country. Bear Country. Ice Python copy front. The face of the Iron Blood Emperor, the head of the Bear Country, was incomparably grave. This Ice Python crisis was even more serious than he had imagined. They had already sacrificed more than a dozen awakened, which only managed to stop the spread of the ice and snow, and they still hadn't gotten a complete solution. At this time, a bearded general rushed into the camp and shouted excitedly, "Chief, Huaxia replied to us." At those words, the Iron Blood Emperor stood up violently. What did they say? The bearded general had an excited look on his face. The Dragon General said that he can help us solve the ice crisis. Great! The Iron Blood Emperor waved his fist in excitement. But they have a condition. The bearded general spoke. Say, what conditions? The Iron Blood Emperor calmed down a little. They can help us completely annihilate the Ice Python crisis. But if they get any Ice Python materials inside, they'll take all of them, especially the spawning Python King. The bearded general said in a deep voice. The Iron Blood Emperor fell into deep thought. This condition was actually not excessive. Compared to the future of the Bear Country, a little material was nothing. They also said that they could help us build 10 awakened in exchange for free. The bearded general continued to speak. These words caused the Iron Blood Emperor to freeze slightly. This matter of formulating magic potions, they can also do it in the Bear Country. They don't need help from others. Could it be that Huaxia has skills in formulating magic potions? Do you think that Huaxia's success rate in formulating magic pills will be higher than ours? Why else would they have so many awakened ones? As far as we know, nowadays, the vast majority of cities in China have been equipped with awakened one squads to guard every place. That's quite a lot. The Iron Blood Emperor suddenly remembered the crux of the matter. The success rate of their Bear Country's formulated magic potion was only 10%, and then after the warrior took it, he might not be able to awaken the sequence ability, which was too low a chance. According to the experts in the Bear Country, every human body was different and might not be able to take certain magical potions appropriately, which led to most of the magical potion materials being wasted. If HWA has a way to overcome this problem, it's a different story. The Iron Blood Emperor felt that the probability was that Huaxia had already solved this problem, and that was why it was able to create so many awakened ones. Either way, this is good for us, and it would be even better if we could learn to study the magic potion preparation methods of Huaxia. The Iron Blood Emperor told the bearded general to immediately reply to Huaxia that the Bear Country, agreed to Huaxia's demands. But what the Iron Blood Emperor didn't know was that the success rate of the Bear Country's magic potion preparation had already reached its limit, and 10% was actually the limit. Of course, later on, some materials that could increase the success rate of magic potions would come out, but that was already later on. The reason why China was 100% successful was because Qin Ming had the Zhenkuan gourd in his hand, and if it wasn't for this sheltering object, China wouldn't have been able to be far ahead of the rest of the world. The Chinese side soon received a reply from the Bear Country. On that day, Qin Ming took the hundreds of newly baked ice cannon masters north on a special airplane. After finishing this job, Qin Ming would have to properly prepare for the fourth stage of the civilization trial. No, if he wasn't wrong, the third stage of the civilization trial was estimated to have a wave of climax. Definitely made a big one at the end. This was the case in his last life. Only at that time he hadn't joined the country yet and didn't know the specifics of that battle. However,
Qin Ming remembered that in the third stage of the trial in his last life, it was Eagle Jam who had won the top spot and had dealt a great blow to Huaxia. Thinking of this, Qin Ming cursed in his heart. If you know that you will be reborn, then you have to study what major events happened in the country in the early days, so that you won't get so passive. The ice crisis in Bear Country is right on the northern border of China. Qin Ming landed in the north with the Ice Artillery Division squad before traveling to the Bear Country. Once the dozen or so military vehicles entered the Bear Country's territory, the Iron Blood Emperor personally brought his men to greet them. Qin Ming and the Iron Blood Emperor met, and he looked deeply at each other. The Iron Blood Emperor wasn't very tall, but with a sharp gaze and a hard body. He didn't look like he was nearly 70 years old at all. Commander Qin. The Iron Blood Emperor smiled as he greeted Qin Ming and shook his hand. Qin Ming responded politely. In fact, when the Iron Blood Emperor saw Qin Ming, he was surprised that he was even younger than in the camera. It is hard to imagine that it is under the leadership of this young man that China is at the forefront of the world. After a brief exchange, the crowd ran straight to the front line, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the ice world. It's obviously summer and the chill is on your face. The problem of the ice crisis in the Bear Country is also very big, and at this point it has spread to a small town, and if it is not stopped, I am afraid that the ice pythons will take over half of the sky. Qin Ming led the soldiers out of the car, and after that neat assembly of soldiers, the Bear Country soldiers at the scene brightened up, and respect rose up in their hearts. The discipline of the Chinese soldiers is still so awe-inspiring. The Iron Blood Emperor and the bearded general's gazes also landed on the soldier behind Qin Ming's body, and both of them revealed a look of shock. So many people? No, strictly speaking, just 100 people to deal with this ice crisis is obviously not much, but if the 100 were all awakened, it would be a bit scary. There were only about 200 awakened in their entire Bear Country combined, and Huaxia brought out 100 people at random, so how many more do they have in the country? What a fine thought. Commander Qin, what are your plans for this battle? The Iron Blood Emperor took a deep breath and tried hard to calm himself. Qin Ming smiled faintly. Against the Ice Python, there's no plan to speak of, just kill in and behead the Python King. When these words came out, the Iron Blood Emperor and the group of awakened people from the Bear Country froze. This is overbearing, but this is all we have. Is it enough? The bearded general asked. Enough. Qin Ming gazed into the depths of the ice and snow. He didn't want to delay any longer. The Python King had been laying eggs for some time, and if it hatched out, the trip would have been in vain. Soon, Qin Ming, Xia Mo, and Lu Cheng entered the camp to put on their warm clothing. When they came out, the 108 ice cannon masters were already ready. Coldwind's voice rang out over the helmet com. Commander, ice cannon squad is ready. Good. Get in the car. Qin Ming led the crowd to board the snowmobile. Just then, however, more than a dozen snowmobiles approached not far away. At the head of the group were none other than the Iron Blood Emperor and the bearded general. Qin Ming and the others froze. Your Excellency you. The Iron Blood Emperor lifted his helmet and revealed a confident smile. I'm also an awakened. I'm still a soldier. Isn't it only right to go into battle and kill the enemy? Qin Ming gave a thumbs up. Truly worthy of being a fighting nation. The first seat are personally on the battlefield. This kind of spirit is admirable. Then let's go. Qin Ming shouted, and the ice cannon squad led by Cold Wind sped off, diving headfirst into the wind and snow. This scene startled the Iron Blood Emperor and the Bear Country awakened. This was too brave. The bearded general's face even changed. Wait, there happens to be a group of ice pythons there. They rushed after them. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of gunfire, the battle was fought. The Iron Blood Emperor and the others revealed a puzzled look. Gunfire? Is it useful against a second-order ice python? However, when they caught up with the ice cannon squad, they were completely dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. That nest of dozens of open ice pythons were surprisingly all frozen. One standing upright like an ice stick, and still in a state of attack. But they are frozen. The Iron Blood Emperor's group of Bear Country awakenings were dumbfounded. What happened? Chapter 113, Transcendent Weapon? Sweep the battlefield. Qin Ming waved his hand. Clean up the battlefield. As the words fell, Lang Feng drove forward with his team, and the people drew their swords and killed the frozen ice pythons one by one. Then, the crowd acted as if they were opening a banquet to kill a chicken, picking off all the magic pill materials from the ice python. An operation was as fierce as a tiger, leaving the Iron Blood Emperor and the others behind him dumbfounded. They were shocked to find that these soldiers of Huaxia actually brought their own sacks. Those magic pill materials that were picked off were all put in a sack for fear of missing them. The Iron Blood Emperor's expression froze, and he wanted to say that it didn't really have to be like this. When Bear Country promised not to have magic potion materials, they certainly wouldn't play smart. But he shut up as he looked at the faces of these people with their excitement and sense of gain. Soon, dozens of ice pythons were cleaned up. Keep going. Qin Ming waved his hand, and the soldiers continued to push forward.
straight into the depths? The bearded general looked shocked. The bear country awakened behind them also revealed a shocked expression, going directly deeper. This was too dangerous, but they didn't question it. And in this world today, whoever still questions wasias is a cutie. Come on, keep up. The Ironborn Emperor twisted the throttle and continued to follow. I was expecting a big battle, but I didn't expect things to go so well. The point is they haven't seen the fight. Keep up, you can't miss it again. This icy realm of bear country is just too big, and the ice pythons are relatively much more numerous. It didn't take long to drive before the crowd encountered a second wave of ice pythons. This wave, the same opening team of ice pythons, were not very large, probably around 20 to 30 heads. Seeing that an ice python had appeared, the Iron Blood Emperor and the others lit up, even more excited than Qin Ming. Watch and learn how people fight, the Iron Blood Emperor said to his opponent over the communicator. The group of awakened reached up and wiped the goggles of their helmets, their eyes lighting up. Up ahead, Coldwind stopped his motorcycle and shouted, "Pull out your gun." As the voice fell, hundreds of ice artillery masters simultaneously stretched out their hands, and the cold ice on their hands condensed and froze into a pistol. This scene caused the Iron Blood Emperor and the others behind them to watch as their blood rushed to the surface. The sight of hundreds of men raising their pistols at the same time in the frost and snow, their cold guns forcing their way through the snow, was simply awesome. Shoot! Qin Ming spoke in a deep voice. The next moment the guns blasted out and the cold guns came out. Bang! 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 Ice bullets whizzed out, accurately shooting at the ice python. An amazing scene occurred. As the bullet landed on the ice python's body, a ray of frost instantly exploded. Ka-chow! Immediately afterward, the cold ice instantly spread as an extreme coldness invaded the ice python's entire body, completely freezing it. Perhaps one shot wasn't enough to freeze, but when several shots converged, the coldness instantly skyrocketed, and even the ice python that lived in the ice world couldn't withstand it. Is that all? The crowd of the Iron Blood Emperor was dumbfounded, all of them looking dumbfounded. Is this what HWA is capable of? They were expecting some big battle in this? That's it? Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the Chinese team quickly stepped forward to harvest, crunching down all that was useful on the ice python. Then, push onward. Commander, if we go all the way to the depths, won't the ice pythons in the other regions go to waste? Lung Feng couldn't help but ask. Qin Ming responded, that won't happen. Once the Python King is in danger, it will call all the ice pythons to come back, so not a single head will be able to escape. At those words, the crowd lit up. This wave really made a lot of money, especially Cold Wind. He was the captain of the Ice Artillery Division squad. The more materials there were, the more men he was expected to have. It couldn't be too good. In this way, the crowd pushed all the way to the depths, encountered the ice python, all shot. After about an hour, the group had made their way through the outer perimeter to a deeper area. All be careful. Next up is the territory of the battle ice python, Qin Ming reminded. Boom boom. As soon as the words fell, two giant ice pythons rose up from the ground. Roar! The hissing was deafening, and the horrifying sound waves were deafening. Be careful, it's a giant ice python, the Iron Blood Emperor hastily warned. Bang bang! In the next moment, two figures leapt up in the snowy motorcycle, each rushing towards a giant ice python. Thunder extinguishing slash, iced the world. With a rumbling sound and thunder churning, the head of the python flew up in response to the slash. On the other side, Xia Mosgun came out like a dragon, carrying extreme frost into the body of the ice python, which instantly froze into an ice sculpture. With a forceful shake, the ice python's body was shattered and fell into the ice and snow like a broken stone. Boom boom boom. Frost and snow splashed and snow mist spread. Watching the two giant ice pythons fall, the Iron Blood Emperor, the Bearded General, and the crowd of Bear Country awakened. All of them were dumbstruck with disbelief. This is outrageous, isn't it? My God, so strong. As fellow awakened, they were well aware of their own power, and this ice python could never be dealt with without two awakened joining hands. But in Qin Ming's hands, they didn't even resist a single move. This is simply too strong. The bearded general's throat rolled. I now finally understand why Huaxia is so strong. The Iron Blood Emperor nodded his head in agreement. With such an existence, it would be strange for China to not be strong. Then, as the procession continued to advance, the shock of the Bear Country crowd continued. They realized that not even the giant ice python could stop the path of the Chinese soldiers, especially Qin Ming and that woman. They were simply gods of killing, facing the second-order ice python as if they were chopping up melons and cutting vegetables. In less than an hour's time, the crowd had killed more than 30 giant ice pythons. Finally, when the large troop was about to approach the Python King's territory, the ice pythons from the entire ice domain gathered. In a few moments, a head of ice pythons came in all directions, estimated to be as many as 200 to 300, and the fighting ice python will also have its hundreds of heads. with a very ferocious aura. Qin Ming scanned the room and spoke softly. There are more than I thought. Brothers, here comes the big job. Upon hearing this, Cold Wind and the other Ice Artillery Division members were all rising with a sense of wariness. And not only were they not afraid, but they also had a kind of foolish impulse. Chief, they seem excited? The bearded general whispered. The Iron Blood Emperor's face was grave. An army like this is truly frightening. As for the rest of the awakened, they had long ago beaten the Chinese soldiers into submission, and along the way, they didn't even have a chance to make a move. On the scene, the battle was imminent. Just as the people of the Bear Country were speculating on how Qin Ming was going to deal with the Ice Python, Qin Ming shouted out, "Get some heavy firepower." Yes, the soldiers responded, and in the next moment, the chili pistol in their hands disappeared and turned into a giant hand cannon. What is it? The Iron Blood Emperor and the others stared wide-eyed, their gazes fixed on the chilling hand cannon. Blast me! Qin Ming waved his hand. Fight! The soldiers opened fire instantly. Knock knock! The cold ice cannonball instantly discharged and heavily bombarded the giant ice python. Roar! With just one shot, the giant ice python was like a heavy blow. Its entire body fell back, and the position where it was hit by the gun, its scales were shattered, and its flesh was a bloody mess. The field was filled with cannon fire and roaring, and the ice python army was beaten back. The scene left the crowding Bear Country in a mood that would not be calmed for a long time. They felt that the Chinese soldiers had entered the era of extraordinary hot weapons, while they remained in the era of cold weapons. The gap between them is like a chasm. Chapter 114, Surprising King Python. Double King Attack. Bang! After the round of artillery bombardment, Qin Ming leapt high in the air with the star meteor blade in his hand, thunder flashing on his body as he slashed out. Rip! Thunder rips through the wind and snow in stunning fashion. The two giant ice pythons fell down with a bang. Under the stunned gazes of the people of the Bear Country, Qin Ming descended like a god, his domineering aura unrivaled. Is this a high-rank sequencer? The bearded general murmured. As the words fell, the crowd's gazes turned toward a man. The man's name was Sotav, and he was the first awakened in the Bear Country, second-order realm. It took Sotav a moment to snap out of his shock at the sight of the crowd, and he opened his mouth in disbelief. No, Commander Qin, he's only at the second rank as well, but this strength is far from what I can compare to. So strong it's intimidating. Hearing Sotav's words, the crowd was even more shocked. Mighty as Sotav was, he was struck down. Qin Ming's strength was truly beyond everyone's expectations. The first Iron Blood Emperor's eyes were firm, and his heart secretly made a decision. He must not be an enemy of Huaxia, and this friendship must be firmly grasped. Let's go help too, Sotav said to his partner. The Bear Country awakened joined the fight. It was a scorching battle. There were too many ice pythons and people were slowly getting injured in the field. The ice python was smart enough to see the ice cannon master's means of attack and tried to close the distance for a close combat. Fortunately, there were Qin Ming, Xia Mo, and Lu Cheng who blocked the ice python's attack, allowing the ice cannon master to stabilize its formation. The battle lasted nearly an hour, which gradually killed all the ice pythons. These ice pythons had no intention of retreating and fought to the death until the very end, which made Qin Ming certain that the Python King was just ahead. After the ice pythons were all decimated, the wind and frost in the sky decreased significantly. Qin Ming turned back to the soldiers and realized that the few awakened ones from the Bear Country were all wounded. Those who are injured stay where they are. Cold Wind, bring 10 people and follow me forward to look for the ice python. Yes, Lang Feng immediately responded, bringing a small team with him as he sped forward. But before he could drive for long, Qin Ming noticed something strange, and he turned around violently, only to see that not far behind the iron-blooded emperor, the snow was rapidly rumbling. There are creatures under the snow. Qin Ming's face changed as he shouted, "Watch your back!" The crowd immediately reacted and jerked back. Boom boom boom. The snow was rumbling fast. The creature was coming, and it was coming at the Ironborn Emperor. Protect the first seat, the bearded general shouted angrily. Sotav was the first to react and quickly blocked in front of the Iron Blood Emperor. With a big flip of his hand, a huge shield appeared in front of him and plunged into the snow with a thud. Stab shield. At this moment, sharp spikes stabbed out from the shield. The creature under the snow came crashing in just in time, blasting heavily against the shield. Boom! Under the powerful impact, Sotav's entire body was lifted off the ground and his body was thrown high into the air. Roar! Immediately afterward, a roar rang out as a giant python rose up from the ground and opened its mouth about to swallow Sotav. Captain! An awakened's face changed as his figure leapt high into the air and slashed at the python's jaws. But the next moment, the python's tail jerked up under the snow and landed heavily on the man. Ka-chow! The man broke an unknown number of bones in his body and spat out a mouthful of blood with a clatter. His entire helmet covered in blood. The man smashed into the snow like a cannonball and lived or died. And with no intention of stopping, The python continued to bite Sotav down in one gulp. The bloody mouth almost swallowed Sotav. Sotav's face changed, and the shield in his hand quickly grew in size, instantly jamming into the python's big mouth that was about to close. Roar! The python hissed and spat out a mouthful of fishy breath that nearly blew Sotav's eardrums out. The scene happened in a matter of seconds before anyone else could react. The Iron Blood Emperor shouted, "Sotav, hang in there, we'll be right there to save you." With that, the remaining awakened in the bear country rushed forward. "Don't even do it, you're no match for it." Qin Ming drove his snowmobile back quickly. His face was grave. He didn't expect to run into the male Python King here. This was a Python King that had reached the third stage realm, and had even reached the middle third stage. Within each realm, it could be subdivided into beginning, middle, and late stages, and the further back one went, the more one proved that one was not far from a breakthrough. The Python King he had killed before was only at the early third stage and was still in the spawning stage, so his strength would be greatly reduced. But this King Python in front of him was not the one that spawned. It was a male, and it was a whole lot stronger. Kaching dash. At this time, Sotav's shield seemed to be unable to hold up under King Python's bite, and cracked open with cracks. Sotav blanched. All troops listened to the order. Fire! Qin Ming shouted, and all the ice artillery divisions immediately raised their hand cannons. Boom boom boom! A cold ice cannonball landed on the Python King, yet it only caused it to fall back a bit, not even breaking through its defense. A first-order awakened facing a mid-third-order Fey beast was clearly not enough. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, the crowd's expressions coalesced, and at this time, the Python King was enraged, and his huge tail swept over fiercely. The faces of the people changed greatly, and before they could block, they were all swept down. Boom boom boom! Snowmobiles blew up one by one in flames. The Ice Artillery Division squad was crushed. This can scare the Iron Blood Emperor and others. This is more powerful than imagined. At this time, Qin Ming and the others finally drove back. Natsumi. Just as the voice fell, Xiaomo raised his hand and a long bow of cold ice quickly coalesced. Bend your bow and shoot. Bang! A cold ice arrow rapidly shot out. The arrow continuously enlarged in the air, and by the time it reached the Python King's body, it had already become as thick as a spear. With a roar, the arrow exploded on King Python's body, and the scales were blown apart, oozing blood. King Python's body swung around, nearly flinging the Sotav out of his mouth. At the same time, Qin Ming's feet fiercely stepped on the snowmobile, his body leaping high into the air, charging straight for the Python King's head, a sword slashing out, thunder tearing through the air. Boom! The blade landed on King Python's face, splattering a bloody arrow. King Python hissed in pain and opened his mouth to spit out Sotav. Immediately afterward, the Python King's giant tail flung out and heavily lashed at Qin Ming. Battle technique, trick flash. Qin Ming stepped on the void as if borrowing strength, dodging the Python King's attack, and then reversed and slashed again. Rip! The scales on the top of the Python King's head were split open, and strands of lightning wrapped around his wounds, causing him to wail in pain. Again! A second stream of energy emanated from Qin Ming's body. Wang Sequence 005, Magician. Qin Ming clasped his fingers together and two playing cards appeared. The King of Size. Battletech King Bomb. Qin Ming violently flung the poker out, and the black and red Joker leapt out in a single leap at the poker, holding the bomb and pouncing on King Anaconda's head with a smile on his face. Immediately afterward, under the crowd's shocked gazes, a huge explosion rang out. Knock! The flames shot up into the sky, and the powerful impact blasted the Python King heavily into the snow. Ow dash! The Python King hissed in pain, but in just a moment, he raised his head again with a fierce gaze. It's all right. The faces of the people in the arena suddenly changed. This Python King was too strong. Roar! However, at this time, another hiss rang out. The female Python King who had laid her eggs actually came out after hearing the male Python King wail. In an instant, two third-order Python Kings surrounded the crowd one after the other, and a great sense of oppression struck them. Chapter 115, The Qiankuan Gourd, a surprise change, taking away the King of Pythons. Two Pythons? Seeing this scene, the faces of the crowd changed. This situation was completely beyond everyone's expectations, and even Qin Ming felt tricky. Two third-order Fey beasts. Ah, and that male King Python. It's estimated to have reached the middle third order. Right now, except for him and Xiaomo, no one else was its opponent, and there might be casualties if one messed up. This was not what Qin Ming wanted to see. Qin Ming, what should we do now? We are surrounded, Xiaomo said in a deep voice, his complexion not looking too good either. Is it alright if you bring the others to stop that female Python King? Qin Ming asked. At those words, Xiaomo and Lu Cheng were both shocked. Lu Cheng's eyes widened. What do you mean? You want to deal with that male Python King alone? Qin Ming nodded. Don't worry, I have shelter in my hand. Xiaomo looked deeply at Qin Ming and nodded firmly. Leave it to us. Good. Qin Ming didn't hesitate any longer. Pull away from the battle and don't let them touch each other. With two third-ranked foreign beasts, someone would be killed in battle if they were not careful, and it would be even more unfavorable for them if they were entangled together and cooperated. So best case scenario, it's better to fight separately. Pull back. You keep the injured warriors away from the battlefield.
Qin Ming shouted at the Iron Blood Emperor.
The Ironborn Emperor pulled the injured Sodab onto the snowmobile and nodded gravely. I'm counting on you guys. Immediately afterward,
Qin Ming twisted the throttle and led the male Python King to the other side. As for Xia Mo and the others, they went on the offensive against the female Python King. Because of the attack by the male Python King just now, most of the Ice Artillery Division's snowmobiles were damaged, and they could only stand on the snow to fight, and movement was a big problem. Therefore, it was Xia Mo and Lu Cheng who really fought against the Mother Python King face to face. Fortunately, both of them had already been promoted to the early second stage, and Lu Cheng still had an ordinary grade sheltering item in his hand, the double blade axe. Fire for cover. Lu Cheng shouted loudly over the communicator, while the two of them, along with Xia Mo, quickly rushed towards the Mother Python King. Ready, hit. Cold Wind organized the Ice Artillery Division squad, hundreds of people holding hand cannons and aiming at the Mother Python King. Bang, bang, bang. The hand cannons blasted out in unison, and basketball-sized frost cannonballs landed crazily on the Mother Python King. Roar! The female Python King was bombarded with a swaying body and screamed miserably. Asterisk 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 eat my axe. Lu Cheng's figure jumped up high and swung his giant axe to slash down hard at the female King Python's tail. Buzz! Spiritual energy was poured into the axe, and the characteristics of the sheltered object were stimulated. A red light blossomed, and the double-bladed axe exuded a bloodthirsty flavor. Lu Cheng immediately felt that the spiritual energy in his body was being crazily drained away. Ah! As Lu Cheng bellowed, the scarlet-red giant axe ruthlessly chopped on the female Python King's tail. Pust! The scales exploded and a deep gash ripped open, blood pouring out. This axe nearly severed the female Python King's tail flush. Ow dash! The female King Python hissed mournfully, and her injured tail flung violently, slamming heavily on Lu Cheng. With a clang, Lu Cheng's steel body was smashed and flew away like a cannonball tens of meters away in the snow. Ice arrow! Xia Mo shot out a continuous stream of cold ice arrows, slowing down the movements of the Mother Python King. Immediately afterward, Xia Mo jumped up violently on the snowmobile, and his lance struck out, smashing the female Python King's brain head-on. Bang! With a terrifying eruption of power, the female Python King smashed headfirst into the snow, and her entire body collapsed. Xia Mo once again bullied his way up, holding the lance with both hands in reverse and stabbing down. Pust! The lance penetrated through the Mother Python King's body, pinning it to the ground. Ow dash! The female King Python hissed in pain and called for the male King Python to rescue her, but in the next moment, her head was subjected to a fire blast from the Ice Artillery Division squad. Snowflakes and blood splatter. Roar! On the other side, the male Python King that had been lured away by Qin Ming let out a furious roar and actually spat out human words. Cunning humans, I will crush you. Qin Ming drove his snowmobile and circled around in front of King Python. I'm sorry, you don't have a chance anymore. Qin Ming held the Qian Koan gourd in his hand and shook it a few times. The beast core that he had just put in had melted. That beast core was the same third-order beast core that he had obtained from killing the Python King in the small fishing village in the Huaxia Kingdom. Now, it had been melted by the Qian Koan gourd into a strand of rich energy liquid. Qin Ming picked up the Qian Koan gourd and Tun swallowed all of the energy liquid inside. In the next moment, he only felt a powerful energy was traveling through his body, and it finally turned into a thick spiritual energy that filled his entire body. With a bang, Qin Ming's realm broke through. From the middle stage of the second rank, he broke through to the late stage of the second rank, more than doubling his power. That's how it feels. Qin Ming's eyes lit up, and the state of his previous life of bathing in blood and sand returned. At this time, the male Python King no longer cared about Qin Ming and turned around, ready to go back to save his partner. You can't run away, Qin Ming murmured, and with a clip of his fingers, a random card appeared. Battletech Poker Soldier. The pattern on the poker card was turning rapidly, and finally it was fixed. It was Ace of Spades. Go on. Qin Ming threw out the Ace of Spades, and instantly turned into a burly man in a black suit. The burly man's muscles, almost bursting his suit, were extremely powerful. The suited thug who appeared with the Ace of Spades variation clutched the tail of the male Python King, and his muscles tightened, surprisingly tugging at the king's advancing tendency. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. Is the Ace of Spades the king of power? He immediately seized the opportunity, gripping the star meteorite blade with one hand, and stabbed out at the public Python King's eyes. Battle technique, spacing out. In an instant, Qin Ming's blade pierced through the void and appeared in front of the public Python King's eyes. Its sharp,
cold aura flashing by. Pust! The star meteor blade accurately plunged into the male python king's vertical pupil, and a bloody arrow flew out. Roar! Suffering a heavy blow, the male python king instantly lost control, his giant tail flinging the ace of spades away. The ace of spades reacted extremely quickly and hastily rose up in the snow to pounce on the king python, holding it in a death grip. On the other side, the Iron Blood Emperor and the others who had completely taken in this scene were all dumbstruck. They stared at Qin Ming incredulously. What was that cut just now? His hand flew out? It's not flying out. It's like instantaneous movement. The Bear Country awakened people were dumbfounded that such a shocking scene had just happened. At this moment, Qin Ming seized the opportunity and clamped his hands on the two cards, or the black and red size king. Battletech King Bomb. Two playing cards were thrown at the same time, and the big and little kings rushed out inside, each holding a bomb with a lit fuse. It was worth mentioning that after Qin Ming had broken through the realm, the bombs in the hands of the big and little kings had also gotten bigger. Originally it was only the size of a hand, but now it was the size of someone's head. King size is not a big body and looks a bit of a comical struggle to hold the bomb, but this scene could not be underestimated. Anyone could see that those two bombs contained terrifying energy. Knock! Immediately after that, the bomb exploded, and King Python's head was blown into the ground, blood staining the white snow. This was the strongest explosion Wang Fry had ever made, and the ground was blown out into a huge deep crater. The male Python King was already dying under this blow. Just as Qin Ming was about to step forward to cut him down, the Qian Koan gourd at his waist unexpectedly moved. Under Qin Ming's stunned gaze, the Qian Koan gourd flew out and opened the lid itself. Surprisingly, it sucked that huge male Python King in. When the massive Python King disappeared from sight, Qin Ming was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 116, Operation Fortress. What's going on here? The Ice Python King was taken away by the Qian Koan gourd? Qin Ming looked at this scene in amazement. This was something that had never happened before. The Qian Koan gourd had already followed him for 2 lifetimes, but Qin Ming didn't know that it could still harbor creatures. That male ice python is still alive and not a dead thing. What is the meaning of the Qian Koan gourd taking it away? At this time, the Qian Koan gourd shook as if it was full of food and flew back to Qin Ming's hand. Qin Ming carefully surveyed the Qian Koan gourd, and on the smooth surface, there was an additional small pattern. This pattern, isn't it the ice python? Qin Ming was as excited as if he had discovered a new continent. Is this the development of a new ability of the Qian Koan gourd? We'll have to look into this later. Thinking of this, Qin Ming hurriedly looked at the female Python King on the other side. Don't kill it! Qin Ming loudly stopped the crowd, and Xia Mo and the others quickly stopped. Qin Ming ran over and similarly took out his Qian Koan gourd and pointed it at the female ice python. Collect it! As expected, the Qian Koan gourd seemed to understand Qin Ming's words, and a suction force erupted from the gourd's mouth, sucking the mother Python King in as well. Immediately afterward, an ice python pattern was added to the exterior of the Qian Koan gourd. What's going on here? Lu Chang was astonished. The Bear Country awakened and the others on the other side were even more dumbfounded, not knowing what was happening at all. Under Qin Ming's cover, they did not see the Qian Koan gourd in Qin Ming's hand. After both ice python kings disappeared, this ice field also began to gradually dissipate. After some searching, Lang Feng and the others found the ice python's eggs, a total of 105. In a room, another great harvest. With these ice python eggs, Huaxia could produce another 100 Forbidden Sequence 009 Ice Cannon Masters. This would be the bottom of Qin Ming's hand. It didn't take long for the scene to be processed and even the ice and snow began to melt. The Iron Blood Emperor hurriedly thanked Qin Ming and the group of Chinese soldiers. Qin Ming waved his hand. You're welcome. By the way, I promised to build you 10 awakened ones. Before Qin Ming could finish speaking, the Iron Blood Emperor hastily spoke. I'm all set. It's just that I'm afraid that the magic potion materials aren't quite enough. The Iron Blood Emperor's face was a bit embarrassed. Qin Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. How much has been prepared? The Iron-Blooded Emperor said tentatively. 36 pieces of rare grade, 250 pieces of common grade. As the words fell, Qin Ming's heart trembled. Taking less? So many, not enough for 10 people to awaken? Of course, going about formulating magic potions is normal. There was only a 10% success rate, and then the number of humans who took magic potions and successfully awakened was 30%. So let's say 100 magical potion materials. According to the ratio, only 3 people will succeed in awakening. And the Bear Country had only prepared more than 200 pieces of magic potion materials in the area. And in their perception, it was definitely not possible to create 10 awakened ones. Qin Ming felt that he had found a way to make a living. Alright, give me all these materials and I'll help you build 20 awakened ones. Really? An incredulous expression appeared on the Iron Blood Emperor's face. As the head of a country, he had trouble maintaining his image and was agitated. For Bear Country, Over 200 pieces of magic medicine materials were not much, as these were all leftovers that had been wasted before. He was already satisfied with being able to create 10 awakened ones. If Qin Ming however promised him 20 awakened ones, it was no different from the sky-dropping pies. Of course, he knew that Qin Ming must have a way to increase his success rate, but it was someone else's secret, and he still knew the score. That's a big leg to hold on to, not a crooked mind. Soon, the Iron Blood Emperor led Qin Ming and the others to a temporary base. Inside the base was a laboratory where all the magic potion materials of the Bear Country were kept. In the laboratory, there were only Qin Ming, Xia Mo, and Lu Chang, while Long Feng and other soldiers guarded the outside. When Qin Ming and the others saw these magic medicine materials, their eyes lit up. Make a lot of money. Lu Chang was excited. Originally coming to the Bear Country to help deal with the ice python was already a big gain, and now that he got so many magical medicine materials, this trip had really earned a lot. These things, how many magic pills are enough for you to build? Xia Mo looked at Qin Ming. Qin Ming was categorizing the magic medicine materials in front of him, separating them one by one like a clinic doctor dispensing medicine. Among them, there were also many magical medicine materials that were not available in Huaxia. Qin Ming slowly spoke. With nearly 300 pieces of magic medicine materials, I can probably formulate about 60 magic pills, and some of the remaining ones really won't come in handy. 60 copies. Xiaomo's eyes blinked. Give the Bear Country 20 copies of the magic pill, then we'll still net 40 copies. Qin Ming nodded. That's not the key. I've discovered a good thing. Saying that, he picked up a piece of Fey scale. What is this? Xia Mo and Lu Chang looked over curiously. Second-ranked exotic beast. The scales of the Diamond Mountain Armor. Rare grade? Lu Chang looked at the color of the scales. It was obviously not an ordinary material. When I think about it, the Diamond Mountain Armor. It seems to be a copy that the Bear Country had cleared before, and that copy did not appear in China. Lu Chang continued. A flash of color appeared in Qin Ming's eyes. This is just what I need. What's the point? Lu Chang wondered. Watch. Qin Ming put the scales of the Diamond Mountain Armor into the Qiankuan gourd before adding the Thunder Iron Beast Claw, Wasteland Wolf Fur, Pure Water 5 milliliters, and Sand 10g. After Qin Ming released a handful of sand into the Qiankuan gourd, the people of Lu Chang were dumbfounded. Is this magic potion recipe serious? Which day will it take to figure it out? If he hadn't known Qin Ming's ability, he would have thought that Qin Ming was just fooling around, holding the Qiankuan gourd and shaking it. Qin Ming quickly melted all the materials into liquid and finally poured out a brown, magic pill. What sequence is this? Summers asked. Pooh sequence 021, Earthsmith. Earthsmith? The two Xiaomo's faces were puzzled. Qin Ming laughed. Don't underestimate the earthen craftsman. It's a handful for defense line construction. You guys don't think that just the steel walls of the Tower of Heaven can stop the alien beasts, do you? When these words came out, the two Xiaomo froze once again. They then reacted. Yes, even a tank couldn't stop the claws of a Fey. What made them think that those ordinary steel could stop a Fey? We need earthworkers to build a new shelter base. Qin Ming spoke with a serious expression. Dark migration is coming, and if I'm not wrong, when the fourth civilization trial begins, humanity's living space will be greatly compressed. We need a base that can withstand the Fey. This plan, I call it Operation Fortress. Both Xia Mo and Lu Chang were so shocked that the corners of their mouths were slightly open, and they immediately felt a strong sense of crisis in their hearts. You mean, we're going to let the entire population of China abandon their current homes? Chapter 117, Attacked, Planted Evidence. Creating a base was inevitable, and the Tower of Heaven was the foundation laid by Qin Ming. With humans today spread out across the entire blue planet and the population scattered, it would be difficult to keep everyone safe when the Fey descend on a large scale. Despite entering the age of transcendence, the percentage of transcendence is too low in a large base. Throughout so many disaster movies, they all end up going into base life, which protects the last of human civilization. Of course, by the time you go to that situation, the world is already in very serious times. Qin Ming wasn't sure if it was at the fourth stage of the civilization trial that it would begin. This progress was indeed quite a bit earlier than in his last life, but if it does start at the fourth stage, it's a bit too much in advance, and that's going to end up depending on how the Black Hand is planning it. The Black Hand, behind this, he must bring it out. We can only be proactive and plan ahead for the worst, but what can be guaranteed is that at the end of the third stage of the civilization trial, there will definitely be a hard battle. Qin Ming said firmly. Xia Mo and Lu Chang froze. What hard battle? In fact, Qin Ming was originally not too sure, but after thinking about it carefully, he probably had a presumption. A clash of civilizations. What do you mean? Do you think Black Hand will make countries fight amongst themselves? Lu Chang looked serious. Qin Ming nodded. This battle is not a traditional war. but a battle between transcendents. Xiao heard and understood, and interjected.
So the copy of the third stage is providing transcendent resources to the countries, so that the countries can give birth to more transcendents,
and finally let the transcendents represent the countries and make the final competition? Qin Ming unexpectedly looked at Xiao.
The little brain is quite flexible.
Ah, a little goes a long way. That's what it means.
Then we have two goals at the moment. One is to prepare for the third stage of the Armageddon,
and the other is to prepare to build a base,
Lu Chang said in a deep voice.
With a goal in mind,
he instantly felt energized.
Hurry up.
Formulate all the magic pills.
A whole lot of things to do back home, Lu Chang yelled in excitement.
Qin Ming thought about it and looked at Xiao and Lu Chang beside him. It was also time to hurry up and staff the squad.
Counting Dong Yen, who was in the dark line,
they were only 4 people,
and it was hard enough to carry them out on a mission alone. Returning to the country before saying anything,
thinking of this, Qin Ming grasped the time and continued to formulate the magic potion. And just as the 3 of them were busy in the lab,
the sky gradually darkened and came to the late night hours.
In the makeshift camp,
warriors watch over their posts.
With the end of the ice crisis, the soldiers stationed here in the Bear Country left one after another, leaving only a few here to protect the Iron Blood Emperor and the Bearded General.
As for the Chinese Ice Artillery Division squad, they were all receiving treatment and recuperating under Bear Country's arrangement.
Of course, the captain, Long Feng, was still there, and he led more than a dozen people to guard Qin Ming's laboratory, preventing anyone from approaching. The moonlight made the late night unusually quiet. A troop of Bear Nation soldiers patrols near the camp,
and just then, a figure poked his head out in the alleyway, and he looked playfully at the patrol walking ahead of him, slowly raising his hand.
A steel wire pulsed in its hands,
glowing silver.
Battle technique, strangle. The man flicked his fingers in quick succession,
and a steel wire flew out in his hand. In the darkness of the night, the patrolling soldiers couldn't even notice the presence of the wire. Immediately afterward,
it was as if their necks were wrapped around something,
and tiny but tough wires struck deep bloody marks on their necks.
The 5 soldiers tried to struggle, but the wire had penetrated deep into their skin, and when they reached out they were covered in blood.
Woo! They wanted to yell,
but their throats were strangled so dead they couldn't make a sound.
Suffocation rushed in and consciousness began to blur.
The captain's pupils blanched and he was about to pass out as he reached down and grabbed the rifle on his person,
trying to pull the trigger and fire to alert the camp of an incoming enemy.
But just as his finger was about to pull the trigger, a wire cut across it. The rifle and the soldier captain's fingers were cut off at the same time.
Woo!
Intense pain surged through his heart, but there was nothing more the captain could do.
With a poof,
the wire wrapped around his neck had strangled deep into his windpipe and aorta. The remaining 4 soldiers did likewise,
losing their lives at once. Just as their bodies were about to fall, 2 monsters with elongated limbs flashed by and grabbed them all. All of this, quietly and in perfect cooperation.
The corners of the man's mouth in the alleyway rose slightly as his body flashed and he quickly headed for the camp.
Whoosh! Under the moonlit night,
several figures flashed by,
extremely fast.
With the invasion of the uninvited guests, the soldiers guarding the camp were put down one by one,
powerless to fight back. Somewhere in a tent, the head of the Bear Kingdom, the Iron Blood Emperor, and the Bearded General were discussing the problem, and beside the two,
there was the captain of the Bear Kingdom awakened,
Sotav. Outside the tent,
there were more than a dozen soldiers and 2 awakened ones holding down the fort.
Just then, however,
a wire shot up in the dark. More than a dozen soldiers suffered on the spot. The wire strangled their necks and killed them instantly. The 2 awakened immediately reacted and dodged away at the same time. The wire coming at them fell short.
Theirs. One of them immediately shouted, but before he could make a sound, he was pounced upon by a lanky black shadow that instantly rushed into the darkness.
The other man's face paled and he rushed toward the tent.
Almost at the same time,
a flying knife pierced through his chest, and his feet were firmly entangled in the wire. The awakened man looked at the tent close at hand and hissed with all the strength he could muster.
"Chief!" Hissing and shouting.
The 3 Iron Blood Great Emperors in the tent immediately felt that the situation was not right.
Bang!
The next moment the man who had shouted collapsed heavily into the tent.
Out of breath, hardy, Sotav looked at the bodies on the ground and yelled violently. "There are enemies!" The voice was loud, but no one responded.
The mood of the Iron Blood Emperor and the Bearded General sank.
Something's wrong.
Sotav was the first to stand in front of the premarch, conjuring a shield with one hand.
"I'll go out and look."
The Bearded General grabbed the long steel sword on the tabletop and slowly walked towards the outside of the tent.
Bang! In the next moment, he only saw a black shadow quickly rushing towards him.
Before the Bearded General had time to react, his entire body was sent flying.
"What man?"
Sotav snapped his eyes over and realized it was a humanoid monster over 2 meters tall. The Iron Blood Emperor's face sank as he saw such a monster for the first time.
"General, cover the chief's departure," Sotav yelled, calling over the intercom. White Bear Squad, can anyone hear me? Come to the rescue. No one can save you.
The humanoid monster smiled wryly, its sharp claws snapping at Sotav. Sotav was naturally not weak, and sharp spikes stabbed out from his shield,
forcing the humanoid monster back. Taking advantage of this opportunity,
the bearded general pulled on the Iron Blood Emperor.
Chief, let's go.
The bearded general rushed to the back of the tent,
split it open with his sword, and rushed out in the rear. When he came out, he let out a shout. Somebody, somebody. However,
no one responded from the large camp,
and only a few hundred meters away,
there were silhouettes flickering on the side of the Chinese camp. The bearded general immediately had an idea.
Chief, quickly, go to Qin Ming's side. Ha ha ha, can you guys still run? A sarcastic laugh followed. Several dark shadows stopped the two. Behind these figures,
there were more than a dozen humanoid monsters, and these monsters carried the bodies of the Bear Country soldiers in their hands,
biting them every now and then. Seeing this scene,
the Iron Blood Emperor and the bearded general's faces immediately changed. Who are you people? The corners of the mouth of the man at the head of the group rose slightly.
You don't have to care who we are,
but your deaths can make this world a better place.
The bearded general frowned. What do you mean?
The Iron Blood Emperor,
however, reacted violently,
his pupils trembling violently.
Planting evidence to frame us. They're going to kill us and frame Qin Ming.
If this plan works,
there will be a corollary. The Bear Country will go to war with Huaxia. Chapter 118, Qin Ming's Rescue. Meeting the SCP Foundation again. Thinking about this,
the Iron Blood Emperor shuddered,
his face ugly.
If the two countries go to war, the world is bound to be in chaos.
These guys are actually wicked. Damn it, who the hell are you guys?
The Iron Blood Emperor angrily rebuked.
The man across the table grinned evilly. You don't need to know. Go! With a wave of the man's hand,
the humanoid monster behind him instantly rushed out and crashed against the Iron Blood Emperor and the bearded general.
No good.
The bearded general blocked in front of the Iron Blood Emperor.
Chief, you go first.
The Iron Blood Emperor gripped his long steel blade with a resolute face.
There's no way to get away. He gazed over to the Chinese camp.
The soldiers over there have probably already received the news.
Let's hope it's in time. The Huaxia camp.
The soldiers of the Bear Country who were guarding the area heard the call for help coming from the communicator, and all the soldiers reacted violently.
Something's wrong. Quick, notify Commander Qin Ming.
The soldiers quickly rushed toward the lab, but before they could come, they saw three figures rushing out of the laboratory. The people who came out were none other than Qin Ming and the others.
Commander Qin Ming, the soldiers shouted.
Qin Ming didn't even return his head.
I know. Cold Wind, gather the team. Cold Wind, who was watching, hadn't responded. What's wrong?
Something happened over there in the Bear Country.
Quick!
Lu Cheng shouted and followed Qin Ming's lead.
Something's wrong? Lang Feng's eyes stared as he picked up his communicator and shouted. Everyone, emergency assembly. While the Ice Artillery Division squad was assembling,
Qin Ming and Xia Mo had already charged towards the Bear Country camp. Qin Ming was holding a toy crow in his hand.
At this moment, this crow kept pointing ahead, its body trembling violently,
and a piercing hissing sound came out of its mouth. Shelter, Calamity Bird. The presence of a foreign beast within a certain range of it will initiate an alarm. Therefore, Qin Ming knew that something had happened even though he hadn't received the news.
His face was a bit heavy. Both camps were not far apart, and the enemy actually didn't make a bit of noise,
indicating that the other party came prepared and was not weak to be able to take out the Bear Country Guard silently. It is expected that the enemy is quite numerous and well coordinated.
The opponent's target is still clear, the head of Bear Country. It's a bad time to make a move, but this is the time to make a move. It's running towards him. Once something happened to the head of the Bear Country and he was here, it would be impossible to jump into the Yellow River. Pick up the pace.
Thunderlight flashed on Qin Ming's body as his speed increased once again. A distance of 1 kilometer was actually a matter of 1 minute for Qin Ming.
Soon, he arrived at the outskirts of the Bear Nation's camp, and from a distance,
he could smell a smell of blood.
In the afterglow, there seemed to be bodies of soldiers. Qin Ming, over there.
Xia Mo pointed in a direction where there were sounds of fighting. Qin Ming immediately rushed over and found that the bearded general was already seriously injured.
One of his arms had been torn off,
and his face was pale. The Iron Blood Emperor was in a slightly better condition, but he also had many wounds on his body.
In front of them were two humanoid monsters. Seeing this humanoid monster,
Qin Ming's face suddenly changed.
The Fallen. At this time,
a fallen one quickly rushed towards the Iron Blood Emperor, its sharp claws pushing straight for its throat. The Iron Blood Emperor was no longer able to resist, and blood continued to flow from his arm that was holding the long sword. Qin Ming's body flickered as the Yi-Guile flash stance was driven to the extreme. As the monster's sharp claws were about to fall, a thunderbolt flashed and blocked in front of the Iron Blood Emperor.
Dang!
The sharp claws landed on the Starfall blade with a metallic clash.
Qin Ming? Looking at the figure in front of him, the Iron Blood Emperor revealed a joyful expression. The bearded general lying on the ground also heaved a sigh of relief and spoke weakly. Finally, it's here. Seeing that he was blocked, the fallen one's brow furrowed in displeasure. What man? Qin Ming's expression was cold, and the starfall blade swung up violently. Battle technique, thunder destruction chop. Boom! Under the dark night, thunder bloomed and long swords swept across the sky. Feeling this terrifying blow, the fallen one in front of them immediately retreated. But he was still slow, and with a swing of his blade, his vein-covered arm flew out in unison. Ah! The fallen one let out a mournful hiss as his figure retreated furiously. Qin Ming bullied his way up and swung his long sword, instantly chopping off the fallen one's head. Seeing this, the other fallen lunged ferociously. Suddenly, with a thud, the bowstring rattled. An icy arrow pierced through the fallen's chest. Click, click, click. The frost spread, and under the fallen's fearful gaze, the cold ice gradually covered him. In less than 2 seconds, the fallen was frozen into an ice sculpture. Xia Mo walked out in the darkness and slowly came to Qin Ming's side. Seeing this man and woman appear, the faces of the people on the opposite side of the street turned ugly. The man at the head of the group had a sullen face as he stared at Qin Ming closely. Chinese Inhuman Hunter Commander, Qin Ming? So you recognize me? Qin Ming's gaze also fell on the man. Judging by the man's appearance, he would have been from the Bear Country, and several of the men around him were, but behind them, there was one who wore a mask in a hurry. In his haste, Qin Ming saw his appearance, which was Chinese. Hey, don't wear a mask, I've already seen it, Qin Ming said to the man. The masked man's gaze flickered, not quite daring to meet Qin Ming's eyes. The masked man murmured softly, find a way to leave, we're no match for him. At those words, the man in the lead frowned. So many of us are no match for him? You're kidding. The masked man instantly became anxious and gritted his teeth. I'm not kidding. There are already 2 vice presidents planted in his hands. The crowd's faces changed. 2 vice presidents? The man at the head of the group was also a bit surprised, but didn't react too much. That's your school of Chinese trash. The man snorted coldly. Today, I want to see what this guy is capable of. Then, he said to his partners, later, let the fallen hold him back, and we'll take the opportunity to kill the Iron Blood Emperor. The mission cannot be lost. Yes, boss. The crowd responded in unison. Damn it. The Chinese youth's face was ugly. A bunch of idiots. Fight, fight, fight. When you guys start fighting, I'll bail. In China, no one had ever dared to question this Inhuman Hunter Commander. If you want to die, you go yourselves. I won't accompany you. Go! Roar! More than a dozen fallen quickly rushed out and surrounded them in different directions. Qin Ming looked serious, although he didn't know what kind of organization the people on the other side were. It wasn't good news that they had actually joined forces with the fallen. Want to stay alive? Xia Mo tightened his grip on his lance. Qin Ming shook his head. You protect the Iron Blood Emperor. Leave them to me. Summers beamed. Fine. I'm coming for your lordship. Just as Qin Ming was about to make his move, Lu Cheng finally arrived. His figure leapt high into the air, and his sheltered object, double-blade axe, slashed down. Its target was none other than the masked Chinese youth. The Chinese youth's face changed drastically, waving his hand and throwing a fireball at the same time. His figure retreated violently. Boom! The giant axe shattered the fireball and landed heavily on the ground. There was a loud explosion, and the ground cracked open with a crack several meters long. This was a shock to a group of SCP Foundation members. On the other side, Qin Ming was already fighting with the fallen. These fallen were clearly not on the same level as the last Western fallen they encountered. Their realms were all only at the first rank, and facing Qin Ming was simply looking for death. Qin Ming's body flashed, cutting down all of the fallen who rushed over like a melon and chopping up vegetables. Ah! Successive screams attracted the attention of the enemy. They shifted their eyes from Lu Chang, and when they turned around, they were all dumbfounded. All the fallen, all lying on the ground, all dead. The pupils of the man in charge trembled as a chill surged through his heart. It's over. Chapter 119, The Hot-Blooded Gym Instructor. Killing more than 10 fallen in just a few moments was not something an ordinary person could do. The face of the man in the lead instantly turned ugly. Qin Ming was much more powerful than he had imagined. I told you. The Chinese man was even more deadpan. What are you waiting for? Run apart. As the voice fell, the 6 Foundation members turned and ran. The masked Chinese man raised his hand, and a spark shot up into the sky, obscuring the view. Run! Everyone spread out in all directions. Qin Ming looked fiercely at the Chinese man and shouted, Lu Chang, the masked man is yours. Capture him alive. Lu Chang immediately reacted. The steel body of his body flared with a cold aura, and he directly crashed into the flames. Qin Ming, on the other hand, chased after the others. The man in the lead's face was grim as he waved his finger.
and a wire so tiny that it could not be seen suddenly attacked Qin Ming. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow and raised his sword across his face. With a clank, the starfall blade cut the wire. "Boss, that guy is chasing us very closely. What should we do?" A scar-faced youth shouted. "Mud, I'll stop him. You guys retreat first." A bald, burly man stopped in his tracks and turned around to slam his fist on the ground. Boom! A shockwave rose up from the ground and erupted beneath Qin Ming's feet. However, Qin Ming's speed was very fast, and his feet flashed with thunder and lightning, dodging the impact of the shockwave in one go. In the next moment, Qin Ming bullied his way up and charged directly at the man. The bald, burly man's face changed drastically as he grabbed the ground and lifted it upwards. Boom! The dirt on the ground was lifted up like a carpet, creating a wall of earth. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Pu Sequence 46, Civil Engineer. A not bad sequence, and it was also at the early second stage. An ability that would definitely be an outstanding sequence if used to build a defense. Unfortunately, when it comes to combat, it falls short. Qin Ming didn't hold back and two cards jumped out of his hand. Battletech King Bomb. Boom! With a loud boom, the earth wall exploded, and the bald man was blown away heavily, his entire body smashing helplessly on the ground as if he had been burnt. The companions heard the explosion and rushed back to look. Seeing the tragic death of the bald and burly man, everyone's faces changed. "Boss, we can't run. Running any further will only give him a blow-by-blow." The scarred youth opened his mouth. "Yeah, boss, fight him." The man at the head of the group had a gloomy face. He was well aware of the situation at this time. Running again would only get him killed one by one. Instead of doing so, it would be better to finish off Qin Ming so that there was still a chance of victory when they joined forces. "Okay, fight him." As the man spoke, the crowd stopped. "Madaka!" The scarred man drew his machete, which had lightning flashing on it, apparently also a sequence about lightning. Beside him was a lanky middle-aged man who was dressed like a fitness trainer. Behind them, there were two other men who looked like twins. At this moment, the five lined up, ready to fight Qin Ming to the death. Qin Ming also stopped and looked at the several people with a cold expression. "Sure you want to fight? Once it starts, you won't be alive." The man in the lead snorted coldly. "Qin Ming, you are truly arrogant. I'd like to see what you're capable of." Together, boom, the five of them struck out at the same time, and the scarred man gripped his long knife with both hands, slashing down hard. Boom, the huge thunderous lightsaber flashed. Another early second order aberrant. Qin Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. This bear nation's psychics were growing quite fast. "No, it's not about bear country, it's about this force." Qin Ming bullied his way up. The star meteor blade slashed diagonally, and an even more powerful thunderbolt instantly tore through. Knock! The two thunderous blade lights collided together, and the powerful energy exploded violently. Under this terrifying aftershock, the scarred man stomped backward, his face horrified. "Forbidden sequence? Boss, he's a forbidden order possessor," the scarred man shouted. See it." The squad boss flicked his hands, and a wire shot out like a bullet, heading straight for Qin Ming. Qin Ming raised his sword to block. Dang, the wire's attack was blocked in its entirety. Just then, the fitness instructor rushed up, and in his hand was a long iron bar. The iron bar, it seemed, was the one from the barbell. There was a buzzing sound, and the iron rod hung with a whistling sound. Seeing that the iron rod was about to fall, a playing card jumped out of Qin Ming's body. Battletech Poker Soldier. With a bang, the poker card exploded into a cloud of white smoke, and a poker soldier holding a shield blocked in front of Qin Ming. This poker soldier is not like the previous ones, which were straight up humanoid, but the soldier in front of him is a playing card, but a playing card with hands, feet and a head. Its body, a thin playing card, is printed with a large one of diamonds. Square one, a shield in one hand and a lance in the other. As he blocked the iron rod, he violently stabbed the lance in his hand. However, when the sharp lance pierced the fitness trainer's abdomen, it was unable to advance an inch. The fitness instructor was seen making a move to show off his abs, like a bodybuilder competing in a contest, posing his muscles at their best. What shocked Qin Ming was that in this action stance, the fitness instructor's body defense had actually improved qualitatively. The move, apparently, is a defensive battle technique for fitness trainers. Qin Ming shouted outrageously in his heart. These sequential alien powers were really strange, which was something he had not seen before. Immediately afterward, the fitness instructor switched moves, slowly raising his arms to show off those exploding Hiroshi biceps, as if he was building up energy. This action is very familiar to Qin Ming. This is not the King of Thieves comics that Whitebeard's signature action. See Shock Fist? Explode, the power to destroy everything. Immediately after that, the fitness trainer shouted out a middle-aged slogan. His arm muscles instantly expanded, and he blasted out with a punch. Sequake Fist. Knock. The fist landed heavily on Square One's shield. There was a click, the shield exploded, and a powerful force rushed into Square One's body. With a bang, the entirety of Square One exploded. Qin Ming was also shaken back a few steps by the force. Forbidden sequence? Qin Ming looked at the fitness trainer in surprise, not realizing that this was actually still a forbidden sequence ability. The corner of Qin Ming's mouth rose slightly. So let's try this blade. Qin Ming slashed out horizontally as thunder raged. There was a loud explosion as thunder extinguishing chop. Unexpectedly, the fitness instructor didn't dodge and was still posing. He forced out his muscles, clenched his fists, dropped his arms slightly, and made a crab-like movement. Iron block. Qin Ming. Apparently, this one is a big King of Thieves fan. Knock. The long knife came as expected and slashed hard on the fitness trainer's toned muscles. Bang. The taut muscles, in a split second, ripped and exploded, splattering blood. The fitness instructor's pupils trembled as he collapsed helplessly to the ground, his face filled with disbelief. Qin Ming slowly withdrew his sword and said, "Didn't anyone tell you not to use your flesh to block the knife?" Chapter 120, Foundation Protector. Dong Yen? After collecting one person, Qin Ming raised his head once more, his gaze landing on the four people in front of him. Surrender now. There's still a chance. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Him, the squad boss shouted angrily, and the wire strung into an iron net, pouncing on Qin Ming. For others, the invisible wire was a huge trouble, but in front of Qin Ming, it couldn't make any waves at all. With Qin Ming's realm, the iron wires had nothing to hide in his eyes. With a flick of the knife, the barbed wire was torn open. At this time, the scarred man once again rushed forward. The machete in his hand flashed with lightning, and his aura was extraordinary. Qin Ming lost his patience and popped out a playing card in his hand. Battle technique, King. Summons the Great and Little Kings to possess you, and you can switch between the Great King and Little King battle forms. The card is flipped over and it's the Red King. Qin Ming draped himself in the red tuxedo, and his aura instantly skyrocketed. Facing the chopping attack of the scarred man, Qin Ming tightened his grip on his long sword and swung it out violently. Dang! The scarred man's chopper instantly crumbled. The thunderous blade flashed and instantly decapitated him. Before the scarred man could react, his head had already moved. Roar! At the same time, the twins, who hadn't made a move, stepped in. Their figures skyrocketed at the same time, and they actually turned into two violent bears. Animalistic sequences? Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. This wasn't a fae, nor was it a fallen, but rather the same animal-based ability as Dongyan. This sequence ability allows one to transform oneself into an animal and have all the means of that animal. For the early part of the game, the animal-based sequence abilities are tougher opponents. The earth trembled as the two tyrannical bears let out a roar and quickly ran over. Buzz! Right at this moment, a long spear swept across the room, instantly blocking in front of Qin Ming. Xia Emo swung his ice-cold lance and sent the two tyrannical bears flying with a single shot. As usual, she liked to stand in front of Qin Ming. I can actually do it myself. Qin Ming muttered. I won't allow you to be harmed. Xia Emo spoke coldly, a flash of fortitude flashing across his face. The early Second Order King Sequence 003, Ice Phoenix, was much more powerful than Qin Ming had imagined. Coupled with Xiaomo's martial arts skills, the lance danced out like an ancient female general, valiant and domineering. Another shot swung up, and a violent bear was hit hard in the chest, spitting out blood, and was directly knocked back to its original form. The other one was also beaten back, and the storm bear turned into a dog bear, in a state of disarray. In the end, Qin Ming took on the opponent's boss. The man's face was ugly. He had no intention of fighting again. He turned around and ran. Qin Ming quickly caught up and slashed out. Boom! Unexpectedly, the man turned around with no defense and saw to death. Qin Ming's face sank, and it was too late to withdraw his hand as the man died under his blade. Xia Emo didn't have the intention to stay in the fight either, directly decapitating the two tyrannical bears. Qin Ming looked back and saw that the masked Chinese man had already been subdued by Lu Chang. It's just a matter of having this guy. Obviously, this Chinese man had a lot of information. Handing the corpse over to Lung Feng to deal with, Qin Ming came before the masked youth. As soon as Lu Chang removed the mask from his face, he revealed the appearance of the youth. The youth had a face of fear, not daring to meet Qin Ming's eyes. From the SCP Foundation? Qin Ming asked. The youth was slightly stunned, thinking to himself, how did Qin Ming know? Your mask has betrayed you. Tell me, what's going on with the Fallen? Has your organization infiltrated Bear Country? Qin Ming said as he wiped his sword. This scared the youth. He had seen the scene just now with his own eyes, and if he didn't speak up, he was doomed to die. I said, can you let me live? The youth asked. Qin Ming nodded his head. Yes, I've opened a Clear Heart Lodge. It's full of people like you. You guys still have a great use for it. The youth's throat rolled, and under Qin Ming's softness, he told everything. Xin Ming guessed correctly that the group of them were all from the SCP Foundation. It's not so much that the SCP Foundation has infiltrated Bear Country, but the Foundation was already spread across the globe and has become a sizable evil organization. So it's impossible to say whether it's Chinese infiltration into the Bear Country or foreign infiltration into Chinese. A global evil organization? Xin Ming's face sank. Who could have this ability? And what about the Fallen? The youth responded, I'm not too sure about this. Now that the duplicates have descended, quite a few people have stumbled upon magical potion materials, but they don't have the exact magical potion recipes, so quite a few of them have turned into fallen ones. Of course some people are aware of the risks involved, but for the sake of great power, they don't care. And the SCP Foundation, in addition to housing the awakened, is also housing these fallen. When these words came out, the faces of everyone in the arena changed. In this way, the world has become even more turbulent. The Iron Blood Emperor who was tying up his bandages slowly spoke. He stared at the youth with cold eyes. Killing me to stir up strife between Huaxia and the Bear Country. And doing so for what? To forge a new order? Taking a shot at a national leader. This SCP Foundation is a wolf. This is no longer a small fight in some small place. In addition to competing for the country's resources, he is also planning a huge conspiracy. The youth was stared at by the Iron Blood Emperor and said in a trembling voice, I didn't know. This is the information given by the higher-ups. Speaking of which, Xin Ming became curious. What terms did the SCP Foundation promise you and why are you working for it? The youth's gaze went to Xin Ming. They can make us stronger. Like your inhuman hunter organization. We gain merit when we complete a mission and receive rewards from the higher-ups. Xin Ming frowned. Your superior is the vice president? The youth shook his head. No, the vice president is actually just a small head, equivalent to a contact somewhere. Above the vice president, there are also protectors, and above me, is a protector. The crowd was shocked. The rank was actually so strict? So you are the vice president? Lu Cheng asked. The youth still shook his head. I'm the direct subordinate of the protector. I'm not involved in the vice presidents of the parties. My main task is to build a connection on the side of the Bear Country. Got it. No wonder he hangs out with Foundation members on the Bear Countryside. Do you know who your immediate superior is? Xin Ming asked. No. The youth uttered an answer that surprised the crowd. Even Xin Ming didn't react. He thought that the other party would be unaware. After all, that was a protector. A figure with a higher status than the vice president. His name is Master Ding. He's also from China, and it's rumored that he was just an ordinary Foundation member before. But the net he was on was lifted and he was the only one who escaped. After that, it was promoted all the way to protector in a short period of time. All because it had a powerful fighter by its side. And that fighter cleared all the obstacles for it. When he said this, the youth's body couldn't help but tremble. He had seen that fighter. He was definitely a ruthless person. However, when he said this, Xin Ming, Xia Mo, and Lu Cheng's faces were a bit odd. If I'm not mistaken, the Master Ding that the young man was talking about was Old Ding. And the hitman beside Old Ding was the hidden line Xin Ming had planted out. Dongyan, Chapter 121, High-Level Meeting, Launching the Fortress Program. Has Dong Yin contacted you recently? Lu Cheng frowned. No. Xin Ming shook his head. He wasn't clear about Dong Yan's current situation. However, he didn't have the slightest suspicion of Dong Yan, and he trusted Dong Yan, 100%. Dong Yan had not contacted him, so there must be something difficult for him. As if this situation at the moment, Dong Yan probably knew about it. But the fact that he didn't even inform Xin Ming of such a critical situation meant that he was afraid that his own situation was very serious. Xin Ming didn't think too much about it, believing that Dong Yan would definitely get in touch with him after he had dealt with the matter at hand. With this matter settled, Xin Ming left the Bear Country with his team. Before he left, he completed a deal with the Iron Blood Emperor, handing over a total of 20 sequence magic pills to the Iron Blood Emperor. What shocked the Bear Countryside was that the success rate of these 20 magic pills was actually 100%. The soldiers of the Bear Country who swallowed the magic potion, surprisingly, all managed to awaken. This caused the Iron Blood Emperor to be greatly shocked, and he became even more admiring of Xin Ming. As they were leaving, watching the Chinese military vehicles leave, the Iron Blood Emperor and the bearded general were filled with dismay. Alas, how wonderful it would be if such a character was from our Bear Country. The bearded general sighed heavily. The Iron Blood Emperor's gaze was deep as he slowly spoke. Heroes come out of chaos. His life is destined to be extraordinary, but it's not easy to guard an entire country on your own. After Xin Ming and the others returned from the Bear Country, they didn't return to the Monster Academy at the first opportunity, but instead came to the headquarters in Shangjing. When Xin Ming arrived at the Shangjing Central Base, the Dragon General had already been waiting here. Together, the two headed to the central office. Pushing open the door of the office, all of the top executives of Huaxia had their eyes cast over. The Primarch stood up.
his eyes burning at the two men in the doorway. "Welcome our big hero." The commanders of the military districts present saluted. Qin Ming returned the same military salute. Now that he was the alien hunter commander, he belonged to the same military department. In the entire Chinese military department, the status was second only to the head honcho and Long Xiaohua. Soon after, under the attention of a group of executives, Qin Ming and Long Xiaohua took their seats. In the arena were the top figures of all major fields, a pivotal presence in China, and the core of the top echelons of China. Among them, the giant of the scientific research department, Non Lao, and the giant of the industrial department, Craftsman Lao, were all listed. They all knew that with this assembly, it was time to prepare for the great battle to come. The chief spoke first as he looked at Qin Ming. "Commander Qin, according to your report, you were attacked in the Bear Country?" The moment these words came out, the faces of all the higher-ups in the arena changed. "What? There's more to this? Did Bear Country do this? Assholes, how dare they?" Qin Ming waved his hand to pacify those few military region bigwigs. "This matter has nothing to do with the Bear Country. Strictly speaking, the one who was attacked was the head of the Bear Country, and the other party is trying to frame me for the incident." "What?" The crowd was even more shocked. "What forces are so bold?" "A force called the SCP Foundation, which has spread across the globe." Qin Ming gave the general information about the SCP Foundation. After hearing this, the crowd was silent. "Undoubtedly, this organization is more troublesome than one might think." Qin Ming looked at the crowd with a deep gaze and said, "This is just one of the evil forces, and I estimate that more will be born in the future." "Nope, maybe they already exist, but the power hasn't been raised yet and they don't dare to appear." The mood of the crowd of bigwigs sank. "Qin Ming, what do you have in mind?" The head honcho's gaze looked over. As the words fell, the crowd's eyes fell on Qin Ming. Qin Ming said in a deep voice, "The evil organization is not easy to deal with. The enemy is in the dark and I am in the light. It's hard to uproot it, but I've already arranged for someone to take action, and I believe there will be results. I'm here to discuss a plan with you all." Upon hearing this, all of them revealed a puzzled look. With Qin Ming's current power, is there any important plan that needs to be agreed upon by everyone? Qin Ming slowly spoke. "I will call it the U Fortress Program. Expand the base based on the Tower of Heaven and shelter the people of the country." "What?" The moment these words came out, the faces of all the higher-ups changed drastically. Even the chief frowned. "No, does that mean we should give up our country?" A bigwig from the military department spoke up. "I don't think it's a good idea. By doing so, Huaxia is equal to compromising with the monster. I don't suppose events have gotten this grim yet?" The executive said, not looking too good. Qin Ming guessed that the crowd would react with excitement. "But this matter must be done. Folks, I'm not afraid to be blunt and say that shrinking the defense is a given. The copies that descended on us these past few times, as you've all seen, the ice crisis in the small fishing village, the lava monsters in the mountain town, and the tsunami in the south, were all caused by monsters. These foreign beasts, with their power to affect nature, are a huge disaster for civilians. And this is just the beginning. The foreign beasts that descend today are just the beginning. There are more and stronger ones that will descend in the days to come. And with the power we have now, we can't protect the people scattered all over the place." Qin Ming's words were powerful. The top brass in the field were both shocked and powerless. Qin Ming was right. The copies that descended today, if it wasn't for the quick response of the Alien Hunter Department and the Monster Academy, there would have been uncountable numbers of people who would have been killed. This is a situation that has been demonstrated to the fullest extent in foreign countries. In the whole world today, only China is left that is not too affected. On top of that, all the countries had cities that had fallen, completely overrun by the Fae. The conference room lapsed into contemplation. After a long time, the headmaster slowly spoke. "I think Qin Ming has a point. The heat weapons that mankind was so proud of have lost their power, and it's hard to protect the entire population of China with just the awakened on hand. Once a certain place suffers an invasion of foreign beasts, our people won't even have a chance to evacuate. Nowadays, there was only one squad of inhuman hunters in a city, and it was clearly unrealistic to rely on just one squad to protect an entire city." As the head honcho opened his mouth, many of the higher-ups looked at each other and agreed to the plan. "Qin Ming, what are your plans?" the headmaster asked. Qin Ming nodded. "The fortress program, it's not something that can be done overnight. We need to create a huge base that can accommodate our people. With the size of today's Tower of Heaven, it is far from enough. Moreover, the material used for the outer walls of the Tongtian Tower can't stop a high-ranked foreign beast." Upon hearing this, many of the executives nodded their heads in agreement. This was indeed a big project. "Then does Commander Qin have a specific plan?" The craftsman old man from the Ministry of Public Works spoke up. Qin Ming smiled back. "Then we'll need the help of the craftsman elder." The old smith froze, then responded loudly, "As long as I can do it, I am absolutely obliged. I need a team of engineers, the elite of the elite, preferably under the age of 40, Qin Ming said. Numerous high-ranking officials looked puzzled. What is the use of this? Qin Ming smiled confidently. I'm going to create a civil engineering awakening. Chapter 122, Infrastructure Frenzy produces another amazing masterpiece. After the meeting, Xia was once again busy. During this period of time, the construction of the Tower of Heaven had been almost completed, and it had become a steel base. 36 Tongtian pagodas guarded the land of China. Qin Ming's fortress program was carried out in this manner, and although it was said that the program gave up a large portion of the country, the 36 heavenly pagodas were spread out across the entirety of China, occupying the most advantageous locations of the country. With these 36 heavenly pagodas in place, Huaxia would not fall to the alien beasts. Moreover, the 36 heavenly towers were connected to each other, so even if the territory was occupied by a foreign beast, it wasn't difficult to recover it. It could be said that when the 36 heavenly pagoda bases were there, the foundation of Huaxia would be there. The next day, Qin Ming brought Xia Mo and the others back to the Monster Academy. After returning, Qin Ming immediately carried out the work of magic potion preparation. The first thing was the loot obtained in the bear country this time. There were more than 100 ice python eggs alone, and a whole lot of various ice python materials. Qin Ming began to formulate magic potions, first pounding out the forbidden sequence 009, Ice Cannon Master, Magic Potion. A total of 110 bottles. The magic potion had just been prepared, and Lu Cheng and Leng Feng were waiting at the training hall. Over 100 soldiers were ready to take the magic potion at their best. The result was smooth, and the magic potion formulated by the Zhenkuan Gourd had a 99% success rate. Another batch of Ice Cannon Masters had managed to come out, so the number of Ice Cannon Masters had reached 215. This squad would be the royal card in Qin Ming's hand. Qin Ming also tried to acquire ice python eggs in the world, but there was no luck. Although there were copies of the ice python in every country, not every copy had a spawning python king, and this was completely pure luck on Qin Ming's part. The news that the bear country's copy of the ice python had been wiped out had also reached the world, and the countries were envious to learn that it was China that had come to their aid. Many countries have also asked for China's support, but China is also too busy nowadays. How can it cope with it? Now that the 7th and 8th copies have appeared in China, the domain-type alien beasts have continued to descend, causing a great impact within China. The 200 or so ice artillery masters that had just been created had also been sent out to provide support, and the situation was very critical. On the Monster Academy's side, Qin Ming was still formulating magic pills. This time, the formulation is Poo Sequence 021, Earthsmith. This is a kind of magic medicine material obtained from a person called Drill Mountain Armor, and after getting some in the hands of the bear country and coming back, a copy of Drill Mountain Armor also appeared in Huaxia. Qin Ming had Xia Mo and Lu Cheng personally lead the team to deal with it in the first place. With Xia Mo and the Ice Gunner squad, the trip went very smoothly. He killed more than 700 Diamond Mountain Armor Fey beasts and obtained hundreds of magic medicine materials. Drill Beetle Scales, plus Thunder Iron Beast Claws, plus Wasteland Wolf Pelt, plus Pure Water 5 milliliters, plus San 10G, equals Poo Sequence 021, Earthsmith. A single brown magic potion was dispensed. Just under 200. Qin Ming found Craftsman Elder at the first opportunity. At this time, the old smith was ready and waiting here with 200 top construction engineers. This group of construction engineers, whether it is hands-on ability or construction theory, are the top talents in China, and according to Qin Ming's requirements, all of them are under 40 years old. This was what Qin Ming thought. The Earth Craftsman ability, although it could transform the terrain and create defensive facilities, it was definitely best to look for relevant talents. After all, there were specialties in the art, and nowadays in China, the last thing that is lacking is this kind of talent. In the Monster Academy training hall, Qin Ming looked at the many engineers and nodded with a grave expression. Guys, I'm sure you already know what to expect, so I'll cut to the chase. The crowd looked at the magic pill on the table and could not hide their excitement. Now that the world has started a transcendental chapter, they naturally want to become such characters. The opportunity was right in front of them, something that many people long for and can't get. The crowd didn't hesitate, but what Qin Ming didn't expect was that the one who took the lead in taking it was actually the craftsman old man himself. According to the old smith's words, it was his old bones that wanted to go crazy. Qin Ming didn't stop it. Instead, he was very supportive. Becoming an awakened person, whether it was physical quality or combat strength, it was not something that ordinary people could compare to. As the main person in charge of the fortress program, the smith old man was burdened with a heavy responsibility. He couldn't afford to get tired, and becoming an awakened was the best option. The awakening went very well. with all 200 engineers successfully awakening and becoming sequence 021 ability holders. The old smith's eyes lit up slightly, and his 60-something-year-old body was like a new lease on life, filled with strength. Dean Qin, this feeling is really wonderful. Elder craftsman had an excited face. Qin Ming smiled. Feel this power? The old smith nodded. I know what to do. With that, he took out a design. Here are the drawings designed to your specifications. Take a look. Qin Ming took a slight glance and nodded in satisfaction. Very well, there's no time to lose. I'll take you to work in the Tower of Heaven now. Half an hour later, Qin Ming and the craftsman old man's group of awakened ones arrived at Jiangnan's Tongtian Tower. At this time, the Tongtian Tower base had become a steel base, and there were many other buildings in the base with all kinds of equipment. The only downside is that the area is too small. It wasn't really too small. A Tower of Heaven was large enough to be the size of a small town, but it was crowded to accommodate so many people in Huaxia, so it has to be expanded. So, what shocked the people of Gangnam City happened. Not far outside the city limits, a 100-meter-high wall of earth suddenly rises up. After spending most of the day, Qin Ming brought the craftsman elder and the others around the center of Jiangnan City. One side of a 100-meter-high earth wall rose up from the ground, and the earth walls were connected to each other, just like a city wall, surrounding the entire Jiangnan City. This phenomenon, which caused a sensation throughout Jiangnan City, did not take long to spread throughout the country. Media outlets around the world are reporting on it, and the nation is talking about it. Oh my god, what's going on? The entire city of Gangnam is under siege? Such a vast project was actually completed in just a few hours? Was it the Fae that messed with it? It shouldn't be an alien beast, otherwise the alien hunters would have appeared long ago. Yeah, I feel like it's pretty good and safe. Just as the nation was talking, the Monster Academy made an official announcement. People everywhere should not be alarmed. The wall is an official operation, which we call Project Fortress. The walls, built by the Monster Academy's Awakened, are more powerful than steel, and will be a sturdy line of defense for the people. The program will be implemented throughout the country. The specific information is not convenient to disclose. The public do not need to panic. All actions are for the safety of the people. The whole of China was shaken by this notification. The countries of the world also got the news at the first time. And when the 100-meter-high wall appeared in front of the eyes of the officials of the countries of the world instantly exploded. Oh my god, this infrastructure maniac from Huaxia has produced another amazing masterpiece. Chapter 123, A Global Copy. Undercurrents. As soon as Monster Academy's announcement came out, foreign officials were the first to receive the news. And when the 100-meter-high city wall of Jiangnan City appeared on the screen of their conference room, there was a dead silence in the conference room. Eagle Jam, Bear Nation, Gallic Nation, Sunset Empire, Peacock Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, Stick Nation. Almost all of the country's officials looked at the high city wall at the same time. A long silence. In the Eagle Jam Hub conference room, Chief Trip watched the scene in awe, his mouth slightly open. Can anyone tell me how HWA did it? No one responded. General Arthur, the Minister of Defense, frowned. According to the information, the wall was built in half a day. According to manpower, this is simply impossible. Then there's only one possibility. It's the ability of a transcendent. On the side, the head of the Transcendent Department, Akil, narrowed his eyes slightly. This kind of ability is probably the handiwork of some Earth-type ability users. At those words, the crowd looked over. Chief Trip raised an eyebrow. Do we have such a capable person in Eagle Jam? Akil nodded. There's one. It can do that? Trip pointed at the screen. Akil shook his head. I can't. Trip. He really wanted to smack this guy. Seeing the anger on Trip's face, Akil quickly said, a project like this can't be done by one person. It needs at least 100 people. I suspect that the country of Huaxia possesses an army of Earth-type awakened people. 100 or more. The upper echelons of the arena sucked in a breath of cold air. That's a bit much. There were only 500 awakened in their entire Eagle Sauce country. And there were hundreds of awakened in Huaxia who built fortifications alone. And what about the combat type awakened? Wouldn't it be more? According to the scouts report, the Chinese awakened who traveled to the Bear Country for assistance alone exceeded as many as 100. And that's still their reserve force. And there's also a squad of inhuman hunters in various cities. If you count it down, the Chinese awakened have reached a staggering number. General Arthur spoke slowly. This is definitely bad news. The crowd was silent again. Trip's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked to General Arthur. What's the status of the men we sent out earlier? General Arthur didn't look too good. All lost contact. Odds are they've been sacrificed. By that, they mean the 10 degenerates of DR. Grotesque. Sacrificed. Trip muttered to himself and fell into a deep thought. If all Chinese cities can build such walls, then it will be even harder for us to assassinate Qin Ming again. Isn't that just a wall of dirt? the defense shouldn't be very good, right? General John questioned. Akil was the first to retort. No, this is built by the Awaken's ability. The defense is definitely not comparable to an ordinary wall, and the odds are that a hot weapon won't work. Just one question I have. What is the purpose of building a city wall? It can only ward off the beasts outside. Who knows if the beasts will descend inside the city? The crowd of executives looked over in surprise. That makes sense. The locations where the foreign beasts descended were all randomized. So once the foreign beasts descended within the city, what was the point of this city wall? They couldn't have mastered some method that can exclude the descent point of the foreign beasts from the city, could they? The same question came from the mouth of the dragon general. You can make sure the Fae don't show up in the city? Qin Ming shook his head. Not at the moment. There's still one thing missing. What is it? The dragon general looked puzzled. A shelter, called the quantum light shield. As long as the quantum light shield is opened, no foreign beasts will descend within its range, and at the same time, it can also provide a certain defensive effect. In the event of an invasion by a foreign enemy, this quantum light shield will form a defense shield to protect the city walls. Qin Ming explained. At those words, the dragon general's eyes lit up. There's such a thing? Where can I get it? It appeared in the third stage of the civilization trial. Qin Ming pondered for a moment, but so far, there has been no sign of it. If I'm not mistaken, it will appear in the 10th copy. The dragon general frowned. Didn't you say that the 10th copy will be a big battle? Yes, I guess it's almost time to show up. Now in terms of the number of copies cleared, the country of China has already completed 8, and the 9th is in progress, so it's about time. Huaxia was among the distant leaders in the third stage of the trial. Even the second place Bear country had only cleared 6 copies. Third is Eagle Jam, 5 copies. Then let's complete the fortress program first. Once this wall in Jiangnan City came out, there was a chorus of praise in the country, and I have to say that this wall does give people a full sense of security. The dragon general sighed. If every city could be like this, then there would be no need to relocate the people. Qin Ming shook his head. Do you really think the quantum light shield is a cabbage? Without the quantum light shield, it wouldn't be difficult for the foreign beasts to break through this earthen wall. Why wouldn't the dragon general understand? But relocating the people is an extremely difficult task. I'll have the old craftsman speed up and first encircle the 36 cities where the Tower of Heaven is located. That's the foundation of the fortress plan, Qin Ming said. The dragon general nodded. Just then, both of their cell phones rang at the same time. Qin Ming picked it up and looked at it. It was the battle situation sent from the front line. Commander, the 9th copy has been cleared. Qin Ming and Long Xiaoguo looked at each other and said in unison, passed. Boom! Suddenly, the sky resounded with a rumbling sound. A heavenly voice resounded across the globe. Congratulations to the state of China for clearing 9 copies and successfully activating the 10th. The 10th copy will be a global copy in which all civilizations will enter together and compete. The replica is extremely rewarding, with an unimaginable variety of resources, and participation by civilizations is mandatory. Hearing this news, Long Xiaoguo looked at Qin Ming in shock. You really guessed right. Qin Ming frowned slightly. It's actually a global copy. This is forcefully shoving countries together to compete. Said competition, the surface may be harmonious, but really when it comes to the interests, no one will be soft. This battle is bound to be a grueling one, and that, presumably, is a huge turning point for Blue Star. At this moment, the world is in a state of sensation. The official brains of the countries are spinning fast, thinking about what to do about the competition. Meanwhile, a number of countries are having second thoughts. For example, Sakura Nation. Knowing that this country's top brass had all been replaced by Fae, they had long hated Qin Ming as a thorn in their side, and this time was a good opportunity for them to eradicate Qin Ming and expand their power. It wasn't just Sakura Nation. The same thought was on Hawkjam's side. They knew very well that as long as Qin Ming was around, it was impossible for them to win against Huaxia, so if you can't get it then destroy it. Qin Ming must die. Immediately, Trip ordered Akil to gather the nations awakened. Officials of all countries are also playing their own game, each with their own agenda. On top of that, the forces of evil, hidden under the darkness, have moved on. In a short period of time, the world is in the dark, and a great upheaval is about to take place. Chapter 124, Was Xiaofang Awakens. Forbidden Order 004 Merchant. The 10th copy will descend in 3 days. What Blackhand meant was that the copy would be another dimension, when the people of Blue Star would enter through the entrance of the copy, and the entrance to the replica will appear randomly near everyone who intends to enter the replica. That's a bit of a scary tactic. No fixed place, no designated people, randomly appearing in the vicinity of everyone who intends to enter the copy. So the Black Hand means that he can also read the minds of human beings? Or does the Black Hand possess some strange power? Obviously, this is no longer explained by Blue Star's technology. As for this matter, The officials of various countries did not look deeply into it, and the world has become clear that the Black Hand is not a civilization of the same dimension as theirs at all. To survive, you have to play by the rules of the Black Hand. 3 days wasn't a long time, and Qin Ming had been busy. The first order of business is the implementation of the fortress program. There were arrangements made by the old smith in this regard. Qin Ming walked with him for a few Tian towers and left the rest to the old smith to arrange. The walls were just the beginning, and after they were built, more facilities needed to be created. Fortunately, Qin Ming's plan was good, directly enveloping the metropolis within the Yi fortress plan, so that there would be less trouble in terms of housing the residents. At least there was a large number of houses that were adequate for the people to live in. Of course, the fortress program is not limited to the surface. The base underground is also a huge undertaking. There's also drinking water, food, all of which needs to be mobilized across the country to dispatch. An extremely difficult task. After Qin Ming arranged everything, he continued to formulate magic pills in the lab. This time the magic potion was formulated for Hua Zhongxing. This kid had been chanting about awakening for a long time, and after Qin Ming had put together a few things, he finally found him all the magic medicine materials. This sequence ability is actually something Hua Xiaofang possessed in his previous life. However, in his previous life, Hua Xiaofang only obtained the ability at the end of the 4th stage of the trial, which was still a long way off. That was why Qin Ming had helped him raise the magic potion, and what he needed most around him right now was a helper. Prohibited Sequence 004, Merchant. This is a powerful sequence pathway. 039004009? What Qin Ming knew was only up to here. He didn't know much about this aspect of the Divine Order, but if he could be promoted to King Order 009, Destiny Mage, this ability would already be very impressive. Moreover, what Qin Ming is currently formulating is still the Forbidden Sequence 004, Merchant, directly skipping the Pu Sequence 1, which is enough for Hua Xiaofang to play. Half an hour later, Qin Ming had successfully prepared the magic potion, which was a bottle of blue magic potion. This bottle of magic potion had emptied Qin Ming's hands of all the rare great materials. Some of them are still available from Bear Country. Hua Xiaofang was really lucky. If he hadn't made a trip to the Bear Country, Qin Ming really wouldn't have been able to gather all the magic pills. Hua Zhongxing was thrilled after obtaining the magic potion, and he trembled as he shouted to Qin Ming, "Righteous father, please accept my son's obeisance. Good old son, get up." Xia Mo, who was on the side, was directly speechless in a big way. Lu Chang snickered. It was actually hard for him to see Qin Ming like this. In fact, he knew that Qin Ming was carrying too much weight on his shoulders, and had been running around for Huaxia since he was reborn. Don't look at the fact that he now stood among the top ranks of China. But most people had forgotten about Qin Ming himself. He was also just a young man of 19. Under the escort of the crowd, Hua Xiaofang took the magic potion and successfully awakened the Forbidden Order 004, Merchant. Hua Xiaofang was still unfamiliar with this ability, and Qin Ming told him to hone it. Turning back, he looked at Lu Chang. "How's the man I asked you to find?" Lu Chang straightened up. "Didn't find it. It seems to have disappeared." Qin Ming frowned. "How could this happen?" Lu Chang took out a document. "This is his information. According to his family, he suddenly lost contact 2 months ago, and that time I checked, it happened to be right after the end of the first trial. Do you remember that at the end of the first trial, China rewarded a group of awakened people, most of whom were willing to serve the country, but there were a few who could not be found, and I suspect that this person is one of them. But the strange thing is that this man has a clean bottom and doesn't look like he's going to betray his country." Qin Ming pondered for a moment, trying hard to recall Su Zilian's life. That's right. The person he wanted Lu Chang to find was a youth named Su Zilian, which was one of Qin Ming's teammates in his previous life. He's a very good doctor, but actually not being able to find Su Zilian was something that Qin Ming was surprised by. "Have you looked for his family?" "Looked for it. Their family didn't react much to its disappearance. The relationship didn't seem to be very good." Qin Ming shook his head. "No, Su Zilian's relationship with his family is extremely good, and they are unwilling to talk about it, probably because something happened to Su Zilian. But looking at his parents' reaction, Su Zilian should still be alive, just in a somewhat troublesome situation." Lu Chang frowned. "If it can disappear under our noses, there is only one power that can do it. SCP Foundation?" Qin Ming nodded. "Thinks with me. Su Zilian was probably captured by the SCP Foundation." Qin Ming was a bit headstrong. With Su Zilian's ability, he had probably already become a senior member of the SCP Foundation. That's a pain in the ass. However, just as Qin Ming and Lu Chang seemed to be conversing, Qin Ming's cell phone rang. "Open it up. It's an unknown caller." Qin Ming raised his eyebrows and picked up his cell phone and said in a deep voice, "Hello, boss, it's me." On the other end of the phone, a low but magnetic voice came. "It's Dong Yen. What's the situation?" "I'm sorry boss, I really didn't have the chance to contact you a while ago.
I was in charge of the assassination of the Iron Blood Emperor in the Bear Country,
and the top was testing me. Dong Yan's voice was calm and didn't apologize much.
The corners of Qin Ming's mouth rose slightly,
not minding or being dissatisfied,
because this was how he and Dong Yan got along.
I hear you've made it to the top? Not exactly top level,
but old Ding has gotten mixed up in the 6th seat guardian position,
under which I am. Dong Yan continued. This time,
I'm contacting you to inform you that the president has launched a wanted notice against you,
and you are now the SCP Foundation's #1 enemy. They will deal with you in this global copy. Qin Ming nodded, not surprised. Continue.
There's also the matter of the Fallen that needs to be told to you.
There are quite a few Fallen in the country, but many of them are foreign influxes, especially Eagle Sauce.
The Fallen over there have formed a huge power with which we have cooperation. I've heard that the Fallen One origins over at Eagle Jam came from the official Eagle Jam,
and that they were working on something in that area, but it seems to have gotten out of control. Dong Yan said one by one.
Qin Ming's eyes narrowed slightly.
Dr. Grotesque? An affirmative voice came over the phone. Yes, that's the man. Qin Ming's hanging heart finally died. It was really that guy. Boss, anyway, be careful. This global copy. Many people are thinking of eradicating you. Speaking of this, Dong Yan's emotions finally fluctuated. Don't worry,
I'll take care of myself.
Qin Ming smiled. By the way,
I'm poking around with you about someone who should be inside the SCP Foundation,
named Su Ziliang.
As his words fell,
Dong Yan opened his mouth in surprise. He's the first seat protector. Chapter 125, Shenkuan Gord Space World. Fusion of Ice Python. The first guardian? Qin Ming was a bit surprised. It's really worthy of him. Mixed really well. I've been in contact with him and feel that this person is a bit different. Dong Yan said. Qin Ming mused for a moment. He'll be our teammate, but I'm trying to figure out how to pull him in. It's a bit difficult.
Dong Yan said in a deep voice.
He has a lot of power, and the president thinks highly of him. You've met the president of the foundation? Seen it, wearing a mask. Can't see what he looks like. He's Chinese. Chinese? Qin Ming frowned. Fine. You act with care and have the opportunity to get in touch with Su Ziliang. Copy that. Dong Yan responded. The call ended,
and Qin Ming fell into deep thought.
It seems that this SCP Foundation is not easy to deal with. Commander, the Dragon General has asked you to finalize the candidates to enter the replica. At this time, Lu Cheng spoke. Qin Ming nodded. The number of people entering the replica this time couldn't be small, but it couldn't be too many either,
and the strength of those involved had to be at a certain level. At least all of them had to be of the 2nd rank.
You go ahead and send me the list of 2nd Order Awakened and then ask them about their wishes.
Then during these 3 days, resources are tilted on the Ice Gunner squad.
I want 50 people to enter the 2nd rank and follow me into the replica. Understood. Lu Chang received the information and went to work. Xia Mo. Qin Ming looked to the side at Xia Mo. There were only 2 people left in the arena, and when Xia Mo saw that no one was at hand, he stayed a little closer to Qin Ming. Qin Ming smiled and embraced Xia Mo into his arms. Xia Mo's body stiffened and her pretty face instantly turned red. Our school beauty is shy? Qin Ming joked. Natsumi stubbornly twisted her head. Immediately afterward,
Qin Ming caught him off guard and barfed on his face. Xia Mo's entire body felt like it had been electrocuted as she violently turned her head to stare at Qin Ming. Those big eyes sparkling with little stars, a small white face, a small red mouth, flawless features, both the temperament of a royal sister and the beauty of a sweet sister.
Extinct. How could I have overlooked this great beauty in my last life? Barking.
While Qin Ming was lost in thought,
Xia Mo suddenly came up and landed on his lips with a dragonfly. At the touch of a button, the soft and sticky touch made Qin Ming very fond of it.
Xia Mo had a red face and broke away from Qin Ming's embrace.
I'm going to get busy. Hey wait. Qin Ming called out to stop Xia Mo. There's business. Summers inquired. What's wrong? Qin Ming became solemn. In the next 2 days, you go and contact Zhang Yuzi and see if the Sakura countryside has given its information. Well,
tell her again to bring her along on this copy.
Good. Summer Mo also became serious. This undercover agent. It's almost time to pull the plug. After the crowd left,
Qin Ming came to the training hall alone. The training hall is huge and exclusive to him. Qin Ming's goal this time was to figure out where the ice python that the Shenkuan gourd had collected had actually gone. He took out the Shenkuan gourd and scrutinized the seal on top of the Shenkuan gourd.
On this, there happened to be 2 ice python kings imprinted on it, as lifelike as a sticker. This ability was unknown to Qin Ming, and the Shenkuan gourd hadn't displayed it in his last life either. This made Qin Ming curious. Qin Ming attempted to pour spiritual energy into the Shenkuan gourd, and just then, an accident occurred.
The Shenkuan gourd suddenly opened its mouth and sucked Qin Ming in as well. When Qin Ming came back to his senses, he was already inside the Shenkuan gourd.
It was a large space, deep and mysterious. Wow! The sound of chains followed. Qin Ming was surprised to find the two ice python kings that had been taken in as he walked forward. At this moment, a male and a female ice python king were both chained up, tightly strangling their bodies. The moment they saw Qin Ming, the two python kings appeared agitated, constantly struggling and trying to break free of their chains, but it was all in vain. They didn't break free of the chains, and Qin Ming also seemed to realize that in this space, he had the power to master everything. Still not convinced, are you? Qin Ming reached out his hand and pinched it with force. Wow! The chains quickly contracted, strangling the ice python king tightly. Roar! The ice python king hissed in agony and actually spat out human words. Human! Stop! Qin Ming had no intention of stopping and continued to contract the chains, finally letting go of the ice python king after torturing him to the point of exhaustion. When the chains were loosened, the eyes of the two ice python kings looking at Qin Ming had changed. From disdain and anger in the beginning, to fear now. They were truly afraid of this human youth in front of them. Qin Ming looked at them. Can you communicate properly? King Dong Python nodded his head in a hurry. Yes, yes. How did you Fey beasts come to Blue Star? Qin Ming asked the biggest doubt in his heart. However, the male python king shook his head. I don't know. We did come from another world, but that world has limited space to survive, and then we somehow came here. In our consciousness, this is a suitable world for us to live in, and our greatest goal is to survive here. Qin Ming fell into deep thought. It seemed that the Fey beasts didn't know much about the Blue Star either, and the odds were that they would just be cannon fodder. Of course, that was the ice python's side of the story, and it was possible that it wasn't that they weren't aware of the purpose of the invasion of the Blue Planet, but that they were too weak to be in a position to know. Qin Ming knew that he couldn't ask anything by asking this, so he simply gave up. Then, his gaze landed on the altar beneath the male ice python. In fact, he was discovering that it turned out that underneath both the male and female ice pythons, there was an altar covered in patterns, and the chains that bound the ice python came from this very altar. Qin Ming swept over with a glance and realized that there were a total of 10 such altars. Is it meant to be able to stow away 10 Fey beasts? Qin Ming thought. But what's the point of stowing away the foreign beasts? After determining that there was no danger, Qin Ming slowly approached the altar. When he approached and saw the words on the altar, Qin Ming froze. There are two options on the altar. 1. The deed. 2. Integration. The contract Qin Ming could understand was probably taking the ice python for himself and letting it help him fight. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. A third-ranked ice python would be a great help if he helped himself in battle and placed on the Blue Star. But what does this fusion mean? Qin Ming looked closely at the fusion option and realized that there were two lines that were connecting these two ice pythons. Qin Ming's expression was stunned. It wasn't to let the two ice pythons fuse, was it? Try. Without hesitation, Qin Ming directly pressed that fusion button. In the next moment, the two altars erupted with a strange bright light, and an amazing scene occurred. Qin Ming watched the two ice pythons merge together as if he were playing a game. The ice python merged into one, emitting a gust of coldness as its aura became even more astonishing. The appearance of its body also changed greatly. The icy cold scales even had a slight golden aura, and two tiny horns grew out of its head. With a bang, a message popped up before Qin Ming's eyes. Ice python fused successfully. Forbidden Beast Ice Python. Forbidden Beast 1-star Ice Python. After reaching 9 stars, it can evolve into the King Beast Frost Dragon. Chapter 126, Entering the Copy. World of Fey? Still? Qin Ming's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. The two ice pythons fused and became a Forbidden Beast 1-star. According to this meaning, it could be fused up to a maximum of 9 stars, and after 9 stars, it could also evolve. It's kind of awesome, but the number of ice pythons needed for fusion is too much. Where am I going to find so many ice pythons? Qin Ming didn't think that an ordinary ice python could be fused, or at least an ice python king, but an ice python king wasn't that easy to find. I'll count it later when I get a chance. However, it was certain that the python king after the fusion was significantly much stronger. In appearance alone, it became even more dominant. The next step is the contract, right? Qin Ming looked at the remaining contract button and reached out to press it. In the next moment, the patterns on the altar once again erupted with light, and the light enveloped the ice python, and invisibly, Qin Ming felt that he and the king of pythons had established a faint connection. Soon, the python king's gaze towards Qin Ming no longer bore hostility, but rather respect. Master, the python king let out a hoarse voice, which had also changed and was no longer the voice of the male python king from before. This 1-star python king seemed to have changed its soul. Qin Ming could see that in his brain. The information of this ice python king lit up. Exotic beast, ice python king. Realm, 1-star forbidden beast, late 3rd order. Battle techniques, frost spit, armor of ice, python lance. Status, recuperating. After reading this information,
Qin Ming could be certain that he was able to summon the Ice Python King out to fight.
Without delay, Qin Ming couldn't wait to try it out. He returned to the training hall, took out the Qian Koan gourd, and summoned the Ice Python King. With a loud rumble,
the Ice Python King's massive body slammed into the ground,
triggering a not-so-light tremor.
The Ice Python King appeared, behaving in a well-behaved manner and not devouring his master.
Qin Ming's eyes lit up. This Qian Koan gourd was indeed a good treasure. Just the ability to do that is eye-opening.
And right at this moment, in the internal space of the Qian Koan gourd,
an incense burner floated in.
The fog slowly overflowed and a silhouette appeared. The flag-robed woman looked at the altar in front of her in surprise,
revealing a thoughtful expression. Interesting, really interesting. 3 days passed quickly, and the much-anticipated global copy was finally here. At the moment, everyone around the globe is on tenterhooks.
Officials from each country assembled their men and women,
ready to enter the copy at a moment's notice.
Qin Ming did likewise. This time, all of the people that Hua Xia was going to enter the copy were alien hunters.
200 in total. Among them, led by Qin Ming himself, there were 100 people. 50 ice artillery masters led by Cold Wind, 30 healing life sequencers led by Wu Mu, 10 thunder mages, and 10 earth crafters. As for the other 100 people, they were the inhuman hunter squads from all over China. With Qin Ming's approval, the alien hunters would enter the replica in small groups, each fighting their own battles, getting resources and whatnot without having to turn it over to the organization. Of course, if you can't use it, you can turn it in to the organization and exchange it for merit. For the alien hunters, this copy is an experience. This battle, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Boom! With a loud bang,
the voice of the Black Hand sounded in the sky.
The copy is now open. Kill the copy boss, that is, pass the copy. All survivors will be sent out. Now, all transcendents who wish to enter the replica, please release your power and the replica entrance will appear beside you.
At those words, spiritual energy slowly blossomed from Qin Ming's body.
In the next moment,
a large void entrance slowly enlarged.
Qin Ming looked back and asked, "Are you ready?"
"Always ready," the warriors shouted in unison.
"Go!" Qin Ming took the lead and stepped into the void entrance first.
A burst of light flooded Qin Ming's brain,
and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in an alien world. Summers?
Qin Ming looked at the people around him for the first time.
As expected, everyone was scattered. It's a randomly descending copy. You must get your own people back at the first opportunity,
or else if you are in danger,
you won't even have anyone who can back you up.
Qin Ming took out his cell phone and tried to contact his partner, yet there was no response at all.
Apparently communication is not allowed here. We can only take our chances.
Qin Ming swept his gaze in all directions,
checking the surrounding situation. It was a dense forest without a single bright light overhead, and the dense foliage blocked out the sky, causing the surroundings to be dark, as if it was going to be night. It's not supposed to get dark, is it? Qin Ming murmured. Suddenly,
his head turned and he summoned the Ice Python King.
Do you recognize this place?
The Ice Python King's body shrank,
similar to a small snake,
and lay on Qin Ming's hand.
It looked around curiously, its vertical pupils lighting up. This seems like our world. HM? Qin Ming was shocked. What did you say? This is the world of your fey beasts?
The Ice Python King seemed to be making sure,
looking around and occasionally sniffing his scent. Finally, it nodded affirmatively. Yes, this is the world of the fey, but I can't be sure where this is.
Qin Ming was truly shocked.
Great! The fey invade Blue Star, and apparently make a copy of it and replace it with a human invasion of the fey? Interesting.
Qin Ming had to admire the Black Hand brainhole.
Too good at playing, but unfortunately,
the Ice Python King didn't recognize where this place was.
Master, you have to be careful.
Many of the fey races live in groups.
Once they are discovered,
they will likely be attacked by the group.
Ice Python reminded. Qin Ming nodded and placed the Ice Python King on his shoulder. He headed in one direction, moving cautiously.
According to the Ice Python King, this world was full of races,
and the entire world was even bigger than Blue Star.
So the place they descended to this time should only be one of the areas, and it was still a weaker area. Otherwise, if they encountered a 5th or 6th ranked fey beast, then there was no need to play at all. Just wait for death directly.
Since it was a trial, Qin Ming believed that the Black Hand should have its own way. Still, the overall situation was not optimistic. After all, this was the territory of the fey. As he walked,
the Ice Python King on his shoulder suddenly called out to Qin Ming.
Master, there's something good over there.
Following the Ice Python King's gaze, Qin Ming discovered a small purple flower.
Elixir?
Qin Ming recognized this little flower at a glance.
Spirit medicine, belonging to the transcendental species, can enhance a human's physique, mental strength, or transcendental characteristics if used for consumption.
Like this many small flowers in front of us. It is Thunder Nimbus.
For a transcendent with the thunder attribute like Qin Ming, it was greatly beneficial. Not only could it improve the ability of lightning, but it could also temper the body, allowing itself to break through to the next realm faster. And these spirit medicines also had grades, the same as the transcendence, divided into 9 grades, 1st to 9th grade. This, thunder condensation flower, in front of him was a 1st grade spirit medicine, one of the most common ones, but it was also good for Qin Ming. Qin Ming put it away and placed it directly into the internal space of the Chen Koan gourd. Keep going. Qin Ming stood up and continued to set off forward. Yet at that moment, he froze. In front of it, a dense green fog was slowly spreading over. Poison gas? Qin Ming's face changed as he seemed to understand the playstyle of this copy. No wonder you don't need to point out the direction. This poisonous gas is directly forcing humans in one direction. And finally, the location of the boss. Qin Ming cursed. This is a poison run. Chapter 127, The Powerfulness of Merchants. Money Tree. It's a barrier poison. Run. The Ice Python King on his shoulder urged Qin Ming to escape. Without the need for it to say anything, Qin Ming had already buggered off. This poisonous gas was not easy to deal with at a glance. I know what place is here. The Ice Python King continued. This is the south of the world of 10,000 races. Only the south has this barrier poison. The world of 10,000 races, the value of which was this world at the moment, and the Ice Python King lived in the north. So naturally he didn't recognize this place. Qin Ming nodded and silently wrote the information down. When he ran to a relatively safe place, Qin Ming looked back to determine the direction of the barrier poison spread, and surmised the last gathering place of the humans. If he wasn't wrong, the gameplay of this copy was similar to one of Blue Star's chicken games, where the poison circle contracted and finally forced all the players to the dueling ground. Qin Ming looked again at the direction of the barrier poison and realized that it showed no signs of stopping, but rather slowly contracted all the way. This means that there is a lot of space inside this poisonous circle. Thinking of this, Qin Ming knew deep down that he had to speed up his search for the person. The longer he was separated, the more prone to danger he would be, though he had faith in his soldiers. As he made his way forward, Qin Ming heard the sounds of a fight ahead. Damn, what kind of monster is this? It's disgusting. Up ahead, a fat man was being chased by a toad-like monster. The toad was green and huge, standing up to the height of a man, and at this time, the fat man opposite this toad simply did not have the power to fight back, and could only continue to escape. Help! I don't want to die. Hearing this familiar voice, Qin Ming immediately accelerated his speed. Meanwhile, the toad was about to catch up with Fatty, and the toad violently stretched out its tongue in an attempt to eat Fatty. Fatty's chilling hairs stood on end. Ah, Fatty! At the critical moment, Qin Ming arrived, slashing out with a blade of lightning. Boom! Thunder flashed and cut through the sky, slashing at the toad's long tongue. Snap! The long tongue dropped to the ground, bouncing like a fish out of water. The toad rebounded from the severed tongue and rolled back several times. Hua snapped his head up and let out a hiss when he saw the person he wanted to see the most. Old Qin. Hua Xiaofang pounced on Qin Ming, and it was a hissing sound. I wouldn't have come if I knew it would land randomly. Hua Xiaofang was truly terrified. He had only just become an awakened not 2 days ago. No, didn't you become an awakened? Qin Ming was astonished. That was Forbidden Sequence 004. You're alright? What kind of ability is this? Merchant, how can you fight? Hua Xiaofang cried out. Qin Ming was helpless. You're not grasping the essence of merchant. Where's your battle technique? Hua Xiaofang wiped a tear from his eye. Just 2. 1, buy, and 1, sell. Where, sell, is still a passive skill. As for buying what? What can I buy from a toad? Buy its life. Qin Ming spoke seriously. Hua Xiaofang froze at once. What do you mean, buy? The payment is your spiritual power. As long as you have enough spiritual power, you can buy all of it. Qin Ming explained. Like an arm, a leg. Hua's throat rolled. Are you sure? You try? Qin Ming sidestepped, allowing Hua Xiaofang to face the toad alien beast directly. With Qin Ming there, Hua Xiaofang also gained confidence as he stared at the toad alien beast and unleashed his battle technique. I'll buy your life. In the next moment, Hua Xiaofang felt the spiritual energy in his body surging out like a flood, and the storage in his body was instantly depleted. Immediately afterward, the toad alien beast suddenly widened its eyes and its figure slammed heavily on the ground. Dead. Seeing this scene, Hua Xiaofang's complexion shook. It really can. Before the words were finished, his eyes rolled up and Hua Xiaofang's body fell to the ground with a softness. Qin Ming's eyes were quick and he scooped it up. I was going to say how strong your mental power is. Surprisingly, you were able to kill an early second stage toad alien beast with a single strike. So it turns out that you overdrew your mental power. Qin Ming slowly sighed and took out a bottle of potion, pouring it into Hua Xiaofang's mouth. This was a potion of mental power, prepared with Jin Ship, for restoring mental power.
It didn't take long for Huo Xiaofang to slowly recover, but his face was still a bit pale.
After waking up, he grabbed Qin Ming with both hands in a death grip. I'm invincible. This ability is too powerful. Is no one my match anymore? Taking someone's life away with a single word is not invincible. Words follow the law. Alright.
Qin Ming poured a pot of cold water over. That's when you encountered such a rookie beast.
If you encountered one that was stronger than you wouldn't be able to buy someone else's life even if you drained yourself dry.
The big deal would be to leave a wound on the other party's body.
Get it?
Huo Xiaofang reacted and understood Qin Ming's meaning.
That is to say, the damage value of this skill lies in the strength of my spiritual power? That's what it means. Qin Ming didn't make it too clear.
The district was just a forbidden sequence merchant. If he could be promoted to King Sequence and become a Destiny Mage,
it would be even more powerful. Not only can you buy life, you can even buy fate. What a cow!
Huo Xiaofang's eyes let out stars,
feeling that the future is bright. Righteous father, what about Cell? What about the skill? Cell was a passive skill, and he didn't know what to do with it. Go over. Qin Ming led Huo Xiaofang towards the toad's corpse. Tough luck.
This foreign beast doesn't have magic pill materials. Huo Xiaofang was also sorry that the first foreign beast he had decapitated hadn't exploded anything. It always feels almost right without the loot.
At this time,
Qin Ming's gaze fell on the fatty's hand. On that chubby finger was a gold ring.
Ring off. Although Huo Xiaofang didn't understand, he did as he was told. Sell it.
Qin Ming raised his hand and knocked the ring off the fatty's hand.
Caught off guard, the ring just fell onto the toad Fei's body. Sold?
Huo Xiaofang looked at Qin Ming in confusion.
And just then,
as the ring fell on the toad's head, it slowly lit up with a golden glow. The ring disappeared into thin air, and a gold coin surprisingly grew out of the toad's head.
Looking at the gold coin, Huo Xiaofang was dumbfounded. What does this mean?
Qin Ming looked at the gold coin and smacked his lips.
True to form. Merchant, luck is good. Actually gave you a sheltering object. Ha, this is a shelter?
Huo Xiaofang hastily reaches out and picks it up.
It was a gold coin with a scales pattern printed on it, and as soon as he put it in his hand, Huo Xiaofang knew that it wasn't simple. It's actually still a taboo level shelter. My luck is about to explode. Huo Xiaofang asked excitedly. What's going on here? Qin Ming explained. Sell is to sell an item on your body, and the beast will either pop you a trophy,
or give you an equivalent exchange with something on your body.
But the equivalent exchange can only be for items, not lives, or anything like that. That's a distinction from buying. In short,
as long as Fatty has something to sell,
then he is bound to get something in return.
That's how powerful traders are.
At the same time, Huo Xiaofang was also Qin Ming's money tree. Chapter 128, White Hand Socks, Scalpel, Requesting for Votes. Old Qin, what's the use of this gold coin shelter? Along the way,
Huo Xiaofang was studying the gold coins he had just gotten, but didn't even understand where the gold coins were used. Qin Ming also took it over and studied it,
but realized that this gold coin didn't seem to be an ordinary shelter. Why do I get the feeling this is your special prop? Huo Xiaofang didn't understand. What do you mean?
Qin Ming didn't explain any further as he wasn't sure.
When we run into the foreign beasts later, it's still you who will make the move. It wasn't long before they did come across the beast. Still a green toad,
but this toad was much smaller than the one from earlier.
Late first order Fey beasts. You deal with them.
Qin Ming looked toward Huo Xiaofang. Huo Xiaofang was a little scared in his heart, but he still hardened his heart.
I'll buy your life.
Huo Xiaofang shouted out loudly, clenching his hands into fists and making a middle-of-the-road gesture.
Immediately afterward, the spiritual energy within its body was declared like a flood. A wave of weakness came over Huo Xiaofang, and he almost didn't faint. Fortunately, this time, his spiritual energy was not depleted,
and he hurriedly supported Qin Ming and stabilized his staggering steps.
He looked nervously ahead at the toad, which was, as expected, dead.
A hint of excitement appeared on Huo Xiaofang's pale face.
Strong? I'm really too strong. Alright, with this ability of yours, it's not good to empty yourself all at once.
Qin Ming brought Huo Xiaofang towards the toad corpse.
Similarly,
Huo Xiaofang took off his watch that was worth millions of dollars,
and the sell skill was activated. The result was that another gold coin came out, this one exactly the same as the previous one. Another shelter? Huo Xiaofang was shocked. His luck was too good, wasn't it? This isn't a shelter.
Qin Ming could already be certain of his suspicions. He took the gold coin and looked at it.
This should be an exclusive prop for merchants, that is, your currency. Perhaps in the future, when you use the buy skill, you won't have to pay with your spiritual energy. But with this gold coin, you are now at the first rank. Wait until you are promoted to the second rank and have more battle skills.
Those skills are estimated to require you to consume gold coins as well.
Understand?
The corners of Huo Xiaofang's mouth opened. He naturally understood Qin Ming's words, so to say, this gold coin is really quite valuable to him.
Awesome. Huo Xiaofang was secretly staggered. He really didn't know who created this transcendence. His brain was so good.
Qin Ming told him to research more.
Merchant. This kind of sequential occupation
was not a pure combat occupation, and many of its abilities were more brain-burning.
Qin Ming himself didn't know too much about it, but in his last life,
Huo Xiaofang had indeed played merchant to perfection. Then the two of them kept rushing, and Huo Xiaofang also tried to use gold coins to consume the buy skill, and it was just as Qin Ming had said.
At the same time,
but Huo Xiaofang felt that it was too wasteful to consume gold coins to put in skills.
After all, mental power can be restored, and gold is gone when it runs out. Qin Ming blankly glanced at him. Spiritual power is a transcendent source of energy.
Naturally it can't be hoarded out with gold coins all the time. Huo Xiaofang hemmed and hawed as many ideas arose in his head.
Just as the two were talking,
the sound of a fight suddenly came from the front.
Roar! The hissing of a foreign beast rang out.
Qin Ming and Huo Xiaofang's faces changed at the same time and immediately shut their mouths. Qin Ming hid under the grass shrubbery and gently plucked away the grass to see several masked transcendents fighting the alien beasts.
It was a hideous crocodile beast. There were quite a number of beasts, more than 10 of them, and all of them had reached the second stage. One of them was even in the late second stage. Qin Ming recognized these crocodile alien beasts. This was a type of alien beast called swamp crocodile, with astonishing defensive strength, extremely difficult to deal with. Old Qin, could those wearing masks be people from the SCP Foundation?
Huo Xiaofang asked. Qin Ming's eyes narrowed slightly.
It wasn't really easy to be sure. He couldn't treat all the masked ones as SCP Foundation members.
Huo Xiaofang counted.
The human party is only 4 people.
While the marsh crocodile has more than 10 heads,
there is a lot of gap in strength. Aren't they afraid of death? What's the point of provoking these foreign beasts?
Qin Ming's gaze fell behind the foreign beast.
And on that swamp, a lotus plant grew. There are elixirs there. It's still true.
Huo Xiaofang came to a realization. If it was for the sake of seizing the treasure.
Are we going to do it? There's no rush. Let's see the situation first,
Qin Ming said in a low voice.
However, just at that moment,
it seemed that they heard the commotion here,
and another squad of 4 people came. Ashy Bar, there's something good.
That squad of 4 saw the rosettes on the swamp at a glance.
It's someone from the stick country, Hua murmured softly. Seeing a competitor coming,
the 4 masked men at the beginning began to become cautious.
But then, surprisingly,
more and more people arrived at the sound.
It's the elixir, an elixir of at least the 3rd grade. That's a good one. Not long after, 3 more forces came. You could tell by the accents that it was the Eagle Jam, the Elephant Country, and the Empire of the Sunset. Each squad was small in number, all around 3 or 4 people. The strongest among them was a blonde man from Eagle Sauce, late 2nd stage realm. This strength, placed in the entire Blue Star, was the top group. The blonde man glanced at the crowd and flashed his identity. I'm the Transcendent Department of the Eagle Jam Nation, Major Cliff. This is mine. You may leave. The Eagle Jam Nation Transcendence Department? Hearing this,
the faces of the 2 squads from the Elephant Country and the Stick Country changed. The Sunset Empire squad frowned similarly.
They really didn't want to antagonize Eagle Jam yet. And just then,
a youth at the head of the masked squad coldly spat out 2 words.
Idiot.
Him. Immediately after that, the 3 masked men behind him used time to strike.
Boom!
A fiery ball of fire whistled down.
Fuck! Get out of the way! Cliff bellowed angrily and backed away in a hurry. With a loud bang, the fireball exploded and sparks flew.
Him for me, Cliff shouted, greeting his minions as they swarmed over him.
In the masked squad,
a man wearing an Emperor Man mask suddenly rushed out. The man wore a pair of white hand socks and held a scalpel in his hand,
aimed at one of the enemies. It's a rotted intestine. In the next moment,
that pair of Danfang eyes flashed with a touch of coldness.
Appendicitis cut. Pust.
The scalpel flooded with a flash of coldness, and before the opposite enemy could react, a gash was opened in his belly.
The man looked down at the exposed intestines and paled, almost fainting in shock. Aorta.
Emperor Man, the masked man rushed forward with quick steps, his white sock cupping the scalpel, slicing the man's carotid aorta with precision. An arrow of blood flying out. The man instantly collapsed to the ground, his face pale and his gaze gradually losing its brilliance. Such a nimble movement caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble, and they looked at the Emperor Man masked man with a bit of fear. On the other hand, Qin Ming, who was hiding in the shadows, brightened up. White hand socks, scalpel, it's him all right. Chapter 129, The King of Push, Dr. Emperor Man, the masked man twirled the scalpel in his hand, his eyes gazing at the Eagle Sauce man in front of him. That sharp gaze made the hearts of the crowd tremble. Highly skilled. This man is definitely a master.
Emperor Man, the masked man looked back at his partner and asked with a smile, handsome? Its three minions looked adoring. Handsome as hell. Don't worship brother. Brother is just a legend. The Emperor Man masked man just wanted to put away his weapon. Cliff then asked with a sober face, what are you? Ha? Emperor Man sidled his head in displeasure. Timid noise. As he spoke, the scalpel in his hand flung out violently, heading straight for Cliff. Cliff's face changed and he hastily raised his sword to block. There was a clang as the scalpel impacted on the greatsword, and Cliff was sent stomping backward. Handsome? The Emperor Man masked man once again turned back to his little brother. The little brothers nodded their heads. Big brother is so handsome. This scene really shocked everyone present. The strength of this masked man was beyond everyone's expectations. Who the hell are you people? Cliff spoke with a stony expression. His words no longer as flippant as they had been at first. The man in the Deja mask beside the Emperor Man sneered. SCP Foundation. SCP Foundation? Hearing this, the faces of the three squads from the Elephant Country, the Stick Country, and the Sunset Empire were all stunned. They had naturally heard of the great name of the SCP Foundation, which was on the verge of becoming the largest underground force in the world. Cliff frowned. He too knew of the organization, but had not been exposed to it. It's not too late to run. The Deja masked man laughed. Humph, you're just a few people. Do you really think you're our opponents? Cliff suddenly shouted angrily. Strike! As the words fell, the Stick Country, the Sunset Empire, and the Elephant Country, the three squads unexpectedly struck at the same time. Apparently, they had reached a consensus a long time ago. Seeing this, the Emperor Warrior masked man's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that we can't scare them. Withdraw. Then, with no intention of fighting, he turned and ran with his partners. But there were many people on the other side, and two of the extremely fast Transcendents blocked their retreat at once. Boss, help! One of the SCP Foundation members had his calves bound by the Stick Country Transcendentals. With a clatter, the chain yanked and the member was yanked through. The Emperor Man masked man immediately turned to save the day. At some point, it took out another scalpel in its hand and stabbed it at the Rod Country Transcendent. Battle technique anesthesia. With a poof, the Stick Country Transcendent seemed to have been stabbed by something as his body went limp and his entire body fell to the ground. His figure came quickly to his partner, and the scalpel sliced down, the chain being cut off as easily as if it were tofu. The Emperor saves his partner, but at the same time, they are surrounded. Cliff stared at the several people with an evil face. SCP Foundation? A small underground force that still dares to go against the officials? Kill them. As the words fell, the Transcendentals of the four countries struck out at the same time. More than a dozen against four, with a huge numerical advantage. Qin Ming, who had been hiding in the shadows, murmured, it's time to make a move. Hua Xiaofang pulled him back. Old Qin, are you sure that Pussy King is the one you're looking for? The King of Push, referring to the man wearing the mask of the Imperial Warrior. Qin Ming smiled faintly. That's right, he's the only one who can act like that. Nickname, King Pussy Doctor. Qin Ming was just about to make a move, but then he retracted. Better wear a mask. He took out two masks, handing the Porky Pig one to Hua Xiaofang, and then put on the Great Sage mask himself. Hua Xiaofang looked at the piggyback mask in his hand and fell into a deep thought. Not brother, there are other styles? Doesn't that fit your image? Qin Ming said, and his people had already rushed out. But his direction was not to support, but to rush towards the lotus plant. Roar! The swamp crocodile that was still eating its melon immediately became hideous when it realized that someone was rushing towards it. One of the marsh crocodiles opened its mouth wide, its sharp teeth wanting to eat Qin Ming in one bite. Qin Ming's figure flashed as he leapt high into the air and stomped on his head. Bang! 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 Using the swamp crocodile as a springboard, Qin Ming quickly leapt into the opposite side of the swamp and plucked the elixir away with one hand. Another vertical leap followed, landing firmly on the sturdy ground. This sudden scene caused the Transcendents who were fighting to stop their movements, and Hua Xiaofang, who was just about to rush out, immediately shrunk back, cursing in his heart. Isn't it saving people? How come you went to pick the elixir? Damn it, what are you again? Hand over the elixir. Cliff's face was furious. That elixir was already in his pocket. He didn't expect it to be cut off. Could he not be angry? Qin Ming, who was wearing a mask, smiled playfully. Chance, to those who can. Chinese? Hearing Qin Ming's words, Cliff and the others immediately frowned. Emperor Warrior. The masked man also looked at Qin Ming, his eyes thoughtful. Qin Ming directly acknowledged it and shouted, Chinese Inhuman Hunter. At this point it was a direct identification. The Inhuman Hunters, the official organization of China. Qin Ming was about to see what Cliff and the others would do. As expected, when Cliff heard that Qin Ming was an Inhuman Hunter, he revealed a strange light. Hand over the spirit medicine and I'll let you leave. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. It seemed that this matter of Eagle Sauce wanting to deal with Huaxia was put in the open, especially now that they were in the copy. they became even more reckless. Not only eagle sauce, but the transcendents from the stick country and the elephant country also revealed unkind eyes. Qin Ming already had a number in his heart. Since this was the case, don't blame him for not being polite. Then, Qin Ming looked toward the masked man of the Emperor Warrior and respectfully shouted, "Lord of the first seat, will you make a move together?" When these words came out, the four masked men of the Emperor Man all changed their expressions. They've been identified? Or is the guy across the street also from the SCP Foundation? Emperor Warrior. The masked man responded immediately without asking. Well, it seems that you're awed by this seat's brilliance. Or good. This seat will teach them a lesson for you. Stinking shameless. Hua Xiaofang in the shadows couldn't help but shatter his mouth. Go! The Emperor Man masked man cupped his scalpel in his hand and instantly rushed towards the encirclement. An Elephant Kingdom Transcendent raised his sword to slash down, and wisps of electricity flashed by. The scalpel swept upward and across the room, clashing with the large knife. With a thud, the large knife snapped in response, the cut smooth and intact. The sharp scalpel lashed out, slashing across the man's neck in a crisp motion. With a tearing sound, the man's throat was broken open with a single slash. The man collapsed in response as the crowd stared in amazement. For his part, the Emperor Man masked man made a handsome finishing move. His white handsock still gently squeezing the scalpel, the white blade stained with blood. He turned his back to everyone and spoke softly. Elegant and timeless. Chapter 130, Shocking Change. Third Order Red-Faced Demon. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth twitched. He really couldn't stand it. He's still so loaded. Qin Ming did not give him the intention to pretend any longer. Gripping the star meteor blade tightly in his hand as his figure leapt high into the air. Roar! The marsh crocodile lurched over hideously, and Qin Ming backhanded him. Boom! The swamp crocodile was heavily blasted to the ground, splitting a deep gash on its head. The power is still almost there. With a twist of his fingers, a card appeared. Battletech Ace. Cards flashing. Red King Joker. In the next moment, Qin Ming was draped in a handsome red tuxedo and switched into his Great King form. Strength increase. Physical enhancement. With another slash, a charging marsh crocodile was directly cut in half. An early second stage foreign beast was simply not enough in Qin Ming's hands. In a few jumps, Qin Ming had already returned to the other side of the swamp and casually beheaded 7 or 8 swamp crocodiles. The swamp crocodiles realized something was wrong. The enemy was too strong. They lost the will to fight and plunged into the swamp and disappeared. Qin Ming had no intention of chasing after him. The swamp was the paradise of the swamp crocodile. Chasing would be futile. Seeing Qin Ming rush over, Cliff's face sank. Stick country, go deal with the kid. Wow! A man from the stick country flung his chains and shot towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming looked at him with a sidelong glance. A mere first-order transcendent still dared to take a shot at him. Qin Ming grabbed the chain and yanked hard. Under the huge force, the man was directly yanked away and slammed headfirst into the swamp. Roar! The swamp crocodile lunged out instantly, dragging the man into the depths. Ah! Help! A desperate struggle would only hook the swamp crocodile's interest. After a few flutters, the man stopped moving. Ash Bar, you seek death. Another man rushed forward, but he had some strange abilities. Supposedly animal-like sequences, and actually sprouted wings on his back and flew. In the next moment, Qin Ming's gaze flickered as he saw a black shadow flying rapidly in the distance. Accompanied by a strange cry, a bird-like beast came whistling, and took the stick country transcendent in a mouthful that was flying in midair. As it turns out, don't just fly around in a strange forest because your bird isn't as big as the other birds. Settling another one, Qin Ming no longer stayed his hand and charged towards the last rod country transcendent. The man's face changed drastically, and the shield in his hand stood in front of him. Earth shield. The dirt on the ground spread quickly towards the shield, trying to bolster the defense. Qin Ming rushed straight forward, the star meteor blade pulling out long grooves in the ground and violently lifting upwards. Bang! With a loud bang, the earth shield thumped and exploded. The man's pupils suddenly shrunk as the light of the blade in front of him was rapidly enlarging. Blood splattered all over the place. Immediately afterward, a hissing roar rang out, only to see an elephant crashing towards Qin Ming with heavy strides. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. This was a transcendent from the Elephant Kingdom, and it was also an animal-type sequence. The elephant's body lit up with a red halo and seemed to be invulnerable. Dude, watch out, not far away, the masked man of Emperor Man warned loudly. 2 cards appeared in Qin Ming's hand and he violently threw them out. Battle Technique King Bomb. As the crowd stared in amazement, 2 jokers, one red and one black, jumped out of the deck, clutching watermelon-sized bombs and slamming headlong into the running elephants. Knock! The explosion roared, and the elephant was blown straight away, transforming back into its normal human form and falling heavily to the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded for a moment when they saw this scene. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is this? The Emperor Man masked man and several others were shocked. Cliff's side was also scared to death. What kind of person is this? Why is he so fierce? Qin Ming raised his eyes and his gaze fell on the masked man of the Emperor Warrior, Lord of the First Chair. Will you not spare any of them? The Emperor masked man froze, then reacted, then kill them all. Hearing this, Chris and the others' faces changed drastically, so how could they dare to fight any longer? Retreat! Retreat! Although they had the advantage in numbers, if they fought like this again, even if they won, they would have to pay a great price. The rest of them turned and ran. Qin Ming didn't chase after them, but instead looked at the direction of their escape with a grave expression. There seems to be something. In the next moment, Qin Ming's face changed drastically as he fiercely shouted to the fat man in the grass, "Chubby, run!" As the words fell, a reptilian creature with elongated limbs rushed out from the front. The creature ate an eagle sauce transcendent in one bite, then swung its large claws out and slapped another transcendent from the Sunset Empire away. That terrifying aura sent shivers down one's spine. Late Third Order Fae. In less than a few moments, Cliff and the others were all poisoned and became the rations of the beasts. Qin Ming looked grave. "Run!" The masked man of Emperor Man also felt that something was wrong and quickly shouted to his companions, "Run!" Hua Xiaofang hurriedly climbed out in the bushes and furiously ran to Qin Ming's side. The crowd ran together in the opposite direction of the beast. Roar! The beast with elongated limbs had long since noticed them and let out a roar. Immediately afterward, more than a dozen foreign beasts rushed out at the same time, frantically chasing towards Qin Ming and the others. Qin Ming looked back as he ran. Damn! It's the red-faced demon. How could there be this thing here? Red-faced demons, the weakest of which were of the 3rd rank, and the strongest could even reach the 6th rank, were extremely fast and extremely difficult to deal with. In his last life, Huaxia had been slaughtered by this red-faced demon in several cities, which was very terrifying. With Qin Ming's current strength, if he dealt with so many red-faced demons, he was afraid that he would only die. Roar! At this time, a red-faced demon rushed up. Its speed was extremely fast, lifting up the long legs like spider legs and plunged down. The target was precisely the Deja masked man. Seeing this, the Emperor masked man's face sank as he flung out his scalpel. Battle technique anesthesia. Pust! A cold light shot into the red-faced demon. However, that red-faced demon only needed to stagger a step before continuing his attack. Pust! The Deja masked man was pierced through his chest by the tentacles of the red-faced demon. Boss, run! The Deja masked man shouted his last words. No! The Emperor masked man's eyes instantly reddened and he was about to stop to save the day. However, it was ripped away by 2 other partners. Boss, he's not going to make it. Roar! Right at this moment, another red-faced demon lunged at his side. Watch out! Qin Ming shouted. The 3 didn't react and were pounced upon straight away. The Emperor mask flew out with it, revealing a handsome face. It was a young man with a face as fair as a woman's, and features as handsome as if he had walked out of a comic strip. He was the person Qin Ming was looking for. Su Ziliang. At this moment, all 3 of them were pounced on. Su Ziliang stabilized his body for the first time, but he saw that his 2 partners had already fallen into the mouth of the red-faced demon. Boss, run! The 2 minions were still yelling before they died. Su Ziliang looked furious and was preparing to fight to the death. Yet a word from his little brother called out to him. Boss, you still have dreams to fulfill. You can't fall down here. After saying that little brother was eaten by the red-faced demon. Su Ziliang froze in place, his face filled with grief. At this moment, the 3 red-faced demons had already rushed over, about to swallow Su Ziliang in one gulp. When Qin Ming saw Su Ziliang's indifference, his face turned ugly. Damn it, run away. Then, he stopped in his tracks and folded back with his starfall blade. Chapter 131, Men's Conversation. Requesting for votes. Roar! A red-faced demon frantically pounced on Su Ziliang, who was still in a daze. Qin Ming's face sank as he shouted, "Get out of the way." Immediately afterward, a cold aura suddenly flashed in Su Ziliang's eyes. Pinching the scalpel in his hand, a blue light coalesced and wrapped the scalpel. Battle technique, dismemberment. Buzz! Su Ziliang swung his sword violently, and a blue blade whistled out, slamming straight into the red-faced demon's face. Put! The red-faced demon was split in half by the blue light from his head to his body. Fishy blood and guts smashed all over the place. A splash of blood also stained Su Ziliang's cheek. His expression was incomparably cold. A group of people. I will send you to hell. Su Ziliang erupted, and his mid-second stage aura swept across the field. Qin Ming was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Su Ziliang's realm to actually be the same as his. This promotion speed was already very fast. Still pinching the short scalpel, Su Ziliang instantly dodged the attack of a red-faced demon before swinging his blade out. Dismemberment. Under Su Ziliang's ability, the red-faced demon's proud defense did not work. Under Su Ziliang's scalpel, the red-faced demon was no different from an anesthetized ordinary person, both being a patient in a hospital bed. The toughest defenses were just as good as normal flesh and blood, and could be gently sliced through by a scalpel. Su Ziliang's combat prowess was beyond Qin Ming's expectations. What was even more surprising to Qin Ming was Su Ziliang's attitude towards his subordinates. The better his attitude was, proving that he recognized his own identity and had a strong sense of belonging. If that was the case, then it would be difficult for Qin Ming to bring him under his command. It's a pain in the ass. After consecutively decapitating 2 red-faced demons, the other red-faced demons reacted and stared at Su Ziliang with fierce eyes. In the next moment, all the red-faced demons instantly rushed over. Roar! The red-faced demon was extremely fast. Run! Qin Ming quickly rushed over and stabbed out at the void. Battle technique, spacing out. The star meteor blade pierced through the void and pierced through the head of a red-faced demon that was leaping in midair. Su Ziliang looked at Qin Ming's disappearing arm in shock. As Qin Ming grabbed his shoulders and yanked them back, he threw the Ice Python King on his body out. Roar! The tiny Ice Python King quickly grew in size, and his 10-odd meter tall body was violently flung. King Python Gun. A thick layer of frost condensed on the Ice Python King's tail and flung it out like a lance. Bang! The giant tail flung heavily on the bodies of the red-faced demons, directly blasting away all the red-faced demons that rushed over. Ow dash! The red-faced demon hissed in pain and smashed onto the ground in a sorry state. Go! Taking this opportunity, Qin Ming grabbed Su Ziliang and retreated backwards. Su Ziliang glanced at the Ice Python in shock, then quickly fled. The Ice Python King covered the back and flung his huge tail, sending the chasing red-faced demon flying once again. Immediately afterward, Qin Ming's trio quickly jumped onto the Ice Python King and ran forward. After running for more than 10 minutes, the Ice Python King's figure quickly shrunk and led the 3 of them into a cave to hide. Roar! Outside the cave, the red-faced demon roared madly, his voice filled with anger. But fortunately, after searching for a while, they didn't find any trace of Qin Ming and the others, so they reluctantly left. They seemed to be gone. Hua Xiaofang let out a sigh of relief. With so many late third-stage foreign beasts, if they walked a little slower, they would probably be treated as dinner. Damn it, bullying us for being small. When he said this, Hua Xiaofang immediately closed the corners of his mouth, realizing that he had said the wrong thing, and that their current identity was a member of the SCP Foundation. Alright, no need to pretend. Commander-in-Chief Qin Ming. Su Ziliang indifferently looked at Qin Ming, who was wearing the Monkey King mask. At those words, Hua Xiaofang's eyes widened. You. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth rose slightly. It's really worthy of you. You really recognized it. Old Ding said that you have 2 sequence abilities, and even though you hid the one that was exposed, the Thunderbolt ability, this magic ability can't fool anyone either. Su Ziliang spoke nonchalantly, not reacting in the slightest because of Qin Ming's identity. Qin Ming raised his eyebrows. Not bad. A thorough analysis. His magician ability was indeed demonstrated in front of Old Ding. It looks like my information is no longer a secret in the SCP Foundation. Qin Ming smiled. Su Ziliang continued to speak. Dong Yen is your man, right? Speaking of this, Qin Ming instantly frowned, his expression instantly changing. His identity can be exposed, but Dong Yen can never be. Once the undercover agent is exposed, the end is only death. Don't worry, I only suspected it too and didn't expose him. This child, indeed, is different from the others. Su Ziliang had a subdued face. When the 2 talked about this, Hua Xiaobian on the side was already jaw-dropping. Their identities were hostile. How did they make it look like they were friends? Qin Ming was also silenced. He took a deep breath and spoke calmly. Hang out with me, that place isn't for you. The corner of Su Ziliang's mouth rose slightly. If I refuse, will you kill me? Well, I didn't doubt your strength. You can definitely do it. However, Qin Ming shook his head. I won't kill you. Being reborn in a new life. Asking him to kill his brother who was born and died in his previous life. He couldn't do it. Su Ziliang stood up, took off his white hand socks, and earnestly extended his hand. The SCP Foundation really wasn't the right fit for me, but I had a lot of work to do. A lot of people don't join by choice, and I'm going to free them. The deaths of his men made it hard. Those men were his inner circle. Qin Ming lifted his head and looked him in the eyes. If you keep doing it the way you're doing it, more people will be sacrificed. I can help you. As his words fell, Su Ziliang froze, understanding what Qin Ming meant. The SCP Foundation was too huge behind him. He even suspected that it was backed by official forces, and it would be hard to destroy it by himself. Those companions who followed him might also die one by one. But it's easier for me than you, isn't it? Dong Yen has the strength, but it's a long way to go to take my place. Don't worry, I'll help you take care of Dong Yen. Qin Ming extended his hand and shook Su Ziliang's. Take care of yourself, and you can contact me through Dong Yen if anything happens. No problem. Have fun working together. Su Ziliang retracted his hand, took out a wet tissue and wiped it off. Then he saw Qin Ming's furrowed brow and smiled apologetically. Sorry, occupational disease. Then he put back on a new set of white hand socks. Okay, I'm off. I'll contact you if I hear anything. Saying that, Su Ziliang inserted his pockets and walked towards the entrance of the cave, murmuring as he walked, "Why, brother is really the man who pulls all the charms. Even the commander-in-chief of the inhuman hunters pulls me in. The world can't do without brother. Heaven will not give birth to me. Su Ziliang, and the great Xiao will be like a long night for all eternity." Qin Ming, Hua Xiao Fat. Hua Xiaofang looked sideways at Qin Ming. This is the tiest doctor I've ever seen. Chapter 132, Chase and Counterattack. In the forest, Hua Xiaofang and Qin Ming spoke as they walked. "You're really going to let that guy go? Aren't you afraid of his backstabbing?" Qin Ming shook his head. He won't. There weren't many people Qin Ming could trust, and Su Ziliang counted as one. He still trusted the other man, even though he had now been reanimated. Hua Xiaofang didn't ask any more questions, and in his heart, he was a bit more curious about that tart doctor. The two proceeded to walk, feeling that they had come a long way. Along the way, they saw a number of human corpses on the ground, all killed by the alien beasts. In the deep forest, from time to time, one could still hear screams in the distance, as well as the sounds of battle. The voices became more frequent as the two went deeper and deeper into their bodies. Apparently, the poison ring is shrinking and their range is getting smaller. Strange, how come we haven't seen our own people yet? Hua Xiaofang had a puzzled look on his face. The copy is bigger than we thought. Be careful, Qin Ming said. Bang! Suddenly, an arrow shot from afar, pushing straight into Hua Xiaofang's face. Qin Ming's brows furrowed as he instantly pushed the fatty away. Boom! The arrow landed on the tree behind the two men and there was a violent explosion. Hua Xiaofat broke out in a cold sweat. Bastard! What person? Bang bang! Two more arrows were fired, and a fuse seemed to be burning on the arrow. Get out of the way! Qin Ming immediately pounced on Hua Xiaofang. There were two explosions as the arrows exploded above the two men's heads, and the loud sound nearly shattered their eardrums. Qin Ming stood up, his face filled with anger. Marred, let's see if I don't kill you guys. Then, Qin Ming rushed in the direction where the arrows had come from, poking through the tall grass, and saw a large wave of people, feared to be more than 100. As Qin Ming appeared, the enemy on the opposite side also noticed him. It's Qin Ming from Huaxia. It's really him. The crowd looked stunned. Qin Ming looked at the crowd. There were all kinds of faces, almost from every country, but Qin Ming didn't know if they were put official or if they were from some evil organization. Just then, a man with a bow and arrow stepped out and said with an apologetic face, "So you're a friend from China? I'm so sorry. We thought it was a fey beast hiding. It didn't hurt you, did it?" Then he introduced Qin Ming to the team around him. "These are friends from various countries. We're joining forces to deal with the foreign beasts. It's safer. Brother, want to join together?" The man spoke Chinese, but his mouth was full of the accent of the Sakura country. Qin Ming immediately felt that something was wrong. Mud, this guy is definitely a smiler. Qin Ming turned around and ran. These hundreds of people. It would take a while for him to kill them while standing. Watching Qin Ming run back, Hua Xiaofang is a bit confused. What's wrong? Run! Qin Ming didn't explain too much and pulled the fat man and ran. On the other side, the group reacted violently when they saw Qin Ming run away just like that. Go after them! Hundreds of people rushed out in unison with a murderous aura. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hua Xiaofang's face paled when he saw a large group of people catching up. Old Qin, what's going on here? What are these people? Bang! As he spoke, an arrow whistled. Qin Ming turned around and blocked it with a slash as he said with a gloomy expression, "I'm afraid this isn't an alliance army from various countries. They've got their eyes on us." Qin Ming still underestimated his international influence. In the trial of civilization, China had reacted correctly every time, almost monopolizing the top of the list, and all countries recognized Qin Ming's terror. Now he's feared to be the target of a global hunt, all thinking of taking his life. As long as Qin Ming died, the Chinese nation would lose all its advantages and give up its position at the top of the list. These guys, they are trying to hinder the development of China. After hearing Qin Ming's words, Hua Xiaofang was furious. Damn, and we're always giving them information. A bunch of white wolves. It's normal for the wind to destroy a wood show, but if they want to take a shot at me, they must pay the price. A murderous intent flashed across Qin Ming's eyes. As Qin Ming fled, he put down a trick formation on the ground to block the enemy. In a chase, he ran for half an hour, experiencing several sets of attacks from the foreign beasts before Qin Ming shook off his enemies. Yet they didn't give up and were still searching around. This enraged Qin Ming. Just as he was thinking about how to retaliate, there was another commotion from the front. Qin Ming and Hua Xiaofang instantly tensed up, both of them having run out of energy. But the next moment, they saw a familiar figure. It's a large group of people, led by the 167th Hong Kong Exotic Hunt Team, Captain Ho Nam, and team members Pheasant, Master Tin, gunpowder, big dummy, they're all here. Following behind them were more than 30 ice artillerymen. Qin Ming and Hua Xiaofeng's eyes lit up, and they immediately had a feeling of raising their eyebrows. At the same time, the Xiangjiang squad on the opposite side also saw them. Pheasant narrowed his eyes far away, resisting his tanged knife with a mouthful of Cantonese. Hey big guy, own friend oo. Honan flashed a smile. Call the leader. Then, Haonan hastily saluted. Fragrant River Squad 167, salute the commander-in-chief. With a clatter behind them, the 30 or so ice artillerymen saluted in unison. Hello Commander-in-Chief. Qin Ming snorted coldly. Cut the crap and come fight with me. The crowd froze, clearly not yet sure what was happening. On the side, Master Tian gently touched Haonan. Seems to be bullied. Pouncer, our boss dares to move. Brothers, go! Pheasant shouted and rushed forward. Not far behind, Chun Shan Xiang was searching for Qin Ming with hundreds of people. All be careful, they must still be around. Once you see them, just start fighting. You can't let them get away. You guys, do you think we'll be alright if we deal with Qin Ming like this? What could happen? It's not like we're in Blue Star. Take him out and who knows it was us. That's right, it's not like they know who we are. There are numerous evil forces of all kinds nowadays. Just kill them, we'll just have a reward. Brother has a point haha. The crowd was talking. The next moment, the tall grass was pressed down, and more than 30 ice artillerymen were pointing at them with chili pistols in their hands. All of a sudden, Haruyama showed when the others froze. Who are you? A burly blonde man shouted. Who? Your grandpa Hua. I'm back. Hua Xiaofeng rushed out violently. Beside him, Qin Ming walked out and looked at the crowd with a cold smile. Hit me. Seeing this, the faces of the hundreds of people on the opposite side of the room changed drastically. It's Qin Ming. Strike. Bang. 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 The ice artillery master instantly pulled the trigger, and a cold bullet shot out. The person on the opposite side of the room was hit in the body before he had time to react, and the cold ice instantly spread in his wounds. After a round of shooting, as many as half of the hundreds of people on the opposite side fell. All of them turned into ice sculptures. Some defense-class transcendents had used their defenses to block the ice-cold bullets. Sho Haruyama then ducked under one of the shields, shivering. Oh no! Oh no! Qin Ming has brought his men back to kill. Qin Ming looked at the mess in front of him, and anger surged in his heart. Don't spare a single one. As the words fell, the star meteor blade was gripped tightly in his hand, and his body quickly rushed forward. Behind them, Honan, Pheasant, Master Sky, Gunpowder, and Big Dummy Brother rushed out in unison. Chop! Chapter 133, Sweeping the Copies. Requesting golden tickets. Counterattack. Counterattack now. Seeing a large group of Chinese people rushing over, the faces of each of the opposite foreign alliance changed drastically. Boom! A magician flung out a flame ball, wanting to block Qin Ming's footsteps. Qin Ming's feet slammed into the ground as he slashed out, thunder running through the fireball. Knock! The fireball exploded in the air. The wizard's face changed and he built up his strength again. But the next moment, a flash of blade light quickly zoomed in front of his eyes. No! The magician's eyes were so wide that he couldn't even dodge in time, and his head was directly clipped off. For this kind of enemy, Qin Ming did not have the slightest bit of mercy. Sooner or later, you have to pay back what you came out with. Hit him, quickly hit him. Chun Shan Xiang pointed at Qin Ming, his voice trembling. Almost at the same time, 7 or 8 people rushed towards Qin Ming. Fiery dragon twin swords. Bear! 2 blades with fiery flames roared out, instantly splitting the 3 people in front of them. To Qin Ming's left and right, Pheasant and Master Sky flashed by. Hurricane chop, cracking chop, boom, knives flashed and dirt tumbled, accompanied by a miserable scream. The 4 were directly blasted into mid-air, blood splattering. Ha ha ha, starburst. Gunpowder flung out a few chips that landed in the thickest part of the crowd. The chips suddenly lit up with fire and exploded instantly. Wave impact. Big Dummy Brother gripped the baseball bat tightly and slammed it on the ground, a shockwave rapidly advancing forward. The 2 defense-class transcendents holding shields in front of them also attempted to block, only to be directly lifted off the ground. Honan stepped forward to reap the rewards with his twin blades in his hands, his movements sharp and crisp. When the Xiangjiang squad struck, they directly broke up the opponent's lineup and killed them. Seeing this scene, Haruyama Sho's face paled and his calves trembled. Surrender! We surrender! Immediately someone fell to their knees. Gunpowder just looked at it and threw a chip over. Knock! The smoke rose and the sounds of surrender came to an abrupt end. The Ice Artillery Division team is back there to fill in the shots. 1 shot and 1 ice sculpture at a time. In the end, the only one left in the arena was Sho Haruyama, who was shouting the loudest. Surrounded by the crowd, Haruyama Sho was forced to the edge of a tree with a look of fear on his face. Commander Qin, I was wrong. Please let me go. It was still Chinese with a Sakura accent. It's a turnip head. Master Tian frowned, his face sinking a bit more. Say, who told you to take a shot at me? Qin Ming put the knife on his neck. Haruyama Sho looked hesitant and stammered for words. Save it for another life. Qin Ming swept his blade across. He had already known who the enemy was. He just wanted to confirm it. Since the other person doesn't want to talk about it, there's no reluctance. Chief, it looks like those guys abroad are going to make a move against us, Hanan said in a deep voice. Qin Ming nodded non-committally. No country will be a friend under the interests, and they have made their attitude clear when they dared to strike against us. Of course, this is in a copy. If they were in Blue Star, they wouldn't dare be so blatant. Like these guys, you say it's a foreign official and they won't recognize it. At those words, the crowd nodded. Qin Ming waved his hand and said to the ice artillery division behind him, clean up the battlefield. The crowd understood. They had followed Qin Ming to the bear country and knew what he meant. A group of people leaned down to touch the bodies, searching for useful resources. As expected, there were quite a lot of treasures. There were magic pill materials, elixir, and even magic pill formulas. Qin Ming glanced back. They were now quite numerous. Since that was the case, there was no need to be careful. Come on, let's go straight into the depths. The crowd moved forward with great vigor, and as they advanced, Qin Ming pondered. He entered the copy this time with a goal in mind. Looking for shelter. Quantum light shield. This treasure is the key to the fourth stage of the civilization trial, so you can't afford to be without it. Otherwise, the effectiveness of his fortress program would be greatly reduced. The group walked for another 10 minutes or so before they once again encountered a new beast, a goat-headed man. There were quite a few alien beasts in this wave, presumably of the swarming category. At this moment, surrounded by the foreign beasts, there were still 20 to 30 people who were desperately resisting. What was shocking was that these goatheads could actually use weapons, and they were holding a machete in their hands. It was just that the machete looked a bit rough compared to Blue Star's long knives, like a product of a different era. Quick, break out of the siege. Fight them. The crowd, too, was a multinational mix, with Chinese among them, but no matter how much they pounded, they were held back by the goatheads. This scene was no longer a battle. It was more like a group of old cats teasing a mouse. Humans, on the other hand, are the rats of the pack. He. Ridiculous humans, how did you dare to come to the world of 10,000 races? Weak humans, you are pathetically weak. Goathead spit out human words, pulling sarcasm all over them. This angered and shamed the crowd, and just as they were despairing, a large group of people came out in the grassy shrubbery in a great huff. In an instant, the group attracted the attention of the entire room. The goat-headed human alien beasts looked sideways, revealing puzzled looks. There's another human coming. Interesting, looks like we'll get our fill today. However, the people on the other side looked at them like they were idiots, and the leading few even carried knives and were arrogant. A group of goat-headed human alien beasts were even more surprised. These guys were really arrogant. Weren't they afraid of them? Then, Qin Ming waved his hand. Do it! Click, click, click. In the next moment, more than 30 gunners raised their cold hand cannons and aimed the sheep-headed alien beasts across the street. Fight! With Qin Ming's command, the cold ice hand cannon condensed a powerful aura. Oops, get out of the way. The sheep-headed human alien beast's face changed. Boom boom boom. The guns blasted out, and a frost cannonball shot out. More than 30 people struck out in unison, and the shells covered half of the sky, instantly falling into the flock of goat-headed human alien beasts. Before they could run away, the cold shells exploded on the ground. With a bang, the cold ice whistled, and the extremely cold aura spread instantly. The nearby golem Fei was covered in frost, the frozen frost spreading all the way up to its body at its feet. What is it? Accompanied by gusts of strange shrieks, more than a dozen goat-headed human alien beasts were frozen into ice sculptures. The other nearly half of the golems dodged, but there was still frost spreading over their bodies, freezing them to the bone. Boom boom boom. Another round of shells fell, and the goat-headed alien beasts reacted this time, one dodging in terror. But there were still some unlucky guys who suffered and even had their limbs blown off directly. At the end of the two waves of attacks, the sheepshead Fei had less than a third of a point left. Kill! Immediately afterward, Qin Ming whistled out with the Xiangjiang squad, his sword flashing like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. In less than 3 minutes, all the goat-headed human alien beasts were decimated, leaving only corpses all over the place. The crowd of ice artillerymen skillfully moved up to touch the corpse. The scene left the rescued transcendents on the sidelines watching in disbelief. Gar, throats rolled in disbelief as they seemed to be in a dream world. Same transcendent, is the difference so great? Isn't this a copy? Why is it like coming in? Chapter 134, Final Round. Something's wrong. The strong goat-headed human alien beasts were wiped out in one fell swoop before they could launch a counterattack, and the other side is even more unscathed. With 0 battle losses, That's a battle record that is staggering. Where is this team from? So strong. Well, if it isn't the dean of the Huaxia Monster Academy. Soon, someone recognized Qin Ming. Although they weren't from China, Qin Ming had broadcast live globally several times, and many of them had seen him before. Commander Qin. At that moment, a man and a woman came out in the opposite group. Qin Ming looked over in surprise. Captain of Mountain City 024 Inhuman Hunter Squad. LV Changqing. Member of Mountain City 024 Inhuman Hunter Squad. Lu Xiaolan. The two gave Qin Ming a military salute. Papers. Master Sky held out his hand. He wasn't sure it was one of his own on the other side. No, not to mention he didn't recognize it. Even Qin Ming didn't recognize it. Here. Lu Changqing hurriedly took out his documents and handed them over. Master Tian took a look and it was indeed one of his own. Did you guys find anything after you came in the copy? Qin Ming's expression eased for a few moments as he said in a low voice, "Are those people over there foreign officials?" Lu Changqing saw Qin Ming's reaction and responded in the same low voice. "Some are, some aren't, but they don't seem like bad people. Chief, should we?" Pheasant made a neck-wiping motion. LV Changqing's siblings' faces changed. This was an attempt to kill and silence them? "We were just attacked by a foreign alliance," Ho Nan explained. Upon hearing this, LV Changqing immediately sank his face and did not speak again. If the people in the back were also hostile forces, he certainly wouldn't be soft. "Do they know who you two are?" Qin Ming asked. Lu Changqing nodded. "I know." Qin Ming shook his head. "Knowing your identities and not moving you, then it's probably not an enemy." There were a handful of transcendents from various countries who had entered the copy, and even if it was an official order, not everyone would comply. Most people are still clear in their minds. Nowadays the Huaxia country is in the ascendant. Offending them is looking for death. As Qin Ming swept his gaze over, he could see that these people were nodding their heads one by one to express their gratitude for saving their lives. Qin Ming didn't pay too much attention. "The two of you should just follow us. This copy trip is quickly approaching its end, and it's going to get more and more dangerous back there." The two of them, Lu Changqing, nodded in agreement. While they were talking, the battlefield had been cleaned up. Qin Ming waved his hand. "Keep going." The squad made their way deeper and deeper, leaving the crowd with a magnificent backdrop. Behind them, there were all the envious glances. "Is this the Chinese Inhuman Hunters organization? It's very domineering." "That's right. If we have such an organization in the Sakura Kingdom, we shall not walk sideways in the copies." Envious, they got a lot of good stuff just now. Along the way, Qin Ming pushed forward with his squad, encountering quite a few alien beasts in the meantime, all of which were resolved by the Ice Artillery Division squad. The efficiency of these 30 or so people in clearing monsters was horrifying to the point of being staggering. Forbidden order, long range, fierce fire. This feels like a motorized force fighting bandits with ease. After several more hours, Qin Ming's group grew bigger and bigger. From less than 40 people in the beginning, there were now hundreds of people. The official organization of Huaxia entering the copy, which is about 200 people, have now gathered as much as half. And at that moment, the poison circle was shrinking rapidly, about to gather all the humans. Ahead, there was a hill, and if the math was right, this hill was the final round. At the foot of the mountain, there was already a squad of 30 awakened who seemed to be guarding the path up the mountain, and nearby, there were as many as 200 or 300 other people, who had angry faces and were obviously blocked. Qin Ming swept around and probably understood what had happened. Obviously, it is one of the major powers, or a coalition of major powers, that is occupying the hill. And the ones out there who dared to speak out were the awakened ones from small countries, gathered in twos and threes in a non-climactic manner. Qin Ming roughly looked around. These people were all first-order transcendents, and the 30-odd people watching were all second-order, so it was no wonder they didn't dare to make a move. Rumble. At this moment, the arrival of Qin Ming and the others caught the attention of the crowd, and everyone looked over suspiciously. When Qin Ming's large group appeared, the opposite squad also instantly became nervous. "What man? Stop!" A blonde-haired, blue-eyed youth at the head of the group stepped forward and chided Qin Ming and the others. "The hill in front has been occupied by our Eagle Sauce Nation, and no one is allowed to go up the hill." Click! As soon as these words came out, the Ice Artillery Division behind Qin Ming instantly raised their guns and aimed at the golden-haired youth in unison. The youth's face changed, and his feet couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Humph, Hawk Sauce is still really bossy," Hua Xiaofat shouted in dissatisfaction. "Chinese alien hunters, are you sure you want to block it?" As soon as the voice came out, everyone present revealed a look of surprise. "It's a Chinese unit? No wonder it's so unusual. So it's them." "Yes, the one in the center is the Commander-in-Chief of the Inhuman Hunters, the Director of the Monster Academy, Qin Ming. I've seen him on TV. Humph, this is a good show. I'd like to see if these guys dare to block it." The sound of the crowd whispering reached the ears of the Eagle Jam Squad.
their faces turned ugly, and they had the feeling of riding a tiger.
Madaka! The next moment, Haonan drew his sword and pointed it at the golden-haired youth. Get out of the way, or I'll step over your corpse.
The golden-haired youth's body trembled, where he dared to block, and hurriedly stepped aside.
Chief, let's go. Pheasant took a big step forward. Qin Ming, on the other hand, frowned and looked around. Xia Mo and Lu Chang, they haven't come yet? In his estimation, these two were probably together and had gathered all the remaining Chinese alien hunters together. But why had they not arrived yet? Well, it's the final round. Will they be a step ahead of me?
Huo Xiaofang said.
Qin Ming pondered for a moment. Leave a mark.
They will naturally come up the mountain to gather with us when they arrive.
Quotes.
Qin Ming waved his hand and threw out more than a dozen playing cards.
Bang, bang, bang.
The playing cards were stuck into the trunks of the surrounding trees, so that as soon as Summer Shi arrived, she was sure to see them.
Let's go. Qin Ming didn't want to waste time here.
If the quantum light shield was on the mountain,
it would be easy for someone to get the jump on him. The brigade swept up the hill, and the Eagle Saw squad backed away, not daring to stop them in the slightest. The brigade made their way up the hill, and after 10 minutes or so of walking, it was surprisingly quiet. Qin Ming frowned. Something's not right. Why is it so quiet? On the side, Haonan also felt something was wrong. Isn't this the final round? It makes sense that the boss is right here. Why isn't there even a little movement? Could it be that there aren't many people going up the mountain?
Huo Xiaofang asked.
No, I just asked that golden hair.
The ones that came up the mountain are the allied armies of the Eagle Sauce,
Gaul Kingdom, and other great nations, numbering at least 2,000 people. Master Tian shook his head in denial. 2,000 people on a hill. Can it be that quiet?
Qin Ming felt more and more that there was a problem, and he took out a raven-like shelter, Calamity Bird, and when the Calamity Bird was taken out, it trembled violently with its beak pointing upwards.
Seeing this,
Qin Ming and the others raised their heads to look,
and when they saw the sight above them, their faces changed dramatically. Chapter 135, Misery, Mysterious Cave. What is this? In the sky, there was a body hanging. A glance down, hundreds of people, and the bodies were still shaking, obviously recently dead.
Such a frightening scene made the crowd's chills stand up.
What's happening here? Huo Xiaofang's face went pale. There doesn't seem to be any of us. To their relief,
the ones up there were all foreigners.
No familiar figures to them. No wonder we couldn't notice. It's hanging too high. Pheasant held his head up,
feeling his neck go a little sore and limp. The height of these corpses was about 20 stories high,
and without sunlight projection, it was really hard for them to notice.
Qin Ming sank his face, his gaze falling on the neck of the corpse,
and the seemingly vine-like plant that was wrapped around it. And these plants, connecting the sky-high trees on either side, plant-like creatures? As a reborn, he had seen many monsters, and apart from the normal alien beasts, there were also many plant-like creatures. This type of plant,
Qin Ming referred to it as the mutant plant.
Most of the mutant plants that invaded Blue Star possessed extreme aggression, especially towards humans. Human flesh and blood is the best nourishment for these mutant plants. Obviously, these transcendents
were sneak attacked by these strange vines, otherwise there wouldn't be even a trace of a fight to be found.
Something's not right here. Get out of here,
Qin Ming said to the crowd.
And just then, the vines overhead suddenly dropped down and swooped down on people's heads with precision. Look out!
Qin Ming shouted as a stack of playing cards appeared in his hand and flew out with force,
scattering flowers in the sky.
The playing cards were like sharp blades,
cutting off the vines. Bang, bang, bang. A group of ice cannons struck in unison, bullets and vines exploding in the air, rustling. At the same time, in the grass on both sides,
a vine strangely attacked with great speed.
They quietly bound the warrior's feet and yanked hard. Ah, old Qin, help me. All of a sudden,
more than a dozen people suffered and were yanked out of the formation by the vines.
Help! The squad was immediately in disarray.
Thunder flashed beneath Qin Ming's feet as he slashed out with a sword, and thunder light surged. Several vines were chopped off,
saving Huo Xiaofang and the two alien hunters. Big Dummy rushed forward and pulled them back. Ah!
During the rescue, a soldier was yanked away and his form slammed heavily into a tree, to which he was rapidly ascending. Asterisk. Qin Ming was about to make a move to save him,
but in the next moment, the vine unexpectedly burrowed out in his chest.
Soldier sacrificed.
Ah! Asshole! Help!
The crowd was furious, and one of them wanted to rush out.
All stand still! Qin Ming loudly scolded the crowd. He has been sacrificed. Let's go! Don't get attached. We can't stay here any longer.
Qin Ming led the way out,
looking furious.
The fighters also knew the seriousness of the matter,
and if they forced a rescue, they would probably lose more of their brothers. Things are just too weird here.
The brigade quickly charged forward,
cutting down a single vine.
After moving away from that area for hundreds of meters, those vines were still frantically chasing after them before they finally retreated reluctantly. And just as the crowd was about to relax a bit, they were once again shocked by the scene before them. Up ahead, it's full of bodies. Some lay twisted on the ground, others were nailed to tree trunks, and the stumps were shocking to the eye. The entire stretch of road was covered in dragged blood, human corpses, and a trail of vicious alien beast scratches and bite marks. Just by seeing this scene, one can already associate it with what they went through in their lifetime. It's so bleak. Commander, that's our brother. At this time, an ice artillery master pointed at a corpse on the ground and said with a trembling voice. Qin Ming's gaze looked over, and sure enough, it was a familiar face. This man has been to the Bear Country with him, and his name is Li Zhuang. Qin Ming closed his eyes deeply, his heart feeling very bad. By the looks of it, Xia Mo and the others just went up the mountain earlier than us. Huo Xiaofang said softly. Strange, hundreds of people died here, but how come there isn't even a single corpse of a foreign beast? Haonan frowned. That's right, there must be more than hundreds of people who pass through here. It's impossible that they didn't even manage to kill a single foreign beast. Master Tian also felt that it was unreasonable. Qin Ming spoke in a deep voice. The corpse of the Fey Beast was disposed of. Those cunning fellows don't want us to know what Fey Beast did this. With that, he gazed ahead. Those guys, they're waiting for us up ahead. Go, keep moving. Qin Ming walked over to the fallen soldier and gave a military salute. Sorry brother, can't take you home. Then, Qin Ming will be cremated in place. That's what soldiers do. They die in their homeland. They wrap up their bodies. It wasn't that Qin Ming didn't want to bring the bodies of the sacrificed warriors back to Blue Star, but there was still a big battle ahead and he couldn't do it. Go! The group of brothers reddened and moved on. At this point, they had already seen 2 fighters die, and the atmosphere of the crowd became heavy. Further on, the brigade finally came to the top of the hill, and ahead, there was only one cave entrance. No wonder we didn't hear any movement down there. I guess they all went into the cave. And here, Qin Ming also discovered the signal that Xia Mo had left for him. It was a hole left in the wall of the cave, and there was a gust of cold air on the small hole. The only one who could do this was Xia Mo's King Sequence ability, and next to the small hole, there were 3 more scratches. Qin Ming recognized it as Dongyan's claw marks. Apparently, this was the signal Dongyan had left for him. It seems that we are the latest to arrive, Qin Ming said to the crowd, but it was normal when you thought about it. He seemed to have landed from the outermost part of the poison ring, and it had taken him quite a while to travel all the way there. How about entering? Huo Xiaofang asked. That's a must. Qin Ming raised his hand. Get into combat mode and prepare to enter the cave. Qin Ming walked at the front and slowly entered the cave, with the ice artillery master and other long-range attack shooters following behind. The 5 members of the Hume Kong squad are in the rear. The crowd entered the cave without any problems, and before them was a huge world of mines. Directly in front of the crowd was a rickety wire bridge. Under the wire bridge, there is a 10,000-foot abyss that you can't see the end of at a glance. Beneath the abyss, wisps of cold wind poured in, sending shivers down one's spine. Such a bizarre scene made the atmosphere of the crowd a bit heavy. Why do I have the feeling of exploring an ancient tomb? Huo Xiaofang's words trembled. Qin Ming's gaze landed on the opposite side of the cliff, and there were quite a few footprints on the ground. Looks like we'll just have to go over there. I'll take some of them there first, while the others guard the cave entrance. Then, Qin Ming cautiously walked onto the wire bridge. Whoa! The sound of iron ropes crashing rang out, echoing through the cave. Qin Ming walked at the front, followed by more than 30 people, and the single person walking on the iron rope was shaky. At nearly 100 meters, the wire bridge is not a short journey. The front had been smooth until Qin Ming came to the center when they were in the middle, when the accident happened. Rumble! On the other side of the cliff, dozens of wasteland wolves suddenly rushed out. They held bows and arrows in their hands, aiming in unison at the crowd on the wire bridge. Qin Ming and the others' faces changed drastically. No good. Chapter 136, Accepting the Second Fey Beast. 6-star Wasteland Wolf. He. You guys are finally here. The leading Wasteland Wolf Fey Beast revealed a wry smile, seemingly waiting here for a long time. Release the arrows. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of Wasteland Wolves released their arrows at the same time, and the arrows came from all over the sky. Look out! Qin Ming shouted and threw out a stack of cards in his hand, colliding with the arrows. Defense! Quick defense! Behind Qin Ming, all the Transcendents had used their abilities to fend off the arrows, but they were, after all, on a wire bridge, and their movements were originally inconvenient, making it difficult for them to make an effective blockade. After a round of shooting, several people were hit with arrows. Qin Ming looked back and his face turned ugly. Asshole! In the next moment, the Little King card popped out, and Qin Ming switched Little King forms, his black tuxedo covering his body. Qin Ming's speed instantly increased as he quickly rushed along the opposite side of the wire bridge. He had to reach the opposite shore and give the soldiers a safe place to land.
That's Qin Ming, release the arrows and avenge my king,
the leading wasteland king hissed.
In an instant, all the arrows aimed at Qin Ming. Qin Ming immediately frowned. The enemy knew him? These wilderness wolves are back from the blue planet?
Qin Ming's heart was greatly shocked as he seemed to realize something. The duplicate entrance was open, and humans could travel to the world of 10,000 races through the entrance.
So couldn't the alien beasts of the blue planet come back through the entrance as well? However, the wasteland wolves were the foreign beasts that descended from the second civilization trial, and a long time had passed since then, and as far as he understood, the wasteland wolves on the blue planet had been pretty much killed. But why are there so many more in front of us? Sakura Nation.
Qin Ming reacted violently. There was only one possibility, and that was the den of thieves in Sakura country. Qin Ming knew that the Sakura Nation's top echelons had all been replaced by the thousand-faced monkey Fae, and he could tell from the final stage settlement of the trial of civilization that the Sakura Nation had the lowest number of Fae kills each time.
Then where did the beast go? It must have been raised by Kawashima.
Qin Ming's heart exploded with rage. If the batch of Fae beasts from the Sakura country had returned, perhaps everything in front of him was a trap for the Fae beasts.
Damn it! Bang! 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 In the next moment,
the arrows whistled and came straight at Qin Ming's body. With a zipping sound, electricity flowed from Qin Ming's body as the power of thunder pulsed through the starfall blade.
Battle technique, thunder destruction chop.
A sword slashed horizontally. Thunder raged, and the light of the blade cut down all the arrows. Thunderbolts flashed out from under Qin Ming's feet as his guile flash stance leapt, his speed increasing once again.
As the wasteland wolves were about to block the exit of the wire bridge,
Qin Ming flew in and slashed furiously across his sword.
Pust! The two wasteland wolves were directly shaken away by the powerful shock. Roar! The wasteland wolf let out a furious roar as it angrily charged towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming flicked his finger and a card flew out. Battletech Poker's soldier. The cards rotated in the air, shifting randomly and finally settling on the ace of spades. Immediately afterward, a handsome man in a suit jumped out of the deck with a flying knee that slammed heavily into the chest of a wasteland wolf. Bang! That wasteland wolf was instantly blown away and smashed into the wall behind it. Ace of spades. The suit thugs show up. The thug in the suit had a cigarette in one hand and a straight knife in the other, his expression indifferent with indolence. He exhaled a deep smoke ring and stormed off, gripping his straight edge. Looking at the man who had suddenly appeared, the wasteland wolf Fae beasts were obviously stunned, and then they rushed in one after another. The thug in the suit didn't care. His movements were sharp and ruthless, and his straight blade kept landing on the body of the wasteland wolf Fae beast. The poker soldier's realm was on the same level as his master's, which was the late second stage. The opposite side, the wasteland wolf, was also in the late second stage. However, the suit thug's battle power alone would have no problem blocking 5 wasteland wolves. As the two of them fought hard, more than a dozen wasteland wolves fell at once. Seeing that the situation was not right, the wasteland wolf leader immediately changed his strategy. Shoot the arrows and aim at the people on the bridge. In an instant, nearly half of the wasteland wolves changed their direction of attack and aimed at the inhuman hunters on the wire bridge. Qin Ming's face changed. Ice Python. Roar! In the next moment, the ice python on Qin Ming's shoulder leapt down, its figure rapidly enlarging. Immediately afterward, under the stunned gazes in the arena, a huge ice python made a shocking appearance. The ice python's huge body directly blocked the bridge, blocking all of the arrows that the wasteland wolves were shooting. Dang! The arrows landed on the ice python's body, resounding with clanking and crashing sounds, all of which were blocked by the ice python's scales. Ice python? How did an ice python appear here? The crowd of wasteland wolf Fae beasts revealed shocked expressions. Roar! The ice python let out a furious roar, a terrifying sound wave shaking the cave as it violently flung its huge tail, instantly sweeping down a patch of barren wolves. The ice python opened its mouth and was about to eat the barren wolf. Qin Ming's head spun. Shut up! They're still useful. The ice python seemed to understand Qin Ming's intentions and did not strike with a deadly blow. Qin Ming quickly rushed over, the Qiankuan gourd appearing in his hand, and sucked on the barren wolves that had lost their fighting power. Qin Ming found a problem. In order to take away a foreign beast, the state of this foreign beast must be out of combat or seriously injured. If it was a corpse then it wouldn't work. Facing the third-order ice python, these barren wolves had no power to resist, and with just one sweep, they all fell to the ground. There were still those who wanted to resist, so the ice python gave it another whip. Soon, Qin Ming collected all of the wasteland wolves in the field. Guard the iron rope bridge. Qin Ming instructed the ice python to cover the alien hunter squad over. Instead, his mind entered the interior of the Qiankuan gourd. Once inside, on the second altar, tied up was none other than the leader of the wasteland wolves. And on the ground, there were dozens of injured wasteland wolves. which were also bound by the chains extending from the altar. Unable to move, Qin Ming took a cursory glance, ignoring the wailing fey beasts, and walked directly to the second altar to click the fusion button. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the wasteland wolves on the ground directly exploded into a cloud of white mist, pouring onto the wasteland wolf leader on the altar. In the end, all the wasteland wolves fused successfully, leaving only one on the altar. With that, a message popped up in front of him. The wasteland wolf fey fusion is successful. Wasteland wolf, band beast, 6-star wasteland wolf, band beast. After reaching 9 stars, it can evolve into the king beast armored wasteland wolf. It actually went up to 6 stars at once. Qin Ming's gaze fell on the wasteland wolf in front of him, whose robust body had become even more developed. What was even more terrifying was that the tough skin had slowly coalesced into the appearance of armor. And if it could be promoted to king beast, it would surely grow a strong suit of armor. Roar! Suddenly, the wasteland wolf let out an angry hiss, the terrifying sound waves causing Qin Ming's eardrums to ache. It's all mine, and you're still so arrogant. The corner of Qin Ming's mouth rose slightly. Start the contract. Knock! The altar trembled violently, and a magical power surged into Qin Ming's body, quickly establishing a connection with the wasteland wolf in front of him. Whoa! The chains on the wasteland wolves were then collected. With a thud, the wasteland wolf fell to his knees. Master! Qin Ming nodded. Very good. Tell me your plans. Chapter 137, The Fae's Trickery. Requesting for votes. The wasteland wolf knew better than to tell the whole story of the Fae's plan. This time, the alien beasts that have returned in the Sakura country are in the thousands, and under the connection of the thousand-faced monkey, we have made contact with the overlord here, with the aim of targeting the human transcendence. The wasteland wolf's words made Qin Ming's heart heavy as he listened. It turns out that this is all a ruse by the Fae, who are trying to wipe out the human transcendence. Nowadays, they were located in the south of the world of 10,000 races, which was also the territory of the thousand-faced monkey clan. However, in this area, the true overlord was the Stone Gully Spider, which was an extremely powerful, forbidden beast. It could be said that the copy that humans entered this time was the territory of the Stone Gully Spider, and this cave at the moment was the Stone Gully Spider's lair. There was even worse news that right now this cave not only had the Stone Gully Spider clan, but also the Fey beasts under its command. In addition to the thousands of Fey beasts that had come from the Blue Star, these Fey beasts, most of them came from the Sakura country. From the beginning, the Thunder Iron beasts, weasels, wasteland wolves, tricky civet cats, two-headed dogs, ice pythons, and so on and so forth of the foreign beast clans, all of them were there. It was in the thousands. This horrifying amount shocked even Qin Ming. In other words, the Sakura country had given up on resisting the Fae from the very beginning, even treating the entire country as a paradise for the Fae. The original human executives of the Sakura kingdom had all been killed by the Fae beasts, and now the head of the Sakura kingdom, including all the executives who held power, had been completely replaced by the thousand-faced monkey. As a result, the present situation has been created. What a tough battle this next one will be. According to the Wasteland Wolves, more than half of the transcendents from the countries of the Blue Planet have died, and the rest are here, ahead. It was the trap laid by the beasts, and the situation of the humans, precarious. After learning of this situation, Qin Ming's complexion completely sank, while still worrying about Xia Mo and the others. In the next moment, Qin Ming's mind returned to the real world. Commander, what now? The warriors had come over. Qin Ming glanced at the several injured inhuman hunters. You guys heal your wounds here, and the rest of you will continue on with me. Go, there's no time to delay. Sensing Qin Ming's sudden change, the crowd also sensed that something was wrong, and the atmosphere became more serious. Wasteland Wolf, come out and lead the way. Qin Ming released the subdued Wasteland Wolf. The moment the Wasteland Wolves appeared, the crowd tensed up. It's okay, it's on its own now. Qin Ming didn't explain too much, and the warriors didn't ask, only that their gazes towards Qin Ming became even more worshipful. Old Qin, what happened? Hua Xiaofang asked suspiciously. Qin Ming spoke of the situation at hand, and after hearing it, everyone revealed a look of horror. What? Then won't the brothers who went in ahead of them be in bad shape? Pheasant said with wide eyes. What a cunning foreign beast. This is an outright trap. Haonan furrowed his brows, feeling the pressure surge. Qin Ming looked back. Brothers, this battle is going to be tough. All of you wake up your spirits. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. Their current battle force totaled 30 ice cannon masters, 10 healers, 5 lightning mages, and 5 earthsmiths, roughly 50 people. There were another 50 or so, of varying abilities, made up of alien hunting squads from all over the world. After Qin Ming roughly knew the abilities of the crowd, he slowly conceptualized the tactics for later in his mind. The cave was deep and seemed to go all the way underground. Immediately afterward, The view became clearer and the cave wider, and the group came to a fork in the road. The wasteland wolf leading the way stopped and turned back to Qin Ming. Master, there are ambushes on both paths. On the left is the thunder iron beast and on the right is the wasteland wolf. Which way do we go? Is it all the same at the end? Same. The caves lead in all directions, and the last ones lead to the lairs of the Stone Gulch Spider Clan. Qin Ming thought for a moment. Go to the right. I'll raise your star for you. At those words, the wasteland wolf's eyes lit up. Thank you, Master. After being subdued by Qin Ming, the wasteland wolf no longer had the camaraderie of the pack, and in addition to obedience, the only desire in its eyes was to be powerful. The wasteland wolf and the ice python knew very well in the bottom of their hearts that there were only 9 locations for the altar in the Qiankuan Gourd, and once they couldn't keep up with their masters, they would definitely be abandoned. That's not what they want. Master, there aren't many wilderness wolves here, just a few dozen. They don't pose much of a threat to us, the wilderness wolf said. Qin Ming nodded. Okay, lead the way. The team continued to move forward, while He Xiaofang and the Shangjiang squad's crowd were quite shocked when they heard their conversation. What had Commander Qin done? Not only did he subdue the wasteland wolf, but he also let it lead the way against his own pack? That's a little too strong. Soon the group slowed down and they came to a rather spacious space. The wasteland wolf raised his hand and gave Qin Ming a sign. They're just ahead. I'll draw them out. Qin Ming waved his hand in a hurry. Ice Artillery Division prepare. Stay alive. 30 ice cannon masters followed behind Qin Ming. At that moment, Wasteland Wolf stepped out and shouted to the front. Come on out. We've captured a bunch of humans alive and need help. At these words, a Wasteland Wolf stepped out in the shadows. True to form. Chief, well done. Ha ha ha. How can a mere human be a match for our Wasteland Wolf clan? This has captured several groups of humans, hasn't it? A crowd of Wasteland Wolf minions yelled excitedly and ran towards the Alpha. And right at this moment, the desolate wolf that Qin Ming had taken in suddenly tightened his grip on the axe in his hand and slashed down at one of the clansmen. Pust! Ah! Accompanied by a miserable cry, a deep gash split open on the chest of that Wasteland Wolf. This was still the desolate wolf purposely holding back, otherwise this axe would have killed it. In an instant, all the Wasteland Wolf Fey beasts froze. Chief, what are you doing? No, it's not our leader. Kill it. The dire wolf was recognized through, and the Fey charged ferociously. The corners of the desolate wolf's mouth rose slightly, and he kicked at the charging desolate wolf Fey. Bang! A terrifying force erupted, and the Wasteland Wolf Fey beast was kicked straight away, smashing heavily against the wall. The strength of the 6-star desolate wolf was even more powerful than Qin Ming had imagined. Dealing with clansmen of the same level was like abusing a vegetable, beating them without the ability to fight back. The crowd of wilderness wolves immediately panicked. Who are you? Is there such a powerful existence among the same clan? It's all stronger than their dead king. Go! At this time, Qin Ming rushed out with his team in the passageway. Humans? The faces of the crowd of Wasteland Wolf Fey beasts changed drastically, and they suddenly became furious. Bang! 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 The Ice Artillery Division began to reap the rewards, and after a wave of attacks, dozens of Wasteland Wolves turned into ice sculptures. Qin Ming collected them all and finally fused them. The desolate wolf's strength was once again boosted, and it was promoted to a 7-star forbidden beast. Not only that, even its realm had risen, breaking through from the late 2nd stage to the early 3rd stage. At this moment, the desolate wolf even changed its breath. The 2 third-ranked foreign beasts gave Qin Ming a bottom line. Go, keep moving. Wait, master, there are treasures here. Desolate Wolf stopped Qin Ming and walked towards a corner to move out a treasure chest. Chapter 138, Deep in the Cave, Densely Dense Cocoon Chrysalis. The crowd froze slightly as they watched Desolate Wolf come out holding a treasure chest. There's a catch? Clunk! Desert Wolf placed the treasure chest on the ground and smashed it with a heavy sound. What is this? The crowd showed their astonishment. Desolate Wolf opened the treasure chest, revealing what was inside, which was clearly a hilt of straight knives, and at a glance, he was afraid that there were 30 to 40 of them. That much? That's a nice-looking knife. Master Tian picked one up and examined it carefully, even comparing it to the one he had. Clang! The machete clashed with the straight blade, and the long knife that was the official standard for inhuman hunters was actually chipped a few times. It's... Master Tian's expression froze. Qin Ming received the straight blade and his eyes lit up slightly. It's really good. Although it doesn't reach the strength of the shelter, it's definitely better than Blue Star's technology. Desolate Wolf explained. This is a straight blade created by Martial Rock, which was originally Desolate Wolf's backhand. You guys still build weapons? Qin Ming looked over in surprise. The dire wolf shook his head. The Wasteland Wolf Pack doesn't build weapons, but the Dwarf Ape Clan does, and these were built by them. And, Wushu Rock, the specialty of this place. Underneath this cave is the mine of Wushu Rock. A mine? A joyous expression appeared on Qin Ming's face. Melee ability. split the knife and let's move on. When the words fell, Huo Xiaofang immediately put his hands on a handful of them. Haonan, Pheasant, Master Sky, and the rest of them had also changed their swords. For them, a good weapon could improve their combat power by quite a bit. There are also healing life sequencers in the field, and they all use swords. The weapons, so to speak, have raised the overall war effort. The party continued on. There were more diverging paths inside the cavern. Luckily with the arachnid wolves they dodged quite a few enemies. According to the desolate wolf, almost every passage was ambushed by fey beasts, and there was only one path that was clear. Even though Qin Ming and the others didn't head towards the passageway of the foreign beasts, they could smell the strong odor of blood from afar. One could imagine how serious the sacrifices of the human awakened would be on this copy trip. After nearly 20 minutes of walking, the group bent and turned and finally came to the deepest part of the cave. Qin Ming guessed that their current location was feared to be deep underground, filled with dampness everywhere. Desolation Wolf raised his hand, signaling the brigade to stop. Qin Ming was beside him, his gaze looking out towards the passageway. Outside was an incomparably spacious underground space, estimated to be the size of a soccer field, and around this space, there were many more passages, and the one Qin Ming and the others were in was only one of them. To Qin Ming's surprise, not a single foreign beast was found in the vast space. The ground, however, was covered with manhwa cocoon pupae. These cocoon chrysalises were like balls of flesh that were beating as if they were hearts. Something's not right. Why are there so many more cocoon chrysalises? Desolate Wolf frowned. Have you never seen these cocoon pupae? Qin Ming asked. Desolate Wolf shook his head. Yes, it's the chrysalis of a stone gully spider, but there aren't this many normally. Where are the humans? Isn't this already the end? Huo Xiaofang asked in disbelief. Qin Ming's face was gloomy, feeling that the situation was getting more and more wrong. You guys wait here for me, I'll go down and take a look. Qin Ming said to Huo Xiaofang's crowd. Chief, I'll join you. Haonan spoke up in a hurry. Qin Ming nodded and jumped down at the passage with the desolate wolf. Bang! The two men and the beast landed firmly on the ground. Qin Ming walked over to the nearest cocoon pupa and instantly realized that something was wrong. This cocoon chrysalis, surprisingly, had a long knife stuck in it. Inside are people. This thought immediately appeared in Qin Ming's mind. The knife wasn't stuck in the cocoon pupa. It was too long for the cocoon pupa to wrap around. Qin Ming's face sank as he drew out his star meteor blade and broke open the cocoon chrysalis with a single slash. Bang! The next moment, a man fell heavily to the ground, no longer breathing. He's dead, Honan said in a hushed voice. He looked up at Qin Ming in dismay. Chief, the cocoon pupae here. They can't all be human, right? Damn it, everyone down to the rescue. Qin Ming shouted at the passageway. Hearing the sound, Huo Xiaofang immediately led the crowd to jump down at the passageway. Open all cocoon chrysalises. Qin Ming shouted and swung his sword to break open one cocoon pupa after another. Summers, do you hear me? Land City? Wu Lu, Lei Che. Qin Ming kept swinging his sword, and a figure fell out of the cocoon chrysalis, releasing 10 people in a row. None of them were alive, which caused Qin Ming's mood to sink completely. Old Qin, there's a live one here, Huo Xiaofang shouted. Qin Ming immediately rushed over and saw a man, not expecting an old acquaintance, the head of the Bear Kingdom, the first strongest under the Iron Blood Emperor, Sotav. Commander Qin? Sotav opened his eyes in a daze and recognized Qin Ming at first glance. The next moment, Sotav immediately pointed to the far right. Commander Qin, the people of the Chinese nation are over there. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately rushed in the direction he pointed out. Qin Ming was the fastest, and after rushing over, he found a cocoon chrysalis emitting a silky chill, and a long spear tip stabbing out. Natsumi. Qin Ming's pupils shrank as he carefully broke open the cocoon chrysalis. It broke open to reveal a cold ice block. Qin Ming, is that you? The ice thumped and exploded, and Xiama just appeared in a watery manner, not suffering any injuries. Seeing that Xia Mo was fine, Qin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It was probably because Xia Mo had wrapped himself in cold ice before being bound by the cocoon pupa, leaving him unharmed. But others are not doing so well. Old City, how are you? Wake up! On the other side, Huo Xiaofang hugged Lu Chang and instantly reddened his eyes. Don't die, Old Chang, cough cough, your ing saliva flowed on my face. Lu Chang woke up with a face of despair, feeling like the sky was about to collapse. Dude, wake up, brother, we're here to save you. Soon, a nearby cocoon of chrysalises was broken open, and the Chinese alien hunters were rescued one after another. They were pale and depressed, not knowing what they had been through. Qin Ming immediately felt that something was wrong and immediately shouted to the crowd. Untie all the cocoon chrysalises and release all the people. Right now, it was obviously a trick of the fey beasts, and if they didn't save them, the human transcendents would have less and less fighting power, so that maybe all of them wouldn't be able to escape. As it turned out, After all the cocoon pupae were broken open, many awoke in time to retain his life, but there were still about 3/4 of a person who was completely lost. Soon, the transcendents from various countries woke up one after another, and when they saw that it was the soldiers from the Huaxia country that saved them, each of them thanked them gratefully. In this case, there is the country of Eagle Jam, the country of Gaul, the Empire of the Sunset, the country of the Stick. There was even someone from the SCP Foundation wearing a mask. At this time, a man wearing a black cat sheriff mask had his gaze fixed on Qin Ming. Qin Ming locked eyes with him and identified the other party as Dong Yen. However, Dong Yen was still surrounded by many people from the SCP Foundation, so he didn't reveal his identity. Qin Ming also noticed the first seat protector, Su Ziliang. The guy is tartly pulling out a carry-on mirror to clean up his messy hairstyle. At this time, Xia Mo said to Qin Ming with a grave expression, "We've been tricked. This isn't a copy at all. It's a trap for the Fae." Qin Ming frowned. "Where are the foreign beasts? Ha ha ha, Commander Qin, are you looking for me?" Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang out high in the sky, only in a passageway at the highest level. A man in a suit was looking indifferently at the crowd below. When he saw this person, Qin Ming's face immediately sank. Kawashima? Chapter 139, Kawashima's Trap. Human Crisis. That's right, the person who showed up was the head of the Sakura country, Kawashima. No, strictly speaking, it's a thousand-faced monkey in the guise of a Kawashima. The head of the Sakura country? Kawashima. What do you mean by that? General John bellowed in a deep voice from the Eagle Jam Nation's camp. Qin Ming looked over with a sideways glance. General John, an old acquaintance, counting that this was the second time he had saved his life. What made Qin Ming's face heavy was that this General John didn't recognize Kawashima's true face. The corners of Kawashima's mouth rose slightly. "Ah, it's General John. You're here too. Well, do you want to join forces to kill Qin Ming?" General John's face was a little embarrassed, not realizing that Kawashima had actually put those words on the table. Qin Ming had only just saved himself. Either way, you can't reveal your intentions now. In the next moment, General John snorted coldly. "Your Excellency Kawashima, what do you mean by this? We humans are one. How can we fight within ourselves?" Hearing this, Qin Ming's face turned completely ugly, not because General John was duplicitous, but because he actually didn't see Kawashima's true colors. Not only him, but most of the transcendents in the arena didn't see it. It was reasonable to say that the disguise of the thousand-faced monkey could not be hidden from the transcendents. Then there was only one possibility. This thousand-faced monkey had already reached the third rank. After the thousand-faced monkey reached the third stage, those weaker than it were unable to see its disguise. Damn it, the Sakura Kingdom has really fattened up this thousand-faced monkey. Qin Ming cursed angrily in a low voice, his gaze coldly looking at General John. "Idiot, he's a thousand-faced monkey in disguise." "What?" General John's face changed. "How is that possible?" Not only him, but the transcendents from the various countries in the arena revealed shocked expressions. If he's not a Fae, how could he be up there? All of this is his plan. He wants to wipe out the transcendents of Blue Star in one fell swoop. Understand? Qin Ming's voice reverberated through the cave, shocking everyone. Kawashima didn't have the intention to hide it anymore, and even revealed his true colors directly. "A bunch of stupid guys, now that you found out, it's already too late." When the crowd watched Kawashima turn into a thousand-faced monkey, they were all shocked. There's still a big difference between knowing and seeing with your own eyes. No one would have thought that the head of a country would actually be a thousand-faced monkey. At this moment, even General John's face turned ugly. "In that case, the traps we just fell into were all you're doing?" "That's right, as long as we kill all of you, Blue Star will surely suffer a heavy blow, and it will be our thousand-faced monkey clan's world next." "Ha ha ha, what? Damn it, is this all a conspiracy on your part?" The field exploded. Qin Ming had a grave expression on his face as he looked at Xia Mo beside him. What just happened? He was puzzled as to why Kawashima hadn't stepped in and just decapitated the people, since he had already captured all the human transcendents, and had asked them to come to the rescue. This is clearly unreasonable. This was supposed to be a giant spider's web, and we were caught as soon as we landed. Summers frowned, again not quite understanding. At this time, Qin Ming looked at the weakened masses before his gaze fell on the cocoon chrysalis on the ground. One by one, these cocoon pupae were regularly distributed, connected by a fleshy cord like a blood vessel. Seeing these flesh cords, Qin Ming subconsciously thought of umbilical cords. Qin Ming reached out and grabbed a pale inhuman hunter, probably understanding why they were so weak. "It's getting blood sucked out of it. Can you not be weak after losing so much blood? Where is this umbilical cord on the ground connected to?" Qin Ming pulled up an umbilical cord on the ground and yanked it violently, the umbilical cord rustling and pulling, and even went all the way up the wall. Seeing Qin Ming's actions, everyone in the room looked up in shock. Overhead, it was a vast white expanse of cobwebs, and just then, an amazing scene happened. the cobwebs surprisingly came off, revealing what the top looked like. At the top of the cave, it was actually full of cocoon pupae, and the umbilical cords on the ground, connecting. Are these cocoon pupae? In an instant, everyone's cold hairs stood on end as they realized where the blood they had been sucked out of had gone. It was all nourishing these cocoon chrysalises. In the next moment, Qin Ming reacted violently. Not good. Retreat. Run. The transcendents from the various countries immediately panicked and rushed towards the cave entrance. But just then, one foreign beast after another appeared at the mouth of the cave. Among these beasts, there was the Thunder Iron Beast numbered 001, the 002,000-faced monkey, the 003 weasel, the 005 wasteland wolf. All the alien beasts that had appeared in the blue planet appeared in it. At this, the crowd understood what had happened. These beasts, all of them, came over at Blue Star, and in the entire Blue Star, the only one that could harbor so many foreign beasts was the Sakura Kingdom. General John of the Hawksbane Kingdom looked at Kawashima angrily. Damn it, I'll go back and surely flatten the Sakura Kingdom. Ha ha ha, you guys don't have a chance. Kawashima laughed recklessly. Kill them. Roar. In an instant, the alien beasts in the various cave entrances frantically jumped down and launched a devastating attack on the human transcendents. Fight! Fight! The scene was chaotic as a great battle was set off in the middle of the field. Meanwhile, the blue planet was making huge waves. The voice of the Black Hand was heard around the globe and caused a worldwide sensation. Civilizations, Global Replica is nearing the end of its run and will soon be live. At the sound of this voice, the officials of the countries immediately moved to action, and all of them were tense with anticipation. They all wanted their country's transcendence to do well in the replica. Let's get started and see how our heroes from Eagle Jam Nation are going to kill it big time. Bull ********. We're the strongest in Bear Country. Under the Stick Country, all are ants. When the Elephant Kingdom comes out, who will compete? The internet has created a heat wave, with netizens from various countries shouting. Just then, the Black Hand hacked into all of Blue Star's electronic screens, whether it was a cell phone, a computer, a TV, or a big screen on the street. They all switched their images to show a scene from inside the cave. However, when the image appeared, the people of the world were instantly dumbfounded as they watched the transcendents from various countries being surrounded by the alien beasts. This isn't what it looks like, is it? What's going on? Also, why only this many people? There are quite a lot of people from various countries entering the replica. At this moment, the human transcendents were falling into a downward spiral, and a smart person could see at a glance that the human side was caught in a trap. In their vision, the cave was actually a deep pit, and the alien beasts were looking down on the human transcendents from high above, besieging them. In the scene, the killing was constant, and the alien beasts were tearing apart the bodies of the transcendents. The scene was extremely bloody. Immediately afterward, the camera pans to the top of the cave. Under the world's horrified gazes, the cocoon chrysalises were torn apart by the tentacles one after another, and a head of frightening-looking spider beasts broke out of the cocoon. The spider fae was right on top of the human transcendent's head, its eyes glowing red and its mouth dripping with sticky saliva, as if it was starving to death. The next moment, under the hissing of countless people in terror, the spider alien beasts pounced down. Chapter 140, Aggressive Battle. Stone Gully Spider King appears. Look out, the fae on your head is falling off. Do something. Damn it, we can't escape. The scene was a mess of hissing and shouting. Ah, help me, help. The Stone Gully spiders fell high in the sky, pouncing directly on the human transcendent's head and opening their mouths to tear at it. The barbed spider legs, like jagged teeth, slashed across the human's neck, and the throat instantly broke open, splattering blood. The scene was extremely bloody, and screams continued to ring out. There were quite a number of transcendents in the field, estimated to be more than 1,000. But in this chaotic situation, they simply couldn't utilize their true combat power. This tragic scene, complete with a live broadcast out on Blue Star, was instantly followed by deathly silence across the globe. The people of all nations were expecting their own transcendentals to make a splash, and instead they were treated to this scene. A sense of despair set in. Officials from various countries were also surprisingly silent, all speechless. The transcendents who entered the replica this time were almost all the official elites of each country, and there were quite a few of them. It is conceivable that the future of nations can be cut short if all these fighters die in the copies. On the battlefield, the fight continued, and despite being surrounded by the alien beasts, the transcendents from various countries were still desperately fending them off. Boss, this is not the way to go on, Haonan shouted at Qin Ming. Qin Ming gazed at the passageway from which he had come. Kill out. All ice artillerymen gather. Lightning mages hold formation. Healing sequence as well as all melee sequence front row protection. As Qin Ming gave the order, all the alien hunters immediately responded. Roger that. First, there were the lightning mage abilities.
they were the most brittle, and the casting of the spells had a huge forward swing, so if they weren't protected there was no difference between sending them to the kitchen. But the attack is even more powerful than the ice gunner if you can get them to output safely. The xenomorph hunter warriors were all the kings of soldiers selected from the Chinese army. Whether it was discipline or execution, it was all first class. In just a few moments of work, nearly 20 thunder spellcasters were gathered in the center, and in a further outer circle were more than 40 ice cannoneers. As for the outermost part of the formation, there were Qin Ming, Xia Mo, and the Xiangjiang squad, the melee sequence abilities. After the formation was set up, Qin Ming threw out the Ice Python King on his shoulder. Ice Python, make a path and close in on the wall. Roar, accompanied by an angry hiss. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a huge ice python made its domineering appearance. A late third stage Ice Python King possessed an absolute shocking power on the battlefield. The Ice Python King didn't show any mercy and directly unleashed his battle technique as soon as he appeared. King Python Gun. There was a loud boom. The Ice Python King's huge tail was covered in thick frost, like a thick lance that swept across the land. Boom boom boom, a tail swept out, instantly clearing a large area, with countless deaths and injuries of foreign beasts. What's going on here? Above the passageway, Kawashima watched the scene and snapped his eyes wide open. This is an ice python? How could an ice python help a human? It really didn't understand how the ice python was on the side of the humans and seemed to follow Qin Ming's orders. Kawashima's face turned ugly as he shouted at the Fei. Surround the Chinese soldiers and kill Qin Ming. Roar! With Kawashima's order, the many alien beasts turned their heads violently and madly rushed towards the Chinese camp. Bang! At this moment, a figure leapt high into the air, gripping a giant axe with both hands and slashing down at the army of foreign beasts. Knock! The giant axe smashed hard on the ground, setting off a rolling energy aftermath that shook a piece of foreign beasts away. The wasteland wolf gripped his giant axe tightly. His breath was tyrannical, and the lines of armor were faintly emerging on his body. It was truly worthy of being a 7-star wasteland wolf. Its fighting strength was not comparable to that of an ordinary fey beast. With the cooperation of the ice python and the desolate wolves, a path was hardened and torn open for the Huaxia team, and the crowd fought against the wall, facing much fewer foreign beasts. Ice Artillery Division. Fire suppression. Qin Ming shouted. Knock! 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 Dozens of ice artillery masters raised their ice hand cannons and blasted out a barrage of frost cannonballs, blasting the charging beasts into ice sculptures and blowing them up in all directions. Thunder Mage. Kill me! Another roar. The Thunder Mage deep inside the protective circle had already finished storing up his energy and was holding 2 watermelon-sized thunderballs in his hands. Boom boom boom. Thunderballs bombarded, sending a foreign beast tumbling. Such a scene directly shocked the transcendence of other countries. Fuck! How are the Chinese people so fierce? General John's eyes flickered as he watched the men around him fall one by one, and immediately had an idea. Eagle Sauce Nation fighters on command leaned toward the Chinese nation. Quickly, the Eagle Jam Nation transcendents didn't hesitate and immediately charged towards the Chinese formation. And even earlier than them, it was Bear Country. Sodev shouted at Qin Ming from afar. Commander Qin, save us. At this time, there were only 60 to 70 people left in the Bear Country, and they were deadlocked in the middle of the foreign beasts, unable to break through at all. Qin Ming followed the sound and immediately shouted, Bear Country direction. Su Jin pop up. Hit me. As the voice fell, all the ice cannon masters and lightning mages turned their direction in unison, aiming at the Bear Country soldiers. Fight! Boom boom boom. The shells fell in pieces, emptying the beasts in front of them and tearing a path through. Sotav looked ecstatic. Quickly, retreat and converge on Huaxia. The Bear Country crowd escaped without incident and joined the Chinese formation. They guarded the outermost perimeter, fending off the onslaught of the beasts. While still dangerous, this is a much more comfortable situation than before. Seeing the soldiers of the Bear Country escaping successfully, the eyes of the transcendents of the other countries lit up. Commander Qin, save us. Commander Qin, we are a diplomatic country. Please help us. Heroes of China, requesting your support. Transcendents from all countries cried out. Instead, Qin Ming's gaze fell on Su Ziliang. On the side of the SCP Foundation, there are hundreds of people. Dong Yen was right beside Su Ziliang, and he saw Qin Ming's gaze. Lord First Seat, what do we do? Su Ziliang looked at Qin Ming and exchanged a glance with him. Let's go over there as well. Dong Yen froze. Can I? There's no such thing as impossible. Take off the mask. We're all Chinese. Listen everyone, take off your masks and close in on our troops. Su Ziliang shouted loudly and was the first to rush towards Qin Ming's side. He wasn't wearing a mask in the first place, so he was afraid of a hammer. The others hesitated. They knew very well what they had done. Approaching the Chinese formation at this time was forcing them to surrender. Once the masks are removed, even if they survive, they'll end up having to turn themselves in. Dong Yen hesitated and shouted back.
If you don't want to die, obey. With that, he took off his mask as well. Seeing this, hundreds of people took off their masks, revealing a Chinese face. Su Ziliang raised his hand high and yelled, "We are Chinese, the army has come to save us." Great! Seeing this, the corners of Hua Xiaofang's mouth twitched. What is this tart doing? The corner of Qin Ming's mouth rose slightly. He's saving people. When Qin Ming saw that these SCP Foundation members were all Chinese, he understood what had happened. This was definitely Su Ziliang's doing, and other than the Chinese, the members of the other countries were probably already dead by him, and for the rest of them, Su Ziliang was going to give them a chance to reform themselves. This guy also has good intentions. Qin Ming knew that he hadn't misjudged anyone and waved his hand. Help! Artillery coverage! Ice Python! Desolate Wolf! Clear the way! Roar! The two beasts rushed out madly, crashing straight towards Su Ziliang and Dongyan, tearing a bloody path. Asterisk. Above the passageway. Seeing that Qin Ming was actually able to stabilize his position, Kawashima was furious to the extreme. This guy really can't stay. You have to die. Immediately afterward, Kawashima yelled in the direction of a passageway. It's your turn. Bang! As the words fell, a 3-meter-tall giant spider rushed out in the passageway, hanging upside down from the wall, its densely packed eyes glowing red and exuding an aura of brutality. Seeing this foreign beast, Qin Ming's pupils suddenly shrunk. Stone Gulch Spider King. Chapter 141, Silent Cooperation. Kill the Boss. As the Stone Gully Spider King made his appearance, the atmosphere in the arena instantly froze, and everyone looked at the behemoth with a grave expression, feeling its terrifying sense of oppression. Run! It's a late third-stage foreign beast. Run! A transcendent from the Stick Country was closest to the Stone Gully Spider King, and at this moment, he scattered his legs and ran. In the next moment, the Stone Gully Spider King's gaze turned towards him, and his mouth wriggled as he violently spat out a mouthful of spider silk. Pust! The spider web pressed the man to the ground in death, and the spider web was also extremely corrosive, melting the clothes on the man's body at once. Ah! The man from the Stick Country let out a mournful hiss, and in less than 5 seconds, his entire body turned into a puddle of thick liquid. Seeing this scene, everyone's face instantly paled. This Stone Gully Spider King was so terrifying. The crowd became even more fearful. Charge! Charge toward China! Transcendents from various countries desperately rushed out of the siege, with all sorts of abilities blooming everywhere. Qin Ming's face didn't look too good either, because that Stone Gully Spider King had set his sights on them. Ice Python, over to you! Qin Ming shouted. Roar! The Ice Python let out a roar, and its huge figure rampaged through the group of foreign beasts, heading straight for the Stone Gully Spider King. The Stone Gully Spider King's eyes glowed red, and with a poof, he spat out a huge spider web. The Ice Python couldn't dodge at all, and its huge body was confined to the wall. The green venom on the spider web was still crazily corroding the Ice Python's body. Luckily the Ice Python's scales were also extremely strong in defense, and the outside was covered with a layer of frost, which didn't suffer too much damage. However, the Ice Python was not in a good state at the moment, and it realized that the spider web was very tough, and it could not break free for a while. Not good, Qin Ming shouted in a hurry. Earth Smith, build a defense in place. Yes. In an instant, the 5 earthen craftsmen rushed to the forefront, their large hands pressing violently on the ground. Earth wall, rise, rumble. In an instant, several high walls rose up and surrounded the crowd. The moment the earthen wall was built, the outside shook violently. Bang, bang, bang. The Stone Gully Spider King's spiderweb came blasting just in time and was blocked by the earth wall. After only a few attacks, the earth wall shook violently, and a crack spread rapidly, frightening several earth craftsmen into repairing it in a hurry. This is not the way, Lu Chang said in a deep voice. Qin Ming nodded. Xia Mo. Let's go out and kill that Stone Gully Spider King. If I'm not wrong, the final boss of this copy is it? Yes. Without hesitation, Xia Mo tightened his grip on his lance and prepared to move out. At this moment, Su Ziliang and Dongyan, who were not far away, also looked over. The meaning was clear. They wanted to help together. Qin Ming nodded slightly. Kill. In the next moment, the earthen wall cracked open an opening, and Qin Ming rushed out with his sword. But immediately afterward, a sinister shadow instantly crossed over him, and the gun came out like a dragon, with a cold and icy meaning sweeping through. With a hole in one shot, a spider alien beast was pierced through its body and died on the spot. Xia Mo was still blocking in front of Qin Ming as usual, although Xia Mo was at the early second stage. With his King Sequence 003 strength, he fought ferociously. With a single sweep of the gun, the alien beast's body exploded like ice slag. Behind Qin Ming, Lu Chang also rushed out, holding the sheltering object, double blade axe, in his hand. He opened wide and tore apart a two-headed dog with a single axe.
Qin Ming was just about to make his move when another figure rushed out.
Dong Yen assumed a half-beast form.
His hands and feet were animalistic, his claws were porous and powerful, and his legs possessed terrifying explosive power and were extremely fast. Dong Yen intentionally or unintentionally blocked in front of Qin Ming, tearing a path for him. Qin Ming smiled helplessly.
Dong Yen was still very professional. He probably didn't know that Su Ziliang had already recognized his identity as an undercover agent. Scalpel dissection.
Su Ziliang cupped the scalpel in one hand, his body flashed through the foreign beasts, and wherever he passed,
the limbs of the foreign beasts flew up. He's very strong, Dong Yen said softly to Qin Ming.
He already knows about your identity as an undercover agent, and there's a high probability that he'll become our partner.
Qin Ming responded in a low voice. Dong Yen was both surprised and amazed. He's nice. From now on,
the two of you will be in charge of this dark line of the SCP Foundation.
With that said,
Qin Ming's body rushed out, his star meteor blade whistling out, slashing a ferret to death with a single slash.
Desolate wolf, save the ice python out. Yes, the dire wolf raised his axe and quickly went out towards the ice python. Roar! At this moment,
a large swath of foreign beasts rushed madly ahead. A light flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as a dice appeared in his hand. Shelter, parallel dice.
Facing so many foreign beasts,
the best way was to disrupt them. Qin Ming violently flipped his hand over, and the parallel dice bloomed with a light. A shocking scene occurred. The foreign beasts in front of Qin Ming all flipped over. Space was reversed, and gravity was out of balance. The whole space flipped. Roar! The beast hissed, its body dropping upwards, while the king of the Stone Gully spiders flipped over its head to the ground. Waiting for it was Qin Ming's Thunder Starfall blade. Boom! Qin Ming slashed out with his sword, the terrifying energy instantly tearing apart and ruthlessly cleaving at the top of the Stone Gully Spider King's head. Clang! However, what Qin Ming did not expect was that the blade seemed to chop on a rock, shocking the tiger's mouth with pain. What a strong defense! And this slash completely enraged the Stone Gully Spider King, whose mouth wriggled as if it was about to spit out a spider web. Qin Ming's face changed slightly. Buzz! In the next moment, a chill surged beside him. Iced the world. Xia Mo stabbed out with his gun and accurately inserted it into the mouth of the Stone Gully Spider King. Click, click, click. The cold ice spread instantly, freezing the Stone Gully Spider King's mouth. The cobwebs that were just about to be spit out hardened in his mouth. Great job! Asterisk 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 eat my axe. Lu Cheng flew up, holding the axe with both hands. The axe blossomed with red aura and fell heavily. Seeing this, the Stone Gully Spider King immediately reacted, and his body unexpectedly petrified rapidly. Clang! Lu Cheng slashed his axe at the Rocky Spider King and was directly bounced off by the recoil. The Stone Gully Spider King cancelled his petrification and let out a sharp hiss as his front legs plunged into the ground. Boom! A huge rock was lifted up by it and smashed heavily into Lu Cheng. Taking this opportunity, Dong Yen quickly rushed forward and clasped one of the Spider King's front legs with both hands, making a naked strangle maneuver. Click! The Stone Gully Spider King's front legs were directly snapped off. The Spider King let out a hiss of air in pain, and his body stumbled. Immediately after, it saw another figure rushing in. The Spider King immediately reacted and entered the petrified state once again. Su Ziliang laughed contemptuously. Under my blade, nothing can be cut. Scalpel dismemberment. Su Ziliang pinched the scalpel with 3 fingers and slashed out. In an instant, the Spider King's petrification didn't do the slightest bit of good, and the other front leg flew out. The Stone Gully Spider King's petrification effect was instantly broken, and his head slammed heavily on the ground. Qin Ming's figure flashed and appeared in front of him. High-risk battle technique Thunder Inquisitor. Boom! Thunder surged from Qin Ming's body, and the star meteor blade was filled with terrifying lightning as it slashed down. Knock! This blade directly split the Stone Gully Spider King's head in half. The Stone Gully Spider King struggled violently twice and completely collapsed on the ground without breath. In an instant, the entire room was dead silent, and the transcendents from all countries were stunned. The copy passed? Chapter 142, A Shocking Reversal. The Real Conspiracy. As the Stone Gully Spider King fell, all the little spiders let out their cries of sorrow, and the entire cave roared. At this moment, the transcendents from various countries, as well as the people of the Blue Star who were watching the live broadcast, were all wide-eyed and dumbfounded. I thought it was a dead heat, but I didn't expect it to be broken. From the time Qin Ming started fighting to the end, the process took no more than 3 minutes, and a late third-stage foreign beast was so silently decimated. Good. So strong. Is this the strength of the first person of the Blue Star? It's not just Qin Ming, the people around him are all very strong. The audience on the scene or those watching the live broadcast on Blue Star were talking about it, especially the transcendents at the scene. They might have seen Qin Ming's battle video many times, but now that they had seen it with their own eyes, there were still people who felt shocked. Late third stage foreign beasts. Ah,
To them they were invincible existences, but they were decimated all the same. Are we being saved? The copy boss has been killed, so we should go back, right? The transcendents of the various countries spoke afterward. They had forgotten about their mission and only had the joy of the aftermath. Qin Ming looked at the corpse of the Stone Gully Spider King on the ground and felt a pang of pity. Quantum Light Shield didn't pop out? The Martial Rock didn't have a chance to be mined either. The copy had been cleared, and the next step was to go back to their own homes. There was no time to explore anything else. Qin Ming had some pity in his heart. Rumble. And just then, the corpse of the Stone Gully Spider collapsed and rolled down like a stone. When Qin Ming took a look, these stones were actually all martial rocks, a piece roughly the size of a palm, which would be enough to build a straight blade, and with a body as huge as the Stone Gully Spider King's. The stones that shattered out were feared to be as many as 200 or 300. There are gains to be made. Qin Ming's eyes lit up as he took out his Qian Koan gourd and collected all these martial rocks. This action was a sight to behold for the transcendents from various countries, but they knew very well that they were not capable of competing for Qin Ming's at all. If you didn't want to die, it was best not to mess with Qin Ming. After collecting all the martial rocks, there seemed to be no other loot. At this moment, Qin Ming looked up at Kawashima in the passageway above. Kawashima, just wait, you won't get away with this. When these words came out, the people in the arena looked at Kawashima angrily. Damn thousand-faced monkeys. When we go back, we will definitely flatten the Sakura Kingdom. How dare you shade us? You'll pay for it. General John of the Eagle Sauce Country is the most angry. This time the Eagle Sauce is a heavy loss. The battle loss is more than 50%. If not in the end the Chinese country to save the day, it is estimated that they have to be planted here. At this moment, the Blue Star people watching the live broadcast were all dumbfounded. No, isn't that the head of the Sakura Kingdom? He's a thousand-faced monkey beast? Oh my god, the head of our Sakura Kingdom is a fae? What about the other top brass? No wonder our Cherry Blossom country doesn't kill many foreign beasts every time we have a civilization trial. It can't be that they are all being raised by these foreign beasts, right? The world exploded, especially the people of the Sakura country itself, and straight away, they broke their defenses. It was a fine thought that the head of a country had already been replaced by a foreign beast, and they were still foolish enough to serve the foreign beast. You can imagine how chaotic the Sakura country is at the moment. It's fine for now, but when Kawashima goes back, the end of Sakura Nation will really come. Since Kawashima had dared to reveal its identity, it had a way to deal with it, and foreign beasts like the thousand-faced monkey were the most cunning. In the cave, Kawashima listened to the angry curses of the crowd, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, his expression tinged with disdain. He, you guys think this is the end? Do you really think this is the end of my carefully planned master plan? Kawashima laughed wantonly, his expression tinged with scorn. Seeing this, everyone in the room froze, including Qin Ming. He also felt a sense of uneasy foreboding welling up in his heart. The next moment, Black Hand's voice sounded overhead. Heroes from all countries. The final winner of this copy is Chinese civilization. The top reward will be issued later, and the rest of the countries will be rewarded according to their scores. Thank you for your participation. The replica passageway has been opened, and the heroes of all nations may follow it back to the blue planet. Warm tip, please don't let the beasts follow. As Black Hand's voice rang out, the faces of everyone at the scene changed. They understand what Kawashima's final resort is. I'm going to you warm and fuzzy. Lu Cheng directly cursed. Qin Ming frowned and immediately bellowed. Everyone, get into combat mode. Transcendents from other countries also reacted. Assemble. The battle is not over. Come on. The scene was a mess. Immediately afterward, in front of the teams from various countries, a void channel tore open, emitting a ghostly aura. The return channel is open, and at this time, the numerous passage entrances of the cave also resounded with booming sounds. Rumble. It was the sound of an army of Fae running. The Fae were charging in all directions. Enter the void passage at speed and withdraw to the blue star. Qin Ming hurriedly shouted. Hundreds of people poured into the void channel in an orderly manner. Roar! And just as they retreated, the alien beasts in the cave suddenly charged ferociously. Their goal, too, is the void passage. These alien beasts are going to follow the humans back to the blue planet. Roar! At the same time, the foreign beasts in the various passages rushed out. The most ferocious of all was the red-faced demon. When Qin Ming and Hua Xiaofeng saw the red-faced demon, their faces changed. Retreat! We can't hold them back. Retreat! Qin Ming gripped the star meteor blade tightly and blocked the front of the void passage, killing one foreign beast after another and delaying time for the soldiers. Beside him, the Ice Python and Desolate Wolf did their best to protect Qin Ming. The Great War broke out again. In the topmost passageway, Kawashima teasingly looked at Qin Ming below. Still your biggest threat? Looks like I'll have to get you first. Immediately afterward, Kawashima once again transformed into a thousand-faced monkey and sent out a burst of brainwaves at the army of alien beasts below. Buzzing. Invisible spiritual power was spreading. Those foreign beasts seemed to have been summoned by something, and they actually rushed one by one along with the Huaxia camp. In an instant, a large portion of the foreign beasts frantically killed Qin Ming, not only those on the scene, but also those that came one after another. The foreign beasts were dense and continuous. Qin Ming's face completely sank. This damn Kawashima. It finally fell for its scheme. Qin Ming, it's impossible to block. Retreat first, Su Ziliang shouted. At the end of the retreat, only Qin Ming, Xia Mo, and Lu Chang were left. Qin Ming glanced back to make sure all the warriors had withdrawn. Go! In the end, all of them rushed into the void passage and returned to Huaxia. However, after they all left, the void passage did not close. Without a blockade, these beasts madly poured into the passage belonging to the Chinese country, densely packed, swarming. Almost 90% of the alien beasts in the cave were heading towards China, with only a tiny portion scattered to chase after other countries. The live broadcast was still continuing, and at this time, the people of China were all dumbfounded as they watched the scene. In an instant, the hub of Shangjing, the Monster Academy, and the Inhuman Hunters organization were all agitated. An order came down from the center to every place. Air raid sirens sounded across the country as soldiers from all major military districts assembled in an emergency. Urgent notice. The whole country enters a state of first-degree war readiness. Watch out for the exit of the void passage, and report it as soon as it's discovered. Urgent notice. The whole country enters a state of first-degree war readiness. Watch out for the exit of the void passage, and report it as soon as it's discovered. Prepare to receive our transcendentals. Attention all units. Attention all units. Prepare to receive our transcendentals. Attention all units. Attention all units. Chapter 143, The Fey Army arrives. Woo, woo. The sound of air raid sirens resounded throughout China, and everyone's mood was tense. Through the live broadcast, it could be seen that the foreign beasts that followed the void passage were feared to be in the thousands. This is an absolute disaster for Huaxia, an unprecedented disaster. Thousands of foreign beasts. This was the largest number of foreign beasts that had descended since the start of the trial of civilization. At this moment, the whole country's military mobilized, especially the Inhuman Hunters organization, which was in full force, and it was imperative to determine the exact location where the void passage returned. But who could have predicted that? The only possible person who was being chased by the foreign beasts was Qin Ming. Amidst the nation's tense atmosphere, a void passage suddenly appeared in southern China. The void passage emanated a rich energy and was dark. The next moment, a man rushed out inside. This person was none other than Qin Ming. The first time Qin Ming surveyed his surroundings, he jerked his head up and looked at a high earthen wall. This place is familiar. It was the outskirts of Jiangnan City, and this side of the earthen wall was the first city wall that Qin Ming and the old craftsman had built. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. This landing spot was definitely a blessing in misfortune. With this wall, they would have the capital to fight the alien beasts to the death. And Qin Ming's appearance immediately caught the attention of the warriors on the city walls. There seems to be someone over there. Could that be a void passage? The pupils of the two warriors suddenly shrunk. Quickly, notify the officer that a void passage has appeared in Jiangnan. The two had just exclaimed out in shock. And in the next moment, Qin Ming's voice came from the headset. I'm Qin Ming. I'm back. Prepare to fight. At this moment, Jiangnan City's Tongtian Tower, the Monster Academy, the Shangjing Hub, the Inhuman Hunters organization, and all departments heard this voice at the same time. In the Monster Academy's control room, Long Xiaogua fiercely stood up and shouted into the microphone. All troops, listen to the order. Locate Commander Qin's coordinates, and the soldiers of all military districts will immediately move out. Bizarro Hunters organization, come here immediately if you can. After giving the order, Long Xiaogua immediately went out with all the Monster Academy's alien hunters. At this time, the live broadcast of Black Hand still hadn't ended, and the camera returned to Blue Star along with Qin Ming. China's entire country watched this scene, and their moods were suddenly tense. Back! Commander Qin is back! What is this place? Locate the coordinates. At the moment, the whole country is watching. After Qin Ming rushed out, the other xenomorph hunters also rushed out of the passageway, followed closely by the SCP Foundation members led by Su Ziliang. Nearly 200 people surrounded the void channel behind them, and all of them looked at the channel that did not disappear for a long time with gloomy faces. Commander, the void passage has not disappeared, Lu Chang shouted. Qin Ming fiercely drew his sword. Everyone listen to the order, prepare for battle, cut down the foreign beasts here, never let them enter the city. Yes, all the alien hunters reorganized their formation, with the warriors in the front on defense and the lightning mages and ice cannons standing in the back row. Su Ziliang turned around expansively. looked at the crowd of dazed SCP Foundation members, and said in a deep voice, "Those who still want to go back alive to see their families, prepare to fight. Even if we die on the land of China. After this battle, I'll clear your names." The last sentence made all the Foundation members' eyes light up and their battle spirit boil over. Most of them were forced or had no intention of joining the SCP Foundation and would certainly be willing to fight for their country if given the chance. War! War! The crowd cried out in unison. Buzz off. Meanwhile, high above the city walls, 5 helicopter gunships flew up with loaded guns, creating a great noise in the sky. "Commander Qin, General Long is asking you to withdraw to the city." A middle-aged voice rang out over the headphones. Qin Ming snapped his head back to look, only to see a middle-aged man standing on the high city wall. This person was none other than Major General Su Xiao. Qin Ming responded, "Tell the Dragon General that we can't withdraw. All warriors, prepare for battle." Immediately afterward, under the global live broadcast, Qin Ming led the warriors outside the city to take a good stance against the enemy. Roar! Accompanied by a hiss of a foreign beast, the void passage trembled violently. Rumble! The earth felt like it was trembling. Bird of Prey 1 prepare to fire. Bird of Prey 2 ready to fire. Bird of Prey 3 prepare to fire. High above, the helicopter gunships are ready to attack. Fire! Knock knock! Cannonballs whistled out, rolling up long dragons of white smoke and blasting into the void passage. Roar! A red-faced demon was about to rush out of the passageway when it ran headlong into a cannonball. Boom! Smoke rolled up and fire raged. In an instant, the void passage was filled with fire and light, and explosions rang out continuously. The war is on. At this moment, not only China, but people all over the world were watching this live broadcast. There was no other reason for this, because almost all of the alien beasts were running towards Huaxia. One by one, the people of Huaxia watched the live broadcast, their hearts feeling like they were being pinched hard by large hands, tense to the extreme. Killed? Such terrifying artillery fire should be able to kill the alien beasts, right? Don't come out. Don't come out. The nation stood in front of their television sets, hands clasped in prayer, mouths constantly murmuring. However, a roar of a foreign beast tore apart everyone's illusions. Roar! Under everyone's shocked gazes, a 3 to 4 meter tall red-faced demon rushed out in the passageway. It roared up to the sky, its gaze angry at the helicopter gunships in the sky. In the next moment, its limbs flexed and it jumped like a cannonball towards the helicopter high in the sky. The shortest helicopter was only 30 to 40 meters in midair, and the machine gunner was about to fire. But he didn't expect the alien beast to be able to jump so high. No good. Pull up. It's too late. Knock. The red-faced demon lunged at the helicopter, smashing the windshield with a claw and plunging its claws into the pilot's heart. The helicopter gunship instantly lost control and plummeted in midair. Finally, the helicopter smashed into the ground with the red-faced demon, setting off an intense explosion and fire that shot up into the sky. To everyone's shock, the red-faced demon walked out of the fire unharmed. It looked at the human in front of it, and the corner of its mouth lifted up into an evil smile. GGG, delicious human. Roar! Immediately afterward, a foreign beast rushed out in the passageway. They vied with each other in surging, like evil spirits descending, and it was chilling. In just a few moments of effort, the passageway had rushed out more than 1,000 foreign beasts. The armed helicopters in the sky were preparing to launch a second round of attacks, but in the next moment, the 1,000-faced monkeys in the group of alien beasts had already drawn their longbows. Bang! 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 The arrows shot out with great speed. Duck! Helicopter pilots have yelled, but they still underestimated the speed of the alien beast's arrows, which were comparable to bullets and could not be dodged at all. Knock! Knock! The helicopter was covered in arrows. The pilots all suffered, and the helicopter crashed out of control, exploding in a trail of fire on the ground. At this moment, the Chinese people watching the live broadcast all froze, looking angry and powerless. Qin Ming clenched his fists and hissed angrily, "All troops, on command, kill for me." Chapter 144, The Shocking Chinese Soldiers Who Served Before and After. Kill! Boom boom boom! The ice cannon master was the first to launch an attack. A piece of ice cannons fell high in the sky and exploded in the group of alien beasts. Ice slag splattered in all directions, and anyone covered in frost was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Thunder Mage, throw a thunderball. Rumble! In the sky, a ball of lightning light whistled out, blasting with a strong aura. The army of alien beasts was blown to pieces. Although the attack of the alien hunters was fierce, there were simply too many alien beasts for the attack to cover, and at this moment, there were still alien beasts pouring out of the passage. At this moment, the number of foreign beasts had already exceeded as many as 2,000, while on Qin Ming's side, there were only a little more than 200 people. This battle is to the death. Roar! By this time, the foreign beasts had rushed in frantically. The charge of thousands of alien beasts was enough to shatter the warrior squares in an instant, and just then, fire support came from the walls. Major General Su Shao and hundreds of soldiers lined up on the city wall, all holding rifles and aiming. Shoot! A string of tongues of fire shot out, frantically blasting into the army of foreign beasts. Under the strong bullets, the army of foreign beasts was delayed in its pace, but it was only for a moment. Most of these foreign beasts were in the late first stage, even reaching the second and third stage. Ordinary bullets alone can't do them any harm at all, but it would have been nice to delay it for a few moments. Earthsmiths, fortifications, Qin Ming bellowed. More than a dozen earthworkers immediately rushed out and built a 30-meter-high earthen wall in front of the formation. In the earth wall, there are attack ports that allow the ice artilleryman's attacks to hit. Ice artillery master, blast me to death, Qin Ming shouted angrily. Boom boom boom, the ice cannons kept blasting, and just then, the gates at the back of the city roared open. Over 100 people rushed out. Commander Qin, we're here, brothers, charge, support our brothers. Lung Feng looked back with an excited expression. Commander Qin, it's one of ours, the ice artillery battalion is here. This was the first imperial brand that Qin Ming had spent all his effort to create, the ice cannon battalion. The ones he brought into the replica were only 50 of those elites, while the entire ice cannon battalion was as many as 200. Luckily, the ice cannon battalion was located at the Monster Academy, just over 10 minutes away. Ice cannon battalion on my command. Blast me, fight to the death, Qin Ming hissed with all his might. Knock! At that moment, the temporary earthen wall built in front of them was strongly impacted, and a crack spread out. Old Qin, the wall is collapsing, Huo Xiaofang exclaimed loudly. Qin Ming's face sank. Healing Life Squad, frontline carry, warriors, kill with me. In the next moment, the Ice Python King's body quickly enlarged, and his body was erected on the earth wall, building a road. Under the live broadcast, under the shocked gazes of people around the globe, Qin Ming led the soldiers to step over the high wall with the body of the Ice Python. Kill! Holding the star meteor blade in his hand, Qin Ming's figure leapt down high on the earthen wall as his long blade slashed furiously, thunder cutting through the sky, thunder extinguishing slash. With one slash, more than a dozen foreign beasts were instantly blown away. King Bomb! Qin Ming waved his large hand out, and the great and small king cards crashed into the army of foreign beasts with a loud explosion. Knock! A large swath of alien beasts were blown away, and a vacuum was cleared. Iced the world. Madaka! Xia Mo rushed out behind Qin Ming, caught up in the group of foreign beasts, his ice-cold lance dancing in the Qiankuan, killing one foreign beast after another. Lu Chang held a double-bladed axe in his hand and his top blew up, revealing a body of steel as he charged fearlessly. By your lives, all of you. Huo Xiaofang held the straight blade with both hands as gold coins after gold coins popped out of his body, and before the blade could cut into the bodies of the foreign beasts, they automatically died violently. Su Zi Liang followed behind him, white hand socks over his hands and a scalpel cupped in one hand, as if the god of death had descended, his figure constantly charging through the alien beasts. Between the swings of the scalpel, the alien beast's limbs kept flying up effortlessly, and the craziest of all is Dong Yen. At this moment, Dong Yen had already transformed into a soul-devouring mouse, and was moving like a foreign beast, tearing, clawing. Even thunder iron beasts and other foreign beasts with strong defense could not block Dong Yan's claw. These 6 people, like a straight sword, ruthlessly plunged into the army of foreign beasts, hard tearing open a path. Following them was the Xiangjiang squad of Honam, Pheasant, Master Sky, Gunpowder, and Big Dumb Brother. And then, after that, there's the Kaiser sequencer. At this moment, almost all of the melee sequencers crossed the high wall and frantically cleared the alien beasts outside the wall, just to give the Ice Cannon Battalion a safe location for their output. During the Great Battle, during which one after another alien hunters fell and died under the claws of the alien beasts, yet not one of them stepped back. They knew very well that if these alien beasts were not killed, they would break through the wall behind them and head straight for the city. By then, more people will be dead. Kill! Fight them! At this moment, there were constantly transcendents coming from the rear to support them. The transcendents from the Monster Academy all came, and the inhuman hunters from the nearby cities also arrived. On the front line, people keep falling. In the rear, there are people who have gone forward. This scene cried the nation and shook the countries of the Blue Star, Eagle Jam, Bear Nation, Empire of the Sunset, Gallic Nation, Elephant Nation, Stick Nation. Almost the whole world was watching the battle. At this moment, the whole world was dead silent. Countless people looked at the battlefield, their hearts shaken. It's hard for them to accept, to believe, that this is how wars are fought. Since the trial of civilization had descended, there had been countless battles of all sizes, but not a single country had managed to do so. They could finally understand why Huaxia could be so strong and why they topped the charts in every trial. The official executives of various countries, looking at this scene, were both shocked and envious. With soldiers like these, why should we fear that our country will not prosper? Kill. The battle continued, and the foreign beasts were killed and wounded. Qin Ming alone rushed at the front, flanked by Xia Mo, who had been accompanying him all along. In front of the two were the Ice Python King and the Desolate Wolf. These two third-ranked beasts attracted most of the firepower, especially the Ice Python King, whose huge body was the biggest killing weapon. But at this moment, it was also bruised and battered, and its breath had withered. Qin Ming's face was unsightly as his gaze fell on a foreign beast in the very back. Third-order red-faced demon. This red-faced demon was the leader of this army of foreign beasts. As long as he was killed, the morale of the foreign beast army would definitely decline. Desolate Wolf, clear the way for me. Yes, master. The Desolate Wolf completely exploded. When the 7-star might was displayed, the same third-stage Fey beast simply couldn't stop it. That axe kept swinging and chopping, charging out of the siege for Qin Ming. Qin Ming and Xia Mo tore through the surroundings of the foreign beasts and headed straight for the red-faced demon leader. Roar! The red-faced demon leader let out an angry hiss and ran towards the duo with the same ferocity. Xia Mo rushed in front of Qin Ming and stabbed out with his spear. A cold ice instantly rushed out and heavily slammed into the red-faced demon's head. Boom! The cold ice exploded and the red-faced demon let out a wail. But in the next moment, it violently swung out its huge claws and ruthlessly slapped at Xia Mo. Xia Mo hurriedly crossed his spear and blocked in front of him. Under the huge impact of the red-faced demon, Xia Mo's entire body flew out. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ming tightened his grip on the star meteor blade and stabbed out at the red-faced demon. Magic, spacing out. Pust. The long knife pierced through the void and plunged into the red-faced demon's chest. Roar! The red-faced demon leader let out a roar and fought to slap the earth with his palm. With a thud, a shockwave rushed up from the earth, sending Qin Ming flying. Qin Ming's figure tumbled a few times high in the air, and before he could land, the red-faced demon rushed in once again, his claws ruthlessly pulling. Rip! Qin Ming suffered a heavy blow, and blood flowed from his chest. Master! Seeing that the red-faced demon was once again rushing towards Qin Ming, the Desolate Wolf immediately flew and collided with the red-faced demon. With this collision, the Desolate Wolf's chest was dented, and it flew a dozen meters away. Qin Ming's face was unsightly to the extreme. He had underestimated this red-faced demon. Late third order. Can't beat that. And just as Qin Ming was pondering what to do, a voice rang out at his arm. Do you need any help, handsome? Chapter 145. We've won. As soon as the voice came out, Qin Ming's body shook. His gaze tightened on the shelter on his arm. Incense burner. Qin Ming could be sure that it was the woman who was talking. The mysterious woman inside the incense burner. You can't beat this beast. Plus the girl can't either. The woman's voice continued. Qin Ming's face sank. He didn't doubt what the woman said because he was also well aware of the gap between himself and the red-faced demon chief. The difference between the middle of the second order and the late third order was too great. Seeing as you gave me a cent last time, sister, I'll help you for free, but you'll have to charge for it later. Oh. Qin Ming thought about it and didn't hesitate any longer. Okay, I promise you. As his words fell, the incense burner imprint on Qin Ming's arm flashed out, and the incense burner landed on his palm. A strand of dense black mist wafted out from the incense burner, instantly wrapping Qin Ming and the red-faced demon chief in it. The red-faced demon looked at the surrounding fog and instantly became cautious. It could feel an extremely strong sense of oppression. Burpta burpta. Then, under Qin Ming's astonished gaze, a delicate woman in a short black dress slowly stepped out with high heels. There was also a small bell tied to that white ankle. As the woman walked each time, the bells tinkled extra loud. Qin Ming looked at the perfect melon face, with delicate features as stunning as a character that came out of a comic strip. This was the first time Qin Ming had looked at the mysterious woman so closely, and the first impression he had was one of beauty. Very beautiful. The adjectives of beautiful country, closed moon and so on fall on its body are not exaggerated at all. Aha! She changed her clothes? A thought resounded in Qin Ming's mind. The last time he hurriedly glanced at the woman, he vaguely saw that she was wearing a cheongsam, but right now how come she had changed into such a modernized short black dress? And the short skirt seemed a bit familiar. Wasn't this short skirt the one Xia Mo wore during his mission at the bar? This was still something that Qin Ming had gone to arrange for Xia Mo, who later gave it back after washing it, and he kept it in his room in the Monster Academy dormitory. Ha! She stole this dress? Qin Ming's surprised gaze caught the mysterious woman's attention. The mysterious woman turned her head sideways and with one small hand, she displayed her dress, deliberately concave S-shaped lines. How's that? Does it look good? The woman's voice was very melodious, a little sweet on top of being icy, the type that switched between imperial and sweet at will. Good looking, Qin Ming said subconsciously. That's for sure. The mysterious woman turned around arrogantly, her gaze landing on the red-faced demon in front of her. When I help you kill this beast, you're going to buy me lots and lots of pretty clothes. Lots and lots of them. Good, good. Qin Ming nodded in agreement. Roar! At this moment, the red-faced demon was about to collapse from the mysterious woman's aura, and even madly rushed over. The red-faced demon let out a roar, and with a wave of his claws on the ground, the stones on the ground shot up like bullets and quickly flew towards the woman. The mysterious woman raised her hand and a green peak sword appeared in her hand. Bear! In the next moment, the green peak sword erupted with blazing fiery light as it gently swung and chopped. Boom! The flaming sword light rose up to the sky, blocking all of the red-faced demon's attacks. The sword chi increased instead of retreating, slashing at the red-faced demon with a terrifying aura. Ow dash! The red-faced demon wailed in pain, and his huge body slammed heavily into the ground. Qin Ming looked at this scene with surprise, and realized that the red-faced demon had a deep wound on its body, which was still glowing with flames that showed no signs of extinguishing. Red-faced demon fear. It struggled up to try to extinguish the flame, but the flame not only did not go out, there is a tendency to burn more and more flourishing. Roar! The red-faced demon wailed madly, but all was to no avail, as the flames finally engulfed it completely, burning its massive body into charcoal, and the only thing that dropped were the last two magic potion materials, which were a nail that glowed with a purple light, and a hand bone that glowed with a red light. Apparently, this one was a taboo grade magic pill material and one was a king grade magic pill material. Finally, there's a cluster of light dropping out. Qin Ming picked it up and discovered that it was a crystal ball-like item. Qin Ming's eyes lit up and he instantly recognized what it was. The forbidden level shelter, quantum light shield, was the very treasure he had been searching for so hard. So it's on the red-faced demon? Qin Ming muttered in his heart. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out behind Qin Ming, and cold hairs instantly exploded all over Qin Ming's body. He slowly turned around and realized that the mysterious woman had appeared behind him. You. Qin Ming was somewhat inexplicably afraid of this ghost-like woman. The mysterious woman gently smiled a sweet smile. I'm going back. Remember to buy my clothes for me. I want nice clothes. After saying that, the mysterious woman turned into a thick fog and flew back into the incense burner once again. Qin Ming hurriedly asked, "What's your name?" Clank. A woman's voice came from the incense burner. Tinker Bell. Qin Ming silently memorized this name in his heart. Soon, as the thick fog disappeared, Qin Ming's figure appeared in the field. In an instant, everyone's eyes looked over and realized that the red-faced demon beside Qin Ming was already dead. Roar! On the other hand, the crowd of red-faced demonic beasts let out angry hisses, their expressions scornful. With the leader dead, the Fey army is leaderless. Qin Ming seized this opportunity and shouted, "The red-faced demon chief is dead. Follow me and kill. Kill!" Qin Ming was the first to strike, directly running towards a mid-third stage red-faced demon. Lu Chang, what we want is on the red-faced demon. Qin Ming shouted. Lu Chang reacted violently and similarly ran towards a red-faced demon. Seeing that the leader was dead, the remaining Fey beasts showed their fear. They actually began to retreat, running towards the void passage. Not a single red-faced demon can be spared. The quantum light shield exploded as soon as Qin Ming killed a red-faced demon in battle with a slash. Sure enough, every red-faced demon had one, as Qin Ming gave the order. Xia Mo, Haonan, and other experts blocked the red-faced demon. As for the other foreign beasts, although the number was less than half, it was still in the thousands, so if they desperately tried to stop them they would surely die even more. Therefore none of the soldiers deliberately blocked them, allowing them to escape into the void passage. In the end, with the combined efforts of the crowd, more than 40 red-faced demons were decimated, and the remaining foreign beasts entered the void passage in droves. The Great War, it came to an end. The void passage also slowly disappeared. Under the global live broadcast and the attention of countless people, Huaxia won the battle. Less than 300 people battled more than 2,000 foreign beasts, and in the end, nearly half of them were decimated and half of them fled in panic. It's a record that has shaken the world, and this battle also struck the sharpness of China. At the same time let the people of the world see the horrible side of the beasts. The battlefield was littered with the corpses of alien beasts, with many humans mixed in. Among these people, there were alien hunters and Su Zilion's subordinates. At this moment, they are all martyrs fighting for China. Looking at the tired soldiers and the expectant gazes on the city walls, Qin Ming raised his straight sword high and shouted, "This battle, we won!" Chapter 146, National Migration, Fortress Program launched. We won! We won! After an instant of silence, the field resounded with fierce hisses. Everyone was relieved and their tight breaths relaxed. Qin Ming swept a glance at the entire field, and roughly estimated that the sacrificed transcendents were feared to be no less than 100. It wasn't that they were weak, but the Fey were too strong. As if the Ice Cannon Battalion, their combat power was strong, but with only a first-order realm, the gap would be very large when facing a second or even third-order alien beast. It's not easy to win this battle against such a large distance. Watching such a scene, Xin Ming's heart was hard to bear, reminding him of his last life, when people faced the fey beasts in the same way, almost using their lives to fill the gap between humans and fey beasts. Old Qin, you're bleeding. At this time, Huo Xiaofang's voice trembled as he pointed at Qin Ming. Qin Ming looked down and saw that his chest shirt was shredded. 3 scratches were deep enough to be seen on the bone, and blood continued to flow out. What an injury! Qin Ming didn't notice it in the slightest. It was probably left behind when he fought with the red-faced demon just now. The third-order red-faced demon. He had killed nearly 20 of them alone, leaving behind wounds all over his body. And it was only after being told by Fatty that Qin Ming began to feel the pain. His face suddenly paled, feeling a little dizzy in his brain from the loss of blood. Qin Ming! In the next moment, Xiaomo rushed over with red eyes and covered the wounds on his body with his clothes to prevent him from losing too much blood. However, Qin Ming was still unable to hold on, and his body fell heavily, unconscious. What happened next? Qin Ming only had vague memories of. By the time it woke up, it was already in the wards of the Monster Academy. Qin Ming was wrapped up like a dumpling at this time, and his entire body was covered in bandages. Hiss, it hurts a little. Qin Ming woke up and looked at the injuries and smiled bitterly. Qin Ming, are you okay? Beside him, Summer Mo asked worriedly. Qin Ming gently shook his head. It's fine, don't worry, you're too desperate. In front of the hospital bed, Long Xiaoguo looked at Qin Ming seriously. Qin Ming, this time you have indeed taken a risk. Another voice rang out. Qin Ming looked over sideways and realized that it was actually a familiar old man. Prime, you're here too. The chief looked at Qin Ming with relief. My great hero of China is injured. How could I not come? Qin Ming smiled bitterly. How long have I been unconscious? It's been a day and a night. Xia Mo handed Qin Ming a cup of water with a straw inserted into it. I'm not that fragile yet. It feels as if the wound is healing quite well. Qin Ming said in surprise. By the way, this is the surgery Su Zilian did for you. Xia Mo reminded. Sure enough, it's him. This guy's medical skills are no joke. That's Forbidden Order 001, Doctor. If he'd done it, he'd probably have the bandages off by tomorrow. The kind that don't leave scars. Where is he? Gone. We didn't keep him, along with Dong Yen, but the other SCP Foundation members, who stayed, are now in jail. Long Xiaoguo spoke slowly. Qin Ming nodded. Alright, don't worry too much about the two of them. They're not ordinary people. That's Su Ziliang. Trustworthy? Long Xiaoguo asked. How can I trust him to operate on me if I can't trust you? Qin Ming laughed. He definitely wasn't comfortable with it, but the two of them, Xia Mo and Wu Zhongxing, vouched for it before he agreed and watched from the sidelines the entire time. The head honcho flooded with smiles. Long Xiaoguo's face was serious. Turn around and give me a bottle of magic potion. I want to become a transcendent as well. Oh, Qin Ming revealed a look of surprise. We can't let you keep killing the enemy on the front line, can we? This general has to dedicate himself as well. Okay, Qin Ming agreed. By the way, what's the situation out there now? The third stage of the civilization trial has ended. Black Hand made an announcement that we, Huaxia, are number 1, and the rewards will be distributed in a couple of days. The fourth stage of the civilization trial will begin in half a month, and now all the countries are in turmoil. All the countries have sacrificed a lot of transcendence in this battle, and they are worried. The situation is grimmer than expected. This time, the humans were the ones who lost a lot of money. How is the situation in the Sakura country? Has that thousand-faced monkey gone back? Qin Ming suddenly remembered this question. Upon hearing this, the chief's expression sank. Going back. But the situation is different from what we imagined. It was originally thought that Kawashima's position would be in jeopardy after the identity of the thousand-faced monkey was revealed, but that was not the case. The power Kawashima wielded was beyond anyone's expectations. The official Sakura country, as well as the military, had been infiltrated through by the thousand-faced monkey, and some of the people who had threatened to decapitate Kawashima had been suppressed by thunderous means. The entire Sakura country's transcendence had even suffered an unprecedented blow, and the positions of hunter and prey had reversed. With the officials taking the lead, the transcendentalists within the Sakura country were hunted down by the military, and these people died and fled, having become the number 1 target. The people of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom were outraged, and they had no resistance to the officialdom of the ruling Fae. It can be said that today, the entire Sakura country is slowly being enslaved by the Fae. Hearing this, Qin Ming and Xiaomo's expressions gradually sank. With regard to the situation in the Sakura country, the officials of all countries are waiting to see what happens, and no one dares to make a random move. Long Xiaoguo looked at Qin Ming. What do you think about this matter? Qin Ming sighed. Today's Cherry Blossom country is a tumor rooted in the blue planet. It's not easy to deal with. Hawk Sauce offered to sink it with a nuclear bomb. Long Xiaoguo seriously flashed a sharp edge. Qin Ming shook his head. Impossible. With so many lives in the Sakura country, if they were to abandon them at will, the country would definitely be sanctioned. Let's just say that if Eagle Jam really sinks Sakura Nation, his rating on the trial of civilization will be so low that he'll never be allowed to turn around. And they're not going to take that kind of risk. And the Sakura country is the closest to us, China. And the Eagle Jam country will even use it to check and balance China. The faces of the chief and the dragon general instantly darkened. Qin Ming's words made perfect sense. The Eagle Sauce Kingdom was truly going to do this. So there's nothing we can do? Qin Ming shook his head. There really isn't too good a solution at the moment. Our strength is still too weak. We need more awakened ones. Let's protect our nationals first. The rest can only be done by soldiers. By the way, how's Project Fortress going? The 36 heavenly towers, 2/3 of them have been expanded, and the rest are still being built in a rush. The dragon general responded. Qin Ming was in deep thought. We can't wait. Let the relocation program begin. It's going to be a long process. Place the people within the walls and the soldiers to hold the land. Project Fortress, officially launched. Chapter 147, Abandonment of the Homeland, Cowardly Act? On the same day, a message hit the world. The Great Chinese Migration. A joint announcement was made by the official Huaxia, the official Monster Academy, and the Inhuman Hunters organization that the entire country of Huaxia was launching the Fortress Project. 36 large forts in the land of Huaxia, which would house the entire population of Huaxia, began to migrate across the country from the time the news was released. The whole of China was sensationalized instantly. Oh my god, what's going on with our mom? Are they living inside the walls now? Is it really that bad? Earlier in the day I had guessed that the design of the Tower of Heaven was obviously built in the form of a shelter. But the tiny Tower of Heaven could not accommodate the entire nation. And that is why it began to expand and create walls. It's actually quite nice inside the walls. The living space is a bit smaller but still within the metropolis and the environment is not bad. Yes, nowadays. In this situation, I prefer to go into the walled city to live. At least the security is full. But I'm still a little worried. Does this mean we're completely cut off from the rest of the wall? As the relocation operation began, a variety of voices rang out in the country, with panic being the biggest emotion. Having people leave their homes and travel to live in an unfamiliar place is sure to bring up all sorts of emotions, but they also know very well that this is the horror of the war years. Compared to foreign countries, China is very happy today. How many people have been displaced abroad? And even the cities have fallen to unknown numbers. Nowadays, the early migration of Huaxia is not necessarily a bad thing. These are for the personal safety of the people. The people can still understand. Luckily, though, the walls were quite a bit nicer than expected, and not as scruffy or crowded as one might expect from a shelter. After the expansion of the city walls and the facilities of the original metropolis, the living environment is not bad. This was a great comfort to the panicked people. Of course, moving an entire country is no simple task, and despite the tacit cooperation of all units, it will take a long time. Because of this, Qin Ming had implemented his plan ahead of schedule. I don't know whether it was lucky or sad that this plan could be implemented, but also because the population of Huaxia was not too large now. If it was placed at the beginning of the century, these 36 walls would be far from being able to accommodate so many people. Today's total population has plummeted by as much as half when compared to the last century or the turn of the century. And if the world today goes through this horrible trial of civilization again, even if it finally resists the invasion of the beasts, the population of China is bound to plummet again. It's an indisputable thing. Some countries, even, have been overthrown. This catastrophe, for mankind, is the end of the world. The world, and the people of the world, blew up because of Huaxia's move. Officials from various countries even started an urgent meeting to explore what China's move meant. Organized by Eagle Sauce, a world conference that leaves China behind secretly unfolds. In the central conference room of the Eagle Jam Nation, Chief Trip sat at the head of the table, preceded by a representative of the countries that had projected themselves. Trip sulked. Gentlemen, tell us what you think of this move by Huaxia, representative of the Empire of the Sunset. Is China crazy, putting its citizens in shelters and abandoning the country? Stupid to the core. Representative of the Gallic state, indeed it is not good. China's abandonment of the country is tantamount to giving space for the alien beasts to survive. Isn't that even worse? Representative of the Stick country, this is an act of cowardice and we are ashamed of it. Representative of the Peacock country, that's right, abandoning the country to hunker down on one side and not even having the courage to fight? Representatives of many countries have spoken out to rebuke, and all feel that this move by China is a cowardly and weak behavior. At this time, the Bear country's iron-blooded emperor spoke coldly. Who said that Huaxia is giving up their country? They're just letting the civilian population enter the city walls to focus on protecting the safety of their nationals. The representative of the Sunless Empire chortled. Isn't this still giving up the country? 36 city walls only take up how much area of China? What about the rest of the country? Raise foreign beasts like the Cherry Blossom Kingdom?
The Iron Blood Emperor tapped the desktop.
As far as I know, the Chinese officials have centralized the people, but the soldiers have taken over the spare country, and even arranged for special people to grow food, taking care of many aspects. At these words, the representative of the Sunset Empire's mouth dropped open, unable to speak. Is there such a thing? Putting soldiers on the ground? This also seems to work, with soldiers stationed in the country, and alien hunter squads in each city to guard against the alien beasts. One can protect the people's safety, and the other can be the first to spot the alien beast tracks. So what do you guys say is wrong with the relocation plan?
The Iron Blood Emperor's voice raised a few points,
disliking the crowd and leaving them speechless. Is it like you? Look at your own land. Have you recovered the cities that have fallen to the Fae? Is this what you would like to see when the city falls and the people don't even have a chance to escape? What? You don't have the ability to build a shelter, so you mock others as cowards? It's ridiculous.
The Iron Blood Emperor's voice reverberated through the arena, seemingly poking at their inner petty concerns,
causing the crowd to blush.
I am very responsible to say to you that the policy of Huaxia is right.
With our current strength, we can't spread out to protect so many people. Only by concentrating, the defense ability is big. To tell you the truth, their country is already building shelters as well. We need to follow the lead of China. Also, don't be too disgusting with your faces. If it wasn't for Qin Ming saving the transcendents from various countries this time around, all of them would have died inside. The way is different. So be it. Slap. After saying that, the Iron Blood Emperor closed the projection conference, leaving the representatives of the various countries to look at each other in disbelief. Silence fell over the field. After a long time, the representative of the Han's Cat Kingdom slowly spoke. I think he has a point. If we stop focusing on the safety and security of the people, in the end, I'm afraid that there won't even be any people who can transcend the mortal. The representative of the Gallic Kingdom spoke coldly. I think it's redundant. How can you be sure where the beasts are descending? What if it's within the city walls? Wouldn't that be worse? This statement has attracted the approval of many countries. That's right, the place inside the city walls isn't small. Who can guarantee that the foreign beasts won't appear inside the walls? Trip frowned and spoke coldly. What if Huaxia grasps a way to keep the Fae from appearing within the city walls? As the words fell, the field once again fell into a dead silence. If so, this fortress program of Huaxia will be flawless. But they didn't believe that there was any way to ensure that the Fae were present outside the city walls. What they don't know is that Huaxia has really mastered this approach. And just as the countries are officially meeting, the people of the world are already agitated. In the middle of the meeting, an officer rushed in and shouted anxiously to Chief Trip. His Excellency the Chief, something big has happened. The outside of the building is surrounded by the people. They are demonstrating. Trip and a group of delegates from various countries at the conference frowned at once. What's the situation? The officer was so anxious that cold sweat kept slipping from his forehead. They demanded that the officials build walls for the masses, like Huaxia. Chapter 148, Rewards Issued. 5 Directions for Development. What? Chief Trip snapped to his feet, his face hard. We haven't even acknowledged the viability of this move by the Wachovia. What are they fooling around with? Trip exploded, not only on Eagle Jam's side, but the representatives of the Empire of the Sunset likewise received the news. Your Excellency, marches have broken out all over the country demanding that we learn from Huaxia. Chief, it's surrounded outside, and the people have asked us to discuss the situation at the shelter with Huaxia. Chancellor, in the conference room, one by one, national representatives received news of the parade. For once, the people of the world have come together in surprisingly silent agreement to hold a world-class parade. The people of the world are protesting against the official inaction of their countries. Demand that the officials do for the people what HWA did and give everyone a safe place to live. At that moment, the faces of the representatives of all countries turned ugly, and the meeting was forced to be interrupted. Representative of Han's Cat Country, gentlemen, I'll go ahead and take care of the emergency situation. If you'll excuse me. The representatives of the states looked at each other in dismay and left. When they went to deal with the parade, they realized that the parade had gotten out of hand. In order to calm the people, officials from various countries have said that they will build shelters. Some countries do this, such as the Hanseatic Cat Country. Immediately, they mobilized the nation's Earth ability, the sequencers with construction abilities, and began to build the city walls. Some countries, on the other hand, don't care and don't see the need to create shelters and build walls. As long as the problem of landing Fae cannot be solved, the walls serve no purpose. After several days of fermentation, the March of Nations has sort of died down, and this time, it has created a great deal of official concern in various countries. Their countrymen, in the beginning of their pursuit of Huaxia, thought that Huaxia's action was the best decision. Instead, They believe that their country cannot protect them. If this trend develops, it will be over. China will surely become the #1 country in the world and the country of human faith. Eagle sauce, which considers itself the world's #1 power, is absolutely unacceptable. In the Eagle Jam central office, Trip is furious, telling all the top brass to do everything they can to get to the other side of the Wasia, and to never let the Wasia grow any further. Qin Ming had already anticipated this. While dealing with the Fei, they also had to deal with other countries. Why else would it be called Trial of Civilization instead of Trial of Monsters? Because it's essentially a competition between civilizations. Qin Ming was also well aware of the sensation in the world, but he didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to it. There were still 10 days to go before the next civilization trial, and the Chinese nation was busy. All the people hurriedly migrated into the city. Meanwhile, the old smith led the Earthsmiths to build up the city wall night and day, and finally gave all the 36 Tongtian towers to be completed. Within the city walls, the total area was dozens of times the size of the Tower of Heaven, and some even included several cities. What worried Long Xiaoguo was whether Qin Ming could really guarantee that the Fey beasts would not descend within the city walls. Once the alien beasts descended within the walls would be meaningless. There are still 9 days to go before the 4th stage of the civilization trial. On this day, Qin Ming brought the Dragon General and the others to Jiangnan City's Tongtian Tower. At the top of the hundreds of meters high Tower of Heaven, there was a Thunder Iron Beast crystal embedded there. It was because of this beast crystal that Huaxia was able to uncover the 1,000-faced monkey hidden in the country in the first place. Qin Ming took out the quantum light shield and set it next to the beast crystal. This will do? The Dragon General looked at the scene with astonishment and some suspicion. Qin Ming nodded. Don't underestimate this thing. It's a big treasure. We'll rely on it in the future. Of course, this is just an ordinary defense-type shelter. At most it can withstand 4th-rank alien beasts. Any stronger won't work. If surrounded by an army of alien beasts, the energy light shield won't be able to block it. But what can be guaranteed is that with this quantum light shield, absolutely no alien beasts will land within its coverage. Receiving Qin Ming's assurance, the Dragon General breathed a sigh of relief. That would be great. Let's go. Let's go install all the other Tongtian towers. The two of them took a helicopter and ran through the 36 heavenly towers, installing the quantum light shield, one by one. This matter was of great importance, so Qin Ming and the Dragon General didn't dare to delay, and all of them did it personally. It was only after the 36 heavenly towers were all installed that it was a relief. On the way, Qin Ming frowned when he saw that the people were still nervously relocating. Can they all be relocated before the 4th civilization trial begins? The Dragon General sulked. I'm not sure. The progress is harder than we thought. Qin Ming nodded. He could understand the difficulties of migration. In addition to normal people, there are also elderly people with mobility problems, and patients in hospitals. These are the most difficult to migrate. The hardships at the grassroots level were something Qin Ming could fully appreciate. But these are extraordinary times, and extraordinary means have to be used. Let's hope it's in time. After Qin Ming and Dragon General finished installing all the quantum light shields and returned to Monster Academy, it was already the next morning. Just as the two were about to take a break, a huge boom rang out from the sky. Boom! A thunderbolt flashed in the green sky. Almost at the same time, all of Blue Star's electronic screens were invaded. Black Hand's voice rang out, reaching into the ears of everyone at Blue Star. Respected major civilizations, the 3rd stage of the civilization trial has been settled, and ratings and rewards will now be given. The world instantly stirred at the sound, and everyone turned on their nearest electronic screens. The official high-ranking officials of various countries are even urgently assembled as if they were on the verge of an attack. Black Hand's voice continued to ring out. Trial of Civilization Stage 3. First place, Huaxia, 10 copies cleared. Rating SSS. Second place, Bear Country, 7 copies cleared. Rating S. Third place, Eagle Jam, 7 copies cleared. Grade of A. Excessive population deaths. Fourth place, Han's Cat Country, 6 copies cleared. Grade A. Scoring ends and rewards are given out. First place, Huaxia, rewards 500 randomly awakened people, 100 bottles of fixed magic potions, 2,000 pieces of magic potion materials, and 10 pieces of shelters. Second place Bear Country, rewarded with 300 random awakenings, 60 bottles of fixed magic potions, 500 pieces of magic potion materials, and 6 pieces of shelters. Third place Eagle Sauce, rewarded with 250 random awakenings, 50 bottles of fixed magic potion, 500 pieces of magic potion materials, and 5 pieces of sheltering objects. Note, reward the type of awakened person and the type of shelter. You can choose by yourself. Different types equate to different directions of development. The reward ended with a final sentence that left the world with a puzzled look on its face. What do you mean? What is the way forward? Everyone didn't understand what Black Hand meant. Only Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Then, Black Hand continued to speak without explaining too much. Direction of development. 1. Scientific and technological development. 2. Physical development. 3. Spiritual development. 4. Development of the animal state. 5. Other developments. There are 5 directions of development in all, making the world look at them in a daze, not understanding what they mean. Long Xiaoguo also froze after hearing this as he looked at Qin Ming and asked, "Which one do we pick?" Chapter 149, Occupational Distinctions. No, why didn't I read it? Huo Xiaofang looked at the red fonts that kept popping up on the screen and felt that his brain was a bit underutilized. He was really not seeing it. What is the direction of development? Xia Mo looked at Qin Ming. Qin Ming slowly spoke. Direction of development is the surface meaning, choosing a different path, the random awakened person that comes out later in that country, or magic potion material, or even sheltered object. The probability will be the ability of that direction. For example, the easiest to understand, beast state development. If a certain country chooses this, in the future, the transcendents born out of this country, the probability is that they will be beast transcendents. The beast sequence, which allows one to partially bestialize oneself, or to bestialize one's entire body, with beast-like traits and combat abilities, just like Dong Yan like this? Huo Xiaofang exclaimed. That's right. Qin Ming nodded. Dong Yan is the most standard case, but if the entire country's transcendents turn into Fey, won't that be a little bit too bad? It won't get out of control like the Yi Fallen, right? The Dragon General questioned. Qin Ming shook his head. No, all sequencers are able to control their abilities, and only those who don't control them well will become fallen. But there's a problem. Beast state sequencers can easily be contaminated by fallen ones. Once they remain in beast state for a long period of time, their mental power is not enough to control their own energy, and they will easily fall into fallen ones. So while beast state is powerful, it also carries a certain amount of risk. And what does that mean about other directions of development? Huo Xiaofang continued to ask. Qin Ming explained one by one. The 2 development directions of physical body and spiritual power are relatively easy to understand. Physical body is the physical type attack sequence. For example, Lu Chang's Steel Body Man and Wu Mu's Healing Life. Whereas spiritual power is biased towards spells, such as Ice Cannon Master, Lightning Mage. But transcendents in this direction of development generally have poorer defenses, and their greatest reliance is on their powerful spiritual power. At those words, the crowd nodded. So that's what it means. What about technology? Huo Xiaofang hurriedly asked. This technology is the most incomprehensible of all. The Dragon General and the others also cast curious gazes. Technology would be interesting, fusing humans and machinery, equivalent to cyberpunk, with a strong heavy metal flavor. The corner of Qin Ming's mouth rose slightly. Isn't it the kind that transforms a certain part of the body into machinery? Xia Mo covered her small mouth in surprise. This kind of scene she had only seen in movies. Hiss, this is too terrifying. Huo Xiaofang also shook his head violently, indicating that he couldn't accept it. The Dragon General nodded in agreement. We don't need this kind of development in Huaxia. No, what I'm going to choose is this. Qin Ming spoke firmly. What? The 3 Dragon Generals froze. Old Qin, you're not kidding, right? Huo Xiaofang frowned. I don't want to turn out like this. Summers shook her head vigorously. The Dragon General sank his face and stared at Qin Ming as if he wanted him to give an explanation. Otherwise he would definitely refuse. Qin Ming looked at the 3 and let out a light laugh. You guys are thinking too simply. Technology has many development paths other than the kind you imagine, such as mechanical weapons, mechanical beings, technological fortresses. Technology has many branches and many paths. The same goes for physical and spiritual. It's not just as simple as warriors and magicians. Physique can be subdivided into warrior, knight, hero, assassin, archer. Mental power can be subdivided into mage, apothecary, formation master, caterer, auxiliary. Qin Ming said a whole bunch of things in a row, but the 3 Dragon Generals were dumbfounded. This is too cool. It's like playing a game. Huo Xiaofang's eyes glowed, feeling that the world was so big. Xia Mo had been shocked. What a bullish setting. Was Black Hand playing them like a game? The Dragon General frowned. But why didn't Black Hand introduce this to us in the first place? Gradually, this world will follow the trials of civilization and more will be born. Qin Ming explained. For each sequence pathway, there are many different occupations, and the settings are so complex that I can't tell you for a while. Wait, what about other? Huo Xiaofang grabbed the point. This other development hasn't been said yet. Qin Ming looked at Huo Xiaofang. Your sequence ability. Then,
belongs to other and cannot be categorized into the four above the class. Ha! Hua Xiaofang's eyes widened. What's the pathway for this, other? Qin Ming shook his head. Each of the sequential abilities in the other category is a separate pathway, but the ones that can be categorized as other either have perverted or wasted abilities, and merchants fall into the category of being perverted. Hearing the last sentence, Hua Xiaofang grinned a mouthful of large white teeth, the worry in his heart finally letting go. Qin Ming smiled slightly. Other was indeed terrifying, just as his magician also belonged to the other development path. After Qin Ming had finished explaining to the group, they were able to accept Qin Ming's choice of science and technology as a development path. But how do we choose? A national vote on it? At this point, the Dragon General questioned. Qin Ming did not explain and signaled the Dragon General to continue listening to Black Hand's explanation. Then, Black Hand's voice sounded again. The choice of development paths will fall to the most outstanding of civilizations in the first 3 stages of the trials. Decision maker of the state of China, Qin Ming. Bear Country Decision Maker, Sotav. Eagle Jam Nation Decision Maker, Dr. Grotesque. The decision maker will be given 5 minutes to think about it, after which the development path will be randomly selected. Decision making begins. As the Black Hand voice ended, the entire world roared to life. They haven't figured out what the development path is, and this is where they have to start choosing? And the decision-making power of a country is entrusted to an individual? This is simply unacceptable, especially since Eagle Jam, known as the land of the free, needs to put its fate in the hands of others. The citizens of Eagle Jam have blown up in droves. Also blowing up was the Eagle Jam executives. At this point the trip was dumbfounded. How he never thought that the decision-making for Hawk Sauce would fall to Dr. Grotesque. What did Dr. Weird do? Why is he the most prominent representative of Eagle Jam? It's not fair. It's definitely not fair. Trip went on a wild rampage in his office, arguing that there was a huge problem with Black Hand's choices, and just as the world was vehemently discussing it, Black Hand's voice rang out high in the sky. Decision-making on civilizations is complete. The path of development of civilizations has been determined, and rewards will be distributed in a way that differentiates between the paths of development of each country. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. That's a good choice? Trip's entire body froze in place and broke into a fit of rage. Bring me that damn Dr. Grotesque. I want to see what he chose. Chapter 150, Paths of Technological Development. Mobile suits. The representatives of each country had already finished choosing their development paths, but Black Hand had no intention of announcing it. This period has left some countries with 2 heads in the sand. For example, Sotab of the Bear Country. He was with the First Lord, the Iron-Blooded Emperor, and a bunch of other high-ranking people. What path of development was chosen? Sotav definitely had to go through the Iron Blood Emperor's approval. Instead, the Iron Blood Emperor and a group of other executives had been waiting for Huaxia, and they were going to choose the same development path as Qin Ming, but all the way until the time is not much. Still did not see the Black Hand announced. Finally, there is no way. They can only choose the path of animalization, because it was the most reliable of the 5 paths. It felt the most reliable, and it fit with their fighting people, with their beastly will to fight. In addition to the Bear Country, there are many other countries that have similarly tried to follow the Chinese option, but have ultimately failed. Obviously, Black Hand doesn't want civilizations to follow suit. Not only foreign countries, even people within China didn't know what Qin Ming had chosen. In addition to the Dragon General and Xia Mo and Hua Xiaofat, in the end, Qin Ming still chose technology. For Qin Ming, the Dragon General naturally trusted him unconditionally. There's no one in the world who understands it better than he does. In fact, this development path choice is a global transfer for the transcendence of the Blue Star countries, from a common profession to an exclusive profession, and this will allow civilizations to have different characteristics and make the civilization trials more interesting. It's actually still quite a fine line, which means that Blue Star has been completely played by the Black Hand. Qin Ming knew the horror of this, but there was no way around it. When one was not strong enough, one would inevitably be manipulated by the powerful. If you want to get out of this phenomenon, you have to grow up well and eventually backfire on the Black Hand. Qin Ming didn't think too far ahead. His goal at this stage was to survive and lead Huaxia to survive. It wasn't long after Black Hand announced the information that the rewards were handed out. With a roar, a meteor of divine light fell from the firmament, and countless streams of light rushed towards the countries of the world. Humans have become familiar with these streams of light, which are randomly awakening transcendence. As they watched the streams of light falling from the sky, people from all over the world came out of the streets with anticipation, hoping that they would be the lucky ones. In this world, it is everyone's dream to have extraordinary abilities. When a profession is rare in the world, then his value will be immense. Such is the case with transcendentalists. whether it's status or a variety of conditions.
Transcendentalists are optimal. This is not shown too obviously in China,
but in foreign countries, it is shown to the fullest.
Transcendentals, they were people. Even the officials had to be polite to them. They are the toast of the nations. So every time a reward is given out, the peoples of the countries start a fight. Awakenings were random and there was no way for them to compete for them. But magic potion materials and sheltered objects were not. Once these things appeared in the crowd, it was bound to set off a bloody storm. This phenomenon is very rare and horrible abroad. In China, on the other hand, things are so much better. The Monster Academy official and Alien Hunter official made the first announcement. All awakened can choose to join Alien Hunter, can get a series of welfare policies, can let you better master the ability you gained. Moreover, in the Alien Hunter organization, there is a perfect merit system, and there are all kinds of resources to assist the awakened newborns. Therefore, all awakened newcomers would basically choose to join the Alien Hunters organization because there was no better place than this. Of course, there is another important reason. To protect the family and the country, to build a career, is the cultural heritage of thousands of years of Chinese history. The people who accidentally obtained magic pill materials and sheltered objects and chose to turn them into the officials could be rewarded with magic pills on a priority basis and become part of the Alien Hunters. Once these announcements were made, the people of China would not even have a second thought. They trust the state and the state gives them the best. Running in both directions is perfect. So comparing the situation abroad, Huaxia is simply a complete victory. Of course, there were countries that imitated Huaxia, but none of them were very effective, because they couldn't guarantee that all the people who turned in magic pill materials and sheltered objects would be able to obtain magic pills. With Qin Ming around, Huaxia's success rate in formulating magic pills was almost 100%. In other countries, the success rate is no more than 30%, which creates a huge gap. As the rewards were handed out, the difference between the development paths was slowly displayed. It took about 2 days for the Monster Academy to organize all the rewards this time. In the rewards, China, as the first, rewarded a total of 500 randomly awakened people, 100 bottles of fixed magic potions, 2,000 pieces of magic potion materials, and 10 pieces of shelters. Of these, 500 awakened people, all of whom were recorded, were unified and arranged by the Alien Hunters organization. These 500 awakened people, awakened to the same profession. Pu Sequence 036, Exoskeleton Warrior. This is the Motorized Warrior sequence in the Technology Development path. Motorized Warrior sequence, a combat class occupation, has powerful combat abilities. The Pu Sequence 036, Exoskeleton Warrior, is extremely maneuverable, and after activating the ability, the user will have a set of exoskeletons attached to their body, thus increasing their strength, speed, endurance, defense, and so on. This was still just the ordinary sequence. If Qin Ming remembered correctly, the Universal Sequence 036, Exoskeleton Warrior, promotion path was the Forbidden Sequence 055, Flying Eagle Armed. That's adding a set of flying arms to the exoskeleton, to pull the maneuverability full circle. Getting these 500 exoskeleton warriors put Qin Ming in a great mood. Once they were promoted to Flying Eagle armament, the combat power of the Alien Hunters would be increased by a large margin. It would also help him solve a huge problem. It was that once the 36 fortress defenses were unfolded, if the outside world was occupied by the foreign beasts, then the 36 fortresses would lose contact and become an isolated city. But with 500, Flying Eagle armed, that's a different situation. They can travel to any city at any time to support. This is very crucial. Without delay, Qin Ming immediately arranged for Lu Cheng to personally train this exoskeleton warrior. And what surprised Qin Ming even more was the second reward, 100 bottles of magic pills. This is a fixed reward that is issued directly to the official. These 100 bottles of magic potion are Pu Sequence 012, Steelmaker. This is the mechanical weapons sequence that belongs to the technological development path. The Steelmaker ability isn't very powerful, but it's very crucial. One of its greatest abilities is that it can utilize the corpses of foreign beasts to melt steel. For example, the corpse of the Thunder Iron Beast is very suitable, and the Yit steel that was melted down was not those normal steel from Blue Star. That defense was able to withstand the alien beasts. With this steel, Qin Ming could transform the 36 city walls into steel walls, so that even if he encountered a powerful army of alien beasts, he would still be able to fight. By this point, Qin Ming was already so excited that his heart was beating straight up. However, in the next moment, when he saw the third reward, magic pill material, his entire body froze for more than 10 seconds. Qin Ming revealed an ecstatic expression. How could he not have expected the Black Hand to give him a huge surprise? These magic potion materials would allow him to build a powerful batch of sequences, mechanical beings, Chapter 151, Mechanical Beings. Forbidden Sequence 006 Mechanical Tigers. On that day,
Qin Ming had the Inhuman Hunters organization send all the magic potion materials to the Monster Academy, and he wanted to immediately create new sequence abilities. Then he called Hua Xiaofang.
Hey, old Qin, what's the arrangement? Hua Xiaofang's voice rang out on the phone. Get me 300 tigers, and fast.
Hua Xiaofang on the other side of the phone thought he had heard wrong, and he froze.
Asked, Old Qin, did I hear you right? You're talking about a tiger?
That's right, it's a tiger. It has to be adult and ferocious. Qin Ming said seriously.
Where am I going to find it for you? That's a tiger. Hua Xiaofang was dumbfounded. The zoo animals are arranged centrally in the relocation plan, so you can just go and ask for them.
After Hua Xiaofang was sure that Qin Ming was serious, he immediately began to act.
To ask for 300 tigers is a trivial matter in this environment, and as long as it's Monster Academy's demand, the whole country must cooperate. What do you want a tiger for? Beside Qin Ming, Xia Emo had a puzzled look on his face.
Building a mechanical being is hard to explain to you for a while. You'll know when everything is ready.
2 more days passed, and at this point,
there were still 7 days left before the 4th stage of the civilization trial.
Boom! Suddenly, a loud boom suddenly rang out in the bright daylight, drawing everyone's attention.
The people of the world had raised their heads to look at the sky, and everyone had tacitly understood that Black Hand was going to speak again.
Greetings to all civilizations.
There are 7 days left before the start of the 4th stage of the civilization trial, and the rules of this trial are now announced. The world instantly roared with these words.
The rules of the trial. That's so important.
The top officials of each country put aside all their important matters and were all on edge.
Every time a trial announcement is made, it's just as chilling as a life-suppressing ghost.
The voice of Black Hand continues.
For the 4th civilization trial, the alien beast siege battle, civilizations can designate the location where the alien beast will descend and fight a battle to defend the city.
The Fae will descend in batches.
After 5 rounds of attack, if you are not defeated,
you may choose to surrender and the results will be calculated according to the number of Fae killed.
If that country's civilization is unable to hold out for 5 rounds of Fae attacks, the Fae will push across the entire city and occupy it, and the trial will be considered a failure. Get ready. We recommend building a city for defense, but don't underestimate the army of foreign beasts.
The voice of the Black Hand ended and all the electronic screens of the world returned to normal. The world was in an uproar, thinking that this time the Black Hand had been so kind as to designate the beasts to come to the city.
In this way, humanity can take the initiative. That's great. However,
only Qin Ming knew that this 4th stage of the civilization trial was the beginning of the Dark Migration.
In the last world, of all the countries in the world, none of them lasted 5 rounds. In other words, humans don't even have a chance to surrender. Countries all over the world lost a city in this trial, and after the beasts captured the city, they didn't leave, but used it as a base camp. Then at the end of the 4th stage of the trial, the alien beasts began to spread and continuously attack the human cities. The end result is Dark Migration. Under the invasion of foreign beasts, human beings can only be passive and defensive. The space for survival is pressed, and in the end, it is a great escape. The whole world opens a chapter of collapse. It was from here that the blue planet was gradually divided up into territories by alien beasts, and the survival of the human race was in jeopardy. Sure enough, the development is not too different from the last one. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. The current development was a stage faster than the previous life's development, and this was all within his expectations. It also proves that one's fortress plan is right. At the 4th stage of the civilization trial, the place where the foreign beasts descended was able to follow the location chosen by humans, which was a great advantage for all countries. So after the Black Hand's teaser, all nations immediately prepared the battlefield. The first choice of countries is to get away from the city and find a poor countryside with all kinds of weaponry set up. But the experience of his last life told Qin Ming that such a decision was wrong. The weakest of the beasts that descended this time were of the 2nd rank, and the beast clans that could fight siege battles were all of the type with extremely strong defenses, and human thermal weapons simply couldn't play a role. The best way to do that, and still have the awakened, and a strong wall. However, Qin Ming secretly guessed in his heart that the human race's situation in this civilization trial would be better than how it ended in the previous life. After all, the 5 major developments came out, and the transcendence of all countries had stronger awakened people, which was definitely the biggest turning point for humanity. It is important to realize that the last top 5 development started after the Dark Migration, which gave humanity a lot less time to develop. After organizing his thoughts, Qin Ming quickly made a decision. He directly chose the location of the 4th stage of the trial in Jiangnan City. This was the place Qin Ming was most familiar with, and with his back to the Tower of Heaven and the Monster Academy, he had the best of both worlds. Qin Ming's first priority was to upgrade the city walls first. After the rewards were given out, there were a total of 100 vials of Pu Sequence 012 magic potion, and 100 steelmakers were successfully created. Over the past 2 days, these 100 steelmakers have been smelting steel day and night, and have already produced good results. The next step is for them to work together with the oldsmiths, earthworkers, engineering team to upgrade the steel walls using steel. Qin Ming believed that if he built it smoothly, along with the quantum light shield, this time, if the beasts attacked the city, no matter how iron the beasts' heads were, they wouldn't be able to succeed. After this side was arranged, the oldsmith took the 2 major engineering teams, the steelmaker and the earthsmith, and acted urgently. On the other hand, the task given to Hua Xiaofang was also completed. 300 adult tigers were placed into the Monster Academy. Almost at the same time, Qin Ming rushed out of the lab with a tired face, his bloodshot eyes tinged with excitement. He had finally formulated all of the rewards from the 3rd stage of the trial into magic potions. 2,000 pieces of magic potion materials, all of which were technology-type magic potion materials. These magic potion materials, which possessed many kinds of preparation methods, encompassed the 4 sequential paths of the technology type. The 4 sequence paths are mechanical beings, motorized warriors, mechanical weapons, and technological fortresses. Technology development is the least path of the 5 major developments, but it is very powerful, and Qin Ming chose the current fiercest and strongest path among these magic pill materials, mechanical beings, and what he formulated this time was the Forbidden Sequence 006, Mechanical Tiger. The ability of the mechanical being path is peculiar in that it is not set to work on humans, and its most suitable creatures are beasts of prey. When Qin Ming excitedly brought all the magic potions to the Monster Academy square, a steel cage had already been placed on the square, and inside the cage was none other than a fierce tiger. At this moment, Dragon General, Hua Xiaofang, Xia Mo, and all the transcendents of Monster Academy were here. They all looked at Qin Ming with great suspicion, not knowing why he had found so many fierce tigers, and Qin Ming's next words stunned everyone at the scene. Qin Ming pointed to the magic potions beside him. These, feed the tiger. Everyone was dumbfounded. Such a precious magic potion, fed to a tiger? Do you know how many warriors in China want a bottle of magic potion? Of course, despite being puzzled, no one would question Qin Ming's decision. Immediately, the soldiers fed the magic potion to the tiger, and so the shocking scene took place. Chapter 152, the 4th stage of the trial begins. Roar! After taking the magic potion, the tiger roared madly, seemingly suffering great pain. The tiger's bones were creaking, its muscles expanding from the inside out. Even its body was pulling up. In the next moment, under everyone's shocked gaze, the manticore unexpectedly elevated to 2 meters tall. Its figure was no longer pure, and its fur was replaced by a layer of cold, hard metal. The otherwise soft muscles were filled with mechanical joints and hydraulics, and the limbs were studded with sharp alloy claws that glinted with a cold light. Instead of amber-colored pupils, the manticore's eyes were 2 electronic eyes that glowed an eerie blue, as if they could see through everything. Even though its appearance became cold and hard, that primitive wildness and power did not disappear, but instead became even more terrifying and powerful under the mechanical enchantment. With Blue Star's technological capabilities today, not even the strongest technology could create such flexible, vividly visualized machinery. It was a scene that left the crowd dumbfounded. How is this possible? Lu Chang was filled with shock. Turning a living tiger into a mechanical tiger with a strong smell of steel is something that can happen in this world? However, the mechanical tiger was right in front of them. They had witnessed it with their own eyes. It couldn't be fake. Roar! At this time, the mechanical tigers let out low hisses in unison, turning from their initial agitation into tameness. You can even see discipline in these mechanical tigers. Qin Ming raised his head slightly and barked orders at the mechanical tigers in front of him. All sit down. Bang! Almost at the same time, the 300 mechanical tigers sat down at the same time, their heads fixedly looking at Qin Ming. Those who saw this scene, the Dragon General, Lu Chang and everyone else had a tingle in their scalp. Goodness! I'm not blind, am I? Hua Xiaofat's throat rolled. So fierce. This anyone can see. If these mechanical tigers in front of them, I am afraid that if they just take one out, they can completely abuse the previous 300 fierce tigers. It's not a dimensional creature anymore. They also possess intelligence? Long Xiaoguo looked at Qin Ming in surprise. Qin Ming nodded. That's right, even smarter than before, and unconditionally obedient. Long Xiaoguo's mouth opened for a long time. These are the mechanical spawn? Can they be built in bulk? Yes, but there are no more magic pill materials. Qin Ming said regretfully. Forbidden level magic pill materials are not that easy to obtain. This time,
If it wasn't for the Black Hand rewards, it would be basically impossible for them to get all these multiple tech-type magic potion materials.
At those words, the Dragon General had a look of pity. Such a mechanical tiger was simply a great killer. So the mechanical beings path is about transforming animals into machinery? Summer Mo asked. That's right. Qin Ming nodded. Mechanical beings, whether it's defense or attack, are not comparable to ordinary sequence abilities, especially in group battles. They are a sharp knife that plunges straight into the heart of the alien beast army. Then, Qin Ming looked at the Dragon General. Dragon General, arrange 80% of the alien hunters in the country to Jiangnan City to prepare for the 4th civilization trial. Before that, I'm going to personally train them and make sure to raise everyone's realm. Yes, the Dragon General nodded solemnly. This next week, the entire Inhuman Hunter organization was under Qin Ming's devilish training. Nowadays, in the entire China,
the number of transcendents had reached as many as 3,000,
forming an extremely powerful force. This quantity, placed in the entire Blue Star, was definitely a distant first. And under Qin Ming's devilish training, coupled with the assistance of the Gene Ship, nearly 60% of the realms of the alien hunters had been upgraded. As for Qin Ming and Xiaomo, after absorbing the beast crystals, their realms had both advanced to the early 3rd stage. Lu Chang was promoted to the middle stage of the 2nd rank, and even He Xiaofang was promoted to the early stage of the 2nd rank. As Qin Ming's bottom card, the 200 men of the Ice Cannon Battalion had even all been promoted to the early 2nd level, unlocking new battle techniques. The biggest change in a Transcendence promotion was the ability to obtain new battle techniques, and a single powerful battle technique could raise the upper limit of a Transcendence battle power. This Devil's Week has given the entire Alien Hunters organization a huge boost. On top of that, the walls of Gangnam City are almost built. After the old smiths frantically rushed their work, the 2 logistic squads of earthsmiths and steelmakers succeeded in transforming the earth wall into a steel city wall. This steel wall, from the outside, is very impressive. The hundreds of meters high wall was like a steel beast lying prone, sending shivers down one's spine. The people inside the walls, on the other hand, felt safe and full. Of course, they also knew very well that the location of this 4th civilization trial was right here in Jiangnan City. In these days, nations are preparing for the Great War, and as countries slowly understood the meaning of the 5 directions of development, their strengths were greatly enhanced. For this battle, all the countries were incredibly confident and felt that they were bound to win the top spot. With the world watching, the day of the 4th trial of civilization has finally arrived. In the Jiangnan City of the Chinese country, Qin Ming stood on a high city wall, and on either side of him, an alien hunter wearing a blood-burning cloak, lined up with a solemn expression. High up in the sky, the wind was extremely strong, blowing the alien hunter's cloak Nico, showing off his sharpness. Boom! With a loud boom, Black Hand's voice resounded high in the sky. Hello civilizations, the 4th stage of the civilization trial will now begin. Representatives of all countries are invited to choose the location of the battlefield. The world instantly roared as the voice fell. Here it comes, the Black Hand has appeared. The Great War is finally about to begin. At this moment, there is a great deal of anticipation, fearful but equally expectant of the future. Countries are hoping that they can break out of the rut and become the number 1 country in the world. The next moment, all the electronic screens in the world were invaded, and one by one they lit up. This civilization trial will begin a global live broadcast, with the battles of civilizations all available for viewing. The world was surprised to find that the live broadcast actually had the ability to select the images of other countries, and the images enveloped the entire battlefield as if it were God's vision. This has added to the excitement of ordinary people in various countries and has increased their sense of participation. Then it was time for civilizations to choose their battlefields. The process was a quick one. The countries had long been prepared and were just waiting for the beasts to descend. 2 minutes later, Black Hand's voice rang out across the globe. The battlefields of civilizations have been decided and the first wave of alien beasts will descend in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, boom! As the countdown ended, the heavens and earth violently trembled, and on the designated battlefield of each country, the 20-meter-long and 20-meter-wide void passage slowly opened. Roar! The hissing of the foreign beasts shook the 8 directions. Rumble! The footsteps of the alien beast army made the earth tremble. On the city walls of Jiangnan City, Qin Ming's group of alien hunters looked solemn and stood at attention. Almost at the same time, armies of foreign beasts rushed out at the same time on the battlefields of various countries. And at this moment, not a single country has launched an attack. The official executives of each country didn't even look at their own battlefields, but instead, they all landed their eyes on the live feed of the Chinese battlefield. They all a silent move. Don't worry, let's see how Wasiai is going to fight first. Chapter 153, Exoskeleton Warrior, Debut. At this moment,
The officials of various countries were silently paying attention to the battlefield on China's side. However, when they saw the steel walls on the Chinese countryside, they all froze. The hundreds of meters high steel city wall looked majestic and gave a strong sense of oppression. Yet official voices in various countries have raised doubts. Eagle Jam Trip Prime. What the hell? Steel walls? Why don't the Wachovia use earth walls built by the Transcendents? Stick Country. No way. This Huaxia country actually used ordinary steel to build the city wall. Isn't this a joke? Can this quality of steel hold back the alien beasts? Peacock State. Laughing numb. I thought I could learn from China. I did not expect such stupidity. The iron-blooded emperor of the bear country, on the other hand, frowned and murmured in a low voice. Impossible. It's impossible for Huaxia to make such a low-level mistake. Is this steel wall still magical? Apparently, upon seeing the walls of the Chinese nation, the world resounded with many skeptical voices, some disdainful, some puzzled, and some mocking. More than that, it's still a sneer. They hated for Huaxia to be defeated in this big battle, so that no one could compete with them for the top spot. After several consecutive trials, they all recognized the difference in rewards between the top of the list and the following rankings, leading to the fact that Huaxia was now a strong nation. For all the countries officially, they want to change this situation. Old Qin, there are a lot of foreigners mocking us on the live broadcast? Hua Xiaofang looked at the live broadcast on the tablet with a playful face. Ordinary steel? What do you know about hammers? Qin Ming turned his head sideways. Don't pay any attention to these clowns. Prepare for the big battle. Then, he looked at the two contracted foreign beasts beside him. Enemy information. The desolate wolf immediately responded. It's the southern group of the world of 10,000 races, called the iron-armored beasts. This kind of foreign beast is extremely strong in defense. See the turtle backs on their backs? That can be taken off and used as a shield. As the words fell, the crowd's gazes were focused on the foreign beasts below the city. This kind of iron-armored beast, which was somewhat similar to a beetle, was covered in hard armor and had a thick flat horn on its head. To describe it more aptly, these iron-armored beasts were humanoid beetles with human limbs and even a steel fork weapon. At this moment, the iron-armored beast army had all rushed out in the void passage, numbering around 300. They stood just below the city, and they were as dominant as an elite armored army. The void passage then disappeared, meaning that the first batch of alien beasts had all made their appearance. Just 300 heads for the first batch? It doesn't look like much, Lu Chang whispered. Qin Ming nodded. The first round will be easier accordingly. Otherwise human civilization won't have to play. In the next moment, Qin Ming waved his hand. The first enemies are not considered strong. Follow me out of the city to kill them. Maneuvering team, stand by. Bang, bang, bang. With a sound of steel crashing, only hundreds of soldiers jumped onto the city wall in unison. Watching this scene, all the people watching the live stream froze. Neither the foreign nor the Chinese masses understand what they mean by this. This is a 100-meter high wall. Why are you standing so high? The official top brass of each country were all puzzled, and a question rose in their minds at the same time. Is this a Chinese shooter unit? Are they going to come in with a long-range attack? And then the shocking scene happened. Qin Ming stood in the C position and roared, on the command of the whole army, draw your swords. Clank. The terrifying sound of the sword being drawn shook the sky. 500 people drew their swords at the same time, and the sound of steel intertwining instantly lit up the battlefield. Qin Ming raised his long sword and shouted, kill. Immediately afterward, under the world's dumbfounded gaze, Qin Ming unexpectedly led 500 warriors to leap down at a height of 100 meters. Asterisk. Are they crazy? This is 100 meters high. Even a transcendentalist wouldn't be able to survive a jump like that, right? Fuck. These people in China are absolutely crazy. The world was instantly stirred, all nonplussed. In their eyes, the move was no different than suicide. And just as hundreds of soldiers were about to hit the ground, they were covered in a set of exoskeleton gear, the machinery glowing chillingly in the sunlight. With more than 10 meters to go, two jets popped out of the exoskeletons on the fighters, and a counter-thrust erupted, instantly counteracting the downward force. Boom! Accompanied by a sound of falling steel, Qin Ming and the 500 exoskeleton warriors landed with a bang, sending up clouds of smoke and dust. Compared to these late first-order exoskeleton warriors, as an early third-order Qin Ming was much more at ease. The moment it hit the ground, a thunderbolt flashed beneath its feet, and the guile flash body technique was executed to dislodge the force of its descent. At this moment, under Qin Ming's leadership, 500 exoskeleton warriors holding straight swords lined up on the battlefield, facing off with the alien beasts in front of them with an extremely ferocious aura. Seeing them unharmed, the official executives of the world's country showed their shock. Eagle Sauce, oh my god, are those Iron Man? Stick Country, I know. Wasia chose technological development. Hans Cat Country,
Is this how this technological development plays out? We've built a cyborg? We chose this too. Why does it feel different? Empire of Sunset, it's not like a cyborg, is it? It's more like a human wearing mech gear. Peacock Nation, I have to say, those mecha suits are kinda cool. The debut of Exoskeleton Warrior has caused the world to buzz. Apparently, this is the first mechanical unit to be unveiled to the world. The Exoskeleton Warrior suit is not the kind that Blue Star Technologies builds. It's more like putting on a suit of armor. Yes, like the Eagle Jam crowd said about Iron Man, Eagle Sauce Hub. Chief Trip frowned as he looked at the screen in front of him. No, Qin Ming is trying to make short work of the alien beasts? Don't they have a long-range attack unit? Why don't they use it? This is a question that arises in the minds of many people. The Ice Cannon Battalion had already shown their faces in the last great battle, and the world knew of their existence, but why didn't Qin Ming use them? Well, that's a bad decision in warfare. Just as the world was watching, the Chinese battlefield was the first to be fought. Go! Qin Ming gripped the star meteor blade tightly as thunder swam across his body, directly charging towards the iron-armored beast army. At the same time, the 500 motorized warriors ran furiously in large strides, their speed not much slower than Qin Ming's. Kill! Roar! The army of iron-armored beasts hissed in unison, gripping their steel forks and clashing with the Chinese soldiers. Qin Ming took the lead, thunder surging from his body. Trickster Thunderer, third-ranked battle technique activated. Boom! Qin Ming's figure leapt high into the air, his hands gripping the long blade as terrifying thunder instantly converged on the blade. In the next moment, under the shocked gazes of countless people, his figure fell sharply in midair as his greatsword chopped down. The Great Mindquake. Boom! The Thunder Greatsword smashed heavily into the ground, and the earth instantly split open like a spider web of cracks as a path of thunder surged out underground, erupting with terrifying energy. In an instant, with Qin Ming at the center, dozens of surrounding, iron-armored beasts were directly lifted off the ground. At the same time, a exoskeleton warrior, with a jet blast on his back and holding a straight blade quickly attacked. The point of the blade was precisely the throat of the iron-armored beast. Chapter 154, Passing the First Round. Thunder surged and directly shook the foreign beast away. In this instant, the exoskeleton warrior quickly bullied his way up, and his straight blade precisely plunged into the iron-armored beast's throat. Pust! Underneath that hard armor, the position of the throat seemed unusually weak. Under the sharp straight blade, the blade went straight through the throat, pinning the Fey to the ground. The iron-armored beast that had its throat pierced through let out a whimper on the ground, struggling for a few moments and then ceasing to move. Under this wave of attack, the iron-armored beast army died by the hundreds. The tacit understanding is breathtaking. A quick battle. Qin Ming's figure leapt high, thunder surging from his body as he once again slashed down. Large mind shock. Knock! The ground resounded with a violent roar, like the sky collapsing and countless thunderbolts surging out on the ground, the powerful impact knocking the iron-armored beast away. Almost at the same time, the exoskeleton warriors jetted energy behind their backs, and the powerful impact drove their bodies to fly out like arrows, once again chopping at the iron-armored beast's throat. The iron-armored beasts were decimated in large swaths. With just 2 waves of attacks, the number of iron-armored beasts was left at less than 100, and they can't even fight back. Kill! In the end, Qin Ming led 500 exoskeleton warriors in a siege against the iron-armored beast. This time, without Qin Ming's first strike, the battle with the iron-armored beast seemed especially fierce. Late First-Order exoskeleton warriors could only barely break through the defenses of the iron-armored beasts, but it was difficult to fatally injure them, and the only drawback to decapitating the ironclad beast was in its throat. But the ironclad beasts weren't stupid and knew how to defend themselves very well, and with their defenses, it wasn't easy to hit the throat. If confronted head-on, the exoskeleton warrior would definitely have to pay some price. But don't forget that there was still a Qin Ming in the field. Only a surge of energy was seen surging from Qin Ming's body as the Guile Thunderer third-stage battle skill was unleashed. Thunder Enchantment. You can enchant thunder onto your body or weapon, increasing your attack power by 10 times and your speed by 5 times. Buzz! Qin Ming reached out and wiped his hand on the Starfall blade, and a wave of thunder instantly surged forth. He held the Thunder Long Sword and started a fierce fight in the middle of the field. With a slash, the iron-armored beast's hard armor instantly exploded into pieces, and that extremely strong defense didn't play much of a role. Qin Ming was like a sharp knife, constantly roaming the battlefield, thunderous blade light flashing as the iron-armored beasts were hacked to pieces. With this horrific combat power, the other exoskeleton warriors would just follow behind and patch things up and be done with it. Soon, the 300 iron-armored beasts in the field were all wiped out, and the entire process took less than 10 minutes. At this moment, people watching the live broadcast around the globe were stunned. It was much easier than they thought. The beasts aren't that scary. Yeah, I feel like I can do that too. China's strength is still good, but this technological development feels very ordinary,
relying on Qin Ming alone to support it.
Upstairs is right. This technology development path is really weak, not useful.
The livestream set off heated comments.
At the same time, after this battle in Huaxia,
the officials of various countries also saw the weakness of the iron-armored beast.
Eagle Jam Chief Trip spoke to the front line. General John,
the Iron Beast's weakness is in the throat.
On the battlefield of Eagle Jam, General John stood on the city wall.
The corners of his mouth turned up slightly.
Prepare the whole army. This battle is the time for us Eagle Sauce to make our mark. On the side, General Arthur waved his hand. Divine Ape Squad, go! Immediately after that, 300 soldiers stepped out on the city wall, each of them tall with an unruly demeanor on their faces. Then,
a shocking scene occurred as the 300 soldiers' bodies began to swell,
their toned muscles ripping their tops right off.
Their skin began to grow fluffy hairs, and their looks were all shifting, surprisingly turning into a 3-meter-tall giant ape.
Apparently, the pathway chosen by Eagle Sauce Nation for development is Beast State, and this troop is the reward of the third civilization trial. Poo Sequence 023, Giant Ape. This troop is Eagle Jam's biggest card. Originally, the Great Ape troops were not to be deployed so soon, but in order to suppress China,
General Arthur decided to show them off and revitalize the Eagle Sauce.
After all, this is a globally broadcast trial, and with global attention,
it's a great opportunity for Hawk Jam to make a statement.
Go! With a wave of General Arthur's hand,
each of the 300 great apes gripped a huge 3-meter-tall sword,
and their massive forms leapt high over the city walls. However, compared to the 100-meter-high walls of Huaxia,
the walls of the Eagle Jam battlefield were a bit shorter. Their city walls were also built by Earth Transcendents, but they were quite a bit worse than the professional Earthsmiths of Huaxia, so their limit was to get up a 60-meter-high wall at the most.
At this moment,
the 300 great apes leapt down high, their huge bodies crashing to the ground, and the earth trembled violently.
Kill!
300 great apes launched a charge at the same time, and the earth trembled violently.
Roar! On the opposite side,
an army of 300 iron-armored beasts similarly clutched their steel forks and rushed over.
The two swords violently clashed together. The giant ape was very ferocious,
and his great sword swept across and heavily smashed into the iron-armored beast.
With a bang,
the iron-armored beast's armor exploded with a sound,
and its figure flew out backwards. The great ape pursued the attack,
and his great sword plunged hard into the iron-armored beast's throat.
The
sounds of killing rose in all directions, and in less than 10 minutes, the battle was over. 300 great apes wiped out the iron-armored beasts with 0 battle losses and successfully passed the first round of the siege.
In an instant, the whole country of Eagle Jam was all abuzz with excitement. Eagle Sauce is invincible. Eagle Sauce is powerful. The world's #1. We're even faster than Huaxia. Our points are definitely higher than Huaxia's, and this time Eagle Jam will definitely be #1.
The Eagle Jam crowd has been leaving messages on the air that scream arrogance.
Chief Trip and other Eagle Jam executives also cheered excitedly, as if they had already won. 5 minutes later,
the Bear Country battlefield also passed the first round of Fey attack.
The path of development chosen by the Bear Nation is also Beast State, and the transcendent they get is Poo Sequence 022, Storm Bear, Tyrannical Bear, Transcendent. The bestialized form is an enlarged version of a giant bear,
also with a 3-meter-tall stature,
similar to the giant ape.
And just as the world was watching the live broadcast of the battlefields of the nations,
clearance information pops up on all electronic screens. First round pass, first place, Huaxia. Second place, Eagle Sauce. Third place, Bear Country. As the message popped up,
the Eagle Jam crowd froze and then exploded.
No, why are we in second place? We clearly took less time than Huaxia. Ha! That's right, it only took us 8 minutes, and it took Huaxia 10. How does that work? Shady. On the live stream, it's all trolling from the Eagle Jam crowd. Chinese netizens couldn't take it anymore and directly disliked them. Your brains are pumped by the Fey beasts, aren't they?
You guys hadn't even started when we,
Huaxia, beat the Fey beasts. A bunch of talents. Weren't you waiting for Huaxia to discover the Fey's weakness before you started attacking? Getting a bargain but still selling out. So speechless. Mud. These Eagle Sauce yokels are so good. I can't stand it. Looking at the responses, it's only then that Eagle Jam has remembered. Yeah, they just calculate the time the battle took, but they forgot the time the battle ended, and they did wait for Huaxia to finish before they started attacking. If we go by the appearance of the beasts to their decimation,
then the fastest to pass the barrier would naturally be Huaxia.
Upon reacting, The Eagle Jam webmaster blushed and was too happy too soon. At this point, however, the Black Hand once again issued a pass. 4th place, Sakura Nation.
This news has attracted the attention of people all over the world.
The Sakura country? A country occupied by the Fae. And they're involved in a siege?
Chapter 155, Occupation Exposed.
Each one doing his own thing. Sakura country. In the perception of the countries, it was a country that had fallen to the Fae.
It is subconsciously assumed that a country that loses its sovereignty has failed the trial and is out of the competition.
That's why the countries pretty much ignored Sakura Nation. Now it's more than a little shocking to suddenly see Sakura Nation on the bulletin. At this moment,
even Qin Ming was concerned as he stood on the battlefield and picked up his tablet to check the live stream of the Sakura Nation battlefield.
Almost at the same time, the people of the world flocked to Sakura Nation's live broadcast.
Seeing the live feed took the world by surprise. On the battlefield of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, they surprisingly built a wall as well, and similarly decimated all 300 iron-armored beasts from the first round.
And on the city walls,
Qin Ming also saw the figures of Kawashima and Commander Yamada.
No, technically, these are 2,000 faced monkeys disguised as humans. At this moment,
those standing on the city walls and participating in the battle were alien beasts and human transcendents.
Seeing this scene, it was Qin Ming who froze. What's this? The Fae and humans of Sakura country are living together peacefully? What kind of international joke is this? But what was puzzling was why Kawashima, as a clan of the Fae thousand-faced monkey, had taken on the ironclad beast. In the next moment,
Qin Ming reacted violently.
These thousand-faced monkeys were trying to gain a foothold in Blue Star. They wanted to monopolize Blue Star.
Although the thousand-faced monkey was also a Fae beast, there were tens of thousands of races among the Fae beasts, and they had hostile and competitive relationships with each other. If the thousand-faced monkeys and the humans of the Sakura country reach a consensus on peaceful coexistence, then the thousand-faced monkeys can completely replace the regime of the Sakura country,
and even protect the masses of the Sakura country. In this way,
the Thousand Faces monkey gets a good run for its money.
Naturally, Kawashima was unwilling for the other 10,000 races to travel to the Blue Planet again, as they had already made it their own territory. What a wolf! Qin Ming's face sank. These thousand-faced monkeys are truly cunning. Looking at the current situation,
the Sakura Nation masses were probably already tamed,
and it was a disgrace to humanity that they would willingly be enslaved by a foreign beast. Seeing this situation, the official executives of each country couldn't help but frown, feeling that this Sakura Nation was always a hidden danger. But countries are not doing well right now, and they simply can't spare the time to deal with them. Gradually, more and more countries passed the first round of Fae attack. This time,
the path of development of each country is also largely exposed. The fifth country to pass was the Hanseatic Cat country, and they had the same development path as the Chinese country, technology path. But unlike Huaxia, they were given the sequential ability of the technological weapons path.
That's 200 Pu Sequence 034, firearms experts. Their ability is that they can transform Blue Star's firearms into transcendent weapons, so that they have the ability to deal with alien beasts, which is somewhat similar to the Ice Cannon Masters of China. And the Hanseatic Cat country was the only one using firearms against the enemy this time.
It also gave humanity hope that thermal weapons might not be incapable of dealing with xenomorphs. It was just that the quality of Blue Star's thermal weapons was too poor.
The Hanseatic Cat nation has really shown its mettle this time,
and it has shocked the peoples of all nations. Then came the sixth country to pass,
the Empire of Sunset. The path of development of the Sunset Empire is spiritual power. There are 5 major paths for spiritual power development respectively:
mage, apothecary, formationist, caterer, auxiliary. And the soldiers exposed by the Sunset Empire were clearly mage path.
On the battlefield of the Sunset Empire, 200 wizards with flames in their hands stood on the high walls of the city and unleashed a fierce attack on the iron-armored beasts.
Qin Ming was watching the live broadcast and could see the sequential capabilities of this army. Pu Sequence 038, Flame Mage.
It's obviously a nice sequence ability.
The 7th pass country,
Gaul.
They likewise chose to develop spiritual power. What was shocking was that the Gallic Kingdom had only sent 10 Transcendents to solve the first round of alien beasts attacking the city. The 10 Transcendents stood not far from the Void Passage, and they dropped bottles of green potions on the ground,
giving off a suffocating odor. Before those 300 iron-armored beasts could launch their attack, they were made to foam at the mouth by this greenish aura, and all of them died. This scene instantly set the world on fire. There is no doubt that the strength of the Gallic nation on display this time is the most feared. This guy's playing biochemistry. Qin Ming, who was watching the live broadcast, raised an eyebrow. Apothecary?
That's right. The transcendence sent by the Gallic Kingdom was none other than the apothecary pathway,
and it was also the Dew Poisoner, with the most ferocious attack. The ability to do this is nothing short of scandalous. The 8th pass country, Peacock country.
The Peacock state has chosen to develop in the direction of physical
physique, is divided into 5 major paths: warrior, knight, assassin, archer, and hero. It's a bit more understandable, similar to playing a game. What the Peacock Kingdom displayed, on the other hand, was the warrior path, Pu Sequence 043, Brute Force Warrior. This sequence of abilities focuses on one power. When the 300 brute force warriors, holding their shields and lances, charged in unison, the armor of the iron-armored beasts couldn't even stop their fronts. Ninth Pass Country, Elephant Country. The same physical development was chosen by the Elephant State, but unlike the Peacock Kingdom, what they showed was a team of Night Path sequencers. On the battlefield, the Elephant Kingdom did not have a large number of people, roughly 100 or so, but they all rode giant elephants with a ferocious aura. This troop is, quite literally, the Universal Order 041, Elephant Troopers. The elephant rider, once mounted on an elephant, will have a beastly physique, and with the cooperation of the sequencer, will be able to perform battle techniques. In this great battle, the elephant soldiers crushed the 300 iron-armored beasts to pieces with just one charge. If it wasn't for the need to mop up one by one after dispersing the iron-armored beasts, the Elephant Kingdom would definitely be more than ninth in terms of clearance speed. Then came the 10th Pass Country, the land of the stick. The stick country chose the same physical development. They were rewarded with the archer path, Pu Sequence 051, Burst Archer. The transcendents of the stick country didn't take the initiative to attack, but instead stood on the walls to output, and with 300 shooters attacking at the same time, dealing with the first round of the Fey was also a breeze. In addition to this, other countries are also using their own means, and all kinds of never-before-seen abilities have come to light, which is an eye-opener for the world. Apparently, after deciding on a development path, the strength of the Blue Star countries has taken a qualitative leap forward. It's not at all comparable to what we had before, and there's a deeper understanding of the transcendental sequence. After World War I, nations were confident that their country was the chosen one. Soon, the second round of monster invasion began, and what the world never expected was that despair set in. Chapter 156, Iron-Armored Beast Elite, Seeking Golden Tickets. Buzz, the heavens and earth trembled, and on the battlefields of the nations, the void passage opened up once again. The earth trembled violently along with the hissing sound of the foreign beast. The second round of monster attacks is coming. Roar! The angry growl of the Fae was extraordinarily loud, but with the experience of the first time, the transcendentalists of the countries more or less relaxed. On the other hand, on the Chinese side of the battlefield, Qin Ming was unusually cautious. All hands prepare for the enemy. For the second round of alien beasts attacking the city, Qin Ming did not change his lineup, and the 500 exoskeleton warriors held straight swords in their hands as they stood at attention. All get ready. We'll make sure we take first place this time. The same phrase rang out across the battlefields of the nations. All countries believe they have the power to compete. At this moment, almost at the same time, the second round of foreign beasts rushed out. The warriors of the various countries prepared themselves and immediately attacked the moment the beast appeared. Kill! Eagle Jam country was the fastest, and the 300 giant apes rushed forward in unison with their great swords in their hands. The other countries did the same, eager to start fighting with the beasts immediately. And only Qin Ming sensed that something was wrong and immediately shouted, "All defense, hide behind the defense line." On the battlefield of Huaxia, there was a meter-high line of defense. This defense line was precisely piled up with the corpses of the iron-armored beasts. Hearing this voice from Qin Ming, all the exoskeleton warriors hid behind the defense line. At the same time, a high-speed rotating shield suddenly flew out of the void channel. Bang! 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 The shields shot out like flying saucers, all of them crashing into the iron-armored beast's corpse defense line. What was shocking was that such a strong defense of the iron-armored beast could only barely block the shield that flew out. One could imagine how strong the opponent's offense was. The Chinese side was blocked, but all the other countries suffered. The first to get hit was Eagle Jam. When the celestial ape troops saw the shield shooting out, they could no longer react. The high-speed rotating shield was incomparably sharp, and it actually tore open a wound when it crashed into the giant ape's ascending body. The unlucky ones even had their heads cut off. As a crash sounded, the giant ape troops fell 40 to 50 people, screaming in misery. The same was true for the other countries, and the brute force warriors of the Peacock country also fell by the shield attack. As long as the Transcendents stood on the battlefield, all of them, except for China, suffered. The worst is still the two poisoners of the Gallic country. The poison they had set up on the ground early on was just waiting for the Fae to show up. What I didn't expect, however, was that the first to rush out was Shield. Caught off guard, the two poison masters couldn't react and were directly cut into several pieces by the shield. dying tragically on the spot. Even the poisonous gas was dispersed by the high-speed rotating shield. The world's major battlefields wailed. Seeing this scene, the gunsmiths of the Hanseatic Cat Kingdom and the Flame Mages of the Sunset Empire breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that they weren't underneath the city. They were using long-range attacks, so there was no need to engage the Fae in a short fight, and because of that they dodged a bullet. It was only after a piece of the shield flew out that the foreign beast rushed out from the void passage. It was a black-scaled beast with a tyrannical look, holding a steel fork in its hand. Obviously, the second round of foreign beasts were still iron-armored beasts, but these iron-armored beasts had all reached the realm of the early second stage, and they were not much more powerful than the ones in the first round. This is the Ironclad Beast Elite. Rumble! The army of iron-armored beasts instantly rushed out. Their speed and strength were much stronger than the previous batch, and their figures were extremely flexible. After rushing out of the void passage, the beast of iron armor rolled forward, picked up the shield on the ground, and charged at the humans again. It was only then that the world realized that what flew out just now was not a shield, but the heavy armor behind the iron-armored beast. At this moment, these beasts of iron armor, holding a shield in one hand and a long fork in the other, madly rushed towards the humans. Roar! The foreign beasts hissed and the sound waves rose up to the sky. What was even more shocking was that the second round of iron-armored beasts, the number of which had reached as many as 500, had directly doubled in strength. Xin Ming's face became grave as he bellowed, "All troops, listen to the order. Attack!" Xin Ming was the first to come out from behind the corpse defense and popped out 2 playing cards in his hand. The King of Size, Magic King Bomb. Xin Ming violently threw out 2 cards, and the big and small kings on the cards looked like they had come to life, revealing crazy smiles. GGG. Here comes the bomb. The Red King and Black King each held a watermelon-sized bomb and instantly crashed into the army of iron-armored beasts. Boom! With a loud explosion, dozens of iron-armored beasts were blown apart. When the early third stage Qin Ming faced the early second stage iron-armored beast, his strength was not on the same level. Immediately afterward, Qin Ming waved his hand, and the ice python's body rapidly enlarged. The ice python made a shocking appearance, unleashing the first battle technique, King Python's Gun. Its massive tail was covered in heavy frost and swept against the ironclad beast. Rumble! The iron-armored beasts were swept down, but there were those who reacted quickly and immediately grabbed their shields to block. Roar! Immediately after that, a beast that seemed to be the leader of the ironclad beasts, it let out a roar. In the next moment, the remaining iron-armored beast's body unexpectedly shrunk together and turned into a round iron ball. Hundreds of iron balls rolled quickly and rushed over with a powerful might. Iron-armored beast's battle technique, Fearless Charge. This scene startled both Qin Ming and the Ice Python King. Master, be careful! The Ice Python King raised his enormous head, and frost coalesced crazily in his throat. Frost spit. Roar! The Ice Python King opened his mouth and spat out extremely cold frost at the charging iron-armored beast. In an instant, frost covered a large area, and the iron-armored beast that bore the brunt of the frost was directly frozen into a ball of ice, stopping where it was. However, the number of iron-armored beasts was too many. There were 50 iron balls crashing into the Ice Python King. Under the impact of the powerful force, the huge body of the Ice Python King was sent flying. That wasn't the end of it. The rest of the iron-armored beasts still continued to roll, heading straight for the city walls. Boom! The iron ball swept across. Iron armor beast body defense line was instantly broken. The exoskeleton warriors face a crisis. On the city walls, the faces of the Dragon General and the others changed drastically. Ice Cannon Battalion, prepare! The Dragon General bellowed. Rumble! In a matter of moments, 200 ice gunners were set up on the walls, ready to support. And right at this moment, Qin Ming's figure blocked in front of the exoskeleton warrior and shouted, "Prepare for energy impact." In an instant, the 300 exoskeleton warriors raised their hands in unison, a wave of energy rapidly building up in their palms. Exoskeleton warrior, battle technique, energy pulse. All the exoskeleton warriors unleashed their battle techniques in unison as a piece of iron balls crashed over like a torrent. The energy pulse in the palm of his hand instantly erupted. Boom, boom, boom. A powerful energy shockwave blasted out, colliding heavily with the iron ball. In an instant, under the shocked gazes of countless people, the iron-armored beast's deformed iron ball struck and flew in place, like a cannonball discharging and flying out. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. With a slight cracking sound, the armor on the ironclad beast was covered in cracks. Chapter 157, Tiger Downer Beast, Ice Cannon Battalion, Kill. After sending the iron-armored beasts flying, they smashed on the ground in a sorry state, no longer as imposing as they were at the beginning. Qin Ming seized the opportunity and led the crowd to rush forward. The iron-armored beast also reacted quickly and immediately reorganized itself, and the two sides physically fought together. A tiefling beast clenched a steel fork in both hands and stabbed it hard at an exoskeleton warrior. Dang. However, the steel fork was blocked by the hard exoskeleton armor. The warrior stood with a straight blade in his hand and a backhanded slash to the neck of the iron-armored beast. With a bang, the iron-armored beast's armor, which was already riddled with cracks, thumped and exploded, and its head was directly chopped off. Such a scene appeared in all parts of the battlefield. The fighters are killing it. The Fae were vicious, but they were even more vicious. This battle took nearly half an hour before the 500 iron-armored beasts were finally wiped out. Qin Ming looked at the corpses of the alien beasts littering the ground, and then looked at the exhausted exoskeleton warriors. With 2 consecutive waves of attacks, the warriors' consumption was almost over. If we keep fighting, someone should die. Qin Ming shouted to the warriors, organize the battlefield and drag all the corpses of the iron-armored beasts into the city. With a loud boom, the steel gates opened and a squad of Xenos hunters came out to meet them, dragging the carcass of the ironclad beast back into the city. At the same time, Black Hand's voice rang out. Congratulations to the Huaxia civilization for being the first to pass the second round of alien beasts attacking the city. When the voice rang out, the world froze. What? Huaxia has passed it? Damn, we're slow again. On the Eagle Sauce battlefield, the last iron-armored beast was decimated, and all the higher-ups exploded. Asshole, that was close. We got through, but this casualty is beyond expectation. On the city wall, General Arthur looked at the battlefield below. 300 great ape warriors, now less than 250 left. This battle loss is a bit big. This was still the second round of alien beasts attacking the city, and it was still 3 rounds short of reaching the target. If we keep fighting like this, it's not going to be good. And that's still good for Eagle Jam. The battlefields in other countries are even worse. Soon, one after another, countries passed the second round, but there are also countries that collapse in this round. Among them is a neighbor of Huaxia, the Lao country. The power of the Transcendence in the Lair Kingdom was small, just not enough for 500 people. In the iron-armored beast's raid just now, hundreds of Transcendents had their lives directly harvested by the shield. Then, the Iron Beast transformed into an iron ball and slammed into the city wall with a powerful force. The iron-armored beasts were worthy of being good at attacking cities, and after several rounds of impacts, the walls collapsed. Once the city walls collapsed, the Lao Kingdom's current Fey Beast attack battle would mean failure. After the city walls shattered, the remaining Transcendents in the Lair country were simply incapable of stopping the Fey Beasts, and in the end, they could only be forced to abandon the city and start fleeing, and the city, then, became the territory of the ironclad beast, and an even more horrifying scene occurred. The third round of foreign beasts attacking the city followed, and on the battlefield of the Lao country, the void passageway unexpectedly opened up as well. The third round of Fey came out in the passage. It was a beast that looked like a bull or a tiger. They had a tiger-like body and a pair of bull horns, and their robust muscles looked particularly fierce. The sight of this scene caused the world to panic. No, hasn't the old Lair Kingdom already failed? How come the third round of foreign beasts will still descend? What is this situation? It's not enough that these foreign beasts have taken over a city. Do they want to continue? No way. What about the fourth and fifth rounds? If all of them descend and the Lao country is incapable of stopping them, then won't these foreign beasts be able to push across the Lao country? It's over. It's over. The old nest country is going to be over. The live stream set off a violent discussion. Qin Ming was also watching the live broadcast from the city walls at this time and let out a soft sigh. Sure enough, the people's discussion was correct. Not only would the beasts not leave after the failed trial, the next beasts that still hadn't descended would all continue to appear. The Fae will not continue to appear until after the 5 rounds are over. But it was scary enough. On the battlefield of Lao country, there were more than 300 iron-armored beasts, and the Tiger Downer beasts that had appeared now numbered another 500. Together with the Fey beasts from the next 2 rounds, the number would be more than 2,000. These 2,000 foreign beasts when occupied this city. Their next target is the entire Lao country. In this way, the Lair state can be declared extinct. That's the reason for dark migration. The beasts used a city as a base and gradually occupied the territory of the Lao country, and humans could only flee and migrate along the way. This is dark migration. Gradually, peoples realized the situation and panic began to spread. They have cried out to state officials, make sure you hold the walls. The atmosphere began to shift. Transcendents from all countries became serious as they realized that the situation was not good. And that's when the third round of Fey beasts began to attack. After the second round of sneak attacks by the iron-armored beasts, now that the battlefields of the various countries were cleared out, none of them dared to directly send troops to block the entrance of the void passage, fearing that the Fey beasts would play another underhanded trick. At the same time, officials from various countries had their eyes on the China battlefield livestream. It's the same old rule. They want to see how Huaxia deals with the Fey. Without absolute certainty, countries dare not act rashly. When Qin Ming saw the reaction of the countries, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Next, he doesn't put up a fight. Ice Artillery Battalion at your service. Stand by. Boom! In an instant, more than 200 ice artillerymen set up their short cannons on the walls. As a squad that Qin Ming valued, the Ice Cannon Battalion was undoubtedly his trump card. The reason why the Ice Cannon Battalion was not sent out in the first 2 rounds was so that they could retain their strength. Today, it's time. Show the world your strength. Qin Ming waved his big hand down, and the Ice Cannon Battalion opened fire at the same time. Boom boom boom. An ice-cold cannonball roared out from the city wall, slamming into the Tiger Downer army with a ferocious momentum. Roar! The Tiger Downer army let out an angry hiss, and the 500 armies were instantly dispersed and disciplined. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. Quite clever, but unfortunately useless. In the next moment, the ice cannon fell sharply and exploded a sky of snow on the ground. Once caught in a wave of frost, the cold ice quickly covers it. Boom boom boom. Beneath the walls, ice cannons were flying. A tiger was blasted in its hind legs, and the frost spread quickly, freezing its hind legs in no time. But the Tiger Downer had good strength, middle of the second order, and to freeze the whole of them, it was obvious that it was still close to fire. The freezing was enough, though, and the injured tiger limped down, slowing right down. Qin Ming raised his hand again. Switch weapons. In the next moment, under the world's stunned gaze, the 50 ice artillery masters put away the short cannons in their hands and switched to single-shot long snipers. Second-ranked battle skill, Ice Sniper. Click. With bullets loaded, the fighters took aim at those wounded Tiger Downers and pulled the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of gunfire, a Tiger Downer fell in response. The cold bullets pierced right through their heads. Seeing this scene, the world was dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is this a mage or a shooter? Chapter 158, Capturing the Inferno Storm Dragon Alive. Requesting golden tickets. The Ice Cannon Battalion is once again on display. In the world's perception, the Ice Cannon Master rightfully belonged to the spiritual direction, mage path, but their weapon is a gun, which is the physical direction, shooter path anyhow. In fact, Ice Gunner can be a dual path. As the name suggests, ice is a spell and cannon is a shooter, so the Ice Cannoner can go either way. The Ice Cannon Master that ranked at Forbidden Order 009 was undoubtedly a powerful existence, or else it wouldn't have become Qin Ming's trump card. The 200 or so Ice Artillery Masters had all been promoted to the early second stage under Qin Ming's training, and it wasn't difficult to deal with these mid-second stage Tiger Downer beasts. Moreover, they had the advantage of outputting from a high position, and the Tiger Downer beast was destined to be no match even if it was strong. Soon, under the heavy output of the Ice Cannon Battalion, the 500 Tiger Downer beasts were all wiped out. The battle lasted 15 minutes. Once again, Huaxia became the first place in the third round of the alien beasts attacking the city. By the time we got here, countries were nonplussed. This Huaxia was stronger than they had imagined. The skepticism from earlier also faded away. All speechless. At this time the battlefields of various countries were being violently fought. In addition to some big countries, many small and less powerful countries are already showing signs of fatigue and are beginning to be unable to hold out. Slowly countries began to lose their wars. The walls were breached, the Transcendents were torn apart by an army of Tiger Downers, and the remaining warriors fled in haste. Such a scene appeared one after another, and by the time the third round of foreign beasts attacked the city, half of the countries had already failed in defending the city and were forced to withdraw from this civilization trial. And apart from China, the rest of the countries began to suffer casualties one after another, and there were quite a few of them. As powerful as Eagle Jam and Bear Country, their first batch of Transcendents had been cut from 300 to 200. And this was still the third round of foreign beasts attacking the city, and there were still 2 more rounds to go before they qualified. Now the world is panicking even more. They realized that this foreign beast attacking the city wasn't as easy as they thought. The battlefield of Huaxia. The whole country is watching. At this time, all of the Tiger Downer beast corpses under the city had been dragged into the city. The corpses of the foreign beasts were meant to be the greatest spoils of war, so Qin Ming naturally wouldn't let them go. A lot of magic medicine materials can be extracted from this, and in the future, they will all be the center base power of Huaxia. Rumble. At the same time, the earth rumbled once again, the void passage opened, and the fourth round of foreign beasts was about to descend. Qin Ming looked serious and murmured softly, "Here we go. This is where the real test begins." With the whole world watching, heavy footsteps resounded in the void passages of the nation's battlefields. Knock, knock, knock. This heavy footsteps sound people scared, obviously have not yet seen the beast figure. On this sound has been very oppressive. Immediately after that, a behemoth with a 5-meter tall body stepped out in the passageway. It was a ferocious beast resembling the form of a Tyrannosaurus rex, with thick and powerful hind legs, slightly shorter front legs but with sharp claws, and a thick tail full of spikes dragging on the ground, pulling out a deep gully. Roar! The beast hissed, a set of sharp teeth seeming to have the power to tear everything apart. Such foreign beasts stepped out one after another, and it was terrifying to watch. Is this Godzilla? This foreign beast doesn't look generally ferocious. Can we beat such a monster? The world resounded with murmurs, especially the countries with physical and beast state development. Their faces were even uglier. On the walls of the Eagle Sauce battlefield, General Arthur looked at his own giant ape, Transcendent, and then looked at the alien beasts below, and felt that it was just a child bumping into a special forces soldier. There was no comparison at all. A 3-meter-tall giant ape standing in front of the Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex was like a joke. Even the elephant soldiers of the Elephant Kingdom are feeling the pressure. While size doesn't mean battle power, the Inferno Tyrannosaurus really does look like it can fight. General, this is not a good fight. Akil, the head of the Transcendence Department, frowned, not looking too good. General Arthur snorted coldly. We have to fight even if it's not good. If China can win, can't we? In this battle, you're on. At that, Achilles' face darkened. Mud, shouldn't have said anything. And just then, on the live feed, a country took the lead and attacked. On the battlefield of the Sunset Empire, 200 flame mages had already finished storing up their power, and with a command, 200 fireballs fell high on the city walls. Fight! Boom boom boom! The battlefield set off a terrifying roar. The fireball pulled up a splendid parabola high in the air and smashed towards the Inferno Dragon on the ground. In an instant, the army of Inferno Storm Dragons was engulfed by fireballs, and an explosion kicked up, filling the air with smoke. Ha ha ha, keep blasting. The leader of the Sunset Empire's battlefield was Admiral Grimm, who was wearing a smile at the moment, pleased with his own flame mage. This time, we're bound to be number one. Admiral Green waved his hand. Fight! Fight for me! Boom boom boom! Under the intensive attack, the city walls had been filled with smoke, and the smoke and fire completely obscured the figure of the Inferno Tyrannosaurus. And just when Admiral Green thought he was going to wipe out the Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex, an Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex with flames burning all over it walked out. The Inferno Storm Dragon gazed at the top of the city wall and let out an angry hiss. Roar! In an instant, the earth trembled, and heavy footsteps sounded again. Knock knock! The army of Inferno Storm Dragons rushed out in the firelight, their aura rising a few points higher than before. How is this possible? Admiral Grimm's face changed drastically. Not only is the Inferno Storm Dragon fine, it's even stronger? The scene stunned the crowds in all countries. This Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex was ferocious. Quick! Stop them! Seeing the Inferno Storm Dragon charging over, Admiral Green panicked a bit. All Transcendence! Fight! Obviously, he had realized that the Flame Mage's attack didn't have much effect on the Inferno Tyrannosaurus, and now he could only go all out and rely on the other Transcendents to block the Inferno Tyrannosaurus. Seeing this scene, Qin Ming smiled. The Sunset Empire isn't having much luck. The Inferno Tyrannosaurus is originally a fire exotic beast. To hit them with fire, unless it is suppressed with absolute power, it won't work at all. But it's different on the Chinese side. The warriors of the Ice Cannon Battalion had the opposite attributes of the Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ice attribute, which just so happens to restrain the Inferno Storm Dragon. Qin Ming's eyes burned as he looked at the more than 500 Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rexes below the city. This Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex is a first-class fighter, fully qualified to be under his command. And with so many Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rexes at the moment, it might be possible to get a 9-star Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex, which would be too strong. Then, Qin Ming raised his large hand. Ice Cannon Battalion at your service. Ice nets at the ready. Click, click, click. The soldiers switched weapons, swapping long snipes for hand cannons. Ice Artillery Master second rank battle technique. Ice net. In an instant, the ice gunners fired in unison. Boom boom boom. In the hand cannon, a jet of cold ice shot out, and when it came to midair it exploded into a large net of cold ice coalescence. The large net quickly covered the Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex, suppressing them one by one. Go on, don't save your strength, keep firing until they can't move. Qin Ming commanded loudly. Just one layer of ice net naturally couldn't trap the Inferno Storm Dragon, but what if multiple layers of ice net? Thus, under the Ice Cannon Battalion's relentless attack, each Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex was trapped by 7 or 8 ice webs, pinning them to the ground like a spider web. Qin Ming's eyes lit up with success. Then, under the eyes of the world, Qin Ming jumped off the Chang City wall alone and headed towards the Yin Tyrannosaurus Rex army. The crowds in the countries watching the live stream froze. They hadn't even reacted from the powerful attack of the Ice Cannon Battalion before they fell into shock. Everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Ming. What's he up to? Capture the Inferno Storm Dragon alive? Chapter 159, 9-star Red Lotus Tyrannosaurus. Seeking golden tickets. That's right, Qin Ming was precisely trying to capture the Yin Tyrannosaurus alive. After advancing to the third rank, the third contract altar inside the Qian Koan gourd unraveled, which meant that he was able to contract a third foreign beast, and the Inferno Tyrannosaurus is definitely the best choice. In terms of combat power, it could rival the Desolate Wolf, and in terms of spell attacks, it could rival the Ice Python, and with its amphibious development, it was definitely a perfect contracted beast. Then, under the puzzled gazes of the world, Qin Ming walked over to an Inferno Storm Dragon and stretched out his hand to press on its head. The Inferno Storm Dragon let out an angry low chant, but it couldn't move. Qin Ming stood beside the 5-meter-tall Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex, more or less looking a bit small. The corner of Qin Ming's mouth rose slightly. There's no rush. You'll be hanging out with me from now on. You're the leader of this group of Inferno Tyrannosaurus, aren't you? Roar. The Inferno Storm Dragon let out a low roar with an extraordinary aura. Qin Ming's eyes brightened slightly. It really is a kingly bloodline. Looking at the more than 10 layers of ice nets on its body, Qin Ming was satisfied with this Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Inferno Tyrant Dragon belonged to the Forbidden Beasts, and the one in front of him even had the potential to become a King Beast. In time, this Inferno Tyrannosaurus would definitely be able to be promoted to King Beast and become the king of the Inferno Tyrannosaurus group. Perhaps I can help you become king. The corner of Qin Ming's mouth lifted up as a wave of energy exploded in his hand. The Qiankuan gourd seal on his arm flashed with a light, instantly sucking the Inferno Tyrannosaurus into it. The next moment was the moment of great harvest, as Qin Ming inhaled the Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex on the battlefield into the Qiankuan gourd one by one. Within moments, the battlefield cleared. At the sight of this scene, the masses of the world were dumbfounded for a moment. Hair, what happened? Why are the Inferno dragons gone? What exactly did this Qin Ming do? And why was he able to make the Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex disappear? Everyone was puzzled. The situation was clearly beyond their knowledge, and at this time, Qin Ming had already returned to the city walls, unable to suppress the joy in his heart. Unfortunately, the Ice Cannon Battalion was doing its best to take in the Inferno Storm Dragon. Transcendent fighting required the consumption of mental energy, and the Ice Cannon Battalion had already been overloaded with fighting, and they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to recover without a period of time. It also meant that the Ice Cannon Battalion was no longer able to participate in the battle in the 5th round, but it was worth it. While the other countries were still in the midst of the great battle, Qin Ming's mind entered the internal world of the Qiankuan gourd. Upon entering, Qin Ming saw the Inferno Tyrannosaurus Prime on the altar that was firmly bound by chains, as well as the hundreds of Inferno Tyrannosaurs on the ground. Qin Ming didn't waste any time and directly fused them together. Ding, ding, ding. Ascension begins. 1 star Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex, 2 stars, 3 stars, 8 stars, 9 stars. In the end, a total of 512 Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rexes were consumed. Before Qin Ming's eyes, the Inferno Tyrant Dragon had completely changed its appearance. The flames on its body became even more boiling, and its skin was even more like lava, chapped inch by inch, with sticky lava leaping in the cracks, emitting an incomparably hot aura. The entire Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex was completely red warm, and its aura was tyrannical. At that moment, a message popped up in front of him. The Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex fusion is successful. Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex, Forbidden Beast, 9 stars Red Lotus Tyrannosaurus Rex, Forbidden Beast, Realm, Middle 3rd Order. Battle Skills, 1st level, Tyrannosaurus Rex Charge, Inferno Cracking Claw. 2nd level, Dragon Spit, Tyrannosaurus Rex Sonic. 3rd level, Red Lotus Form, Red Lotus Earthquake. Status, Contractable. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Mid-3rd stage, Red Lotus Tyrannosaurus, 6 battle techniques. It was simply perfect. Contract immediately. With a buzzing sound, the altar erupted with blazing light, and an energy connected Qin Ming and the Red Lotus Tyrannosaurus. The contract was successful, and Qin Ming felt the presence of the Red Lotus Tyrannosaurus in his mind. Master. What Qin Ming did not expect was that the Red Lotus Tyrannosaurus Rex actually let out a highly contrasting sound. It's a lowly voice. Qin Ming was slightly stunned, not expecting that this Red Lotus Tyrannosaurus was actually a female. I'll call you Red Lotus from now on. Yes, Master. Red Lotus responded softly. Qin Ming was extremely satisfied. Go, follow me in battle later. In the next moment, Qin Ming's consciousness returned to the battlefield, looking at the live broadcast again. At this time, the 4th round of alien beasts attacking the city had also ended, and the situation of the world's countries was unprecedentedly grim. Together with Huaxia, there were only 10 countries that were able to pass the 4th round of the Fei Siege. They are China, Eagle Jam, Bear Country, Han's Cat Country, Sunset Empire, Gallic Country, Sakura Country, Peacock Country, Elephant Country, and Stick Country. All but these 10 countries failed. The walls were broken down and the survivors fled in a frenzy. heading for the next city to build up their defenses. Seeing this scene, the world side and the atmosphere became more and more gloomy. Even these 10 remaining countries may not be confident that they can definitely pass the 5th round. As expected, Black Hand didn't let them off that easily. Soon, the 5th round of the siege began. Under the attention of the world, void passages appeared at the same time on the battlefields of the 10 kingdoms. Boom boom boom, the earth shook again, with the same heavy footsteps and familiar frequency. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex that appeared in the 4th round made its appearance once again. On the battlefield, more than 500 Inferno Storm Dragons walked out of the void passage, their powerful aura shocking the entire field. What was even more terrifying was that an even more ferocious Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex with an even more ferocious aura had appeared at the end. This turned out to be the King Beast, the Inferno Storm Dragon King. Roar! As soon as the Inferno Storm Dragon King appeared, he immediately let out a roar, seemingly lamenting for his dead fellow clan members. A Beast King. Qin Ming looked at the Inferno Storm Dragon King with a burning gaze. This guy sure brings a lot of treasure. However, just when the world thought that the 5th round of foreign beasts had all shown up, the void passage once again glowed. A Tiger Downer beast came out. Again, 500 of them. Immediately after that, the army of iron-armored beasts walked out again. The 3 major alien beast clans made their appearance together, and the number of alien beasts on each battlefield reached over 1,500. At this moment, the faces of everyone in the 10 countries changed. This 5th round of the Fey lineup was stronger than the previous rounds combined. An uneasiness welled up in his heart, and the battlefield was all agitated. In Eagle Jam, Akil rolled his throat and whispered to General Arthur, "General, why don't we just run? Don't make any unnecessary sacrifices." General Arthur burst into a rage. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Hawk Jam never gives up. Call down and defend the walls to the death. Again, none of the national battlefields have chosen to give up. After all, it's a global broadcast. Whoever runs away from this, how can they lose face? At this moment, the remaining countries sent out their entire battle force and decided to fight to the death against the foreign beasts. And countries have tacitly set their sights on China. Everyone wants to see how this war in China is going to be fought. After all, their trump card, Ice Cannon Battalion, has been scrapped. Without a few hours, they do not have the power to fight again. Qin Ming also knew that the entire world was now watching this side, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Good, then Xia will make a good start. The next moment, Qin Ming raised his hand. Mechanical Tiger, move out. In an instant, 300 mechanical tigers jumped up within the city walls and stood lined up on the battlements. When the world saw the mechanical tiger that glowed with a cold light, they were all dumbfounded. What is this? Chapter 160, Mechanical Tiger Shocker. Fire coverage. The mechanical tiger stood on the battlements, its figure over 2 meters tall, its body a layer of cold, hard metal that emitted a deep, cold chill. The robust muscles are replaced by mechanical joints and hydraulics, and the limbs are studded with sharp alloy claws, full of explosive power, giving an extremely strong visual impact. 300 mechanical tigers lined up in a row, their complexion icy cold, their eyes flashing with electronic light. Watching this scene, the masses of the world, including the official high level of each country, all looked dumbfounded. Such perfect mechanical lines, such vivid mechanical beings. How was this built? Has Huaxia's technology reached this level? The world has been talking about it. But what's the use of this? Bullets cannot penetrate the alien beasts. Get some robots out of the middle of the world. Blue Star's technology and transcendental ability is not a dimension at all. Upstairs is right. I thought Xia had a crushing card, but I didn't expect to pull a big one. That's right. It's been proven that to deal with xenomorphs you have to be superhumanly capable, and human civilization is incapable of doing that. Ha 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 ha. Let's see how Xia will make a fool of himself. The comments on the live broadcast turned sharply downward, and although the world was shocked at the image of the mechanical tiger, but on second thought, what's the use of looking good? It's only good if you can fight, and as countries are rivals to each other, they naturally don't want Huaxia to develop new force again. Right at this moment, Qin Ming raised his hand high in the air, his gaze deep and cold as he looked down at the foreign beasts below. Machine guns at the ready. Then, under the world's shocked gaze, the 300 mechanical tigers suddenly changed. On the back of the mechanical tiger, 2 pieces of metal cracked open and a grim heavy machine gun rose up. Clunk, accompanied by a slight metallic clang. The long grim machine gun was set up on the back of the mechanical tiger, the 6 barrels emitting a deep cold chill. People are no longer calm when they see this. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This mechanical tiger is also equipped with a machine gun? Are you sure that's a machine gun? The muzzle of that gun is probably as big as my fist. That's a cannon, isn't it? Has the technological level of Huaxia reached this level? If it wasn't for the descent of the Fey,
I'm afraid this mechanical tiger could become a great killing weapon on the battlefield.
The world has sighed. 2 meters high mechanical tiger. Body length of 5 or 6 meters.
And how the machine gun on its back also has a length of 5 meters.
That how to look at it is not like a gun. More like anti-aircraft guns on warships. Luckily, it's just ordinary heat weapons. Don't panic. It's just a small machine gun. Is it more powerful than a nuclear bomb?
The foreign crowd sneered.
And just at that moment, Qin Ming's raised hand fell. Fire. In an instant,
the eyes of the 300 mechanical tigers flashed with a cold aura, and the 6 gun barrels on their backs began to rotate.
Bang, 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 chug, chug, chug.
A string of tongues of fire shot down on the city walls, and the terrifying sound shook the clouds.
Countless firepower covered the battlefield, and bullets poured madly onto the alien beast army. The ones who reacted the fastest were the iron-armored beasts, who immediately drew out the shields on their backs to block in front of them. Dang! The bullets landed on the shield, splashing a trail of sparks, and the powerful impact shook the iron-armored beast into stomping back. The tiger downer beasts without shields were miserable, and the powerful bullets pierced right through their bodies. Of course, with their strong vitality, so not enough to kill them, but 1 or 2 bullets can't. What if it's a barrage of bullets? The tiger downer beast was only in the middle of the second stage, and it was clearly impossible to ignore the battle techniques of these mechanical tigers. Under the horrifying fire coverage, the tiger downer beasts were shot into sieves and fell down one after another, and the iron-armored beast, which could barely hold on at first, began to be unable to hold on under the intense attack of the bullets. Cracks appeared in their shields, which spread rapidly and finally exploded with a bang. The iron-armored beasts that lost their shields were no better than the tiger downer. Their armor was dented by the blast, and in the end, like the tiger downer, they were beaten into a sieve. Iron-armored beasts fell one after another. The battlefield wailed, and only the tough muscles of the Inferno Tyrannosaurus were able to block the bullets of the mechanical tiger. But despite this, the Inferno Storm Dragon was still shaken and stomped back. Seeing this scene, everyone was nonplussed. The skepticism from earlier instantly disappeared without a trace, turning into a cry of shock. How is it possible? How can a hot weapon penetrate a foreign beast's defense? Something's wrong. Something's totally wrong. Something's wrong with these mechanical tigers. I know, these are not Chinese technological products at all. I feel the transcendent power. These mechanical tigers are sequence ability person. What? Even machines can awaken sequence abilities? That's impossible, right? Don't forget, China's chosen path of development is technology, and this may be the technology sequence they've discovered. The last sentence sent a shiver down everyone's spine. They reacted violently. Right, Huaxia chose the technology path. This mechanical tiger must be a transcendent product, but this is too strong. A regular machine gun is more powerful than any of their Blue Star nukes. Roar! Just then, the Inferno Storm Dragon King let out a furious hiss as it gave its orders. As its voice fell, blazing flames erupted from all the Inferno Storm Dragons, their auras instantly rising. Knock knock! The Inferno Tyrannosaurus moved its heavy footsteps and rushed to the forefront against the pouring bullets, bringing its body across to block the ironclad beast and the tiger downer beast. These guys, they were actually protecting the iron-armored beast and the tiger downer beast. Roar! The bullets landed on the Inferno Tyrannosaurus, making a dent, and even blood flowed out. But to the Inferno Tyrannosaurus, they were all just minor injuries. It's clearly not enough to do lethal damage to it, especially when they go into a berserk state. They are even more ferocious. Qin Ming furrowed his brows. Truly worthy of being a third-stage foreign beast, it really isn't comparable to a second stage. Then, Qin Ming raised his hand again. Switch weapons and prepare to perform the second battle technique, the mechanical tiger. Due to its relatively short build time, even after Qin Ming had personally cultivated it and poured out resources to feed it, it could only ultimately advance to the early second stage realm. The promotion of mechanical tigers was different from human transcendence, and their method of promotion was to eat exotic beasts, but instead of eating the normal blood and flesh of the beasts, they eat the metal parts of the beasts, such as the fur of the thunder iron beast and the horns of the wilderness wolf. So Wachovia doesn't have a lot of stock and is pouring out all it has. But right now, the mechanical tiger has a great tonic, the ironclad beast. The iron-armored beasts were covered in metal. If they were eaten, the mechanical tiger's strength would definitely still jump. And just now in the first 2 rounds of attack, they can capture a lot of iron armor beast corpses. These big tonic cannot be used. Qin Ming was in no hurry to have the mechanical tiger promoted, as this was only the 5th round of the Fey beasts attacking the city, and there was still a long way to go before his goal. By this time, the machine gun on the back of the mechanical tiger had stopped rotating, white smoke coming out of the barrel in an overconsumed manner. The back of the mechanical tiger opened up and put the machine gun back. Then 2 arm-thick mini-missiles rose up. Seeing this scene, all the people watching the live broadcast couldn't hold their breath. Guided Missiles? Chapter 161, attacking the entire army. Straight to the king of the Inferno Storm Dragon. This was the second battle technique of the mechanical tiger First Order realm, Tiger Hunting Missile. This missile is no match for Blue Star's technology. Perhaps its explosiveness wasn't as powerful as Blue Star's hot weapon missiles, but the transcendent energy it contained was something that possessed great lethality against alien beasts. Under the world's shocked gaze, Qin Ming waved his hand. Fire! Boom! 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 300 mechanical tigers simultaneously shot out the tiger hunting missiles on their backs. The missiles pulled out blazing flames and instantly blasted down under the city walls. Seeing this, the pupils of the Inferno Storm Dragon King suddenly shrunk, finally feeling the threat of death. Roar! The Inferno Storm Dragon King let out a roar and continued to give orders. In the next moment, all the Inferno Storm Dragons raised their heads and opened their huge mouths, which rapidly condensed flames. Boom boom boom! Flame bombs spat out, fiercely clashing with the Tiger Hunter missiles that shot down. The missile was detonated in mid-air, bursting into fiery flames and swirling thick smoke. This round of attacks was intercepted by the Tiger Hunter missile. Seeing this scene, the corner of Qin Ming's mouth lifted slightly. Just waiting for you guys to release your skills. Immediately afterward, the second missile on the back of the mechanical tiger shot out. The Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rexes were still unaware of the situation, and by the time the 300 missiles passed through the smoke, they were showing signs of horror. It was too late to gather dragon spit at this point. With that, the missiles blasted into them with precision. Boom boom boom! The entire ground trembled violently, and even the city walls shook. The battlefield even set off a horrifying explosion, with flames reaching the sky. Vaguely, the Inferno Storm Dragon could be seen being blasted around by the mechanical tiger's missiles. Not only did they fail to protect the iron-armored beast and the tiger-down beast, they couldn't even carry themselves. Under the fierce attack of the missiles, more than 500 Inferno Storms were blown over and the scene was chaotic. Meanwhile, the steel gates ahead opened. Kill! A hiss came through the smoke. Qin Ming rushed out with the alien hunters. Kill! Roar! A beast hissed and the earth shook. Knock knock! The heavy pace drew the attention of the people as well as the Fae. The Inferno Storm Dragon King's gaze looked into the firelight and seemed to have discovered something as his pupils trembled violently. In a split second, a fiery red figure rushed out amidst the fire and smoke, striding heavily with a domineering stance and coming ferociously. Roar! The Red Lotus Tyrannosaurus hissed angrily, stomping the iron-armored beast in front of it and charging across the battlefield. Before those Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rexes staggering from the missile blast could react, they were directly knocked away by the Red Lotus Tyrannosaurus Rexes. The Red Lotus Tyrannosaurus was ferocious to the extreme, its indestructible body attacking the Inferno Tyrannosaurus violently. The iron-armored beast was like a leather ball under her feet, and it flew away with a kick. Its sharp claws on the Tiger Downer beast is the scythe of the god of death. A claw down, skin and flesh, there is no resistance. Seeing this scene, the world was stunned, one after another. What's going on here? Why is that Inferno Tyrannosaurus attacking its own pack? What yin Tyrannosaurus Rex? That big guy came out with Qin Ming in the city. That's Qin Ming's Fey beast. Is it a beast sequencer? It doesn't look like it. It's not human turned. I think it's more like a foreign beast Qin Ming took in. Remember that ice python? Didn't it also become Qin Ming's fighter? What? This is a foreign beast that Qin Ming has subdued? Why does he have this kind of ability? The official faces of the countries became unsightly. If Qin Ming had mastered the power to manipulate foreign beasts, then what was there to fight him with? At this moment, the remaining 9 countries that hadn't been eliminated yet had already started their battles, but none of their executives had the heart to watch, and one by one, they focused their attention on the Huaxia side, for no other reason. The main reason is that the Chinese side of the offense is too fierce. See people's blood boiling, which is much more enjoyable to watch than their own tough battles. On the battlefield of Huaxia, at this time, the foreign beasts had already died under the fire strike of the mechanical tiger. In particular, the iron-armored beasts and tiger-down beasts were almost completely wiped out, leaving only the Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex army. At this moment, the Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex army was a bit confused. They looked at the unstoppable Fire Lotus Tyrannosaurus in front of them, and for a moment, they were somewhat at a loss for words. Their clan. When did they produce one so fierce? This ferocious stance can even be compared to their king. Roar! At this moment, the Inferno Storm Dragon King let out an angry hiss. Idiots, what are you all waiting for? She's not one of our clan. Kill her. The rest of the Yen Tyrannosaurus reacted, all hissing angrily and rushing towards the Red Lotus Tyrannosaurus with a berserk stance. Roar! The Red Lotus Tyrannosaurus didn't panic at all, and with a thud, his body burned with blazing flames, and the lava on that skin furrow slowly flowed, his aura pulling up in an instant. Third-ranked battle technique, Red Lotus form. Knock knock. At this time, several Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rexes rushed over,
and one of them opened its large mouth about to tear down. The Red Lotus Tyrannosaurus swung its sharp claws, and with a bearish thud, the claws rose up in blazing flames.
Inflammation-splitting claw. Bang! With a slap, that Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex was instantly dazed. Its huge body blasted away like a missile and smashed heavily on the ground, completely losing its fighting strength. Qin Ming immediately shouted to the warriors behind him, "Capture them alive!" Bang! 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 In the next moment,
several more Inferno Storm Dragons were sent flying. Immediately after that, more Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rexes rushed over.
Fearing that there were as many as 20 to 30 of them. Prepare for backup.
Behind Qin Ming, Lei Shu commanded the Thunder Mage to prepare to support the Red Lotus Tyrannosaurus, but it was blocked by Qin Ming.
Take it easy. Roar! At this moment, the Red Lotus Tyrannosaurus seemed to have been provoked, and the aura on its body increased, and the lava jumped. Its claws flailed, its body lit up with red light, and it suddenly charged. Battle skill. Tyrannosaurus Rex charge. With the same battle technique, the two sides clashed together, and the Red Lotus Tyrannosaurus directly lifted all of the Inferno Tyrannosaurus in front of it. The pair of flaming fiery claws left deep wounds on the opponent's body and blood splattered. Seeing this scene, Lei Che and the other alien hunters were stunned.
The corners of Qin Ming's mouth rose slightly. This was the 9-star Red Lotus Tyrannosaurus. How could it be compared to these ordinary Inferno Tyrannosaurus? You guys go get the injured Inferno Tyrannosaurus. I'll take care of the rest. With that said, Qin Ming held his thunder longsword and charged directly into the army of foreign beasts.
Red Lotus, capture the thief. In the next moment, a behemoth made its appearance, and the Ice Python King reappeared again. Roar!
The Ice Python King lowered its head and spewed out frost from its large mouth, freezing all of the Inferno Tyrannosaurus ahead of Qin Ming.
At the same time, the Desolate Wolf appeared to Qin Ming's left holding a giant axe,
sending all the Tiger Downer beasts that pounced over flying.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The Red Lotus Tyrannosaurus rushed in with a heavy stride, tearing a bloody path for Qin Ming and pushing straight towards the Inferno Storm Dragon King.
The Inferno Storm Dragon King's pupils trembled, revealing an angry expression. Humans, you seek death.
The corner of Qin Ming's mouth rose slightly.
You're too confident. Qin Ming flicked his finger,
and a card that shimmered with thunder appeared in his hand. High-risk technique, trick cards.
Inquisitor Thunder. Boom! Terrifying thunder erupted from Qin Ming's body as a powerful aura rose to the sky. Chapter 162, Slaying the Inferno Storm Dragon King, Surprising Divine Material. Feeling the aura on Qin Ming's body, the Inferno Storm Dragon King's expression immediately became grave. However,
as a king-level Fey beast,
it was not allowed to back down. Roar!
The Inferno Storm Dragon King let out an angry hiss as it opened its mouth and sprayed flames at Qin Ming.
Boom boom boom!
A fireball roared forth, intercepting all of Qin Ming's paths of advance. A thunderous aura flashed in Qin Ming's eyes, and thunder surged from his body as his battle skill, Dial Flash. His speed instantly increased, and he actually found a gap in the fireball's attack and rushed out from it. Battle skill, Thunder Destruction Chop. The power of the early third stage erupted as much as it could, the power of thunder spreading rapidly across the blade as it slashed out violently.
Inquisitor Thunder Trial. Boom!
A thunderous blade light erupted out, the terrifying might pulling up a burnt gully on the ground, finally blasting heavily on the Inferno Storm Dragon King.
Rip!
The blade light raged, instantly breaking through the Inferno Storm Dragon King's defense,
leaving a deep wound on its body,
and blood splattered out. Filaments of lightning lingered on its wounds,
making it unbearable.
Roar! The Inferno Storm Dragon King let out a pained hiss, and his expression became hideous.
At the same time, the Desolate Wolf seized the opportunity, holding the giant axe from the sky,
and smashed down hard towards the head of the Inferno Storm Dragon King.
However,
at this very moment, the Inferno Storm Dragon King snapped its head up and let out an angry low chant.
Tiny Wasteland Wolf, you're really not afraid of death.
The Inferno Storm Dragon King spat out human words, and although he was injured, his words were still overbearing.
The Desolate Wolf felt bad all of a sudden. It, a 7-star forbidden beast, was clearly not good enough to take on a king beast at the same rank. As expected, the Inferno Storm Dragon King's body strangely sidestepped, and the giant axe fell right beside it, smashing heavily on the ground. Not good. Desolate Wolf's face changed instantly. In the next moment,
the Inferno Storm Dragon King swung up its sharp claws and flung them horizontally.
Knock!
The Desolate Wolf was like a heavy blow as this claw slapped on its chest and a terrifying force instantly surged into its body.
With a wow sound, the Desolate Wolf spat out blood in a large mouth and threw his body backward. Boom! The Desolate Wolf smashed a dozen meters away, his body in a sorry state. Roar! The Inferno Storm Dragon King didn't stop,
condensing flaming bombs in his mouth and chasing towards the Desolate Wolf.
Qin Ming's face sank as he shouted, "Xia Mo!" Buzz! A long spear of cold ice whistled and shattered the flaming projectile with a loud bang. the lance slanted into the ground, instantly freezing a few meters around into ice. Bang! Xiao drew her long spear up and juggled it in a very dashing manner, her pair of peach blossom eyes staring at the not-so-far-away Inferno Storm Dragon King as she spoke softly. Hurry up and finish. There are many more rounds of challenges to come. At those words, the Inferno Storm Dragon King's face sank. Human, you underestimate me? Xiao didn't say anything. His body quickly rushed up and a cold aura erupted from his body. Wang Sequence 003, Ice Phoenix. Out of battle. The early third stage aura was unreserved. Instantly rushing to the front of the Inferno Storm Dragon King, the gun came out like a dragon, and the lance pushed straight into the eyeball of the Inferno Storm Dragon King. Roar! The Inferno Storm Dragon King hissed angrily, his sharp claws igniting a blazing flame as he swung his claws down, colliding with the cold ice lance. Knock! A terrifying energy exploded between the two, and the air was flooded with layers of energy ripples. The energy blast blew Natsume's high ponytail as flames and frost reacted violently before her eyes. The corner of Xiaomo's mouth rose slightly. His hand held the lance with a turn of the battle technique, Ice Burst. Boom! The cold ice at the tip of the gun exploded in the Inferno Storm Dragon King's palm. The violent explosion caused the Inferno Storm Dragon King to stomp back. Xiao bullied his way up, swept his spear across the room, and swung it at his thigh. Bang! The Inferno Storm Dragon King stumbled and almost collapsed as he took a heavy blow to his thigh. Iced the world. In the end, Xiao struck back and stabbed directly into the Inferno Storm Dragon King's body, and the cold ice spread rapidly, wanting to freeze the Inferno Storm Dragon King. The flames on the Inferno Storm Dragon King's body gradually extinguished under the cold ice, and his terrifying aura rapidly declined. However, just as the cold ice was about to freeze the Inferno Storm Dragon King completely, a blazing light unexpectedly erupted from the location of its heart, and a flame breath instantly surged. Xiaomo's face changed and he immediately retreated backward. Boom! With an explosive sound, the Inferno Storm Dragon King completely exploded. The flames on his body shot up into the sky, instantly shattering the cold ice on his body. The powerful impact forced Xiao straight away. One of the ice slag in the explosion instantly even cut Xiaomo's arm. Blood gradually seeped out. Right at this moment, a thunderbolt suddenly flashed and quickly blocked in front of Xiao. Only Qin Ming was wearing a thunder pattern armor that blocked all the damage for Xiao. The shattered ice crazily impacted Qin Ming's thunder armor, splattering streaks of thunder. This armor was none other than the Forbidden Order 007, Guile Thunderer's third order battle technique. Thunder armor. Thunder armor possesses a strong defense with dual physical and spell defense. Qin Ming snapped his head up. It ends here. As his words fell, he clutched the Star Meteor blade and stabbed directly at the body of the Inferno Storm Dragon King. Dang! However, the blade unexpectedly stuck on the Inferno Storm Dragon King's body, failing to break through the defense. The Inferno Storm Dragon King smiled disdainfully. Human, do you think that king beasts are so easy to kill? Yes, but in the next moment, the corner of Qin Ming's mouth lifted slightly as he spoke in a single word. High-frequency lightning strike. In an instant, thunder surged from Qin Ming's body, and with the Thunder Judgment Leader's enhancement, his aura reached its peak. The long blade that Qin Ming had placed against the Inferno Storm Dragon King's body began to glow with thunder aura as a terrifying thunder erupted uncontrollably. Pust! The thunder long knife plunged into the body of the Inferno Storm Dragon King. Of course, the 1-meter-long Star Meteor blade could not even penetrate the massive body of the Inferno Storm Dragon King when it was inserted into it. This alone was not enough to deal fatal damage to the Inferno Tyrannosaurus. The Inferno Storm Dragon King thought the same thing, and it swung its flaming sharp claws, about to slap this tiny human away. But in the next moment, the smile on the Inferno Storm Dragon King's face disappeared. That long knife, it seemed to be building up its energy. Qin Ming frantically poured his spiritual energy into the long blade, and the energy instantly exploded. High-frequency lightning strike. 100,000 volts. In an instant, terrifying currents flowed through the Inferno Storm Dragon King's body. The Inferno Storm Dragon King's pupils suddenly shrunk, and his huge body instantly stiffened. On the outside, it was covered in lightning, and its skin even appeared charred and black. In the end, the Inferno Storm Dragon King completely lost his breath, and his body fell back heavily. Boom! The Inferno Storm Dragon King smashed into the ground, sending up gusts of smoke and dust. It's like dead. Seemingly sensing the death of the king, the remaining Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rexes looked over, their expressions fearful and angry. Roar! They let out a mournful cry. Qin Ming scanned the entire field. Now there were less than 100 Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rexes left, and the rest had all been captured alive. He shouted, "Don't spare a head, take them all." The battlefield was once again agitated, and right at that moment, the corpse of the Inferno Storm Dragon King flooded with 3 rays of light. Those were the 3 magic pill materials on it. The first one, Purple Blow, rare level. Second piece, red glow, king level. On the third piece, a golden light blossomed violently, and this golden light flashed across all the live broadcast screens, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The official top brass of each country have turned their attention to it. Qin Ming's heart trembled violently, and his quick eyes immediately put it into the Qianquan gourd, and the golden light disappeared. The official executives of the various countries froze, and could also see that Qin Ming's reaction was very wrong, as the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. What is that golden light? Chapter 163, Cherry Blossom Kingdom seeds land for peace, requesting golden tickets. At this moment, Qin Ming was incomparably excited. Divine-grade magic pill materials. Ah! This Inferno Storm Dragon King had actually exploded divine-grade materials for him. Even in his last life, he had never seen a god-level material. It's a great deal of money. Qin Ming was in a great mood. If he could gather all the formulas, he might not be unable to formulate a single, divine-grade, magic potion and create the first, divine sequence. If the Qianquan gourd could evolve a bit more, it might be able to give him a third sequence ability. Now he already has the Forbidden Order 007, Trick Thunderer, and the King's Order 005, Magician. But more skill is not enough. This was one of the reasons why Qin Ming was stronger than other sequence ability users. I'll have to go back and study the 3 magic potion materials I just obtained. Next, Qin Ming picked up the Star Meteor Blade and found a Beast Crystal in the head of the Inferno Storm Dragon King. A king-level Beast Crystal. This was also a rare treasure. However, under the divine-grade magic pill materials, it was a bit less than impressive. So, the more powerful the beast, the more treasures it had in its body. This was also the reason why Qin Ming was adamant about decapitating the Inferno Storm Dragon King. It would be a waste if he fused it to the Red Lotus Tyrannosaurus. Moreover, this corpse of this Inferno Storm Dragon King, if you give it to the steel refiner to hammer it, there might be an unexpected gain as well. At this moment, losing the leadership of the Inferno Storm Dragon King, the other Inferno Storm Dragon's battle intent was greatly reduced, and they were gradually suppressed. In the end, apart from the 2 Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rexes that were killed by mistake, a total of 518 Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rexes were captured. This elevated Qin Ming's mood to its peak, and with over 500 Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rexes, it was just enough to fuse the second 9-star Red Lotus Tyrannosaurus Rex. What would become of the 2 9-star Red Lotus Tyrannosaurus Rexes if they were to fuse? Qin Ming was looking forward to it. Quickly clean up the battlefield and return to the city to prepare for the 6th round of Fey Beasts. As Qin Ming gave the order, the warriors began to drag the alien beast corpses back to the city. This wave of foreign beasts could be quite a few in number, and if it wasn't for the mechanical tiger's firepower output in the early stages, it wouldn't have been so easy for them to fight this battle. At least in terms of casualties it would be several times over. While the warriors were cleaning up the battlefield, Qin Ming also began to make his move. Under the strange gazes of the world, Qin Ming roamed around the battlefield, and a single Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex that had been suppressed on the ground disappeared with him. All of these moves were under the world's scrutiny, but no one understood how Qin Ming did it. The closest guess was that Qin Ming had used shelter and put away the Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex. This might be the reason why Qin Ming was able to recover the foreign beasts. However, the world could only make blind guesses, and there was nothing they could do regardless of their attitude towards Qin Ming. As if Eagle Jam Chief Trip, who hated Qin Ming with a passion, it was because of Qin Ming's leadership that China could keep pressing Eagle Jam. Such a high character is difficult for him to accept. And now on the battlefield, Huaxia had already passed the 5th round of alien beasts attacking the city, and they, Eagle Sauce, were still struggling to hold on. The scene was like holding his face down and rubbing it hard. Trip couldn't hold it together and broke into a fit of rage, immediately getting in touch with the front line. Arthur, John, you have 10 more minutes, and if you still can't get through, you'll come to me with your heads on your shoulders. Trip's cursing voice rang through the headset, causing General Arthur and General John to grimace. General John spoke with a hard look on his face. General Arthur, what do you think of this? General Arthur took a deep breath and was just about to speak when a voice rang out high in the sky. The walls of the Stick Country have been breached. The trial has failed. Upon hearing this, General Arthur hurriedly picked up his tablet to watch the situation on the side of the Stick Country. Only in the live broadcast screen, the Inferno Storm Dragon King crashed through the gates of the Stick Country head-on and drove in with an army of foreign beasts. The soldiers and transcendents of the Stick Country fled in haste, defeated. The Stick Country failed? General John frowned tightly. General Arthur clicked on the Elephant Country and sighed. The Elephant Country can't hold out either. As soon as the words fell, hundreds of iron-armored beasts transformed into iron balls and crashed through the Elephant Kingdom city walls in unison, failing the trial. General John was born with a feeling of a fox's death. It didn't take long for a crisis to begin in the Peacock Kingdom as well. There, brute force warriors were killed and injured under the onslaught of the Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex. The rest of the Transcendents also fell.
while the opposite army of Fey beasts had only lost half of their number.
Seeing this scene, the Peacock Kingdom's commander endured the pain and decided to abandon the city.
Because if they continued to fight like this, even if they could pass this trial,
all of their transcendence would be wiped out. In that case,
it would be better to retreat to retain strength and regain lost ground in the future.
With that, the Peacock Kingdom gave up. The gates were broken, and the beasts drove in. It wouldn't take long for the city to be completely overrun by the Fae.
But compared to previous countries that were eliminated early, making it to the 5th round is already a good achievement. At least they had won the first 4 rounds and taken away quite a few Fae corpses, and there weren't too many Fae left. If they turned around and used these alien beast corpses to create more transcendence, they could really hope to regain their lost ground.
That's an afterthought. Of course, with the Peacock Nation giving up,
the last 10 countries that stuck it out until the 5th round were the only ones that passed through to China, with as many as 3 countries failing.
And finally there's Eagle Sauce, Bear Country, Han's Cat Country, Gallic Country, Sunset Empire, and Sakura Country.
One of the most critical situations is the Sakura Country.
Sakura Nation's battle power wasn't strong,
and it completely lost its power of resistance when it encountered the Inferno Storm Dragon King, but to no one's surprise,
Kawashima showed up at this point.
He stood on the city wall and shouted to the Inferno Storm Dragon King below,
"How about we call this battle off?
I'll cut off 1/5 of the Sakura Kingdom to you." This statement caused a sensation in the world. What a cheeky thousand-faced monkey.
That's a bad move. This is completely treating Sakura Country as their territory.
The Inferno Storm Dragon King smiled coldly.
1/5, too little.
At those words, the corners of Kawashima's mouth rose slightly as he waved his hand. Under the world's shocked gazes, a beast rushed up to the city wall. The Thunder Iron Beast, the Thousand-Faced Monkey, the Weasel, the Wasteland Wolf, the Two-Headed Dog, the Tricky Civet Cat, the Ice Python, and even the Stone Gully Spider, the Red-Faced Demon. In an instant, almost the entire city wall was filled with foreign beasts. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. This number was even more than the Inferno Tyrannosaurus Rex army below the city. Qin Ming's face also instantly sank. He also didn't expect that the power of this thousand-faced monkey had become so huge.
At this moment, Kawashima smiled and looked at the Inferno Storm Dragon King. "Now what? Do you still want to fight?"
The Inferno Storm Dragon King's gaze flickered.
"I didn't expect
your thousand-faced monkey clan has developed to this point.
Good thing too.
This world is so big. I don't care about this bit of your territory.
Happy cooperation. Ha ha ha." Kawashima let out a loud laugh. Happy cooperation. Just like that, the 2 alien beast forces reached an agreement in front of all of humanity, dividing up the territory of Blue Star. It pissed off all the humans, but there was nothing they could do about it. Damn it! After both sides reached a deal, they both stopped doing anything. As long as the other countries finished, it would mean that Sakura Nation would also be able to pass the 5th round of trials. Give Kawashima another batch of rewards at that point, and then they'll really raise the roof. Asshole. On the battlefield of Eagle Jam, General Arthur is furious, feeling that Eagle Jam has been reduced to a second-rate country, even worse than a country controlled by the Fae. No matter what, we're going to get through this. General Arthur clenched the crown of his teeth. But this is already our maximum strength. General John, who was on the sidelines, had a hard look on his face. If we have to go all out, we'll lose a lot of money. And just when they didn't know what to do, a figure suddenly appeared behind them. 2 generals, why don't you let me try? At the word, Generals Arthur and John jerked their heads back, and when they saw the visitor, they were shocked. Grotesque? _______.